I awakened as the most useless, shameless wanderer. Yet I received a contract worth 30 million. It's because wanderers can learn skills from all professions, but the prerequisite is having endless money to spend. Yet I refused without hesitation. As a result, my classmates called me foolish, but I secretly smirked, because I had a hidden talent, infinite magnetism. Every time my vitality reaches 10 points, I can draw once. The first draw gives me a community boost. In crowded places, my attributes and training speed double. Seeing this incredible ability, I couldn't help but smile slightly. The confused homeroom teacher sighed helplessly, then handed me a martial arts book, saying, "I can't help you much, but take this." "Teacher, this is a second-tier martial arts book worth 300,000. I looked at the book in shock, about to thank him but was interrupted. "The path ahead is up to you. The Secret Realm trial in 3 days is your only chance to gain resources." I nodded, understanding. At that moment, due to the effect of the entry, my vitality increased by 10 points, my level rose to 2, and I gained a chance to draw an entry. So I hurried back to the slums and drew "Never Give Up" from the infinite entries. When encountering higher-level dancers, I gained triple training speed and can practice martial arts autonomously. Seeing this entry, I couldn't help but gasp. It was perfect for me. The reason martial artists burn money is to train in various martial arts, which makes them powerful. However, if one only trains in a single profession's martial arts, they will be far inferior to those of other blue-tier professions. But now with this entry, I'm not afraid of falling behind in progress. Currently, I have 3 basic martial arts awakened: Peak Fist, Basic Sword Technique, and Foshan Leg. I sat cross-legged on the ground, planning to first practice the new martial art, Thunder Break Palm, a second-tier martial art that strikes like thunder. Soon, I had a preliminary grasp of Thunder Break Palm, but I hadn't truly entered the basics yet. Your Thunder Break Palm is determined to succeed. Practice autonomously to show your entry level. At that moment, the system's voice sounded. Your Peak Fist, Sword, and Thunder Break Palm are now entering the training phase. With the support of the magnetism, the 3 basic martial arts automatically advance to the entry level. The newly learned Thunder Break Palm surpassed the others. Never Give Up began autonomous training and had already reached the entry level. In an instant, all the martial arts I mastered entered the entry level, while my classmates who awakened with me were still in the beginner stage. Now I just needed a suitable weapon, so I took out 2/3 of my wealth and spent 2,000 on an ordinary iron sword at the shop. With 2 days left until the Secret Realm opened, I planned to train hard at the Martial Arts Association. With Never Give Up and my social anxiety boost, my training speed would be quadrupled. Before long, in the hall of the Dancer Association, a boy in a blue uniform was sitting cross-legged, starting to train. Wow, I thought this guy came to the Martial Arts Association to cause trouble. Turns out he's just a social anxiety freak training. With so many people here, this guy really isn't embarrassed at all. Many people passing by were drawn to me, but I didn't care about their opinions. My only focus was training. There's no choice. Never Give Up can only trigger if there's a strong person within 3 meters. Suddenly, a middle-aged man walked straight toward me. A strong person has entered the host's range. Never Give Up triggered a 300% increase in training speed, and the 4 martial arts began to work hard. In an instant, all martial arts directly entered the advanced stage. I was astonished at the level of the person before me and looked up. I saw an ordinary-looking middle-aged man, exuding an air of elegance. "If you want to train, I can arrange a room for you," he said with a faint smile. I hurriedly said, "Excuse me, senior, but I have to go," and with a forced laugh, I quickly left. Anyway, this trip was worth it. All 4 martial arts were at the advanced level, and I just needed a bit more to break through to 127. This time, the Secret Realm was secure. Back home, I spent the next 2 days resting, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The Secret Realm trial arrived as scheduled, and many people had already gathered at the trial site. As soon as I arrived, I sat cross-legged and began training. Everyone was taken aback by this scene. I didn't even waste any time on such training. Truly a genius. As the sun gradually rose higher, the time for the Secret Realm to open was approaching, and a middle-aged man in a suit walked out. He began by explaining that the Secret Realm has 5 zones, each with a representative boss. Defeating the boss in each zone will drop a belt. After slaying the ultimate boss in the center, you may take 1 item out of the Secret Realm to exchange for something at the Martial Arts Association. After the introduction, the Martial Arts Association staff began distributing snacks. As long as you crushed them, you could leave the Secret Realm. Then, accompanied by a distortion of space, a circular portal appeared. It suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. "Let's go, let's team up, we should be able to kill a few monsters." In these 3 days, many people had formed teams in advance, while I was all alone. Inside the Secret Realm, I opened my eyes. What came into view was a solid ground where everyone who entered the secret realm was gathered. An ordinary monster core is worth 5,000. As a five-fingered martial artist, I need a lot of money. If my strength is sufficient, I will definitely clear all 4 zones bosses and take their belts. Suzuki, you're alone, you probably have nowhere to go. Xiao Ming's voice came from beside me. I ignored him and smiled. How about this, you kneel and bow, and I'll take you along. In Xiao Ming's mind, the strong should humiliate the weak. No need, you might as well kneel and beg me not to run into you later, I said seriously, shaking my head. Ha, you're killing me. Xiao Ming and his little brothers burst into laughter at my words. I ignored their mockery and walked directly toward the left area, where there were the most people, allowing my social anxiety attribute to reach its peak. As for Xiao Ming, I didn't even consider him. At level 2 with 110 vitality, combined with my 4 advanced martial arts, I could look down on the entire secret realm. I followed the large group into the northern area. In the stone forest, several dark shadows flickered, and a faint smell of blood wafted from within. I encountered monsters so quickly, it didn't matter. Since I had found them, I would strike. There were at least 30 people present, with over a dozen teams, and I was the only one alone. In the stone forest, wolves emerged, their fur dark and their crimson eyes coldly staring at the newcomers. With a howl, the wolves from the stone forest charged towards the crowd. Low-tier demon wolves, lacking even in quality, can be dealt with by ordinary dancers. I looked at the wolves ahead, and Dan spoke up. However, everyone was facing the demon house for the first time, inevitably feeling a bit nervous, but at that moment, a figure suddenly leaped over everyone, heading straight for the first wolf demon, under the gaze of all. A punch struck out, accompanied by a dull thud. The wolf demon's head caved in, and with one punch, it was dead. This side attack was done by Suzuki, and the classmates were stunned. Although this wolf demon had no rank, it would typically take 2 or 3 people to kill one. Is he really just a shameless fighter? After killing the demon wolf in front of me with a punch, I looked at the other demon wolves. My social anxiety attribute doubled, and with my perfected wind punch, killing the demon wolves was incredibly easy. One wolf demon howled and suddenly lunged at me. I sidestepped to avoid the wolf demon's claws, then drew my iron sword and effortlessly executed a basic sword strike. The sword's gleam pierced the wolf demon's left leg, and I skillfully executed another slicing thrust. Before long, this wolf demon was dead in my hands again. This time, everyone was completely shocked. What the heck? How could Suzuki, a fingerless fighter, wield a sword so well? The pack of wolf demons had already closed in on the crowd, while I faced 3 wolf demons alone and held my ground. Wolves are pack animals, and there must be a wolf king within the pack. I squinted, looking past the wolf demon in front of me towards the depths of the stone forest. I immediately abandoned the 3 wolf demons in front of me and headed straight into the stone forest. Was he going to kill the wolf king? Could he defeat it? The wolf king must have at least 110 health points. Who cares? If the wolf king dies, these wolf demons will naturally disperse. I had already arrived at the depths of the stone forest, where the wolf king appeared, its body twice the size of a regular wolf demon. Its sharp fangs were exposed, gleaming coldly, and its massive limbs stomped on the ground. With extremely sharp claws, the wolf king let out a roar and lunged at me. I dodged to the side, as its sharp claws struck the stone behind it, leaving a massive mark. After missing its strike, the wolf king charged at me again. I gripped my iron sword, skillfully employing various sword techniques to keep maneuvering. The wolf king's level must be at least 110 health points. I threw a punch, feeling the life force circulating throughout my body, unleashing tremendous power. I pushed the wolf king back against a tree, and it shook its head, looking a bit dazed. And I charged again, shouting, "Die!" I raised my left palm, channeling my life force into threads of lightning energy swirling in my hand. With my perfected lightning strike, the power unleashed was overwhelmingly strong. I sent the wolf king flying with a gust of my palm, crashing heavily against the stone. I did not give it a chance to breathe, rushing to the wolf king's side, drawing my iron sword, and brutally stabbing it into its skull. With a splash of blood, the wolf king kicked its legs and fell dead. The wolf pack looked at me in terror. He really killed the wolf king. Under the shocked gaze of everyone, I beheaded the wolf king and retrieved the demon core inside. Meanwhile, on the other side of the northern area, Xiao Ming was still searching for the boss in the southern area, along with the demon cores from the 4 major regions. I am determined to succeed. After slaying the wolf king, I went straight to another area, and as time passed, I had nearly swept through 3 regions. The people in the northern area were already stunned by my immense strength. I knew that the peak fist had only taken a few days to master. I had just begun, and now I had perfected it. They said the speed of improvement for the 5-finger techniques was slow, so why was it different for Suzuki? As I fought, I grew stronger, quickly defeating the boss in the eastern area and obtaining its demon core. Soon, a message spread through the entire secret realm like the wind. I was challenging the boss in the central area and inviting classmates who had not been eliminated to come and watch. Upon hearing this news, everyone in the secret realm was stunned. What a joke! Is Suzuki crazy? The boss in the central area is at least a level 3 dancer. In the center of the square, a tiger with blue fur was lounging, the Wind Tiger Vanguard being a low-tier level 3 dancer. Zhao Ming looked at the still sleeping Wind Tiger Vanguard, raising an eyebrow. Suzuki was going to challenge this thing, a level 3 dancer. And it's a demon beast. If it were him, he wouldn't dare to strike easily, but it was worth a try. After all, the rich rely on technology. Zhao Ming was currently wearing low-tier gear, and the sword in his hand was also a low-tier treasure. Everyone arrived so quickly. Just then, a faint laugh came from afar, and I appeared in my school uniform. Suzuki, I want to see what you can do to defeat this low-tier demon beast, Zhao Ming said coldly. The reason I called everyone here was simply to perfectly activate all of my social anxiety attributes. Everyone, watch closely as I, Suzuki, take down this beast in 3 moves. Many eyes were focused on me. All of my social anxiety attributes were maximized, enhancing my abilities by 200%. Feeling my strength increase, I clenched my fist. As I approached, the Wind Tiger Vanguard suddenly stood up, its tiger eyes radiating strength, and it lunged at me. Having received a 3-fold increase in all attributes, I dodged just as it lunged at me. Such quick reflexes caused the spectators to be momentarily stunned. The Wind Tiger Vanguard, having missed its strike, turned and charged at me again, its massive paw falling like a heavy hammer at my feet. I moved again, retreating, and was struck by the Wind Tiger Vanguard's paw, shaking the ground mightily. Taking advantage of its momentary stiffness, I unleashed my perfected wind punch, a basic technique but fully mastered, with threads of life force wrapping around me. Then I punched the Wind Tiger Vanguard's head. The powerful inertia sent it crashing away, and the Wind Tiger Vanguard skidded along the ground, leaving a long trail before finally stopping. Seeing this scene, the spectators were filled with disbelief. This was something a newly awakened dancer could never achieve. At that moment, a shadow dashed towards the Wind Tiger Vanguard, and a shocking scene unfolded. I was riding on the Wind Tiger Vanguard, continuously pummeling it, turning this central area challenge into a one-sided crushing. The Wind Tiger Vanguard couldn't withstand this onslaught. It let out a low growl, and its blue fur began to emit a strange energy. Seeing this, I hurriedly got off the beast and created distance. The Wind Tiger Vanguard was about to unleash its special move. Its health must be nearly depleted. Alright then, come at me, I said, my eyes shining with golden light, threads of lightning swirling from my left palm as my life force gathered. At that moment, 2 figures suddenly charged towards me simultaneously. The outskirts of the square. Xiao Chen stared at the scene, his heart already stirred by turbulent waves. Lyn Chen, that scoundrel, actually managed to kill the Wind Tiger Vanguard. The Wind Tiger Vanguard had entered the second phase, seemingly forced into a dead end by Lyn Chen. No, I can't let Lyn Chen kill the Wind Tiger Vanguard like this. A cold glint flickered in Xiao Chen's eyes. You too, come with me and stop Lyn Chen. Let me handle this central boss, Xiao Chen said immediately. Ha, young Master Xiao, are you joking? Xiao Chen's 2 lackeys were bewildered, asking them to stop Lyn Chen? What a joke. Right now, Lyn Chen was like a humanoid beast, how could they possibly be his match? Once I kill the Wind Tiger Vanguard and take the Demon Core, you two will each get a low-grade weapon. Xiao Chen directly presented an enticing offer. Let's do it. Damn. A heavy reward will surely bring forth brave men. With that, the two rushed into the square. Upon seeing Xiao Chen's 2 lackeys enter the fray, everyone present realized something. TSK, playing dirty. Don't say anything, that's young Master Xiao. He has a grudge against Lyn Chen. No more talk. This isn't our business. Roar. The Wind Tiger Vanguard let out a low growl, entering the second phase, its entire body covered in green fur that seemed to emit a green light, its aura enhanced. Any demon that entered a higher tier would have a second form. This was true both in the secret realm and outside. Lyn Chen's Thunder Forging Palm was ready, just waiting for the Wind Tiger Vanguard to attack. With the mastery of the second-tier martial arts Thunder Forging Palm, he would surely be able to kill the Wind Tiger Vanguard before him. At that moment, 2 figures unexpectedly blocked Lyn Chen's path. What are you doing? Lyn Chen looked at the 2, recognizing them as Xiao Chen's lackeys. Brother Xiao said to stop you. One of the lackeys said, then gestured with his fist blade towards Lyn Chen. Lyn Chen, your opponent now is us. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen had already drawn his long sword and approached the Wind Tiger Vanguard. Wearing low-grade armor and wielding a low-grade weapon, he faced the Wind Tiger Vanguard. Now in its second phase, without a hint of fear. Although the crowd felt disgusted by his attempt to seize the Wind Tiger Vanguard, no one dared to speak out. After all, he was the eldest son of the Xiao family. Stealing the monster. Lyn Chen raised an eyebrow. Get lost, get lost. In the next moment, Lyn Chen dissipated the thunder from his thunder forging palm and charged straight at Xiao Chen's two lackeys. Trying to steal a monster from him? What did it matter if it was Xiao Chen? Bang! Lyn Chen's casual two attacks directly took out Xiao Chen's lackeys. Xiao, young Master Xiao, we tried our best. The two fell to the ground, stars in their eyes, watching Lyn Chen easily dispatch his lackeys. Xiao Chen coldly smiled. Lyn Chen, now this young master orders you to get out of here. This demon has its capable ones, I don't oppose you coming to steal. Lyn Chen said. Ha, now I want you to leave. Can't you hear? Xiao Chen squinted. A unique sharpness belonging to a swordsman slowly emanating from him. He drew his weapon, the blade positioned in front of Lyn Chen. Lyn Chen, you must understand, you have no power, no money, and you haven't offended me to the point of no return. Xiao Chen continued. Otherwise, I will use all the resources of the Xiao family to ensure you never leave Song City in your lifetime. Threatening me? A hint of coldness flickered in Lyn Chen's gaze. So what if I am? Xiao Chen sneered, making his intentions clear. As his words fell, Lyn Chen suddenly struck. A gust of fierce wind rushed towards Xiao Chen, causing his expression to change instantly. He hadn't expected that Lyn Chen's strength still had hidden depths. Just now, he had not revealed all of his power. Lyn Chen stepped forward and stood before Xiao Chen, delivering a powerful punch that was so fierce and overwhelming that Xiao Chen couldn't defend against it. Bang! Accompanied by a dull thud, Xiao Chen's face contorted, his chest caved in significantly, and he was sent flying backward. Just as the crowd was shocked by Lyn Chen's attack on Xiao Chen, the Wind Tiger Vanguard charged at Lyn Chen from the other side. Roar! The roar of the tiger sounded like thunder, and a massive shadow loomed before Lyn Chen. Lyn Chen gathered strands of thunder in his left palm, his vital energy surging like a dragon, and immediately struck out with a palm. Thunder forging palm. At the moment the perfected thunder forging palm made contact with the Wind Tiger Vanguard's body, the strands of thunder spread across its entire form like flames igniting paper. The immense power caused the Wind Tiger Vanguard's head to cave in significantly at that instant. The power unleashed by this thunder forging palm, originally at over 200 pounds, had now tripled and reached perfection, exploding with a force of 1,000 pounds. In other words, Lyn Chen's palm strike unleashed the strength of a fifth-level martial artist. Bang! The Wind Tiger Vanguard let out a whimper, its massive body crashing to the ground like a kite with a severed string. Lying on the ground like a dead dog, it oozed dark liquid from its mouth. Under this palm strike, the Wind Tiger Vanguard was instantly killed. Witnessing this scene, everyone present was left speechless in shock. At this moment, the entire venue fell silent, all eyes converging on Lyn Chen. Social anxiety attribute has reached its limit. All attributes increased by 320%. Lyn Chen stepped forward, drew the iron sword from his back, and directly severed the Wind Tiger Vanguard's head, extracting the demon core. The dark demon core was about the size of an infant's fist. Lyn Chen stored it away. Just then, a roar erupted from the crowd. Lyn Chen, I will kill you. Xiao Chen, who had been sent flying by Lyn Chen, stood up from the ground, disheveled, with a powerful aura emanating from the weapon in his hand. This aura sent chills down the spines of everyone present. This is a divine ability, someone exclaimed, and the faces of the crowd changed dramatically. What is a divine ability? It is when a powerful martial artist inscribes part of their strength onto a talisman, allowing others to unleash it at will. A spirit talisman was affixed to the blade of Xiao Chen's weapon. The talisman radiated a golden light, and waves of pure, domineering power continuously merged into the sword. At the same time, Xiao Chen charged toward Lyn Chen. Lyn Chen's pupils suddenly constricted. He hadn't expected that Xiao Chen had brought a divine ability into the secret realm. Just as Xiao Chen was about to close in on Lyn Chen, a mottled glow enveloped the bodies of everyone present. In the next moment, all those remaining in the secret realm were teleported outside. I wonder if anyone in Sanyi Middle School can kill that central boss this time. I think it's unlikely. Who besides those top-tier prodigies could possibly kill the central boss? Outside the secret realm, people from various factions were discussing the matter of the secret realm boss. Everyone, there might be a turning point this time. An elder from the Xiao family said with a faint smile. Oh, why does Elder Xiao say that? Even if Zhao Xiao is equipped with low-grade weapons and low-grade treasures, it would be difficult to defeat that central boss, right? Someone's gaze fell on the Zhao family elder. The elder smiled lightly. Naturally, it relies on the divine ability. Upon hearing this, everyone present fell silent. Well, with a divine ability, one could indeed kill that central boss. I wonder if Tsanyi High School can achieve good results this time. The principal of Tsanyi looked nervously at the entrance of the secret realm. This time, only Lyn Chen awakened, and he was of red quality. Unfortunately, he was a non-class martial artist, a profession that drains money. The other person was Zhao Chun from the Xiao family. Tsanyi High School didn't even have a single gold quality awakener this time. The middle-aged man at the forefront of the Martial Arts Association closed his eyes, seemingly sensing something, and suddenly opened them. In the center of the square, a wave of spatial fluctuation drew the attention of everyone present. Did someone kill the central boss? It seems so. Only after the central boss dies will everyone be teleported back by the spirit stones. Whoosh! In the next moment, several figures appeared in the square. It was the students of Tsanyi High School who had entered the secret realm. It seems the young master of the Xiao family really used the power of divine abilities. Someone spoke up, suddenly sensing something was off. The people present became tense, their gazes fixed on the last two individuals amidst the spatial fluctuations. A tremendous aura emanated from the last person. As the spatial fluctuations dissipated, Zhao Chen, with disheveled hair, stepped out, brandishing his long sword and thrusting it forward. The sword glimmered with golden light, and the spirit talisman had completely merged into the sword, unleashing its full divine ability. Ahead, Lyn Chen's figure suddenly appeared. Faced with this sudden attack, Lyn Chen felt a great threat, and all the hair on his body stood on end at that moment. Lyn Chen's blood surged, gathering in his left palm, transforming into threads of thunder. He had completely channeled all his energy. The people present witnessed this scene. The elder of the Xiao family trembled. Why was his young master using his divine ability on a student instead of the central boss? Young master, no! The elder reacted quickly and tried to stop Zhao Chen. The principal of Tsanyi also changed his expression suddenly. Absolutely not. The eyes of everyone present were filled with unprecedented shock. The young master of the Zhao family was truly audacious. To attack a fellow clansman in front of the Martial Arts Association was a grave sin. Lyn Chen. Zhao Chen's eyes turned red, disregarding everything around him, wanting to kill Lyn Chen right now. Thunder forging palm. Lyn Chen shouted, his left palm blowing with thunder, directly striking forward. The crowd was immensely shocked. It wasn't that Zhao Chen's sword was terrifying, but rather Lyn Chen's mastery of the palm technique. This thunder-forging palm had likely reached great perfection. Just after awakening his profession, Lyn Chen had actually cultivated the thunder-forging palm to great perfection? Thunder-forging palm? And it's at great perfection? Hiss, Lyn Chen just awakened his profession 3 days ago, right? Even a perfected thunder-forging palm won't help, it can't block a divine ability. Even the simplest divine ability requires at least a level 30 martial artist to inscribe. The power unleashed was certainly not something Lyn Chen, with only the strength of a level 2 martial artist, could withstand. Indeed, as the people present said, even though Lyn Chen's thunder-forging palm was pushed to the limit, it couldn't block this divine ability. Lyn Chen's thunder-forging palm only slowed Zhao Chen's sword slightly, failing to stop it. Just at this critical moment, a shadow suddenly appeared in front of Lyn Chen. Then, everyone saw this person simply extend 2 fingers, pinching in the void. Zhao Chen's thrusting sword was directly caught between those 2 fingers. Then, the person exerted a slight force, and the 2 fingers crushed the low-grade martial treasure in Zhao Chen's hand. Crack! With the shattering of the low-grade martial treasure, Zhao Chen lost his balance and fell directly to the ground. It was Elder Su who made his move. Without the deterrence of divine powers, Lyn Chen gasped for breath, cold sweat dripping continuously from his forehead. Thank you, senior. Raising his head, Lyn Chen expressed his gratitude to the middle-aged man before him. However, the man ignored Lyn Chen and coldly stared at Zhao Chen. Your Zhao family really has some nerve. You dare to act against your own kin in front of the Martial Association. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chen, who had regained his senses, was instantly thrown into a state of panic. The elder of the Xiao family hurried over, cupping his hands in salute to the middle-aged man. Elder Su, this must be a misunderstanding within the secret realm. Suddenly being teleported out. My family's young master surely didn't expect this. which is why he almost harmed young friend Lyn Chen. The elder of the Xiao family directly used this point to argue. It wasn't entirely unreasonable, but everyone present could see that Xiao Chen was clearly intent on killing Lyn Chen. Yet, no one dared to speak up. After all, this was the Xiao family. The middle-aged man glanced indifferently at the elder of the Xiao family. Do you think this office is blind? As long as it is in the Great Xiao, no one is allowed to act against their own kin. Although your Xiao family has made achievements in Song City, that does not mean you can do as you please. Upon hearing this, the elder of the Xiao family trembled and quickly lowered his head. Xiao Chen behind him didn't even dare to make a sound. The others present also remained silent. From today on, Lyn Chen's life will be tied to your Xiao family, the middle-aged man said. Any matters concerning him in Song City will first be addressed to your Xiao family. Wow! The crowd erupted in an uproar, all eyes suddenly turning to Lyn Chen. The head of the Martial Association actually said such a thing? Even the elder of the Xiao family didn't dare to breathe. The person before them had a significant background. Even the Xiao family wouldn't dare to offend him. Xiao Chen was utterly dumbfounded. He could hardly believe that this person could speak to his Xiao family in such a manner. Did this not mean that he could no longer target Lyn Chen? How then was he supposed to take revenge for that punch? Even Lyn Chen felt somewhat surprised at this moment. However, the more beneficial the situation was for him, the less Lyn Chen would reject it. He quietly made a note of the middle-aged man before him. After saying all this, the middle-aged man's gaze no longer lingered on the two of them but said, "Since everyone is out, let's discuss who killed the boss in the center of the secret realm." The topic returned to the secret realm. After this small interlude, everyone began to wonder who had killed the boss in the secret realm. Regardless, just looking at Xiao Chen's performance, it was impossible for him to have dealt with the boss. If he had, the divine power would not have been brought out. This meant that someone else had killed the boss in the secret realm. The elder of the Xiao family also realized this. I wonder which of my students from the first high school accomplished this. The principal of the first high school rubbed his hands excitedly, his face full of anticipation. The students present all turned their gazes toward Lyn Chen. Lyn Chen took out the demon core of the Wind Tiger Vanguard and handed it to the middle-aged man. Did you take care of it? The middle-aged man glanced at Lyn Chen as he looked at the demon core in his hand. Yes, Lyn Chen nodded. Good. With this demon core, you can exchange it for an item at the Martial Association, the middle-aged man said. Thank you, Senior. The various forces present, including those from the Xiao family, did not expect that the one who ultimately dealt with the central boss would be Lyn Chen. Could it be that even an unranked martial artist is this terrifying? I don't know, but his perfected thunder forging palm is enough to deal with the central boss. Hiss, it seems this child has awakened more than just a red quality, he may have even awakened an extraordinary talent. The elder of the Xiao family glanced deeply at Lyn Chen but said nothing. Was it Lyn Chen who dealt with the central boss? Now it was the principal of the first high school who was shocked. The perfected thunder forging palm. Lyn Chen as Lyn Chen's homeroom teacher, his face was already filled with astonishment. He knew best that this thunder forging palm was something he had given to Lyn Chen 3 days ago. Now that Lyn Chen had cultivated it to perfection, his talent was simply terrifying. At this moment, everyone present was aware and secretly regarded Lyn Chen as someone with extraordinary talent. Just a few days ago, those who had secretly mocked Lyn Chen as a fool for not agreeing to the Xiao family's conditions were now coming to their senses. No wonder Lyn Chen didn't agree to the Xiao family's conditions. It turned out he had the capital. After the appearance of the person who killed the central boss, the test of the new student's secret realm was officially concluded. As the event was about to disperse, the principal of the first high school notified the students present to come to school for a meeting tomorrow. Before leaving, Lyn Chen coldly glanced at Xiao Chen in front of him without saying a word. He remembered this sword today. Then, everyone dispersed. Lyn Chen directly followed the people from the Martial Arts Association to the association. Elder, that damned Lyn Chen has been sheltered by the Martial Arts Association. On the spot, Xiao Chen clenched his fists tightly, feeling discontented. Young master, don't panic, this matter needs to be considered carefully, the elder of the Xiao family said slowly. The talent Lyn Chen had displayed was indeed extraordinary. Moreover, with the protection of someone like Su Si today, it would be even harder to move against Lyn Chen. This was not the main issue. The main concern was that their young master had clearly offended Lyn Chen with his actions. How did the Xiao family rise among many families? It relied on outstanding courage and exceptional insight. Lyn Chen must not be left alive, the elder of the Xiao family said coldly. Martial Arts Association. Follow me, the middle-aged man said, leading Lyn Chen into a room. The middle-aged man brought over a tablet and handed it to Lyn Chen. You can choose any low-grade weapon or even a weapon treasure as a reward. Upon hearing this, Lyn Chen nodded and began rubbing his hands, selecting what he liked. This was free. Weapons and weapon treasures were divided into low, medium, and high grades, followed by levels from 1 to 9. Even low-grade weapons or weapon treasures started at a market price of 100,000. This meant that the demon core of the Wind Tiger Vanguard was worth 100,000 Great Xiao coins. It must be said that the Martial Arts Association had everything one could imagine. Weapons ranged from headgear to footgear, and weapon treasures included all kinds of weapons. In the end, Lyn Chen chose a sword as his weapon treasure. He didn't consider weapons anymore. As a warrior, what he needed was ultimate combat power. Heavenly Spirit Sword can merge with vital energy and unleash sword energy. Flame Sword. The sword body carries a scorching aura that can burn enemies. Thunder Sword. The sword body carries the power of thunder. Looking at the dazzling array of low-grade weapon treasures, Lyn Chen was momentarily unsure of what to choose. Senior, do you have any good suggestions? Lyn Chen turned to ask, not forgetting that there was a big shot sitting next to him. Having a big shot to clarify his doubts would save him at least 30 years of detours. For low-grade weapon treasures, any with enchanted properties can be excluded. Try to choose a weapon treasure that is strong in resilience, sharp enough, and sturdy, the middle-aged man said. Upon hearing this, Lyn Chen suddenly had an idea. Woofing Sword. The blade is sharp and made of mysterious iron. With no properties, Lyn Chen immediately chose this sword. This one. Senior. Good. The middle-aged man nodded and then informed the staff to bring Lyn Chen this sword. The Woofing Sword, with a hilt made of black iron, felt somewhat heavy in hand. The entire blade was incredibly bright, and the edge radiated an unprecedented sharpness. After sheathing the Woofing Sword, Lyn Chen felt a deep sense of satisfaction. All the demon cores on you can be exchanged for money. The middle-aged man spoke again. Thank you, Senior. Lyn Chen nodded, his gaze fixed on the other man, and asked, May I ask your name, Senior? Su Wei. Su Wei replied, Thank you, Senior Su, for your assistance today. Lyn Chen expressed his gratitude once more for the events of the day. No need to thank me. It's only right, Su Wei said. You are of the human race, a prodigy, and should not die at the hands of your own kind. Not to mention, infighting among the same race is the greatest taboo in the Great Xiao. If it weren't for the old patriarch of the Xiao family having made significant contributions to Tsong City, the Xiao family's son would have been imprisoned by now. Upon hearing this, Lyn Chen said nothing. The Su senior before him indeed made Lyn Chen feel a long-lost sense of fairness. Lyn Chen, your martial arts talent is extremely high, and you are an unclassed martial artist. Su Wei continued. There's no need to follow the paths of your predecessors. I have also interacted with a few unclassed martial artists and learned some from them. I might as well tell you, although unclassed martial artists can practice any martial arts, their talents are limited, and to truly unleash the full potential of this profession, it still depends on how one chooses to combine martial arts. Su Wei explained to Lyn Chen word by word. You could become the king of 100 weapons, focusing solely on weapon martial arts without mixing in any other martial arts. Or, you could be a martial artist who learns the 3 methods of fists, legs, and body. These 2 paths are what I have encountered among unclassed martial artists. They are also the 2 most recognized paths for unclassed martial artists in the Great Xiao. Upon hearing this, Lyn Chen nodded, having gained a general understanding from the other's words. This was his first time learning about unclassed martial artists and the branches of their paths. May I ask, Senior Su, what levels are those 2 unclassed martial artists? Lyn Chen looked at Su Wei and asked. Su Wei raised his head, his expression becoming extremely serious at that moment. One is level 89. And the other is level 93. After Su Wei revealed the levels of the 2 unclassed martial artists, Lyn Chen's face turned pale. They were probably among the few top-tier experts in the Great Xiao. The advanced paths they developed are indeed suitable for unclassed martial artists. Su Wei said, after all, in the entire Great Xiao, there are not many red-quality martial artists. These 2 have also walked their paths step by step. I'm just pointing out the paths they took. How you choose to walk your own path is up to you. After all, you are an unclassed martial artist, not an ordinary martial artist. Unclassed martial artists have far too many paths they can take. In the entire Great Xiao, The total number of unclassed martial artists does not exceed 100. As a red-quality unclassed martial artist, one cannot be considered top-tier. These two have reached the pinnacle of martial arts, and their strength is indeed outstanding, with few in the same realm able to match them. For you, without resources, your talent can only allow you to go so far, Su Wei said, his gaze fixed on Lyn Chen. There are indeed those who have been forced to death due to their family circumstances as red-quality martial artists. The Martial Arts Association can provide you with some help, but you still need to rely on your own efforts. You are a prodigy, and as a human martial artist, you face many crises. I do not wish to see a prodigy targeted to death by their own people. With these words, Su Wei had also revealed something to Lyn Chen. That was to provide resources for Lyn Chen. Senior Su, then can I learn some third-grade martial arts first? Lyn Chen rubbed his small hands and chuckled. Our Martial Arts Association will provide some rewards for this exchange conference, Su Wei said lightly, ignoring Lyn Chen. If you can get first place, the reward will naturally be yours. Upon hearing this, Lyn Chen nodded. Alright, Senior Su. So, what martial arts do you want to learn? Su Wei asked. I haven't thought it through yet. Lyn Chen's eyes lit up as he scratched his head. Then go back and think it over. As a reward for being first in the exchange conference, Su Wei said. As soon as these words were spoken, Lyn Chen's face immediately fell. No more giggling. Then I'll go back and think about it. Lyn Chen suddenly perked up and happily left. Su Wei watched him go. Congratulations, host. Level up. After leaving the room, Lyn Chen's face was beaming. Just from the time spent with Senior Su, Lyn Chen's original 110 points of vitality had directly increased to 120 points. The speed of this breakthrough was astonishing. Before I leave, I should sell the demon cores. Lyn Chen happened to be in the Martial Arts Association, which had everything. The demon cores from the first 3 area bosses were worth only 6,000 great Xiao coins each. However, the demon core from the Wind Tiger Vanguard was worth 10,000 great Xiao coins. This was also because the Wind Tiger Vanguard was a low-grade demon. With 28,000 great Xiao coins in hand, Lyn Chen finally had some funds. Lyn Chen didn't linger in the Martial Arts Association. Although he could afford first-grade martial arts, he wasn't in a hurry. What Senior Su said is true, the path of a non-professional martial artist is different from that of other martial artists. Lyn Chen shook his head, pondering carefully what he should practice in the future. Lyn Chen returned to his rented room. System, let me draw. As soon as he got home, Lyn Chen couldn't wait to start the lottery. Infinite attribute extraction in progress. Congratulations, host, you have obtained core goodness. Core goodness, the harsher the host is to enemies, the greater the rewards obtained. The host's cultivation speed permanently increases by 10%, and strength increases by 10%. Current core goodness benefits, cultivation speed increased by 10%, strength increased by 10%. Note, this attribute cannot be integrated into martial arts. Name, Lyn Chen, Vitality, 120, 3rd grade martial artist, Occupation, non-professional martial artist, Strength, 1, Martial Arts, Pinnacle Fist, Great Achievement, Basic Sword Technique, Great Achievement, Foshan Leg, Great Achievement, Thunder Forging Palm, Great Achievement, Cultivation Method, Basic Cultivation Method, Attributes, Social Anxiety, Unyielding, Core Goodness, there's an extra point of strength on the panel, I wonder how much that translates into vitality. Lyn Chen blinked. System, can you explain? Replying to the host, 1 point of strength equals an increase of 10 pounds of strength, and for every 10 points of strength, a gift package can be obtained. Hearing the system's explanation, Lyn Chen's eyes brightened. Alright, I like it. Lyn Chen excitedly rubbed his hands. If this attribute paired with social anxiety, it would be perfect. Lyn Chen was already looking forward to the upcoming exchange conference. The next morning, at the high school playground, the conference began. The principal and school directors stood on the stage. The principal held the microphone and started to ramble. Dear students, with the end of this secret realm trial, I believe everyone. Lyn Chen directly blocked his ears, skipping the principal's useless remarks. Dear students, the exchange conference will take place in 15 days. At that time, all the third-year students from various high schools in Sung City will participate. The first prize for this exchange conference is a piece of second-grade martial arts, plus a high-level yellow-grade cultivation method. Upon hearing this, the third-year students present all wore different expressions. The exchange conference was held every year. A high-level yellow-grade cultivation method, TSK, That's quite a treasure. Ah, this has nothing to do with me. I just want to figure out who will get the reward this time. I guess it will be those few geniuses. The rewards for the exchange conference are great, but not everyone can receive them. A high-level yellow-grade cultivation method. Lyn Chen's gaze shifted. If he wanted to improve his strength in all aspects, he could only rely on himself. And this high-level yellow-grade cultivation method was something Lyn Chen was determined to obtain. As long as it wasn't a basic cultivation method, it would be fine. Alright, everyone hurry up and cultivate to prepare for the exchange conference in 15 days, the principal said. The crowd dispersed. Lyn Chen, stay for a moment. The homeroom teacher called Lyn Chen and brought him into the office. What's up, old class? Lyn Chen asked in the office. Seeing the smile on the homeroom teacher's face, Lyn Chen knew it was good news. It's like this. Your performance in the secret realm was outstanding, and the Martial Arts Association has awarded you a reward. The homeroom teacher said. It's a second-grade martial art, plus 3 blood essence pills. Also, the school has prepared a generous reward for you this time. The principal will come over to give it to you shortly. Hearing this, Lyn Chen was a bit surprised. What caught him off guard was that the school had also prepared a reward for him. Could it be that Senior Su's words made the Xiao family back down? No, it was very likely that the principal had personally reached into his pocket. The Xiao family would never back down. Not long after, the principal walked in with a smile on his face. Lyn Chen, this time the principal really underestimated you. I didn't expect that you would bring such a big surprise to me. The principal's face was full of smiles, holding a card in his hand. This is the reward from the school for you this time. It's not much, just 100,000 daxia coins. This is a special reward from the school for you. Upon hearing this, Lyn Chen calmly took the card. Thank you, principal. It did not trigger the unwilling to lose entry. This meant that the principal lacked strength. Lyn Chen, this time at the exchange conference, the whole school is relying on you. The principal had now placed all his hopes on Lyn Chen. As for the board of directors, there had been no movement yet. This exchange conference was crucial for the reputation of Sangyi High School and also for the principal's face. Sangyi High School. Just hearing the name should be the top high school in the entire Xung city. But over the years, Sangyi High School had not produced any outstanding talents, the highest being only of golden quality. And this time, Sangyi High School had Lyn Chen, this prodigy. Originally, the principal did not have high hopes for Lyn Chen, but the fact that he could slay the central boss in the secret realm was enough to prove Lyn Chen's talent. Thus, he personally reached into his pocket to take out 100,000 daxia coins, hoping to let Lyn Chen exchange for a good martial art and strive for good results at the exchange conference. Don't worry, principal, it's a sure win. Lyn Chen patted the principal's shoulder and said with a mature expression. Yes, yes, yes. The principal nodded eagerly. The homeroom teacher watched the scene and felt something was off. Principal, do you have any better martial arts that I can learn? Lyn Chen rubbed his hands and asked. If you put it that way, there is indeed one. The principal thought for a moment and realized there was a martial art that no one had learned. Now that Lyn Chen's talent was terrifying, it was time to show it to him. This martial art is still incomplete. The complete martial art is a 4th grade martial art. The principal replied. It's a pity that it's incomplete and has been left aside, never brought out. An incomplete martial art? Lyn Chen raised an eyebrow. Intrigued, with that unwilling to lose entry, he might be able to deduce this incomplete martial art. I'll go get it for you. The principal clapped his hands and stopped hesitating. Before long, the principal returned with a martial art book. This martial art is called Chuangbu. It may not sound strong, but it is a body technique. The principal explained. This martial art is renowned for Chuangbu, even at a minor level. Its movements are unpredictable and elusive, making it difficult for ordinary martial artists to approach. At a major level, Chuangbu can execute 4 consecutive movements, creating phantom images with such speed that only those proficient in body techniques can catch a glimpse of it. Upon hearing this, Lyn Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Now that he possessed the 2nd grade martial art Thunder Forging Palm, he was indeed in need of a body technique. If Unyielding could truly deduce it, then Lyn Chen would no longer lack in body techniques. Principal, can I take it back to study? Lyn Chen asked. Well, since I've brought it out, you can certainly comprehend it. The principal nodded, not refusing. Lyn Chen, incomplete martial arts should not be learned lightly. The homeroom teacher, seeing Lyn Chen's interest, advised. You can glance at it, but don't rush into practicing. As a top student, the homeroom teacher understood what incomplete martial arts represented. Yet, he couldn't help but remind him. I know, Lyn Chen replied. The reason incomplete martial arts should not be learned lightly is that they are flawed, and practicing them would be a waste of time. Even if one could grasp a thing or two from them, it would still be inferior to complete martial arts. A fourth-grade martial art was still worth the risk for Lyn Chen to try. Principal, why not give him a second-grade martial art instead? The homeroom teacher asked. Watching Lyn Chen's departing figure, the principal must have some second-grade martial arts, right? Sigh. I can't give it to him. I personally paid 100,000 daxia coins for this. The principal waved his hand. Looking helpless, the Xiao family hasn't said anything yet, but if I were to give him another second-grade martial art, the Xiao family would eat me alive. Hearing this, the homeroom teacher sighed as well. Alas, although there were strong words from the Martial Arts Association suppressing the Xiao family, given their nature, it would be hard for them to let Lyn Chen go. At least on the surface, they wouldn't dare to target Lyn Chen again, but they would surely create obstacles in secret. After taking the fourth-grade martial art Chuangbu, Lyn Chen returned to his rented room. Chuangbu. Lyn Chen flipped through this fourth-grade martial art. His gaze then fell on the panel. Name, Lyn Chen Vitality, 120, third-grade martial artist, occupation, unemployed martial artist strength, 1 martial arts, top peak fist, major, basic sword technique, major, Foshan leg, major, thunder forging palm, major, Chuangbu, not learned, cultivation method, basic cultivation method tags, social anxiety, unyielding, core kindness looks like I can learn it, let's give it a try. Seeing it was available on the panel, Lyn Chen began his practice. Chuangbu gathers vitality in the legs, unleashing speed that creates afterimages. In summary, the key to practicing this martial art lies in its flaws. Host practicing incomplete fourth-grade martial art Chuangbu. Chuangbu is unyielding. Self-deduction. Just then, the system's voice rang out. Lyn Chen's eyes lit up. Can it really work? Fourth-grade martial art Chuangbu deduction complete. Your Chuangbu has entered the entry level. The spirit of unyielding has been triggered. And in order to catch up with his 4 older brothers, Chuangbu begins automatic cultivation. Fourth-grade martial art Chuangbu has reached minor success. Soon, Chuangbu advanced to minor success. Lyn Chen could clearly feel that his speed had significantly improved. In his mind, he also gained memories related to Chuangbu. It was as if he had practiced this martial art for 10 years, able to recall it effortlessly and execute it at will. The room is too small. Lyn Chen looked at his house and then stepped outside. On the street, Lyn Chen immediately began to demonstrate Chuangbu. Lyn Chen's figure swayed, his body slightly leaning back, and he transformed into several afterimages, arriving more than 10 meters away. What incredible speed! Stopping, Lyn Chen wore a look of surprise on his face. From the front to executing the breakthrough step, it took him less than 10 seconds. Such speed is rare for anyone in the same realm to react. Feeling the consumption of his vital energy within, Lyn Chen's gaze shifted slightly. The vital energy consumed by the breakthrough step is indeed quite substantial. If it were a real battle, I could only use it at most 5 times. However, Lyn Chen quickly felt relieved. After all, it was a 4th-grade martial art, although he could only use it 5 times. With such speed, catching his opponent off guard would be effortless. Using the breakthrough step followed by the thunder forging palm, I doubt there are many martial artists in the same realm who could withstand it. Lyn Chen murmured. This was one of his killing moves and would be one of the means to catch his opponents off guard at the exchange conference. There were still 15 days until the conference. Currently, Lyn Chen had 380,000 Great Xia coins in his possession. Additionally, there was the 2nd-grade martial art rewarded by the Martial Arts Association and 3 vitality pills. 2nd-grade lower-level martial art. Qingfeng sword technique. Hiss. It's a sword technique. Lyn Chen did not expect that the 2nd-grade martial art rewarded by the Martial Arts Association would be a sword technique. Just in time to replace the basic sword technique, Lyn Chen was not too disappointed, as the weapon he was currently using was a sword. Moreover, he did not have a suitable sword technique. Even if the basic sword technique was cultivated to perfection, it was merely about the application of the sword and the basic way of drawing it. Compared to the 2nd-grade lower-level martial art, the Qingfeng sword technique was indeed vastly superior. Lyn Chen began to practice the Qingfeng sword technique. Host has learned the Qingfeng sword technique. Unyielding triggered. The Qingfeng sword technique, having arrived the latest, is the most unyielding. Practice, practice, practice. The Qingfeng sword technique has reached the entry level. Continue practicing. The Qingfeng sword technique is unyielding, having comprehended some key points, and has reached the minor achievement. Your Qingfeng sword technique has gained a hint of sword intent due to the existence of the basic sword technique, and has reached the major achievement. The advancement of the Qingfeng sword technique came to a halt here. Hiss! This Qingfeng sword technique is terrifying. Lyn Chen couldn't help but give it a thumbs up. Goodness! If he had such ambition, he would have risen long ago. With the Qingfeng sword technique at major achievement, Lyn Chen instantly comprehended it. The Qingfeng sword technique seemed to be engraved in Lyn Chen's mind. He gripped the iron sword tightly, effortlessly raising it, and a series of sword techniques emerged. Like a master swordsman with years of practice, the Qingfeng sword technique at major achievement can emit a 3-foot aura of Qingfeng. Lyn Chen's palm shook, and the sword body hummed, producing a pleasant sound. Then, Lyn Chen thrust the sword out, without any hesitation. Bang! A streak of blue light burst forth, directly tearing through the wall, leaving a deep sword mark on the stone brick wall, with dust continuously falling. Not bad, very strong. Lyn Chen satisfactorily sheathed the iron sword. This strike was made without using a low-grade martial treasure and without exerting his full strength. The major achievement of the Qingfeng sword technique once again significantly enhanced Lyn Chen's strength. There are still 15 days. Within these 15 days, I should be able to break through a realm. Lyn Chen began to sit cross-legged, without a strong presence nearby. His cultivation speed was only 3.5 times. Threads of vital energy were absorbed into his body. And Lyn Chen clearly felt that after stepping into the third-level martial artist, the speed of cultivation had become somewhat slow. At least it was not like the first 2 levels, where he could almost reach a new level every 2 days. However, during these 15 days, Lyn Chen would still be able to elevate to another level. At this moment, in a manor in Song City, the Xiao family, Zhao Chen's father, Zhao Huayan, sat high in the Grandmaster's chair. Beside him were Zhao Chen and the elder of the Xiao family. Head of the family, this is how it is. The elder recounted everything that had happened in the secret realm. He emphasized that when the gathering ended, Lyn Chen had deliberately cast a deep glance at Zhao Chen. Third elder, I understand your words clearly. Zhao Huayan nodded slightly, his murky eyes exuding an imposing presence without anger. Tomorrow, we must harbor murderous intent towards Lyn Chen, and let him know. This means that Lyn Chen will never let Zhao Chen off the hook in the future. Upon hearing this, the third elder of the Xiao family nodded in agreement. That's right, head of the family. Currently, our Xiao family cannot move against Lyn Chen. With Su Si around, we cannot kill Lyn Chen openly or covertly. If we want to eliminate this thorn named Lyn Chen, we can only seek other opportunities. Zhao Huayan raised his head, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. Su Si is not to be underestimated. Since he wants to protect Lyn Chen, it is indeed possible. But our Zhao family has come this far, why should we fear just one person? Anyone who poses a threat to our Xiao family cannot live, especially since Lyn Chen has not yet fully grown. Head of the family, what do you plan to do? The third elder of the Xiao family looked at Zhao Huayan and respectfully asked. To deal with Lyn Chen, there is currently only one method, Zhao Huayan said calmly, either lure him out of the city into the wilderness, or wait for him to expose himself. Once he is dead, Su Si will undoubtedly investigate the Zhao family first. However, if Lyn Chen dies outside the wilderness, it will have nothing to do with our Xiao family. The wilderness is fraught with danger, and countless martial artists die there every year. Not to mention just one Lyn Chen, even a level 50 expert could perish in the wilderness. As long as Lyn Chen dies in the wilderness, the Xiao family will have an excuse and need not fear Su Si uncovering any issues. But head of the family, now that Lyn Chen is on guard, he certainly won't leave the city, the third elder of the Xiao family said. Once he participates in the martial arts examination and passes to Song City, our Zhao family will have no chance at all. Given Lyn Chen's current displayed talent, participating in the martial arts examination, passing to Song City, and entering the martial arts university is just a matter of time. Then we will wait for him to expose himself. Zhao Huayan smiled faintly. Lyn Chen currently has no resources. I have met Su Si a few times and have a sense of his character. He certainly cannot repeatedly provide resources for Lyn Chen. And based on this, Lyn Chen will undoubtedly try every means to obtain resources. But for one person to acquire resources, it can only be through the exchange conference in 15 days. This is the only place where Lyn Chen can safely obtain resources on his own. At this point, Zhao Huayan's gaze fell on the third elder of the Xiao family. So we must wait for Lyn Chen to expose his weaknesses. Father, what if Lyn Chen keeps hiding? Zhao Chen was still somewhat uneasy, fearing that Lyn Chen would remain out of sight until the martial arts examination arrived. With Lyn Chen's talent, even if he continued to cultivate without advancing in martial arts, he would still be accepted into the martial arts university. Then we must pay close attention to whom Lyn Chen interacts with. Since we cannot target Lyn Chen, we will target those around him. Zhao Huayan's gaze was cold. Everyone has weaknesses. Once our Xiao family truly interacts with those Lyn Chen cares about, his safety will no longer be guaranteed. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chen was overjoyed. You are indeed impressive, father. Remember this, Zhao Chen, our Xiao family has come this far thanks to the extraordinary vision and strong courage of our past heads. Zhao Huayan chuckled, his face filled with confidence. Zhao Chen, there are 15 days until the exchange conference, and the family has already prepared means for you. Zhao Huayan's gaze fell once again on his son. At the exchange conference, do your best to hurt Lyn Chen. You don't need to worry about that. As long as you don't endanger his life, Su Si will definitely not make things difficult for you. This junior. Understood, father. Zhao Chen nodded, full of confidence. The methods mastered by the Xiao family were enough for him to break through to a level 4 warrior in these 15 days. Coupled with the third-grade martial arts he had learned, he was even more confident that he could defeat Lyn Chen, a mere orphan. How can he compete with the colossal Xiao family? I'm sure Lyn Chen is currently troubled by our Xiao family's targeting of him, so the plan must be meticulous. After explaining everything, Zhao Huayan wore a cold smile. Everything seemed to be within his plan. What the Xiao family was thinking, unbeknownst to them, was that Lyn Chen had never considered this at all. In fact, Lyn Chen had merely noted down that sword strike and had no intention of specifically targeting Zhao Chen. In the 15 days that followed, various high schools were preparing for the upcoming exchange conference. Every year at this time, it was the time for the outstanding students from each high school to showcase their skills. News about Lyn Chen from Sangyi High had already spread to the other 3 high schools. I heard that Sangyi High has produced a prodigy like Lyn Chen. This person not only killed the central boss but is also a red quality unclassed martial artist. Red quality. It seems Sangyi High is determined to take first place in this exchange conference. Inside Sansan High, a young man dressed in black listened quietly to the teacher's account. This was about Lyn Chen, and the teacher said it was of great importance. After all, Lyn Chen was a red quality unclassed martial artist. Although he lacked resources, he still mastered a fully developed second-grade lower-level martial art. This child has mastered a fully developed second-grade lower-level martial art. Just based on that, he can surpass most people. The teacher said, Zhongli, you are the top student in the school and a golden quality broken martial artist. For this exchange conference, we will be counting on you. Upon hearing this, Zhongli's expression did not show much emotion. That Lyn Chen awakened as an unclassed martial artist, although he is red quality. Unclassed martial artists become powerful through the accumulation of time. Zhangli said calmly, clearly understanding unclassed martial artists. If he were another red quality existence, I might be a bit wary of him. As soon as these words were spoken, the teacher's face showed a hint of excitement. So, does that mean you, Zhang, are confident you can win against Lyn Chen? Not to say I'm confident, but I would say I have a 90% chance of winning, Zhongli said indifferently. 90%. The teacher's mouth curled into a smile. Good. If there's nothing else, I'll be heading back to practice. Zhangli stood up, a hint of reluctance on his face. He thought there was something important, but it turned out to be about Lyn Chen. Even though unclassed martial artists are red quality, someone like Lyn Chen, who has nothing, is not to be feared in the early stages. Alright, take care, Zhang. The teacher hurriedly stood to see him off. These outstanding students were not to be offended. People like Zhongli, from prominent families, had their paths paved for them early on after awakening their professions. As for Lyn Chen, he still had to rely on himself to fight for his place. The disparity between the two was stark. In just over 10 days, time flew by. On the 13th day, Lyn Chen's realm finally broke through 130 points of vitality, reaching level 4. With the increase in his level, Thunder Forging Palm, Top Peak Fist, Foshan Leg, as well as basic swordsmanship and Qingfeng sword technique, had all reached their peak. In these 15 days, Lyn Chen had made tremendous progress, although his breakthrough was still minor. It was sufficient. System, draw a word card. Drawing infinite word cards. Congratulations to the host for approaching the billion people. With a billion near people, for every 1,000 coins spent, one can increase their vitality by 0.01. Note, such entries cannot be integrated into martial arts. Wow, not bad. Lyn Chen revealed a smile on his face. So spending money makes one stronger. With the 380,000 great Xiao coins he currently had, he could only exchange for 3.8 vitality. However, this 3.8 vitality was earned through his own spending. Money is too important to me. Once this exchange meeting is over, I need to find a way to make some money. Lyn Chen murmured. Whether it's martial arts, techniques, weapons, or even treasures, all require money to purchase. Moreover, Lyn Chen hadn't even considered the expenses for training in the virtual cultivation chamber. This was quite distant for him. He heard that just the virtual cultivation chamber costs 2,000 coins a day. Not only that, but some new martial artists are arranged by their families to enter secret realms for trials. There are many ways to enhance strength, but they all require substantial financial support. Lyn Chen had none of that. Only 2 days until the exchange meeting. At the exchange meeting, I estimate that my core goodness can increase my power value. Lyn Chen murmured. Nowadays, he wouldn't miss any opportunity to enhance his strength. With the comprehensive boost of the social anxiety and his martial arts mostly reaching their peak, Lyn Chen was determined to succeed in this exchange meeting. Even though those wealthy families use technology to become stronger, it's impossible for them to perfectly master 2 peak martial arts in just half a month. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The exchange conference arrived as scheduled. The exchange conference was held at Songsan High School, whichever school one would host the next one. Now, Songsan High had held the exchange conference for 3 consecutive years. This made Songyi and Songyer high schools quite envious. Inside Songsan High, the place was bustling with people. The senior students from the 3 high schools had all gathered here. The gymnasium of Songsan High was filled with people. Various forces from Tsong City, the principals and directors of the 3 high schools, and official personnel from the Martial Arts Association were all present. In the center of the gymnasium was a stage, and everyone around could easily see everything happening on it. Lyn Chen followed his homeroom teacher to his designated spot. Lyn Chen, I truly wish I could help you more. The homeroom teacher sighed, a hint of loneliness on his face. Old teacher, what have you done to let me down this time? Lyn Chen shot him a glance and asked. You probably don't know much about the prodigies from other high schools, the homeroom teacher said. Lyn Chen nodded. He indeed didn't know much, having only heard of a few. I can only tell you that the prodigy from Songsan is named Zhongli, a broken martial artist with golden quality. The prodigy from Songyer is named Bai Zhe, a spear master with purple quality. The homeroom teacher informed Lyn Chen about the notable prodigies from the other 2 high schools. Upon hearing this, the corners of Lyn Chen's mouth twitched. Well, what difference does it make to say this? He had already known since awakening. You should pay attention to those 2, there are others with some talent as well. The homeroom teacher continued, but they probably won't be your opponents. Lyn Chen nodded. Not long after, Xiao Chen arrived. He wore a somewhat cold smile on his face, exuding confidence. Today, I will avenge my previous humiliation. Zhongli from Songsan also walked over from a distance and took his designated seat. Bai Zhe from Songyer also arrived. With the arrival of several prodigies, the principal of Songsan Middle School stood on the stage, picked up the microphone, and began to speak. It is an honor for Songsan Middle School to host this exchange conference once again. As in the past, there are no restrictions on methods or rounds during the exchange conference, but everything must be done with restraint. After all, this is a martial arts exchange. The victor may continue to challenge. For each opponent defeated, the points will double, and the final winner will be determined by the number of points. Before we begin, there is one more thing to mention. The Martial Arts Association has additionally sponsored the rewards for this exchange conference. The Martial Arts Association has provided a 3rd-grade lower-level martial art for the first place in the exchange conference. The winner may choose any 3rd-grade lower-level martial art from the Martial Arts Association. As soon as the principal of Songsan Middle School finished speaking, the expressions of those present changed in unison. The Martial Arts Association has provided additional rewards this time? And it's a 3rd-grade lower-level martial art. It seems the Martial Arts Association values this exchange conference highly. Our school's Li Gu is really going to be overwhelmed with rewards this time. Zhongli, sitting there, also had a hint of anticipation in his eyes. A third-grade lower-level martial art. And I can choose any? Zhongli's lips curled up slightly. It seems this time, it's mine for the taking. The Martial Arts Association is quite generous. Zhao Chen smacked his lips, not feeling much about the third-grade lower-level martial art. His family could afford a third-grade lower-level martial art. In fact, the martial arts he currently practiced were already third-grade lower-level. Once he reached level 10, his family would provide him with fourth-grade martial arts. Senior Su wasn't joking after all. Lyn Chen blinked, realizing that Senior Su had indeed included third-grade martial arts in the rewards for the exchange conference. Alright, having said so much, everyone understands. Let's start the exchange conference now. With the principal of Tsung San Middle School's words, the exchange conference officially began. Old Xiao, I heard your school has a prodigy like Lyn Chen. Do you have confidence in winning the championship this time? The principal of Tsung San Middle School chuckled as he approached the principals of Tsung Yi Middle School and Tsung Air Middle School. Ha ha, I have great confidence in Lyn Chen. The principal of Tsung Yi Middle School replied with a smile. Who knows who will take first place in this exchange conference? Just don't trip over your own feet. The principal of Tsung San Middle School squinted at him. It hasn't started yet, so it's too early to draw conclusions. Humph, I believe in Lyn Chen's strength. The principal of Tsung Yi Middle School snorted coldly. Meanwhile, the principal of Tsung Air Middle School didn't even have the chance to interject. His school only had one purple quality awakened, and they didn't even have a gold quality awakened. He didn't dare to speak. Ha ha, let's wait and see. The principal of Tsung San Middle School chuckled, then took a sip of tea. I wonder which of our three school students will take the stage first. In the exchange conference, there was no set order for appearances. It was simply a matter of who stepped onto the stage first. I wonder who will be the first to take the stage. It will probably be us cannon fodder first, then the prodigies will perform. That might be the case, after all. Only the main characters get to appear last. Many people's gazes fell on the stage, eagerly anticipating which high school student would be the first to take the stage. Old class, why is no one on stage? Lyn Chen asked. No rush. Those who go on stage first are often not strong. The homeroom teacher shook his head. Those few prodigies won't go on stage first. If they do, they might be forced to reveal their trump cards. It's a disadvantage against other prodigies. Old class, do you know me? Lyn Chen suddenly asked. The homeroom teacher turned back, looking at Lyn Chen with confusion. It seems you don't know me well, then I'm not that strong. Lyn Chen sighed, looking helpless, then stood up and walked onto the stage. The homeroom teacher was stunned. What was going on? Hadn't he told Lyn Chen not to go on stage first? Someone's on stage. Who is it? It's Lyn Chen. The first person to take the stage was indeed Lyn Chen, dressed in the school uniform of No. 1 high school, with 2 swords strapped to his back. He appeared slender. Seeing Lyn Chen on stage, the expressions of those present changed slightly. Wasn't it said that the prodigies wouldn't go on stage first? Why was Lyn Chen so eager? The principal of No. 1 high school stared at Lyn Chen on the stage, completely dumbfounded. No, this couldn't be. Hadn't he told the other school's homeroom teacher not to let Lyn Chen go on stage so early? Meanwhile, the principal of No. 3 high school was grinning widely at the scene. Ha ha ha, is this the genius from your No. 1 high school? The first person to take the stage often showcased their strength, which would be noted by the others. Only with absolute strength could one dare to be the first on stage without fear of being targeted. At this moment, those present looked at Lyn Chen, the first to take the stage, with a hint of disbelief. What a joke! The first match's contestant was the prodigy from No. 1 high school. Just then, a young man stood up from a certain position in No. 1 high school. Lyn Chen, let me see your training over the past few days. This person was none other than Zhao Chen. As Zhao Chen prepared to challenge Lyn Chen, the principals and students from No. 2 and No. 3 high schools widened their eyes. What was going on? Was someone from their own school fighting against someone from their own school? And right from the start, it was 2 geniuses from different schools. Ha 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 ha, the principal of No. 3 high school was nearly dying of laughter. Meanwhile, the principal of No. 1 high school turned green with envy. He was well aware of the feud between the Xiao family's young master and Lyn Chen, but he never expected the two would meet so soon. Yes, it was soon. The first match was their fated battle. Lyn Chen looked at Xiao Chen stepping onto the stage, a hint of coldness on his face. Wow, his first opponent was this jerk. Lyn Chen, as my first opponent, you should feel honored. Xiao Chen looked at Lyn Chen ahead of him and then drew the iron sword from his back. This exchange event restricted the use of magical treasures and weapons. If there were no restrictions, the wealthy second-generation heirs would simply dominate the entire event. This is going to be interesting. Zhang Li sat in his seat, watching Lyn Chen and Xiao Chen on stage, a smile on his face. This competition among the students of No. 1 high school was something many hadn't anticipated. Many present had also heard about the feud between Lyn Chen and Xiao Chen. From the Xiao family's side, the third elder looked at Lyn Chen on stage with indifference. 15 days is not enough time for someone without any resources or background to make significant progress. I'm afraid he won't even improve his vitality much. On the stage, Xiao Chen pointed at Lyn Chen. Lyn Chen, this time I want you to lose convincingly. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Chen's aura erupted, revealing his level as a 4th level warrior. 4th level warrior? Xiao Chen has actually broken through to a 4th level warrior? What a fast breakthrough. The saying goes, the poor rely on mutation, while the rich rely on technology. Xiao Chen's current level was largely due to the effects of vitality pills. It could be said that his current level was built up for revenge. Having reached the 4th level, Xiao Chen was also a purple quality great swordsman, holding the iron sword. A faint sword aura emanated from him. Lyn Chen looked at him indifferently, muttering softly, just a light touch. If I tap him once, that counts as a light touch, right? On the stage, the two stood in different positions. Begin. With the words of a certain director from No. 3 high school, the two immediately started their match. Xiao Chen was the first to strike, swinging his wrist as a crescent arc of sword energy suddenly burst forth, carrying with it a tremendous force, aimed directly at Lyn Chen. Lyn Chen sidestepped and quickly closed the distance to Xiao Chen. Social anxiety attribute has exceeded 50% of its maximum potential, with a 1.5 times boost to his attributes. This alone was enough to surpass Xiao Chen, not to mention that both were still in the same realm. Having missed his strike, Xiao Chen drew his sword again. Crescent Moon Slash. A trace of blood energy merged with the sword, and with a flick of his wrist, the sword trembled, unleashing a white sword light shaped like a crescent moon. The sword energy spread out, and a powerful pressure suddenly bore down on Lyn Chen. 3rd tier low-level martial art, Crescent Moon Slash? From the looks of it, the Xiao family's young master has only achieved minor success in the Crescent Moon Slash. No, not even minor success, just the basics. But that's enough, a 3rd tier martial art mastered in just half a month. Many people watching recognized the martial art Xiao Chen was using. 3rd tier low-level martial art? Lyn Chen showed no expression on his face. Buddha mountain leg. He remained expressionless, suddenly raising his left leg, a trace of blood energy wrapping around it, allowing it to explode with immense power in an instant. Bang! Lyn Chen shattered the incoming sword energy with a single kick. Witnessing this, many faces in the crowd displayed shock. What? He kicked it apart. Unbelievable. What kind of martial art is this? Not afraid of sword energy. Most of those speaking were students. However, the more experienced martial artists present had already discerned the truth. This is the peak Buddha mountain leg. He infused a trace of blood energy into his left leg, and with that, he kicked apart the sword energy. Hearing the explanation from a senior figure, the faces of 3 high school students changed dramatically. What? The peak Buddha mountain leg? The senior's explanation only deepened their shock. Zhang Li's expression also shifted slightly. He hadn't expected Lyn Chen's Buddha mountain leg to have reached its peak. As Lyn Chen shattered his sword energy with a kick, Xiao Chen looked on in disbelief. What? This was the 3rd tier low-level martial art, Crescent Moon Slash. It was impossible for a mere leg technique to counter it, especially since he had just begun. But at that moment, Lyn Chen gave him no chance. Lyn Chen moved swiftly, closing the distance to Xiao Chen in just a few breaths. Xiao Chen drew his sword again, the blade shimmering with a layer of bloodlight, ready to slash at Lyn Chen. But Lyn Chen had already delivered a punch to his chest. Bang! The power of the peak fist, which Lyn Chen had mastered, was now under his complete control. Xiao Chen's face changed dramatically, and he instinctively stepped back, clutching his chest. After delivering that punch, Lyn Chen stepped back. Bastard! The next moment, Xiao Chen, gritting his teeth against the pain, drew his sword once more. Seeing this, Lyn Chen decided not to hold back any longer. After that punch, he had refrained from delivering a follow-up blow, fearing it would be seen as intentional harm. But now, with Zhao Chen acting this way, Lyn Chen felt completely at ease. Crescent Moon Slash. Zhao Chen gathered his blood energy and unleashed the Crescent Moon Slash again. At such close range, Lyn Chen sidestepped and threw another punch. This time, he struck Zhao Chen squarely in the face. Immediately after, Lyn Chen grabbed Zhao Chen's hair and slammed him to the ground. Bang! The series of dull thuds sent shivers through everyone present. Lyn Chen's fists fell like raindrops, relentlessly pounding Zhao Chen's head, leaving him looking like a pig's head. This scene left everyone in shock. A fourth-tier martial artist like Zhao Chen had become someone Lyn Chen could crush unilaterally? Just how high was Lyn Chen's level? Enough! The third elder of the Xiao family suddenly stood up and shouted at the stage. Old man, just because you say it's enough, does it mean it is? Lyn Chen still did not stop, his fists continuously landing on Zhao Chen's body. He hasn't admitted defeat himself. What are you jumping out for? After giving the Xiao family's third elder a glance, Lyn Chen turned back and delivered an elbow strike to Zhao Chen. Bang! 2 teeth were knocked out by Lyn Chen, and Zhao Chen was seething with anger, yet helpless, his entire face swollen like a pig's head. Every time he tried to admit defeat, Lyn Chen's punch would force him to swallow his words. This left Zhao Chen feeling extremely frustrated. Alright. Seeing that the elder from the Xiao family was unwilling to intervene, the principal of San Middle School hurriedly called for Lyn Chen to stop. Lyn Chen ceased his attack, and Zhao Chen quickly scrambled to his feet, no longer having the intention to fight back, and hurriedly ran off the stage, as if he still had the face to stay up there. Classmate Lyn Chen, you should stop when it's enough. Why do you continue to strike? The principal of San Middle School looked at Lyn Chen and said, I did stop, but who told Xiao classmate to keep attacking? Lyn Chen shrugged. I thought he wasn't convinced, so I continued to hit him. Upon hearing this, the principal of San Middle School twitched his mouth. This was indeed the case. However, Lyn Chen had no status, and he could only speak to the Xiao family. The reason Lyn Chen acted this way was because of nuclear goodness. The host's violent beating of others increases nuclear goodness cultivation speed by 10% and strength by 10%. Nuclear goodness benefits, cultivation speed 20%, strength increase 20%. That's right, Lyn Chen was using Zhao Chen as an experiment. Who told him to be the first to go on stage? There was no other way. The outcome of the first match was that Lyn Chen won. However, after winning this match, Lyn Chen did not leave the stage. Hurry up! Lyn Chen stood on the stage, his eyes scanning the senior students present. I like quick battles. Anyone who is unconvinced can come up. Lyn Chen's arrogant and domineering words ignited the entire venue. Damn! So arrogant? I won't let him off. Then you go up. You push me to do what? I can't. You go up and wear him out first. Who said Lyn Chen is socially anxious? You better stand up. Except for the students from San Middle School, the students from the other 2 high schools felt greatly insulted by Lyn Chen. Who was it that said Lyn Chen was socially anxious? This is socially anxious? He's directly provoking on stage. Zhang Li coldly glanced at Lyn Chen. With just this one strike, he confirmed Lyn Chen's strength. Lyn Chen was definitely a level 4 martial artist, and the basic martial arts he mastered had also reached their peak. It could be said that Lyn Chen was the biggest dark horse in this exchange meeting. However, Zhang Li's mouth slightly curled up. Who said I have no trump cards? To be safe, Zhang Li decided to let others test Lyn Chen first, and he would make the final move. After all, the protagonist should make their appearance last. Lyn Chen stood on the stage, looking at the crowd below who were clamoring but not getting on stage, and directly said, how about this? You all come up together. Zhao Chen, lying on the ground, felt his heart sink. He had worked hard for half a month, and his family had invested various resources in him. He even used AI to simulate scenarios and practiced the round moon slash for half a month, barely reaching the entry level. Even his vitality had been raised to 130 points, reaching level 4 martial artist. He thought that with all this, he would be able to win against Lyn Chen, who had no resources, in this exchange meeting. But unexpectedly, he was the one who was severely humiliated. How about this? You all come up together. At this moment, upon hearing Lyn Chen's arrogant words again, Zhao Chen could no longer bear it. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted. The crowd present was made up of students from various high schools. Looking at Lyn Chen on the stage, a flicker of anger rose in his heart. yet he also felt a sense of helplessness. Goodness! With the talent he was displaying now, who could possibly be Lyn Chen's opponent besides the top students from his own high school? They wanted to team up against him, of course, to take Lyn Chen down. But the exchange meeting was set up as one-on-one battles. There was no way for a group fight. Lyn Chen, the battle format for the exchange meeting is not one against many, said the principal of Tsang-san High, rubbing his forehead. Alright then, Lyn Chen sighed. Being invincible is so lonely. At this remark, the principal of Tsang-san nearly spat out the water he had just drunk. The principal of Tsang-er shook his head repeatedly. It still has to be a red-quality warrior. Sigh. Without any cultivation resources, he could achieve this level. God knows how much sweat and effort Lyn Chen had put in. The principal of Tsang-yi laughed heartily. The stronger Lyn Chen was, the more face his school would have this time. I refuse to accept this, it's too arrogant. A young man in martial attire stood up from the crowd, carrying a long knife on his back, and then directly stepped onto the stage. I recognize this person, he is Qin Mubai from Tsang-san, a martial artist who awakened the purple quality horse-slaying blade. Someone in the crowd recognized him and spoke up. It really is Qin Mubai. I heard his family background is quite good, and his awakening has brought him specialized martial arts. His strength shouldn't be weak. The awakening quality generally brings either martial talent or the essence of that profession. Moreover, like Qin Mubai on stage, he came with specialized martial arts. Zhang Li watched Qin Mubai step onto the stage, suppressing his urge to join him. Let Mubai probe this person's hidden cards. This match will be more favorable for me. Zhang Li murmured. Qin Mubai was also a top student from Tsang-san, although his family background was not as good as Zhao Chen's. His strength was not much weaker than his opponent's. Qin Mubai wore a black martial outfit, with a long knife on his back, the handle longer than ordinary blade weapons, and at the end of the handle was a sharp blade. The biggest difference between the horse-slaying blade and an ordinary long knife was that this knife had a very long blade. Lyn Chen, you need to be careful. Qin Mubai drew the horse-slaying blade from his back. A stream of bright red vitality surged from his palm, enveloping the entire blade like a long snake. Seeing this scene, the students of Tsang-san were all astonished. Qin Gu is going all out right from the start? This is the specialized martial art that Qin Mubai gained after his awakening, called Qi Sha Blade. It seems he really can't hold back against Lyn Chen. In the face of Qin Mubai's immediate display of power, Lyn Chen showed little surprise. All attributes of a social anxiety have been maximized, enhancing all abilities by 200%. Because of his previous actions, social anxiety had already reached its limit, with more than double the enhancement now. Even if a level 5 warrior came, Lyn Chen was confident he could defeat them. Qin Mubai gripped the horse-slaying blade tightly, his aura surging. His realm was not as high as Zhao Chen's. With his vitality around 125 points, he was just 5 points short of being a level 3 warrior. After all, only rich second-generation heirs like Zhao Chen could afford to pour countless resources into themselves. Take this. Qin Mubai stepped forward, raising the horse-slaying blade suddenly, then swung it. The long blade sliced through the air with a whooshing sound, the vitality coiling around the blade transforming into a fierce energy. Rushing towards Lyn Chen, facing the incoming horse-slaying blade, Lyn Chen stepped back and drew the iron sword from his back. The 3-foot green peak gathered at the sword tip, and then Lyn Chen slashed out. The piercing green sword light erupted in an instant, generating a powerful force that directly dispersed Qin Mubai's fierce energy. What? Seeing this scene, Qin Mubai's pupils suddenly contracted, and his mind shook violently. But now was not the time for him to be shocked, because Lyn Chen's sword energy was very strong. Qin Mubai gripped his saber with one hand, then switched to both hands, holding the blade straight across in front of him. The next second, the green sword light collided with his Zanmadeo. The powerful impact forced him to retreat repeatedly until he fell off the stage. Xiao Cheng's Qingfeng sword technique. Wait, if it were Xiao Cheng's Qingfeng sword technique, it wouldn't be so easy to break Brother Qin's Qisha saber. Great achievement in Qingfeng sword technique. Why does it feel like practicing martial arts is as easy as drinking water for him? The people present were so shocked by this scene that they felt like they could almost take off from the ground. Adding to the previous great achievement, second-rank martial art, Thunder Forging Palm, Lyn Chen had once again mastered a second-rank martial art. Indeed, his talent is in cultivation. Some people noticed the clues and guessed this point. Truly worthy of red quality, terrifyingly so. Yes, without resources, he can still achieve this. I can't imagine what level he would be at if he had resources. Lyn Chen's display once again left everyone in unprecedented awe. Zhang Li observed everything, and for the first time, a hint of shock appeared in his eyes. However, after a brief moment of astonishment, he calmed down. The methods Lyn Chen displayed were not enough for him to consider himself incapable of competing. Unless Lyn Chen's Thunder Forging Palm and Qingfeng Sword technique had both reached their peak. But that was absolutely impossible. The enhancement brought by the early awakening of a profession could not be that significant. Even if Lyn Chen was of red quality, it was still not possible. Because his golden quality Broken Martial Fist Master also brought him such talent. He was very clear about Lyn Chen's current strength. Seeing his own genius defeated, the principal of Class 3 sighed softly. Next, Qin Mubai's strength was not weak. But who would have thought that Lyn Chen's Qingfeng Sword technique had also reached great achievement? However, his limit should be here. Further progress would be impossible due to insufficient training time. After all, there were only half a month left. On stage, after defeating his opponent, Lyn Chen's expression was not very pleasant, because his core goodness had not increased at all. It seems that only by critiquing opponents can I increase this bit of power value. In the 2 consecutive matches, Lyn Chen had won. His strength was already beyond doubt. I was worried about this kid earlier. But now, looking at Lyn Chen's performance, the homeroom teacher of Class 1 couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Originally, he was concerned about whether Lyn Chen could achieve a good result. Now it seemed that his worries were unnecessary. Who would be the next to face him made the students from the 3 high schools very curious. Our Mubai from Class 3 has lost, the next one to take the stage will also be a genius, right? I wonder who it is. It might be a genius from Class 2. It feels tough. It might even be Brother Zhang taking the stage. At this moment, everyone present was guessing who would take the stage in this third match. In the past, such scenes had occurred many times. A genius would take the stage, defeat other geniuses, and claim first place. Looking back at such scenes now, they were still so delightful and pleasing. This next match will probably be the last contest of the exchange conference. It should be, as a golden quality awakener from Class 3, Zhang Li shouldn't just sit back and do nothing. I wonder if Zhang Li will be Lyn Chen's opponent. The 3 high school principals of Tsang City sat together. Oh dear, how can children cry every day? This time, isn't it our turn in Class 1? The principal of Class 1 was already beaming with smiles, laughing heartily. The principal of Class 2 was so speechless he couldn't even respond. It's not over yet, don't be so happy. The principal of Tsang San High School squinted slightly. Even though Lyn Chen had won 2 consecutive matches against 2 geniuses, there was still no sign of panic on his face. The principal of Yizhong didn't take it seriously. Let me handle this. In the direction of Tsang San, Zhang Li slowly stood up. The third match was about to begin. Seeing Zhang Li rise, the match was pushed directly to its climax. Zhang Li, as a prodigy from Tsang San, was also the only martial artist in Tsang City who had awakened a golden quality. As soon as he appeared, he brought with him a lot of heat. Lyn Chen, on the other hand, was an unranked martial artist with a red quality. Their confrontation was enough to excite everyone present. Zhang Li wore a sharp martial outfit, with blade gloves on his fists, 3 sharp spikes positioned at the center of the gloves, extending to the front of the fist wraps. Zhang Li clasped his hands together, facing Lyn Chen, and smiled faintly. I have a pretty good grasp of your abilities. Within 3 moves, you will undoubtedly lose. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, Zhang Li confidently declared. Upon hearing this, the students from Tsang San were ecstatic, their faces filled with excited smiles. Ha ha ha, my brother Zhang Li is the best. Awesome. If this came from someone else, I might not believe it, but coming from my brother Zhang, I believe it. In the audience, the principal of Yizhong twitched his mouth, his murky gaze lingering on Zhang Li for only a moment before shifting to the principal of Tsang San. Wait, how is this kid even more arrogant than my Lyn Chen? He. The principal of Tsang San seemed to regain some composure and couldn't help but chuckle. Zhang Li has the capital for that. Zhang Li's awakened profession and abilities are the same as Lyn Chen's. In other words, aside from their different professions, there is no difference between the two. Moreover, Zhang Li comes from the ancient martial arts Zheng family, having been trained as a martial artist since childhood. His starting point is undoubtedly much higher than Lyn Chen's. In terms of combat experience, Zhang Li also surpasses Lyn Chen. Therefore, for this match, Zhang Li dares to make such bold claims. Naturally, he has complete confidence. As soon as these words were spoken, the expression of the Zhong principal suddenly changed, from a playful demeanor to one of seriousness. In a moment of excitement, how could I forget about Zhang Li? The Zhong principal felt a headache coming on. After thinking for a long time, he finally understood that the reason for not letting Lyn Chen go on stage early was right here. And the biggest mistake he made was not reminding Lyn Chen. Let's see how Lyn Chen responds. The Zhong principal sighed lightly. Compared to just now, it felt as if he had been doused with cold water. On stage, Lyn Chen raised an eyebrow, a smile appearing on his face. Alright, this brother is quite something. If I can beat him up, my reputation should improve. It was Zhang Li's words that excited Lyn Chen. He had been worried about not having the chance to fight back, but now it was perfect. He was charging right into the fray. Lyn Chen was naturally aware of Zhang Li's background. After all, coming from an ancient martial arts family and being the one who awakened a golden quality, Lyn Chen couldn't possibly not know him. Previously, Lyn Chen might have taken a step back, but now, hurry up, I'm in a rush. Lyn Chen raised an eyebrow and said. As soon as these words were spoken, a hint of anger flashed across Zhang Li's face. In the next moment, he charged straight at Lyn Chen. He moved quickly, almost in the blink of an eye, arriving right in front of Lyn Chen. With a blade fist unleashed, Zhang Li's left fist struck out horizontally, accompanied by a sound of breaking air, a surge of energy flowing over the blade. Immediately after, a white beam of energy shot towards Lyn Chen. Lyn Chen moved his feet and retreated. With the boost of 3 times his attributes, Lyn Chen's speed was beyond Zhang Li's comprehension. But as he retreated, Zhang Li's right fist was already coming in for the attack. Witnessing this scene, everyone present was astonished, especially the students from Tsangsan, who were overjoyed. Ha ha, this is Brother Zhang's strength. No wonder he comes from an ancient martial arts family. With this punch, TSK, even those of the same realm can't dodge it. Many people from various factions present felt a bit surprised by this scene. Many secretly thought to themselves, no wonder he is from an ancient martial arts family. From the moment Zhang Li made his move, he had already anticipated Lyn Chen's next action. I wonder how Lyn Chen will face this punch. At this moment, everyone's gaze was focused on Lyn Chen. Sensing the crisis, Lyn Chen's hair stood on end, but he did not panic. He quickly drew his iron sword and held it in front of him. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled sound, Lyn Chen's body was pushed back. Zhang Li's right punch was not a direct strike. At the moment his left fist was launched, he stepped forward and hooked with his right fist. Therefore, the power was not particularly strong. Yet even so, Lyn Chen still retreated several steps before stopping. Such strong power, if I'm not mistaken. This should be his martial arts. Lyn Chen's eyes flickered. A 4th-level martial artist could unleash such power only by using martial arts. It should be noted that his own attributes had tripled. His speed was not something Zhang Li could compare to. Did he block it? Zhang Li was also somewhat surprised. This was truly unexpected for him. This was a 3rd-grade lower-level martial art, the Flash Fist, which he had already mastered to a small degree. Yet it failed to injure Lyn Chen. Instead, Lyn Chen managed to block it. Now it's my turn. Lyn Chen grinned at him, and Zhang Li suddenly felt something was off. In the next second, Lyn Chen twisted his wrist and slashed out with his sword. The azure sword energy erupted from the blade, a 3-foot azure peak, exceptionally dazzling. The powerful sword light directly created a terrifying sense of pressure on the stage. In the audience, the principals of the 2nd and 3rd schools suddenly stood up from their seats. Peak? No, it's the pinnacle of the azure peak sword technique. The two fixed their eyes on Lyn Chen on the stage, and it was evident that the expressions on their weathered faces were filled with unprecedented shock. Many factions present, even a martial artist from the Martial Arts Association, also changed their expressions drastically. The 2nd-grade martial art, Azure Peak Sword Technique, has been cultivated to its peak. With this sword, Lyn Chen broke through 100 techniques, the Azure Sword Light carrying an unprecedented sword momentum, heading straight for Zhang Li. Zhang Li's earlier move had utilized his Zhang family's martial arts, the Qiankuan Step. Although the Qiankuan Step was a 2nd-grade martial art, Zhang Li had clearly mastered it to a great degree. This alone had already left the people present in shock. And now, the move Lyn Chen displayed was enough to leave everyone astounded. In an instant, those present seemed to see the vast difference between golden quality and red quality. The pinnacle of the Azure Peak sword technique? How is that possible? Zhang Li's expression suddenly changed as he felt the overwhelming power of the incoming swordlight, and he no longer concealed it. He twisted his wrist, positioning his fists in front of him, then mobilized all his energy and blood. Pushing his fists forward horizontally, a fierce gust of wind erupted, and the power unleashed from his fists transformed into a tangible, fierce wind. Boom! The two attacks collided, and Zhang Li's body was pushed back several steps due to inertia. This is the Tai Chi Cloud Manipulation, the Zhang family's third-grade lower-level martial art. Tai Chi Cloud Manipulation. Zhang Li is able to do this. It seems he has reached a small degree of mastery. After witnessing Zhang Li's move, the people present couldn't help but comment. Although Zhang Li's display of strength made many feel his power, compared to Lyn Chen before him, he still fell short. A small degree of mastery in a third-grade martial art was already considered top-tier talent in Song City. However, compared to Lyn Chen's pinnacle cultivation of a second-grade martial art, there was still a gap. Although the two of them were able to reach this level entirely due to the talents brought by their awakening, who among those who awakened their professional qualities did not gain other abilities? Lyn Chen stood upright in place, and as the impact dissipated, he suddenly moved, charging towards Zhang Li. Lyn Chen's speed was incredibly fast, his left hand transformed into a fist, striking with the force of a battering ram, instantly crashing towards the latter. His speed was so great that, in desperation, Zhang Li could only raise his fist blade to block in front of him. Bang! Accompanied by a dull sound, Zhang Li's body was jolted backward repeatedly. Then, Lyn Chen kicked again. The gale force was overwhelming, and this kick was incredibly swift. Foshan leg. Lyn Chen's left foot shot out like an arrow, instantly kicking Zhang Li in the abdomen. The intense pain made Zhang Li's face contort in agony, and he couldn't help but tremble. The peak Foshan leg? Seeing this scene, everyone present was once again shocked. The Foshan leg was well known to all. As a martial art without a rank, even if practiced to the extreme, it didn't have much of a powerful point. However, one could tell the level of mastery of the Foshan leg from the speed and force of the kick. Without a doubt, Lyn Chen's Foshan leg had already reached its peak. With this kick, Zhang Li was completely defeated. The pain in his abdomen caused cold sweat to bead on his forehead, and the intense agony forced him to half-kneel on the ground. But this was not over yet. Lyn Chen charged again, directly grabbing Zhang Li's hair, ready to slam him to the ground. Zhang Li's expression changed in an instant. What was this guy going to do? But in the next second, he understood. He felt as if his hair was caught in an iron claw, and then he was violently thrown away. Bang! Zhang Li's body crashed onto the ground far away. The spectators were left dumbfounded. Lying on the ground, Zhang Li felt a wave of dizziness, but the humiliation in his heart brought him a bit of clarity. Gritting his teeth, he was filled with rage and tried to stand up from the ground. But in the next moment, Zhang Li froze, as a large hand suddenly grabbed the collar of his back. Zhang Li was in danger. Host beats opponent. Nuclear goodness has been triggered, increasing strength by 1 point, and cultivation speed increased by 10%. Seeing the prompt, Lyn Chen finally stopped. Get down. Lyn Chen directly lifted Zhang Li and tossed him down towards the stage. Fortunately, they were already at the edge of the arena, so it was more like throwing trash than a proper toss. Slap. It was only when Zhang Li hit the ground that everyone came back to their senses. At this moment, the entire venue was silent as death. Even Su Wei from the Martial Arts Association was stunned in place. This kid. Su Wei couldn't help but look at Lyn Chen a few more times. Ha! Ha ha ha! The principal of Tsangyi Middle School laughed heartily as he looked at the stage where only Lyn Chen remained. He had thought this match would be very difficult. He never expected it to be a one-sided crushing by Lyn Chen. It was simply astonishing. The principal of Tsangsan Middle School turned pale, unable to even speak. Their pride, the prodigy from their school, was just thrown off the stage like that? The principal of Tsang-Er Middle School was secretly stifling laughter. It was truly hilarious. After Zhang Li's defeat, the arena fell into a dead silence. No one dared to challenge Lyn Chen anymore. The students from Tsangsan looked like wilted eggplants, their heads down and silent. The strength he displayed had already surpassed the awakened ones from the 3 high schools. Even Zhang Li, who was their pride, had lost. Who else could be Lyn Chen's opponent? Could anyone stand up and shout, "I have a purple grade awakened one from the 2nd high school. I can fight Lyn Chen"? It seems the winner of this match has already been determined. After a brief moment of calm, the principal of Tsongsan slowly spoke. The winner is Lyn Chen from Tsong-yi Middle School. As the principal of Tsong-san Middle School finished speaking, the winner of this exchange conference was determined. Lyn Chen secured first place in the exchange conference. Meanwhile, the third elder of the Xiao family looked increasingly gloomy as he observed Lyn Chen's outstanding performance. The speed at which Lyn Chen demonstrated his improvement in strength was astonishingly fast. The rewards for the exchange conference are the same as in previous years, a second-grade advanced martial art, plus 100,000 daxia coins, said the principal of Tsong-san Middle School. A second-grade advanced martial art, along with the third-grade lower martial art given by Senior Su Tch. That's quite a haul. Lyn Chen clicked his tongue. A second-grade advanced martial art would be sufficient. May I ask, principal of Tsong-san, can I personally choose this martial art? Lyn Chen inquired. Of course, the principal nodded. Just tell me what martial art you want. Alright, I want a martial art related to firearms, Lyn Chen stated. Good. The principal noted down Lyn Chen's request. Hearing Lyn Chen's demand, everyone present couldn't help but glance at him a few more times. This guy, could it be that he intends to pursue a path of multiple weapons? Su Wei from the Martial Arts Association, upon hearing Lyn Chen's request for firearms martial arts, couldn't help but show a hint of surprise in his murky eyes. It seems he has already decided on the path he wants to take. The exchange conference concluded. The promised rewards for Lyn Chen, the second-grade advanced martial art, would be delivered on a later date, while the 100,000 daxia coins were directly transferred to his account. From start to finish, Xiao Chen remained unconscious, being carried away by the third elder of the Xiao family. Zhang Li cast a deep glance at Lyn Chen, feeling very dissatisfied. Lyn Chen, during the martial arts exam, I will definitely get back at you for today, Zhang Li said before leaving. Oh, I'll be waiting for you. Lyn Chen winked at him and made a heart gesture. Such an action nearly made Zhang Li spit blood. This guy, the principal of Class 1, wore an excited smile, praising Lyn Chen all the way back to the school. However, Lyn Chen did not return to school with the principal but headed straight to the Martial Arts Association. Upon seeing Su Wei again, Lyn Chen grinned. Senior Su, regarding the martial arts you promised me, have you decided to pursue the path of the king of all weapons? Su Wei looked at Lyn Chen and asked. Yes. Lyn Chen blinked and nodded. He hadn't yet figured out how to plan his cultivation path. After all, with his never-give-up attitude, he wasn't worried about his talent. As for Su Wei's question, he was just responding to it. Alright, Su Wei nodded. If you want to pursue the path of the king of all weapons, money is an essential part. I hope you can make adequate preparations. Among the two paths for non-professional martial artists in daxia, the king of all weapons is particularly costly. This is because martial treasures require money, and as one's realm improves, better martial treasures must be replaced. Given Lyn Chen's identity, the king of all weapons was actually not suitable for him, but since he chose it himself, Su Wei had nothing more to say. Same as before. Here's the tablet for you, choose for yourself. Su Wei directly handed the tablet to Lyn Chen. Thank you, Senior Su. Lyn Chen browsed through the third-grade lower martial arts. He felt he should focus on finding the right martial arts in fist techniques and leg techniques. He already had a body technique, and the second-grade Qing Feng sword technique was currently sufficient. Moreover, he was soon going to acquire a second-grade advanced martial art for firearms. Thus, Lyn Chen focused on fist techniques and leg techniques. After all, the top peak fist and Foshan leg were merely basic martial arts and couldn't compare to graded martial arts. Mountain shaking fist, third-grade lower martial art. Tiger walking fist, third-grade lower martial art, strikes like a tiger's roar. At full mastery, one can transform their vital energy into a tiger's head, with the tiger's might soaring to the heavens. Heavenly roar fist, third-grade lower martial art, punches like a dragon, with a momentum like breaking bamboo, capable of compressing vital energy, as if charging towards the heavens. After watching for a while, Lyn Chen still didn't know which boxing style was most suitable for him. No, it wasn't about what suited him, but rather which was better. Lyn Chen's eyes shifted, and he immediately looked at Su Wei, who was sitting nearby with his eyes closed. Senior Su. Speak, Su Wei replied without opening his eyes. What kind of boxing style should I choose? Should it be one focused on explosive power? Or, Lyn Chen asked, you want to choose a boxing style? Upon hearing the words boxing style, Su Wei suddenly opened his eyes, looking at Lyn Chen with some surprise. Yes, Lyn Chen blinked. Su Wei looked Lyn Chen up and down. then said, "What is your current vitality level?" 138 points. Lyn Chen answered. 138 points? Su Wei was somewhat surprised. This kid had no support and seemingly no resources. How had his vitality increased so quickly? Just choose a boxing style that suits you. After a brief silence, Su Wei replied, "You only have the top peak fist as your basic boxing style, so any boxing style would suit you." Hearing this, Lyn Chen nodded. "Alright, I've made my choice." Senior. Lyn Chen immediately chose the tiger walking fist. This boxing style moves like a tiger's roar, and if paired with a charging step, it might have unexpected effects. The tiger walking fist is quite good. Su Wei nodded at Lyn Chen's choice. This tiger walking fist has some difficulty, but once mastered, the rewards are substantial. Although the tiger walking fist is a lower grade martial art of the 3rd rank, its training difficulty is comparable to that of a middle grade martial art of the 3rd rank. However, once mastered, this boxing style would surpass other lower grade martial arts of the 3rd rank. Not long after, someone delivered the manual for the tiger walking fist. Lyn Chen put away the manual and thanked Su Wei. "Thank you, Senior Su. Senior Su, I wonder if there are any martial treasures for sale in the Martial Association." Lower grade martial treasures? Su Wei raised an eyebrow and looked at Lyn Chen. "Yes." Lyn Chen nodded. "There are," Su Wei said lightly, "a lower grade martial treasure, the 1,000 spears, for 300,000 great Xia coins. Alright, I'll buy it." Lyn Chen immediately paid in full. He didn't hesitate to buy the martial treasure recommended by Senior Su. 300,000 was transferred instantly, and Su Wei had someone fetch the spear. A specially made long box, about 1 meter and 3 centimeters long, was brought over. Lyn Chen opened the box. Inside lay a long spear made entirely of silver, quietly resting. The spear was engraved with patterns to prevent slipping, and at the other end was a silver-white spearhead, exuding an unprecedented sharpness. "Good spear," Lyn Chen said with a smile, unable to help but praise it. "Take it and use it," Su Wei said. Lyn Chen nodded, closed the lid, and then slung it over his back. At a height of 1 meter 89, the spear on his back didn't look out of place. Just as Lyn Chen was about to leave, hurried footsteps came from outside, and then a martial artist pushed open the door and approached Su Wei, uncertain of the urgent matter. This member of the Martial Association, disregarding Lyn Chen's presence, quickly said to Su Wei, "Director Su, there has been unusual activity in the Beast Wilderness 300 miles from Tsung City, suspected to be a demoness escaping. Currently, the 3 teams sent have all lost contact." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of sharpness appeared in Su Wei's murky eyes. "I'll go take a look myself." "Director Su, how should we respond to their families?" The Martial Association member looked at Su Wei, hesitating to ask. "We'll talk about it when I return." Su Wei, who was about to leave the room, paused for a moment, then left hurriedly after dropping that line. Lyn Chen was left alone in the room. "The wilderness has unusual activity again?" Lyn Chen's face showed some surprise, and upon hearing the last sentence, his heart was stirred slightly. "Someone died?" Lyn Chen left the Martial Arts Association, and on his way home, he stared blankly at the enormous iron wall erected outside Tsung City. Beyond the iron wall lay the wasteland. Returning his gaze to the interior of Tsung City, everything appeared so peaceful, devoid of any crisis. At that moment, as Lyn Chen recalled a scene from within the Martial Arts Association, a ripple stirred in his heart. The taxi stopped at the entrance of the slum, and Lyn Chen got out, carrying a long gun and a sword. Looking at the starkly different place compared to the city center, Lyn Chen's heart felt like a calm body of water, disturbed by a drop of water that came from nowhere, creating ripples. Inside the slum, it was almost a microcosm of Tsung City. Every household lived in these makeshift houses made of colored steel. The roads were crowded, yet there was no garbage on the ground. As time passed, more and more people moved away from the slum. Only the elderly and some children left at home remained. Lyn Chen had lived here since he was 10 years old. And now, 8 years had passed. "Is that you, Xiao Mu, back again?" An elderly woman with a head full of white hair sat at her door, looking at Lyn Chen with a kind smile. "Yes, Grandma Li, I'm back," Lyn Chen replied with a smile and a nod. "Your Aunt Li heard you became a martial artist and is overjoyed. She's stewing meat right now to make sure you get a good meal." The old woman chuckled, her aged hands holding Lyn Chen's. "There's no need to trouble Aunt Li, I just ate at school," Lyn Chen hurriedly said. "Oh, What are you being polite for? You've grown up eating our food since you were little, and now you're all formal. Grandma Li teased, rolling her eyes at Lyn Chen, then continued with a smile. Xiao has grown up, 8 years have flown by. Come, Xiao, just in time for you to eat while it's hot. At that moment, a voice came from inside the colored steel house. Soon after, an older woman, dressed in patched clothes, came out holding a large bowl of meat and a bag of steamed buns. I know you martial artists can eat, so here are 5 buns. If that's not enough, just tell Aunt Li, she said with a smile. Lyn Chen smiled wryly, realizing he couldn't refuse, and accepted the food. Then I must savor Aunt Li's cooking. Holding the meat, Lyn Chen walked toward his room. As he neared the corner, he suddenly saw a small figure standing at his door. Upon closer inspection, it was a girl. The little girl looked about 18, wearing a dirty white dress, but her face was delicate, and her long legs were exceptionally fair. Seeing Lyn Chen, the girl became extremely nervous, clutching the hem of her dress tightly, her gaze not daring to shift. Ha! Lyn Chen blinked and couldn't help but ask, "Little girl, whose child are you? Why did you come here?" The girl did not answer, only staring intently at the buns and meat in Lyn Chen's hands. Understanding her gaze, Lyn Chen slowly placed the food on a nearby wooden table. Go ahead and eat. The girl was still a bit tense, but upon smelling the aroma of the meat, her empty stomach audibly protested. Soon, she approached the wooden table and began to devour the food ravenously. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Lyn Chen's face as he turned back to his room, poured her a glass of water, and brought it out. Eat slowly, no one is competing with you. The girl took the water and gulped it down before continuing to eat. Before long, the entire bowl of meat and 5 buns were completely gone. You finished it all, Lyn Chen said, somewhat surprised. How many days had this girl been starving to eat like that? Burp. The girl let out a satisfied belch. Alright, since you've finished eating, can you tell me where you're from? Lyn Chen asked. The girl remained silent, not saying a word. Then, Lyn Chen asked a few more questions about the girl's parents, whether they were in the slums, or if they had come from the city. This whole process felt like asking a lost child, but without exception, the girl didn't answer a single question and kept her mouth shut. Could it be that she was poisoned into silence? Lyn Chen blinked and began to imagine. This girl couldn't have run away from human traffickers, could she? And at 18, she still wasn't a martial artist. It was undoubtedly a case of being trafficked. Forget it. I'll take a picture of you later and check your information with the Martial Arts Association. Lyn Chen waved his hand, coming up with a solution. However, as soon as he said this, the girl, who had been silent, spoke up. No, I don't want to. Lyn Chen looked at her. You can talk? The girl nodded. Alright, since that's the case, you can stay here for now. I'll let Aunt Li know later. Lyn Chen said, planning to let the girl stay at Aunt Li's house first, and then check her information with the Martial Arts Association. Having a girl in his own home was not appropriate. No, I don't want to. Upon hearing that Lyn Chen wanted her to stay at another house, the girl immediately refused again. After saying this, she ran straight into Lyn Chen's house. This left Lyn Chen dumbfounded. She just moved into my house so easily? I mean, buddy, men and women shouldn't be too close. If you stay in my house like this, how am I ever going to get married? Lyn Chen almost shouted out. Shaking his head, he hurried into the room and said sternly, No, you can't stay here. If you stay in my house, won't my reputation be ruined? Hearing Lyn Chen's words, the girl blinked and said, Then I can cook for you if you let me stay here. Cooking is fine, and I can give you money, but you have to stay at Aunt Li's house. Upon hearing this, the girl looked at Lyn Chen's determined expression and nodded in agreement. Okay, I'll leave in 3 months. Lyn Chen replied, as if joking. He, a young man, could live with a girl of unknown origin who looked good? Lyn Chen took the girl to Aunt Li's house and informed her about the situation. Upon hearing this, Aunt Li welcomed her warmly. At Aunt Li's house, there were only Aunt Li and Grandma Li. The girl agreed to stay there but wanted to spend her time at Lyn Chen's house. Lyn Chen didn't refuse. Back at home, Lyn Chen placed the box containing the long spear on the table and began to study the Tiger Walking Fist. The Tiger Walking Fist compresses one's own vital energy to achieve explosive power in a punch. Therefore, this fist technique emphasizes explosiveness, which suited Lyn Chen's aggressive style perfectly. Only after mastering the tiger walking fist can one unleash the tiger's roar? The tiger's roar is divided into 3 stages. The first stage does not possess the ability to intimidate opponents. Only the second and third stages of the tiger's roar can intimidate opponents and disturb their minds. Lyn Chen began his training. The newly arrived junior martial art, Tiger Walking Fist, has started training. Unwilling to admit defeat triggered. Tiger Walking Fist has reached the entry level. Tiger Walking Fist strives for improvement. Beginning self-training. After relentless effort, the junior martial art Tiger Walking Fist has reached minor success. Unwilling to admit defeat. The Tiger Walking Fist, as a junior martial art, how can it be lower than a second-tier junior martial art? Tiger Walking Fist continues training. 10 years to sharpen a sword. 11 years to hone a fist. The Tiger Walking Fist has reached great success. In less than 10 minutes, the Tiger Walking Fist reached great success. Lyn Chen opened his eyes, a smile on his face. Okay, great success in Tiger Walking Fist. With the Tiger Walking Fist cultivated to great success, Lyn Chen also needed to plan what to do next. After the exchange conference, there would be the martial arts examination. The only place Lyn Chen could obtain resources was the exchange conference. It could be said that Lyn Chen had run out of options for acquiring resources. Relying solely on cultivation might not be enough. Lyn Chen murmured, the martial arts examination will face millions, not just the martial artists from Tsung City. If I want to improve my strength in these 3 months and can't leave the city, then there's only one place left to go. In the class group chat, the exchange conference had just ended, and the most discussed topic was Lyn Chen. Wow, Brother Lyn is really impressive. Yeah, I can't believe it. A red quality awakener, and still so strong without resources? Anyway, all I see is hard work and sweat. The chat in the class group was lively, and soon the homeroom teacher jumped in. After the exchange conference, there are still 3 months until the martial arts examination. You should hurry to improve yourselves, find ways to pass the martial arts examination, and get into a higher institution, instead of worrying about trivial matters. By the way, everyone should be careful when going out lately. The Martial Arts Association just issued a notice. There has been unusual activity in the Beast Wilderness, and a suspected beast woman has escaped. The entire city is under martial law. As soon as this was said, the class group did not calm down. Instead, the discussion became even more heated. Hiss, a beast woman. Is she the daughter of that great demon in the Beast Wilderness mentioned in the materials? Of course, as the only wilderness closest to Tsung City that hasn't been polluted by the abyss, the high-level demon beasts there are all intelligent. Forget it, this isn't something we should worry about. With the Martial Arts Association around, that beast woman definitely wouldn't dare to run into Tsung City. Someone said. Lyn Chen looked at the messages in the group chat and couldn't help but glance at the girl sitting in his room. Then, Lyn Chen silently tagged the homeroom teacher. Teacher, is there a detailed description of the beast woman? The homeroom teacher saw it was Lyn Chen and immediately replied. There aren't many records about the beast woman. She has been carefully raised by the Beast King since childhood but has never been in contact with human society. Therefore, if a female nearby cannot integrate into human society, she might be the beast woman. However, Lyn, you don't need to worry. There are only 4 entrances to Tsung City, and each entrance is strictly monitored. After this news broke, the entire Tsung City went on lockdown. The martial artists who returned earlier must be checked one by one. Hearing this, Lyn Chen nodded. Okay, I understand. Teacher. Lyn, do your best in this martial arts examination. Whether Tsung City can gain recognition depends on you. 1. Lyn Chen replied directly with a 1 and then disappeared. After turning off his phone, Lyn Chen's thoughts returned to how to acquire resources for himself. Now, the only remaining option is to participate in underground fighting. The so-called underground fighting refers to underground boxing arenas. In this world, underground boxing arenas are still prohibited. Martial artists can fight to the death within these underground arenas. Moreover, each victory can yield substantial rewards. The existence of underground boxing arenas serves 2 purposes: to allow martial artists to fight and to attract the attention of the wealthy. After all, in such a system, anything is possible. The underground boxing arena is now the only place where I can obtain resources. Lyn Chen murmured. What he needed was money. Not only that, but the underground boxing arena was also more suitable for him to increase his core goodness power. It is known that once the power value accumulates to 10 points, certain rewards can be obtained. Lyn Chen was quite looking forward to this. With his never-give-up attitude and social anxiety, he didn't need to enter expensive cultivation pods for his training. This saved him a significant amount of money. Now, with advanced technology, he could also see what the Tsong City Martial Arts Association was selling through apps on his phone. Lyn Chen glanced over a series of elixirs, his gaze landing directly on the cultivation methods. At present, Lyn Chen was just short of a cultivation method. Regardless of what quality he awakened, his ultimate path still depended on the strength of the cultivation method. Quality merely determined a person's upper limit, but the cultivation method decided their lower limit. Like martial arts, cultivation methods were divided into 9 grades. The most basic cultivation method had no grade. The grade of a cultivation method determined the speed of cultivation and the attribute enhancements it would bring in the future. Grade 1. Mountainous cultivation method. Priced at 500,000 Daxia coins. The mountainous cultivation method. Breathing as heavy as mountains. Expands one's meridians, increasing the speed of qi and blood flow, belonging to the earth attribute. Grade 1. Flame cultivation method. Priced at 500,000 Daxia coins. The flame cultivation method, fire attribute, mixes qi and blood with heat in every breath. Grade 1. Thunder forging cultivation method, priced at 500,000 Daxia coins. The thunder forging cultivation method, thunder attribute. Lyn Chen looked at the cultivation methods, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Even a grade 1 cultivation method cost at least 500,000 Daxia coins. Just then, a mechanical voice suddenly rang out. Close to 1 billion has been triggered. Congratulations, host, for spending 300,000 Daxia coins. You have received a reward of 3 points of qi and blood. Boom! The qi and blood within Lyn Chen surged, increasing his original 138 points of qi and blood directly to 141 points. Congratulations, host, for leveling up to a level 5 warrior. You have received an opportunity to draw unlimited entries. Damn, there's a delay. Lyn Chen was speechless. He had already returned home from the Martial Arts Association, and the system just reacted. What is this, a 2G network? But at least the reward was credited. Drawing unlimited entries. Congratulations, host, you have obtained bounty received. Bounty received, after the host accepts a commission, challenge, or any request, upon outstanding completion, a certain reward will be granted. Note, must be outstanding completion. Note, cannot be integrated into martial arts. Bounty received. This entry left Lyn Chen dumbfounded. System. This can also be an entry? Are you playing abstract with me? Alright, this entry can still be used in the underground boxing arena. Lyn Chen waved his hand repeatedly, not wanting to argue with the system. As long as he could receive rewards, what was the problem? The minimum requirement for the underground boxing arena is a warrior with 100 points of qi and blood. I'll see how it goes in the next couple of days. Lyn Chen murmured, now just waiting for the martial arts he won at the exchange conference to arrive. Once he learned the spear martial arts, he would strike directly. That day, Lyn Chen stayed at home. By evening, the girl had prepared a meal for him. Being able to cook means you're a person. Lyn Chen mumbled softly. He hadn't forgotten his homeroom teacher's reminder. The girl looked at Lyn Chen, eagerly awaiting him to try her cooking. Taste my skills. By the way, what's your name? Lyn Chen asked. My name is Su Nange. You can call me Gidge. The girl blinked her bright eyes at Lyn Chen. Eating your food, and you still want to take advantage of me. Lyn Chen rolled his eyes. Then I'll just call you Nange from now on. Su Nange nodded, not caring about the so-called title. Lyn Chen could only describe the food Su Nange made as edible. The next morning, the martial arts he won at the exchange conference were delivered to Lyn Chen's residence. They didn't even mind the mess here. The teacher from the 3rd middle school even gave Lyn Chen a thumbs up. A child from a humble background can rise to greatness. Impressive. They really delivered early. After breakfast, it's time to get to work. After having breakfast, Lyn Chen marveled at the efficiency of the 3rd middle school teacher, then picked up the martial arts. Grade 2 upper level martial arts. Flame Red Spear Technique. The Flame Red Spear Technique, as its name suggests, strikes like a dragon, wielding a blazing might. The Flame Red Spear Technique is characterized by an extremely rapid draw speed, creating pressure that transforms one's vital energy into scorching flames, sweeping across the spearhead and bursting forth. It can even compress the vital energy into flames. attaching it to the spear's body to confront enemies. The advancement in martial arts naturally includes spear techniques. Lyn Chen was not worried about whether he could use it. Indeed, martial arts with additional attributes must be paired with one's own cultivation method. Lyn Chen murmured after reading it once. Although compressing vital energy and following the descriptions in martial arts could achieve the ability to attach flames, this method was far less powerful than a cultivation method. After all, 1 + 0 = 1. Lyn Chen was not picky. With his never-give-up spirit, it was not difficult to cultivate. Lyn Chen began his training. As the last martial art to arrive, the flame red spear technique, feeling defiant, began to cultivate. After relentless effort with the flame red spear technique, 10 years later, he had achieved minor success. The flame red spear technique, feeling unsatisfied, as a second-tier advanced martial art, was unwilling to be inferior to second-tier lower martial arts. After 30 years of honing a spear, as the king of weapons, the flame red spear technique ultimately reached its peak, stepping into the pinnacle. Feeling the flame red spear technique merging into himself, Lyn Chen wore a satisfied expression. The flame red spear technique was deeply etched in his mind, as if he had truly practiced for 30 years. Clap! Lyn Chen slapped the table, and the 1,000 spears hidden in a special long box immediately sprang out. Then, Lyn Chen grasped a spear and thrust it forward with great force. Scorching flames swept from the spear body, instantly spreading to the entire spear. The flames at the tip were incredibly intense, crackling in the air. The flame red spear technique, at its peak, can unleash a fiery tongue. Lyn Chen narrowed his eyes and then dissipated the scorching flames on the 1,000 spears. This martial art with inherent attributes consumed relatively little of his vital energy. Alright, everything's ready. It's time to head to the underground fighting arena. After securing the long spear, Lyn Chen slung the sword and spear cases over his back and left the slums directly. As soon as he left, a shadow emerged from a nearby alley. Watching Lyn Chen's departing figure, the shadow's gaze slowly shifted towards Lyn Chen's small house. After observing for a while, the shadow then departed. The underground fighting arena. As a place explicitly prohibited, the underground fighting arena was established 3 levels below ground. In a secluded alley, Lyn Chen took a dedicated elevator to enter the underground fighting arena. The underground fighting arena was vast, divided into more than a dozen rings and rooms, inside and out. Everyone coming and going were martial artists. Upon arriving, Lyn Chen immediately caught a whiff of a bloody scent. Kid, so young, are you rushing to your death? A scarred man looked up at Lyn Chen, a smirk on his face. Yes, uncle. Lyn Chen nodded obediently. Ha ha ha. Then go ahead and register. The scarred man laughed heartily and walked away. Although the underground fighting arena was prohibited, the rules here were clearly stated. Following the instructions, Lyn Chen quickly completed his registration. Name, Lyn Chen. Identity irrelevant. Vital energy irrelevant. The rings here are classified by levels. Martial artists below level 10 can only be active in the first 3 rings, and there are clear level regulations in front of these 3 rings. Once you enter a ring and agree to a match, it is a matter of life and death. For every match you win, you will receive certain rewards, and the more consecutive wins you have, the greater the rewards. If someone wants to bet on your win, you will also earn a 10% profit from it. The staff of the underground fighting arena spoke to Lyn Chen. Okay, Lyn Chen nodded, indicating he understood. Next time you come, remember to wear a mask or something. The staff member kindly reminded Lyn Chen, noticing he was quite young. Thanks, bro, I got it. Lyn Chen smiled and then left the place. A mask? He really hadn't thought of that. After all, as the only unoccupied martial artist in Song City, even if he wore a mask, his identity would still be exposed when he made a move. Carrying a sword box and a gun box, Lyn Chen arrived at a fighting arena. The arena was empty, and after glancing at the sign, he walked right in. This arena was for martial artists below level 10. Wow, we have a rare guest this time. So young, this kid is still in high school, and he dares to come to an underground fighting arena? He's probably just here for fun. I doubt he dares to fight. Seeing such a young Lyn Chen step into the arena, the martial artists sitting nearby immediately became interested. Brothers, who wants to spar with him? I bet it's Black Wolf. He's been in debt lately and won't miss a chance to make some easy money. As one person's words fell, a voice suddenly came from not far away. Everyone step aside. Let me through. A man in a fur coat, around 30 years old, walked into the arena with a fierce look. That's really Black Wolf. Tisk tsk. I wonder if this kid dares to accept the challenge. These martial artists all looked at Lyn Chen. The underground fighting arena, as a lawless zone, gathered those who couldn't improve or dared not venture outside, only able to earn money here. Now seeing Lyn Chen so young, they were all intrigued. They just didn't know if he would dare to fight. May I ask, what level are you, uncle? Lyn Chen asked. As long as the opponent was above level 7, Lyn Chen would turn and leave immediately. I'm not high level, only level 6, Black Wolf said casually. Good. Lyn Chen nodded. I'll accept. A level 6 martial artist corresponds to 150 points of vitality. That was 9 points higher than Lyn Chen. But Lyn Chen had the social anxiety boost. Here, his social anxiety boost was about doubled. However, once he made a move, the social anxiety would directly max out. Accepted? Upon hearing Lyn Chen's response, the expressions of those present changed. Ha ha, this will be fun to watch. Tisk tsk. This kid probably just awakened his profession. How dare he accept? Let's see how much he can handle. Many martial artists present could guess Lyn Chen's identity. Undoubtedly, he was a martial artist who had just awakened his profession. It hadn't even been a month. Could this kid's vitality really rise to around 150? What a joke! He would undoubtedly lose this match. Black Wolf was momentarily stunned when Lyn Chen accepted, but then a sneer appeared on his face. Alright, you really have guts. Today, I'll earn that $1,000 from you. As soon as he finished speaking, Black Wolf charged forward, not giving Lyn Chen any chance to react. Seeing Black Wolf rush in, Lyn Chen raised his left hand. A bolt of lightning gathered in his palm, then surged through his entire hand, and Lyn Chen struck out, accompanied by the crackling thunder. A powerful force directly sent Black Wolf, who was charging at him, flying away. On the arena, Black Wolf's body crashed heavily to the ground. The power unleashed by the thunderstrike palm still lingered in the air. Bang! It wasn't until Black Wolf hit the ground with a dull thud that the spectators finally came to their senses. One move, and he defeated the level 6 Black Wolf? What the hell? Is this a newcomer? Really fierce. This kid. No wonder he dared to accept the challenge. The people present were all astonished by Lyn Chen's strength. The power unleashed by that palm strike was simply beyond that of a 6th level warrior. Could it be that this kid in front of them was a 7th level warrior? As everyone speculated, Lyn Chen moved. The Black Wolf, lying on the ground and in pain all over, gritted his teeth and stood up. The fierce expression on his face had long since vanished, replaced by shock. Damn! What background does this high school student have? The Black Wolf grinned, about to draw the long knife from his back, but in the next second, a shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. Ha! Just as the Black Wolf looked bewildered, a large hand suddenly grabbed his hair. Immediately, a strong pulling sensation came from his scalp. The Black Wolf's face changed dramatically from the pain, and he was directly swung up by Lyn Chen, crashing down onto the ground with a thud. This fall made the Black Wolf see stars. But it wasn't over yet. Lyn Chen bent down and rained down punch after punch on the Black Wolf. Bang! Bang! The dull sounds echoed continuously from the arena, making the spectators' scalps tingle and their hearts race. At the same time, they marveled at this young man's temperament. In the past, there had been strong high school students in the underground fighting arena. However, these high school students often stopped attacking after knocking down their opponents. As a result, they would be ambushed by their opponents and lose the match. After all, having just left school, they still had little understanding of everything. The underground fighting arena had no rules. As long as the opponent did not concede, it did not mean you had won the match. Therefore, countless high school students had died or lost to their opponents because of this. Yet now, this novice Lyn Chen was directly beating the Black Wolf and even delivering finishing blows. Each punch Lyn Chen threw at the Black Wolf, even without using martial arts, unleashed a force that was far beyond what the Black Wolf could withstand. Thanks to the 1.5 times boost from his social anxiety. Before long, the Black Wolf's entire face was swollen like a pig's head, and he was covered in bruises of all sizes. The reason Lyn Chen did this was to trigger core goodness and bounty. Stop! Stop! I concede. The Black Wolf, pinned beneath Lyn Chen, could no longer endure it and hurriedly raised his still movable left hand, holding a white silk scarf. He surrendered. He simply couldn't take it anymore. Host has violently beaten the opponent. Core goodness cultivation speed increased by 10%. Strength increased by 1. Core goodness, cultivation speed increased by 40%. Total strength 4. Bounty, host has excellently completed the arena task. Reward issued, Chi blood pill *1. As the system's voice sounded, Lyn Chen stood up from the Black Wolf, feeling quite satisfied. As soon as Lyn Chen left, the Black Wolf quickly limped away, disregarding his dignity. Watching the Black Wolf leave in such a sorry state, the onlookers were left speechless. This high school student was truly brutal. Congratulations to this brother for winning the first match. At that moment, a hearty laugh rang out, and a middle-aged man in martial attire and a mask stood with his hands behind his back, saying, "Winning one match earns you 1,000 dasha coins. Winning 2 consecutive matches earns you 2,000 dasha coins," the middle-aged man said casually. Upon hearing this, a smile immediately appeared on Lyn Chen's face. "Looks like there's a consecutive win bonus." "That's right," the middle-aged man nodded. Additionally, in the underground fighting arena, there are 2 leaderboards, Heaven and Earth, which are refreshed once a month. Once you make the list, you will receive extra monetary rewards, the middle-aged man added for Lyn Chen. There's even a leaderboard. Lyn Chen's eyes lit up with interest. What he needed most right now was money. "Then I'll continue." Lyn Chen did not step down from the stage but stood on the platform, waiting for the second challenger. "Hiss, we have to continue. This kid has guts. I wonder which high school prodigy he is. He looks unfamiliar, but he's using palm techniques. I guess he's some martial artist who has awakened his body skills." Many people were watching Lyn Chen, and at this moment, they had already begun to see him in a new light. This high school student didn't seem as trashy as they had imagined. At least he had defeated the Black Wolf. "Let me come." Just then, a burly man stepped out from the crowd. The man was wearing chainmail, his muscles bulging, and his thick arms were even thicker than Lyn Chen's thighs. Behind him, he carried an iron rod. It's Battle Chariot. Tisk TSK. Battle Chariot is a level 7 warrior, and his profession is a blue quality staff master. Battle Chariot is ranked 35 on the Earth ranking. Hearing the information from the crowd, Lyn Chen gained a slight understanding of these 2 rankings. A level 7 warrior being ranked 35 means that there are probably no more than 15 level warriors on that Earth ranking. Looking at the burly man called Battle Chariot, Lyn Chen wore a friendly expression. "Brother, do you have anything to say before we start?" "Kid, you have some skills, but you're not suited to be here right now." The burly man spoke coldly. "You should go home and find your mother, but I see you won't have that chance. Once you're on the stage, life and death are irrelevant." With that, the burly man struck directly. He charged forward, causing the entire platform to tremble slightly. Facing the charging giant, Lyn Chen stepped forward, not daring to underestimate the person before him, and drew his sword. As the sword sheath opened, he took out a low-grade martial treasure and held it in his hand. Qingfeng sword technique. Lyn Chen flicked his wrist, and a sharp sword light suddenly slashed out. The blue sword light burst forth, and a powerful force rushed toward him. Battle Chariot suddenly raised the iron rod on his back and smashed it down. Bang! The iron rod shattered the blue sword energy, and then Battle Chariot gripped the rod with both hands, twisting his wrist as the iron rod suddenly swung toward Lyn Chen. "Kid, this is the first lesson I'm giving you. Wuji staff technique." The fierce and domineering iron rod came crashing down, and Lyn Chen quickly sidestepped. Bang! A dull sound erupted from the ground. Lyn Chen marveled at the man's use of the iron rod and his control over its power. This strike was powerful, but it didn't have enough inertia for Lyn Chen to seize the opportunity. "Who says there are no talented people in the underground boxing arena?" Lyn Chen muttered, drawing his sword again. His blood energy clung to the sword body, and the entire sword glowed with a blue light. An even more powerful sword energy erupted from the low-grade martial treasure. This time, Lyn Chen spared no effort and directly unleashed the peak Qingfeng sword technique. The blue sword energy skimmed the ground, and under the impact of its powerful force, Battle Chariot also felt the might of this sword energy. While marveling at the intensity of the martial arts displayed by this high school student, Battle Chariot did not stop his movements. The iron rod in his hand glowed with a mix of black and white light, and a powerful rod force erupted, seemingly trying to block Lyn Chen's sword. Just as the blue sword energy was about to reach Battle Chariot, it instantly transformed into 3 sword tips. What? Battle Chariot's pupils constricted, but there was no room to retreat. He could only brace himself. Bang! The sword energy rushed toward him, and Battle Chariot gripped the iron rod tightly with both arms, but he was still knocked back by the impact. This is the Qingfeng sword technique. A second-grade low-level martial art. This kid has actually mastered it to its peak. Could it be that he awakened the abilities brought by his profession? It must be so. But this person used palm techniques before and is now switching to a sword. What profession is that? The spectators were all astonished by Lyn Chen's display of skill. The warhorse continuously retreated, its body barely steady, the iron rod in its hand buzzing with a constant hum, and its arms still trembling. This sword was indeed powerful. If it weren't for the warhorse's battle-hardened experience and its ranking of 37th on the Earth list, it would have likely been defeated by this sword long ago. Yet, Lyn Chen did not wait for the warhorse to catch its breath before charging in again with his sword. As Lyn Chen approached, the warhorse could only brace itself to meet the opponent head-on. The two fought back and forth, sparks flying. The weapons in their hands were both low-grade martial treasures, without any attribute enhancements. However, in this contest, the iron rod in the warhorse's hand was undoubtedly superior, but the iron sword in Lyn Chen's hand was incredibly hard. Unlike an ordinary blade, possessing a certain resilience, this kid must have had a master guiding him to choose such a weapon, one martial artist observed. Many were speculating about Lyn Chen's identity, wondering which force from Song City this prodigy hailed from. Before long, one side began to show signs of defeat. The warhorse was continuously pushed back by Lyn Chen's long sword, waves of sword energy flying out as if they were free. No way. I can't lose to a student like this, the warhorse thought, facing Lyn Chen's attacks, feeling a growing panic. This was not entirely his fault, after all. Lyn Chen, under the full enhancement of social anxiety, had increased all his attributes by 1.5 times. With his 5th level martial artist status, plus the martial arts he had yet to unleash, he was more than capable of handling the warhorse before him. Bang! In the end, the warhorse was defeated by Lyn Chen in one move, as Lyn Chen found an opening and kicked him squarely in the chest. The warhorse's face changed dramatically, his body staggering backward. Seizing this opportunity, Lyn Chen knocked the iron rod from the opponent's hand with a sword strike and launched a fierce assault. Bang! Bang! Lyn Chen, like he had against the previous Black Wolf, rained down countless punches on the warhorse's body. Such a brutal scene felt oddly familiar to the onlookers. Damn, here we go again. The warhorse is really in for it this time. The warhorse was beaten to a pulp by Lyn Chen, with no chance to fight back. Keep talking tough, I'll show you. Lyn Chen showed no mercy to the warhorse before him. In this underground fighting arena, there were no rules to speak of. It could be said that Lyn Chen was completely free to unleash himself. No, I admit defeat. Stop hitting me. In the end, the warhorse could not withstand Lyn Chen's relentless barrage of punches and directly conceded. Just then, a bolt of lightning suddenly shot through Lyn Chen's palm, crashing violently into the warhorse's body. Boom! In the next moment, the warhorse was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground in the distance, spitting blood. What are you mumbling about? Lyn Chen scoffed and withdrew his hand. Host dealt a violent blow to the opponent. Core goodness cultivation speed increased by 10%. Strength increased by 1. Core goodness cultivation speed increased by 50%. Total strength 5. Bounty received. Host excellently completed the arena task. Rewards issued. Chi blood pills *2. With the system rewards issued, this arena match came to an end. Wow, this young man is really fierce. The martial artists present felt a sense of shock as they looked at Lyn Chen on the stage. Trouble was brewing. This newcomer had come here and directly claimed the 37th position on the Earth list. The 37th on the Earth list is now mine. Lyn Chen grinned, showing his teeth. Naturally, the middle-aged man in a mask nodded. What name do you wish to use to ascend to the 37th position on the Earth list? Let's call it No Beef. Alright, the middle-aged man nodded. Soon, a change occurred at the 37th position on the Earth list. No Beef, 37th place. After receiving this ranking, Lyn Chen fought a few more matches in the arena. Without a doubt, he won them all. In a single leap, Lyn Chen achieved 7 consecutive victories in the arena. However, none of the challengers surpassed the warhorse in strength. Those who challenged Lyn Chen were all newcomers to the underground boxing scene, people who did not believe in evil. Here, this is your money. Before leaving, the staff of the underground boxing arena handed Lyn Chen his winnings. 7 matches, 7 consecutive wins. Each victory earned him 1,000 daxia coins, and winning 2 matches in a row added another 1,000. On this day, Lyn Chen earned a total of 12,000 daxia coins. Wow, this is really profitable. Lyn Chen looked at the crisp bills in his hand, his face beaming with joy. In this line of work, Lyn Chen had reaped considerable rewards. Not only did he earn 12,000, but he also received the reward for nuclear goodness. Moreover, the reward for bounty gave him a total of 15 blood chi pills. The rewards from this bounty are entirely based on the strength of my opponents, Lyn Chen murmured, understanding the ability of this entry. As for the reward for completing 10 points of strength for nuclear goodness, he had yet to claim it. In this line of work, Lyn Chen had also come to understand the underground boxing arena. There were many martial artists here, and those ranked on the underground leaderboard received substantial monetary rewards every month. After thinking it over, Lyn Chen decided he needed to prepare a mask for himself. With his daily flamboyance, it would be troublesome if someone took notice of him. And since the underground boxing arena could produce such large sums of money at once, the boss behind it must have significant connections. Lyn Chen was not worried about being taken down at any moment. What he wanted was money. Home. Satisfied, Lyn Chen left the underground boxing arena and headed home. Just as he walked away, a figure emerged from the alley. Watching Lyn Chen's departing back, the person wore a weathered smile on his face. The master was right. Without a place to acquire resources, Lyn Chen will surely consider the underground boxing arena first. And about that girl from the slums, I should report back to the master. Name, Lyn Chen, blood chi, 140, level 5 martial artist, occupation, unemployed martial artist, strength, 10 martial arts, pinnacle fist, great accomplishment, basic sword technique, great accomplishment, Foshan leg, great accomplishment, thunder forging palm, great accomplishment, charging step, minor accomplishment, Qingfeng sword technique, peak, tiger walking fist, great accomplishment, flame red spear technique, great accomplishment, cultivation method, basic cultivation method entries, social anxiety, unyielding, nuclear goodness, close to 1 billion, bounty nuclear goodness, reward pending collection. Upon returning home, Lyn Chen couldn't wait to claim his rewards. Congratulations to the host for achieving the first standard. Rewards have been issued. Innate talent, dark flame and innate talent? Seeing the reward, Lyn Chen sprang up from the bed, his face filled with prolonged shock. The so-called innate talent is an unparalleled gift one is born with. Such individuals possess extraordinary traits from a young age. The dark flame is one of them. The dark flame allows one to attach a special type of fire to oneself. This fire has immense power in the early stages and is highly lethal to both demonic beasts and abyssal monsters. With the issuance of the reward, Lyn Chen could feel a change occurring within him. This change felt almost innate. Lyn Chen extended his hand, and a blazing crimson flame emerged from his palm. He could control this flame, allowing it to dissipate at will, without worrying about setting the mountains on fire. However, after a few seconds, Lyn Chen dispersed the flame and retracted it into his body. The consumption of chi and blood is insignificant, and as for its power, it is merely limited to the strength unleashed by second-tier fire attribute martial arts. Lyn Chen murmured softly, his eyes swirling. Although it wasn't strong, the innate talents would improve with the enhancement of one's own realm. However, some innate talents could not be enhanced. For example, auxiliary talents like transparency of the world and the third eye. Nevertheless, these innate talents would awaken on their own as one's realm increased. The human body is like a massive potential engine. Only through continuous exploration can one grasp its power. TSK, innate talents are quite enough, Lyn Chen said with a hint of a smile on his face. These were things that money couldn't buy. Core goodness. Next reward distribution. 20 points of strength. I didn't expect that 10 points of strength would yield such a reward. Future rewards must be even better. Lyn Chen became increasingly excited. Dinner is ready. From the makeshift kitchen, Su Name's voice called out. Coming. Lyn Chen got up and moved the food into the room. On the old television, news about Sang City was being broadcast. In recent days, the Martial Association has dispatched nearly 100 martial artists into the Beast Wilderness to investigate the unusual movements. Currently, no news has come back. With the martial examination approaching, the 3-month countdown is about to begin. We wish all martial examination candidates good luck. Upon seeing this, Lyn Chen muted the television. The martial examination was the key to Lyn Chen's rise. Gaining admission to a martial arts university and entering a prestigious institution not only came with a housing reward but also allowed one to learn better martial arts and teachings from the advanced academy. Ordinary people could only rise by participating in the martial examination or by enlisting in the military front lines. Martial artists face a critical threshold at level 10, every 10 levels. One can undergo a job change. But I don't need to change jobs, rather. Reaching level 10 will bring other enhancements. Lyn Chen murmured, still unclear about the ability enhancements that would come after his awakening. However, he didn't mind much, as he had the system and didn't lack that bit of ability. Right now, the most important thing is the martial examination. Lyn Chen focused all his thoughts on the examination. He had heard that in recent years, no one from Tsang City had been admitted to a top-tier martial arts university. Not even a single person from the first-tier martial arts universities. The martial examination is held simultaneously across the state, which means that I will be facing not only the candidates from Tsang City but also those from other cities. The Great Xiao is divided into 9 states. The state where Lyn Chen resided was called Beizhou. Beizhou has 7 cities, with Tsang City being at the bottom. The passing score for a third-tier martial arts university is 100, plus 150 points of chi and blood. In other words, the minimum requirement to enter a third-tier martial arts university is to reach level 6 and score at least 100. For a second-tier martial arts university, the score is 150, plus 160 points of chi and blood. For a first-tier martial arts university, the score must reach 200, and chi and blood must reach 180 points. This means being a level 9 martial artist. As for a top-tier martial arts university, not only is the score required to be a perfect 300, but chi and blood must also exceed 190 points. Only level 10 martial artists meet the passing criteria. 3 months is enough time for me to break through to level 10. Lyn Chen was full of confidence, believing he had the ability to raise his realm to level 10 in the remaining time. That night, Lyn Chen practiced, enhancing his chi and blood. Tomorrow, he would go to the underground boxing arena to continue making money. The night in Tsang City was brightly lit. In the Xiao family, in the main hall, the head of the Xiao family, Zhao Huayan, sat high in a grand chair. An undercover agent from the Xiao family stood below, respectfully cupping his hands towards the former head. The latest news is that Lyn Chen has adopted a strange woman into his home. And, as you expected, the head of the family, Lyn Chen went to the underground boxing arena today, winning 7 matches in a row, and even defeated the 37th ranked fighter. Upon hearing this, Zhao Huayan's pupils slightly constricted, and a hint of a smile appeared on his face. As expected, it was within this head of the family's anticipation. Lyn Chen indeed went to the underground boxing arena. Head of the family, now that Lyn Chen is at the underground boxing arena, it's the best time to take action. The third elder of the Xiao family looked at the latter and said, should we hire an assassin to deal with Lyn Chen in the ring? A glimmer of killing intent flashed in his murky eyes. It's not that easy to kill Lyn Chen, Zhao Huayan said lightly. Lyn Chen can refuse. With Lyn Chen's temperament, he certainly wasn't a fool. Once he sensed that the opponent was stronger than him, he would never risk his life to fight. Then, head of the family, the third elder of the Xiao family couldn't think of any other methods for a moment. Let's observe first. Let a few people test Lyn Chen, Zhao Huayan said coldly. Now that person with the surname Su is not around, if we rashly kill Lyn Chen, he will definitely come back to find the Xiao family. Moreover, that person with the surname Su probably doesn't even know that Lyn Chen went to the underground boxing arena. It won't be too late to act after he finds out. Upon hearing this, the third elder of the Xiao family nodded. Head of the family, I understand. I will notify them right away. Go ahead. Zhao Huayan waved his hand. After the third elder of the Xiao family left, Zhao Huayan's gaze fell on the dark spy. Keep an eye on Lyn Chen and that girl's relationship, and notify me when the time is right. Yes, head of the family. The dark spy nodded and then retreated. In the hall, only Zhao Huayan remained. He sat high in the grandmaster's chair, a cold smile on his face. Lyn Chen. Oh Lyn Chen, this is the consequence of offending my Zhao family. The next morning, early in the morning, Lyn Chen got up. Today's task was simple, buy a mask for himself and then quickly brush through a day at the underground boxing arena. Are you leaving again? As soon as Lyn Chen stepped out, he was stopped by Su Nange. With a beautiful woman blocking his way, Lyn Chen had no reason not to leave. Go away. I don't have time to deal with you. Cook dinner for me tonight. Lyn Chen pushed her hand away and left directly. Only Su Nange was left standing there in a daze. This brat really doesn't know how to cherish a beauty. Aunt Li walked out of the room and playfully scolded Lyn Chen's back, then came to Su Nange's side. Nange, Don't take it to heart. He has become a martial artist now and is working hard for the martial arts exam. Upon hearing this, a hint of confusion appeared in Su Nain's clear eyes. What is the martial arts exam? Lyn Chen left the slums. After buying a monkey face mask from a street vendor, Lyn Chen headed straight to the underground boxing arena. Upon arriving at the underground boxing arena, Lyn Chen felt as if he had returned home. Wow, a new face again? Doesn't look like it. This build resembles that muscular guy from yesterday. Tisk tsk, it really is him, carrying a long and short weapon case. Seeing Lyn Chen's figure, some people recognized him. After all, Lyn Chen was too eye-catching yesterday. This kid has already won 7 matches in a row. I wonder if he can set a new record today. I doubt it. The more consecutive wins, the more prize money he gets when he loses. I think so too. Someone from the top 30 on the leaderboard should challenge him today. Listening to the crowd, Lyn Chen raised an eyebrow and asked, the more consecutive wins, the more prize money when he loses? Of course, a rugged-looking middle-aged man nodded. Kid, just wait to die today. At that moment, a small man grinned at Lyn Chen, his eyes filled with a hint of coldness. You killed the Black Wolf yesterday. He's one of Boss Wa's underlings. Boss Wa is ranked 30th on the Earth ranking. His realm is also at level 8. Killing you would be a piece of cake. Upon hearing this, Lyn Chen shrugged and spread his hands. Then come at me. What a joke. Trying to bring that societal hierarchy into this. You beat the small fry. And now the big boss comes, right? Such a young age. Yet so arrogant. Among the crowd, a man dressed in black, with a long scar across his face, slowly stood up and looked at Lyn Chen. Seeing this man, many quickly stepped aside. Boss Hua. The thin man immediately broke into a smile upon seeing him. Huanan cracked his neck, his muscular arms bulging, and his murky eyes fell on Lyn Chen. Your surname is Lyn, right? At this, Lyn Chen's eyes slightly changed. This person actually knew his surname? Not talking? Then that must be it. Huanan grinned, a murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. I've come for you. Lyn Chen remained silent, his gaze fixed on the other man. If this person knew his surname, he must also know his full name. And since arriving here, he hadn't revealed his identity. If you have the guts, come on in. Huanan glanced at Lyn Chen and then walked straight into the arena. I am ranked 30th on the Earth ranking, and for this fight, I will put up 30,000 daxia coins as a wager. In the arena, Huanan stood with extreme arrogance, a smile plastered on his face. If you win, this 30,000 daxia coins will be yours. Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze in the crowd turned to Lyn Chen. They wondered if this kid would dare to accept the challenge. However, in their hearts, they believed Lyn Chen wouldn't have the courage to fight. Huanan was a renowned martial artist, and at level 8, recklessly accepting a challenge without knowing his martial arts could only increase the chances of defeat. Moreover, Lyn Chen's displayed strength was only around level 7. Lyn Chen didn't seem like a fool. I'll take it. To everyone's surprise, Lyn Chen straightforwardly accepted. Good. Seeing Lyn Chen agree, Huanan's smile grew even wider. Since someone wants to raise the stakes, do you all want to place a bet? At this moment, a staff member from the underground boxing arena spoke up. I want to bet. I'm betting on Boss Wa to win. Me too. Hey, a chance to make easy money is here. In an instant, countless people began to place their bets. Most of them put their money on Huanan. Only a very few placed a bet on Lyn Chen. That's 100% payout. Lyn Chen watched this scene, his face showing no disappointment. Instead, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted, feeling inexplicably happy. The higher the odds, the more money he would get if he won this fight. I bet 100,000 on myself. Slap. A faint sound echoed outside the arena as Lyn Chen finished speaking and slapped his bank card on the table. Whoosh! All eyes in the venue turned to him. This, betting 100,000 on himself. He must be crazy. Ha ha ha, what a fool. 100,000, if this kid loses, he'll be left with nothing. Many believed Lyn Chen was too impulsive. He was still young. After winning 7 matches yesterday, he had forgotten who he was today. Betting 100,000. Ha, then I'll add another 100,000. Huanan chuckled, seeing Lyn Chen's boldness. He naturally couldn't back down. As both sides increased their stakes, Lyn Chen stepped onto the arena. I heard you're an orphan. Today, I'll send you to the underworld to be reborn. As soon as he got on stage, Huanan immediately attacked. A surge of overwhelming energy erupted from his body, and the invisible pressure suddenly radiated from his feet, crashing outward. Lyn Chen felt a heaviness in his body and immediately realized it was the ability of this person. Whoosh! Huanan moved, his footsteps quickening as he ran towards Lyn Chen. At the same time, he tightly gripped an iron knife, its blade adorned with several circular rings, a typical large knife. The sharp blade reflected Lyn Chen's monkey face mask, and Huanan swung down, unleashing a powerful wave of force towards Lyn Chen's face. Witnessing this scene, everyone present knew it was about to end. What Hua Laoda was most proud of was the pressure aura that came after awakening his profession. This was the pressure field that erupted after compressing one's vital energy, capable of slowing down those of lower realms. Humph, your realm is lower than I expected. Huanan's eyes burst with killing intent, and he sneered inwardly. The large knife in his hand was already descending towards Lyn Chen. At that moment, however, his strike missed. What? Huanan's expression changed drastically. Looking at the spot, there was no trace of Lyn Chen, only black afterimages. Just as Huanan was in shock, a strong sense of crisis suddenly surged from his side. Huanan immediately swung his knife, but his movements were still too slow. He had underestimated Lyn Chen's speed and overestimated himself. From the side, Lyn Chen had already launched a punch, his powerful vital energy enveloping his fist, transforming it into a pure white force. Roar! Accompanied by a terrifying sound wave akin to a tiger's roar. It shattered Huanan's eardrum. Ugh! Huanan's face changed dramatically, and the next second, Lyn Chen's tiger fist slammed into his chest. Bang! A strong impact sound directly caved in Huanan's chest, and he crashed to the ground, spitting blood. This scene left everyone present in dead silence. On the stage, Lyn Chen, dressed in black, slowly raised his head, a harmless smile on his face. Wow! You really can't do it, huh? The entire venue was as silent as death. As the 30th on the Earth ranking, the undefeated General Huanan was now beaten into a dead dog by a newcomer with a single punch. In the distance, Huanan struggled to rise from the ground. His face was pale, blood still coughing from his mouth, and his chest had already caved in significantly. Lyn Chen's punch had directly left him severely injured. Third-grade lower-level martial art, Tiger Fist. At this moment, Huanan's eyes were the only part of him still fiercely staring at Lyn Chen. His left ear had just briefly lost hearing and was still not recovered. Huanan was horrified. Wasn't Lyn Chen said to have only mastered a second-grade lower-level martial art, the Qingfeng sword technique? How was this third-grade lower-level martial art possible? This was completely different from the information provided by the Xiao family. Huanan gritted his teeth against the intense pain in his chest, reaching into a side pocket to retrieve a vial of medicine. Kid, do you think this is over? Huanan's murky eyes were filled with intense killing intent as he glared at Lyn Chen. Saying this, he pushed open the vial cap with a finger and was about to pour the medicine into his mouth. Just then, a series of black afterimages suddenly appeared before him. Under Huanan's bewildered gaze, the figure in front of him suddenly grabbed his collar, and then a surge of thunder gathered in his other palm. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, and Huanan's body was sent flying again. The vial of medicine in his hand also fell, but Lyn Chen caught it directly. Are you kidding? Have you ever seen a righteous person give a villain time to transform? Lyn Chen interrupted the spellcasting and struck Huanan again, leaving him severely injured once more. Now, Huanan didn't even have the strength to get up from the ground. Even moving a finger could aggravate his injuries, causing even more intense pain. The scenes unfolding left everyone present speechless. The Tiger Fist, combined with that incredibly strange movement technique, how much martial arts has this guy mastered? Moreover, he has perfected them all. Those afterimages, everyone knew they were a form of movement martial arts. Movement martial arts can be learned by any martial artist. It's over. Boswa has been beaten down and can't get up. Boswa underestimated him. This person's movement is bizarre. It must be a third-grade martial art. I placed a bet of 5,000. Me too. Boswa actually lost. On the arena before them, the outcome was almost certain. Boswa had been beaten to the point where he couldn't even stand. Lyn Chen approached Huanan. He crouched down, grabbed the other's hair, and lifted him up as if he were a chick. Tell me, who told you my surname? Lyn Chen spoke in a calm voice, his clear eyes showing no threat. But Huanan felt a chill. He could sense that if he didn't tell the truth, Lyn Chen would not let him go. It's the Xiao family. Under the threat of death, Huanan whispered. Upon hearing this, Lyn Chen nodded. You're quite sensible. Bang! In the next moment, Lyn Chen grabbed Huanan's hair and slammed him hard against the platform. Bang! Bang! 1 hit, 2 hits, until Huanan's face was covered in blood, and he stopped breathing. Only then did Lyn Chen cease. The host violently beat the opponent. Core goodness cultivation speed increased by 10%. Strength increased by 1. Core goodness cultivation speed increased by 110%. Total strength 11. Bounty received. The host excellently completed the arena task. Reward issued, 3,000 great Xiao coins. Seeing this scene, the martial artists present didn't dare to breathe. Boss Hua was brutally killed by this high school student. Hiss! The entire venue fell silent. Only the sound of many people gasping could be heard. No one expected that a mere high school student could directly kill Huanan. With Huanan dead, the victory was assured. Ha ha ha, Xiao, won. I bet right. But unfortunately, I only bet 1,000. 1,000 isn't small, with 10 times the odds, that's 10,000. As Lyn Chen won the match, some were delighted while others were worried. 10 times the odds means I just made 1,000,000 great Xia coins. Lyn Chen's face was filled with smiles. After killing Huanan, his clear face had gained a hint of pallor. The repeated use of 4th grade lower martial arts had already drained Lyn Chen significantly. Coupled with the use of the Tiger Fist and Thunder Forging Palm, Lyn Chen had little fighting ability left. But fortunately, he had won this battle, and he had earned 1,000,000 great Xia coins. You bet 100,000 great Xia coins, and your odds are 100, which means 1,000,000 great Xia coins. The staff at the underground venue spoke. We will charge you a 10% service fee, as per the arena's regulations. Alright, Lyn Chen nodded. Even so, he would still receive 900,000 great Xia coins. That was a huge sum. The money arrived, and Lyn Chen happily walked down from the arena. He was exhausted and naturally wouldn't continue. The martial artists present looked at Lyn Chen with a hint of awe. This kid had only been in the underground boxing arena for 2 days. He had achieved such feats, it was simply outrageous. Not only that, but he was decisive in killing, with a terrifying temperament. After killing Huanan, Lyn Chen's ranking on the underground list also rose to 30. The Qi blood pill hasn't been taken yet. Lyn Chen sat not far away, took out the Qi blood pill obtained from the system, and put it in his mouth. The Qi blood pill, as the name suggests, is a spiritual medicine that can increase a martial artist's own Qi and blood. Lyn Chen directly treated it as a medicine for restoring Qi and blood and swallowed it. As his Qi and blood recovered, it wasn't long before Lyn Chen continued to ascend the stage. This day passed extremely quickly. Whether it was because Lyn Chen had killed Huanan, there were very few challengers left. The power of Hishan had only increased by 3 points, and the rewards from the fights were all money, a total of 9,000. Not a bad harvest, Lyn Chen said as he left the underground boxing arena with today's gains. As Lyn Chen departed, in a certain part of the underground boxing arena, in a secret room, a middle-aged man in a suit sat on the sofa, watching Lyn Chen's departing figure on the monitor, a faint smile appearing on his face. Interesting. The middle-aged man extinguished the cigarette in his hand. Beside him, a tall martial artist stood respectfully. Master, this young man should be the unranked martial artist. Lyn Chen, the tall martial artist spoke, his voice deep and heavy like cannon fire. Indeed, it's him. The middle-aged man nodded. Let's observe for a few days. He can't die in the underground boxing arena before that side returns. Upon hearing this, the tall martial artist nodded. Yes, master. Back in the slums, Lyn Chen stripped off his clothes and washed away the fatigue of the day. This day had been incredibly fruitful. A full 900,000 daxia coins had arrived, making him ecstatic. Lyn Chen had never earned so much money in his life. Adding to what he had before, Lyn Chen now had 1,000,000 daxia coins in hand. Even in his past life, this would be considered a huge sum. Browsing the marketplace again, Lyn Chen's standards had risen significantly. He even had his eyes on mid-grade martial treasures. The cheapest mid-grade martial treasure started at over 400,000 daxia coins. Let's look at 4th grade martial arts. Lyn Chen merely glanced at it before closing the page. The reason was simple. The cheapest 4th grade martial arts started at 1,000,000 daxia coins. It would completely empty his wallet. I should still look for a breathing technique. Lyn Chen thought for a moment and decided it was best to prepare a breathing technique for himself. After all, what he lacked was a breathing technique. After browsing around, although Lyn Chen had 1,000,000 on him, the breathing technique he could buy was only the lowest grade. Any breathing technique above second grade required 1 million daxia coins. However, it's not a problem if the breathing technique is a bit expensive. After awakening, martial artists can only learn martial arts of their own profession. Other aspects depend on the grade of the chosen breathing technique and the grade of their movement technique. Due to the awakening of the scarlet flame, Lyn Chen chose the flame cultivation method. The moment he paid 50,000 daxia coins, it disappeared, and a pained expression appeared on Lyn Chen's face. It really hurts. However, the expenditure of 50,000 daxia coins also granted him 5 points of qi and blood. Close to 1 billion has been triggered, spending 50,000 daxia coins, and has obtained 5 points of qi and blood. With this 5 points of qi and blood, Lyn Chen's current qi and blood reached 148 points, just 2 points away from becoming a 6th level martial artist. That should be enough for tonight, Lyn Chen murmured. After reaching 6th level martial artist, he could continue to draw attributes. He wondered what the next attribute would be. Although he was currently a 5th level martial artist, with the enhancement of social anxiety, he could completely handle 7th level martial artists. With the help of his stepping technique, defeating 8th level martial artists was also completely feasible. Not only that, the 10 points of strength added by Hishan meant that he had effectively increased his strength by 10 points in terms of qi and blood. To put it simply, he is now a level 5 martial artist in terms of physical fitness and speed, but his strength falls within the realm of a level 6 martial artist. With my current speed, I could definitely achieve good results in the martial arts examination. Lyn Chen blinked, realizing that becoming stronger was really that simple. Dinner's ready, came Su Ning's voice from outside. Lyn Chen skillfully got up and brought out the meal she had prepared. It must be said that Su Ning's cooking was indeed quite good. After eating, Lyn Chen stuffed a stack of money into her hands. Here, this is for you. Su Ning looked up in confusion, her beautiful eyes filled with puzzlement. What's this for? To buy meat. I'm a martial artist, and I need to eat a lot of meat, Lyn Chen replied. As a martial artist, his meals couldn't be simple. He hadn't had money before, so he couldn't eat well. Now that he had money, it was time to indulge his taste. Especially today, after such a drain on his energy, he already felt fatigued. Even if his energy recovered, he still felt this way. It's no wonder that being a martial artist was such an expensive endeavor. Without these resources, Lyn Chen probably wouldn't even reach level 3 as a martial artist now. Oh, Su Ning accepted the money and stuffed it into her waist pouch. Living in a slum is still inconvenient. First, I need to test my current strength. And second, I need to practice martial arts. The noise is too much. Now that Lyn Chen had money, he dared to think of anything. After some thought, he decided to change his place of residence. That day, Lyn Chen went to bed early. The next morning, the Martial Arts Association sent over the breathing technique. Lyn Chen put away the breathing technique and went to find Aunt Lee, informing her that he would soon be leaving. Little Moo is leaving too, Aunt Lee said with a loving smile. You really are making progress, Aunt Lee. Once I have time, I will come back to see you, Lyn Chen said with a smile on his face. No need for that. Now that you are a martial artist, time is tight. We are not important, Aunt Lee hurriedly replied. Her face, marked by the passage of time, filled with a kind smile. Aunt Lee, take this. Lyn Chen pressed a stack of money into her hands. Little Moo, what are you doing? Aunt Lee exclaimed, quickly trying to refuse. But after Lyn Chen insisted several times, she finally accepted the money. Lyn Chen took Su Ning and left the slum. Upon arriving in the city, Lyn Chen opened his phone and rented a place. The rent wasn't cheap, costing 80,000 a year. However, Lyn Chen only paid for 5 months, renting it for 3 months. This house had its own training room and equipment to test strength, so Lyn Chen wouldn't have to trouble himself to go to a martial arts school or similar places. 3 bedrooms, 1 living room, 2 bathrooms, and 2 bedrooms, this is good. Lyn Chen clapped his hands, very satisfied with the place. Both the environment and the landscape were far better than the slum. Su Ning also curiously surveyed everything in front of her. This place was countless times better than the one she had been to. Do I still need to stay at Aunt Lee's house? Su Ning suddenly remembered something and asked. No need. You can stay in the other room. Lyn Chen pointed to the adjacent room. Oh, okay. Su Ning nodded and then returned to her room. Lyn Chen then went to the training room. Sitting cross-legged on the mat, Lyn Chen took out the flame cultivation technique and began to practice. The flame cultivation technique is used to draw on energy. allowing one to awaken the fire attribute within themselves. The cultivation technique enables one to better draw on energy and improve the speed of energy cultivation. Then, it enhances the power of the attributes, increasing one's strength. The breathing technique can also bring about other abilities, for example, his flame cultivation technique, once practiced to a certain stage, allows him to use flames to attack even without employing martial arts, and stronger breathing techniques can provide even more powerful abilities. Flame breathing technique. Lyn Chen slightly closed his eyes and began to practice according to the instructions of the flame breathing technique. As time passed, with each breath, a white mist was exhaled from his nostrils. The host is practicing the flame breathing technique. Unyielding has been triggered. As the first level of breathing technique, the flame breathing technique has directly advanced. The flame breathing technique has advanced to the crimson flame breathing technique. The crimson flame breathing technique is the advanced form of the flame breathing technique, capable of releasing crimson flames, projecting the red flames outward, transforming into fire martial arts, possessing some combat capabilities, with higher attribute abilities. The crimson flame breathing technique has reached minor success. With the activation of Unyielding, Lyn Chen was astonished. At the same time, his expression was extremely rich. Has it advanced? The flame breathing technique had advanced to the crimson flame breathing technique. Lyn Chen couldn't wait to check his current status panel. Name, Lyn Chen, Vitality, 148, Level 5 Warrior, Occupation, Unemployed Martial Artist, Strength, 11, Martial Arts, Pinnacle Fist, Great Success. Basic Sword Technique, Great Success. Foshan Leg, Great Success. Thunder Forging Palm, Great Success. Charging Step, Minor Success. Qingfeng Sword Technique, Pinnacle. Tiger Walking Fist, Great Success. Crimson Flame Spear Technique, Great Success. Cultivation Method, Second Rank Crimson Flame Breathing Technique, Minor Success. Attributes, Social Anxiety. Unyielding, Core Kindness, close to 1 billion. Brought along, Second Rank Breathing Technique? Lyn Chen's face was filled with joy. He didn't expect to advance from a first-rank breathing technique to a second-rank breathing technique so quickly. This saves me quite a bit of money. The second-rank breathing technique was already considered an excellent cultivation method for Lyn Chen. However, for those backed by powerful families and of noble birth, the second-rank breathing technique could only be considered inferior. But Lyn Chen wasn't worried. He relied entirely on his own efforts. Lyn Chen took the unsharpened sword from the table, gripping the hilt in his hand. As he circulated his dantian, a surge of crimson flames suddenly clung to the entire blade. The surrounding temperature also began to rise. Lyn Chen then dissipated the flames on the sword and raised his fist, approaching the wooden man. Boom! The crimson flames covered his fist as Lyn Chen pulled his left leg back and then struck the wooden man with a powerful punch. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled sound and the crackling of flames. The force of this punch was over 1,500 pounds. Strength, 1,573 pounds. This ordinary punch directly unleashed a force that only a level 6 warrior could achieve. If social anxiety is activated, the power of this punch could increase by another 1 or 200 pounds. However, such an enhancement was already sufficient. With the second-rank breathing technique, Lyn Chen's training speed was also significantly increased. In just one night, Lyn Chen's vitality rose from 148 to 150. In one night, he increased his vitality by 2 points. Congratulations to the host for advancing to level 6 warrior. You can draw one unlimited attribute. Draw. Unlimited attribute drawing in progress. Congratulations to the host for obtaining explosive damage. Explosive damage, when striking, there is a chance to double the power. Can be integrated into martial arts. Integrating into martial arts will change the martial arts. Explosive damage was the first attribute Lyn Chen could integrate into his martial arts. Doubling the power with a strike? I wonder what the probability is. Lyn Chen didn't rush to integrate it into his martial arts but instead approached the wooden man and began to throw punches. Bang! 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 Each punch landed on the wooden man, and the display screen on one side continuously showed the force generated by each of his punches. 1,561 pounds. 1,592 pounds. 1,523 pounds. Without knowing how many punches had been thrown, just as Lyn Chen's fist landed on the wooden man, a loud sound of an explosion suddenly erupted. Bang! The intense force directly knocked the wooden man in front of him off balance. Meanwhile, on the screen beside him, the power generated by his punch was displayed prominently. 2,001 pounds. The critical hit power had increased by a full 400 pounds from the original base. This was something only a 10th level martial artist could achieve. Although the probability was low, with good luck, it was enough to win in one move. Now let me see what changes this explosive damage. Integrated into martial arts can bring. Lyn Chen stroked his chin, temporarily integrating the explosive damage into the thunder forging palm. Although the attribute would bring changes to the martial arts, Lyn Chen was only experimenting with it for now, not daring to recklessly integrate it into martial arts above the 3rd rank. Thunder Forging Palm has integrated the attribute explosive damage. 2nd rank lower level Thunder Forging Palm has changed and been upgraded to 3rd rank lower level martial arts. 3rd rank Thunder Forging Palm, when performing the martial arts, thunder will explode. In an instant, the Thunder Forging Palm underwent a qualitative change. Not only that, but the Thunder Forging Palm, after integrating the attribute, also gained an additional property. A strange memory merged into Lyn Chen's mind, as if it were innate, allowing him to perform it effortlessly. Let me try this Thunder Forging Palm after integrating the attribute. Lyn Chen rubbed his fists, transforming his left fist into a palm. As the energy and blood flowed within him, a surge of purple thunder suddenly clung to his left palm. The thunder crackled, and the purple lightning flickered as Lyn Chen struck out with his palm. Boom! Zzz. The Thunder Forging Palm landed on the wooden man's body, and the purple thunder spread out like a sea of fire in an instant. Each bolt of lightning was as thick as an arm, and the booming thunder shook the entire training room. 2,000 pounds. Looking at the display screen, the power value had actually reached 2,000. This palm actually reached a force of 2,000 pounds? Lyn Chen was taken aback. This was not a result of the probability of explosive damage, but rather the solid power generated from a single strike. Moreover, the Thunder Forging Palm had transformed from single target damage into area damage. The improvement was indeed significant. The energy and blood consumed is also considerable. With my 6th level martial artist realm, I can probably only perform it 3 times. After the strike, Lyn Chen's complexion slightly paled. However, this was enough. Within the 10th level martial artists, Lyn Chen could be considered invincible. What noise is that? At that moment, a voice from outside the room called out. It's nothing, I'm practicing. Lyn Chen replied, and immediately, there was silence outside. It's good that I rented this place, otherwise, if I had unleashed this palm, I might have destroyed half the house, Lyn Chen said with relief. After that, he equipped himself and went back to the underground boxing arena. Time flew by, and 15 days had passed in the blink of an eye. During these 15 days, Lyn Chen had been in the underground boxing arena. Because he had defeated Huanan, his fame had skyrocketed, causing many to hesitate to challenge him. In those 15 days, he had only fought 9 matches, and even the guaranteed wins could not be triggered. Meanwhile, core goodness had increased by 8 points of strength, and he was now just a little short of the strength value needed to receive a reward. In these 7 days, Song City had seen quite a few events. The martial arts examination was approaching, and all the senior students were preparing for it. Those talented individuals with backgrounds were continuously coming up with new ways to enhance their training. Zhang Li from the Zhang family of ancient martial arts had currently reached 140 points of energy and blood, becoming a 5th level martial artist. He was the first among this batch of senior students in Song City to reach 140 points of energy and blood. Not only that, but Zhang Li also completed a junior secret realm as a 5th level martial artist. When this news broke, many were astonished, marveling at Zhang Li's strength. As for Lyn Chen, who had made a name for himself at the communication conference, he had vanished for half a month. There was another piece of news. The martial artists who had gone to the Beast Wilderness had returned. This news was considered good news. During these days, the entire Song City was on high alert, with martial artists from the Martial Association patrolling the streets every night. Now, the martial artists from the Martial Association had returned from the Beast Wilderness. Inside the Martial Association, Su Wei sat in his office on the 7th floor. In front of him lay a broken longsword, stained with the blood of some kind of demon beast, but it had already dried and could not be removed. A middle-aged man in a suit sat on the sofa opposite him. Su Si, how was the trip? The man in the suit asked. Not bad, Su Wei replied. The disturbance in the Beast Wilderness was caused by the Beast King's daughter running away. The Beast King mobilized the demon beasts to search for her. Su Si, if the Beast King cannot find his daughter, will he direct his anger towards Song City? The man in the suit looked at Su Wei and asked. He definitely will. Su Wei nodded and continued in a deep voice. However, as the only wilderness not eroded by the abyssal demons, the Beast King has his own troubles. In the short term, the Beast King will not make any major moves. In the coming days, Sun City must remain under martial law and check every household for any suspicious individuals. We must find the Beast King's daughter. Upon hearing this, the man in the suit nodded. I understand. Su Si, you didn't call me here just for this matter, did you? After discussing the main issue, Su Wei's gaze fell back on the other man. Su Si, the kid named Lyn Chen you mentioned has already appeared in the underground boxing ring. The man in the suit said. Su Wei raised his head, a hint of surprise in his murky eyes, but that look quickly vanished. He's doing quite well, Su Wei asked. Very well, the man in the suit gave a high evaluation. It has been 10 years since Beizhou has given a single quota for direct admission. Su Wei suddenly said. Even the capital city of Shishir has never had a direct admission quota. And this time, for some unknown reason, Sun City has received a direct admission quota. As soon as these words were spoken, the calm expression on the man's face instantly changed. What? Su Si, you're not joking, are you? No. Su Wei shook his head. This time, the higher-ups specifically granted Sun City a direct admission quota. Great. Sun City hasn't produced a single person in 10 years, and now we have a chance for direct admission. The man in the suit smiled, his expression very rich. Don't be too happy just yet. Sun City getting a direct admission opportunity means the competition will be fierce. Su Wei waved his hand, signaling the other man to temper his excitement. Sun City had the least say among the cities in Yunzhou. This direct admission quota should have belonged to the capital city of Shishir, but now it was given to Tsong City. At that time, countless talents would surely flood into Tsong City to seize this quota. As soon as this was said, the smile on the man's face abruptly stopped. Clearly, this statement had awakened him. Su Si, this time Tsong City is different from the past. With Lyn Chen, the unassigned martial artist, if he is cultivated, we should be able to compete for the direct admission quota in the remaining time. The man in the suit said, focusing on Lyn Chen. Then leave this matter to you. Su Wei nodded. This direct admission is crucial for the future development of Tsong City, and we cannot let it be taken by people from other cities. Now, we can only hope that no one comes from the capital. Su Wei sighed. From the capital. The man in the suit had nothing more to say. Let's start with Lyn Chen. The Xiao family will definitely not stay quiet. Su Wei added. Just help Lyn Chen a little in secret. Such a genius needs to be nurtured to reveal his talent. Upon hearing this, the man in the suit nodded. Understood. Su Si. In the community, in the room rented by Lyn Chen, there are still 2.5 months until the martial arts exam. During these 15 days, Lyn Chen has been going to the underground boxing arena or practicing martial arts at home. In just over half a month, Lyn Chen has made considerable progress. His level has smoothly reached level 7. As for other changes, there aren't many. During this half month, most of the martial artists Lyn Chen encountered were coming for him. Interestingly, several martial artists knew his name, just like that day with Huanan. It's still the Xiao family. A hint of coldness flickered in Lyn Chen's clear eyes. After the incident in the secret realm, he hadn't paid much attention to the Xiao family. Even after killing Huanan and learning from him that the Xiao family was targeting him, he didn't worry too much. After all, with Su Si speaking up for him, the Xiao family's actions wouldn't be too bold. But now it seems that the Xiao family isn't too wary of Su Si. It's likely that in a few days, there will be several mysterious experts challenging him in the underground boxing arena. When I become stronger, I will definitely take action against the Xiao family first, Lyn Chen murmured. In this world, the law of the jungle prevails. The Xiao family is stronger than him, and Lyn Chen has no complaints, but they better not wait until he surpasses them. Otherwise, no one will be able to save the Xiao family. System, draw a card. Drawing infinite cards. Victory favors the brave. For every battle fought, regardless of whether the opponent is a human, a beast, or an abyss demon, each victory allows the choice of receiving a reward, which increases with the number of victories. Note, this card cannot be integrated into martial arts. Good. Seeing this card, Lyn Chen's face brightened with a smile. What he lacked was resources. Now, with this card favoring victory, it's a perfect match with the guaranteed rewards. At this moment, within the Xiao family, after half a month of probing, Zhao Huayan had a rough understanding of Lyn Chen's martial arts. Lyn Chen has mastered a suspected third-grade body technique, along with the perfected third-grade lower-level tiger fist. Aside from these, he also practices the peak-level Qingfeng sword technique and thunder forging palm. Zhao Huayan sat in a high position, listening to the reports from his spies over the past few days. These were all of Lyn Chen's martial arts. As for his realm, he is estimated to be a level 6 martial artist, but his explosive power is comparable to that of a level 8 martial artist. As Zhao Huayan continued to speak, the killing intent in his eyes grew stronger, challenging beyond his level, and mastering martial arts to such a high degree. Just these 2 points were enough for Zhao Huayan to want Lyn Chen dead. Master, should we inform the young master? Asked the third elder of the Xiao family. With the martial arts exam approaching, I heard that there is a guaranteed spot in Sung City this time. Let him continue to train for now. When the exam day comes, he will shine. Zhao Huayan shook his head and said, "Alright, since we understand Lyn Chen's martial arts, let him take action. My Xiao family has raised him for 23 years, it's time for him to repay the Xiao family." In the underground boxing arena, on stage, Lyn Chen, wearing a monkey mask, defeated the big man in front of him with a punch, winning this match. Unfortunately, nuclear good did not increase his strength, and guaranteed rewards did not trigger. TSK, getting fiercer and fiercer. Yeah, this kid has already squeezed into the top 30. I wonder if anyone will challenge him today. Many people were already well aware of Lyn Chen's strength. This high school student was truly formidable. Lyn Chen carried a gun case and a sword case. From the moment he arrived at the underground boxing arena until today, he had never used a long spear, which could be considered one of his hidden tactics. Many people had previously speculated whether Lyn Chen possessed a long spear. However, judging from Lyn Chen's performance, it was highly likely that he was just an unremarkable, unranked martial artist. In other words, a wanderer. No one thought to connect him with Lyn Chen. Since Lyn Chen had offended the Xiao family, he certainly wouldn't dare to come to the underground boxing arena. Otherwise, how could the Xiao family let this opportunity slip by? Regarding the grievances between Lyn Chen and the Xiao family, some people had heard a bit about it. After all, it had caused quite a stir, especially in front of many powerful factions. Unranked martial artists were not uncommon in the Great Xia, but unranked martial artists of red quality were extremely rare. I wonder how much stronger this person is compared to Lyn Chen, someone said, looking at Lyn Chen's figure. Not sure. Lyn Chen hasn't been here, but from his previous performance, he probably isn't weak. Another replied, I actually think that Lyn Chen is not a match for this person in front of us. Someone chuckled, clearly recognizing Lyn Chen's strength. Right, the combat power displayed by the one who doesn't eat beef is indeed too strong. Among his peers in Sung City, there are probably very few who can match him. Lyn Chen listened to everyone's words, taking them all in. Alright, I'll fight myself. Lyn Chen couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. By the way, didn't you all go check next door? Oh, I heard a newcomer has arrived next door. Apparently it's Zhang Li from the Zhang family. Zhang Li from the Zhang family? Upon hearing this, many people turned their gaze to the one who spoke. Yes, the martial arts he uses have the Zhang family's influence, and he's quite young with strong abilities. He has already won 2 matches in a row, and it seems he is about to start his 3rd match. Let's hurry and take a look. Another genius has come. I wonder how much stronger he is than the one who doesn't eat beef. Everyone rushed towards the second arena. Hey, brother who doesn't eat beef, want to go take a look together? At this moment, someone invited Lyn Chen. Hearing this, Lyn Chen raised an eyebrow. Zhang Li from the Zhang family? That was worth checking out. Soon, Lyn Chen stepped down from the arena and followed the crowd towards the second arena. The second arena was located at the back of this room. Although it was called a room, it was actually about 300 square meters in size. At this moment, many martial artists from the underground boxing arena had gathered in the second arena. When the Zhang family's genius, Zhang Li, made his move, he certainly attracted a lot of attention. On the arena, Zhang Li stood there without any concealment. Also, due to his identity, the ancient martial arts Zhang family didn't require him to hide anything. After all, once his martial arts were revealed, everyone would know who he was. As for Lyn Chen, he originally came from a poor background, so not many people paid attention to him. On the stage, Zhang Li faced a martial artist wielding a long spear. Zhang Li and this person exchanged blows, and the martial arts in his hands were executed to perfection. In the end, The opponent was taken down by Zhongli with a feint. Lyn Chen recognized this move. It was the same one the opponent had used against him at the exchange conference. Seeing this scene, many people's expressions changed slightly. Zhongli from the Zhang family is indeed not to be underestimated. He's quite strong, no wonder he's from an ancient martial arts family. Tisk tsk. The genius from the Zhang family comes here just to gain some prestige. After defeating his opponent, Zhongli, just like Lyn Chen did back then, directly delivered a finishing blow. Although he didn't kill his opponent, he ensured that the opponent lost all combat capability. After doing all this, Zhongli finally stopped. His calm gaze swept over the crowd without any fluctuations. Suddenly, Zhongli spotted Lyn Chen, who was wearing a monkey mask, and couldn't help but feel a jolt in his heart. Why does this person give me such a familiar feeling? Zhongli was somewhat surprised, feeling that he had seen those eyes somewhere before, but he couldn't recall where. Is anyone else coming? Anyone below level 7 can come up. Then, Zhongli stopped thinking about it and spoke up. As a prodigy of the ancient martial arts Zhang family, Zhongli spoke with complete confidence. Compared to Lyn Chen from before, he was a bit overly proud. I wonder who is stronger, Zhang the genius or not eating beef? Ha ha, need I say? Naturally, it's not eating beef, right? Not eating beef is ranked in the top 30 of the Earth ranking. Exactly. Although not eating beef is the same age as Zhang the genius, their strength is too different. Many people began to speak up, refuting the person because of the incident involving Lyn Chen. Listening to the words around him, Zhongli became interested. He had been at the underground boxing arena for 2 days now. He had heard quite a bit about this person called Not Eating Beef. This person was of a similar age to him, but their combat power was terrifying. In just half a month, this person had directly fought their way into the top 30 of the Earth ranking. With such combat power, even Zhongli knew he couldn't defeat this person. I wonder, if I win against him, will I get a 2000 bonus? Lyn Chen asked. Of course, a nearby martial artist nodded. As long as you have consecutive wins, you'll get a bonus for defeating your opponent. If Not Eating Beef wins against you, he would get 8,000. A martial artist glanced at Lyn Chen and immediately guessed his thoughts. If I can earn it, why not? Lyn Chen smiled faintly. Who told him to be not eating beef? On the stage, Zhongli scanned the crowd and proudly asked, I am Zhongli of the ancient martial arts Zhang family. May I come up to ask a few questions? As a member of the ancient martial arts Zhang family, he felt proud and would not allow himself to be inferior to anyone, even Xiao Chen of the Xiao family. The eyes of the crowd suddenly focused on Lyn Chen. You are not eating beef? Zhongli's gaze turned to Lyn Chen. Do you want to fight me? Lyn Chen nodded and replied. This voice, why is it so familiar? Upon hearing Lyn Chen's accent, Zhongli's expression changed slightly. This voice, combined with those eyes. No, it can't be. Lyn Chen is just a non-professional martial artist, although he has red quality. It is impossible for him to achieve such good results in the underground boxing arena. What else? Lyn Chen crossed his arms, with a sword box and gun box on his back, and nodded. Zhongli looked up and noticed the weapons behind Lyn Chen. Seeing the gun box, he suddenly had a bad premonition. This guy can't really be Lyn Chen, right? No, it can't be. If it really is Lyn Chen, wouldn't that mean his speed of breaking through realms is too terrifying? Zhongli shook his head, not believing that the person in front of him was Lyn Chen. It was a joke. Although he had only been here for 2 days, he had heard early on about the series of rules regarding the underground boxing arena within his family. The top 30 of the Earth ranking were all starting from level 8, and Lyn Chen had neither resources nor a mentor to teach him. How could he achieve such results in just half a month? Moreover, his current level was only that of a level 6 martial artist. This was still after spending a large amount of family resources over the past half month, relying on the blood energy chamber and pills to improve. As for martial arts, he had only mastered a 3rd grade martial art to great success. This was only possible due to the abilities brought by his awakened profession. Lyn Chen now probably hadn't even reached level 5. Are you coming? Lyn Chen glanced at him and asked. Just a friendly match, Zhongli said. Regardless of whether this person was Lyn Chen or not, based solely on the opponent's strength, he knew he would not be a match. Just enough to make a point, was Zhongli's request. Sure. After a brief moment of thought, Lyn Chen nodded in agreement. Good. Zhongli responded with an then stepped aside. Lyn Chen went straight up to the stage, just enough to make a point. Ha, he, Zhang genius isn't a fool. he knows he's not the opponent's match, so he dares to proceed. That's true. The crowd didn't find Zhang Li's actions too puzzling. After all, the genius of the Zhang family wasn't lacking in money. Coming here was merely a way to hone his skills. Lyn Chen was different. He needed the money. As soon as Lyn Chen stepped onto the stage, an invisible pressure inexplicably enveloped Zhang Li. What's going on? Zhang Li looked at Lyn Chen ahead, wondering why he felt a hint of pressure. They hadn't even started yet. I'm not this person's opponent, I can't reveal my trump card, Zhang Li murmured to himself, then took a deep breath and approached Lyn Chen. His steps were incredibly quick, his breathing perfectly rhythmic. Clearly, Zhang Li had practiced a breathing technique, and it was of no low grade. With Zhang Li's move, the duel officially began. Zhang Li wore silver gauntlets, a low-grade martial treasure, which shimmered with white light. He turned his hands forward in a Tai Chi-like motion, and a powerful pulling force swept around Lyn Chen. Lyn Chen stomped the ground, and the strong force field directly countered this pulling force. In the next second, Zhang Li thrust both hands forward, and a white energy sphere suddenly erupted, crashing towards Lyn Chen. Lyn Chen threw a punch, his blood energy surging like a dragon, transforming into white steam that flowed from his fingertips, booming as it blocked the attack. You also practice third-grade martial arts? Zhang Li was startled at this scene, but then he thought about Lyn Chen's ranking and realized there was nothing to be surprised about. He had already used his third-grade intermediate martial art, Tai Chi cloud manipulation, without holding back. With one strike breaking Zhang Li's move, Lyn Chen, wearing a mask, stepped forward, his body closing in on Zhang Li at an incredible speed. What? Zhang Li's expression changed instantly. What realm was this guy in to move so fast? Just as Zhang Li prepared to block Lyn Chen's attack, Lyn Chen's fist had already magnified before his eyes. Bang! Zhang Li's pupils suddenly contracted, and in the next moment, he was sent flying by the punch. He fell straight to the ground, his body feeling like it was about to fall apart. Alright, it's over. Time to wrap up. Lyn Chen clapped his hands, having resolved the matter easily, without any difficulty. Instant kill. No wonder he doesn't eat beef. So fierce. He's still the same, he kills his opponent in one move at the slightest disagreement. The crowd felt familiar with Lyn Chen's actions as they watched the scene. Lying on the ground, Zhang Li felt pain all over his body. He slowly stood up, his clear eyes fixed intently on Lyn Chen. Who exactly is this guy? Despite losing the match, Zhang Li was exceptionally curious about Lyn Chen's background. Lyn Chen had resolved this match with ease. $2,000 easily in hand. Task completed. Outstandingly completed the task. Reward, 4th grade martial arts fragment *1. Lyn Chen was filled with questions. There are fragments too? Can I ask you? What's your name? At that moment, Zhang Li's voice came from not far away. Turning around, he saw Zhang Li clutching his chest, looking at Lyn Chen with a hint of curiosity on his face. No, Lyn Chen directly shook his head. At this moment, in a certain area of the second arena, a middle-aged man in a suit was walking towards them. Zhang Li's expression changed slightly, he hadn't expected the other party to refuse. Then can you tell me your age? Zhang Li asked again, clearly showing a hint of reluctance on his face, especially his fists, clenched tightly. He didn't believe those people's words. This guy in front of him, nicknamed Doesn't Eat Beef, was just like him, a high school student. I don't. Lyn Chen was about to refuse when a cold voice suddenly called out to him. Doesn't eat beef? I want to challenge you. Everyone was drawn to this voice and turned to look. A tall man, holding a long spear and wearing a blue fox mask, was staring coldly at Lyn Chen. Upon seeing this person, everyone present recognized his identity. He is the 28th on the underground rankings. The Blue Fox? Blue Fox? I remember that was the ranking from half a year ago. Hiss, Blue Fox hasn't been to the underground boxing arena for 3 months, and now he comes back to directly challenge Doesn't Eat Beef? Hearing this name, Zhang Li's expression changed to one of surprise. Blue Fox. He had heard this name from the elders in his family. It was said that this person's background was quite mysterious. His talent wasn't terrifying, but his actual combat power was very strong. At 23 years old, he was only at the 9th level, but his martial arts and combat skills were formidable. He had long dominated the top 30 of the underground rankings, and no martial artist below the 9th level was his opponent. Aside from the fact that Blue Fox's talent wasn't terrifying, he was nearly invincible at the same level. The family elders said that Blue Fox wasn't incapable of breaking through levels, rather, He was guided by a master to reach the peak of each level before moving forward. Therefore, once he broke through to the 10th level, it would be a qualitative change. What level are you? Lyn Chen didn't accept right away but looked at the other party and asked. 9th level. Blue Fox replied indifferently. Whether you accept or not, I already know your identity. I came for you. Blue Fox stood on the ring, one hand gripping the long spear, his gaze coldly fixed on Lyn Chen below. Come on, let me see if you deserve the 30th position on the underground rankings. At this moment, many people's eyes were on Lyn Chen. The battle between the 30th ranked and the 28th ranked, who hadn't been to the underground boxing arena for 2 months, would surely be spectacular. Moreover, one was a genius high school student, and the other was also a prodigy. The age difference between the two wasn't much. Zhongli looked at Lyn Chen, who was wearing a mask, unsure if he would accept the challenge. How about this? I'll put up 200,000, if you win. This 1 million will be yours. Seeing Lyn Chen remain unmoved, Blue Fox spoke again. At this statement, the expressions of everyone present changed. Blue Fox was actually offering 200,000 to entice Lyn Chen to fight? Does Blue Fox really want to compete with Doesn't Eat Beef? It seems so. Blue Fox is still young, and he must want to challenge such a prodigy. Tisk tsk, 200,000 is indeed tempting, but Doesn't Eat Beef is only at the 8th level. Many martial artists were sizing up Lyn Chen and Blue Fox, speaking among themselves. Offering 200,000? At this, Lyn Chen's heart was stirred. 200,000 was not easy money to earn. He had been in the underground boxing arena for more than half a month and had naturally heard of Blue Fox's reputation. He was a bona fide genius, a 9th-level martial artist who hadn't been to the underground boxing arena for 2 months. Lyn Chen knew nothing about his methods and strength, zero information. But perhaps the other party knew about Lyn Chen's current martial arts techniques, etc. However, 200,000. I'll take it. After a moment of thought, Lyn Chen directly agreed. Seeing Lyn Chen accept, the martial artists present were all eagerly anticipating this duel. He actually accepted? Zhongli felt exceptionally surprised. Looking at Lyn Chen's agreement, a cold smile appeared on Blue Fox's handsome face beneath the mask. Lyn Chen stepped onto the stage. You should be grateful for the choice you made today. This is a painless way to die. The Blue Fox, gripping his long spear, raised his hand. The spear tip pointed directly at Lyn Chen. As soon as the Blue Fox finished speaking, he struck. The Blue Fox moved with incredible speed, arriving in front of Lyn Chen in just a few breaths. The long spear was raised high and then suddenly brought down with tremendous force. Lyn Chen drew the unsharpened sword from behind him and blocked it with the blade in front of him. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of metal clashing, Lyn Chen's calves bent slightly, and his feet sank. Weapons like long spears could unleash powerful force, but compared to short weapons like long swords, they lacked agility. The long spear wielded by the Blue Fox indicated that he was a long spear master, though the quality of his awakening was unclear. However, among martial artists, there was not much difference between levels 8 and 9 if one had not reached level 10. Lyn Chen himself was at level 7, but with the comprehensive enhancement of his social anxiety, he was not at a disadvantage against the Blue Fox. Moreover, Lyn Chen's strength alone was at the level of an 8th level martial artist. Blocking this attack, the Blue Fox raised his spear again and thrust it forward towards Lyn Chen. A silver light flashed, and the long spear pierced through the air like it had burst a water-filled balloon, splashing water in layers that came piercing through. Lyn Chen's gaze shifted slightly, and he immediately executed the Qingfeng sword technique. The blue sword light burst forth, blocking the opponent's attack. Following that, the two became entangled once more. The onlookers watched the two fight, knowing that it would be difficult to determine a winner for the time being. This battle was thrilling and also showcased Lyn Chen's strength, surprisingly on par with the Blue Fox. At that moment, in a certain part of the arena, a man in a suit watched Lyn Chen sparring with the Blue Fox, his brow furrowing. He had come today to find Lyn Chen, but did not expect this guy to challenge the Blue Fox. The Blue Fox's background was actually from the Xiao family, and the man in the suit was well aware of the grievances between the Xiao family and Lyn Chen. Watching Lyn Chen in the arena, the man in the suit waited. He certainly would not let Lyn Chen die on the stage like this. When the time came to act, he would naturally save Lyn Chen. As for winning, he had never thought that a high school senior who had just awakened his profession could defeat a martial artist who had been training for over 2 years, especially one nurtured by the Xiao family. The battle between the Blue Fox and Lyn Chen was already extremely intense. Although only a few minutes had passed, battles between martial artists changed in an instant. The Blue Fox's strength exceeded Lyn Chen's expectations. No wonder this person had trained for several years and was still at level 9. He had nearly mastered all the martial arts he knew to perfection, and his combat awareness far surpassed Lyn Chen's. The long spear in his hand was wielded with extraordinary skill. Lyn Chen was pushed into a corner, and the long spear in the Blue Fox's hand was already thrusting towards him. Die! Tiger Walking Fist. Lyn Chen's left fist struck out. A milky white wave of energy accompanied by a powerful momentum erupted. The roar of a tiger resounding, shaking the entire arena. But to this scene, the Blue Fox seemed to have anticipated it. He tightened his grip on the long spear, his feet sinking, and a blood-chi barrier immediately appeared in front of him. Roar! The tiger's roar was completely blocked, having no effect on the Blue Fox at all. Lyn Chen seemed to understand this situation as well. The Blue Fox had come prepared. Tiger Walking Fist? Seeing Lyn Chen perform the Tiger Walking Fist, Zhang Li's mouth dropped open in surprise. He was not unfamiliar with the Tiger Walking Fist, and to be able to unleash the Tiger Roar ability, this guy who didn't eat beef had clearly mastered the Tiger Walking Fist to great perfection. This guy, the more I look, the more he resembles Lyn Chen. Zhang Li frowned slightly, feeling a sense of familiarity as he looked at Lyn Chen on the stage, but he did not dare to admit that this was Lyn Chen, because if this were Lyn Chen, then the gap between himself and the other party would be too great. The roar of the tiger faded, and the Blue Fox charged at Lyn Chen again. All your methods have been seen through by me. You will undoubtedly lose this match. Beneath the mask of the Blue Fox, a hint of a smile was hidden, and his eyes were filled with a chilling killing intent. This can't go on, I can't continue. The man in the suit's expression shifted slightly. After Lyn Chen's tiger-style punch was blocked by the opponent, he realized that Lyn Chen was bound to lose this match. Just as the man in the suit was preparing to intervene, an unexpected event occurred on stage. Lyn Chen sheathed his original long sword and was actually going to fight the Blue Fox with his fists. Has he gone mad? As a swordsman, he actually wants to fight the Blue Fox with his fists. He's lost it, he must be crazy. Everyone present was extremely puzzled by this scene. But the next second, something shocking happened. After Lyn Chen put away the long sword, he lifted his left leg, and his heel immediately raised the long gun's magazine behind him. Bang! The long gun magazine opened, and Lyn Chen raised his hand to grasp the silver long gun that fell from it. With the long gun in hand, a hint of a smile suddenly appeared on Lyn Chen's calm face. The battle has just begun. Whoosh! Looking at the long gun in Lyn Chen's hand, everyone present felt an unprecedented shock. A long gun? This guy uses both a sword and a gun? What the hell kind of profession is this? To be able to use a gun and a sword. This isn't a martial artist without a job. It's a jobless martial artist. Jobless martial artist? Could it be he is Lyn Chen? At this moment, everyone in the audience realized something. What? The most shocked of all was Zhang Li. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, and his whole body trembled from the shock. It wasn't that he didn't believe the person in front of him was Lyn Chen, but he couldn't dare to believe it. Remembering the harsh words Lyn Chen had spoken at the exchange conference, Zhang Li's face turned pale. Over the past half-month, he had been working hard every day, practicing until his fists bled before stopping. He also soaked in excellent medicinal baths daily, practicing all day long. He did all this to regain his honor from Lyn Chen and prove himself, but despite his efforts, he couldn't even take a single move from Lyn Chen. Not only that, but Lyn Chen was also an orphan, alone and without any resources. Thinking of this made Zhang Li's vision go dark. What the hell kind of monster is this? Are you the poor one? Or am I Zhang Li the poor one? I still don't believe he is Lyn Chen. No, no. Zhang Li shook his head repeatedly, trying to numb himself. But the truth was right in front of him. He was Lyn Chen. This kid actually has the skill. The man in the suit, who was about to make a move, stopped in his tracks, looking at Lyn Chen, who confidently held the long gun. He felt relieved yet surprised. On stage, the Blue Fox looked at Lyn Chen, who was holding the long gun, and a hint of shock appeared on his face. A long gun? This was not mentioned in the intelligence provided by the family. However, after a brief moment of shock, the confident Blue Fox chuckled. If that's the case, then it's just right. Show me your true strength, only then will killing you have value. Upon hearing this, Lyn Chen grinned. Value? You aren't Xiao family's dog, are you? As soon as these words were spoken, the face hidden beneath the blue fox's mask changed slightly, but his eyes showed no change. It seems I guessed right. Seeing the other party's silence, Lyn Chen smiled again. Xiao family's wild dog. Come on. Lyn Chen assumed a stance, and in the next second, he actually took the initiative to charge at the blue fox. The blazing flames clung to the gun barrel, and as Lyn Chen danced, the flames on the spear spread outwards. Boom! Lyn Chen thrust his spear forward, the weapon shooting out like a dragon, the scorching flames transforming into fire serpents that lunged at the Qinghu. Qinghu raised his long halberd, twisting his wrist, and with a slash, he directly neutralized the attack. But Lyn Chen did not give his opponent a moment to breathe and charged again. The two continued to engage in a fierce battle. After truly unleashing his power, Lyn Chen's combat strength had more than doubled. Those present looked at Lyn Chen, who wielded the long spear, with astonishment. He didn't eat beef, yet he had hidden such a technique. Did this not mean that his strength was far beyond the 30th rank? This match was becoming unpredictable. With the long spear in hand, Lyn Chen was nearly evenly matched with Qinghu. Under the enhancement of several attributes, Lyn Chen was completely on par with Qinghu. Bang! Their weapons clashed again, creating intense sparks as both fighters were pushed back. Qinghu stepped forward, his long halberd emanating mist, powerful energy gathering along the weapon. Lyn Chen also unleashed the flame-red spear technique. The fire serpents surged forth like dragons, the intense flames instantly shifting from red to crimson. Sensing the rising temperature around him, Qinghu's expression changed slightly at that moment. The cultivation method you mastered is also of the second rank? Qinghu exclaimed in surprise, but after a brief moment of shock, he tightened his grip on the halberd, his palm rotating. Countless droplets of water burst forth from the halberd, and then a massive waterfall erupted as Qinghu swung the long halberd. Qinghu's cultivation method was the second-rank water-breathing technique, which was simply a counter to Lyn Chen's flame-red technique. Watching the two go all out, the atmosphere in the arena was instantly pushed to a climax. The entire venue fell eerily silent, with only the sound of people's breaths breaking the stillness. Boom! The fire serpents descended as Lyn Chen's long spear thrust out horizontally. At that moment, Qinghu's long halberd also came crashing down. The two unleashed their ultimate moves, and the power radiating from them instantly spread out from the two as the center. The powerful shockwave forced many martial artists to retreat. While everyone was shocked, they were also eager to see who would come out on top in this clash. The collision of fire and water stirred up countless mists. Beneath the mist, both figures remained in their original positions. Your strength is indeed formidable, and the head of the family's approach is quite correct. Qinghu spoke. He coldly gazed at Lyn Chen, a hint of mockery in his clear eyes. But this is where it ends. The difference in our realms means that the previous strike has likely exhausted your vitality. You only have one chance to unleash your martial arts. If I evade your third-rank martial arts, you will undoubtedly die. With that, Qinghu felt an overwhelming confidence within. That's right, but you are the same. Lyn Chen nodded and replied. As he spoke, his palm had already gathered strands of thunder. Purple lightning flickered in his palm, the lively arcs pulsing rhythmically as if breathing. Seeing this, Qinghu sneered. The second-rank lower-level martial arts, thunder forging palm. How could this technique possibly match my next strike? Lyn Chen, today I will show you the gap between us. As his words fell, Qinghu gripped his long halberd, droplets of water falling from the tip, a chilling aura suddenly sweeping across the entire arena. This is the third-rank upper-level martial arts. Cold halberd? It looks like it's only at the minor success stage. Minor success is still enough. This is a third-rank upper-level martial art, with a second-rank lower-level martial art that doesn't eat beef. It's impossible to block this. Those present seem to have already seen the victor of this match. This is enough. Lyn Chen's strength has completely exceeded my expectations. There can be no more surprises. The man in the suit observed everything. Just as he was about to make a move, the two on stage acted in an instant. Lyn Chen struck out with a palm, and at the moment he made his move, a burst of purple lightning erupted. The powerful force, accompanied by an unstoppable might, filled the eyes of everyone present with shock. Immediately after, this terrifying and astonishing lightning seemed to transform into a ferocious beast that devoured everything, exploding violently in front of the Qinghu. Boom! The immense power directly neutralized Qinghu's spear, and the flickering lightning struck fiercely against his chest. In the next moment, under Qinghu's incredulous gaze, the lightning enveloped his fist and instantly sent him flying. Bang! Chinghu's body crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out blood. At this moment, the entire venue was silent as death. The moment Chinghu was defeated, everyone's eyes were filled with unprecedented astonishment, especially at the terrifying thunder that Lyn Chen unleashed with the thunder-forging palm. It was likely that even the highest realm of the thunder-forging palm could not possess such might. Is this the thunder-forging palm? The man in the suit stared intently at Lyn Chen, his heart filled with shock. He had prepared to intervene twice, but unexpectedly, both times, Lyn Chen had turned the tide. Zhang Li was already dumbfounded, unable to utter a word. On the stage, Chinghu lay on the ground like a dead dog, his face pale. There was no doubt that in this contest, Lyn Chen had won. Lyn Chen walked step by step towards Chinghu, then crouched down, his clear eyes continuously assessing the other. Chinghu's gaze was fixed on Lyn Chen. If looks could kill, Lyn Chen would have died 1,000 times over. The family's actions are correct. Chinghu gritted his teeth, wanting to say something more, but in the next second, a fist struck his throat with a thud. Bang! A sound of bones cracking echoed, and Chinghu's face instantly turned even paler as a mouthful of blood spewed from his mouth. His throat was shattered by Lyn Chen's punch, and looking at the latter's gaze, it was already extremely cold. Zhao family's wild dog, do you think I would let you go? Lyn Chen struck again with a punch to the opponent's chest, the immense power directly shattering several of his ribs. Following that, Lyn Chen delivered another punch to the opponent's heart. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled sound, Chinghu's heart was crushed, and he died on the spot. Watching this scene, even those accustomed to life and death felt their scalps tingle. This was done by a high school student. Zhang Li felt particularly uneasy, a chill running up from his feet to the top of his head. After killing Chinghu, Lyn Chen kicked the body off the stage. After this contest ended, Lyn Chen's ranking directly rose from the 30th to the 28th on the Earth ranking. The host's violent beating of the opponent increases nuclear goodness cultivation speed by 10%. Strength by 1. The host has successfully completed the challenge. Bounty received, 4th grade martial arts. Breaking 1,000 armies, spear. After completing a battle, victory favors the brave. Rewards can be claimed. The more victories, the better the rewards upon claiming. Not claiming. Victory favors the brave disappeared. Lyn Chen's victories increased by 1, but he did not claim. Including the previous battle, his victories had reached 2. He wanted to save up more before claiming the rewards. Not bad. Care to come with me? At that moment, a calm voice rang out from not far away. Lyn Chen looked up towards that direction. Hiss, it's the owner of the underground boxing arena. I didn't expect that not eating beef would even surprise the boss. Perhaps he appreciates his strength. The people present were all taken aback when they saw the man in the suit, whispering among themselves. The boss of the underground fighting arena is actually looking for Lyn Chen? Zhang Li also noticed this scene and felt a sudden surprise. If Lyn Chen really got connected to this line, he would indeed have some power. As for the Xiao family, with the deterrence from the Martial Arts Association, they probably wouldn't dare to act anymore. This guy, are all red quality martial artists this abnormal? Zhang Li muttered quietly, now completely losing his temper with Lyn Chen. The man in the suit walked towards Lyn Chen, hands behind his back. Step by step, he showed no concealment, his face was that of a man in his 30s, and his smile was quite amiable. Compared to the inhumane underground fighting arena, this man truly did not seem like a boss of such a place. Do you need something from me? Lyn Chen asked. However, since he was the boss of the underground fighting arena, with connections everywhere, Lyn Chen decided to be a bit more reserved. Follow me, the man in the suit said lightly, then walked towards a nearby room. Seeing this, Lyn Chen followed behind him. Before long, the two left the area. Upon entering the room, the man in the suit introduced himself. I am the boss of the underground fighting arena. My surname is Wu. You can call me Boss Wu. Boss Wu, may I ask why you are looking for me? Lyn Chen looked at him and asked. You have great talent, and I am someone who appreciates geniuses. The man in the suit sat on the sofa, gesturing for Lyn Chen to sit down. With this, Lyn Chen understood what was going on. This card has 1 million on it, take it and use it. The man in the suit pushed a card towards Lyn Chen. Lyn Chen was stunned in place. It felt somewhat like being a mistress. Boss Wu, there's really no need, Lyn Chen said after a brief moment of thought. Not taking the bank card. No merit, no reward, besides, the boss of the underground fighting arena had a significant background. Lyn Chen still needed to be cautious. "You brat." Seeing Lyn Chen refuse, the man in the suit shook his head helplessly, knowing what the other party was afraid of. "Don't worry, this money is meant to cultivate you," the man in the suit said again. "Why do you want to cultivate me, Boss Wu? Just because I'm a genius?" Lyn Chen asked. "Naturally." Before the man in the suit could answer, a somewhat familiar voice came from inside the room. Another door was pushed open, and Su Wei, dressed in a simple shirt, walked in. "Senior Su." Upon seeing Senior Su, Lyn Chen suddenly stood up from his seat. "Sit." Su Wei gestured for him to sit down, while the man in the suit quickly stood up to greet him. "Director Su." Lyn Chen looked at the man in the suit in surprise, then at Su Wei. From the way the other party addressed Su Wei, it seemed that this man in the suit was not from the Martial Arts Association. "I asked you to help him in secret, and this is how you help." Su Wei shot a glance at the man in the suit, seemingly understanding his character, and did not pursue the matter further, but looked at Lyn Chen. "Well, this underground fighting arena was originally established by the Martial Arts Association." The man in the suit chuckled and said nothing more. "Lyn Chen, you should know about the guaranteed admission for the martial arts exam, right?" Su Wei asked. "I know." Lyn Chen nodded. The so-called guaranteed admission refers to the quota given by a top martial arts academy to a certain state or city. Students with guaranteed admission do not need to participate in the martial arts exam and can directly enter that top martial arts academy. It can be said that only the top prodigies of a city are qualified to receive such a quota. Hearing Senior Su mention guaranteed admission, Lyn Chen also guessed something. "Senior Su, our Song City this time. There won't be a guaranteed spot, right?" "That's right." Su Wei nodded. Seeing that Song City had a guaranteed spot, Lyn Chen's heart immediately filled with surprise and anticipation. Could it be that Senior Su wants to give this guaranteed spot to me? Su Wei glanced at Lyn Chen and then said, "I've decided to give you this guaranteed spot." Su Wei sat upright on the sofa, steam rising from the hot tea in front of him. The room was silent. Lyn Chen blinked. "Oh, then thank you, Senior Su." Seeing Lyn Chen agree without any expression on his face, Boss Wu beside him looked a bit stunned. "Is that all the reaction? What else does Boss Wu want?" Lyn Chen looked at him, puzzled. If the guaranteed spot is given to him, then so be it. Doesn't that mean Senior Su believes in his abilities? "Lyn Chen, the guaranteed spot is given to you, but keeping it won't be so easy," Su Wei said lightly. "The guaranteed spot will be given to you in the name of Song City, but whether you can withstand the pressure depends on yourself." Upon hearing this, Lyn Chen's expression changed slightly. "Senior Su, what pressure could there be with a guaranteed spot in hand?" "This guaranteed spot is given by Ching Bay University," Su Wei replied. "As one of the top 5 universities in the Great Xiao, it wouldn't be so simple to give Song City a guaranteed spot. Moreover, although the guaranteed spot is given to you, Ching Bay University's requirement is that only the capable can stay. Anyone who receives a guaranteed spot cannot refuse challenges from others." As soon as these words were spoken, Lyn Chen's expression finally changed. Boss Wu's face had already turned quite grim. "Su Si, there's actually such a thing." Boss Wu frowned tightly. Didn't this mean that Sun City effectively had no guaranteed spot? "Lyn Chen, if you are confident, I will announce the guaranteed spot tomorrow." Su Wei ignored Boss Wu, his gaze fixed on Lyn Chen. "All right." Lyn Chen hesitated for 3 seconds and nodded. Su Wei nodded. "This, you agreed so readily?" Boss Wu blinked furiously, thinking Lyn Chen would be silent for a while. This guy didn't think it through at all. And Su Si, what kind of reaction is that? Seeing him agree so easily, aren't you going to advise him a bit? Under Boss Wu's bewilderment, Su Wei tapped the table. "Regarding the guaranteed spot, after I announce it, I will take you to other cities to challenge their top talents. Once you defeat the top talents of the entire North State, if no one from the capital comes, your guaranteed spot will be secured." Hearing this, Lyn Chen felt a surge of excitement and nodded. Good. The reason he agreed was that this guaranteed spot would allow him to challenge more martial artists. Lyn Chen was most worried about resources. He feared there would be no one left to challenge him. In this underground boxing arena, he was practically invincible below level 9, but he couldn't defeat level 10 martial artists above level 9. He was troubled by the lack of places to increase his core virtue power and to gain rewards from the 3 attributes of brought in. Victory favors the brave. Now that such a good opportunity had arisen, Lyn Chen definitely couldn't give it up. You go back and prepare. Su Wei said. By the way, Senior Su, what benefits will I have with this guaranteed spot? Lyn Chen asked again. Given his relationship with the Xiao family, it couldn't be said to be bad. He had completely offended them. Since he had become a guaranteed student, he should have some privileges, right? Guaranteed students cannot be targeted by any Great Xiao forces. This is an ironclad rule of the Great Xiao. Su Wei seemed to see through Lyn Chen's thoughts and said lightly, if any force targets a guaranteed student, a special department of the Great Xiao will be dispatched to clean it up. The Great Xiao places great importance on students who are directly recommended for admission. Each recommended student is a pillar of Great Xiao. It is no exaggeration to say that any student who is recommended by a top university will grow up to be at least a strong individual. Then Su Si, after we finish notifying, when do we set off to other cities? Upon hearing this, Lyn Chen felt he had received a satisfactory answer, and he leaned over with an expectant look on his face. This left Su Wei at a loss. Why did this guy look so anxious? Just say it, Su Wei replied calmly. Then let's go the day after tomorrow. Good. Upon hearing this, Lyn Chen excitedly rubbed his hands together. Meanwhile, Boss Wu was left dumbfounded. This kid. But after a moment's thought, Boss Wu quickly understood Lyn Chen's actions today. In just half a month, Lyn Chen had grown from a level 4 martial artist to the point where even a level 9 martial artist like the Qinghu was no match for him. Such talent is rare even in all of Great Xia. Starting today, the Martial Arts Association's blood energy device is open to you for free, Su Wei said. The martial arts breathing techniques can also be provided by the association. Great. Lyn Chen nodded. He wasn't lacking in martial arts or breathing techniques at the moment. However, finding a few good ones wouldn't hurt. After all, having more skills is never a burden. And his cultivation relied on hard work and talent. He needed to work harder. By the way, what level are you at now? Su Wei suddenly asked. Su Senior, I am currently a level 7 martial artist. Lyn Chen replied honestly. Level 7 martial artist. For the first time, a hint of surprise appeared in Su Wei's extremely calm eyes. In just half a month, this person with no resources had managed to raise his blood energy to 160 points. Level 7 martial artist. Indeed, genius cannot be described with normal terms. Boss Wu's face was filled with shock, and he sighed. Comparing people can be infuriating. No wonder Lyn Chen dared to agree to the recommendation. With such talent, entering Ching Bay University would be a piece of cake. Come with me to the Martial Arts Association, Su Wei said. Lyn Chen stood up and followed Su Wei out of there. Meanwhile, inside the Xiao family, Zhao Huayan had already received the news of Qinghu's death. Smash! Zhao Huayan slammed the precious tea set in his hand onto the ground, shattering the fine porcelain into countless pieces. The dark agents and the third elder of the Xiao family knelt on the ground, not daring to breathe. Damn it! How could Lyn Chen master so many martial arts and reach such a high level in just half a month? This left Zhao Huayan extremely puzzled. His face filled with rage, his gaze dark enough to drip water. The Xiao family had nurtured Qinghu so carefully, allowing him to perfect his martial arts at every level. With his strength, he should not have lost to Lyn Chen, but now the facts were right in front of him. Master, could it be that Lyn Chen practiced some secret technique, which led to all of this? The third elder of the Zhao family spoke up, bracing himself. Secret technique? Zhao Huayan turned to look at him. Are you saying Lyn Chen practiced a secret technique? Indeed, Master. Only this could explain Lyn Chen's current state. The third elder nodded. Lyn Chen was already without support, and now upon learning that our Zhao family was targeting him, he must have practiced a secret technique, leading to everything we see today. Upon hearing this, Zhao Huayan smiled, his eyes dark as night. Then tell me, how could Lyn Chen have obtained a secret technique when even my Xiao family does not possess one? The third elder of the Xiao family was immediately at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Master, do you know about the girl living in Lyn Chen's house? At this moment, the dark agent took over the third elder's words. Is it related to that girl? Zhao Huayan narrowed his eyes. Master, that girl has an unknown background. We couldn't find any information about her in Sung City. The dark investigator replied. It's highly likely that she escaped from somewhere. Moreover, the girl is beautiful, and Lyn Chen has never touched her. I believe she must have offered something valuable for Lyn Chen to reach an agreement with her. Upon hearing this, Zhao Huayan fell silent for a few seconds before saying, there is such a possibility. Let's put Lyn Chen's matter aside for now. Compared to him, there's something more important. Rumor has it that Song City has received a quota for direct admission. Zhao Huayan clasped his hands behind his back and said calmly, "This time, the quota must go to my son Xiao Chen. Inside the martial association. What kind of martial arts do you need?" Su Wei stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze sweeping over Lyn Chen as he asked. "Guns and long swords," Lyn Chen replied. Currently, the only weapons he mastered were the spear and the sword. Both of these martial arts were only of the second rank. The thunder forging palm, due to the explosive damage attribute, had reached the third rank. Therefore, these weapon martial arts were considered a shortcoming for him. Alright, Su Wei nodded and began selecting weapon martial arts for Lyn Chen. "What breathing technique are you practicing?" Su Wei asked again. "It's a fire attribute breathing technique," Lyn Chen answered. "For a fire attribute breathing technique, you should also practice martial arts of this type." Su Wei nodded and continued. "What martial arts you practice is closely related to your breathing technique. Choosing martial arts in this regard is the best." Upon hearing this, Lyn Chen responded with an and began to select martial arts with a smile on his face. Having someone provide resources is quite nice. Lyn Chen glanced over, and what caught his eye were all third-rank superior martial arts. Fire blade, third-rank superior martial arts, with flames penetrating the blade, possesses terrifying lethality against any creature. Extreme flame underworld spear, third-rank superior martial arts, summoned by the call of the underworld flame, astonishes gods and ghosts. Lyn Chen quickly selected his martial arts. One was the unremarkable fire blade, and the other was the extreme flame underworld spear. The fire blade is passable. Su Wei commented on Lyn Chen's selection. As for the extreme flame underworld spear, if you don't have a high-level breathing technique, it will be difficult to unleash the full power of this martial art. Hearing this, Lyn Chen blinked, somewhat puzzled. "Senior Su, is this related to the intensity of the flames?" Naturally, any martial arts with attributes are closely related to one's own breathing technique. Su Wei explained to him, but this extreme flame underworld spear, as a third-rank martial art, has very high requirements for flame intensity. Only by mastering a fourth-rank breathing technique can one unleash the maximum capability of this martial art. "Let me give you another chance to select martial arts." Su Wei thought for a moment and said, "Hey, Senior Su, how about you give me a fourth-rank breathing technique?" Lyn Chen chuckled, rubbing his hands as he looked at Su Wei. "A fourth-rank breathing technique costs 30 million dasha coins," Su Wei said flatly. "Such breathing techniques are not common in the market. Within the martial association, there is only one fourth-rank breathing technique of the lightning attribute." Hearing this, Lyn Chen sighed. "Alright then, don't be discouraged. Once you officially enter Ching Bay University, a fourth-rank breathing technique will be the most basic," Su Wei said. "This top martial arts academy is indeed impressive. A fourth-rank breathing technique is merely the foundation." Lyn Chen felt astonished. "That is natural." Su Wei nodded. "You are now a 7th-level martial artist, just 3 levels away from breaking through to the 10th level. Before that, let me educate you a bit about the 10th-level martial artists. You should understand that the quality awakened by a martial artist's profession largely determines how far that martial artist can go on this path." Su Wei said word by word, explaining to Lyn Chen. "The watershed for martial artists is level 10. Before level 10, the gap between martial artists may only be the difference in abilities brought by their professions, but after level 10, martial artists with high-quality awakened professions begin to show a clear divide. Level 10 martial artists will unlock their own shackles and gain exclusive martial arts belonging to their profession. This type of martial arts is self-taught. Once awakened, it becomes an innate martial art. Due to quality reasons, white-quality martial artists can only awaken once, which is after reaching level 10, there is no possibility of awakening again. Also because white-quality martial artists cannot venture too far." Listening to Su Wei's words, Lyn Chen gained some clarity. After reaching level 10, martial artists will truly awaken an exclusive martial art belonging to their profession. Moreover, it is a one-click max level kind of thing. The reason why level 10 is considered a watershed is that, in a true sense, it is when the martial artist's cultivation undergoes a change. Su Wei continued. Martial artists below level 10 rely on their vitality to cultivate. Once they reach level 10, in other words, during the breakthrough from level 9 to level 10, a special power is required. This special power is called spiritual energy. The higher the level of breathing techniques, The earlier one can perceive the existence of spiritual energy, as long as one cultivates spiritual energy. Stepping into level 10 is not impossible. At this point, Su Wei's gaze fell on Lyn Chen. Lyn Chen, being able to reach level 7 in half a month means you can definitely sense spiritual energy early. Your talent goes without saying, the recommendation spot is in your hands. I have confidence in you. You just got your martial arts today, aren't you going to wait a few days before setting off? Su Wei asked Lyn Chen again. Even though he knew Lyn Chen's talent was terrifying, Lyn Chen had just obtained the martial arts, and setting off the next day seemed too rushed. No need. I can cultivate on the way. Lyn Chen replied. Su Wei nodded. Not saying much more, he was never one to talk excessively. After obtaining the martial arts, Lyn Chen further understood martial artists and then left the Martial Arts Association. As for the other privileges mentioned by Senior Su, Lyn Chen did not take them to heart. Now, his core goodness and social anxiety had greatly increased his cultivation speed. Even without relying on instruments and pills, Lyn Chen's cultivation speed was still rapid. Upon returning home, Lyn Chen eagerly checked the system reward for the 4th grade martial art, breaking 1,000 armies. The reason he hadn't replaced the Extreme Flame Dark Spear was that he still had this 4th grade martial art, breaking 1,000 armies. 4th grade lower level martial art, breaking 1,000 armies. One spear can annihilate millions of troops. Like a dragon breaking through, Lyn Chen began to learn breaking 1,000 armies. After watching for a long time, Lyn Chen was astonished. No wonder breaking 1,000 armies was a 4th grade lower level martial art. This spear technique was extremely domineering, capable of cultivating dominance. This so-called dominance could be likened to a dominant body, allowing vitality to converge throughout the body, forming an invisible barrier. Not only that, but mastering dominance was just the beginning of breaking 1,000 armies. The spear technique was grand and powerful, each thrust carrying immense strength and momentum, as if a war god had possessed him. Starting to cultivate breaking 1,000 armies. Unyielding triggered, because it is also a 4th grade martial art. Why did it reach minor success? Breaking 1,000 armies is unyielding, beginning to strive for improvement. After 10 years of hard practice in spear techniques, you are no less than any modern spear master. The 4th grade lower level martial art breaking 1,000 armies has reached the entry level. Not enough. Still not enough. You glimpse the martial arts and discover that there is indeed a dominant body within breaking 1,000 armies. Continue to cultivate. After 30 years of hard training, you have finally mastered the dominant body technique within breaking 1,000 armies. 4th grade lower level martial art, breaking 1,000 armies has reached minor success. Through Lyn Chen's relentless efforts, breaking 1,000 armies had reached minor success. Having achieved a minor success in the breaking 1,000 army, Lyn Chen had also mastered the ability of dominance. With a gun in hand, the 4th grade martial art of breaking 1,000 army felt as if it were truly the culmination of his years of hard training. He suddenly clenched both hands, and a surge of vigorous energy erupted from his palms, immediately causing a layer of red light to radiate from his skin. Dominance! But that was not all. In the state of dominance, Lyn Chen directly swung the long spear in his hand. The spear danced in his grasp, opening and closing like a long knife, striking down fiercely. A thin layer of weak blood light wrapped around the spear, tracing a graceful arc in the air as Lyn Chen swung it. With each thrust, the dominance surrounding him grew increasingly intense. Lyn Chen thrust the spear into the wooden post before him. Bang! Power, 1937. Power, 1942. Power, 1999. After just a few dozen swings, Lyn Chen stopped, panting heavily. This breaking 1,000 army really consumes a lot of energy. He set down the spear, sat on the ground, and gasped for breath. Yet a hint of excitement lingered on his face. This breaking 1,000 army truly lived up to its reputation as a 4th grade lower martial art. Although it drained a lot of energy, the explosive power it unleashed was immense. Looking at the power displayed on the screen in front of the wooden post, Lyn Chen felt quite satisfied. As a 7th level martial artist, with 160 points of energy, combined with his power value, he could unleash the strength of an 8th level martial artist. His usual punches generated nearly 1,780 pounds of force. However, using breaking 1,000 army, each thrust was at least within the range of a 9th level martial artist, and this was just the minor success of breaking 1,000 army. Moreover, in the state of dominance, Lyn Chen's 5 senses and defenses were greatly enhanced. If breaking 1,000 army reaches major success, I could use the first move, Lyn Chen murmured. The minor success of breaking Thousand Army could not fully unleash its capabilities. Only the first move of the major success, breaking Army, was a true killing weapon. However, even relying solely on the current minor success of breaking Thousand Army was enough for Lyn Chen to handle martial artists below the 9th level. Next up was the Fire Blade. Although the name of this third-grade upper martial art sounded weak, its rank was undeniable. Lyn Chen began his training with the trait of unwilling to lose. He directly cultivated this third-grade upper martial art to major success. After achieving major success with the Fire Blade, Lyn Chen witnessed its power. The Fire Blade not only allowed flames to cover its blade but also enabled the release of fire attribute sword energy. Holding the unsharpened sword, Lyn Chen felt the energy within him surge. With rhythmic breathing, that energy instantly transformed into crimson flames, enveloping the sword. The intense heat raised the temperature of the entire training room by several degrees. Lyn Chen practiced the fire attribute cultivation method and had now awakened the innate talent of Dark Flame. At the moment the Fire Blade was unleashed, the crimson flames on the unsharpened sword in Lyn Chen's hand instantly turned blood red. The power, in turn, multiplied. With the addition of Dark Flame, this Fire Blade has become even more powerful. A hint of surprise appeared on Lyn Chen's face. When he initially chose the Fire Blade, he almost forgot about Dark Flame. After all, Dark Flame could attach flames to weapons. However, Dark Flame could not cause the flames to erupt in the form of sword energy, but the Fire Blade could achieve that. This meant that he had not wasted his efforts on this martial art. As for the remaining Extreme Flame Dark Spear, after a brief contemplation, Lyn Chen decided not to cultivate it for now. This martial art was indeed, as the senior had said, without a high-level fire attribute cultivation method, it could not be maximized. Therefore, Lyn Chen chose not to practice the Extreme Flame Dark Spear at this time. Next, I just need to wait for Senior Su to announce the reserved quota, and then I can set off to earn power points and accumulate victories. That night, Lyn Chen awaited the news. Not only in the class group, the teacher required all students to gather at the Secret Realm Square in the west of Song City tomorrow. Even Song City announced that an important matter would be revealed tomorrow regarding the guaranteed admission quotas for the martial arts examination. Lyn Chen knew very well what this news was about. Early the next morning, Lyn Chen arrived at the Secret Realm Square. The vast square was bustling with students from various high schools, making it quite lively. Have you heard? Our Song City has guaranteed admission quotas now. What? Is that true? Of course it's true. This was announced by the Martial Arts Association itself. The students present were all very excited. A guaranteed admission quota. What a pity it has nothing to do with us. I wonder if it's the genius from the Xiao family or brother Zhangli. I think it should be brother Zhangli, he has a golden quality. Maybe it's Lyn Chen. Lyn Chen has a red quality. Hey, I don't think Lyn Chen has that qualification. After all, what's the use of having good quality without resources? He'd still be trash. Everyone was debating back and forth, unable to reach a conclusion. Li Ge, you should be able to secure this guaranteed admission quota, right? A classmate smiled at Zhang Li. Not necessarily, there are others stronger than me, Zhang Li replied. Hearing this, the person's expression froze in place. Hiss, this doesn't sound like something Li Ge would say. At this moment, Zhang Li felt a mix of emotions. This guaranteed admission quota was definitely not going to be his. It would surely belong to Lyn Chen. Looking up, Zhang Li saw that figure. It was Lyn Chen. Although Lyn Chen wasn't wearing a mask, his tall figure, along with the gun and sword cases on his back, already revealed his identity. Seeing Lyn Chen's arrival, Zhang Li felt a sudden pressure. In his eyes, he felt dimmed. I, Zhao Chen, have secured the guaranteed admission quota. Just then, a cold laugh echoed from not far away. Zhao Chen, dressed in martial attire, walked over with a smile on his face. Behind him was a sword case, accompanied by an elder from the Xiao family. Making their way through the crowd, he looked around with great pride, this time for the guaranteed admission quota. I want to see who can compete with me. Seeing Zhao Chen so arrogant, everyone present was curious about how far he had come. After the exchange conference ended, Zhao Chen had directly faded from everyone's sight. Now, more than half a month had passed. Had Zhao Chen's strength increased significantly? It should be noted that Zhang Li was currently at level 5 and had completed a junior secret realm on his own. How could Zhao Chen, whose awakening quality was inferior to his, have achievements far surpassing Zhang Li? Zhao Chen, you really don't take anyone seriously. Zhang Li couldn't hold back and spoke directly. Of course, Xiao Chen raised his head high. The strong must humiliate the weak. Moreover, this is a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Only those with strong fists have the right to speak. Xiao Chen's words made the people present feel a mix of anger. But soon, many who had tightly clenched their fists relaxed, because Xiao Chen was speaking the truth. This world was indeed one where the weak were preyed upon by the strong. Only the strong had a voice. Zhang Li looked at Xiao Chen, unable to suppress a cold smile. Then let's see who can secure this guaranteed admission quota for Tsang City. Hearing Zhang Li's words, Xiao Chen showed disdain. Ha, Zhang Li, you are the only opponent I acknowledge. If you give up, then this guaranteed admission quota for Tsang City will definitely be mine. Upon hearing this, Zhang Li shot him a glance and said nothing. It seemed the other party didn't know about Lyn Chen. If he did, he certainly wouldn't have said such a thing. Among the crowd, Lyn Chen naturally heard Xiao Chen's words. Weak meat, strong food. Xiao Chen sees this quite clearly. It will save a lot of trouble in the future. Lyn Chen said, shaking his head. Just as Zhang Li and Xiao Chen were arguing, the staff from the Martial Arts Association arrived. Leading them was Su Wei. As soon as Su Wei arrived at the still noisy Secret Realm Square, it immediately fell silent. Su Wei's calm gaze swept over the people present. Then he moved to the center of the square. With his arrival, everyone's attention was drawn to him. The quota for direct admission would be announced by Su Si today. It had been a long time since Tsang City had seen a direct admission quota. Now that it had appeared again, no one knew who Su Si would give it to, or would they select the most suitable candidate under the guise of a competition. Watching Su Wei's arrival, Xiao Chen was quite expectant. Who would ultimately receive this direct admission quota? Su Wei's gaze swept over the crowd, then landed on a specific spot. Everyone should know that Tsang City has obtained a direct admission quota. He said, this quota is unique and comes from Ching Bay University. Upon hearing Su Wei's words, the expressions of those present changed dramatically. They hadn't expected that this time the direct admission quota would come from Ching Bay University. Ching Bay University is one of the top 5 prestigious institutions in Daxia. It is a top-tier university that every martial artist aspires to enter. Any student admitted to Ching Bay University enjoys a status far superior to others in Daxia. I can't believe it, this direct admission quota actually comes from Ching Bay University. Yes, that's Ching Bay University, a unique existence. That's going to be tough. The direct admission quota from Ching Bay University is not something just anyone can obtain. The students present were all shocked by the direct admission quota from Ching Bay University. But upon reflection, they realized that this quota would definitely be hard to get. Ching Bay University, that's acceptable. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly upon hearing the name, his face breaking into a smile as if he was determined to secure this direct admission quota. Zhang Li's expression also changed as he listened to Su Wei. Ching Bay University, although he was tempted, he knew that with a monster like Lyn Chen around, he couldn't compete. This direct admission quota is not that simple, Su Wei continued, and the crowd fell silent again. Since it is a direct admission quota from Ching Bay University, and Tsang City has not received a quota for nearly 20 years, this time, no matter who holds the quota, they must not refuse any challenges from others. If you lose, the direct admission quota must be given to the victor. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of those present changed again. This was the first time they had heard such a requirement. Wasn't the direct admission quota like a hot potato? Whoever held it could not refuse challenges from others. Moreover, if they lost, they would have to hand over the quota willingly. Such difficulty was undoubtedly the greatest. However, as long as the direct admission quota is in their hands, that person will enjoy all the privileges of direct admission. Su Wei added. This statement kept everyone from losing their current mood. After all, having the direct admission quota meant enjoying such rights was quite good. As the legitimate son of the Xiao family, even without the privilege of this direct admission quota, I won't live worse than others. Xiao Chen laughed heartily and said. On the other side, Zhang Li shot him a glance. The Xiao family was indeed strong, but there were always stronger people out there. The Xiao family was not the only dominant force in Tsang City. Lyn Chen quietly watched Su Wei, waiting for him to announce who would receive the direct admission quota. The result for this direct admission quota has now been determined. At that moment, a single sentence from Su Wei completely ignited the atmosphere in the room. What? The quota for direct admission has already been decided. Who could it be? I think it might be brother Zhang Li. The people present couldn't help but start guessing. Su Si had already mentioned that whoever received the direct admission quota could not refuse a challenge from another person. In other words, it didn't matter who held the quota, it was all about one's own strength. At this time, when everyone heard Su Si say that the quota had been decided, their gazes inevitably fell on him. Who could possibly have received this direct admission quota? Xiao Chen's gaze also landed on Su Wei. Zhang Li was equally curious. Su Wei scanned the crowd, and ultimately, his murky eyes settled on Lyn Chen in the crowd. Lyn Chen from No. 1 High School. Congratulations, this direct admission quota is yours. Su Wei spoke lightly as he looked at Lyn Chen's figure. When this result came from his mouth, many people's expressions changed. The result is actually Lyn Chen? Su Si must have seen Lyn Chen's talent. No way. Lyn Chen has nothing but talent, he can't possibly surpass brother Zhang Li in terms of strength. Many students were filled with confusion over this result. Aside from Lyn Chen's red quality, that alone was enough for him to deserve this direct admission quota. But considering his background, Lyn Chen was absolutely unworthy of it. So it really is him. Upon hearing Lyn Chen's name, a hint of surprise flickered in Zhang Li's clear eyes, followed by a sense of relief. It was indeed Lyn Chen, only he had the qualification to win this direct admission quota. When Zhao Chen heard that the quota had gone to Lyn Chen, he was in disbelief. How could it be Lyn Chen? Zhao Chen looked at Su Wei in shock, unable to comprehend how such a useless person as Lyn Chen could obtain this direct admission quota. Could it really just be because of his red quality? This left Zhao Chen extremely perplexed. While the crowd was still in astonishment, Zhao Chen directly shouted, "I refuse to accept this." In the secret realm square, Zhao Chen's voice was exceptionally loud, instantly drowning out many others. Numerous gazes turned sharply to the young master of the Xiao family. Su Wei slowly turned his gaze to Zhao Chen and said indifferently, "Since you refuse to accept it, step aside and duel with Lyn Chen. The direct admission quota of Tsang City could be challenged by anyone, regardless of who it fell to. As long as you won, the quota would be yours." Upon hearing this, the crowd made way for the two. Zhang Li crossed his arms and quietly watched how Zhao Chen, who had been training hard for half a month, would win against Lyn Chen. Many people present did not understand this announcement. In their minds, the most likely candidate for the direct admission quota was Zhang Li. After all, Zhang Li had awakened a golden quality and had the Zhang family backing him. But now, the quota had fallen to Lyn Chen. The crowd collectively cleared a space. Zhao Chen took the lead and stepped into the clearing. "Lyn Chen, get out here!" Zhao Chen shouted. Lyn Chen walked out from the crowd, carrying a gun case and a sword case. Looking at Lyn Chen's figure, Zhang Li couldn't help but sigh. With Lyn Chen's strength, no one present would be his opponent. What a joke! He had only been training for half a month and had just awakened his quality. Who could defeat a 9th level warrior who had been training for several years? Except for Lyn Chen, that absolute freak. In such a hurry? Looks like you've improved quite a bit. Lyn Chen arrived in the clearing and glanced at Zhao Chen with a hint of boredom. "Ha, I'm stronger than you." Zhao Chen glanced coldly at Lyn Chen. He had never spoken a good word about Lyn Chen. For the past half month, the Xiao family had been targeting Lyn Chen. Unfortunately, Zhao Chen had been in seclusion and had never heard any news about Lyn Chen. Otherwise, he certainly would not have challenged Lyn Chen. "That's good." Lyn Chen nodded in satisfaction, eager to see how much Zhao Chen's strength had improved. "Lyn Chen, swords have no eyes. If you lose your qualification for the guaranteed admission, you can just give it to me," Zhao Chen said with a smile before making his move. "There's no need for that. Come at me." Lyn Chen shook his head and waved his hand at Zhao Chen. "Then wait for your death." Zhao Chen's gaze turned cold, and he suddenly struck. He drew the long sword from behind him, and a layer of indistinct sword intent instantly enveloped him. The enhancement brought by his quality was the sword intent. This layer of sword intent gradually solidified as Zhao Chen made his move. With a single slash, the silver blade erupted with an extremely strong sword energy. What powerful sword energy! Hiss! With such sword energy, Zhao Chen has already reached the level of a 7th tier warrior. Impressive! No wonder Zhao Xiao dares to boast like this, he actually has the strength. At the moment Zhao Chen made his move, the expressions of those present changed. The instant they sensed Zhao Chen's strength, everyone realized that he had significantly improved over the past half month. Just this one strike was something most of the students present could not withstand. No wonder. Zhang Li looked at Zhao Chen's figure, his brows slightly raised. However, with such strength alone, he still couldn't defeat Lyn Chen. As the sword energy surged, Lyn Chen also suddenly drew his unsharpened sword from behind. Bang! With one sword, Lyn Chen blocked the attack, and with a thought, blood-red flames ignited on the sword's body. The moment the blood-red flames erupted, the temperature in the area rose by several degrees. Now that you've finished your strike, it's my turn, Lyn Chen said with a slight smile, then slashed out with his sword. The blood-colored flames instantly transformed into a sword energy, heading straight for Xiao Chen. This was the fire blade, but Lyn Chen had utilized the power of the underworld flame. On the other side, Su Wei watched Lyn Chen unleash the fire blade, and upon seeing the flames transform into sword energy, a look of surprise crossed his weathered face. The fire blade has such an ability? As the blood-colored sword energy surged forth, Xiao Chen pointed, and a droplet of water gradually enlarged before transforming into a waterfall. The waterfall surged forward, and Xiao Chen thrust his sword, turning the waterfall into a beam of sword light that charged toward the blood-colored sword energy. Bang! The two collided, unleashing a powerful force. Water and fire were inherently incompatible, even though Xiao Chen was weaker than Lyn Chen. In terms of elemental restraint, Lyn Chen could not gain much of an advantage. Lyn Chen, so what if you master the fire attribute cultivation method? I master the water attribute cultivation method. Xiao Chen grinned after blocking Lyn Chen's attack. Under the elemental restraint, Lyn Chen had no initiative. Is that so? Lyn Chen's gaze turned cold, and he struck again. This time, he held nothing back. With the power of a 7th-tier warrior, combined with the enhancement of over 10 points of strength, this blood-colored sword energy shot straight toward Xiao Chen, the immense force scraping the ground like a heavy projectile, crashing heavily into Xiao Chen's face. Xiao Chen's expression changed drastically. The power of this strike exceeded his imagination. The faces of those present also changed dramatically. How could Lyn Chen's strike unleash such powerful force? No way. Lyn Chen's level can't have reached 7th tier. Impossible. It's only been half a month. How could Lyn Chen improve so much? That's right. Even Zhang Li's realm is only 5th tier. The people present simply could not believe that Lyn Chen's level could reach 7th tier. After all, it had only been half a month, and even Zhang Li, who came from an ancient martial arts family, was only at level 5. This was achieved with countless resources piled up. But what about Lyn Chen? He was all alone. Without any resources, how could he possibly raise his level to 7? Yet the power released by Lyn Chen's sword was undeniable. Xiao Chen's face turned extremely ugly. The strength of that sword was simply too overwhelming. It was so strong that he couldn't even lift his own sword. This was the result of a massive level disparity. Xiao Chen's level was the same as Zhang Li's, both at level 5. But facing someone who was 2 levels above him, combined with the additional power, the gap was even greater. It was a difference of at least 3.5 levels. No, this won't do. Xiao Chen gritted his teeth, enduring the immense pressure, and raised his long sword. Countless droplets of water condensed on the blade as Xiao Chen executed his breathing technique. The breathing technique he practiced was the 3rd-tier water breathing. A layer of mist spread from the sword, and with Xiao Chen's movements, the mist suddenly transformed into large droplets of water. Immediately after, the droplets turned into a waterfall, which Xiao Chen slashed out in a semicircular arc. Bang! The two attacks collided, and a tremendous sound erupted in the center. The ripples from the impact caused everyone present to stagger backward. Looking again at the arena, that sword strike had not been completely blocked. It landed squarely on Xiao Chen's body. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled thud, Xiao Chen fell stiffly to the ground. The entire venue fell silent. Lyn Chen, holding the unsharpened sword, looked at Xiao Chen lying on the ground and said indifferently, "Do you think you're worthy to fight me?" Xiao Chen lay on the ground like a dead dog. The pain coursing through his body made his mind incredibly clear. At that moment, Lyn Chen's words pierced his heart like needles. Xiao Chen stared at Lyn Chen, his eyes filled with murderous intent. But more than that, there was disbelief. How could someone without any resources like Lyn Chen possibly have such a significant increase in strength? It was hard for Xiao Chen to accept. The people present were equally dumbfounded. After more than half a month without seeing him, Lyn Chen's strength had grown even more formidable than before. Is this Lyn Chen's strength? Someone tapped their forehead, once again shocked by Lyn Chen's power. No wonder Susi gave the recommendation spot to Lyn Chen. It turns out he is this strong. The crowd was already awestruck by Lyn Chen's abilities. No wonder Lyn Chen had refused the Xiao family back then. His talent was indeed terrifying. No one dared to imagine what would have happened if Lyn Chen had accepted the Xiao family back then. He would have soared to great heights by now. With such strength, Only those powerful prodigies could possibly compete with him. Indeed, red quality is truly terrifying. I never expected that after all these years in Song City, a prodigy would finally emerge. Many factions present were filled with emotion. Lyn Chen's current strength had showcased absolute prodigious talent. In just half a month, he had achieved such a terrifying improvement. This kind of talent was on par with those prodigies from prestigious families in the capital. Su Wei was very satisfied with Lyn Chen's performance. This was what he wanted to see. Moreover, it was also what Lyn Chen most wanted to achieve. The host has struck down his opponent. Nuclear goodness cultivation speed increased by 10%. Strength increased by 1. The host has completed the brought-in arena task. Reward, 4th tier martial arts fragment *1. Having completed a battle, victory favors the brave. Reward can be claimed. 3. The more victories, the better the rewards upon claiming. Defeating Zhao Chen. The 3 entries were completed once again. Lyn Chen could hardly wait to head to other cities, defeat various prodigies, and complete these 3 entries. Zhao Chen was defeated, and after a wave of shock and sighs filled the arena, no one spoke again. No one dared to challenge Lyn Chen anymore. In the entire Song City, the 2 most powerful individuals were Zhao Chen and Zhang Li. Now that Zhao Chen had lost, the only one left who might be able to defeat Lyn Chen was Zhang Li. Is brother Zhang Li going to make a move? Someone finally asked. Zhang Li, standing nearby, blinked and looked quite gloomy. What a joke! He had already been defeated by Lyn Chen. How could he still be his opponent? Not to mention him, even if he teamed up with Zhao Chen, they wouldn't stand a chance against Lyn Chen. Forget it, I'm not interested in the guaranteed spot. Zhang Li shook his head and said. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was taken aback. Not interested in the guaranteed spot? The meaning of this was already very clear. Zhang Li realized that he was not Lyn Chen's opponent. Hiss! At this moment, the crowd was even more shocked. Earlier, Zhang Li had been making bold statements after the exchange meeting. Now, he was directly afraid to face Lyn Chen. After Zhang Li's refusal, no one else dared to challenge Lyn Chen. The announcement of the guaranteed spot also came to an end. By the end of this day, Lyn Chen had become famous throughout Song City. The candidate for the guaranteed spot had been revealed. It was Lyn Chen from Songno, one high school. This news shocked all the martial artists in Song City. The principal of Songno, one high school, was now beaming with joy. The guaranteed spot had unexpectedly fallen to his school, and all of this was thanks to Lyn Chen. Great, great, ha ha ha. The principal of Songno, one high school, laughed heartily, his face glowing with excitement, his back straightening considerably. At this moment, in the Xiao family, Zhao Huayan wore a gloomy expression. He never expected that the guaranteed spot would fall to Lyn Chen. Not only that, but the other party had also defeated his son. Could it be that Lyn Chen has really practiced some secret technique? Zhao Huayan began to doubt, thinking that for someone from the slums to cultivate so quickly, there could only be one possibility. That is, Lyn Chen practiced a secret technique. Otherwise, everything would be inexplicable. Head of the family, it will be difficult to deal with Lyn Chen now, said an elder of the Xiao family. With the guaranteed spot in his hands, targeting him will only become more challenging. Zhao Huayan's face darkened, and he remained silent. He naturally understood how much benefit this guaranteed spot could bring to Lyn Chen. Just the inability to target Lyn Chen was enough to seal off the Xiao family. Then we can only shift our focus to those around him, Zhao Huayan said after a moment of thought. Head of the family, this matter is still uncertain. The elder of the Xiao family replied. Targeting those around Lyn Chen is indeed a good choice. But Lyn Chen comes from the slums. If his temperament is different and he completely disregards those around him, then everything the Xiao family does will be in vain. Head of the family, since Su Si has said that anyone can challenge Lyn Chen, and if they win, they can strip him of his guaranteed spot. Could it be that other prodigies from different cities will come to find Lyn Chen? Why not spread the news and let other prodigies target Lyn Chen? As long as we can strip him of his guaranteed spot, then the Xiao family can target Lyn Chen. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhao Huayan's previously dim gaze immediately brightened as he looked at the elder. Oh, this is indeed a possibility. Zhao Huayan nodded. This is indeed a good choice. Although Lyn Chen is strong, the prodigies from other cities are at least twice as strong as those from Song City. Moreover, we should say more about Lyn Chen's secret cultivation methods. Zhao Huayan continued. He is an ordinary person, even with red qualities. It is impossible for him to elevate his realm so quickly. At that time, let the Martial Association intervene and thoroughly investigate Lyn Chen. Upon hearing this, the elder of the Xiao family nodded. Regardless of whether Lyn Chen practiced secret techniques, there were reasons to doubt him. Even if it turned out that Lyn Chen had not practiced any secret techniques and still reached this level, it would mean that his talent was indeed terrifying. The Xiao family would then have to target Lyn Chen even more fiercely. By the way, how is that woman from Lyn Chen's family? Zhao Huayan suddenly thought of something and asked. Reporting to the head of the family, everything is still normal at home. The two have never had any issues, the elder of the Xiao family replied. However, this woman can also be used against him. After all, she is someone who can live with Lyn Chen, even if there is some connection between them. It must be emotional. Good. Zhao Huayan nodded. The Martial Association. Lyn Chen had completely replaced the reserved quota, solidifying his status as a recommended student from Tsang City. Su Wei, as previously agreed, informed Lyn Chen that they would leave Tsang City early tomorrow morning for the nearest city. Good. Lyn Chen nodded. This was exactly what he wanted to see. Lyn Chen, having accepted the title of recommended student means you will be endlessly challenged. Su Wei said lightly. This news spreads quickly. Perhaps as soon as we enter that city, challengers will already be at your door. Hearing this, Lyn Chen smiled broadly. That's good. Additionally, it is also possible that some prodigies from the capital will come to Tsang City to challenge you. Su Wei looked at Lyn Chen. The prodigies from the capital are far stronger than those from the entire North State. The capital is the place where prodigies flourish in the entire Great Xia. And this time, the reserved quota fell to Tsang City, and every recommended student can be challenged. Just based on this, there will definitely be prodigies who cannot sit still and will come to compete. This is what Su Wei was most worried about. Currently, Lyn Chen seemed powerful, but his level was only maintained among the upper middle tier of the capital's prodigies. If that batch of top prodigies came, the probability of Lyn Chen losing would be very high. I understand. Senior Su, when I accepted the reserved quota, I knew I would bear the pressure behind it. Lyn Chen answered seriously for once. That's good. Su Wei nodded. The reserved quota is not important. What matters is your mindset. With your strength, even without the reserved quota, you can still enter a top martial arts university in this martial arts examination. Then it's settled. We will set off early tomorrow morning. Prepare a few more pieces of clothing. Perhaps when we return, it will be the day the martial arts examination begins. Good. Lyn Chen left the Martial Association. When he returned home, Su Nange had already prepared dinner for him. Wow, you made dinner so quickly today. Lyn Chen looked at the table full of sumptuous dishes, his eyes brightening. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Su Nange sitting on the sofa in a loose nightgown. Her two fair legs swayed as she played a certain mobile game. Kill him, kill him. Oh no, why is he so bad? He promised he could help me win. Not knowing if she lost the game, Su Nange pouted and complained. Eating? Lyn Chen glanced at her and asked. Not eating, I'm too full from anger. Su Nange shook her head, then turned her head and started another game. Lyn Chen didn't ask further and directly sat down to eat. A martial artist's food intake was indeed large. A whole table of dishes was almost not enough for Lyn Chen alone. Fortunately, Lyn Chen still left a bite for the other person. I'm leaving tomorrow. You'll be the only one left at home. Lyn Chen wiped his mouth and said, You're leaving? Hearing that Lyn Chen was leaving, Su Nange, who was sitting on the sofa, sat up straight, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on him. Somehow, Lyn Chen could sense a hint of disappointment in her gaze. Yeah, I got a guaranteed spot and I'm going to challenge the talents from other cities. Lyn Chen nodded and said, So that's how it is. Su Nange murmured, her eyes reflecting even more disappointment. What's wrong? Are you going to miss me? Lyn Chen teased. Lyn Chen, what is our relationship now? Su Nange suddenly asked after a moment of silence. Master and servant? Lyn Chen's mouth twitched as he replied. As soon as he said this, confusion filled Su Nange's eyes. Master and servant? What kind of relationship is that? This girl doesn't even know that? Lyn Chen's eyelid twitched, feeling a bit speechless. To be honest, he had never really understood Su Nange. Although they lived together, they had never interacted much. She cooked for him every day, and after he finished eating, he would go back to his room. The only reason they were chatting now was that he was leaving Tsang City tomorrow. If it wasn't a master-servant relationship, what could it be? I saw in a game that if two people live together, they are considered a couple. Su Nange blinked and said very seriously. Also, they said couples shouldn't sleep in separate rooms. We should be sleeping together then. As soon as she said this, Lyn Chen sprayed the water he had just drunk all over. This girl, how could she be so clueless? Could she really believe that? If she watched something inappropriate for a couple of days, wouldn't she be after his purity by tomorrow? Don't joke around. Lyn Chen quickly waved his hand. Miss Su, you're leaving in 2 months. There's no need for us to have a one-night stand or anything like that. Besides, our relationship is more of an employment one. I hired you to cook, and you live here. That's very normal. Is that so? Su Nange blinked, her clear eyes pure and untainted, without a speck of dust. Yes, so don't think too much about it. Just stay for 2 months, Lyn Chen said seriously. It was a joke. If he had something with her, how would he find a girlfriend later? Alright then, Su Nange nodded. But if I don't want to leave, how can I stay by your side? As soon as she said this, Lyn Chen was at a loss. Why did it feel a bit like she was being a clingy girl? Right now, Su Nange gave Lyn Chen the impression of being a naive sweetheart. Become a warrior and get stronger to stay by my side, Lyn Chen said earnestly. I don't want clingy people or weaklings around me. Okay, Su Nange nodded seriously. Well, then you should learn more online, Lyn Chen replied, and then returned to his room. In the living room, Su Nange muttered softly, I don't want to go back on such a good day. I want to become a warrior. I need to get stronger so I can enjoy life. Yes, that's right. Su Nange opened the Warrior official website and began to study. 5 minutes later, complaints echoed from the living room. This teammate is so bad, claiming to be silver rank. I think I'm better than them at Black Iron. So bad. Buy supplies. Ugh, it's driving me crazy. In his room, Lyn Chen had packed the clothes he was going to wear. According to Senior Su, they probably wouldn't return at Song City before the martial arts exam started. After tidying up, Lyn Chen's gaze fell on his gun case and sword case. Carrying these two things together was indeed a bit troublesome. I should prepare a weapon case. After Lyn Chen finished packing, he opened the shopping mall and purchased a weapon box for himself. The weapon box was not expensive, but it was somewhat large. Lyn Chen chose a weapon box that could hold 3 types of long and short weapons. The delivery was quick, and because it was local, Lyn Chen received the weapon box that evening. After placing the 1,000 guns and the bladeless sword in the weapon box, Lyn Chen clapped his hands in satisfaction, waiting for tomorrow's departure. Early the next morning, a representative from the Martial Arts Association was already waiting downstairs for Lyn Chen. Lyn Chen came down, got into the special car, and left Song City with Su Wei. They were about to challenge the top talents of Beizhou. Mr. Lin, Su Si is already waiting for you in the car, the representative from the Martial Arts Association said to Lyn Chen, then personally opened the car door for him. Lyn Chen sat in the back seat, while Su Wei closed his eyes, deep in thought. Seeing this, Lyn Chen did not disturb him. As the car started, the group headed out of Song City. As the car drove away from Song City and approached the massive city wall, Lyn Chen felt increasingly awed through the car window. Up close, the enormous steel wall appeared truly magnificent. The dark iron wall seemed capable of blocking everything, and beneath the wall stood many soldiers armed with real guns and ammunition, providing a great sense of security. Feeling a bit impressed, aren't you? At that moment, Su Wei, who had been lost in thought, suddenly spoke. Yeah, Lyn Chen nodded without hiding his feelings. This iron wall can withstand demons below the 3rd rank, but those above the 4th rank can already fly. And if a 5th rank demon attacks, this iron wall will collapse in less than 5 minutes. Su Wei said, if a beast tide truly erupts, this seemingly impenetrable iron wall will completely fall within less than a day. Upon hearing this, Lyn Chen's expression changed slightly. This steel fortress, built with countless manpower, was so fragile. The ranks of demons are classified by levels. But what is even more terrifying than demons are the abyssal demons. Su Wei continued, educating Lyn Chen. Each abyssal demon is an independent entity. Even if some abyssal demons are not very powerful, their unique abilities can be quite terrifying. You will encounter this knowledge once you enter a higher institution. Hearing this, Lyn Chen blinked and asked, then why doesn't the high school curriculum cover more about abyssal demons? Xiao does not have much understanding of abyssal demons. Su Wei replied. Therefore, what you learn about them is often based on the abyssal demons that appear around the world. Common knowledge. Right, Su Senior? Lyn Chen said. That's right. Su Wei nodded. Deeper knowledge about abyssal demons is only accessible to high-level martial artists. After all, they have a greater capacity to bear it. Upon hearing this, Lyn Chen finally understood just how terrifying abyssal demons were. Xiao had not even made all information about them public. When they arrived at the checkpoint, Sui took out his pass, and the soldiers at the checkpoint respectfully allowed the vehicle to pass. As they left the city, Lyn Chen finally saw the landscape outside Song City. This was his first time leaving the city. The scene outside was desolate. Within a few hundred meters of the steel wall of Song City, there was some vegetation. However, a few hundred meters away, not a blade of grass grew. The ground was brown, as if it had been burned by some kind of flame, leaving a scene of devastation. This sight was truly shocking. Previously, Lyn Chen had only seen images of the area outside Song City on television. Now, as he left Song City and witnessed the scenes before him, his heart was filled with astonishment. Is this the outside world? As the car drove further away, the city of Song gradually shrank in the rearview mirror. Only by becoming stronger can one protect their homeland. Song City seems stable, but that's just the situation of the wasteland being stable. Once the wasteland erupts, a city without a strong guardian can be destroyed in less than 2 days. Su Wei looked out the window, a hint of sentimentality appearing on his weathered face. Lyn Chen remained silent, feeling a heaviness in his heart. Fortunately, the road was relatively smooth, making the journey quite peaceful. Senior Su, are we just driving like this? Won't we pass through the wasteland? Lyn Chen asked. No, the designed route avoids the wasteland. Su Wei shook his head, but we might occasionally encounter 1 or 2 demon beasts. I see. Lyn Chen nodded. He only knew that there were a total of 28 wastelands within the Great Xiao. More than half of these wastelands had been invaded by abyssal demons. Outside of Song City, there were 3 wastelands. These 3 wastelands were vast, almost covering more than half of Beizhou. Beizhou originally had 11 major cities and over a dozen smaller ones. But now, due to the arrival of the wastelands, only 6 major cities remained. These 6 cities were Song City, Xing City, Han City, Ren City, Bao City, and the provincial capital of Beizhou, Shi City. Among these 6 cities, Song City was the weakest, while the others were ranked accordingly, with Shi City being the strongest as the provincial capital. Their destination was Ren City, the closest city to Song City. Ren City was considered above average among the 6 cities. The talents there were stronger than those in Song City. Let's take a break and reflect on martial arts. Su Wei said lightly. It won't be so calm from here on. Lyn Chen replied. The journey was relatively quiet, and they hadn't encountered any demon beasts. After driving for a day and a night, they finally saw distant lights on the horizon as night fell. Dozens of searchlights illuminated everything within a few hundred meters from the tall city walls. As the vehicle approached, the soldiers stationed at the base of the walls all turned to look at the car. Upon seeing it was a military vehicle, the soldiers quickly made way. At the checkpoint, a soldier approached the military vehicle. Sir, please show your identification. Su Wei handed over his Martial Association credentials. So it's Director Su, please proceed, the soldier said respectfully after glancing at the credentials. Quickly stepping aside, the car window slowly rolled up, and the military vehicle entered Ren City. It seems there's a young man in Director Su's car. Haven't you heard? This time, Beizhou has a guaranteed admission quota, and it went to Song City. I think Director Su is here for that quota. Several soldiers whispered among themselves. Even though 2 days had passed, the news spread quickly. Almost everyone in Ren City had heard about the guaranteed admission quota from Song City. This quota was of great significance, and once it was announced, the talents of Ren City could hardly sit still. The military vehicle drove along the streets of Ren City. Lyn Chen looked at Su Wei with curiosity. Senior Su, won't there be people coming to challenge us as soon as we enter the city? No, Su Wei shook his head. This is the first stop. Such things will probably happen only after the second stop. Alright, Lyn Chen replied, his expression visibly downcast. What's wrong? You look quite disappointed. Su Wei raised an eyebrow, glancing at Lyn Chen. No, Lyn Chen shook his head. Su Wei observed him closely, then smiled mysteriously. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? Lyn Chen's eyelids twitched. Lyn Chen and the others had just arrived in Ren City. They hadn't even had a moment to rest, and as soon as they entered the city center, someone immediately stopped their military vehicle. Who is so bold? The driver, startled, stopped the car and got out. From the vehicle ahead, a young man dressed in black, carrying a gun case, stepped down. Su-si, it was my mistake to stop the car recklessly, and I apologize for disturbing you at this late hour. It's all for this guaranteed admission quota. The young man ignored the driver and respectfully addressed Su-wei inside the military vehicle. Then, another middle-aged man and an elderly man got out of the car. So it's the head of the Gong family. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, Su-wei's lips curled slightly upward, and he led Lyn Chen out of the car. Su-si, the middle-aged man cupped his hands towards Su-wei, appearing very respectful. No need for further words. Since it's like this, let's settle it here. Su-wei waved his hand dismissively and said, Xiao Li, move the car. Yes. The driver moved the military vehicle to the back, while the elderly man also drove his car to a distance. The group was now at a crossroads in the city center, which was quite spacious. Let me introduce myself. My name is Gong Lin, a student from Run City No. 1 High School, possessing golden quality, a magic gun master. The young man in black introduced himself, taking down the gun case from his back. He slapped the gun case, and a dark long gun immediately sprang out. He caught the long gun in his hand. Seeing this, Lyn Chen also took down his weapon case. Song City No. 1 High School, Lyn Chen. Noticing that Lyn Chen was holding a weapon case, Gong Lin's expression showed a hint of surprise. Could this person be a rogue cultivator? A rogue cultivator was his term for martial artists without a profession. Lyn Chen opened the weapon case and took out a long gun. It seems you really are a rogue cultivator. Seeing this, Gong Lin narrowed his eyes slightly. Was he planning to use a long gun against him? Meanwhile, the head of the Gong family, the elderly man, and Su-wei stood aside. Lyn Chen, let me introduce you. This young man before you is the direct descendant of the Gong family in Ren City. Su-wei spoke. The Gong family is also an ancient martial arts family, and Gong Lin is a prodigy who awakened golden quality this time in Ren City. Compared to Zhang Li, he is stronger, not weaker. Don't underestimate him. Upon hearing this, Lyn Chen blinked, surprised that the first person he encountered was a prodigy of the city. Su-si, you flatter me. That Zhang Li from the Zhang family is not much different from my son. The head of the Gong family chuckled. You are indeed low-key, Gong family head. Su-wei smiled lightly. Your son Gong Lin can be considered the #1 prodigy in Ren City. He has independently cleared 3 beginner-level secret realms and 1 intermediate-level secret realm. His strength is within the range of an 8th-level martial artist. With such talent, getting into a good martial arts university is more than enough. Unfortunately, Gong Lin values this guaranteed admission quota. The head of the Gong family stood with his hands behind his back, somewhat helpless yet with a hint of expectation in his eyes. This young man before him, if Su-si deemed him worthy of a guaranteed admission, it meant he had already defeated the prodigies of Song City. As for his strength, it would still need to be proven here. If he couldn't defeat his son, then the guaranteed admission would temporarily fall to the Gong family. Su-wei remained silent, his gaze fixed on the two in front. Lyn Chen gripped the long gun, twisting his wrist to rotate the gun body, then pointed the gun down, raising his head to look at Gong Lin. Since we both use guns, how about we settle it with one shot? Gong Lin proposed. But, Lyn Chen was about to nod but suddenly thought, what if he couldn't complete heavenly good like this? That won't do. Lyn Chen quickly shook his head. Oh, Gong Lin's eyes narrowed slightly. How about this? We fight until one side can't get up. Lyn Chen said after a moment of thought. Upon hearing this, Gong Lin said nothing but turned his gaze to Su-wei. Sure, as long as you don't injure the bones, you two can go all out. Su-wei had no objections. Among warriors, the more brutal the fight, the better. After all, that was the only way to stimulate a person's instincts and enhance their combat abilities. Good. Gong Lin nodded. Since Su-si has no objections, let's do it. Gong Lin raised his hand. The dark-colored spear aimed at Lyn Chen, the spearhead appearing grayish-white and incredibly sharp under the streetlight. Lyn Chen smiled faintly. Come. As his words fell, the two suddenly struck. Gong Lin, capable of completing the intermediate secret realm alone, indicated that his strength had already reached the level of a 7th-tier warrior. Moreover, with golden quality, the power he unleashed now was enough to rival an 8th-tier warrior. He thrust the dark spear forward with a thunderous roar. A layer of pitch-black flames instantly enveloping the entire spear, exuding a chilling aura. Lyn Chen twisted his wrist, a stream of crimson blood energy also quickly wrapping around the spear. Both of them unleashed their strongest martial arts. Bang! The spear thrust collided directly, a powerful force erupting. However, this first clash revealed the gap between the two. Gong Lin continuously retreated, while Lyn Chen was merely pushed back half a step. In that single thrust, the difference was clear. Lyn Chen's strength is surprisingly strong. Seeing this scene, the head of the Gong family couldn't help but change his expression, quickly wondering if there were any strong warriors with the surname Lin in Song City. Hiss, with the surname Lin, was there even a martial arts family in Song City? No, the most famous families in Song City were the Zhang family and the Xiao family. As for this Lyn Chen, he had never heard of him. After the spear collided, under Gong Lin's somewhat shocked gaze, Lyn Chen continued to charge forward. His entire body was enveloped in a layer of faint blood energy, as if it had transformed into a layer of armor, clinging to his surface. Gong Lin withdrew his gaze and continued to attack. The two fought together, but it was a one-sided crushing by Lyn Chen. Su Si, what is the background of this Lyn Chen? Seeing this scene, the head of the Gong family couldn't help but ask. He truly couldn't think of any other Lin family in Song City. Moreover, this kid's strength far exceeded that of his own son. He comes from the slums of Song City, Su Wei replied. Upon hearing this, the head of the Gong family and the elder of the Gong family both changed their expressions drastically. This fierce man actually came from the slums? How could the head of the Gong family and the elder of the Gong family believe that? Believe it or not, it's up to you, Su Wei said indifferently. You can find out about Lyn Chen in Song City. Hearing this, the head of the Gong family nodded. There was no escaping that. Bang! Just as the three were conversing, a muffled sound suddenly erupted in the middle of the road. All three turned their gazes in that direction. They saw that Gong Lin, who had been standing still, was now sent flying, crashing heavily onto the distant lawn. At his position, Lyn Chen was holding the spear. At this moment, the head of the Gong family and the elder of the Gong family were completely stunned. In less than a minute, the battle was over. The host has struck down the opponent. Nuclear goodness cultivation speed increased by 10%. Strength increased by 1. The host has completed the challenge task of the package has arrived. Reward, Grade 4 Martial Arts Fragment *1. Having completed a battle, victory favors the brave can claim rewards. 4. The more victories, the better the rewards upon claiming. As the system's prompt sounded, Lyn Chen had perfectly completed the 3 entries. Gong Lin crashed heavily onto the lawn, his clothes covered in dirt, looking extremely disheveled. The head of the Gong family and the elder of the Gong family were now at a loss for words. The pride of the Gong family, the #1 talent of Rin City, lost just like that, and he lost to someone from the slums. Gong family head, is that enough? Su Wei spoke up at this moment, looking at the other party with no expression. That's enough, Su Si. The Gong family head shook his head. It was my son Gong Lin who lost. This gifted student truly has some strength. Su Wei first informed the high martial arts Gong family of Rin City, without notifying anyone else. Once Gong Lin was defeated, it meant that no one in Rin City could match Lyn Chen. After all, he was the #1 talent of Rin City. I lost. Gong Lin stood up from the dusty lawn and walked over to a few people, speaking to Lyn Chen. Lyn Chen nodded. Let's go. It's getting late. We should head back. The Gong family head said. Su Si, you should also go back and rest. Su Wei nodded slightly, as a gesture. Before leaving, Gong Lin took a deep look at Lyn Chen, his deep-set eyes revealing a hint of wariness. The strength of this gifted student was terrifying. Let's go too. Seeing the Gong family members get into their cars, Su Wei said to Lyn Chen. Su Si, this guy isn't someone you arranged, is he? As soon as he got in the car, Lyn Chen asked, what do you think? Su Wei shot Lyn Chen a glance. No wonder you're so anxious. But you'll have your chance tomorrow. I've already notified several high schools in Rin City, informing them that you'll be challenging them first thing tomorrow morning. Good. Lyn Chen nodded. This was exactly what he wanted. The sooner the challenge, the happier he was. On the way back to the Gong family, the Gong family had asked his son, Lynner, is that kid really that strong? Father, he is very strong. Gong Lin replied. Moreover, the martial arts he just displayed seemed like a 4th grade martial art. 4th grade martial art? The Gong family head's expression changed slightly. A person from the slums like him. No, wait, there's also the Martial Arts Association. For someone with such talent, it's normal to have such training. He thought for a moment and came to understand the situation. Father, did you hear what he said his profession was? Gong Lin suddenly remembered something and asked. No, the Gong family head shook his head. He didn't report his profession? Gong Lin's gaze shifted, practicing both spear and sword. He must be a rogue cultivator, and a golden quality one at that. That's not a problem. Once we get home, we can check his information, the Gong family head said lightly. After tonight, I fear the entire Rin city will be lively. The Gong family head sighed. Indeed. Family head, this person is making a strong entrance, even challenging us directly. An elder of the Gong family nodded, also expressing his sentiments. Today, the Gong family's challenge was kept secret and would not be made public, but Su Si had already informed the entire Rin city about the gifted student arriving. With strength, one can naturally do this. The Gong family head shook his head, not to mention that Rin city would be lively tomorrow. It was already buzzing tonight. At this moment, in the class groups of various high schools in Rin city, everyone was discussing the matter of the gifted student. No one expected that the gifted student would not stay in Song City but would come to challenge them. This was a blatant provocation. So arrogant, so presumptuous. Can there really be a strong prodigy from a mere Song City? Tomorrow, I must teach him a lesson. I wonder if he's from the Zhang family or the Xiao family. Who cares which family's prodigy he is? Let's just take him down tomorrow. In every class group, and even in small groups organized by a wave of prodigies, they were all talking about this matter. In a villa, a young man in shorts, with a strong build, sat on the sofa, looking at the chat records on his phone. Fei Ge, as the golden quality awakener of Sanzhong and the leader, aren't you going to teach this guaranteed student a lesson tomorrow? The person being called Fei Ge was indeed the man in shorts. We still don't know if it's from the Xiao family or the Zhang family. After all, this is a guaranteed spot. If anyone is going to take action, it should be Brother Gong. Lin Fei replied. There were only 7 people in this group, all of whom were the pride of Rin City. Among them was Gong Lin. As soon as this was said, the others nodded in agreement. That's right, this time every guaranteed student can be challenged. Without some strength, they really can't hold on to it. In my opinion, Brother Gong will definitely secure the title of this guaranteed student. There are only 2 strong families in Song City. It's either someone from the Xiao family or the Zhang family. No matter who comes, I definitely want to experience it tomorrow. The few proud youths in the group exchanged words. It was already midnight, yet the group was still lively. Everyone was talking, but only Gong Lin remained silent. Brother Gong isn't speaking, it seems he's in seclusion. Someone added, hey, this is the gap between us and the true pride. Brother Gong is cultivating while we are just surfing. Tomorrow, that guaranteed student will first go to Fei Ji's Sanzhong, and then we'll know who this person is. Lin Fei glanced at the chat messages and then turned off his phone. As the pride of Rin Sanzhong, Lin Fei was the second golden quality martial artist right after Gong Lin. His strength was naturally self-evident, his combat power rivaling that of Zhang Li from the Zhang family, and he was even stronger than him. There are no strong fighters in Song City. The guaranteed student spot will at least not fall into Song City. Lin Fei said lightly. The news was already out. Tomorrow morning, this guaranteed student would first come to Rin Sanzhong, and he would take care of this guaranteed student himself. That night, many people in Rin City couldn't sleep. However, Lyn Chen slept soundly in the hotel, completely unaware that his arrival had kept the pride of Rin City awake all night. There was no doubt that this was a sign of disdain towards the pride of Rin City, coming to slap them in the face. The next morning, Lyn Chen woke up early. He was wearing a white casual outfit bought from some street vendor, with a large weapon case slung over his back as he walked downstairs. Downstairs, Su Wei was already waiting. You're here, let's go. Su Wei stubbed out his cigarette and glanced at him. Lyn Chen replied. Today, they were going to challenge the school, Ren Sanzhong. The large school gate was wide open, and students filled both sides of the road. In the school playground, a ring had already been prepared. The principal of Sanzhong stood at the school gate, hands behind his back, belly protruding, and a serious expression as he announced what was to happen today. Students, today is the day the guaranteed student from Song City comes to challenge us. No need for more nonsense, he says it nicely because of the guaranteed spot, wanting to test the strength of each student. But, coming to challenge us is undoubtedly a slap in the face, and in all these years, nothing like this has ever happened at Rin Sanzhong. This is a blatant humiliation. The principal said word by word. Today, this guaranteed student will see the strength of our students at Rinsanzhong. Right, let's do it, let's go. The students of Rinsanzhong were as excited as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Not long after, a military vehicle drove in from a distance. Upon seeing the vehicle arrive, everyone knew that the person had come. The guaranteed student from Psang City was here. As the military vehicle stopped, Su Wei got out of the car. Lyn Chen followed closely behind. As soon as he got out of the car, Lyn Chen instantly felt countless hostile gazes directed at him. In Lyn Chen's clear eyes, there was no ripple of emotion. He scanned the crowd present and then smiled faintly. No need to be so formal. Everyone, there are no outsiders here. As soon as these words were spoken, the originally tense atmosphere instantly turned somewhat dumbfounded. Is this guy really that familiar? Among the crowd, a tall man looked at Lyn Chen, who was dressed casually, with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Aren't they from the Xiao and Zhang families? So unfamiliar. Isn't the pride of the Zhang and Xiao families supposed to look different? That's for sure. This guy is dressed in street vendor goods. Definitely not from any family. The students from Rinsanzhong were exchanging whispers, their gazes scrutinizing Lyn Chen. It was at this moment they realized that Lyn Chen did not come from the Xiao or Zhang families. Su Si, please come in. The principal of Rinsanzhong quickly stepped forward to personally welcome Su Wei. Su Wei said nothing. Following the principal inside Rinsanzhong, Lyn Chen followed closely behind. The weight of Su's status was evident to Lyn Chen from the moment they left Song City and arrived in Rin City. It was indeed substantial. The strong figures from these two cities showed him immense respect. Therefore, being beside Su, Lyn Chen felt fearless. He could let loose and just go for it. Soon, the group arrived at the playground of Rinsanzhong. In front of the large playground, a spacious arena had already been set up. Principal Li, we came in a hurry and didn't notify you in time, so let the contestants be chosen at random. Su Wei spoke. This statement made the principal of Rinsanzhong extremely happy. Wasn't this exactly the answer he wanted? Alright, then I will trouble this recommended student to take the stage a few more times. The principal of Rinsanzhong said without changing his expression. I will definitely only let the pride of the school take the stage. Su Wei nodded, not caring. Lyn Chen had already defeated the pride of Rin City, Gong Lin, last night. What other pride could possibly be his opponent today? Moreover, with Lyn Chen's strong desire to fight, he could let Rinsanzhong find anyone to take the stage. Who will come first? After letting Su Wei sit on a nearby chair, the principal of Rinsanzhong called out. The surrounding students, who were packed tightly, quickly stepped forward. This person was dressed in martial attire, holding a long knife, and stepped onto the stage. My name is Feng Tianci, Blue Quality, Knife Master, Lyn Chen. After a brief self-introduction, the two stood facing each other. Lyn Chen? No profession? Feng Tianci frowned slightly but didn't dwell on it. Since the other party could uphold the title of a recommended student, he wouldn't be his opponent anyway. He just couldn't stand the way Song City came to challenge them. Even a clay figurine has some spirit. For the sake of Rinsanzhong, he would fight. Feng Tianci immediately gripped his long knife and charged at Lyn Chen. The students of Rinsanzhong watched Feng Tianci with excitement, their hearts racing like they had been injected with adrenaline. Each of them clenched their fists, invigorated. In the face of a formidable enemy, what is the most inspiring? That's right, it's the momentum of someone like Feng Tianci that is the most uplifting. Bang! In the next moment, a dull thud echoed, and a figure arced through the air, crashing heavily to the ground not far away. Following that, everyone present saw a shadow rush towards the opponent in an instant, followed by a flurry of blows. The entire venue fell silent. Even words were lost. The crowd, who had been so invigorated, now stood with their mouths agape, their expressions frozen in shock. The one who flew out and was beaten was none other than Feng Tianci. Next, not even half a minute had passed when Lyn Chen stood up, wiped his fists, and waved to the crowd. Lyn Chen's words shattered the dead silence. The crowd finally came to their senses, and their previously excited expressions instantly turned to indignation. How outrageous! I'll go. A man dressed in a white shirt, wielding a broadsword, walked directly onto the stage. It's Dong Lu from Class 3. I've heard that his awakened quality has brought him the secret technique of the broadsword. It's been over half a month now. I wonder how much his strength has improved. It must be impressive. Of course, Brother Dong Lu is also a notable figure in our school. Everyone watched Dong Lu as he took the stage, eagerly anticipating his performance. Lin Fei assessed Lyn Chen, evaluating him in his mind. Just the fact that he had defeated Feng Tianzi in an instant was enough to prove his strength. However, Lin Fei could do the same, which didn't necessarily mean Lyn Chen was stronger than him. Dong Lu, purple quality, heartflow swordsman. Dong Lu introduced himself, while Lyn Chen simply stated, Lyn Chen. Then, the two immediately began to engage. Dong Lu held the broadsword like a martial artist, twisting his wrist to thrust at Lyn Chen. Yet, Lyn Chen still did not use his weapon box, merely extending his palm. Boom! Zzz. A bolt of lightning erupted from the stage, the purple thunder instantly crossing most of the arena. The lightning was so fast that even those present couldn't see when Lyn Chen had made his move. Following that, everyone witnessed a familiar scene. Dong Lu, who had charged in, was sent flying backward. Right behind him was Lyn Chen's figure. He unleashed another flurry of attacks. The earlier scene replayed itself. The students from Class 3 were once again left speechless in shock. The principal of Class 3 clenched his fists tightly, his palms sweating profusely. Who was this Lyn Chen? He had just delivered a crushing blow to Class 3. At that moment, Dong Lu, who had been favored by Class 3, was defeated in less than half a minute. Lyn Chen stood on the stage like a war god, his gaze fiercely sweeping over the students of Class 3. He calmed his emotions and shouted, "Next lucky guest, please come up." Silence. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence. At this moment, Lyn Chen on stage was exceptionally striking. His series of moves had severely intimidated the students of Class 3. Defeating Feng Tianzi was one thing, but Dong Lu was an awakened individual of purple quality, with considerable talent. Not to mention his ranking in Class 3, he was definitely among the top 20 prodigies in the entire Rin City. Yet, he had not lasted a single move against Lyn Chen. Moreover, until now, Lyn Chen hadn't even used his weapon. The students of Class 3 still had no idea what profession Lyn Chen belonged to, but just this one move had already stirred up a sensation. On stage, Lyn Chen remained composed, his expression calm. Next, as his voice fell, the people present finally came to their senses, lifting their heads to look at him. "I'll go." Just as everyone wondered who would step up, a tall man in white walked out from the back. This man was Lin Fei. Dressed in white, Lin Fei carried a broad sword on his back, the blade wide enough to match half his body, its silver edge glinting coldly. Seeing Lin Fei step out, the principal of Class 3 felt a bit of relief from his earlier tension. Lin Fei, the top prodigy of Class 3, was also ranked among the top 5 on the Prodigy list of Rin City. Such a figure surely wouldn't be defeated by Lyn Chen in one move. At this moment, the principal's goal had shifted from defeating Lyn Chen to simply hoping his student wouldn't suffer such a humiliating defeat. The students present shared the same thought. Lin Fei, golden quality, broadsword master. Lin Fei introduced himself, then drew the broadsword from his back. The broad knife is a type of sword. When wielded, it is extremely heavy, but its wide swings are highly lethal. Looking at Lin Fei before him, Lyn Chen said nothing, only took down the weapon box from his back and placed it on the ground. Just as he was about to retrieve a weapon, Lyn Chen looked up at Lin Fei and asked, "Who is stronger, you or Gong Lin?" This was Lyn Chen's first conversation with a student here at Rinsanzhong. Hearing Lyn Chen's words, Lin Fei replied calmly, "He is stronger. Gong Lin is the top genius of the entire Rin City, with an awakened ability that is the finest among the golden ranks, a magic spear master. Just his starting point surpasses many of them. This has also earned him the title of the top genius in Rin City. So that's how it is." Upon hearing this, Lyn Chen nodded, a smile suddenly appearing on his face. "In that case, there's no need to use weapons." At this statement, Lin Fei was taken aback. What? You actually won't use weapons? This guy really looks down on the geniuses of Rinsanzhong. The people present, upon hearing Lyn Chen's words, also wore expressions of disbelief, quickly followed by anger. This was a blatant humiliation, showing utter disdain for the students of Rinsanzhong. Alright. Looking at Lyn Chen ahead, even with Lin Fei's good temper, he repeated the word alright 3 times. This was completely disregarding him. Too much confidence is arrogance. Lin Fei coldly stared at Lyn Chen, then raised the broad knife in his hand. He held the broad knife with one hand, his arms muscles incredibly developed, the sleeves of his shirt straining against them. Today, Let me show you what it means to have someone beyond you, and skies beyond the skies. With that, Lin Fei stepped forward, his body suddenly charging at Lyn Chen. At the same time, he swung the broad knife, a gust of knife wind crashing down. Immediately after, the massive broad knife was gripped with both hands and then swung down fiercely towards Lyn Chen's head. Lyn Chen's gaze shifted slightly, kicking the weapon box aside, his body instantly leaving its original position. His current level was 7, enhanced by all possible attributes, unless the Lin Fei before him was a level 10 warrior. Otherwise, there was absolutely no way he could be Lyn Chen's opponent. What is confidence? This is Lyn Chen's confidence. The massive broad knife crashed down, creating a dull thud that echoed across the arena, leaving a deep knife mark on the ground. The broad knife's wide swings carried terrifying power with each strike. However, using a broad knife is much heavier than other weapons. Lyn Chen dodged the strike and immediately seized Lin Fei's opening. He stepped forward, his left fist already charged with power. A subtle surge of energy gathered at his fist, and then he struck Lin Fei with a punch. Lin Fei was not an ordinary person, he was well aware of the weaknesses of the weapon in his hand and naturally had a way to respond. With his arms wrapped in energy, the inertia from the knife he had swung was suddenly countered by his overwhelming strength. Quickly raised to block in front of him. Bang! Lyn Chen's punch landed solidly on the broad knife, but with a dull sound. Even though Lin Fei blocked the punch, the nearly 1,800 pounds of force crashing onto the broad knife caused his arms to go numb, and he staggered backward. Lyn Chen charged again, pressing the attack. This is bad. Seeing this scene, the principal of Rinsan Zhong felt a tightness in his heart, his murky eyes showing a hint of disappointment. Lin Fei's expression changed slightly as he looked at the charging Lyn Chen, feeling the urge to strike, but his still numb arms prevented him from making any move. The power of Lyn Chen's punch was indeed formidable. Just this one clash made Lin Fei clearly aware of the gap between them. Lyn Chen kicked out, executing the most basic martial art, the foundational martial art of Foshan leg. The kick was incredibly fast, instantly striking the broad blade that lay horizontally in front of Lin Fei. Bang! Lin Fei, who had already been retreating uncontrollably, was now sent flying off the stage. This match, once again, ended in less than a minute. The students of Rinsan Zhong were left speechless. Their pride, Lin Fei, had lost. He hadn't even lasted 3 moves against Lyn Chen. That was what shocked them the most. With Lin Fei's defeat, the entire venue fell into silence once more. Su Wei watched everything unfold, having not said a word from the beginning until now. He had long anticipated this outcome. After all, even Gong Ling was no match for Lyn Chen, so how could Lin Fei be his opponent? The host strikes down the opponent. Heavenly virtue cultivation speed increases by 10%. Strength increases by 1. The host has completed the challenge task of the package, receiving a reward, grade 4 martial arts fragment *1. Having completed a battle, victory favors the brave. Reward can be claimed. 7. The more victories, the better the reward upon claiming. Strength value has reached 20. Reward can be claimed. With the system's notifications, a smile appeared on Lyn Chen's face. This morning should be considered over, right? He raised his head and looked down at Lin Fei. At this moment, Lin Fei had transformed from anger to disbelief and awe. He understood Lyn Chen's strength, and what filled his heart more was curiosity. I lost. Lin Fei admitted that he was inferior to Lyn Chen, which was not something to be ashamed of. May I ask, Brother Lin, what is your profession? Lin Fei asked. Lyn Chen smiled lightly and replied, Red quality, unclassed martial artist. Red quality, unclassed martial artist. Upon hearing this, the people present were once again shocked. They were not shocked by Lyn Chen's profession, but by the person himself. In Beizhou, there was not much interaction between the various cities. However, Ran City was the closest to Tsong City, so any news about the talents or movements in Tsong City would reach Ran City immediately. More than half a month ago, during the awakening ceremony, Ran City had already received news that a red quality awakener had appeared in Tsong City. However, it was an unclassed martial artist, and due to the person's background, they did not pay much attention to it. It was a pity at the time that such a red quality had awakened as an unclassed martial artist, a profession that required significant financial investment. Perhaps the unclassed martial artist's struggles were not immediately apparent in the early stages, but how could someone from a humble background afford such expenses? Yet at this moment, the one who had brutally defeated their pride from Rinsan Zhong was that very unclassed martial artist. No wonder. His name sounds somewhat familiar. The principal of Lyn Chen realized, a hint of emotion on his old face. I didn't expect that someone from such a humble background could break through poverty. Impressive. Upon learning Lyn Chen's identity, the principal of Lyn Chen changed his original opinion. The students of Lyn Chen, although feeling indignant about the challenge, also felt sympathy for Lyn Chen. He had managed to rise from the slums, step by step, to where he was now. He must have endured countless hardships. Incredible. I admire such a person. How hard must he have worked to achieve this? Talent and sweat are both indispensable. Some offered such evaluations. They only saw the sweat and effort Lyn Chen had put in. Upon realizing Lyn Chen's identity, Lin Fei suddenly understood, and his heart became clear. Losing to you is not shameful, Lin Fei said with a faint smile, not holding a grudge against Lyn Chen for his defeat. Instead, he felt deep sympathy for this person and admired Lyn Chen even more. To reach this point today, even I, Lin Fei, admire you. Lin Fei directly cupped his fists towards Lyn Chen, his expression serious. Thank you. A ripple stirred in Lyn Chen's calm heart, but his face remained unchanged. He had indeed broken free from poverty through his own efforts and talent. Yes, that's right. Su Wei watched this scene, feeling somewhat emotional. Recalling how Lyn Chen had been targeted by the Xiao family in Song City, he now saw that Lyn Chen had proven his terrifying talent by reaching this point on his own. How will the Xiao family face someone who has broken free from poverty like him? Su Wei murmured softly, then slightly closed his eyes. The matter with Lyn Chen had come to an end. After chatting for a while, Su Wei took Lyn Chen and left Lyn Chen. After they left, Lin Fei took out his phone, and before he could say anything in the group, he saw several other prodigies tagging him, asking how it went. Lin Fei naturally informed them one by one. Upon learning that Lin Fei had been defeated, the other prodigies in the group were extremely surprised. It seems that only Brother Gong is his match, said a girl with a lively avatar. It's all up to Gong now. At this moment, the prodigies in the group all focused their attention on Gong Lin. Relying on Gong Lin? Lin Fei looked at such words and felt that he had little chance against this top prodigy. The pressure Lyn Chen brought was far greater than that of Gong Lin. Not long after, Gong Lin spoke. I have already lost. As soon as this news came out, the entire group fell into silence. The 6 prodigies were unsure of what they had just seen. As the number 1 prodigy in Rin City, Gong Lin had actually lost? Hadn't Lyn Chen just left Lyn Chen? How could he have reached Rinizhong so quickly? Last night, I already had a match with him, Gong Lin added. With this statement, no one in the group spoke. Looking at what Gong Lin said, Lin Fei put down his phone. He now understood why Lyn Chen had asked him who was stronger between him and Gong Lin. It turned out that he had already fought Gong Lin last night and even won. This meant that there was no prodigy left in Rin City who could match Lyn Chen. Lyn Chen's second stop was still the same. With an invincible stance, he won match after match, a total of 4 matches, 4 consecutive victories. He gained 4 points of power and 4 fragments of 4th grade martial arts. Now, with 10 fragments, he could exchange for a complete 4th grade martial art. Even the victory favors the brave had reached an 11-match winning streak. Then, Lyn Chen went to Rinizhong. Unfortunately, this time he only achieved 2 victories. The main reason was still Gong Lin. He had defeated Gong Lin, who, as the number 1 prodigy in Rin City, had stated that he had already fought Lyn Chen last night and lost. This greatly dampened the morale of the students in Rinizhong, leaving only 2 to challenge Lyn Chen. By the end of this day's journey, he had accumulated 9 points of power, 7 fragments of 4th grade martial arts, and a sudden reward of 1,000 daxia coins. Additionally, his winning streak had reached 13 matches. Great! I can claim the reward for 20 points of power again, and I've also gathered enough 4th grade martial arts fragments. As for this 13-match winning streak, well, let's talk about it when it reaches 20. On the way back to the hotel, Lyn Chen was full of excitement. This trip had been quite rewarding. Lyn Chen was already looking forward to going to another city next. Ha ha ha. Just thinking about continuing like this made Lyn Chen grin foolishly. Su Wei beside him couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, wondering why this kid seemed happier the more he fought. Could it be? Su Wei suddenly thought of a certain innate talent. Then, thinking again about Lyn Chen's combat power, Su Wei suddenly felt relieved. No wonder. Su Wei shook his head, a faint smile appearing on his face. It seemed that a true prodigy had emerged from Tsung City. Tomorrow morning, We will leave Ren City and head to Bao City, Su Wei said to Lyn Chen. Alright, Senior Su. Lyn Chen nodded vigorously. Once back at the hotel, he got out of the car and headed straight to his room. Su Wei thought Lyn Chen was tired, so he didn't disturb him further. Once inside his room, Lyn Chen couldn't wait to check his rewards this time. Host has reached 20 points of strength. Rewards have been issued. High-grade weapon, black armor. 4-grade martial arts fragments collected 10 pieces. Synthesis completed. Reward obtained, 4-grade lower-level martial arts. Xuanhua 3-fist technique. With the issuance of the rewards, Lyn Chen was astonished to receive these 2 rewards from the system. Black armor? In front of Lyn Chen lay a piece of armor as black as ink, quietly resting before him. The black armor seemed to be woven from silk threads, feeling extremely light in his hands, yet the material was solid iron. Lyn Chen was unsure of the exact material, but he knew it was a high-grade weapon. The cheapest low-grade weapon on the market costs 300,000. Mid-grade weapons are even more expensive at 800,000. As for high-grade weapons, they cost 2 million. High-grade weapons can withstand attacks from warriors below level 10. Other functions depend on the weapon's attributes. Setting aside the black armor, Lyn Chen began to study the 4-grade lower-level martial arts. Xuanhua 3-fist technique. My martial arts are really leaning more towards the fire attribute, he mused. The Xuanhua 3-fist technique, as the name suggests, is centered around 3 punches. However, these 3 punches are not merely about throwing 3 punches, but rather encompass punch momentum, punch intent, and punch heart. These 3 elements form the foundation of this martial art. Punch momentum, punch intent, and punch heart are the essence of the Xuanhua 3-fist technique. Has 4-grade martial arts already delved into such realms? Lyn Chen murmured, wondering if it was because of the system's design that it was like this. The techniques he practiced, like Chuanbu and Paqianjun, did not have such advancements. The so-called punch momentum, punch intent, and punch heart are fundamental to a fist master. From here on, it marks a watershed between warriors. Even among fist masters of the same realm, the competition lies in punch momentum, punch intent, and punch heart. This is not only true for fist masters, all professions have such elements. This is one of the paths for a warrior to grow stronger and is fundamental for high-level warriors. These 3 punches are truly difficult to cultivate, Lyn Chen muttered, yet there was little sign of embarrassment on his face. With the unwilling to lose trait activated, weren't these 3 punches destined to be his? Lyn Chen began his training. Unwilling to lose has been triggered. Xuanhua 3-fist technique has begun arduous training. After 10 years, Xuanhua 3-fist technique has trained in the 3 punches, comprehending the simplest punch momentum, but punch intent and punch heart are somewhat difficult. Xuanhua 3-fist technique has entered the beginner stage. Xuanhua 3-fist technique has entered arduous training again, this time for 20 years. After 20 years of hard training, Xuanhua 3-fist technique has completely mastered punch momentum, and punch intent and punch heart have also reached a minor achievement. Xuanhua 3-fist technique has reached minor achievement. At this point, the advancement came to an end. Could this be related to my own realm? Lyn Chen looked at the halted Xuanhua 3-fist technique and blinked. From these words, it seemed mostly related to his realm. Otherwise, if you stack me, I stack you. All his martial arts would reach great success. Phew! In the room, the minor achievement of the Xuanhua 3-fist technique truly shocked Lyn Chen. This Xuanhua 3-fist technique was indeed much stronger than his other 4-grade martial arts. After 30 years of hard training, Lyn Chen had grasped punch momentum. Punch momentum, as the name suggests, is the aura brought by throwing a punch. The posture of the punch, the momentum, and the aura can all be considered as punch momentum. It can also be explained this way: a punch becomes more agile, powerful, and visually appealing than that of a martial artist who has not mastered the essence of the fist. This understanding is relatively simple. As for the essence and heart of the fist, the former allows one to enter a different state. This state is akin to the unity of man and sword, where the person and the sword are one. Similarly, this is the unity of man and fist, where the heart is filled only with the fist, enabling one's martial arts to erupt with greater strength, thus enhancing the power of the punch. As for the heart of the fist, it is the most challenging realm for a martial artist to cultivate. One must possess an unwavering forward stance and an extremely high level of confidence. Only with a mindset of one punch opens the heavens can it be achieved. The heart of the fist is the most difficult state to attain. However, once one truly masters the heart of the fist, It signifies that they have reached the pinnacle of the martial artist's domain. At the very least, among warriors of the same realm, one would be invincible. The Xuanhua three-fist techniques have been explained. And now we come to the martial art itself, the Xuanhua fist technique. The Xuanhua fist technique consists of 3 moves, Tonghua, Minghua, and Xuanhua. Lyn Chen, having reached a small level of mastery, has grasped the Tonghua fist. Flames of crimson burn on his fist, resembling a mighty lion, surging and powerful. Lyn Chen did not test the strength of this punch, as they were in a hotel, and he soon retracted it. Tomorrow morning, I should go to the protection of the city. Glancing at the time, Lyn Chen's gaze fell on the last piece of black armor. The black armor, a high-quality weapon. Black armor can change according to one's form, with excellent defense, capable of blocking all attribute attacks from warriors below level 10. Note, the black armor can devour weapons or treasures to advance. Current stage is 1. The next stage requires 1000 points. It can actually advance? This surprised Lyn Chen somewhat. The system's products are indeed top-notch. To withstand all attribute attacks from warriors below level 10, this defense is truly invincible. Lyn Chen put it on directly. As expected, he felt no discomfort. The black armor fit him like skin, perfectly conforming to his body. With a thought, the black armor immediately manifested, transforming into a layer of pitch-black scales that adhered to his entire body. Cool. Looking at himself in the mirror, Lyn Chen couldn't help but smile. Time to sleep. That night, Run City remained lively. The strength of the Tsanzhou recommended students truly opened their eyes. Even Run City's top prodigy, Gong Ling, was no match for this person. The two had a private match, but whether Gong Ling lost narrowly or suffered a crushing defeat, the people of Run City could not know. However, they were all very clear that Song City had produced an extraordinary prodigy this time. Meanwhile, far away in a massive city in Beizhou, the city was vast, almost capable of accommodating 3 Song cities, with towering iron walls reaching 300 to 400 meters high, an invisible barrier enveloping the entire city, preventing even birds and beasts from entering. In a manor situated atop a mountain peak, a stunning woman dressed in white martial attire stood in the courtyard, continuously firing her long spear at a wooden post in front of her. Bang! Boom! With each shot she fired, the wooden post trembled violently, and the panel beside it continuously displayed the power unleashed by each of her shots. 1890, 1921, 1900. Bang! As the woman sweated profusely, she unleashed her final shot, and the nearby willow tree swayed continuously, dropping willow leaves that fell onto her tied-up hair. Miss, the latest news, Ching Bay University has indeed issued a quota for recommended students to Song City. At this moment, an elderly man pushed the door open and entered, a smile on his face. Miss, do you need to prepare in advance? It's a small matter. The woman retracted her spear and said lightly, Song City is just a tiny place, there's no need to prepare. At most, just be wary of those few guys. Miss, several other prodigies in the capital are preparing to head to Song City now, the old man said. Upon hearing this, the woman turned to look at the old man. So early? Yes, the old man nodded. I heard that a red quality warrior has appeared in Song City, and those prodigies are going for him. Red quality? Upon hearing this, the woman's delicate brows slightly furrowed. In such a small place, a prodigy like that can emerge? The old man stood by, and with a smile, he said, Miss, after all, you also spent some time in Song City a few months ago. Wasn't it just a trip to Song City with Uncle San? Thinking back, I wasted a few months of training time, the woman said with a look of disdain on her stunning face. However, I awakened my innate talent, and despite others competing for it this time, the spot for direct admission will definitely be mine. Indeed, Miss, the old man nodded. I'll go prepare now, we leave for Song City tomorrow. The woman put away her long spear and walked towards the room. In the sky, amidst the hazy clouds, a streak of red flame cut through the air above the city, heading towards Song City. In an instant, countless powerful auras erupted within the city. But soon, these auras quickly fell silent. The prodigies from the capital had gone to Song City to compete for the direct admission spot. Early in the morning, Lyn Chen left the city with Su Wei, departing from Ren City. As they were leaving, the leaders of Ren City all came to see them off. After leaving Ren City, the two set out on the road to Bao City. Senior Su, regarding fist momentum, fist intent, and fist heart, As a non-occupational martial artist, do all the weapons I practice need to meet such standards? Lyn Chen asked. That's correct. Su Wei nodded, then realized something and looked at Lyn Chen. You just found out? It seems so. Lyn Chen chuckled, nodding. It seems you really need to enter Ching Bay University. Su Wei said lightly, the path you are taking is the same as that of someone who graduated from Ching Bay University. Currently, he is the top commander of the Longyu Army. If you enter Ching Bay University, you can look at the materials he left behind. By then, after you achieve certain results at Ching Bay University, the school can also recommend you to him for personal guidance. Upon hearing this, Lyn Chen's expression changed. Hiss, there's such a thing? He was shocked, first by the Longyu Army, and second that Ching Bay University could actually recommend that person. The Longyu Army. Lyn Chen was very clear about what kind of existence that was. The top combat force of the Great Xiao, also the face of the entire Great Xiao. Even the lowest ranking members of the Longyu Army start at level 45. And what kind of terrifying level must the one who commands the entire Longyu Army be at? Of course, Su Wei nodded. However, you don't need to reach the peak in all three realms of each weapon. Moreover, these three realms are actually universal. Su Wei looked at Lyn Chen. Lyn Chen blinked, curious. It depends on your level of comprehension in the future. Su Wei said, these three realms can actually be traced back to yourself. Taking a fist master as an example, fist momentum is your own aura, fist intent is your own realm, and fist heart is about whether you have an absolutely invincible heart. As soon as these words were spoken, Lyn Chen immediately understood. The explanation was so simple that even a fool could grasp it. So that's how it is. Lyn Chen nodded. This isn't too late for you. Su Wei said, those top prodigies in the capital have basically mastered these three realms to some extent. However, very few can completely master one realm at this age. Hearing this, Lyn Chen nodded. Then, Senior Su, do I not need to deliberately cultivate these three realms? For you at this moment, there's no need. Su Wei shook his head. Alright, Lyn Chen nodded. He had already mastered the fist momentum, fist intent, and fist heart, but he had not fully grasped them. However, with the Xuanhua three-fist technique reaching a minor success, along with his 30 years of hard training, he had gained some insights into the remaining two realms. As for what Senior Su said about the top talents in the capital, Senior Su, what kind of existence are those top talents in the capital? Lyn Chen suddenly asked. You're about the same as them now. Su Wei glanced at Lyn Chen and said, the top talents in the capital all practice the best martial arts of this stage, and their sparring partners are all strong figures in their respective fields. You may not have the resources they do, but you can match their combat power. You are an absolute prodigy. Su Wei gave such an evaluation. This was a very high praise, essentially acknowledging Lyn Chen's talent. Senior Su, if I were to fight them, who would win? Lyn Chen asked. 50-50, Su Wei replied without even looking at Lyn Chen. However, in Lyn Chen's heart, he already had the answer. He was stronger than those top talents in the capital. Up to now, aside from revealing most of his strength when facing the 9th level fighter from the Xiao family, he had no idea how much his combat power had increased. The top talents in the capital were definitely not his match. What? Do you have a premonition of fighting them? Su Wei asked. Not now, but maybe in the future. Senior Su, Lyn Chen said. That's true. Su Wei nodded. I heard the reason you offended the Xiao family was that you stood up for a girl at the exchange conference. Su Wei recalled something. Yes, Lyn Chen replied. That girl suddenly transferred schools after the exchange conference, right? Su Wei continued. So, have you suspected her identity? Su Wei looked at Lyn Chen. Senior Su, just say what you want to say. Lyn Chen raised an eyebrow, somewhat helpless. That girl is from the Lu family in the capital. Su Wei said. When the words Lu family in the capital came out, Lyn Chen's pupils trembled slightly, but then he became still. The Lu family in the capital is one of the ancient martial arts families of the Great Xiao, with an incredibly rich heritage, and has produced many strong figures. The current first general of Qianxia Wei is the head of the Lu family. Upon hearing this, Lyn Chen was completely shocked. That girl is the youngest daughter of the head of the Lu family. Su Wei continued. Looking at you, it seems you hold some grudge against the little princess of the Lu family. Lyn Chen was silent and did not speak. Ha ha ha, you kid. Su Wei looked at him and couldn't help but shake his head and smile. It seems at the exchange conference, you weren't the hero saving the beauty. It was she who asked me to stand up for her, promising to give me a bottle of blood essence pill after it was done. Lyn Chen said, but after I stood up for her, I got nothing. She left the next day, and I have been targeted by Zhao Chen ever since. Upon hearing this, Su Wei clicked his tongue. TSK. I didn't expect you to have this layer of matter. So, have you thought about revenge? Senior Su, I haven't thought about revenge. Lyn Chen shook his head, but the hint of anger in his clear eyes betrayed him. Oh, Su Wei seemed to see through Lyn Chen's lie and simply said, oh, do as you wish. Su Wei waved his hand. The Lu family is powerful, far greater than the Xiao family. If you really have that ability, it would be better to join the Long Yu army, rise to the position of first general, and then go find trouble with the little princess of the Lu family. Upon hearing this, Lyn Chen fell silent. What a joke. This would take ages. Then you only have one other option. Su Wei's gaze turned to Lyn Chen. Su Senior, what other option is there? Lyn Chen blinked. That is to pass the martial arts examination and let the world see your strength. As long as you have the ability to crush all the talents of this generation in the Great Xia, even if you were to urinate and defecate at the Lu family, they wouldn't dare say anything to you. Su Wei said. Upon hearing this, Lyn Chen fell silent again, but in his eyes, there was a hint of brightness. This method seemed feasible. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Lyn Chen and his group finally arrived at Bo City. Compared to Ren City and Song City, Bao City was much more developed. The city was filled with martial artists. Just as Lyn Chen and his group entered Bo City, they had not walked far when they were stopped by someone. Ahead, several vehicles were parked by the roadside. Military vehicles that had yet to enter Bo City. Su Senior, did they receive news in advance? Inside the car, Lyn Chen blinked, holding a weapon box in one hand, while Su Wei nodded. Naturally, from the moment we left Song City, the news had already spread outside. Get out of the car. The two got off the military vehicle, one on the left and one on the right. As soon as they got out, several young men immediately stepped down from the vehicles ahead. Behind them, members of the Bao City Martial Arts Association followed. In an instant, it seemed that with the arrival of Lyn Chen and his group, many martial artists from Bao City had gathered here. Quite a few people have come. Su Wei smiled as he looked at several familiar figures ahead. Su Si. Upon seeing Su Wei, the group all cupped their hands in greeting. It was evident what Su Wei's status was. Seeing this scene, Lyn Chen couldn't help but take a few more glances at Su Senior. What exactly was Su Senior's identity that people in every city treated him with such respect? Lyn Chen's curiosity about his identity grew. Ahead, several young men, each carrying their own weapon boxes, approached the open space. Lyn Chen collected his thoughts and looked at the few of them. Su Si, our reason for coming is simple. We are here for the reserved quota. One of the young men's elders spoke. Upon hearing this, Su Wei nodded slightly. You all prepare. The talents of Bo City are all here, right? The middle-aged man from the Martial Arts Association nodded in response. Yes, Su Si, they are all here. That's good. Saves a lot of trouble. Su Wei replied. The group arrived at an open area, and Lyn Chen raised his head, sizing up the talents of Bo City. There were 3 men and 1 woman, each dressed differently, but without exception, all 4 were the talents of Bo City. Who will go first? The white-haired man at the front spoke in a deep voice. I'll go. A young man dressed in designer clothes stepped forward to the open space. I heard you defeated Gong Lin. You do have some strength. Let me, Xiao Feng, experience you. This reserved student. The young man named Xiao Feng waved at Lyn Chen, then drew the long sword from his back. Although brother Xiao Feng has a purple quality, his awakened ability is not inferior to that of gold quality, the beautiful girl said. Moreover, the Xiao family has been mastering the sword for many years, and brother Xiao Feng's swordsmanship is already the best among the younger generation in Bo City. The others remained silent, their eyes fixed tightly on the two. They had already understood Lyn Chen's background quite well. Red quality, unclassed martial artist, from Song City, defeated the talents of Song City, and then continued to win against the talents of Ren City. Such achievements had already proven this person's strength. But here in Bao City, even if Gong Lin came, he could only rank among the top 3 talents. Lyn Chen watched as the other party drew his sword, but he did not rush to act. Instead, he asked, Are you their leader? No. Xiao Feng blinked slightly, clearly caught off guard by Lyn Chen's sudden question, and then shook his head. That's good. Lyn Chen felt relieved. Xiao Feng? What does that mean? Does he look down on me? Xiao Feng's face immediately showed a hint of anger, thinking that Lyn Chen was belittling him, which was why he asked that question. No, I didn't mean to target you. Lyn Chen quickly waved his hand and explained. I was just afraid that if I beat you, the others wouldn't want to fight me. As soon as these words were spoken, Xiao Feng, who had still been somewhat angry, froze in place. Even the other three looked at Lyn Chen in confusion. What a strange thought. If it were them, they would just defeat the strongest genius in the city. As for the others, they wouldn't bother to fight anymore. Now, it seemed that Lyn Chen was worried they wouldn't all join in. So that's how it is. Hearing Lyn Chen's explanation, Xiao Feng's expression improved significantly. Come on, Xiao Feng. Purple quality. Sword Master. Lyn Chen. After a brief self-introduction, it was time for the two to make their move. Lyn Chen stepped forward, moving at incredible speed, without using his weapon box. With his current strength, using weapons would only be bullying them. No weapons? Seeing Lyn Chen charge in like this, Xiao Feng was momentarily stunned. But the next second, he held nothing back. He swung his sword, a brilliant edge slicing through the air. The sword energy rampant. A sword master is not an ordinary swordsman. This profession has sword energy even in basic attacks. No wonder Xiao Feng could become a top genius in such a large city with his purple quality. Lyn Chen was fast. He sidestepped and avoided the strike. Evaded? Xiao Feng's pupils constricted, not expecting Lyn Chen to be so quick. In the next moment, Lyn Chen was already in front of Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng took a deep breath and suddenly thrust his long sword at Lyn Chen. But Lyn Chen dodged again, and then a punch landed squarely on Xiao Feng's chest. Bang! The tremendous force instantly penetrated Xiao Feng's body. A dull sound echoed, and his face changed dramatically as he staggered back dozens of steps before stopping. This scene left everyone present in utter shock. The three geniuses from the city also looked horrified. The power of this punch nearly defeated Xiao Feng? At this moment, Xiao Feng's face was extremely pale, his entire countenance ashen. He felt his internal organs trembling, and the intense pain made him break out in a cold sweat. This punch's power must be at least that of an 8th-level warrior. Xiao Feng gasped for breath, already stunned by Lyn Chen's strength. No wonder he didn't use weapons. Just as Xiao Feng was catching his breath, a gust of wind suddenly rushed towards him. Xiao Feng's pupils suddenly contracted as he looked at the young man in casual clothes before him, his breath catching in his throat. In the next moment, a fist landed heavily on his left cheek. Immediately after, a large hand reached out and grabbed his hair. Lyn Chen had directly adopted a ruthless fighting style. Watching Xiao Feng being pinned to the ground and beaten, everyone present felt a pang of sympathy. Enough already. Xiao Feng's father wanted to stop the scene but was hindered by Su Wei's presence. Lyn Chen, this is a competition, just a friendly match. Su Wei finally spoke up, calling for Lyn Chen to stop, but Lyn Chen seemed not to hear, landing 2 more punches. It was only when the system's voice sounded that he finally ceased. Hey, sorry to make you suffer. Lyn Chen retracted his fist and pulled Xiao Feng up from the ground. Xiao Feng's entire face was already swollen like a pig's head, and the 3 geniuses from the city beside him had nothing to say. Lyn Chen shrugged and turned his gaze to the remaining 3 prodigies. Come on, who's next? The 3 looked at each other, and in the end, one stepped forward. A girl dressed in an orange martial outfit walked out from the trio and approached Lyn Chen. The girl was very beautiful, her oval face showing no excess flaws, and her pair of lively big eyes constantly scanning Lyn Chen, suddenly revealing a charming smile. Brother Lyn, I'm just a girl. You wouldn't go too hard on me, would you? Of course. Lyn Chen nodded seriously. I am a gentleman, treating everyone equally. He, that's good. The girl chuckled. As long as she wasn't treated like Xiao Feng, it was fine. But what did his last sentence about treating everyone equally mean? The girl blinked and quickly dismissed it. Huang Yaya, Baoyi Middle School. Purple quality. Sorceress. Lyn Chen. A brief self-introduction. The 2 stood on opposite sides, and then they immediately began to fight. Lyn Chen wasn't in a hurry. This was his first time facing a sorceress. He didn't know what strange abilities a sorceress might have. However, sorceresses were easy to understand, as they were essentially mages in physical form. Huang Yaya opened her hands, and a yellow talisman appeared in her jade-like hand. The yellow paper was covered in dense patterns, clearly a script Lyn Chen didn't recognize. Spell. Secret Thunder. Right from the start, Huang Yaya activated her martial arts. As she threw the yellow paper, it flew towards Lyn Chen as if equipped with GPS. The yellow paper burned out within 10 meters of Lyn Chen. Boom! Accompanied by a rumble of thunder. A massive bolt of lightning suddenly appeared before Lyn Chen. A faint formation materialized out of thin air, and the lightning emerged from within it. Lyn Chen's pupils constricted as he raised his palm and unleashed a thunder strike. The purple lightning collided with Huang Yaya's lightning, instantly canceling each other out. Seeing Lyn Chen easily block her attack, Huang Yaya was not surprised but continued to strike. A series of yellow papers shot out from her hand. Her internal energy was rapidly depleting, but what followed were brilliant attacks one after another. At her level, her internal energy was insufficient to sustain too many spells. After resolving the immediate crisis, Lyn Chen seized the opportunity and directly approached her. Huang Yaya waved her hand, and a yellow paper quickly ignited from her hand, transforming into a dagger. Wow! Lyn Chen raised an eyebrow and directly engaged in close combat with her. In this direct confrontation, Lyn Chen realized why she was considered a top prodigy in Baoshi due to her purple quality. Sorceresses truly deserved the title of heavy-armored mages. Her previous spells were already quite tricky, and now she still had room for close combat. Capable of both ranged and melee attacks, she was indeed a melee mage. However, no matter how strong Huang Yaya was, she was no match for Lyn Chen. After a few exchanges, Huang Yaya was defeated, but she received the same treatment as Xiao. The onlookers were shocked and confused by the scene before them. This guy was too heavy-handed. Although he wouldn't harm these prodigies from Baoshi, he could crush their morale. Su Wei stood silently to the side, and with Su Wei not speaking, none of them dared to say anything. Huang Yaya's face was swollen like a pig's head, and her once clear eyes now held only resentment towards Lyn Chen. So what you said about treating everyone equally was truly treating everyone equally. Don't look at me like that, I'm a very fair person. Lyn Chen shrugged, feeling somewhat helpless. The strength of this recommended student selected by Su Sichuan is truly impressive, said a middle-aged man from the Baoshi Martial Arts Association, his face filled with emotion. Baoshi had sent out 2 outstanding talents in succession, only to be easily defeated by the opponent. It seemed unlikely that they would secure the spot for the recommended student. I'll take this match, said the remaining 2 outstanding talents. The white-haired man at the forefront stepped forward. He was Baoshi's top talent, named Wu Changfeng. Wu Changfeng's cold eyes fell on Lyn Chen. He did not believe that he could force Lyn Chen to use a weapon. After 2 rounds of competition, Wu Changfeng had already recognized Lyn Chen's strength. This guy had won so easily without ever using his own weapon, not to mention whether he had faced Huang Yaya and Xiao with such ease. In terms of mentality, he was definitely not as strong as Lyn Chen. As long as you use a weapon, in my heart, I have already won, Wu Changfeng said to Lyn Chen, his gaze indifferent. Alright, Lyn Chen nodded. The strong figures from Baoshi present did not feel anything special about Wu Changfeng's words. They could all see that Lyn Chen's strength was extraordinary. With Wu Changfeng's abilities, he would certainly not be his opponent. It was already quite good that Baoshi had received news in advance, preventing the opponent from fully entering Baoshi to challenge various high schools. Wu Changfeng, golden quality, swordsman, Lyn Chen. The two began to engage. Wu Changfeng wielded 2 short blades and charged directly at Lyn Chen. His blades were extremely sharp, each strike clean and precise, without any unnecessary movements. Lyn Chen continuously dodged, completely unharmed. Up to now, Lyn Chen had only showcased the thunder-forging palm. He had not used any other martial arts. Lyn Chen was not in a hurry. He wanted to see what powerful techniques Wu Changfeng had that could force him to use a weapon. The two exchanged blows, one attacking while the other dodged. At this moment, Wu Changfeng stopped, crossing his blades, aligning the handles together. Blood energy enveloped his blades, which then transformed into a layer of milky white radiance, enveloping the entire dual blades. This is the martial art brought by Wu Ji's quality, the Sun and Moon Universe / Seeing this scene, the other outstanding talents present recognized this ability. Xiao and Huang Yaya, with their swollen faces, looked on with surprise in their eyes. This was Wu Changfeng's trump card. He clearly did not want to drag things out with Lyn Chen. Upon seeing this move, Lyn Chen also became interested. A powerful aura rose from Wu Changfeng. a layer of fierce wind swirling around him, as the power on his dual blades continued to gather. Sun and Moon Universe Slash. In the next moment, Wu Changfeng gripped the dual blades and suddenly hurled them at Lyn Chen. The dual blades transformed into a wheel of energy, the milky white blade light erupting with incredible speed and lethality, heading straight for Lyn Chen. Feeling the power contained in this martial art, Lyn Chen no longer responded with bare hands. He opened his weapon box and took out the Wufeng sword. Then, he unleashed the Qingfeng sword technique. 3 streaks of blue light bursting forth, the powerful sword energy instantly covering the entire arena. Bang! The blue light, twisting and turning, failed to block Wu Changfeng's Sun and Moon Universe Slash, which continued to rush towards Lyn Chen. But Lyn Chen struck again. This time, it was the fire blade. Fiery flames clung to the sword body, countless fiery sword energies crisscrossing. Crack! With a loud sound, the dual blades were ultimately forced to a stop, suspended in mid-air, separating and falling to the ground. Seeing this, Wu Changfeng showed no signs of disappointment. Instead, he wore a slight smile. You won. With Wu Changfeng's defeat, this journey in Baoshi was considered very smooth. Lyn Chen also gained 3 points of power, along with 3 first-tier weapon fragments as rewards from the package deal. Meanwhile, victory favors the brave reached a 14-game winning streak. Lyn Chen was increasingly curious about the rewards for this winning streak. Su Si, Song City has truly produced a remarkable talent. A middle-aged man from the Bo City Martial Arts Association looked at Lyn Chen with admiration. At the same time, he was incredibly astonished. While he marveled at Lyn Chen's strength, he also held great respect for him. It was no small feat for someone to rise from the slums to achieve this level, even if there was some support from the Martial Arts Association. Such a genius, compared to those from ancient martial arts families, was truly admirable. How many years has it been since Song City produced someone like this? Su Wei also gazed at Lyn Chen's figure, feeling quite emotional. In his murky eyes, there was nothing but praise and appreciation for Lyn Chen. Lyn Chen's journey had been entirely reliant on himself. The support from the Martial Arts Association was minimal. His achievements today were indeed hard-earned. Whatever Su Wei could do, he would do to help Lyn Chen from the moment they left Song City. This was his way of repaying him. Su Si, have you heard? It seems there are movements from the capital. The middle-aged man from the Martial Arts Association suddenly recalled something and spoke to Su Wei. People are coming? Su Wei was not surprised by this, merely asking casually. Most likely. The middle-aged man nodded, then sighed. It seems this recommendation for students is not as simple as it appears. If I guess correctly, this recommendation spot is probably prepared for them by Ching Bay University. Upon hearing this, Su Wei shook his head lightly. Regardless of whether it's true or not, changes have already occurred. The middle-aged man was taken aback, and his gaze quickly turned to Lyn Chen not far away. That's right. But Su Si, will he be a match for those talents from the capital? That depends on him, Su Wei replied. Based on the strength he has shown now, he is not inferior to them. The talents coming from the capital will certainly not be those few prodigies. They would disdain competing for a mere recommendation spot in this small place. Hearing this, the middle-aged man nodded. That makes sense. Su Si, once the people from the capital arrive, I estimate that the talents from the cities in Beizhou that you haven't challenged yet will all rush to Song City. Most likely, Su Wei said lightly. After all, the people coming from the capital were not just talents. The powerful figures behind these talents would also follow. Su Si, do you think it's related to that thing from half a year ago? Suddenly, the middle-aged man recalled something, looked around, and then spoke softly. However, before he could finish, Su Wei already knew what he was referring to. Not sure. Let's just consider this a stroke of luck for Song City. Su Wei was unwilling to discuss this topic further with him. As a member of the Martial Arts Association, the middle-aged man realized that Su Si did not wish to mention this matter and thus ceased to pursue it. But the slight gloom that appeared between Su Wei's brows indicated that he indeed harbored doubts because of his words. After all, this matter was highly suspicious wherever it was placed. Beizhou had not had a recommendation spot for many years, let alone suddenly granting one to a small place like Song City. Well, I suppose it's a good thing. Su Wei could only comfort himself after a brief contemplation. Then I won't stay here for long, I have another city to go to, Su Wei said lightly to the middle-aged man. Alright, Su Si, take care. The middle-aged man nodded. Along with the heads of several other families from Bao City, they saw Lyn Chen and Su Wei off. Watching their departing vehicle, Wu Changfeng sheathed his twin blades and said, I feel that this person is even stronger than those talents from the provincial capital. Wu Ge, you must be joking. I heard that a prodigy has emerged in the provincial capital, and he has a red quality. This person dominates the younger generation in the provincial capital, and his talent is terrifying compared to any senior student in the past decade. The young man who had not made a move spoke up. Su Xiaoqing? Wu Changfeng's gaze shifted slightly. He had indeed heard of this person. This individual was exceptionally strong, having awakened a red quality, and was a master marksman, a rare light element marksman at that. 3 days ago, Su Xiaoqing defeated a 9th-level martial artist, a formidable opponent. Any genius from Beizhou appeared particularly dim in front of him. You haven't fought Lyn Chen, all I can say is that this person feels unfathomable to me, Wu Changfeng said solemnly. Yet, even so, Wu Changfeng could faintly sense that Lyn Chen was not weaker than Su Xiaoqing. His level was not weak. Being a peak 6th-level martial artist, an ordinary 7th-level martial artists would not be his match. Moreover, he could defeat 8th-level martial artists unless they were true prodigies. But facing Lyn Chen, he felt as if he were up against a towering mountain, suffocating him. The other person fell silent. He hadn't fought Lyn Chen, so he couldn't make a judgment. Inside the military vehicle, Su Wei did not inform Lyn Chen about the news from the capital. The three of them drove towards Xing City. Now, only 3 cities remained, Xing City, Handan City, and finally, the provincial capital. Sure. 10 days had passed in the blink of an eye, and there were less than 2 months left until the martial arts examination. On the 11th day, the 3 of them arrived in Xing City. If nothing unexpected happened, it wouldn't be long before they encountered something. Upon entering Xing City, they were met with the same treatment as in Baoshi. For geniuses from Xing City blocked their path and then engaged Lyn Chen in combat. Without exception, these 4 geniuses, who were highly regarded by many strong individuals in Xing City, all fell to Lyn Chen's hands. Thus, Lyn Chen once again gained 4 points of power value, and the reward of first-tier martial treasure fragments increased by 4. The consecutive victory reward of victory favors the brave also reached 18. Just 2 more points of power value, and I can get another reward, Lyn Chen said, beaming with joy. With less than a month left, his power value, combined with his current level, was about to reach the realm of a 10th-level martial artist. The realm of a 10th-level martial artist meant being able to punch with 2,000 pounds of force. However, the strength of a 10th-level martial artist is not merely based on this 2,000 pounds of force. Nevertheless, once Lyn Chen reached this realm, he would be nearly invincible among 10th-level martial artists. At the very least, he would be more than capable of dealing with those geniuses from the capital. During this month, Lyn Chen had very little time to practice, yet he was on the verge of breaking through to the 8th level. In a few days, I should break through to the 8th level, Lyn Chen said, slightly closing his eyes to feel the flow of his own vital energy. It must be said that being around Su Wei was beneficial. His unwillingness to lose trait was constantly being triggered. Unfortunately, the social anxiety trait could not be fully activated, as the 3 of them were in the same vehicle, making it impossible to trigger social anxiety. After finishing the competition with the geniuses of Xing City, the group was preparing to head to another city when Su Wei, the martial arts officer of Tsong City, received news from Tsong City. As the 3 were heading to Handan City, a phone call came through to Su Wei. Hello. Su Wei answered the call. Su Si, someone has arrived from the capital. A voice on the other end said, so they have arrived, just treat them well. Su Wei replied casually. Su Si, how about, you bring Lyn Chen back for a visit? Those geniuses from the capital claim that you deliberately took away the recommended students to delay time, preventing them from fighting Lyn Chen. If you don't bring him back, they will keep challenging the 3 high schools every day until you do. As soon as these words were spoken, Su Wei's gaze shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. Have there been any movements from the prodigies in other cities? I've received news. Su Xiaoqing from the provincial capital and the prodigies from Handan are all heading towards Tsong City. Good. Su Wei nodded. Since the prodigies from the provincial capital and Handan were on their way to Tsong City, there was no need for Su Wei to take Lyn Chen to those 2 cities anymore. Any news from the few who came from the capital? Su Wei recalled something and couldn't help but ask. Not yet, came the reply from the other end. Alright, I'm heading back now. After saying this, Su Wei hung up the phone. Su Senior, Are we going back? Lyn Chen looked at Su Wei beside him and asked. Yes, something has come up. The prodigies from the capital have indeed arrived. Su Wei nodded. Su Senior, is that Lu person also there? Lyn Chen asked. Should be, Su Wei replied, though he wasn't entirely sure and could only give Lyn Chen a rough idea. There aren't many prodigies from the capital, only 4 can truly be called geniuses. These 4 are all guaranteed students from top martial arts academies, exempt from any martial exams, and can enter the academy a month early to train. The rest are a dozen or so prodigies from prestigious families. Most of these prodigies are also competing for guaranteed spots in the top martial arts academies, but often their competition is against the prodigies of this city. The prodigies from the capital who come to Song City to compete for guaranteed spots are those who have lost in this competition. Su Wei explained to Lyn Chen. The little legitimate daughter of the Lu family isn't particularly outstanding, but she can still be considered a prodigy. After all, she comes from the Lu family. I don't know how it happened, but this year in the capital, no, I mean throughout the entire Great Xiao, many prodigies have emerged. Upon hearing this, Lyn Chen understood. Su Senior, they can't compete with the locals, so they go to bully the country bumpkins, right? Lyn Chen said. Yes, that's indeed the case. Su Wei nodded. Although Lyn Chen's words were quite blunt, they were true. People from big cities really like to bully those from small cities, Lyn Chen said with a faint smile, not taking it to heart. What he cared about now was whether that Lu person would come or not. The prodigies from the capital had nothing to do with him. He currently held the title of a guaranteed student, and unless someone was stronger than him, they couldn't take it away. Otherwise, who could snatch away his guaranteed student status? As a martial artist, Lyn Chen naturally wanted to enter a higher-level academy to train and gain better resources. Becoming stronger had always been his goal. In this world, only by truly becoming powerful could one avoid being bullied. System, can you give me a hint about the reward for 18 consecutive wins? Lyn Chen slightly closed his eyes and murmured in his heart, replying to the host. No, the system's voice rang out, but I can clearly tell the host that the more consecutive wins, the better the rewards. Isn't that obvious? Lyn Chen rolled his eyes. He knew that the more consecutive wins, the better the rewards. Fine, once I reach 20 consecutive wins, I'll claim the reward. Lyn Chen decided not to let victory favors the brave continue like this. He wanted to see just how good the rewards were. Moreover, he was about to face the prodigies from the capital, and it was time to enhance his strength, making himself stronger and attracting more powerful attention. Lyn Chen treated everyone equally. How he dealt with the Zhao family was how he would treat that Lu person. Furthermore, Lyn Chen wanted to increase the power value of nuclear goodness, and to do so, he had to offend people. There was no other way. I still need to have my own backing. Lyn Chen sighed inwardly. If he had a powerful backing, would he have to go through all this? Thinking of this, Lyn Chen couldn't help but focus his gaze on Su Wei. Uncertain if it was curiosity, Lyn Chen smiled and asked, Senior Su, after following you for so long, what level are you at? Along the way, every family head and martial arts association member they encountered treated him with great respect. But just from that, it was clear that Senior Su's level was definitely not low. My level isn't high, Su Wei replied. They respect me merely because of my status. Did Su Wei not realize what Lyn Chen was thinking? Alright. Unable to get the answer he wanted, Lyn Chen could only sit back down in disappointment. Su Wei closed his eyes while the driver in front drove steadily. Throughout the journey, the three passed through desolate lands but encountered no monsters. In the blink of an eye, 8 days had passed. As expected, Lyn Chen's level broke through to level 8. With the surge of energy and blood within him, a dull sound echoed inside his body. Lyn Chen's aura also rose accordingly. Inside the car, both the driver and Su Wei couldn't help but glance at Lyn Chen. After all, a breakthrough in level brought a palpable sensation, and Su Wei and the driver, less than a meter away from Lyn Chen, felt it even more directly. Wow, you improved while in the car? The driver exclaimed in surprise. Level 8 martial artist now? Su Wei looked at Lyn Chen, seemingly sensing something, and said, yeah. Lyn Chen nodded. Upon hearing this, Su Wei closed his eyes and fell silent. At that moment, only 2 words filled his mind, genius. In just 2 months, this guy had climbed from level 1 directly to level 8. It's worth noting that some martial artists might spend over 20 years just to barely break through to level 10. But Lyn Chen? In 2 months, he had reached level 8. Su Wei recalled that after his own martial arts examination, it took him nearly 3 months to break through to level 8. One took half a year to reach level 8, while the other took 2 months. Seemingly sensing the change in their gazes, Lyn Chen scratched his head a bit shyly. The host has reached 170 points of energy and blood, qualifying as a level 8 martial artist, and can randomly draw one unlimited entry, breaking through a level. The most important thing was naturally to draw an entry. Draw! Lyn Chen shouted in his heart. Unlimited entry drawing in progress. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained Overlord. Overlord, doing sit-ups restores 300% energy and blood per second. 100% injury recovery. Temporarily increases strength by 40%, speed by 40%, and after 15 seconds, strength and speed attributes increase to 100%. Overlord? Lyn Chen stared at this entry, his eyes wide. Great. This is good. If I can't win, I'll just do sit-ups and then take my opponent down. The car continued to drive, and in the blink of an eye, another half-month had passed. The three finally returned to Song City on the 16th day. Song City. Looking at the massive black wall before him, Lyn Chen felt a sudden sense of returning home after a long absence. From leaving Song City to returning, his progress had been significant. Now back in Song City, he was to face the talents from the capital, as well as those from the provincial capital and Handan City. Feeling pressured? Su Wei asked Lyn Chen from the car as they stood at the foot of the black wall. Not really, Lyn Chen replied straightforwardly. Speaking of pressure, he didn't feel much. It was merely a slight curiosity about the strength of the talents from the capital. Let's head into the city. Su Wei called to the driver. All right. The driver drove the car into Song City. Lyn Chen, you'd better not act like you did before. On the way, Su Wei warned him. The capital is not like Song City. People are selfish. Perhaps the talents from Baosher and Rensher have been convinced by you along the way, but that doesn't mean that on the road ahead, you can still act this way without creating enmity. Your current strength is enough to enter a top martial arts university, but you lack a standout opportunity. As soon as these words were spoken, Lyn Chen raised an eyebrow. Senior Su, isn't this an opportunity? Su Wei was taken aback, then looked at Lyn Chen with a hint of surprise in his eyes. This kid's way of thinking is indeed different. Forget it, do as you please. Su Wei waved his hand, too lazy to lecture Lyn Chen. Just try to keep a good face for them. The phrase try to was something Lyn Chen took to heart. Alright, Senior Su. Lyn Chen chuckled and nodded. I'll head back to the Martial Association first. A few old friends are waiting for me. You can come with me, Su Wei said. Right now, the top talents from Beizhou who have come to Song City, as well as the local talents, are all waiting for your return. Once I make my appearance at the Martial Association, you will become the target of everyone. Just to be safe, you should stick by my side for now. Upon hearing this, Lyn Chen nodded. Okay, Senior Su. At this moment, within the vast Xiao family estate, Zhao Huayan sat high in a grand chair, a sinister smile plastered across his face. He never expected that just a single quota for a direct admission would completely perfect his plan. Now, with the arrival of many strong figures from Beizhou, the originally sealed Song City had long been unsealed. Although Lyn Chen had secured the direct admission quota, even the prodigies from the capital had come here. With Lyn Chen's strength, how could he possibly compete with those prodigies from the capital? As soon as Lyn Chen lost the direct admission quota, the Zhao family would act swiftly. Moreover, there was another piece of good news. The girl living with Lyn Chen had actually started cultivating as well. Now that Lyn Chen is gone, that girl is still staying in his home. Clearly, their relationship is not shallow. Zhao Huayan stroked his chin, a cold smile on his face. His murky eyes filled with a hint of ferocity. Isn't the backup plan right in that girl? A perfect plan was now taking shape in Zhao Huayan's mind. At Sanyi High School, on the large playground, a young man dressed in white stood leisurely with a long sword in hand. In front of him, several students from Sanyi High School were already lying on the ground. Not far away, Zhangli crouched on the ground, feeling the pain in his chest, his entire face twisted in agony. Even brother Zhangli lost? Is this the prodigy from the capital? Their strength is too overwhelming, so terrifying, it's like a dimensional strike. Many students from Sanyi High School, seeing how easily Zhangli lost the match, no longer had any excitement on their faces. This was the first time the prodigies from the capital had made a move since arriving in Song City 10 days ago. Weak. The young man shook his head, his handsome face filled with melancholy, his eyes showing no interest whatsoever. The warriors from this tiny place are truly weak. This young man was a prodigy from the capital. He came from a prestigious noble family and had been soaking in top-tier medicinal pools since childhood. Even before awakening, he had already become a warrior. Now, his level was at 9, making him an exceptionally rare prodigy even in the capital. Hearing his words, Zhang Li's heart trembled, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. But soon, that anger dissipated within seconds. He had not lasted 3 moves against this young man. Zhang Li had considered himself the top prodigy in Song City, aside from Lyn Chen, but after facing off against the prodigy from the capital, he realized that there were always greater talents beyond his own. I wonder if Lyn Chen will be his opponent. At this moment, Zhang Li couldn't help but think of Lyn Chen, who had also given him a similar sense of pressure. At this moment, Zhang Li found himself placing his hopes on Lyn Chen. No wonder Sister Yuding always says that the warriors from such small places are not worth paying attention to. Turns out, what he said was true. The young man sat down heavily on the ground, gripping the sword hilt with the blade stuck in the earth, his face full of helplessness. Calculating the time, that recommended student should be arriving soon, right? The young man's goal in coming here was precisely the spot of the recommended student. Once he obtained the name of the recommended student, the other talented individuals from the capital would finally take action. At that point, it would be a real confrontation. Only the young man had the leisure to bully the martial artists from Tsangyi High School here. The others couldn't be bothered to intervene. In such a small place, no one was worth their effort. With this time, it was better to focus on training to prepare for facing the talents from the same city. Martial Arts Association. In the large office building, on the top floor, a dozen individuals dressed differently but exuding powerful auras were seated in the conference room. The room was extremely quiet, with only the faint sound of their breathing echoing in the air. Is Su Si not back yet? At that moment, a middle-aged man sitting to the side slowly spoke. Director Lu, Su Si has already arrived in Song City and is currently on his way here. The vice president of the Martial Arts Association quickly replied respectfully. The middle-aged man nodded. Before long, a faint sound of footsteps came from outside. Isn't Su Si coming back alone? Before the newcomer entered, the middle-aged man who had spoken earlier raised his head to look towards the door. Clearly, everyone present were strong individuals, able to discern the number of people just from the footsteps. The heavy iron door was pushed open, and the newcomer was Su Wei. Besides Su Wei, Lyn Chen attracted a few glances, but after a brief moment, they were withdrawn. The scrutinizing gazes made Lyn Chen uncomfortable, but he couldn't say anything. After all, those in this conference room were likely all-powerful figures from the capital, Beizhou's provincial capital, and Handan City. Su Si, you have arrived. Upon seeing Su Wei, everyone present stood up to greet him. This scene greatly surprised Lyn Chen. Everyone in the conference room stood up to welcome him. The previously silent room seemed to change with Su Wei's arrival. Although Lyn Chen's face showed no expression, his eyes were filled with shock. Just from the aura emanating from them, one could feel the strength of these individuals. Yet these powerful figures showed such respect to Su Xianbei. This further clarified Lyn Chen's understanding of Su Xianbei's identity. Moreover, deep within Lyn Chen's clear eyes, there was a hint of joy. It was evident that Su Xianbei was of no ordinary status to receive such respect. He needed to seize this backing well. Lyn Chen was no fool and naturally wouldn't act impulsively. He didn't play the game of stubbornness, believing that fortunes change over time. He would take revenge on the spot if necessary. Thank you for waiting. Everyone, please take a seat. Su Wei extended his hand, pressing down towards the crowd, and the powerful individuals present all took their seats. Su Si, this young brother should be the recommended student from Song City, right? At this moment, someone spoke up. It was the middle-aged man who had spoken earlier, known as Director Lu. Lyn Chen turned his head to look at him as well. Their eyes met, and Lyn Chen quickly averted his gaze, feeling a slight sting in his eyes. Director Lu smiled faintly. He does have some courage. Director Lu, he is not important. Let's talk about what you all plan to do, Su Wei said as he took the seat at the head of the table, with Lyn Chen standing behind him. As soon as he sat down, Su Wei began to speak. Su Si, you are well aware. Another person spoke up, their aura powerful, clearly another strong individual from the capital. The gazes of the others were now all focused on Su Wei. The thing is not urgent. It is sealed and will not be broken in a short time. Su Wei said. The pressing matter is the upcoming martial arts examination and the quota for recommended students. Seeing Su Wei shift the topic, the others also refrained from bringing it up again. Since we are on this topic, Su Si, please let this young brother take action quickly to determine the quota for recommended students. Lu Shogwan said. Is it just the 7 families that have come to the capital? Su Wei said, not paying him any mind. A middle-aged man in a black martial outfit, marked with a dragon seal, nodded. Yes, it is just the 7 families. Su Wei responded, then slowly stood up. Since everyone has arrived, let us hold the competition here at the Martial Association. One-on-one matches. Whoever wins will take the quota for recommended students. Regardless of victory or defeat, no one is allowed to target a specific party. As soon as these words were spoken, the 7 strong individuals from the capital fell silent. Agreed. After a few seconds, one person nodded. What Su Si said is nonsense. Defeat is defeat. Victory is victory. Where does targeting come into play? Lu Shogwan said with a, all right. Su Wei nodded. Everyone, go back and prepare. Tomorrow, bring the outstanding members of your families to the Martial Association. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded one by one and then dispersed. Soon, the large conference room was left with only Su Wei, Lyn Chen, and the vice president. Su Si, I will go prepare now, the vice president said. Okay, Su Senior, should I return to Tsong-yi Middle School? Lyn Chen blinked and asked. Why go back to Tsong-yi Middle School? Aren't the matches starting tomorrow? Su Wei said, somewhat surprised. Someone is coming to challenge, and as the outstanding one, I can't just ignore it. Lyn Chen replied, fine, go ahead, but remember, if it's the Lu family's legitimate daughter, don't take personal revenge. Su Wei nodded and reminded him, be careful, if you really go too hard, even I can't protect you. The last sentence was said with particular seriousness. Su Senior, I won't be too harsh. Lyn Chen chuckled, keeping the words in mind, and then left. Su Wei didn't pay Lyn Chen any more mind. There was something more important before him. Once Lyn Chen left, Su Wei took out the long-preserved documents. Beast Wilderness, for 30 years, has never been invaded by abyssal demons. In the wilderness, there is suspected to be an object that can resist the abyss. The grade is unknown. Investigations found that deep within the Beast Wilderness, the object is protected by a powerful existence, suspected to be the spirit of the object or the predecessor of the Beast King, which is now sealed. Half a year ago, the third elder of the Lu family ventured deep into the Beast Wilderness and fought a great battle with the protecting existence of that object, resulting in no clear victor, but it did crack part of the seal and damaged some of the abyssal fissures sealing the object. 2 months ago, the Beast Wilderness erupted, and the daughter of the Beast King is suspected to have escaped, indicating some signs of disturbance deep within the wilderness, but no further investigation was conducted. The documents ended here. Su Wei sighed softly, a hint of melancholy in his murky eyes. He had long anticipated the arrival of these strong individuals from the capital. The matter of the Beast Wilderness was minor. The major issue was the abyssal fissures within it. The greatest threat to the entire world came from these abyssal monsters. Their arrival would bring stars, and the stars would pollute everything, turning all things within reach into the most difficult to confront demonic entities. The Beast Wilderness is the closest to Song City among all the existing cities in the entire northern state and even in the Great Xiao. Once the Beast Wilderness is tainted by the stars of the abyssal monsters, the city of Song cannot escape plunder. This is what Su Wei fears the most. Since he left there, he has spent 10 years in Song City. He has developed a deep affection for this city. More importantly, it is the emotions brought by the people of the Great Xiao. I hope this is all a good omen. Su Wei comforts himself. The saying a common man has no sin, but bears the sin of possessing a treasure is something Su Wei understands deeply. Even though the Great Xiao is in danger, and the entire world is affected by the star pollution, once a true treasure appears, there will surely be people who will fight for it at all costs. To them, a city is worth less than a single treasure. A taxi stopped at the entrance of Songno, one high school. Thanks, driver. Lyn Chen closed the car door and waved to the driver while running. Young man, you must bring glory to our Song City. The driver cheered him on, looking invigorated. All right, take care. Lyn Chen waved his hand. Let's go. The driver stepped on the gas and drove off. As he left, the driver suddenly felt something was off. Hey, did that kid forget to pay? Back at Songno 1 High School, Lyn Chen headed straight for the playground. He saw a message from his class on his phone. With the mentality of a Tsong City resident and a student of Songno 1, Lyn Chen couldn't wait until tomorrow. Today, he was going to see how much substance this prodigy from the capital really had. On the playground of Songno 1 High School, a man in white looked at the students present, then stood up and drew the long sword that was stuck in the ground. Boring. The man in white looked disinterested, holding the sword, ready to leave. Oh, you're leaving just after arriving? At that moment, a light laugh rang out from not far away. Everyone's gaze turned to where the voice came from. Lyn Chen? It's brother Lyn Chen. Great. Lyn Chen is here. Zhang Li looked up at the familiar figure, feeling an inexplicable sourness in the corner of his eyes. This feeling was like the protagonist making a strong entrance after all the supporting characters had been defeated. You are Lyn Chen? The man in white stopped and looked at Lyn Chen. This name was well known. Lyn Chen was the recommended student for Tsong City. After these prodigies from the capital arrived in Tsong City, they learned of this recommended student's name. I didn't expect you to return today. The man in white's gaze swept over Lyn Chen's body, then landed on the huge weapon box on his back. Come on, since you're back, hand over the recommended student spot. The man in white did not take Lyn Chen seriously. Even though he had heard some news about Lyn Chen during his time in Tsong City, as a prodigy from the capital, he had never regarded someone from this small place highly. What if he was a prodigy of a city? Lyn Chen nodded. The man in white drew his sword without saying a word. Aren't you going to introduce yourself? Lyn Chen raised an eyebrow and asked. No need. Weaklings have no right to know my name. The man in white shook his head, his tone flat yet arrogant. Alright then. Lyn Chen felt a bit helpless. Indeed, this prodigy from the big city had a bit of pride. Lyn Chen, he's very strong. You need to be careful, Zhang Li reminded from the side. Lyn Chen nodded, then set down the weapon box and placed a hand on top of it. Clap. The weapon box opened, revealing a long spear and a long sword inside. But Lyn Chen did not draw them. You look down on me? Seeing Lyn Chen not using his weapons, the man in white narrowed his eyes slightly. I want to test you first, to see if it's necessary for me to use my weapons, Lyn Chen said. Good. The man in white nodded, his clear eyes showing a hint of disdain and suppressed anger. He gripped the long sword in his hand, stepping forward, his white robes fluttering as streams of sword energy surged directly towards Lyn Chen. The prodigy from the capital made his move, directly employing martial arts. The might of this sword was extremely powerful, and the sword light it emitted made the countless students present feel a chill run down their spines. Just this one move was enough to reveal the true gap between them and this prodigy from the capital. In the face of Lyn Chen's provocation, the man in white left almost no room for retreat. Zhang Li watched the man in white, and couldn't help but feel a pang of worry for Lyn Chen. This prodigy from the capital was too strong. With this sword, it was likely that even with all his strength, he wouldn't be able to block it. Sword intent? Seeing the opponent's sword, Lyn Chen raised an eyebrow. This sword clearly contained sword intent. The man in white pressed forward, his eyes seemingly focused solely on the sword. The white sword light flashed past, and Lyn Chen threw a punch, his vital energy transforming into crimson flames, enveloping his fist. The intense heat erupted in front of him, and with a loud bang, it blocked the sword. Seeing this scene, the expression of the man in white changed slightly. He had easily neutralized his sword energy. In his surprise, the man in white also realized that this recommended student before him indeed had some strength. However, he had not used his full power. Since you understand sword intent, you must have reached the stage. The man in white, holding the long sword, glanced at Lyn Chen and said, in that case, you should also understand the gap between me, who has mastered sword intent, and you, who has not. Upon hearing this, Lyn Chen smiled. Come on. The man in white narrowed his eyes slightly, not expecting Lyn Chen to be so arrogant. Let me see just how much strength this prodigy from a backwater place truly has. As soon as he finished speaking, the man in white raised his sword again. This time, his speed was even faster, and the sword in his hand was even more ferocious. Streams of sword energy erupted, sweeping across the ground, and Lyn Chen kept dodging. This sword energy was so fierce that he could no longer block it with the Xuanhua three-fist technique. Responding to a long sword with a fist was not a good strategy. However, among the martial arts Lyn Chen had mastered, Aside from the 4th grade martial arts, the rest had all reached their peak. The 4th grade martial arts were mostly at a minor completion stage. How could they possibly match the person before him? Using weapons would only make this contest end even faster. But Lyn Chen did not want to do that. He was just 2 victories away from receiving his reward. The man in white had already charged in front of Lyn Chen, his long sword sweeping horizontally, the white sword light brushing past Lyn Chen's shoulder. Lyn Chen stepped back, but a thin line of blood was left on his neck. It was just a scratch, nothing serious. But seeing this scene, the spectators couldn't help but gasp, their hearts racing for Lyn Chen. If Lyn Chen had not dodged in time, that sword would have surely killed him. You've got quite the life, the man in white said with a faint smile, his eyes full of disdain. Lyn Chen said nothing, only taking a step forward. Whoosh! In an instant, his body transformed into a shadow, leaving behind trails of black phantoms along his path. The man in white's pupils constricted, clearly not expecting that Lyn Chen's movement technique was so powerful. However, he was not without countermeasures. 10,000 swords! The man in white shouted, his vital energy circulating within him, a glimmer of white light erupting around him, followed by countless sword energy shooting out from his body, then fiercely stabbing towards his surroundings. At that moment, Lyn Chen also took a step back. Bang! The countless sword energies missed, and the man in white charged directly towards Lyn Chen. As a prodigy from the capital, whether in martial arts or combat awareness, one must far surpass the prodigies of Tsong City. This realization made Lyn Chen aware that the prodigies from the capital indeed had some skill. However, that alone was not enough for him to lose. Thunder Fist. Lyn Chen's left palm had already gathered the power of thunder, and as the purple lightning erupted, he struck out with a thunderous boom that filled the air. Boom! The sound directly jolted the eardrums of the man in white, and the incoming thunder interrupted his attack. Seizing the opportunity, Lyn Chen charged forward, his right fist coiling with power, and struck fiercely at the opponent's chest. Explosive damage has been triggered. Bang! Accompanied by a dull thud, a flash of light flickered across the chest of the man in white, and he was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Seeing this scene, the entire arena fell silent. Damn! Awesome! Unbelievable! Just 3 seconds later, the playground erupted with thunderous cheers. Lyn Chen watched the figure of his opponent flying away, shaking his head helplessly. Not very strong, a bit overrated. Standing still, Lyn Chen slowly retracted his fist. Impressive, amazing, oh my, Lyn Chen is incredible. Brother Lyn Chen, what I said before was all my fault. I was wrong. You can scold me. The other high school students from Tsanyi High School were all visibly excited and happy. Even some who had previously spoken disrespectfully to Lyn Chen now showed him immense respect. In their hearts, Lyn Chen had become like a god. Earlier, they had been feeling the pressure from the prodigies of the capital. But now, with Lyn Chen's punch, that pressure was completely released. Just one word, exhilarating. Zhang Li's face also showed a hint of surprise and astonishment. Soon after, a smile appeared on his face. Ha ha, good. Although Lyn Chen had retracted his fist, he did not put away his weapon box. He looked at the man in white in the distance and suddenly charged forward again. Ha! Seeing this scene, everyone present was puzzled. The prodigy from the capital had been knocked away. So why was Lyn Chen still attacking? They turned their gaze to see the man in white crashing heavily to the ground. The white light flickered on his chest, indicating that the armor he wore was absorbing the force of that punch. At this moment, his expression was extremely grim, feeling as if his chest had been struck by a speeding truck. That punch could not have been delivered by him. The man in white murmured to himself, unable to believe that such immense power could be unleashed by a martial artist below level 10. But the truth was undeniable. The man in white had now recognized the terror of the person before him. If every punch he threw had such power, then no prodigy from the capital would be his match. What a joke! Every punch had at least 3,000 pounds of force. How could he fight against that? Just as the man in white endured the pain and attempted to rise, a shadow suddenly appeared before him. You haven't admitted defeat yet. This match isn't over. Ha! The man in white recognized the newcomer. But just as he was about to say something, a cold voice reached his ears. The man in white immediately understood what the other was about to do next. But before he could speak, he was grabbed by the hair, and then a flurry of punches rained down on his face like raindrops. Bang bang, bang! The onlookers, witnessing this scene and hearing the dull sounds, couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for the man in white. This was just too brutal. Although Zhangli felt happy, he also vaguely worried for Lyn Chen. After all, this is a prodigy from the capital. According to his father, they have a significant background, and even the powerful figures in the provincial capital of Beizhou are reluctant to provoke them. Lyn Chen, however, is all alone. He had previously offended the Xiao family, and now he has violently beaten one of their own. Lyn Chen. Thinking of this, Zhangli opened his mouth, wanting to stop Lyn Chen, but at that moment, Lyn Chen simply stopped. The face of the man in white was swollen like a pig's head, his eyes filled with rage, staring fiercely at Lyn Chen. You bastard, you didn't admit defeat. Lyn Chen shrugged, acting like a victim. Otherwise, when you counterattack, it would be me who loses. Upon hearing this, the man in white felt a sweetness rise in his throat, and he was about to spit out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, which of your eyes saw that I could get up and counterattack you? Damn, how does it feel to be crushed and have your will broken? Lyn Chen said with a smile, then stood up. The man in white had nothing to say, cursing Lyn Chen's parents in his heart 1,000 times. Wait, this guy is an orphan. Where did his parents come from? Damn. Thinking of this, the man's eyes dimmed even more. The proud prodigy of the Mo family from the capital, in this tiny place, was beaten to the point of not even having the qualification to retaliate. This made his pride diminish significantly in an instant. Just wait. I'm not the strongest, there's also Sister Yuding. The man in white, unwilling to accept defeat, shouted at Lyn Chen's back. Yuting? You can't be referring to Lu Yuding, can you? Upon hearing this familiar name, Lyn Chen paused and turned to look at him. Of course, although Sister Yuding's awakened profession is golden, her abilities are very powerful. The man in white seemed to have found an outlet for his frustration and said all at once, when you fight Sister Yuding, you will definitely lose. Oh, Lyn Chen opened his mouth and simply said oh. This left the man in white at a loss for words. At that moment, he felt like a useless, furious fool. This was hard for him to accept. Yuting? Why does that name sound so familiar? So familiar. It seems like she was an exchange student over 6 months ago. Hiss, could it be that the school beauty Yuting also comes from the capital? The students present all felt an unusual familiarity with this name, and when someone revealed her background, everyone's expressions changed. They only knew that the school beauty Lu was an exchange student who had only stayed briefly at Sanyi High School, but now that her identity was revealed, how could the people present not be shocked? Tomorrow, the Martial Arts Association will hold a competition, and it's the prodigies from the capital who are coming to challenge me. Lyn Chen said lightly, I hope you can come too. Definitely, the man in white replied. Then, Lyn Chen put away his weapon box and left the school. Tomorrow, ha, Zhangli murmured. It seemed that the quota for the recommended students from Song City would be decided tomorrow. As long as Lyn Chen defeated these prodigies from the capital, the quota would completely belong to him. With Lyn Chen defeating the man in white and leaving Sanyi High School, a piece of news also spread out. Tomorrow at 10 in the morning, the Martial Arts Association will set up a stage, inviting prodigies from all over Song City to come and challenge the recommended students. As soon as this news broke, the entire city was shocked. At that moment, in the top hotel in Song City, a stunningly beautiful woman sat on the sofa, quietly watching the news about Lyn Chen, temporary tutoring on his information, still considering him highly. This woman was none other than Lu Yuding, the young lady of the Lu family. The information in her hand was everything about Lyn Chen, very detailed. It included all the impacts brought about after Lyn Chen's awakening, as well as the competitions in the underground boxing arena. All meticulously documented. An orphan, capable of reaching this point, would they collapse if I took away their chance for direct admission? Lu Yuding's stunningly beautiful face bore a cold smile. People from such a small place were hardly worthy of pity, compared to her, who was born standing on the peak of a mountain. This orphan was merely lucky. Lyn Chen, having left the first high school, did not return to the Martial Arts Association but went home instead. Arriving home after a long absence, Lyn Chen wondered how Sunange was doing. He guessed she must have left by now. Lyn Chen pushed open the door, and what greeted him was a blinding white. Lyn Chen was taken aback, his clear eyes fixated on the figure sitting cross-legged on the mat, clad only in underwear. Her cascading black hair fell over her shoulders, her skin flawless and radiant, as pure as sheet-fat white jade, without a single blemish. As if sensing the door opening, the woman slowly turned to look at Lyn Chen. Upon seeing her face, it was clear she was none other than Innate. Put! Lyn Chen nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, hurriedly grabbing some clothes from the side and throwing them at her. Change your clothes. I'm not home, and you're having quite the fun. As he spoke, Lyn Chen covered his eyes with one hand and walked toward another room. But his fingers were honest, peeking through the gaps. What's wrong? The internet says this way of cultivation is fast, and it has to be done with both men and women. Innate said innocently, her little mouth pouting. You weren't home, so I wanted to try it out myself to see if I could cultivate faster this way. Put! Lyn Chen stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. What kind of niche couples flirty game is this? And it involves stripping? Wait! Lyn Chen stopped, while Innate had already put on a coat, covering her perfect body. You want to cultivate? Lyn Chen asked. Yes. I read online that I'm already half a foot into being a martial artist. Innate nodded and replied. All right. Lyn Chen couldn't help but glance at her a few more times, feeling a bit puzzled. Why was she so determined to stay by his side? Looks like I need to tell Senior Su about this, Lyn Chen murmured. Strange. He still knew how to write the words beauty brings disaster. Such a pure person in his home, claiming she wanted to stay by his side for a lifetime. This was too suspicious. After chatting idly with Innate for a while, Lyn Chen understood that she had gotten a bit silly from surfing the internet. He couldn't be bothered with her, as long as he had food and drink here. That was enough. Just one more match, and I can claim the reward for winning 20 consecutive matches. In tomorrow's match, I'll show those proud youths from the capital who the real boss is. The next morning, the entire Xiao city was bustling with activity. In front of the Martial Arts Association, countless martial artists gathered, not for any other reason, but because today was the day for the proud youths from the capital and the provincial capital, as well as Handan City, to challenge the direct admission students. On this day, the heads of the Xiao and Zhang families were present. In the past, their status was so noble that even the vice president of the Martial Arts Association had to show them some deference, as the Xiao family had once achieved great merit. But now, the powerful figures behind the proud youths from the capital were all of significant standing. Even the heads of these two families, no matter how noble their status, could not compare to them. Therefore, on this day, many people came, all martial artists from Xiao City, inside the Martial Arts Association. In a space as large as half a sports field, a specially made arena was set up in the center. Surrounding it were spectator stands, and at the very front was the VIP section. In today's occasion, Zhao Chen and Zhang Li were both present, along with many students from the third high school. At this moment, countless martial artists were seated, and 7 powerful figures from the capital were also sitting in the VIP seats. The strong from the provincial capital and Handan City were similarly seated there. Su Wei, as well as the head of the Xiao family, Zhao Huayan, and the head of the Zhang family, were also in the VIP seats. On the other side, the young talents preparing to take action were all seated in designated spots. There was no one around them, making it quite obvious who the participants in this competition were. This time, 7 young talents have come from the capital, while only 1 has come from the provincial capital. As for the young talents from Handan City, they do not plan to take action this time but rather to observe. After all, the young talents from the capital are here, even if they don't take action. It's good to observe a thing or two. Many people were discussing. Su Wei sat at the front, quietly watching everything happening around. Lyn Chen had not yet arrived. Su Si, that little brother hasn't come yet? Lu Shuguan asked. He'll be here soon, Su Wei replied. Lu Shuguan did not speak further. TSK, MOU, did you provoke a hornet's nest or did someone beat you up? A young talent from the capital looked at the red and swollen face of the man in white and clicked his tongue. The others also looked at each other, their faces showing a mix of confusion and amusement. MOU was the name of the man in white. MOU had a cold expression, and there was not a hint of good humor in his eyes. Don't ask. MOU dared not say that he had been beaten up by that recommended student who came to find him yesterday. Otherwise, how could he have shown up here looking like this? This time, the biggest enemy is not that so-called recommended student. The man in black sitting on the left side of the center said, but that's Su Xiaoqing from the provincial capital, a light technique spear master, an 8th level martial artist, is considered the strongest young talent from Beizhou this time. As he spoke, everyone's gaze turned to the end of the row. There stood a young man in a light yellow martial outfit, with a silver spear by his side. This person was not particularly handsome, but his scholarly demeanor gave a very comfortable feeling. Su Xiaoqing slightly closed his eyes, seemingly unaffected by the outside world. He was the only martial artist from the provincial capital to come here and represented the provincial capital in the competition for the recommended student quota. This person does pose a bit of a threat. Red quality, light technique spear master. The young talents from the capital looked serious. Not all of them had awakened red quality abilities, but without exception, none were below gold quality. However, there was only one person with red quality. There are differences in quality, and the abilities awakened also vary. Su Xiaoqing's red quality, being the rare light technique spearmaster, brought a sense of pressure. Lu Yuting's stunning face showed little expression. She only wanted to secure the recommended student quota and enter Ching Bay University for training. So slow. He's an orphan, making everyone wait so long. Lu Yuting spoke coldly, her words dripping with disdain. In her heart, people were divided into ranks, and Lyn Chen was the lowest of the low. Just then, a frail figure slowly walked in from a distance. You're here so quickly, it seems I arrived a bit late. Lyn Chen, dressed in casual clothes and carrying a weapon box, walked into the hall. In an instant, countless gazes fell upon him. A ray of sunlight shone on him, stretching his tall figure, and the shadow cast beneath him was slanted to one side. Lyn Chen walked in with a smile and directly took the stage. He stood on the platform, becoming the focus of everyone's attention. Everyone looked at him, and in their hearts, they had a new understanding of Lyn Chen's psychological quality. If it were someone else, they would probably be extremely nervous. But Lyn Chen, however, strolled in here with ease and even went directly on stage. His face never showed any signs of tension, not even a hint of embarrassment. Everyone admired him. For someone who came from an orphan background to achieve what he had now was truly remarkable. All eyes were on Lyn Chen. Some were sizing him up, others were observing him. The few prodigies from the capital were all focused on Lyn Chen, trying to discern any differences in him. But they could not see anything. Merely his calm demeanor was enough to prove that he was qualified to temporarily hold the spot of a recommended student. Yes, temporarily. Zhao Huayan's gaze fell on Lyn Chen. This was the first time he had seen Lyn Chen. Just this first meeting further solidified Zhao Huayan's murderous intent towards Lyn Chen. As if sensing something, Lyn Chen turned his head and locked eyes with Zhao Huayan. Sparks flew in their gaze. Since everyone is here, shall we begin the competition? Lu Shiguan spoke first, his eyes landing on Su Wei. Lyn Chen, do you have anything to say? Su Wei asked Lyn Chen. No, Senior Su, I have nothing to say. Lyn Chen shook his head. In that case, this competition can be stopped at any time, and you may concede. Su Wei nodded and then stated the rules. No killing blows. Once you fall off the stage, you lose. You cannot sneak attack after stepping off the stage. After explaining the rules, Su Wei said, you may begin. Below the stage, Zhao Chen stared intently at Lyn Chen. This guy, I bet he won't last more than a few moves. Although Lyn Chen had defeated Zhang Li, in Zhao Chen's mind, given his background, even with the help of the Martial Arts Association over the past month, Lyn Chen could never be a match for these prodigies from the capital. He hoped even more that Lyn Chen would lose in the first match. Then, without the spot of a recommended student, he would be completely finished by the Xiao family. I wonder how many people Lyn Chen will defeat. Zhang Li speculated at that moment. On the fighting platform, Su Xiaoqing, who had been keeping his eyes closed, slowly opened them. His pure gaze fell on Lyn Chen, sizing up this recommended student from Tsang City. He had heard that Lyn Chen had come out of Tsang City and had consecutively defeated several prodigies from other cities. I wonder just how strong your abilities are. Su Xiaoqing then withdrew his gaze and grasped the spear beside him. TSK, who will go first? One of the prodigies from the capital spoke, his eyes shifting to the other six. I'll go. A young man sitting next to Mou slowly stood up. He picked up the weapon box at his feet and then walked onto the stage. In the VIP section, watching the man take action, a middle-aged man with a head full of white hair wore a somewhat stern expression. It seems my Zhang family's young heir is about to seize this spot of a recommended student. Ha ha ha, let's wait and see. The other strong figures all laughed heartily. Zhao Huayan's gaze fell on Lyn Chen, carrying a hint of amusement. I want to see how you, an orphan, can possibly win against the prodigies from the capital, no matter how great your abilities are. Lyn Chen stood on the stage, placing the weapon box aside. His arms crossed. Let me introduce myself. I am Zhang Longfeng, from the Zhang family in the capital, of golden quality, level 8, a demon subduing staff master. Zhang Longfeng introduced himself, then opened the weapon box and took out 2 iron rods. The rods were entirely black, with patterns of some fierce beast carved at both ends. This was a high-quality martial treasure, but it was not the best among high-quality martial treasures. The competition was not limited to weapons, but the quality of the weapons was restricted. Even if he passed the martial exam, Wu Bao's rank could not exceed the upper grade. Therefore, these top talents from the capital were only equipped with upper-grade weapons. Otherwise, the weapons they were matched with would have to be at the first-tier martial treasure level. The classification of martial treasures is divided into lower, middle, upper, and tiers 1 to 9, with specific titles for those above the 5th tier. The same applies to martial equipment. Zhang Longfeng held a long staff, and as he brought his hands together, a crisp sound echoed as the 2 sections of the staff clicked into place. Demon Suppression Staff Master. Lyn Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Quick battle, quick resolution, don't waste precious time. Zhang Longfeng gripped the staff with one hand, placing it behind him, and turned his gaze toward Lyn Chen. All right. Lyn Chen nodded, then opened the weapon box. He took out a bladeless spear. It seems you are still following the path of the 100 weapons. Zhang Longfeng's eyes narrowed slightly. As a top talent from the capital, he could naturally see what path Lyn Chen intended to take. The other strong figures from the capital present also recognized who Lyn Chen was trying to emulate. It's going to be difficult for him to follow that person's path. I look forward to his next performance. Lyn Chen held the bladeless spear, and with a flick of his wrist, a scorching flame instantly enveloped the spear. At the same time, Zhang Longfeng made his move. The pitch-black iron staff, like a heavy club, suddenly struck out, its golden sheen enveloping the entire staff, unleashing immense power. This was the ability he gained after awakening, the demon suppression technique. With a swing of the staff, Lyn Chen raised his spear to block. Bang! The clash of metal rang out, and both of them stepped back a pace. Immediately after, the 2 charged at each other again. Both wielded long weapons, engaging in grand and sweeping movements, making for a spectacular display. This exchange made those present feel what it truly meant to be a top talent. Lyn Chen, who was not favored by the top talents of the capital, was now seen as a wager, with bets on how many moves it would take for him to lose. I bet 3 moves. Lingfeng's demon suppression staff is very strong. Even I would have to retreat. 3 moves? From the looks of it, at least 5. 5 moves is already overestimating him. Several top talents from the capital spoke up. Only Lu Yuding remained silent, quietly watching the 2 on stage. On stage, Zhang Lingfeng continuously struck with his staff, each move grand and sweeping, fully utilizing the advantages of the long weapon. However, as the 2 continued to clash, Zhang Lingfeng began to feel a hint of pressure. Lyn Chen's offensive seemed unremarkable, yet every move carried a tremendous killing force. Moreover, his level seemed to far exceed the 8th tier, likely reaching the level of 9.5, because the power behind each of his attacks far surpassed Zhang Lingfeng's. Impossible. This must be an enhancement from his martial arts. Zhang Lingfeng stared intently at Lyn Chen, unwilling to believe that such a talented individual from a small place could surpass his own level. Let me ask you, do strong people humiliate the weak? At that moment, Lyn Chen stopped his movements and asked, Yes. Zhang Lingfeng was taken aback, then nodded. Good. Seeing the response, Lyn Chen nodded in satisfaction. He then raised the long spear in his hand, the somewhat extinguished red flames reigniting fiercely. Since that's the case, I will humiliate you. The red flames suddenly erupted, and an intense heat immediately radiated from the arena. Lyn Chen held the long spear, and with a shake of his hand, the flames on the spear danced in response to his movements. Humiliate me? You think you are worthy? Zhang Lingfeng's gaze turned cold, and he swung the iron staff, charging toward Lyn Chen. The golden light crashed down like a shadow of the iron staff, powerful force and pressure descending directly upon Lyn Chen's head. Zhang Lingfeng's cultivation method is the 4th grade Liuli golden flame breathing technique. Such a cultivation method is already among the best of the best. Within the golden light, mixed with golden flames, Lyn Chen suddenly swung his spear with all his might, blocking the incoming strike. The powerful force did not push Lyn Chen back. The attacks from both sides cancelled each other out. However, just this one strike made Zhang Lingfeng's heart tremble, At this moment, he activated his breathing technique, combined with the fifth element staff intent from his learned 4th grade lower level martial arts. Yet he could not force his opponent back. Instead, he was the one who was blocked. This indicated that Lyn Chen's explosive power was at least 1,900 pounds. That is to say, he was a 9th level martial artist. The several top talents present from the capital were greatly astonished upon witnessing this. They were all well aware of Zhang Lingfeng's strength. With his awakened martial arts as a demon-subduing staff master, combined with the 4th grade Liuli Golden Flame breathing technique, he could defeat even a 9th level martial artist. This is the gap between the talented and the ordinary. Even as an 8th level martial artist, he could completely win against a 9th level martial artist. A challenge across levels. Yet now, Lyn Chen had so easily blocked his attack. Did this not imply that Lyn Chen had the same foundation? How did this orphan manage to do this? At this moment, everyone's gaze was fixed on Lyn Chen. This greatly impacted their worldview. Lyn Chen was an orphan, and in this small place, even with the strong support of the Martial Arts Association, it was impossible for him to cultivate a 4th grade cultivation method. The 4th grade cultivation method could only be exchanged for points at advanced academies. Aside from the top families of the Great Xiao, even the Martial Arts Association, or the one in Song City, could not provide a 4th grade cultivation method to him. There is another possibility, that this person's level is at 9th grade. Someone spoke up, but the other top talents did not believe it at all. Impossible. Aside from those 4 prodigies, who have innate talents from birth, plus red quality and countless top resources, to reach 9th grade, this orphan could never reach 9th grade. Some of the talents simply did not believe what was being said. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Just now they were saying this guy would lose in a few moves. Now it seems he won't lose, and he might even win. Someone laughed heartily. Not only them, but even the 7 strong ones were also surprised by the power Lyn Chen had displayed. This person's strength is estimated to be at least 1,900 pounds, judging from his aura. His level is only 8th grade. A middle-aged man in a fur coat spoke. An 8th grade martial artist? With him being an orphan, even with the assistance of the Song City Martial Arts Association, to achieve this, one person looked puzzled, but when he caught a glimpse of Su Wei from the corner of his eye, he immediately understood. The others also recalled Su Wei. Looking at Lyn Chen's strength now, everything seemed to become clear. This is impossible. How could an orphan achieve this? At this moment, Zhao Huayan was dumbfounded. In his eyes, Lyn Chen would have lost in a few moves, but now he had fought several rounds with the top talents from the capital without being defeated. Even his own son could not achieve that. Why could Lyn Chen, an orphan, do this? The martial artists present, except for the students from Song Yi Middle School, Song Air Middle School, and Song San Middle School, were all shocked by Lyn Chen's display. Lyn Chen's strength was simply too formidable. On the stage, Lyn Chen continued to battle fiercely with Zhang Lingfeng. He only used the Yan Qi Spear technique, which was a 2nd grade upper level martial art. In contrast, Zhang Lingfeng was using a 4th grade lower level martial art. The opponent relied on the 4th grade breathing technique to barely fight Lyn Chen to a standstill. Zhang Lingfeng's expression was extremely grim. The more he fought against Lyn Chen, the more he could feel the strength of the person before him. This feeling was akin to facing those 4 prodigies. The kind of pressure they brought him. No, it can't be. Zhang Lingfeng shook his head repeatedly, unable to believe that Lyn Chen's strength could rival that of the 4 prodigies. A pitch-black iron rod, shimmering with a golden sheen, came crashing down towards Lyn Chen's head. Lyn Chen raised his gun with both hands and blocked the strike with a bang, then swept the gun's tail, taking advantage of the opening to land a heavy blow on Zhang Lingfeng's chest. Bang! The gun's tail sent Zhang Lingfeng staggering backward, and Lyn Chen surprisingly abandoned his long gun, turning to attack with his fists. Shadows of his movements were left behind as he instantly appeared in front of Zhang Lingfeng. What? Zhang Lingfeng's pupils constricted, clearly not expecting Lyn Chen to master such a powerful movement technique. This seems to be a 4th grade lower level martial art. The charging step. A strong man observed Lyn Chen and recognized the martial art. Indeed, it's the charging step, perfectly suited for a fist fighter. Someone nodded. It seems this recommended student truly has some strength. Even learning the charging step, the young heir of the Zhang family is likely in for a tough time. Lyn Chen executed the charging step and, in the blink of an eye, was in front of Zhang Lingfeng. Thanks to the inertia from the previous strike, all of this happened in less than 3 seconds. Lyn Chen's left fist surged forward, the powerful force piercing through Zhang Lingfeng's chest. This punch was exceptionally beautiful, without any hesitation, and even the power behind the punch was perfectly controlled. This is the fist momentum. A middle-aged man from the Zhang family suddenly opened his eyes wide, staring at Lyn Chen. Peak fist momentum. This person actually masters peak fist momentum. With this punch, the strong men present were once again shocked. They were naturally familiar with fist momentum, as each of them had mastered the momentum and intent of their respective professions. What Lyn Chen unleashed with this punch was peak fist momentum. Even Su Wei, who had been calm, was somewhat surprised. No wonder this kid asked me about this before. It turns out he had already mastered it. Su Wei gained a new understanding of Lyn Chen. Bang! Accompanied by a dull sound. Zhang Lingfeng's entire face twisted, and he flew backward. But at that moment, a shadow suddenly appeared before him. In Zhang Lingfeng's bewildered gaze, a large hand reached out and fiercely grabbed his hair. Following that, a rain of fists fell upon him. It wasn't until Lyn Chen had beaten Zhang Lingfeng to the point where he couldn't even lift his hands that he finally stopped. In this battle, Lyn Chen emerged victorious. Zhang Lingfeng lay on the ground like a dead dog, completely unable to get up. He had been thoroughly beaten by Lyn Chen and could no longer rise. At this moment, Lyn Chen stood on the stage, the center of attention. Zhang Lingfeng's elder looked extremely grim, not expecting that his family's younger generation would be beaten so badly. Below the stage, Mou looked at Zhang Lingfeng's miserable state and couldn't help but feel sorry for him. He had been beaten into a pig's head, while this guy had received a full set of CPR. The other few top talents from the capital were at a loss for words. Peak fist momentum. He actually mastered peak fist momentum. Incredible. It seems this recommended student is not a soft persimmon. The faces of the waiting talents were filled with different expressions of shock and caution. The fact that he defeated Zhang Lingfeng with such ease meant that this person must have more tricks up his sleeve. In other words, there were still other techniques he hadn't used. Just as the few hesitated over who would take action, Lu Yuting, sitting in the front, stood up and walked onto the stage. Everyone's gaze fell on the stage. The second top talent from the capital had made his move. Is there no break in between? Zhang Li asked. Such a duel seemed a bit unfair to Lyn Chen. Of course there is, Su Wei replied calmly. After each match, there will be 10 minutes for the contestants to recover their stamina. As he spoke, Su Wei's gaze turned to Lyn Chen. No need. To everyone's surprise, Lyn Chen refused. Refused? So bold. Brother Lyn Chen. As expected of my brother Lyn Chen, the students present shouted in unison. No need for a break? So arrogant. Mou looked at Lyn Chen, feeling extremely unconvinced. Lu Yuting stepped onto the stage. As she stood there, her slender figure and stunning face undoubtedly attracted the attention of many. While marveling at her beauty, they also admired her talent. It was said that among the top talents coming to the capital this time, this girl had the best aptitude. Watching Lu Yuting take the stage, Lyn Chen's clear eyes showed a hint of anger. It's been 3 days since we last met, and you've changed quite a bit. Lu Yuting spoke lightly, her beautiful eyes scanning Lyn Chen with a hint of amusement. You're not still hung up on that previous matter, are you? Listen, helping this young lady is your fortune. Hearing this, the onlookers were filled with confusion. Even the 7 strong contenders from the capital exchanged glances. Lu Shaguan narrowed his eyes, staring at Lyn Chen. So it really is her. Zhao Chen recognized Lu Yuting at a glance, and recalling her identity sent a chill down his spine. She was the little legitimate daughter of the Lu family in the capital. How had he dared to act so recklessly? Fortunately, she hadn't pursued the matter, or else the Xiao family would have been ruined by his own hands. On stage, neither of them made a move. It was as if 2 old friends had met again and started reminiscing. However, the content of their conversation didn't seem like a normal exchange. So, you mean to say that I was used by someone, and I should thank the one who used me? Lyn Chen laughed and asked. No need for your thanks. If you think that way, there's nothing I can do. Lu Yuting shook her head. And I said, this is your fortune. In this match, if I win against you, I'll still get the title of winning without merit. You can step down, we'll fight again in 10 minutes. Lu Yuting said lightly, appearing very magnanimous. But Lyn Chen extended his hand and waved it off. No need. Seeing Lyn Chen refuse, Lu Yuting's eyes narrowed slightly. Lyn Chen held a spear, raising its tip directly at Lu Yuting's head. Upon seeing this, Lu Yuting no longer hesitated and opened the weapon box in her hand. A long spear flew out, and her slender hand grasped the spear's body. This was a spear covered in scales, as if it had been forcibly pulled from some fierce beast. This is the absolute tiger roar spear? Seeing the spear in Lu Yuting's hand, an elder from the Zhang family couldn't help but exclaim, the top-tier weapon among the high-quality treasures. Another strong contender from the capital couldn't help but say, although this spear exerts power among the high quality, it contains a special ability. That ability is the tiger roar. The Lu family truly has strength, actually using the scales of a fourth-tier great demon to create a high-quality weapon. A certain strong contender from the capital shook his head, marveling at the Lu family's terrifying foundation. Lu Shuguan smiled lightly. This was a birthday gift from her brother for her 18th birthday. Upon hearing this, several people were even more astonished by the Lu family's background. Even Su Wei couldn't help but shake his head. Such a waste of talent. This is a scale from the fourth-tier great demon, the absolute tiger, enough to craft a fourth-tier weapon treasure. At this moment, however, it is being used on a mere upper-grade weapon treasure. The absolute tiger hull spear in Lu Yuting's hand radiates a dazzling silver light, extremely eye-catching. As the spear is unleashed, the halo around her seems to grow heavier. Below the stage, everyone's gaze is focused on the two of them. Even Su Shaoqing is staring intently at them, no longer as languid as before. You know my name, so I won't introduce myself further, Lu Yuting said, then directly charged forward with her spear. Isn't this denying herself the chance to reveal her profession? Lyn Chen murmured, but he didn't care. Since he wasn't resting, it meant he was confident in defeating her. Lu Yuting charged with her spear, executing her techniques with great flair, showcasing her spear skills to the fullest. Lyn Chen continuously countered her attacks. The two exchanged blows, their weapons clashing and creating intense sparks. At the moment Lyn Chen was forced back, he halted, a thin layer of blood energy suddenly emerging from his body, quickly enveloping him entirely. A powerful pressure suddenly emanated from Lyn Chen, causing Lu Yuting to furrow her brows slightly, but she quickly relaxed. Show me everything you've got. As you wish. Lyn Chen smiled faintly, his palm suddenly gripping tightly, and the thin blood energy instantly clung to the entire spear. In an instant, a powerful force surged forth, a layer of gale rising abruptly from beneath his feet. Wherever the gale swept, everyone present changed their expressions. Even the 7 strong ones from the capital slightly altered their gazes. What kind of martial arts is this child practicing to achieve such a significant enhancement? Swish! Lyn Chen made his move, his speed incredibly fast, instantly leaving his original position. The spear drew a blood-red arc in the air, crashing down in front of Lu Yuting. The speed was so quick that Lu Yuting could barely react, gripping her spear with both hands to block it. The immense force instantly penetrated Lu Yuting's entire body, causing her knees to buckle down. Seeing this scene, everyone present was utterly shocked. The power he unleashed is incredibly strong. Sister Yuting is at the peak of level 8, just one step away from entering level 9. With such a gap, Lyn Chen is still able to unleash a power that even Sister Yuting cannot contend with. Hiss, what level is this guy? The young talents from the capital stared intently at Lyn Chen on the stage, their eyes filled with shock. If they hadn't seen Sister Yuting being suppressed with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. They had already begun to take Lyn Chen seriously the moment he defeated Zhang Lingfeng, but the current scene, with such a powerful impact, truly left them in awe. Director Lu fixed his gaze on Lyn Chen below, his eyes scanning him continuously. What kind of martial arts is this? It resembles a type of overwhelming body spear technique. This level of martial arts is at least 5th tier. How could a mere level 10 martial artist cultivate such martial arts? Director Lu was also somewhat astonished at this moment. Not only him, but the other strong ones were equally incredulous. 5th tier martial arts could only be cultivated by martial artists who had broken through level 10. And even then, they were rare prodigies capable of stepping into that threshold. Yet now, Lyn Chen actually mastered such a martial art, let alone 5th tier martial arts. Even a martial artist below level 10 who could grasp 4th tier martial arts would be considered a genius. Su Wei was also shocked by Lyn Chen's martial arts. This kid, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Su Wei truly wouldn't have believed that Lyn Chen's strength had reached such a level. No wonder when he mentioned the young talents of the capital, the other party showed no expression. It seems he is completely unafraid of this so-called genius from the capital. What others do not know is that Lyn Chen's Broken Thousand Armies is actually a 4th grade lower level martial art. The reason he can suppress Lu Yuting so effectively now is that he has unleashed all his power. Social anxiety has reached its peak, increasing all attributes by 200% and cultivation speed by 200%. Nuclear goodness power increased by 22. Explosive damage has a chance to trigger a critical hit. With the enhancement of these 3 attributes, Lyn Chen is not afraid of any so-called genius, let alone whether he triggers explosive damage or not. Just with the boosts from social anxiety and nuclear goodness, Lyn Chen's strength has already matched that of a level 10 warrior. Moreover, as he employs Broken Thousand Armies, his body and strength increase. With just this one strike, how could the opponent possibly block it? Under the long spear, Lu Yuting is firmly suppressed, her beautiful eyes showing a hint of tension. She has never felt such terrifying pressure from a single person. The powerful force continuously penetrates her body, causing her knees to buckle down. Lu Yuting has no way to counter Lyn Chen, who is unleashing all his power. Biting her red lip in helplessness, she uses her own movement technique. A blood-colored afterimage instantly leaves the spot, and Lyn Chen's spear loses its target, crashing directly into the ground. Bang! The powerful force strikes the ground, causing the entire arena to tremble. Seeing this scene, Lu Yuting, not far away, gasps for breath, her heart unable to calm down. How could a mere orphan reach such a level? Lyn Chen remains silent, missing his strike. He charges again. At this moment, Lyn Chen is like a war god, the blood-red sheen trailing behind him as he suddenly thrusts out his spear. The powerful spearlight has not yet landed on Lu Yuting, but she already feels an unprecedented pressure. Lu Yuting raises her absolute tiger roar spear, a layer of crystal-clear mist enveloping the spear, as she channels her cultivation technique. The technique she practices is also a 4th grade breathing method. It is the extreme cold mist frost breathing method. As the mist appears, Lu Yuting grips the spear with one hand and rotates the spear with the other, the chill instantly transforming into a layer of ice blades. Rushing towards Lyn Chen, the cold air rushes at him, and Lyn Chen thrusts his spear, directly shattering the ice blades. Lu Yuting steps forward, the cold energy surging out, once again colliding with Lyn Chen. But her strength is not enough to shake Lyn Chen. It is only a matter of time before she is defeated. The gap between them is merely in strength and combat awareness. As a genius from the capital, even with strong sparring partners, she is not like Lyn Chen, who has emerged from the underground fighting arena. The techniques Lyn Chen uses are all lethal moves, each one deadly. This makes it extremely difficult for Lu Yuting, who was born with a silver spoon in her mouth, to cope. However, as the legitimate daughter of the Lu family, Lu Yuting still has her own ultimate skill that she has not yet used. Lyn Chen, you are forcing me. Under Lyn Chen's continuous pressure, Lu Yuting can no longer endure. This match ultimately requires her to reveal this trump card, otherwise, she has no chance of winning. Lyn Chen remains silent, stepping back to wait for her to unleash her ultimate move. Lu Yuting channels her dantian, her entire body's meridians operating at this moment. A layer of cold air emanates from her body, which then transforms into a layer of silver-white armor, covering her form. The cold air spreads across the entire arena, and the surrounding temperature drops by several degrees in an instant. Is this the profession awakened by the little legitimate daughter of the Lu family, the absolute Ice Valkyrie? Among golden qualities, it is the only ability that rivals red quality awakenings. Not only that, this awakened ability is even stronger than ordinary red quality abilities. The few strong individuals from the capital all recognized something, their eyes filled with shock. Lu Shuguan quietly watched Lu Yuting demonstrate her abilities, without saying a word. Sister Yuting has revealed her trump card. This competition is about to determine the victor. Mou whispered, his gaze fixed on the stage, not daring to lose focus for a moment. Sister Yuting, under the blessing of the Valkyrie, has completely reached the level of a 9th-tier warrior, and she could even match a 10th-tier warrior. If Sister Yuting wins, I will voluntarily withdraw from this competition and give up my chance for a guaranteed admission. Me too. Seeing Lu Yuting's trump card, the others understood clearly that they were no match for her. Su Shaoqing's clear eyes also revealed a hint of seriousness. In this state, Lu Yuting was definitely not someone he could contend with. He could only hope for a 50-50 chance. This competition, under Lu Yuting's display of her trump card, had reached an unprecedented climax. The final outcome of the guaranteed admission would be revealed in this battle. Watching this scene, Lyn Chen's face showed no expression. I would like to ask, does fire restrain ice? Upon hearing this, everyone present wore expressions of surprise. Could Lyn Chen be planning to use his fire-based martial arts to counter the abilities brought by the awakened quality? Naive. Lu Shuguan shook his head, his eyes extremely indifferent. Lyn Chen's martial arts were fire attribute, and even his breathing technique was fire attribute, but only at the second tier. How could he counter Yuding's abilities? At this moment, under the enhancement of the frost armor, Lu Yuding's body had grown more than twice its size, and she appeared as if the Valkyrie herself had descended. The tension that had previously been on her stunning face was completely replaced by disdain. Fire? You think ordinary fire can restrain my extreme cold ice? She sneered, seemingly mocking Lyn Chen's incompetence. But the next second, a flame as red as blood suddenly ignited around Lyn Chen. Accompanied by that layer of blood energy, Lyn Chen seemed to have entered a certain state. Suddenly, everyone in the audience was taken aback. Lyn Chen slowly raised his head, looking at Lu Yuding ahead, and casually uttered a sentence. Is the accompanying talent the nether flame enough? As Lyn Chen's words fell, the blood-red flames instantly surged from his body. This flame was blood-red, resembling fresh blood, and was particularly eerie. Yet, from this flame, the crowd felt little warmth. The blood-red flames enveloped in blood energy. Lyn Chen held a gun in one hand, and his clear eyes seemed to reflect a blood hue. Is the accompanying talent the nether flame enough? At this moment, Lyn Chen's voice was like a thunderclap, crashing onto the calm sea, shocking everyone present. Even Lu Shuguan, with his murky eyes, was fixated on Lyn Chen. Accompanying talent. These 4 words struck like a heavy hammer on a bronze bell, shaking his mind. Accompanying talent. He actually awakened the accompanying talent? Oh my. This is unbelievable. Everyone in the audience could no longer sit still. Mou and the other prodigies from the capital were left dumbfounded, their eyes glued to Lyn Chen. In the entire Great Xiao, among those who awaken each year, the number of people who can awaken accompanying talents is extremely few. The 4 prodigies from the capital reached their top-tier status precisely because of their accompanying talents. At this moment, the Lyn Chen before them, with everything he was displaying, was a reflection of their own shadows. This was Song City, not the capital. In such a small place, to have such a top-tier prodigy emerge was truly astonishing. It seems this time, you are going to lift a stone and smash your own foot. At this moment, Su Wei spoke up, and for the first time in a long while, a hint of a smile appeared on his previously expressionless face. The others fell silent. This was the first time in history. No, the second time such a scene had occurred. The last time it happened was in a small town that had not yet been destroyed, and that person was already standing at the pinnacle of the Great Xiao. Now, they were witnessing such a scene again. On the stage, Lu Yuding, who had previously worn a cold smile, was now completely dumbfounded. The blood-red flames were not particularly vigorous, but in Lu Yuding's eyes, they were exceptionally conspicuous. She simply could not understand why such a prodigy from a tiny place was so favored by the heavens. Innate talent. Lu Yuding clenched her fists tightly, unable to endure any longer, and charged directly at Lyn Chen. Countless chills surged from her body, and the entire arena was filled with an oppressive cold, leaving a layer of frost wherever it touched. Lu Yuding's spear shot out explosively, and the tiger scales on it suddenly moved as if they had come to life, breathing in an orderly manner. Roar! A roar of a tiger erupted from the absolute tiger roar spear, instantly piercing towards Lyn Chen. Got it! Seeing this scene, Lu Yuding felt a surge of joy in her heart. The roar emitted by her absolute tiger roar spear had the ability to disrupt her opponent's thoughts, causing temporary deafness and blankness in the mind. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Yuding aimed to strike with certainty. The absolute tiger roar spear swept through with terrifying cold, crystalline snowflakes falling down, and the power unleashed by this strike was enough to reach the level of a 9th-tier warrior. Lyn Chen is being disturbed. The roar contained in the absolute tiger roar spear is indeed fierce. Lyn Chen is finished. Watching this scene on the stage, everyone present couldn't help but sweat for Lyn Chen. I almost forgot. Even though this person possesses the innate talent of Nether Flame, he definitely cannot withstand the roar of the absolute tiger roar spear. At this moment, several powerful figures from the capital suddenly remembered that the spear in Lu Yuding's hand was a treasured weapon. That tiger roar could not be resisted even by a 10th-tier warrior, unless there were special weapons, but clearly, Lyn Chen before them did not have such equipment. The outcome of this match seemed to be about to change at this moment. However, everyone present was unaware that in the form of breaking the 1,000 armies, Lyn Chen was not affected by any sound wave magic attacks. The crystalline snowflakes fell around Lyn Chen, and before they could settle on his shoulders, they were burned into droplets by the nether flame, then transformed into water vapor. Lu Yuting's spear was closing in, less than a meter away from Lyn Chen, and in that instant, Lyn Chen's body suddenly pulled back, and the 1,000 spears in his hand burst forth in an instant. This sudden scene shocked everyone present once again. Some even stood up abruptly from their seats. Lyn Chen held the spear in one hand, his body in a half-side position, and with a casual motion, he fired a shot that directly blocked Lu Yuting's attack. What? Watching Lyn Chen's sudden move, even Lu Yuting, though stunned, realized that this guy had not been affected by the tiger roar at all. The powerful figures from the capital looked at this scene, all feeling it was unbelievable. Meanwhile, Governor Lu had caught on to the clue. The layer of blood energy on this person is the key to blocking the tiger roar. In this match, Lyn Chen has a great chance of winning. As his words fell, Lu Yuting, whose attack was halted by the spear, faced an even more ferocious barrage of spear techniques from Lyn Chen. Various thrusts, stabs, and slashes erupted from Lyn Chen's spear. These were all techniques of breaking the 1,000 armies, and the spear continuously struck Lu Yuting, causing her frost armor to shatter repeatedly. Under such a powerful offensive, Lu Yuting didn't even have a chance to counterattack. Bang! With a single shot, Lyn Chen concluded with this shot. Crack! The frost armor on Lu Yuting's chest began to shatter, cracks appearing and spreading all over her body. Bang! Accompanied by a loud explosion, the frost armor on Lu Yuting's body exploded, and she was sent flying. She fell heavily off the stage, and the countless shards of frost scattered on the platform melted into water, draining the entire stage. On the stage, Lyn Chen held his spear, the blood energy and crimson flames on his body slowly fading until he returned to his original state. At this moment, the entire venue was silent as death. The winner of this match had already been determined. It was Lyn Chen, who still stood on the stage. She lost. Sister Yuting actually lost. Mou's eyes revealed unprecedented shock, and then she slumped into her chair, unable to speak. The other talented individuals from the capital also fell silent. Lu Yuting's proud Valkyrie form had been shattered. Even Commissioner Lu's face was extremely gloomy, unable to utter a word. The quota for direct admission had been snatched away just like that. What was originally prepared for the Lu family could no longer be reclaimed. Good. In the silent venue, someone shouted. Immediately, the atmosphere surged to a peak. Awesome. My brother Lyn Chen. Incredible. Xiao. So cool. Brother Lyn Chen. You're the champion. On the stage, Lyn Chen's figure was exceptionally dazzling. He had defeated Lu Yuting and ultimately won this match. The crowd erupted in cheers, reaching an unprecedented climax. The expressions of the powerful individuals from the capital had long vanished, replaced by a look of melancholy and helplessness. The few talented individuals sat in silence, not uttering a word. Lyn Chen's victory over Lu Yuting meant that none of the talented individuals present were his match. Only Su Xiaoqing, who had yet to make a move, remained. I am not his opponent, I will not compete. Su Xiaoqing spoke at this moment, his face showing no expression. From the battle between Lu Yuting and Lyn Chen, he had already realized that he was not Lu Yuting's match. Since she lost to Lyn Chen, he naturally would not be Lyn Chen's opponent either. Therefore, he straightforwardly admitted defeat. Xiaoqing, you're not going to try again? The president of the Martial Arts Association in Shishir looked at Su Xiaoqing, a hint of difficulty on his face, and couldn't help but ask. President, there's no need to try again. Su Xiaoqing said. The next match between him and me would be meaningless. I am quite looking forward to how much stronger he will become after reaching level 10. Su Xiaoqing's eyes held a hint of anticipation, along with a touch of fighting spirit. He believed that after awakening his special profession, he would undergo a transformation at level 10. At that time, he would challenge Lyn Chen again. Alright, Lyn Chen nodded, feeling a bit regretful. Another PowerPoint had slipped away. Since the other party had already admitted defeat, Lyn Chen couldn't mock him in front of so many people and force him to fight. That wouldn't be appropriate. Gentlemen, is there anyone else who wants to come up? Lyn Chen raised an eyebrow, his gaze falling on the remaining talented individuals from the capital. They exchanged glances but said nothing. Since no one else is stepping up, this match is won by Lyn Chen. Su Wei, seeing that no one spoke, also offered them an easy way out. With his words, no one challenged Lyn Chen anymore. Not even Su Xiaoqing, the red quality prodigy, who also admitted defeat. The final winner of this match was Lyn Chen. On the stage, Lu Yuting was not seriously injured, but Lyn Chen had shattered her special form, leaving her body depleted of energy and blood, and she had already been carried away. During her unconsciousness, Lu Shiguan also used this reason to leave the Martial Arts Association. A rising star. Is this the prodigy of Song City? The head of the Zhang family fixed his gaze on Lyn Chen, continuously sizing up this hero figure. There were many people present who knew about Lyn Chen. With several special auras surrounding him, his current achievements were enough to prove how terrifying this person's character and talent were. At this moment, Zhao Huayan, sitting in his seat, looked extremely displeased. The more extraordinary Lyn Chen showcased his talent, the more it represented that it would be even harder to deal with him. Everyone, there is still a month until the martial arts examination. I look forward to everyone challenging me again at the end of next month, Lyn Chen said to the few outstanding individuals from the capital, a hint of anticipation on his face. As soon as these words were spoken, the others dared not linger. It was a joke, they would improve over the month, but did he not plan to improve as well? Since it's over, then Su Si, I will take my junior and leave. The elder of the Zhang family stood up, casually finding a reason before taking Zhang Lingfeng away. The other strong figures from the capital also found similar excuses and left one after another. Only Lyn Chen and a few others remained, along with 3 high school students and many martial artists from Song City. Today is truly a memorable day, witnessing the rise of a top prodigy. Yes, that's right. So tonight, I want to eat lamb hot pot. Ha ha ha, let's go. On this day, everyone was excited and happy. Lyn Chen had preserved the reputation of Song City. What a small place, look at you, a prodigy from the capital, and yet you still got beaten up here. Soon, everyone dispersed. Su Si, there are still some matters at home, so I will take my leave, Zhao Huayan said, not wanting to stay any longer. Zhao family head, there is always room for redemption in everything. Su Wei nodded slightly, and just as Zhao Huayan had taken a few steps away, he spoke again. Upon hearing this, Zhao Huayan paused for a moment, said nothing, and left. I hope he can take it to heart, Su Wei said lightly, watching the other party's departing figure. Su Senior, I performed quite well, right? Lyn Chen approached Su Wei with a grin. You did well enough, your strikes weren't that harsh. Su Wei nodded, but your strength truly surprised me. Su Wei sighed. Throughout this journey, Lyn Chen had indeed not used his full strength. No, it was that no one could force him to use his full strength. He had even shattered the special form of the Lu family's young lady. How fierce was his combat power? Just luck. Lyn Chen scratched his head. Only in front of Su Senior did he seem like an immature child. Alright, with the talent you have shown now, the Martial Arts Association can provide you with a lot of resources. Su Wei waved his hand and began to discuss serious matters. Also, I can give you a real opportunity to fight with all your strength. Do you want it? Lyn Chen was a bit puzzled. Su Senior, what opportunity? In a few days, I will enter the Beast Wilderness once. Do you want to come along? Su Wei asked. Sure. Lyn Chen immediately agreed. Good. Su Wei replied. Then you can see when to choose some suitable equipment within the Martial Arts Association. You can choose martial arts and weapons of grade 3 or below. And as for your cultivation method, you can figure it out yourself after entering Ching Bay University. Breathing techniques are crucial, so I won't casually change it for you. Hearing this, Lyn Chen's face was filled with excitement. Great! Lyn Chen was not in a hurry to choose these items. He had something very important to do first. Senior Su, I'll head back now. Just call me when it's time to set off, Lyn Chen said, and the latter nodded. Go ahead. Lyn Chen quickly returned to his home. Once home, he couldn't wait to check the system. The host has violently defeated an opponent. Nuclear goodness cultivation speed increased by 10%. Strength increased by 1. The host has completed the challenge task brought along and received the reward, 1 piece of first-grade weapon treasure fragment. Having completed a battle, victory favors the brave. Reward can be claimed, 21. The more victories, the better the reward upon claiming. Originally, there were 20 victories, and Lyn Chen was about to claim. But now, with 21 consecutive wins, it was not too late. Claim it for me. The system is distributing the consecutive win rewards. 1 exceptional 9 Heavens Thunder Spear, 1 exceptional Red Sky Sword, 1 5th grade martial art Phoenix Feather, 1 exceptional Heavenly Silence Pill, 1 exceptional Earth Fiend Talisman. As the system rewards were distributed, Lyn Chen fully experienced the rewards for achieving 21 consecutive wins. Exceptional. Wait, is there an exceptional grade in the weapon treasure classification? Returning to the host, exceptional weapon treasures are exclusively granted by the system. The host can understand it as a high-grade weapon treasure forged from the remains of a 9th grade great demon. The system will only provide weapons, pills, and materials suitable for the current host's level. Just as Lyn Chen felt puzzled, the system's voice rang out. With this explanation, Lyn Chen understood. It was similar to the exceptional Tiger Roar Spear in Lu Yuting's hand. The materials used for both were worlds apart. 2 exceptional weapon treasures, 1 5th grade martial art, plus 1 exceptional pill, and 1 talisman. Lyn Chen stroked his chin. This meant that the 5th grade martial art was the highest he could currently master. And this exceptional pill was also the most suitable for him at the moment. Let's start with the first item. The 9 Heavens Thunder Spear appeared, and in an instant, the entire room dimmed. The spear was purple, crafted from some mysterious iron, covered in intricate patterns, and its tip resembled the sharp fangs of a fierce beast. Incredibly sharp, purple lightning danced across the entire spear, and as the arcs flickered, the spear seemed to come alive, breathing rhythmically. As Lyn Chen held it, he felt the terrifying power contained within the spear. No wonder it's a product of the system, it must be a masterpiece. Lyn Chen was overjoyed. How to describe this spear? It was top-notch, like a weapon enhanced to 20+ in a game, shimmering with light, clearly not an ordinary item. After placing the 9 Heavens Thunder Spear in the weapon box, Lyn Chen took out another weapon treasure, the Red Sky Sword. The Red Sky Sword lay quietly in its box, which looked like a piece of shattered stone, entirely black, with an iron chain wrapped around it, flickering with blood-red flames, as if sealed. The prestige of the Red Sky Sword was no less than that of the 9 Heavens Thunder Spear. The hilt of the Red Sky Sword was entirely black, made from some kind of wood. Lyn Chen grasped the hilt and drew the Red Sky Sword. In an instant, the temperature in the room rose significantly. The blade emerged, blood-red and exuding a terrifying heat. This sword seemed forged from magma. Extremely shocking. A fire attribute sword. Lyn Chen raised an eyebrow, feeling even more delighted. Both the 9 Heavens Thunder Spear and the Red Sky Sword matched his attributes perfectly. Unfortunately, Lyn Chen currently had no suitable breathing technique to shape the thunder in fire. Next was the most important item, the 5th grade martial art Phoenix Feather. Phoenix Feather, a 5th grade martial art, specializing in swordsmanship. It arrives like a phoenix, allowing the user to transform into several afterimages and unleash multiple sword techniques. The explanation of Phoenix Feather is quite simple and easy to understand. Lyn Chen has not yet practiced it and is unaware of its power. Moreover, it is a martial art produced by the system, making it impossible to investigate any particular martial art in the real world. However, Lyn Chen is not worried, as he has the precedent of breaking 1,000 armies. System-produced items are bound to be of high quality. Following that is the supreme Tianji Dan. Tianji Dan, it can open the meridians of a martial artist, transforming the internal blood and energy into spiritual energy, moving towards a higher level. Tianji Dan, suitable for martial artists below level 10. It can elevate one directly to level 10. Hiss! Lyn Chen couldn't help but gasp. This pill once again proves that what the system provides is extraordinary. This time, it allows Lyn Chen to experience the benefits of his 21 consecutive victories. The previous items were all supreme martial treasures, the very best at his level. In addition to a 5th grade martial art, he now has this pill that can elevate him directly to a level 10 martial artist. Suppressing his excitement, Lyn Chen examined the last item. Supreme Earth Fiend Talisman, activated by spiritual energy. It releases Earth Fiend. With a range of 3 kilometers, all living beings within this range will be eroded by the Earth Fiend. Note, it will not harm the user. Good stuff. It seems to be a life-saving trump card, but I wonder how powerful it is. Lyn Chen nodded, considering it his first life-saving item. However, he was unsure what level of martial artist the Earth Fiend Talisman could target. Well then, in the upcoming martial arts examination, a level 10 martial artist should be enough to astonish the entire Great Xiao. Lyn Chen smiled, then directly consumed the Tianji Dan to begin elevating his realm. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Inside the Martial Association, in the conference room on the top floor, a large round table was surrounded by the current strong figures in Song City. The 7 strong individuals from the capital did not bring their juniors back with them. The president of the Martial Association from the provincial capital, Sure, also remained. Su Wei sat at the head of the table, and in front of each person lay a stack of documents. Since we have already decided to enter the beast wilderness, can everyone refrain from disturbing that seal? Su Wei spoke, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, his tone not overly forceful, even carrying a hint of request. Upon hearing this, Officer Lu smiled faintly. Su Si, everyone here is sensible, there's no need for roundabout talk. The reason for coming to Tsong City is partly for the quota of recommended students, and secondly, isn't it for that treasure deep within the beast wilderness? Officer Lu's murky eyes fell on Su Wei, his fingers lightly tapping the table. Su Si, perhaps it's because you've been in retirement for too long. They haven't informed you of the notice, have they? What notice? Upon hearing the word notice, Su Wei's gaze immediately sharpened. The Great Xiao is divided into 2 armies, the main force being the Longyu Army, and the secondary force being the Qianqiu Guard. There are also 3 departments in the Great Xia, the Jinwu Department, the Xing Department, and the Tiandi Department. Officer Lu spoke calmly. Su Si, you come from the Longyu Army, but this time, it is an order from the Qianqiu Guard. The front line is in urgent need, and we require this treasure that can suppress the abyss to appear in the world. As the commander of the 3rd Army of the Qianqiu Guard, I naturally have to come in person. Hearing this, Su Wei's face showed little expression, but his gaze was fixed on the other party. Once the treasure is taken and the seal is broken, the abyssal demons there will devour the entire beast wilderness, and the first to be affected will be Tsong City. The front line is in urgent need. We can mobilize treasures from other places, but does that mean we must sacrifice another city of the Great Xia? The others remained silent, quietly sitting in place. Lu Shuguan's face showed no expression as he continued. Su Si, you were once the leader of the Longyu Army, so you naturally understand the importance of this matter. Moreover, I have brought 7 powerful individuals to the capital, along with the strong ones from this provincial capital, to quell the abyss here. Upon hearing this, Su Wei fell silent. He coldly stared at Lu Shuguan, already aware in his heart. The so-called urgent frontline was nothing but nonsense. He came here to seize that treasure, just like the elder from his family who had visited 20 years ago and again 6 months ago. Su Wei knew that the other party held a high position. Unless he regained his former status, he could not stop him at all. In that case, let's go 15 days later. Su Wei finally spoke after a long pause. Before that, he needed to send Lyn Chen away, but as soon as he finished speaking, Lu Shuguan rejected him. No. At this, Su Wei's gaze immediately fell on him. Is Lu Shuguan in such a hurry? Not in a hurry. Lu Shuguan shook his head, a faint smile on his face. This time to the beast wilderness. We also need to bring our younger generations to undergo trials. Su Si, having stepped down from the Longyu Army, should understand that only by facing the demon beasts and the abyssal demons can they grow. Competitions are ultimately just minor skirmishes. The meaning behind Lu Shuguan's words was already clear. He also guessed why Su Wei wanted to delay entering the beast wilderness. He simply would not give the other party a chance to send Lyn Chen away. So, Lu Shuguan means that all the younger generations must enter the beast wilderness? Su Wei said lightly. Exactly. Lu Shuguan nodded. Good. Su Wei replied, but his gaze did not leave the other party. In the competition a few days ago, Lyn Chen had thoroughly proven himself. From the perspective of the Lu family's young lady, the Lu family would certainly not let Lyn Chen off easily. More importantly, this quota for direct admission seemed to have been prepared specifically for the Lu family's young lady. But now that the situation had changed, the quota for direct admission was firmly set on Lyn Chen. Could this be the Lu family's revenge? Su Wei was unsure, but this time entering the beast wilderness, he had to keep a close eye on Lyn Chen. Additionally, there was Tsong City. Ha! Su Wei slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, slumping back in his chair. The hereditary families of the Great Xia truly wanted to cover the sky with one hand, yet he felt powerless. This matter is settled. In 5 days, you all will set off for the beast wilderness, Lu Shuguan said lightly, already in control of the entire meeting. At that time, I hope everyone will do their part to prevent the abyss from spreading. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded. All right, certainly. Su Si, shall we adjourn? Lu Shugwan squinted at Su Wei. Let's adjourn, Su Wei said, standing up and leaving the conference room. Once he left, the president of the Martial Association from Beizhou and the strong from Hanchang did not linger long and also departed. Only the 7 powerful individuals from the capital remained. Gentlemen, once this is accomplished, I will certainly fulfill my promise to you, Lu Shugwan said to them. Good. The others nodded without any further words. They were here to help the Lu family obtain that treasure. Lu Shugwan, this trip to the Beast Wilderness is rather dangerous. Do you really want to let your younger generations enter there? One person spoke up. He was an elder from the Hong family in the capital, with formidable strength. Everyone, the reason I allowed the younger generation to enter is that I am completely confident in their safety, Lu Shugwan said. The Beast Wilderness is unlike any other wilderness. The strange and precious fruits within contain spiritual energy, providing them, who have not yet reached level 10, with a chance for rapid advancement. As we all know, reaching level 10 is a watershed moment. Although this competition has ended, the quota for direct admission is still uncertain until the martial arts examination. After hearing this, the others fell silent. This was indeed the case. Nowadays, martial artists rely on the wilderness for their survival. There are countless treasures within the wilderness, and even they must occasionally enter to seek opportunities. Furthermore, they could wait for the ancient mountains of the Great Xiao to show any anomalies before going treasure hunting. Although there are abysses in the Beast Wilderness, these people have seen it all. They have even fought against abyssal demons a few times. Moreover, there are supreme treasures that seal the abyss, and even Lu Shugwan's own daughter has ventured there. Once a crisis arises, Lu Shugwan will surely activate that supreme treasure. With their strength, even confronting the entire Beast Wilderness would pose no problem. Thus, the group had nothing more to say and decided it was better to let their younger generation enter and seek their own opportunities. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, in Lyn Chen's rented room, he was in the martial arts training room. Having reached a breakthrough, countless vital energies within him were transforming into spiritual energy, and his entire meridian system was radiating a dim glow. The dantian in his lower abdomen was round and full, continuously absorbing spiritual energy, strengthening Lyn Chen's body. As the vital energy transformed, Lyn Chen felt his strength increasing. The reason level 10 martial artists are vastly different from those below level 9 is not just because they gain an opportunity for enhanced abilities. It is also due to the transformation of vital energy into spiritual energy within their bodies. Above level 10, spiritual energy does not completely replace vital energy. One could say that spiritual energy is a higher form of vital energy. Boom! Accompanied by a rumble within Lyn Chen, his dantian became completely full, and thus, Lyn Chen directly stepped into the realm of level 10 martial artists. Congratulations! Host's vital energy has reached 190 points, granting one opportunity to draw a skill entry. Congratulations! Host's vital energy has reached 200 points, granting one opportunity to draw a skill entry. The consecutive breakthroughs brought 2 opportunities to draw skill entries. Not only that, but after stepping into level 10, Lyn Chen's aura underwent a significant change. His vital energy was no longer vast but rather contained and outwardly expressed. Host has broken through to level 10, gaining ability, Master of all weapons. As the system's voice sounded, Lyn Chen suddenly opened his eyes. This is my own professional ability. Lyn Chen felt immense joy in his heart. Ever since he obtained the system and awakened his profession, he had not gained any special abilities. He thought he would remain silent, but unexpectedly, after breaking through to level 10, he received his own ability, Master of all weapons. When using weapons, it enhances strength and improves proficiency with various weapons. Upon release, a milky white aura will emerge, signifying the Master of all weapons. So it's a supportive ability, Lyn Chen thought, not paying it much mind. However, after breaking through to level 10, Lyn Chen experienced an all-around enhancement. Previously, he had wondered if his ability to autonomously deduce martial arts was related to his realm. Now it was confirmed. His martial arts below the 3rd rank had all reached their peak, and all 4th rank martial arts had achieved great success. This time, it was a leap from left foot to right foot, soaring into the sky. Yet, his strength value did not change much. The power that a level 10 warrior can unleash is 2,000 pounds, and every time a level 10 warrior advances a level, they must increase their vitality by 20 points to step into level 11. However, now that I have broken through to level 10, I estimate that this trip to the Beast Wilderness will yield quite a few rewards. As the departure for the Beast Wilderness approached, the few prodigies from the capital had been unusually low-key in the past few days. The reason for this, of course, was due to Lyn Chen's actions, which had completely intimidated them after he defeated their pride, Lu Tianjiao. It made these prodigies from the big city clearly understand what it meant to have someone beyond oneself and realms beyond realms. Additionally, these 7 prodigies came from the 7 great families of the capital, the Lu, Zhang, Hong, Li, Lin, Wan, and Feng families. Among these, the Lu family was the foremost, considered the most elite family. The remaining 6 families were also quite powerful, even ranking high in the capital. However, the capital was filled with strong individuals, and there were several influential martial arts schools. Even if just one family came to Tsong City, or rather, to Beizhou, they would be regarded as a local overlord. As time passed, news of the strong warriors about to enter the Beast Wilderness spread throughout Tsong City. This news inevitably surprised and delighted many. The Beast Wilderness was the largest wilderness closest to Tsong City. At any moment, Tsong City could face direct destruction due to an outbreak from the Beast Wilderness. Now, with the strong warriors from the 7 great families of the capital here, and even some from the provincial capital, subduing the Beast Wilderness would be a piece of cake. Are we going to enter the Beast Wilderness for the trial? Meanwhile, students from various high schools in Tsong City received notifications from the Martial Arts Association. Since there were many strong warriors to protect them during the expedition to the Beast Wilderness, students with a certain level of cultivation could also enter the Beast Wilderness to participate in the trial. After all, facing the demon beasts directly was the only way to truly enhance their strength. Humanity ultimately faced demon beasts and the abyss. Lyn Chen also received news from Su Wei. Setting off the day after tomorrow? Lyn Chen blinked, calculating the time. It seemed about right. There was only a little over half a month left until the martial arts examination. If he didn't go now, it would be too late, and he might miss the exam. Lyn Chen naturally had no objections. Now that he had broken through to level 10, it was just the right time to enter the Beast Wilderness and test his current combat power. Demon beasts are classified into 3 levels, upper, middle, and lower, and then into 9 ranks. A rank 1 demon beast corresponds to a level 10 warrior. The Beast Wilderness, being the closest to Tsong City, is also where we learn the most. Inside the Beast Wilderness, there are 3 areas, the lower layer, middle layer, and upper layer. The Beast Wilderness is a large wilderness, and the most powerful demon beast is the Beast King. The Beast King is a rank 7 great demon, with many rank 6 great demons under its command, and there are also quite a few rank 5 demon beasts, but they are all distributed in the upper layer. The demon beasts appearing in the middle layer range from rank 4 to rank 2. Finally, in the lower layer, the demon beasts that appear are almost all rank 1 or lower. Lyn Chen and the other students, including the prodigies from the capital, all aimed for the lower layer. Demon beasts are different from warriors, even if they are upper-level demon beasts. To win, one must not only have rank 9 strength but also require 2 or 3 people to work together to kill them. Demon beasts have tough skin and thick flesh. Fighting them is purely a battle of life and death. Lyn Chen murmured, aware of the ferocity of demon beasts, but at the same time, he was exceptionally looking forward to the trial the day after tomorrow. As a warrior of humanity, one could not avoid facing demon beasts forever. Are you leaving again? Outside the room, Su Nange, wearing a short skirt, leaned against the door, her beautiful eyes looking at Lyn Chen inside the room as she asked. Yeah, I'm going to the wilderness. Lyn Chen nodded and replied, then I'll go with you. Su Nange's eyes suddenly lit up. What level are you? Lyn Chen asked. I don't know. How about I punch you, and you can try? Su Nange shook her head, then thought of something and said, I read online that if a martial artist can kill someone with 1 punch, then they'd become a martial artist. As soon as these words were spoken, Lyn Chen's face darkened. What the hell do you mean? Testing your strength with someone's life? Ha! Go! The martial arts room is next door. If you can punch with 2,000 pounds of force, I'll take you. Lyn Chen waved his hand dismissively and sent Su Nange away. Alright then. Su Nange looked helpless and then walked into the martial arts room. She really went? Lyn Chen watched her back as she entered the martial arts room and didn't pay it any mind. It was a joke, He had worked hard for over 3 years to become a martial artist and reach level 10. How long had Su Nange even trained? Not even 2 months, and becoming a martial artist was a mystery. Bang! Just as Lyn Chen was tidying up his clothes, a muffled sound suddenly came from the martial arts room. The sound wasn't too powerful, but in Lyn Chen's ears, it was like thunder. Lyn Chen? He put down the clothes in his hands and walked into the martial arts room like a machine. 2001. Looking at the number in front of the wooden post, Lyn Chen turned his head in a daze and looked at Su Nange, who stood to the side with a disappointed expression. It was hard to imagine that the weight of that punch came from this newcomer, who wore a super short skirt and had trained for less than 2 months. Is it real? Lyn Chen was shocked and couldn't help but want a curse to express his astonishment, but he held it back. Alright, I'm not a monster, you are the monster. Is that enough? Su Nange looked at Lyn Chen with a pitiful expression, blinking her eyes. That's enough, change your clothes. Lyn Chen waved his hand helplessly. At this point, his resolve was directly shattered. Why should this be? Tell me the truth. Are you a martial artist? Have you been hiding it these days? Lyn Chen asked. No. Su Nange shook her head. Alright. Lyn Chen sighed, feeling as if he had aged 10 years. He finally understood why everyone was so shocked when he made a move. Who wouldn't be shocked to see their peers so much stronger than themselves? Damn it! What kind of monster have I taken in? Lyn Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead and returned to his room like a walking corpse. In the remaining 2 days, all the high schools were counting the number of people entering the Beast Wilderness. Unfortunately, there were too few. Most students didn't have the strength to qualify for the Beast Wilderness. Only people like Zhongli and Xiao Chen barely met the qualifications to enter. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the next morning, Lyn Chen and Su Nange were waiting downstairs for Su Wei. Before long, Su Wei drove over. The military pickup truck stopped beside Lyn Chen, and as the window rolled down, Su Wei in the back seat stared blankly at Lyn Chen and Su Nange, looking somewhat dazed. What does this mean? Why is Lyn Chen bringing a girl to the Beast Wilderness? Su Senior. She's my friend, and she's quite strong. She wants to join the trial too, Lyn Chen hurriedly said. Upon hearing this, Su Wei looked deeply at Lyn Chen, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Get in, I'll sit in the front. The vehicle slowly drove away, heading out of Tsang City. The Beast Wilderness was about 200 kilometers away from Tsang City. Not too far. In the sky, several streaks of different colored lights broke through the air, all heading towards the Beast Wilderness. Many martial artists on their way to the Beast Wilderness guessed who those figures were upon seeing them. Truly a strong one from the capital, directly breaking through the air. Unlike us, who still have to take a car. Tisk TSK, warriors above level 40 can walk in the air, but it seems that in Tsang City, only Su Si has that strength. This time is really lively. It's the first time I've ever participated in an expedition to the Beast Wilderness. Along the way, many vehicles were heading towards the Beast Wilderness. Besides Tsang City, there were also warriors from nearby Ren City, who occasionally entered the Beast Wilderness to hunt monsters, earning commissions and resources. This time, the expedition to the Beast Wilderness was also bustling with activity. Not only warriors from Ren City came, but even those from Bao City rushed over. Students from several cities also showed up in large numbers. Inside the car, it was surprisingly quiet. Su Wei glanced at Su Nange, who was sitting on the other side of Lyn Chen, through the rearview mirror. Lyn Chen, you young talents have protection, and beside you is a strong one from the Hong family. His name is Hong Tian. You can only operate in the lower area and are not allowed to enter the middle area. If there are any disturbances in the Beast Wilderness, you will be notified immediately, and there will be special instruments to help you evacuate the wilderness. Hearing this, Lyn Chen nodded and then asked, Su Senior, can't we wait until you really stabilize the Beast Wilderness before we come for the trial? No. Su Wei shook his head. This was his initial thought, but the head of the Lu family disagreed. He was helpless. Don't take this trial too seriously. Preserving your life is the most important. Su Wei said lightly, talents are those who achieve greatness with their lives. Only then can they be called talents. A talent who falls midway can never be considered a talent. Understood. Su Senior. Lyn Chen took the other party's words to heart. Once they entered the Beast Wilderness, he naturally had to prioritize his own life. And then Su Nange. Lyn Chen. We've been living together for so long, I will definitely protect you. Su Nange suddenly grabbed Lyn Chen's hand, gazing at him with deep affection. Su Wei? Lyn Chen? Lyn Chen looked at Su Nange with a speechless expression. This girl, could she really have gotten silly from surfing the internet? What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Su Nange blinked at Lyn Chen, her face filled with confusion. Didn't the internet say that saying this would win a man's heart? Why did Lyn Chen show no reaction after hearing this? It's nothing, it's just that what you said is a bit excessive. Lyn Chen shook his head. Excessive? The internet says that this will enhance the feelings between couples. Su Nange said nonchalantly, continuing, but there are some better methods, but when I clicked on them, it showed 502, not letting me browse. Upon hearing this, the corners of Su Wei's mouth couldn't help but twitch. How could these two kids be so playful? Lyn Chen was even more speechless. Thankfully, Su Nange hadn't really seen it. If she had, wouldn't she be chasing after him every night? Nange, you and I are not a couple. Didn't you pay attention while browsing the internet? Lyn Chen looked at her seriously. No, the internet says that if two people live together, they are a couple. Su Nange blinked, looking completely innocent. Alright then. Lyn Chen felt somewhat helpless. Lyn Chen, are you trying to slip away after eating? Su Wei glanced at Lyn Chen, looking somewhat like an elder reprimanding a junior. Don't say that. Su Senior, I still don't know how she got here. Lyn Chen quickly waved his hands. Upon hearing this, Su Wei's eyes immediately showed a hint of surprise. The joy he had felt was completely gone, replaced by a serious expression. I don't care, anyway, I want to stay by your side for the rest of my life. Su Nange grabbed Lyn Chen's hand, shaking his head repeatedly. Lyn Chen was somewhat speechless. He and Su Nange were not related, so why was this guy clinging to him so tightly? Could it be? Suddenly, Lyn Chen thought of something. Su Nange, tell me, are you an undercover agent sent by the Xiao family? What is the Xiao family? Su Nange blinked her big eyes, looking at Lyn Chen with a confused expression. Alright then. Seeing her like this, and after spending more than 2 months together, Lyn Chen could tell she wasn't a spy sent by the Xiao family. If the Xiao family sent a spy to be around him, they wouldn't choose someone so innocent. Along the way, Su Wei remained silent. 2 hours later, the car arrived at the edge of the beast wilderness. Before them lay a vast plain, the entire ground a brownish hue, as if scorched by flames, cracking inch by inch. A thin layer of mist floated over the plain. Get out! We're here, Su Wei said as he stepped out of the car. The vehicle had stopped at the edge of the beast wilderness and did not venture inside. All electronic devices would fail once entering the wilderness. Therefore, many vehicles were parked around the outskirts of the beast wilderness. The scene before them felt less like a battle with monsters and more like a lively gathering. Most of the martial artists from Ren City and Bo City had come here. Come on, follow me in, Su Wei said, hands behind his back, leading Lyn Chen and Su Nange into the beast wilderness. As soon as Lyn Chen stepped onto the wilderness, he felt an ancient aura. The beast wilderness seemed to have existed for a long time, at least 1,000 years. However, in reality, it had only been 30 years since the beast wilderness appeared in the world. In the lower layers of the beast wilderness, huge black vines stretched across the ground, like ferocious beasts poised to strike, extending toward the mainland. Stepping into the beast wilderness for the first time truly shocked Lyn Chen. Desolate, lonely, devoid of any human presence, this was his evaluation of the beast wilderness. After all, it was a wilderness, how could there be any signs of life? Yet the scene before him was indeed a bit out of place. Many students stood on the wilderness, checking in and taking photos. Lyn Chen, you're here too. At that moment, a somewhat familiar voice rang out from not far away. Lyn Chen turned around to see Gong Lin in a black shirt walking toward him, accompanied by a few others, including Lin Fei, whom he had defeated earlier. You really are strong, losing to you is still an honor, Lin Fei said to Lyn Chen, his tone casual. No need to dwell on that. Lyn Chen waved his hand. Since you all are here for the trial, you should help each other. That's true, Lin Fei nodded, laughing heartily. With you around, we have nothing to fear. Lyn Chen, is this your girlfriend? Gong Lin looked up at Su Nange, who was standing beside Lyn Chen. As soon as he said this, many people's gazes turned to Su Nange. Noticing her, they were all captivated by her stunning beauty. Su Nange's face was flawless, without any blemishes. Her long sleeves and graceful figure were impeccable. One could say that Su Nange standing there was an absolutely beautiful sight. A hint of innocent vulnerability often graced her exquisite face. Under the gaze of so many people for the first time, Su Nanji's cheeks flushed red, and she hurriedly hid behind Lyn Chen. Lyn Chen, with your strength, your girlfriend must be quite impressive, Gong Lin said, retracting his gaze. May I ask which family in Song City she belongs to? Her surname is Su. As for her strength, it's decent, Lyn Chen said. He couldn't possibly tell the other party that Su Nan's realm was at level 10, crushing you 10 streets over. Alright, Gong Lin nodded, not asking further. With the arrival of personnel, the talents from Baoshi also came. Lyn Chen, brother Lyn Chen, Wu Chongfeng, along with Xiao Feng and Huang Ya, arrived at the beast wilderness. Beside him were the strong from Baoshi. As soon as they arrived, they found Lyn Chen and greeted him. Hello, everyone. Lyn Chen warmly greeted them back. Although these people were all his defeated opponents, Lyn Chen didn't mind. I didn't expect you really won against those talents from the capital. Xiao Feng looked at Lyn Chen, his face full of excitement, never imagining he could actually compete with talents of this level. To be clear, with his strength, those talents from the capital probably wouldn't even glance at him. Impressive. Huang Ya gave Lyn Chen a thumbs up. Although you are from Song City, this guaranteed spot is still from our north state. Wu Chongfeng looked at Lyn Chen, admiration in his eyes, but you managed to keep it in their hands, which proves how terrifying your talent is. It's just a pity that I couldn't see your match with Su Xiaoqing. There will definitely be a chance. Lyn Chen smiled. After chatting for a while, the talents from Hongxi, Su Xiaoqing, and the 7 talents from the capital arrived. Everyone surprisingly remained silent, very quiet. Gong Lin and Wu Chongfeng from Baoshi initially thought that the talents from the capital would come to mock them, but unexpectedly, they were all very calm, especially the young lady from the Lu family, who didn't say a word. It seemed that everything should start from Lyn Chen. Lyn Chen's strong move had crushed the confidence of those talents from the capital in one blow. This led to their current silence. With everyone gathered, Su Wei also informed everyone about the trial. Warriors below level 10 are not allowed to enter the middle layer and can only operate near the lower layer. You can form teams of 3 to 5 people, as this is the best way to enhance your strength. Of course, if you feel your strength is sufficient, forming a team alone is also fine. This trial may very well result in deaths. Su Wei said calmly, this is your moment to face the demon beasts directly. If anyone wants to withdraw, you can return to your city now. As his words fell, no one wavered. The number of students here wasn't many, combined from several cities. There were only about 100. Only 6 people came from the entire Song City. Very good. You all have courage. The burden of the great summer may very well fall on one of you. Su Wei looked at everyone, nodding in satisfaction. There will be someone to guide you to the area you will enter, which is suitable for your own level. Of course, you can also leave that area and enter the depths of the lower layer. Alright, having said so much, you should all understand that when facing demon beasts, there's no need to hold back. After giving one last piece of advice, Su Wei's gaze fell on Lyn Chen. Lyn Chen, come with me. Lyn Chen responded with an and then followed Su Wei to the vehicle. Everyone watching this scene didn't feel too surprised. This was not unusual. As a guaranteed student and a prodigy emerging from Song City, it was perfectly reasonable for Lyn Chen to receive special treatment. Senior Su, what is it? Lyn Chen asked. Take this. Su Wei placed a token in Lyn Chen's hand. The token was not large, about the size of half a palm, made of silver, with intricate designs, exuding a high status. Lyn Chen held it in his palm, feeling the weight of time contained within the token. This is. Lyn Chen looked at the token, feeling a sense of familiarity. It seemed he had seen this token somewhere before. You don't need to ask about its origins. Just remember, if you encounter a crisis, crush this token, Su Wei advised. Upon hearing this, Lyn Chen nodded. Alright, I can't always be by your side, so take care of yourself. Su Wei patted Lyn Chen's shoulder, resembling an elder and trusting a younger one. In that moment, Lyn Chen felt warmth emanating from Su Wei. These were words spoken from the heart. Su Wei truly cared for him. I will take good care of myself, Senior Su, Lyn Chen replied. Su Wei smiled slightly. That's good. Then, the two left the vehicle. Lyn Chen carefully stored the token in his pocket. Just then, several shooting star-like figures suddenly streaked across the sky, heading straight into the depths of the beast wilderness. Among those figures, one person descended from the sky, landing beside the crowd. It was a middle-aged man dressed in a cloth shirt, exuding a powerful aura, floating in the air with great presence. Su Si, I'll take it from here, the middle-aged man said. Su Wei nodded, then turned his head for one last look at Lyn Chen. In the next moment, a layer of milky white radiance manifested around Su Wei, and he flew into the sky, leaving the spot. After Su Wei departed, the streaks of light all headed deeper into the beast wilderness. Has the expedition into the beast wilderness begun? Someone murmured, shocked. You don't need to worry about this, the battles deep in the beast wilderness won't affect you, the middle-aged man who remained said lightly as he descended to the ground. At that moment, some members of the Martial Association approached. Everyone, follow me, your area is ahead. The beast wilderness was divided into 3 layers, lower, middle, and upper. The middle and upper layers were areas where powerful individuals from major cities could roam, while the lower layer was for lower-level martial artists. The beast wilderness, throughout the history of the great Xiao, had never experienced a beast tide, making it relatively stable. In the lower layer of the wilderness, what came into view was a desolate plain, with small hills rising in the distance, only about 10 meters high. The vegetation in the wilderness was exceptionally tall, with thorns covering the ground, and the withered trees towering at least 10 meters high, requiring 2 or 3 adults to fully encircle one. This area was populated by martial artists from various cities who had not reached level 10. The number of people was not too many. There was 1 leader from Psang City and 1 leader each from Ren City and Bao City. They did not interfere with each other and had no conflicts. When did Lyn Chen make friends with such a woman? As soon as they entered the wilderness, Zhao Chen noticed Su Nange beside Lyn Chen. This woman truly surprised him. Could she be the one he's been hiding all along? Zhao Chen suddenly recalled something and couldn't help but murmur, his eyes almost glued to Su Nange. It had to be said. This woman was incredibly beautiful. Compared to someone like Lu Yuting, the daughter of the Lu family, she was no less impressive. This is the last chance for my Xiao family to enter the wilderness. After a brief contemplation, Zhao Chen's gaze returned to Lyn Chen. As long as he dies in the wilderness, even if he has the privilege of being a guaranteed student, it won't matter. Now, all I can do is wait for an opportunity, a chance for Lyn Chen to be alone. Lyn Chen walked ahead, with Su Nange following beside him. The 7 from the capital also noticed Su Nange next to Lyn Chen, surprised that Lyn Chen had brought a woman into the wilderness this time. He couldn't help but marvel at the girl beside him, whose looks were not inferior to Lu Yuting's. The wilderness is different from the competition. Although Lyn Chen won the contest, it doesn't mean he can achieve good results in the wilderness. Mou said, in our group, either we passed the intermediate secret realm or the advanced secret realm. When it comes to real combat, Lyn Chen definitely won't be our opponent. Mou, are you making excuses for losing to him? Zhan Lingfeng raised his head to look at Mou and couldn't help but chuckle. Mou shot him a glare but didn't respond. After the contest that day, the news of Mou's defeat to Lyn Chen had already spread throughout the circle, leaving Mou feeling quite embarrassed. Ha ha ha. Seeing him silent, Zhang Lingfeng confirmed his thoughts. Lu Yuting, walking ahead, said nothing. The distribution of the forces in Sung City was particularly different. Their top talents were not gathered together. Zhao Chun from the Zhao family was following his family's team alone, while Zhang Li was with Lyn Chen and that girl. Another group consisted of the 7 top talents heading to the capital. Although there were 3 groups, their direction was all forward. Lyn Chen, I definitely won't hold you back, Zhang Li said earnestly, clenching his fists. It's fine. Lyn Chen shook his head. Relax, we're on the same team. Zhang Li nodded. There are no first-tier demon beasts in the area you entered. At that moment, a strong member of the Hong family, flying in mid-air, suddenly spoke. As he spoke, the martial artists from Psang City stopped in their tracks. 3 kilometers away, there are first-tier demon beasts roaming, but not many. Don't leave the range of 3 kilometers, the Hong family expert said. As a high-level martial artist, he could sense all living beings within 5 kilometers. His words confirmed that everyone in this area was relatively safe. As long as they coordinated well with their team, killing the demon beasts would be a piece of cake. Lu Yuting turned her gaze and looked towards the withered forest to the south, then led the team over. Let's go. We're heading north, Lyn Chen said, seeing that the others went south, and immediately walked in the opposite direction. Zhang Li nodded, following behind Lyn Chen. Sunange naturally had nothing to say and just followed Lyn Chen. Zhao Chen, seeing Lyn Chen go south, chose to head southwest. The Hong family expert stood with his hands behind his back, then landed on a hillside, sitting cross-legged, his breath contained. His task was to guard these little ones and pay attention to the movements of someone named Lyn Chen. To the south, Lyn Chen and the others were delving deeper into the beast wilderness. Not long after, a massive demon beast appeared ahead. This demon beast was a wolf demon, its fur pitch black, and its huge claws left deep imprints on the ground. The black wolf was resting under a tree, completely unaware of Lyn Chen and the others' arrival. Low-tiered demon beast, only the most primitive impulses, no intelligence. The three of them crouched in front of a patch of thorns, their eyes assessing the sleeping wolf demon ahead. Brother Lyn Chen, should we go for it? Zhongli asked. Let's practice on it first. Lyn Chen nodded. Seeing this, Zhongli stood up, ready to charge forward. Quick-witted Lyn Chen hurriedly grabbed him. The latter was taken aback. Aren't we going to take it down? Don't rush. Don't rush. Crouch down first. Lyn Chen pulled Zhongli back. Zhongli looked confused. Weren't they going to attack? Why was he being held back? At that moment, Lyn Chen's gaze turned to Sunange. Nange, go, take it down. Lyn Chen commanded. Yes, big brother. Sunange nodded seriously, then charged directly out of the thicket towards the wolf demon. Upon hearing this, Zhongli was completely stunned. She wants to go? Zhongli was quite puzzled. He had no idea how many prodigies were in Song City. At least, he didn't know Sunange, nor had he ever heard of her. Watching Sunange rush forward so gracefully, Zhongli frowned slightly, unable to shake off his worry. Brother Lyn Chen, she's unarmed, and she doesn't even have any armor. Can she really handle this? Don't worry, trust me. Lyn Chen patted his chest, while opening his weapon box with the other hand. Sunange was a level 10 warrior. As long as she wasn't foolish, she wouldn't die, even without any weapons. How could a wolf demon that wasn't even first tier be her opponent? The commotion caused by Sunange immediately alerted the wolf demon. Although the wolf demon wasn't first tier, it stood over 4 meters tall, and when it rose, its towering shadow blocked out a significant portion of the sunlight. Roar! The wolf demon let out a low growl and suddenly charged towards Sunange. As Sunange looked at the wolf demon before her, its massive form reflected in her stunning eyes. In the next moment, Sunange struck out with her palm, directly slamming the 4-meter-tall wolf demon's head down to the ground with a thud. This scene left Zhongli dumbfounded. Ha! Zhongli stood frozen in place, staring intently at the scene before him. That 4-meter-tall black wolf demon was just so easily pinned down by a seemingly delicate girl? After a brief moment of shock, an unparalleled astonishment filled Zhongli's heart. This black wolf demon was at least a low-grade beast, to be so easily subdued by her. This girl must be at least level 8. Level 8, within the entire Song City. That was enough to rival Lyn Chen. Even in Baoshi or Rinshi, she would be a top prodigy. This, Zhongli couldn't believe it. When did Lyn Chen have such a powerful girl by his side? And he had never even heard of her before? In the next moment, having pinned the black wolf down, Sunange grabbed the wolf demon's legs and began to slam it left and right. Bang! Bang! The dull sounds echoed continuously. The ground trembled, and the black wolf was thrown into a daze. Until Sunange finally stopped, the black wolf lay there, completely breathless, frothing at the mouth, dead beyond measure. Watching this scene, Zhongli felt he had truly opened his eyes. This was the first time he had seen a black wolf killed so simply. This black wolf is called the wild wolf. It is the most common wolf demon in the wilderness, but its claws are extremely sharp and can be used to make daggers. Lyn Chen said casually, then walked over to the black wolf's corpse, took out a blade, and cut off its claws. He also made sure to share some with Zhongli. Zhongli did not take any but looked at Lyn Chen holding the black wolf's claws, feeling puzzled. Brother Lyn Chen, don't you have a storage ring? Storage ring? I didn't have time to buy one. Lyn Chen shook his head. A storage ring with the smallest capacity of 1 cubic meter costs 300,000 dasha coins. Right now, Lyn Chen had about 1 to 2 million dasha coins, but time was too tight. During this period, he had been focused on breaking through his realm, and just 3 days after his breakthrough, he had come to this beast wilderness. Then use mine for now. Zhongli took out his storage ring and handed it to Lyn Chen. Okay, I'll return it to you when we get back. Lyn Chen nodded and accepted it. After putting the black wolf's claws inside, the three continued onward. At this moment, In the south, Lu Yuting and her 7 companions suddenly stopped. Yuting, what's wrong? Mou asked. Go northeast, Lu Yuting said. Upon hearing this, the others looked at each other in surprise but said nothing more. On this journey, they encountered some demon beasts, but with their strength, the demon beasts below the level of the wilderness were completely no match for them. Lu Yuting walked in the front, wearing armor and holding the absolute tiger hull spear. Mou and Zhang Linfeng followed at the end of the group, glancing at the direction they were heading, both feeling quite puzzled. Why are we going to the northeast? Could it be that there are treasures there? It should be. The 2 strong members of the Lu family have been to the wilderness twice, so they must be well aware of the locations of some resources. This time, if they told Sister Yuting, she definitely wouldn't want to miss this good opportunity. That's true. Just as the 2 guessed, Lu Yuting was indeed heading for resources. 3 kilometers to the northeast, there was a lake. At the edge of the lake, several spirit flowers were growing. When the strong members of her clan came here, they saw that the spirit flowers were not yet mature, so they didn't touch them but noted down the coordinates. This time, it just happened to coincide with the day the spirit flowers matured. As long as I eat those spirit flowers, I can step into the 10th level of martial artists and secure a spot for direct admission. Lu Yuting's eyes held a hint of confidence, but deep within her gaze, there was also a trace of coldness. Everything that Lyn Chen had done to her, she would definitely get back after stepping into the 10th level. Meanwhile, Lyn Chen and the others were still wandering in the north. The demon beasts they encountered along the way were easily dealt with by Sunange, leaving Zhangli completely dumbfounded. This sister was too fierce. Although Zhangli occasionally made a move against a low-level demon beast, he almost lost his life to that beast. Fortunately, he managed to kill the demon beast without any serious danger, saving his own life. As for Lyn Chen, he hadn't made a move at all throughout. Zhangli knew Lyn Chen's strength and didn't care whether he made a move or not. After all, knowing someone's strength and not knowing it were 2 different things. After walking a little further north in silence, Sunange, who had been relatively quiet, spoke up. There are fluctuations of spiritual energy in the southwest direction. Upon hearing this, Lyn Chen, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped and turned to look sharply at Sunange. Really? Yes. Sunange nodded. I have a natural sensitivity to spiritual energy. I can't be wrong. Spiritual energy? Is it the kind that is necessary to break through to the 10th level of martial artists? Zhangli asked, puzzled. Yes. Lyn Chen replied. Let's go over there. Okay. Sunange nodded and then led Lyn Chen and Zhangli towards the southwest. Zhangli, as a prodigy, you must know the importance of spiritual energy. On the way, Lyn Chen chatted with Zhangli. I know. I've heard that once a martial artist cultivates spiritual energy, even a first-level martial artist can reach the 10th level in 1 step. Zhangli nodded. That's not wrong. Spiritual energy is the label of a 10th-level martial artist, but cultivating spiritual energy is just the first step. Lyn Chen said lightly. Even if a first-level martial artist cultivates spiritual energy, they are indeed a 10th-level martial artist, but compared to a 10th-level martial artist of the same rank, their power differs greatly. But they should still be stronger than martial artists below the 10th level, right? Zhangli said. About that, Lyn Chen did not deny it. After breaking through to the 10th level, he could fully feel the changes brought about by spiritual energy. This was something that martial artists below the 9th level could not provide. Although he practiced a second-grade breathing technique, now with just a casual gesture, he could enhance the power of the breathing technique he mastered by several times. I understand now. Brother Lyn Chen. Zhangli nodded, his serious expression suddenly turning to surprise. Brother Lyn Chen, you understand so well. Could it be? Although he had not finished speaking, Lyn Chen nodded, clearly understanding what the other party wanted to say. I don't believe it. Zhangli glanced deeply at Lyn Chen, then shook his head. Lyn Chen was too lazy to explain to him and followed Sunange, quickly arriving at a lake. The lake was not large, and on the riverbank, a few demon beasts could be seen wandering. In the center of those demon beasts stood several spiritual herbs resembling lotus flowers. The spiritual herbs emitted a spiritual light, and the demon beasts stared intently at the lotus flowers, wishing they could swallow them right away. Indeed, it's a spiritual flower. In front of the lake, several demon beasts were guarding those spiritual flowers. The sizes of the demon beasts varied, but from their physiques, It was easy to see that the demon beasts guarding the spiritual flowers were all high-grade demon beasts. Spiritual flowers can attract demon beasts. This item is also a great supplement for them. Lyn Chen looked at the few spiritual flowers growing by the lake and murmured, "They haven't eaten them yet," which is due to two reasons. First, the spiritual flowers need a few more days to fully mature. Second, these demon beasts are sent by a powerful demon beast to guard this place. Zhang Li turned his head and asked softly, "Lyn Chen, which of these two situations do you think is more accurate?" "The second one," Lyn Chen replied. Zhang Li fell silent. "Should we go and snatch them?" Su Nange was eager to move. "Someone's coming." Lyn Chen pressed down on Su Nange's shoulder, his gaze shifting to the other side of the lake. He saw 7 different figures approaching. These 7 were indeed Lu Yuting and her companions. "Those are the few prodigies from the capital," Zhang Li said, his expression becoming serious. "What should we do now, Lyn Chen?" In his mind, Lyn Chen was strong, but not strong enough to be a match for these 7 working together. After all, this was not a competition, but a wilderness. "No rush," Lyn Chen shook his head. "With them here, we can also test the true intentions of these demon beasts." In fact, Lyn Chen was also unsure which of the two possibilities was more likely. According to the strong man from the Hong family, there would only be first-tier demon beasts 3 kilometers away. Yet here, there were a full 7 high-grade demon beasts. This level of combat power was enough to observe. Lu Yuting and her companions were not far from the demon beasts, and upon seeing that there were indeed spiritual flowers here, Lu Yuting's face showed a hint of excitement. 7 high-grade demon beasts, just right for each of us to have one. Mo clenched her fists and said, "But there are only 3 spiritual flowers," Zhang Lengfeng replied. As soon as he said this, the others fell silent. Lu Yuting then said lightly, "One of those spiritual flowers must belong to me. As for the other 2, it depends on you all." Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances. "How about this? Let the capable take the lead, and we can auction off the 2 spiritual flowers." Zhang Lengfeng quickly came up with a countermeasure and spoke. "That works." The others nodded. This method was good and would not damage their relationships. Since Lu Yuting brought them here, she wanted one, and they naturally had nothing to say. "First, deal with the demon beasts. Then we can discuss how to divide the spoils," Lu Yuting said. The others nodded. Just as they were about to take action, Mo suddenly noticed 3 people crouching in the thorns ahead of them. "Sister Yuting, be careful of the mantis stalking the cicada," unaware of the oriole behind, Mo whispered. As soon as she said this, Lu Yuting immediately stopped. Looking up, she clearly noticed Lyn Chen and the other 2 hiding in the shadows. "It's him." Lu Yuting looked at the familiar figure, her eyes filled with a hint of severity. She did not expect this guy to find his way here as well. "Sister Yuting, what should we do now?" someone asked. "What's the rush?" Lu Yuting glanced at the person. "Right now, we have the advantage in numbers. Just wait." Knowing that Lyn Chen and the others were here, Lu Yuting became even less anxious. These demon beasts couldn't possibly be guarding this place at all times. As soon as they left, Lu Yuting would definitely take her people to deal with Lyn Chen first. No matter how strong Lyn Chen was, he was still just one person, facing their 7 top talents. How could Lyn Chen alone be their match? At this moment, seeing that Lu Yuting and the others were also not moving, Lyn Chen had a rough idea of what they were planning. "It seems their idea is like this," Lyn Chen said. "Ha, so, they are waiting for an opportunity to strike at us." Zhang Li blinked, somewhat surprised. "Exactly." Lyn Chen nodded. "One mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers, especially since there are only 3 spirit flowers. If I bully these high and mighty talents from the capital, they won't find a chance to bully me back?" Lyn Chen shot a glance at Zhang Li. "So, brother Lyn Chen, what do we do now?" Zhang Li asked. "No need to panic." Lyn Chen sat down on the ground, lying back with his head resting on the earth. "If they want to make a move, let them." "Ha?" Zhang Li was confused, wondering what brother Lyn Chen was playing at. Su Nange also leisurely lay down beside Lyn Chen and, without realizing it, fell into a deep sleep. Who? Listening to Su Nange's snoring, Zhang Li's face turned green. This big sister could actually fall asleep in a place like this. Looking at Lyn Chen, he also seemed to have dozed off. On the other side, Lu Yuting and the others were also waiting for an opportunity. At this moment, in a certain location, a man clad in black armor, carrying a broadsword on his back, was walking towards the lakeside. The man was in his 30s, exuding a strong aura, with a face full of stubble and a deep scar on the left side of his face. Once I kill that guy this time, the Xiao family promised me 30 million. According to the instructions from the Xiao family, following that kid's blood aura, he should be around here without a doubt. The man continuously scanned the lakefront, suddenly noticing something. Spirit flower? The man became extremely excited. It's actually a spirit flower. The man had already broken through to level 10, but his realm had been stuck at level 10. He was very familiar with the fluctuations of spiritual energy. The fact that there was a spirit flower here made him overjoyed. After all, there were no first-level demon beasts around. As a level 10 warrior, he was invincible here. This spirit flower must be mine. At this moment, the man also noticed Lu Yuding and the others. After all, there were 7 of them, and except for the demon beasts in front of the lake, he had already noticed them. I heard they came from the capital. But what does that have to do with me? The man grinned, a hint of killing intent in his eyes. Whoever dares to stop me from taking the spirit flower will die. At this moment, 3 groups of people had already gathered in front of the lake. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened. The entire beast wilderness was shrouded in a silver veil. The few demon beasts in front of the lake were resting about 100 meters away from the spirit flower. Although they were demon beasts, they still followed the laws of nature and slept at night. The time has come. Lu Yuding and the others had been watching all afternoon, and now that it was getting dark, they knew it was time to act. Lyn Chen, still in a deep sleep, was nudged awake by Zhangli beside him. What's wrong? Have they made a move? Lyn Chen rubbed his eyes, and Zhangli, looking speechless, could only nod. All right. Lyn Chen opened his eyes, grabbed his weapon box, and moved over with Zhangli and Su Nange. It's night now. Time to make a move. The man's eyes sparkled with intensity as he walked down. At this moment, 3 groups of people were heading towards the spirit flower. Under the pitch-black night, the moonlight was obscured by dark clouds, and the entire beast wasteland seemed to be engulfed in a deathly silence. Only in the deepest part of the wasteland was there a flicker of firelight, but moments later, it returned to silence, once again swallowed by darkness. Brother Lyn Chen, I sense someone ahead, Zhangli said cautiously in the dark, not daring to make too much noise. It's fine. Lyn Chen shook his head. In the dark moonlight, he could feel 7 different auras approaching him. Besides those 7, there are others nearby. At that moment, Su Nange spoke up. Upon hearing this, Lyn Chen and Zhangli were taken aback. There were more people here? Can you sense them? Lyn Chen asked. Yes, that person's aura is very strong, just like yours. Su Nange nodded. Hearing this, Lyn Chen raised an eyebrow. A being of the same level as himself? Does that mean there is another level 10 warrior here besides him? What about that person's location? Can you pinpoint it? Lyn Chen inquired. The presence of another level 10 warrior made Lyn Chen alert. Right behind us, Su Nange said, then extended her hand to point towards a certain area of darkness. He should also be coming for the spirit flower. Since it's for the spirit flower, let him compete with Lu Yuding and the others first. Lyn Chen thought for a moment and then formed a plan in his mind. All right, Zhangli nodded, willing to follow Lyn Chen's lead. The 3 immediately withdrew from the area, distancing themselves from the spirit flower. Meanwhile, Lu Yuding and her group were unaware that a level 10 warrior was also heading towards the spirit flower. The spirit flower emitted a faint glow in the darkness, as if guiding them. Lu Yuding and her 6 companions continued to approach the spirit flower, each gripping their weapons tightly. Don't forget, it was night, and Lyn Chen could very well be approaching the spirit flower under the cover of darkness. Who would have thought? I didn't find that Lyn Chen, but I found the spirit flower first. The man grinned, looking at the spirit flower within reach, his heart filled with joy. As the 2 groups drew closer, Lu Yuding and her companions collided head-on with the man. Upon getting closer, Lu Yuding instantly sensed danger, and her tiger roar spear shot forward into the darkness. The spear glimmered with a cold light, rushing forward at high speed. In an instant, the man drew the broad knife from behind him, gripping the hilt tightly, and swung it fiercely. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of metal clashing, the man stood his ground, while Lu Yuding was forced back a few steps. On the other side, Lyn Chen and the others heard the sound and knew the 2 groups had engaged. There really are people, Zhangli exclaimed, unsure how Su Nange had known this. Sister Yuding, Lu Yuting steadied herself, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. "You're not Lyn Chen." As soon as she said this, the shadow ahead froze. "Not Lyn Chen?" Mou and the others were stunned. The shadow ahead was actually not Lyn Chen? Lyn Chen uses a spear and a sword, while this person must be wielding a knife or something similar. Lu Yuting hurriedly said, "And this person's strength is at least at the peak of level 9. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. The figure in the darkness, after a moment of silence, suddenly spoke. "You say Lyn Chen is nearby?" There was a hint of anticipation in his voice. "Yes." Lu Yuting nodded. "Good. Leave one spirit flower for me, and I won't kill you. Tell me Lyn Chen's location," the man said, and then a 10th level aura suddenly radiated out. Beneath the man's feet, it seemed as if a magnetic field had opened, and a dark green glow immediately spread throughout the surroundings. That distinctly different aura made Lu Yuting and the others feel a tingling sensation on their scalps. This was the unique aura of a 10th level martial artist. The man before them was a 10th level martial artist. In the darkness, Lyn Chen was taken aback. "What the hell? This can't be looking for me, right?" Lyn Chen stared intently at the shadow in front of Lu Yuting and the others, his heart already guessing the identity of this person. The only person he had offended in Sang City was the Xiao family. Under the dark green light, Lu Yuting and the others also clearly saw the appearance of the person before them. "Lyn Chen was just over there when you came," Lu Yuting said. After a brief moment of surprise, the 7 regained their composure. It was just a 10th level martial artist. Upon hearing this, the man immediately turned around, sensing the surroundings, searching for Lyn Chen's location. Just then, in the darkness ahead of them, a beam of red fire suddenly burst forth. The darkness was illuminated, and under the red flame stood a handsome young man in casual clothes. Upon seeing this person's appearance, both groups immediately recognized him. Who else could it be but Lyn Chen? "What do you want from me? I don't know you," Lyn Chen said, shaking his head as he looked at the man in the dark green glow. "I'm looking for you," the man said, his gaze carrying a hint of murderous intent, and then he brandished a broad knife, charging towards Lyn Chen. "Sister Yuting, should we take the spirit flower?" Zhang Lungfeng asked. "Not in a hurry." Lu Yuting shook her head, watching the scene before her with interest. "I want to know who exactly wants to kill Lyn Chen." Just by looking at the scene, it was clear someone wanted to kill Lyn Chen. The only ones in Sang City who have grievances with Lyn Chen are the Xiao family. Mou said. "If it's not someone sent by the Xiao family, who else could it be? Even though Lyn Chen is powerful, he has no chance against a 10th level martial artist." The others watched with great interest as Lyn Chen was about to fight the man. As the man charged, Lyn Chen pushed Zhang Li aside. "Nan Gu, take him away from here first." Su Nange nodded, then grabbed Zhang Li's arm and ran off into the distance. "Brother Lyn Chen, he's a 10th level martial artist, a fugitive in Sang City, a Thunderblade master. Aren't you going to run?" Zhang Li hurriedly informed Lyn Chen of the man's background. "No need." Lyn Chen shook his head. "What? Do you know you can't escape from a 10th level martial artist?" The man chuckled, his gaze fixed on Lyn Chen, as if examining prey. "That's not it." Lyn Chen shook his head. Then with one hand, he opened the weapon box. As the weapon box opened, an extremely strong aura suddenly emanated from within. Lu Yuting and the others frowned, wondering what this feeling was. Lyn Chen held the 9 Heavens Thunder Spear, his gaze landing on the man. "I also want to know how powerful I will be now that I've just broken through to the 10th level." As his words fell, a red flame instantly spread out from the ground beneath his feet. The aura of the 10th level was revealed in an instant. In the darkness, the red fire illuminated Lyn Chen's handsome face, and on his flawless face, the corners of his mouth slightly curled up, carrying a hint of a smile. The realm of the 10th level was revealed, and the unique aura of a 10th level martial artist erupted completely at this moment. "Lyn Chen, you actually broke through to the 10th level." The man stared at Lyn Chen, utterly shocked. The information given by the Xiao family only indicated that Lyn Chen's combat power was around the 9th level. As for martial arts, the man had not looked at it at all. For a level 10 martial artist, no matter what means a martial artist below that level employs, it is all in vain. Lu Yuting and the others were deeply shocked. Lyn Chen's level had actually broken through 10. It had only been 3 months since his awakening, and already a newcomer had surpassed level 10. Even the 4 top prodigies from the capital were probably stuck at level 9 and had yet to break through. At this moment, What Lyn Chen displayed completely left Lu Yuting and the others in deep shock. In their hearts, there was a sense of dread. That was the realization that they had not fought Lyn Chen because of the spirit flower. Sister Yuting, while they are fighting, let's take the spirit flower. Mou whispered. Are you crazy? Those are 2 level 10 martial artists. If they stop fighting and come after us, who can withstand that? Zhang Longfeng glared at Mou. You really live up to your name. Mou. Slacking off. Hey. Then let's wait. Mou chuckled, completely unconcerned. Let's wait a bit. Lu Yuting said calmly. Level 10 martial artists are not the strongest. Once they determine a winner, one of them will surely be injured. At that time, with the 7 of us joining forces, we won't be unable to handle that one person, right? That's true. The others nodded. Sister Yuting, if Lyn Chen crushes the opponent unilaterally, will our 7 people's strength be a match for him? Mou blinked and suddenly said. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuting fell silent. The others also closed their mouths. The outcome was already evident. Now they could only wait to see whether the 2 were evenly matched or if it was a one-sided crush. Brother Lyn Chen, you, Zhongli, standing aside, was already stunned by Lyn Chen. The figure before him was so close, yet Zhongli felt as if he was separated from Lyn Chen by a vast distance. Nange, keep an eye on him. Once I make a move, those beasts will surely awaken. Lyn Chen instructed without turning back. Su Nange nodded, grabbing Zhongli's arm tightly. Zhongli, why does it feel like my arm is caught in a heavy iron clamp? So what if you're level 10? You just broke through. Compared to me, an established level 10 martial artist, you won't be my opponent. After a brief shock, the man regained his composure and said coldly, we'll find out by trying. Lyn Chen grasped the 1,000 guns in the weapon box and then suddenly pulled one out. In the next moment, the red flames beneath Lyn Chen's feet vanished, and he charged at the opponent. The long spear in his hand thrust out violently, while the man raised his broad knife, the ink-colored spots on the blade revealing themselves, transforming into boundless ink-green lightning. Boom! The ink-green lightning exploded, dazzling in the darkness, and Lyn Chen's spear trembled, red flames appearing. The 2 clashed directly. Although the man was only of blue quality and his breathing technique was only of the 2nd rank, the martial arts he practiced were not strong. However, he was a bloodthirsty fighter, having battled beasts for years, and in terms of combat awareness, he completely surpassed Lyn Chen. But Lyn Chen's martial arts overwhelmed the opponent. As the 2 engaged, their powerful forces collided, causing both to stagger back several steps. The tremendous noise also awakened the beasts that were still sleeping in the distance. Roar! Accompanied by a series of beast roars, pairs of blood-red eyes lit up in the darkness, followed by the ground shaking. 7 beasts charged straight towards Lyn Chen and the others. With the beasts getting involved, the 2 had to deal with not just the opponent in front of them, but also the beasts. One beast lunged forward, sensing danger, and Lyn Chen adjusted the spear's direction, thrusting it fiercely into the darkness. Put! A sudden sound echoed as the long spear pierced a certain part of the beast. Immediately, crimson flames erupted from the spear, engulfing the entire body of the beast in an instant. The red flames transformed into a blood-like hue in a heartbeat. Accompanying this was the innate ability, Nether Flame. Boom! The nether flame continuously burned on the beast, and the blood it shed became the nourishment for the nether flame. With the ignition of this firelight, everything around became clear. Several beasts charged into the crowd, and none of the people present were spared. Su Nange struck out with a palm, sending the beast before her flying away. Zhongli watched this scene, his heart racing. What kind of background does this Su Nange have? Zhongli murmured to himself, knowing that since she was Lyn Chen's friend, he dared not ask further. Lu Yuting and the others temporarily abandoned their pursuit of the spirit flower and turned to deal with the beasts. Meanwhile, a man wielding a broad knife, after dodging an attack from a beast, immediately charged towards Lyn Chen. The broad knife in his hand emitted a dark green lightning, and with a swing, a half-meter-wide lightning blade shot out instantly. Lyn Chen raised his spear to block, being knocked back several meters. Stopping himself, Lyn Chen stepped forward, and the long spear thrust out explosively. The red firelight clashed with the dark green lightning, and the 2 were evenly matched, showing no signs of being affected by the surrounding beasts. The power they unleashed was enough to make even 7 high-grade beasts seem insignificant. Each clash stirred up invisible waves, pushing back the encroaching beasts. Suddenly, the flames on Lyn Chen's spear faded, transforming into a thin layer of blood energy. The man's expression changed slightly as he keenly sensed that Lyn Chen's aura had suddenly grown stronger. Bang! The two collided again. And this time, the broad knife in the man's hand was sent flying by Lyn Chen's spear. What? The man's face changed dramatically. What kind of martial arts was this guy practicing to achieve such a tremendous boost? The man jumped back, hastily grabbing the broad knife, but Lyn Chen's attack fell at the same moment. The spear shot out like a dragon, its edge dazzling, and the overwhelming assault forced the man to raise his broad knife to attack Lyn Chen before he even landed. The dark green lightning continuously gathered, ultimately becoming brilliant like light, and in the next moment, it crashed down. Boom! The lightning exploded, spreading like a spider web in all directions. Lyn Chen did not dodge or evade, directly confronting the lightning. The moment the lightning touched his body, it was blocked by a thin layer of blood light. However, this contact made both Lyn Chen's body and the spear in his hand purer in bloodlight. What? The man's pupils constricted suddenly, unable to evade. He could only let the spear pierce into his lower abdomen. Put! Accompanied by a spray of blood, the man was pierced straight through, his body flying backward. Bang! The man hit the ground, severely injured. On the other side, Lu Yuding and the others watched in shock as Lyn Chen's battle ended so easily. Although they were still facing beasts, they remained focused on this fight. At this moment, seeing Lyn Chen pierce through the man's body with a single strike, each of their faces displayed undeniable shock. Just how strong was this guy? The talent he exhibited had already reached the level of those 4 top prodigies, even surpassing them. Cough cough. The man lay on the ground, spitting blood, his face pale as a ghost. Lyn Chen retracted his spear and slowly walked towards him. Let me go, the man said, looking at Lyn Chen with a hint of fear, hastily pleading. Oh, Lyn Chen responded, then turned away, seemingly genuinely about to let him go. As Lyn Chen turned around, the man suddenly changed his demeanor, gripping the broad knife tightly, ready to rise. But in the next moment, a sharp flash of gunfire suddenly cut through the air. With a look of surprise and confusion on the man's face, Lyn Chen's spear instantly pierced through his left chest. Thud! Lyn Chen twisted the spear, causing excruciating pain that left the man unable to utter a word. In the next instant, Lyn Chen pulled out the spear and once again shot through the man's throat. This time, the man was dead beyond any doubt. In the dim light, Lu Yuding and the others witnessed this scene, a wave of nausea rising in their stomachs. It was the first time they had seen such a scene, and the first time they witnessed Lyn Chen kill someone with such decisiveness. What a joke! If I let you go, who will let me off? Lyn Chen glanced at the dead man, then reached out to take the man's storage ring. Xiao family, this counts as your last means to deal with me. Lyn Chen weighed the storage ring in his hand, murmuring, it won't be long before it's my turn to strike back. The host has struck back violently against the opponent. Nuclear goodness cultivation speed increased by 10%. Strength increased by 1. The host has completed the challenge task. Receiving reward, grade 1 martial treasure fragment *1. Having completed a battle, victory favors the brave. Reward can be claimed. 1. The more victories, the better the reward upon claiming. It was clear who had sent this man. Roar! The man was dead, but the beast had not yet finished. A roar from the beast awakened the 7 prodigies from the capital, bringing them back to their senses to deal with the beast before them once more. Lyn Chen wiped the blood off his spear and turned to face the beast. However, after killing the beast, he did not receive any reward. System, killing beasts doesn't count? Lyn Chen murmured in his heart. Reply to the host, only killing beasts of the same realm or those stronger than oneself counts. The system responded. Alright. Lyn Chen didn't pursue the matter further. If killing lower-tier beasts counted, he would have become invincible within a year just by wandering in the lower levels. It seems I still need to take a stroll deeper into the lower levels. Killing beasts was not as simple as dealing with martial artists, but it was straightforward and brutal. Nowadays, where could he find martial artists of the same level to earn strength points, and the victory favors the brave entries? After easily resolving the beast before him, Lu Yuding and the others on the other side also finished their battle. Sunange and Zhangli had not gone far. The beasts that had entangled them were easily dealt with by Sunange. With the beast dead, the 3 spiritual flowers in this place became the focal point. At this moment, the atmosphere was extremely tense, especially for Lu Yuding and her companions. If Lyn Chen wanted to take all 3 spiritual flowers, they would have no complaints. I'll take all 3 spiritual flowers, that's not too much to ask. right? Lyn Chen said lightly. There were exactly 3 of them and 3 flowers. Enough to share. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuting naturally was unwilling. As the young legitimate daughter of the Lu family, she did not want to hand over such treasures to Lyn Chen. No way. Lu Yuting said calmly. Since that's the case, let's have a contest. Lyn Chen said no more, directly taking a stance, ready to fight the 7 of them. Lyn Chen, let's talk this over. It shouldn't be a problem to sell this spirit flower for a good price. Zhang Lengfeng quickly stepped in to mediate. Lyn Chen remained silent. He wanted to see the value of this spirit flower and whether these young masters from the capital could carry treasures comparable to it. Lyn Chen, does one of those 3 spirit flowers belong to me? At this moment, Zhang Li asked. Of course. Lyn Chen nodded. Then I don't want it. Let them have it, Zhang Li said. Upon hearing this, Lyn Chen also fell silent and directly plucked 2 spirit flowers, giving one to Su Nange while keeping the other for himself. Here, this is yours. Lyn Chen pointed to the last spirit flower with his spear. Lu Yuting looked at the fully matured spirit flower without saying a word. She took out a piece of talisman paper from her storage ring and tossed it to Zhang Li. Zhang Li blinked but still caught the talisman paper. This is a Dao Soldier talisman, crafted by a 6th-tier sorcerer, and its value is no less than that of the spirit flower. Lu Yuting said. This Dao Soldier talisman can be activated by warriors above level 10 and can easily kill any demon beast or warrior below level 50. Upon hearing this, Zhang Li was immediately astonished. The value of this Dao Soldier talisman seemed to far exceed that of the spirit flower. Lyn Chen was also somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected this woman to have such deep resources. If she wanted to kill him, just this talisman would be enough. However, it required spiritual energy to activate. Otherwise, there would be no need for a warrior above level 10. Alright, thank you, Miss Lu. Zhang Li hurriedly cupped his hands in gratitude. Jokingly, he couldn't find a single level 50 warrior in the entire Zhang family. This talisman could easily serve as a family heirloom. Its value far exceeded that of this spirit flower. Lu Yuting directly plucked the spirit flower and then put it away. The others had no complaints about this. What Lu Yuting offered in exchange was something they could not match with a talisman of this level. Such talismans could easily be worth billions, and the crafting process was extremely difficult. Even a 6th-tier mage would likely take 10 years to produce just one. Even those 4 top-tier prodigies probably didn't have one. Sister Yuting's desire to break through to level 10 is really growing stronger. Imo, you murmured softly. Yeah, Zhang Lengfeng nodded in agreement. Otherwise, Lu Yuting wouldn't have brought this out for exchange. Let's go. After obtaining the spirit flower, Lu Yuting led the group away. Take care. No need to see us off. Lyn Chen waved at them. Brother Lyn Chen, I really love you. As soon as they left, Zhang Li excitedly rushed towards Lyn Chen, but before he could get close, he was stopped by Su Nange. Boys shouldn't be too close. Zhang Li looked confused, then could only smile awkwardly to ease the situation. Damn, boys shouldn't be too close. Lyn Chen ignored the two and instead examined the spirit flower in his hand. The spirit flower emitted a faint white glow, with streams of spiritual energy rising from it, resembling twinkling stars that soon vanished into the darkness. The spirit flower was an important treasure that could help a level 9 warrior break through to level 10. If one's talent was terrifying enough, even a level 1 warrior could use this spirit flower to leap to level 10, making it a shortcut to that level. However, throughout the history of the great Xiao, such beings did not exist. After all, how terrifying must one's talent be to achieve that? I wonder if this spirit flower can help me break through to level 11. Lyn Chen thought for a moment, then put the spirit flower away without choosing to consume it. He still didn't know how long he would be staying in this beastly wilderness, and consuming it now would indeed be a bit premature. Brother Lyn Chen, where are we going now? Zhang Li asked eagerly. With Lyn Chen's displayed strength, they could probably walk through the lower outer area with ease. I plan to take a look deeper in, Lyn Chen said, his gaze fixed on the opposite shore of the lake. Continuing in that direction would lead them to the middle area of the lower tier, which was about 3 kilometers away. As mentioned by that elder from the Hong family, 3 kilometers wasn't far. For a level 10 warrior, it would take only a few minutes. Level 10 warriors far surpass those below in both explosive power and speed. The fastest athlete in the world takes only 7 minutes to cover 3 kilometers. But if Lyn Chen fully unleashed his power, he wouldn't need 7 minutes, 3 would be enough. Going over there? Zhang Li was a bit surprised, that area had first-tier beasts roaming about. I want to go too. Su Nange raised her hand. Zhang Li glanced at Su Nange, and his mouth twitched. He still had no idea about her strength. However, he was certain she had the capability to venture into the middle area of the lower tier. Zhang Li, your gains are not small. If you want to back out now, it's fine, Lyn Chen said. The middle area of the lower tier would definitely be dangerous. And even Lyn Chen, as a level 10 warrior, couldn't guarantee the safety of others. Alright, I won't ruin your fun, brother Lyn Chen. Zhang Li nodded, fully aware. His biggest gain from this trip was the talisman in his hand. With this, the trip was a complete success. Well, see you later, Lyn Chen replied. I'll return your storage ring after we leave here. It's a small matter. I still have some at home. Zhang Li laughed heartily. He was a shrewd man. A storage ring that could buy a favor from someone as extraordinary as Lyn Chen would surely be a blessing for the Zhang family in the future. Good. Lyn Chen gladly accepted it, fully aware of this after living 2 lives. Once the decision was made, as soon as dawn broke, Zhang Li bid farewell to the two and left the place. Lyn Chen, on the other hand, took Su Nange and headed towards the inner circle of the lower levels. At this moment, Lu Yuting, having obtained the spirit flower, found a relatively safe spot and eagerly began her cultivation. After consuming the spirit flower, Lu Yuting guided the spiritual energy into her body, starting her journey towards becoming a level 10 martial artist. The other 6, leaving one person behind to guard, continued their search for demon beasts and other resources in the area. The wasteland was like a vast treasure trove. It contained abundant resources, and by taking them this time, it was possible that new resources would emerge in a few years. Of course, these resources were all rare materials from heaven and earth, and there were no weapons or treasures of that sort. They were either excellent materials for crafting such equipment. The Beast Wasteland was considered an undeveloped area. 30 years ago, entry for low-level martial artists was already prohibited. This time, however, the rules had not been completely revised. Only a few martial artists from each city were allowed to enter. After all, if the hidden dangers within were to erupt, no one would be able to bear the consequences. Meanwhile, deep within the inner layers of the Beast Wasteland, massive impacts echoed from the depths, with explosions and tremors resounding continuously. In the sky, 8 beams of different colored light shone, each accompanied by wings or circular wheels of various colors. Only one person had a circular wheel, and that was Officer Lu. The frost-like elemental wheel behind him slowly rotated, the temperature dropping sharply. Officer Lu held a silver-white spear, its body emanating a chill, layers of frost covering it. These 8 individuals exuded an incredibly powerful aura, shaking the heavens and the earth. The gray mist enveloped the area, obscuring the vision of the 8. Within that gray mist, a massive wolf demon with a 100-foot-tall body could be faintly seen standing there. Its enormous form caused the ground to tremble with even the slightest movement. Beneath the wolf demon were over a dozen large demons, each with varying auras, but none below level 60. Human race, I, the Beast King, have never invaded your territory, yet you repeatedly offend me. Do you truly believe I have no temper? The furious voice of the Beast King echoed through the gray mist, sounding like a dozen great bells ringing simultaneously, enough to shatter low-level martial artists instantly. As the words fell, a terrifying blade suddenly slashed through the mist. It was a curved sword, existing for who knows how many ages. With a single strike, it shook the earth and mountains, the immense blade light capable of splitting a mountain in two. In the face of this strike, Officer Lu, however, wore a look of disdain. He flicked his spear and then swung it fiercely. Countless frost particles transformed into spear lights dozens of feet long, ice falling like snowflakes. In an instant, the temperature of this realm dropped by several degrees, as if returning to the Ice Age. The land of the wasteland, already tainted, was instantly covered by a layer of frost as the snowflakes fell. Boom! The attacks from both sides collided, easily blocked by Officer Lu. Roar! Under the Beast King, over a dozen large demons suddenly charged towards the 8. The strong warriors of the royal family stepped forward, directly attacking the large demons. The others also directed their attacks at the Beast King. In an instant, the battle shook the heavens and the earth, and even a hint of the terrifying aura was enough to severely injure a level 50 martial artist on the spot. You all hold him off, I will go retrieve that item, Officer Lu shouted, then took a step forward, heading deeper into the Beast Wasteland. Do not! the Beast King hurriedly tried to stop them, but the strong members of the remaining prominent families in the capital all intervened. Sui also drew his long sword and charged at the Beast King. The combined strength of these few was enough to deal with the Beast King. Among them, Lu Shaoguan was the most powerful. It could be said that this expedition to the Beast Wilderness, if not for that thing, could have overturned the entire Beast Wilderness. Extracting from infinite entries. Congratulations, host, you have obtained luck. Luck increases personal fortune, with a chance to obtain top-tier items during draws or treasure hunts. Note can be integrated into martial arts. Lyn Chen? On his way to the lower levels, Lyn Chen still had 2 chances to draw entries left, so he decided to start drawing now. He never expected that the first entry would be this. It is well known that when a person's luck turns black to a certain extent, even 99% of fortune is useless. Lyn Chen's face immediately turned green. If anyone believed in luck, Lyn Chen would be the first to absolutely not believe it. Even Ma Ji's game probability of 99% could be passed. Not to mention this was just an entry to increase luck. This luck entry was now a debuff for Lyn Chen. A negative buff. Useless. It can be integrated into martial arts. Ha! Then let's give it to Thunder Forging Palm. Lyn Chen didn't even study it and directly tossed it to Thunder Forging Palm. Now, Thunder Forging Palm had the support of 2 entries. Explosive damage and luck paired together didn't seem to provide much of an enhancement. However, none of Lyn Chen's other martial arts could pair with this luck entry, so he just randomly assigned it. The second entry can't be this trash, right? Lyn Chen continued to draw the second entry, extracting infinite entries. Congratulations, host, you have obtained precision. Precision, when throwing or using bow and arrow type weapons. Hit rate is 100%, but damage is reduced by 40%. Note, this entry cannot be integrated into martial arts. Wow, this one's not bad. Lyn Chen's eyes lit up. Precision, 100% hit rate against opponents, even though it weakened the damage. But who doesn't like shooting abilities that feel like cheating? This is basically auto-aim. Looks like I need to get a bow and arrow when I go back. Lyn Chen stroked his chin. There were indeed archers around. As far as Lyn Chen knew, the most powerful archer had not mastered this godly skill of hitting every shot, but their combat power was unmatched. Ranking within the top 10 in the entire Great Xiao, Su Nange followed Lyn Chen, feeling bored along the way. Do you know about Great Xiao? Lyn Chen suddenly asked for some reason. Not bad. Su Nange nodded. Tell me about it. Great Xiao has a lot of delicious food. That's it? That's it. Oh right. The places to sleep are also very comfortable. Lyn Chen looked at Su Nange speechlessly. The latter blinked, her pair of lively big eyes staring straight at Lyn Chen, as if asking what was wrong. Nothing. Lyn Chen shook his head and continued walking. At this moment, Lyn Chen recalled the news released a few months ago in Song City. Now, connecting it with Su Nange's unclear origins and her sudden increase in strength, Lyn Chen was not a fool. But, if that were the case, why was she following him without triggering unyielding? This entry would only reach full strength when close to a strong person, but clearly, Su Nange did not possess the factors to trigger this entry. Wait, Lyn Chen suddenly thought of something. Could it be that this entry only works on people? With this thought, Lyn Chen felt a sudden difficulty in riding his horse. After all, if Su Nange really is the daughter of the Beast King, then his life would no longer be in his own hands. What's wrong? Su Nange looked at Lyn Chen, who seemed hesitant to speak, and couldn't help but ask. Nothing, nothing. Lyn Chen shook his head, avoiding her gaze. Just thinking that beneath this skin lies a beast made him feel a wave of nausea in his stomach. He believed he had never wronged Su Nange, yet he couldn't accept that he had been interacting with a beast for so long. But all of this was merely speculation, and yet that speculation leaned towards the correct answer. Let's go. Lyn Chen shook his head. Since nothing had happened on this journey, Su Nange must have no thoughts about him. Su Nange nodded and obediently followed behind Lyn Chen. At this moment, Lu Yuting had completely devoured the spirit flower. The energy and blood within her had all transformed into spiritual energy, and her realm had smoothly broken through from the peak of level 8 to level 10, accompanied by a muffled sound from within her body. Lu Yuting slowly opened her eyes. In her pair of stunningly beautiful eyes, there was now a glimmer of white frost. Sensing the aura emanating from Lu Yuting, the man beside her was overjoyed. Sister Yuting, you broke through? Lu Yuting nodded, her indifferent expression suggesting that the moment she broke through, she had become a different person. Sister Yuding broke through? Not far away. The returning MOU and others also sensed the sudden change in her aura and guessed what had happened. Lu Yuding said nothing, merely closing her eyes slightly, feeling the changes brought about by her recent breakthrough. Just then, a powerful aura suddenly descended upon the group. Old Hong, third uncle, Senior Hong. The group looked up and saw the man in a cloth robe who had appeared before them. The man in the cloth robe stood in the void, surveying Lu Yuding with evident satisfaction. Not bad, Director Lu was indeed right. Upon hearing this, the others were somewhat puzzled. It's time to act, Lu Yuding said indifferently, her eyes showing extreme indifference. Even when facing a strong member of the Hong family, she remained incredibly cold and assertive. The Hong family expert did not mind. He was well aware that this was a special change brought about by Lu Yuding's awakened abilities. He would not concern himself with a junior. Yes, Director Lu said you must personally kill him to reclaim your Dao heart. The Hong family expert nodded. Upon hearing this, the others understood what was meant. So, it was to deal with Lyn Chen. But after a brief moment of surprise, they did not have much of a reaction. This was not excessive. The martial examination had yet to arrive, and Lyn Chen, who held a guaranteed admission spot, could always be challenged. Moreover, if Lyn Chen were to die, it would mean that no prodigy would emerge from Tsung City. I can't sense his aura, he likely has a life-saving trump card given by Su Wei, the Hong family expert said lightly. At that time, I will use the heavenly curtain to isolate everything. As long as he dies, even Su Wei won't be able to stir up any waves. He has been out of the Longyu army for many years now. The Longyu army has undergone a change in dynasty and is no longer the same Longyu army as before. The person who can summon him is unable to shake our family. After finishing his words, the Hong family expert said lightly, he shouldn't stay here, let's go find him in the lower central area. Lu Yuding nodded and then headed towards the lower central area. The others were left speechless. They had not expected that this time targeting Lyn Chen was not because of his guaranteed admission spot. This time, they truly wanted to kill him. Zhang Lengfan looked at the Hong family expert, his lips slightly parted, wanting to speak several times but ultimately remained silent. In the lower central area, Lyn Chen and Su Nange had already arrived. The only difference between the inner and outer areas is that this place carries a hint of spiritual energy. No wonder there are no first-tier demon beasts in the outer area. Lyn Chen now understood why there were no first-tier demon beasts lurking in the outermost part of this lower level. Without spiritual energy outside, it could also be due to the presence of that strong figure from the Hong family, causing first-tier demon beasts to dare not venture there. In front of him, on a small dirt slope, a demon beast with a completely black body was lying in wait. It was a tiger, its sharp teeth exposed, emanating a powerful aura. First-tier demon beasts, whether in strength or size, far surpassed high-quality demon beasts. This tiger before him was over 8 meters long, as if a house were crouching there. First-tier earth-burrowing tiger, belonging to the earth attribute, capable of launching rock-shattering attacks. Lyn Chen looked at the tiger ahead and murmured. Recalling the textbook description of this demon beast, the earth-burrowing tiger was not a social animal. In other words, this earth-burrowing tiger was all alone. First-tier demon beasts also have territorial distinctions. As soon as you step into its territory, it will definitely sense your presence. If it doesn't come for your body parts, it will at least test you first. Lyn Chen slapped his weapon box and immediately took out the Xiao sword. The blood-red flames seemed to come alive, constantly dancing along the magma-like patterns. Su Nange, beside him, was startled, her lively eyes showing a hint of wariness. Is this your weapon too? Su Nange blinked and asked. Lyn Chen nodded, then ignored her and headed straight for the earth-burrowing tiger. Be careful. This earth-burrowing tiger is not as easy to deal with as you think. It's a mid-tier first-tier beast. Su Nange hurriedly shouted at Lyn Chen's back. Lyn Chen said nothing. Watching his figure, Su Nange suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of loss. Was his a bit cold? Su Nange muttered softly, feeling that Lyn Chen had grown distant. After just a few steps, Lyn Chen stepped into the territory of the earth-burrowing tiger. The tiger sensed the intrusion and suddenly raised its massive head to look at Lyn Chen. Seeing a human approaching, the earth-burrowing tiger immediately stood up, its enormous body casting a large shadow on the ground. Roar! The tiger let out a low growl and charged at Lyn Chen. The ground shook as the earth-burrowing tiger leaped up, its claws crashing down. Lyn Chen drew the Xiao sword, the blood-red flames soaring on the blade, and several sword lights slashed out. the sword energy rampant. His Qingfeng sword technique had reached a state of perfection, already the highest realm for this level. What it brought him was not just an enhancement in martial arts but also an increase in his sword mastery. The 3-foot sword edge in Lyn Chen's hand was like a divine aid. The earth-burrowing tiger radiated a dark light, layers of heavy rock armor converging on its body. The tiger opened its mouth and directly bit through the incoming sword energy, while the other sword energies that struck its body did not shatter the armor. After all, it was a mid-tier first-tier demon beast, corresponding to a human warrior at level 14. I didn't expect the first demon beast I encountered to be so troublesome. Lyn Chen looked at the earth-burrowing tiger ahead, not a trace of disappointment on his face, but rather a hint of joy. This way, he could better test his current strength. Roar! The earth-burrowing tiger charged again, and with that layer of armor, it was completely unafraid of this human warrior before it. After all, a human warrior who couldn't even break its defense was simply too weak. Lyn Chen's dantian circulated, spiritual energy rolling. The blood-red flames continuously surged on the Xiao sword, and the surrounding temperature began to rise. The earth-burrowing tiger leaped up, its massive claws falling, transforming into sharpness in midair. Lyn Chen stepped back, and after reaching a new level, his movement left behind a more pronounced afterimage, while the latter directly missed and tore apart the afterimage. The earth-drilling tiger had yet to react when Lyn Chen returned with another stride. At the same time, the Xiao sword in his hand had already slashed out. Put! In just a direct confrontation, the Xiao sword effortlessly tore through the earth-drilling tiger's proud armor. The long sword mark was particularly obvious, even directly cutting a long gash. If it weren't for the earth-drilling tiger's massive size, this strike would have been enough to sever one of its legs. Dark blood flowed from the earth-drilling tiger's thigh. The intense pain did not drive it back but instead intensified its ferocity. Roar! The earth-drilling tiger slammed down a paw, while Lyn Chen once again slashed out with his sword. Put! This strike directly severed the earth-drilling tiger's paw. The Xiao sword was incredibly sharp, cutting through iron like mud. Bang! Without support, the earth-drilling tiger fell heavily to the ground. Seeing this, Lyn Chen leaped high and suddenly thrust his sword down towards its head. Put! With a single thrust through its skull, the earth-drilling tiger met its end. Congratulations to the host for slaying a mid-tier first-grade monster. Nuclear goodness increases by 1 point of strength. Bounty received. The host has completed the hunting task. Obtained 1 piece of innate talent fragment. Victory favors the brave. Win count +1, 2. Continue winning streak for rewards. Or claim now. With the death of the earth-drilling tiger, the system's notification sounded. Indeed effective. Lyn Chen smiled. Killing a first-grade monster truly triggered these 3 entries. First-grade monsters are different from those below the upper tier. These monsters all possess demon cores. A first-grade demon core, when converted to money, is worth 200,000. Lyn Chen calculated, his smile growing wider. The rewards from slaying monsters were indeed too satisfying. This was far quicker than dealing with peers. First-grade demon cores were different from those dropped by monsters in secret realms. One could say it was a difference in grade. The demon cores dropped by monsters in high-level secret realms were only worth 80,000 dasha coins. With this beginning, Lyn Chen set out to search for other monsters again. Meanwhile, Su Nange followed behind him, silent. Along the way, Lyn Chen encountered 3 more first-grade monsters. Undoubtedly, with the Xiao sword, even a mid-tier first-grade monster could not escape his grasp. This exceptional weapon was truly overpowered. One could say that as long as the monster wasn't too abnormal, Lyn Chen was confident he could slay it within the first grade. At this moment, where Lyn Chen had killed the earth-drilling tiger, a group of people arrived. The mid-tier first-grade earth-drilling tiger is dead? Who did it? Zhang Lungfeng squatted down, looking at the corpse of the earth-drilling tiger, somewhat surprised. It can't be. Lyn Chen, right? You said. Not impossible. The boost after breaking through level 10 is indeed a qualitative change. Another person said lightly. But that girl in his team seems to also possess level 10 strength. It's not out of the question for the 2 to team up and kill this earth-drilling tiger. These 7 were indeed the elite team from the capital. The leader, Lu Yuting, merely glanced indifferently at the corpse of the earth-drilling tiger and said, "He didn't do this." Upon hearing this, the others all looked up at her. The wounds on this earth-drilling tiger were all caused by a sword. Lu Yuting said calmly, "But didn't Lyn Chen also practice sword techniques?" Zhang Lungfeng was somewhat puzzled. These wounds are all incredibly straight, clearly made with just one sword. Just then, the sword cultivator in the team spoke up. His expression was serious, and his eyes held a hint of undisguised shock. The one who struck must either be a powerful sword cultivator or possess a weapon that has reached 2nd or even 3rd grade. Only a powerful sword cultivator, with an understanding of sword intent and sword energy, could cause such lethality. Either it's a high-grade weapon, completely ignoring the defense of the earth-moving tiger. Upon hearing this, the others also realized that this was not the doing of Lyn Chen. Firstly, Lyn Chen could not be considered a master of the sword path. Otherwise, he would never have relied solely on a spear to fight. Secondly, Lyn Chen would not possess a 2nd or even 3rd grade weapon. If he did, why wouldn't he switch to one of that caliber? So, in this lower inner circle, there are not only us and Lyn Chen, but also an unknown expert, another person said. The sword cultivator nodded. Just then, a powerful voice rang out. The defense of this earth-moving tiger is astonishing. Even a 2nd grade weapon could not so easily ignore its defenses and strike its flesh directly. Senior, Uncle Hong, Old Hong. The group turned to look at the speaker. A strong member of the Hong family hovered in midair, hands behind his back, quietly observing the dead earth-moving tiger. Whoever did this, encountering such a presence in this remote place is worth it if they can be brought into a family. The group did not expect the Hong family expert to give such an evaluation. Lu Yuting remained silent and continued toward the lower inner circle. Finding Lyn Chen is the priority, the Hong family expert said lightly. They had no idea how long their expedition would last, and once that item was activated, it could trigger a chaos in the abyss. It would then be difficult to kill Lyn Chen. Moreover, even they would find it hard to escape. The group said nothing and followed Lu Yuting as they continued toward the lower inner circle. At this moment, Lyn Chen was unaware. He had gone completely berserk. Any first-tier demon beast he encountered could not escape his grasp. Congratulations to the host for slaying a mid-tier first-grade demon beast. Core goodness increases by 1 point of strength. Bounty received. The host has completed the hunting task. Obtained 1 piece of innate talent fragment. Victory favors the brave. Win count +1, 9. Continue the winning streak to receive rewards, or claim them now. The 2 tails of the demon fox lay dead before him, and all of Lyn Chan's attributes had increased again. Just 1 more demon beast, and I can obtain another innate talent. Lyn Chan's face showed a hint of joy. The core goodness is now enough for a reward opportunity. 9 victories, and this is still less than a day's time. The more he looked at the attribute values, the wider Lyn Chan's smile became. His 21 consecutive victories had accumulated over 2 months. Now, in less than a day in this wild beast wasteland, he had gained 9 more. Not only that, but he had also accumulated 9 first-grade demon cores. This place truly is my blessed land. Lyn Chen couldn't hide his smile, and just then, he caught a glimpse of Su Nange out of the corner of his eye. He seemed to have forgotten Su Nange's identity. After hunting so many of her demon kin, even if she had no thoughts of revenge before, she should now harbor some killing intent toward him, right? Thinking this, Lyn Chen couldn't help but glance at Su Nange. Her stunning face showed no expression, and her beautiful eyes were no longer lively at this moment. Seeing this scene, Lyn Chen's mouth twitched. This is bad. What's wrong? Su Nange noticed Lyn Chen's gaze and asked. This is bad. Lyn Chen felt a chill in his heart. This girl had not been so cold when she previously asked what was wrong. Now, her voice was like that of a stranger. It's nothing. Lyn Chen shook his head. Su Nange replied. At this moment, Lyn Chen felt even more like crying without tears. Instinctively, he tightened his grip on the silver token given to him by Su Qian. Just then, Lyn Chen suddenly realized that the silver token in his hand had lost its spiritual energy. Just as Lyn Chen felt surprised, 7 different figures were approaching from not far away. At the same time, above these 7 people, a middle-aged man in a cloth shirt was following closely beside them. Looking at these 8 individuals, Lyn Chen suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. Lyn Chen, we finally found you. The leader, Lu Yuting, raised her eyes, her gaze as cold as ice, devoid of any emotion. What do you want? Lyn Chen spoke. Feeling a bit nervous, he realized that the silver token given to him by Senior Su was no longer usable. No, it wasn't that it couldn't be used. It was that Lyn Chen simply couldn't crush it. A teachable child. At this moment, the strong man from the Hong family spoke lightly, with a hint of appreciation. Lyn Chen frowned slightly. Knowing the danger, you immediately used your trump card. The Hong family strongman said. It's just a pity. He didn't continue with his words. Lyn Chen immediately understood. It's you who used your means, Lyn Chen said, his expression darkening. The Hong family strongman said nothing, but his eyes spoke volumes. At this moment, the atmosphere here was too oppressive. As Lu Yuting took a step forward, the atmosphere was broken. Lu Yuting held the Juehu Xiao gun, stepping towards Lyn Chen. Lyn Chen, either hand over the quota for the recommended student and waste your own cultivation, or I will kill you with one shot here. Choose the former, and you will have a chance to live for a few more years, Lu Yuting said. Is this how your noble families in the capital operate? Lyn Chen glanced at the 8 people present, his face showing indifference. No one spoke. Lu Yuting also remained silent. Talents can only be called talents if they rise, the Hong family strongman said, hands behind his back. Lyn Chen, you are not wrong, you just happen to be born in the wrong era or place. So, there's no need to say more. Lyn Chen shook his head, suddenly slapping the weapon box, revealing the weapons displayed within to everyone's eyes. 2 long spears and 2 long swords, but the difference between these pairs was immense. You take pride in your long spear, then I will win you with my long spear. Lyn Chen grasped the Jotian lei gun. With a rumble of thunder, a shocking clap echoed, and the Jotian lei gun made its appearance. As the Jotian lei gun emerged, thunder roared. Even the layers of thunder surged around Lyn Chen, with lightning flickering continuously. Seeing the weapon in Lyn Chen's hand, the expressions of those present changed instantly. What level of weapon is this? From the looks of it, even the Juehu Xiao gun in Sister Yuting's hand can't compare. This guy actually has a weapon of this level. Even these young masters from noble families were filled with shock upon seeing the Jotian lei gun in Lyn Chen's hand. The Hong family strong man's brow raised, his murky eyes fixed tightly on the weapon in Lyn Chen's hand. This is a top-grade weapon. Your weapon is made from materials of high-level demon beasts. Once this was said, several people immediately understood. So that's how it is. Just by looking at the Jotian lei gun in Lyn Chen's hand and comparing it to the Juehu Xiao gun in Lu Yuting's hand, the difference between the two was clear. The Juehu Xiao gun was far from being as domineering as the Jotian lei gun, and at this moment, the disparity was evident. Lyn Chen, after breaking through to level 10, you will no longer be my opponent, Lu Yuting said coldly, her stunning eyes filled with great confidence. I hope so. Lyn Chen nodded. Swish, the 2 figures moved, instantly clashing together. But in this first collision, the difference between them was already apparent. Bang! The purple lightning exploded, and Lu Yuting's body was sent flying back. The lightning seemed to transform into a dragon, rushing towards Lu Yuting, its massive mouth ready to bite down. Lu Yuting swung her spear. The tiger scales on its body began to move, as if breathing. Roar! A domineering tiger roar erupted from the tiger roar spear, directly tearing apart the thunder dragon that charged towards her. Lu Yuting stopped, pushed off the ground, and transformed into an arrow, once again heading towards Lyn Chen. Lyn Chen thrust his spear forward, his clothes rustling, the powerful force carrying a terrifying pressure. Bang! As the 2 struck, the ground beneath them cracked, revealing the immense strength of both. After breaking through to level 10, Yuting can completely match the current 4 prodigies. This is too strong. No wonder they say that martial artists below level 10 are completely on a different level from those at level 10. The onlookers watched the battle between the 2, their faces filled with astonishment. If it were them, regardless of whether it was Lyn Chen or Lu Yuting, none of them would stand a chance against either of them. The 2 continued to clash, their spears striking at each other. Thunder roared, and with each collision, Lyn Chen's spear unleashed a thunder dragon that lunged at Lu Yuting. However, Lu Yuting's tiger roar spear could not frequently unleash its roar to counter the thunder dragon. Over time, the gap in their weapons became increasingly apparent. The technique of the spear Lyn Chen is using is truly exquisite. A strong member of the Hong family observed quietly from the side, watching the battle unfold. He had to admit that if it were his Hong family, they would also harbor thoughts of killing Lyn Chen. As a martial artist without a title, the greatest ability was to practice all martial arts, rather than standing out in a specific field. But at this moment, it should have been a contest of similar weapons, with Lu Yuting having a slight advantage. Yet Lyn Chen's spear, in terms of both technique and usage, was superior to Lu Yuting's. In a spear duel, there was no doubt that Lu Yuting would lose. Ice Soul. At that moment, Lu Yuting shouted, her deep-set eyes gradually turning icy white. The spear in her hand was enveloped in frost, a chill surrounding her within a few meters, the temperature dropping sharply. Bang! Lu Yuting thrust her spear, and a massive ice serpent suddenly erupted from it. The ice serpent was over 10 meters long, formed from frost, carrying a terrifying chill as it surged towards Lyn Chen. Lyn Chen's clothes rustled as he raised his spear. Thunder rumbling, purple lightning piercing the sky. Zizz! Thunder crackled, accompanied by a roar of thunder. A thunder dragon soared into the air, enveloped in lightning. Boom! Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the two skills collided. The thunder dragon easily tore apart the ice serpent before it was instantly frozen by the chill as the ice serpent exploded. Crack! The thunder dragon fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. But it wasn't over. Lu Yuting stepped forward, her delicate figure appearing in front of Lyn Chen. The spear in her hand thrust out explosively, the tiger roars echoing, aiming to pierce through Lyn Chen and kill him. Lyn Chen's afterimage manifested. He had sensed her movement the moment she approached and had already retreated. Just as Lyn Chen pulled away, Lu Yuting's figure appeared before him at the same time. Lyn Chen was taken aback, and before he could react, Lu Yuting's attack had already arrived. Bang! Her spear shot straight towards Lyn Chen's left chest, piercing directly into it. The powerful impact sent Lyn Chen flying. Did it work? The onlookers were excited to see Lu Yuting successfully injure Lyn Chen. Of course, it wasn't because they were happy to see him harmed, but because someone had finally managed to hurt Lyn Chen. Not at all. The strong member of the Hong family spoke up. He has protective gear on. A few people looked up again and saw that Lu Yuting had already left her original position, heading once more towards Lyn Chen in midair. Bang! Lyn Chen fell heavily to the ground, a sharp pain radiating from his chest, causing him to furrow his brows. Fortunately, he had the black armor, otherwise, that last strike would have pierced his chest directly. Before Lyn Chen could catch his breath, Lu Yuting had already arrived in front of him. Her gaze held a hint of coldness, white frost emanating from her eyes. Bang! Lyn Chen hurriedly dodged, and as his opponent missed, he seized the opportunity to thrust his spear forward. Lu Yuting blocked with the spear shaft, her body retreating repeatedly. At the same time, Lyn Chen's entire body was ablaze with energy, and he swept his spear horizontally, unleashing a powerful force that once again forced Lu Yuting back. The fourth-grade martial art, breaking 1,000 armies, had reached great perfection after Lyn Chen broke through to level 10. The original dominance of his body was no longer as it had been, allowing only a thin layer of energy to cover his surface. Instead, it transformed into what it was now. Lyn Chen's speed and strength had significantly increased, and he could also withstand sonic attacks. As he swept his spear, the burning energy formed an arc in the air, the immense power once more pushing Lu Yuting back. Lu Yuting's clothes rustled in the wind as she retreated. Lyn Chen leaped high, gripping his spear with both hands, and once again descended, landing heavily on top of Lu Yuting. She was directly pinned to the ground by Lyn Chen's spear, her knees pressed tightly against the earth. This scene was strikingly similar. Is she going to lose? No way. Sister Yuting has broken through to level 10, yet she is still no match for Lyn Chen. Those present were all astonished by this sudden turn of events. The strong man from the Hong family crossed his arms, watching the scene before him with indifference. Lu Yuting had yet to utilize her awakened level 10 abilities. The outcome was still uncertain. Lyn Chen's power was domineering and fierce, firmly suppressing Lu Yuting. At that moment, layers of cold air erupted around Lu Yuting, a powerful force suddenly bursting forth from her dantian. Frost filled the air, and the chill spread freely. Lyn Chen frowned and quickly abandoned his suppression of Lu Yuting, retreating to the side. The swirling frost obscured Lyn Chen's vision. What is this ability? A domain? Seeing the frost covering an area of over 10 meters, everyone was taken aback. Was this the level 10 ability that Sister Yuting had awakened? This is a domain, but not in its complete form. The strong man from the Hong family spoke up. This is called Frozen Frost, an ice attribute domain. Within this domain, the young lady of the Lu family will receive a comprehensive enhancement, while those within the domain will be affected by the frost, thus reducing their speed and suffering from frostbite. However, the young lady of the Lu family is too low in rank to fully unleash the complete power of Frozen Frost. This simplified domain will likely only enhance her attributes and reduce Lyn Chen's speed. Upon hearing this, everyone understood. It's truly terrifying. This is just a golden quality. It's hard to imagine how powerful Sister Yuting would be if it were a red quality. You couldn't help but exclaim, her face filled with shock. There is still a gap between golden and red qualities, but it also depends on one's own talent, the strong man from the Hong family said lightly. For instance, that member of your Mo family is also of golden quality, yet awakened the wine sword immortal. That's true, you blinked. The quality determines a person's upper limit, but one's talent determines the lower limit. The strong man from the Hong family fixed his gaze on the two within the domain. What is this ability? I've never heard of it before. Within the domain, Lyn Chen looked at the heavy snowfall and the chill descending around him, as well as his own speed being diminished. It was clear in his heart that under the sky full of cold frost, he would inevitably be affected. And Lu Yuting, who was in this realm, would certainly be fine. Lyn Chen's perception expanded in all directions as he put away the Nine Heavens Thunder Spear and replaced it with the Xiao sword. Since it was so cold here, he no longer needed the Nine Heavens Thunder Spear. As the Xiao sword was drawn, the temperature around him suddenly rose again. Outside, the expression of the Hong family expert changed slightly. This Lyn Chen actually has such a weapon. As soon as these words were spoken, the others looked on in confusion. This boy not only has that spear but also a sword, the Hong family expert said. This sword in his hand is of the same level as that spear. Hiss. At this, everyone was shocked. Wasn't this guy an orphan? Even with the strong support of the Tsang City Martial Association, it was impossible for him to possess two such treasures. Even someone of Lu Yuting's background only had a top-grade weapon like the Absolute Tiger Roar Spear. What right did Lyn Chen have? The sword in his hand is very strange. The Hong family expert stared intently at the Xiao sword in Lyn Chen's hand and suddenly said, "Ha, Uncle Hong, isn't the weapon in his hand a top-grade one?" A younger member of the Hong family asked. Yes. The Hong family expert nodded, but there are no craftsmen in the world who can forge such treasures willing to help him. Moreover, the flames on it don't seem to come from an ordinary volcano, they seem to come from somewhere else. As soon as this was said, the others were even more shocked, but at the same time, they were filled with doubts. The Hong family expert stopped speaking, but the killing intent in his gaze diminished somewhat. What exactly is this guy's background? The Hong family expert murmured to himself. How could an orphan possess such treasures? In the domain, Lyn Chen held the Xiao sword, and the cold frost falling all around did not touch his body. Even the debuff he had just experienced had now diminished by more than half. At that moment, an extremely dangerous aura suddenly came from ahead. In the next instant, Lu Yuting, holding her spear, charged forward. Lyn Chen raised his sword, twisting his wrist, and a burst of sword energy suddenly erupted. Lu Yuting's gaze narrowed slightly. She could only retract her spear to block, clearly not expecting Lyn Chen to change his weapon at the last moment. Moreover, it seemed he had not been affected by her domain. How could you not be affected in my domain? Lu Yuting, holding her spear, retreated to the side, staring intently at Lyn Chen. As she spoke, Lu Yuting also noticed the peculiarity of the Xiao sword in Lyn Chen's hand. It must be because of this sword he held. Domain? Lyn Chen's gaze sharpened slightly. After 9 years of compulsory education, he naturally understood what a domain was. He just didn't expect that this was something only a level 70 warrior could possess. And Lu Yuting had mastered it now. It seemed to be her ability awakened at level 10. Hiss, why is the gap so big? Lyn Chen couldn't help but take a sharp breath. He didn't even have such a thing. With a golden quality, what right did she have? Lu Yuting, holding her spear, charged at him again. In the domain, although Lyn Chen was not affected, she still had an all-around enhancement. Very well, let you experience the martial arts I just learned. Lyn Chen gripped the Xiao sword, his internal energy rolling, and a tremendous suction force suddenly drew away most of the energy within him. At the same time, a golden sword light erupted. Lu Yuting's pupils suddenly contracted, her body turning to frost as she instantly left her original position. But just as she dodged this sword, Lyn Chen's figure appeared in front of her again without her noticing. He held the long sword radiating golden light, and several extremely dangerous auras surged from all directions, centered around Lu Yuting. In the void, several golden sword lights erupted, the intense heat resembling the burning of the sun. Without any hesitation, Lu Yuting's mind stirred, and the frost armor suddenly appeared on her body. However, the moment the armor manifested, it was shattered by Lyn Chen's golden sword lights, and she was thrown out of the domain by the tremendous impact. Bang! As Lu Yuting crashed heavily to the ground, the domain dissipated in an instant. Defeated! Seeing Lu Yuting suddenly fly out, everyone present was taken aback. Sister Yuting, who had even activated her domain, had now lost to Lyn Chen. Just as Lu Yuting was thrown out of the domain, the Hong family expert, who had been standing still, finally moved his finger. Lyn Chen, you have won, but your life should remain in this wasteland. Lyn Chen, dressed in casual attire, held the blood-red Xiao sword in his hand, slowly walking out of the dissipating frost domain. Lu Yuting lay in the distance, her frost armor shattered, and even her weapons bore countless sword marks. There was no doubt that Lyn Chen had won this match. But what did it mean? The words of the Hong family expert fell like a death sentence into Lyn Chen's ears. Would he really die? The answer was no. System, bring out the Earth Fiend talisman. Lyn Chen murmured in his heart. Now, his greatest reliance was this Earth Fiend talisman. While he was aware of the opponent's strength, Lyn Chen felt no trepidation. Even if he were to die, he would still fight against the 7 prodigies of the capital. The powerful expert from the great family of the capital might mitigate the damage from the Earth Fiend talisman. But how could these 7 counter the Earth Fiend talisman? The current situation was almost a certain death. Lyn Chen, though unwilling, felt helpless. In the face of absolute strength, even with his system, he had to submit. At this moment, the atmosphere was extremely tense. The Hong family expert scrutinized Lyn Chen, his murky eyes resembling those of a warden surveying a dying man. Su Nange stood beside Lyn Chen, her stunning eyes fixed intently on the Hong family expert. Lu Yuting got up from the ground, her eyes filled with unprecedented disbelief and tension. Her Dao heart was once again affected by Lyn Chen. She had thought that after reaching level 10 and awakening her domain, she would be able to defeat Lyn Chen, but unexpectedly, she was still defeated in this manner. Lyn Chen, it's time for you to go. The Hong family expert spoke, and at the same time, he began to move. A powerful aura circulated within him, his clothes rustling. Lyn Chen instantly felt an immense pressure bearing down on him, his legs buckling involuntarily. With just a thought, the Hong family expert could easily slay Lyn Chen. This was the power of a strong individual. The Hong family expert raised his finger, and a glimmer of light surged at his fingertip. Just a few specks of starlight contained terrifying power. This power was several times stronger than what Lyn Chen could unleash. Just then, an aura that was no less than that of the Hong family expert suddenly erupted from Lyn Chen's side. At the same time, the Hong family expert pointed. Boom! The terrifying force instantly tore the earth apart, sweeping towards Lyn Chen with boundless might. Before the attack even arrived, Lyn Chen's clothes were instantly shredded, revealing the black armor beneath, the powerful force threatening to tear it apart. At this critical moment, a graceful figure suddenly intervened. Bang! Su Nange stood in front of Lyn Chen, throwing a punch, her gray spiritual energy transforming into a fist that instantly blocked the opponent's attack. Ha! Lyn Chen had just taken out the Earth Fiend talisman and hadn't had the chance to use it when he was surprised to see Su Nange standing in front of him. Why did she come to save him? What? This sudden scene left everyone present in disbelief. Lu Yuting's pupils suddenly constricted as she fixed her gaze on Su Nange beside Lyn Chen. The experts from the Hong family, upon witnessing this, felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy. This grey mist was exactly the same as that of the Beast King's grey mist. Lyn Chen, you actually have a demon beast by your side. An expert from the Hong family shouted, a terrifying killing intent radiating from him, his murky eyes glimmering with a light reminiscent of starlight. A powerful aura erupted from his body in an instant. Boom! A fierce wind swept through as the Hong family expert waved his hand, and a large blade appeared in his grasp. Su Nange blocked the attack from the Hong family expert, her aura incredibly strong. She raised her eyes, staring intently at him. Humph! You bully Lyn Chen. Have you asked his girlfriend? At these words, the pupils of those present suddenly constricted. Lyn Chen was actually in a romantic relationship with this demon beast? Hearing this, the killing intent in the Hong family expert's heart intensified. Lyn Chen, as a human, you actually marry a demon beast. This is a capital offense. The Hong family expert fixed his gaze on Lyn Chen. Originally, I could kill you without reason, but now it's different. Upon hearing this, Lyn Chen had no words to say but chose not to explain further. If it weren't for Su Nange's intervention, he would have surely perished from that blow. As for the claim of being in a romantic relationship, Lyn Chen didn't care at all. So what if it is? Sunange spoke. Your kind can slaughter your own kind. So why can't my demon clan protect him? In this regard, you humans are the real villains. Upon hearing this, the Hong family expert's gaze grew even colder. Your aura is strong, but somewhat chaotic. Clearly, you have sustained heavy injuries. With your current state, you are undoubtedly doomed. The Hong family expert stepped forward and instantly attacked. Sunange also moved from her position, heading towards the Hong family expert. The two clashed, and wherever they went, the ground cracked, their immense power even scattering the clouds. Meanwhile, Lyn Chen looked up at the 7 people in front of him. Lyn Chen. You suddenly had a bad premonition. This guy is definitely going to take us down with him. Zhang Lingfeng tightly gripped his weapon, taking a deep breath. We are innocent, said another genius from a different family. Ha, innocent? The moment Elder Hong said he wanted to kill Lyn Chen, there were no innocent people left here. Another person shook his head. Whether it was the Hong family expert wanting to kill Lyn Chen or the fact that Lyn Chen had such a demon beast by his side, either point would not bode well for anyone if it got out. Moreover, this was a life and death battle concerning Lyn Chen. If that demon beast won, they would undoubtedly perish as well. Before I make my move, does anyone want to leave? Lyn Chen, holding the Xiao sword in one hand, slowly approached the 7. Lyn Chen, we are innocent. We don't want to kill you, one person hurriedly said, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Lyn Chen smiled slightly, extending his hand towards them. 5 seconds to count down. 5 4 3 2. Damn it, at worst, we'll perish together. With our background, can we not stop a Lyn Chen? Mou shouted, directly charging at Lyn Chen with his weapon. Seeing this, Zhang Lingfeng and the others quickly followed suit, attacking Lyn Chen together. Watching them come at him, Lyn Chen's face bore only a smile. Since you've made your move, it means you truly have the intent to kill me. As soon as he finished speaking, Lyn Chen swung his sword. Blood-red flames surged, transforming into sword energy that rushed towards the crowd. He flashed forward, piercing one of their thighs with his sword while they were busy countering the sword energy. Put! Blood flowed freely, and the man cried out in pain as he fell heavily to the ground. In the sky, Sunange was battling the strongman from the Hong family. On the ground, Lyn Chen began his cleanup. In the air, Sunange, dressed in a long gown, unleashed an incredibly terrifying power from her delicate hands. Each clash with the Hong family strongman caused the entire world to tremble. The long knife in the strongman's hand was fearsome, and the blade's aura it emitted was so powerful that even Sunange dared not take it head-on, only able to dodge. Boom! Sunange struck out with a palm, a great giant hand sweeping down with overwhelming might, like the hand of a Buddha, pressing heavily downwards. The Hong family strongman raised his long knife, and a blade light like starlight suddenly erupted. In an instant, the terrifying blade aura covered the sky, and a powerful pressure enveloped the entire heavens. Boom! The blade light shattered the grey giant hand, then exploded with a loud bang. The immense force spread out, and the shockwave rippled away, sending Sunange flying several meters with her arms raised in front of her. Demon Clan, your greatest reliance is not fighting with my human form. Since you do not transform into your true self, it must be because you are too heavily injured to take on your original form. The Hong family strongman said coldly, revealing the truth. Sunange's stunning face bore a hint of paleness, her clear eyes fixed intently on the Hong family strongman. She said nothing, only the grey mist swirling around her represented her current mood. Uncle Hong, save me! Just as the Hong family strongman was about to strike, a sudden shout came from the ground. The strongman from the Hong family noticed it, and his expression instantly turned extremely ugly. This Lyn Chen. In the next moment, he left his original position and headed towards the other side. Meanwhile, on the ground, 7 young talents from the capital had already fallen to the ground, most of them injured, bearing various wounds. Even Lu Yuting was now covered in injuries, lying on the ground, breathing heavily. At this moment, these 7 young talents from the capital had all been taken down by Lyn Chen alone. Their lives could end at any moment under Lyn Chen's sword. Lyn Chen held the Xiao sword, his black armor stained red with blood, his eyes devoid of emotion. The blood that had not yet dried was all from those 7. Just then, the hairs on Lyn Chen's body suddenly stood on end, a sense of deathly threat coming from behind. Boom! Before the person even arrived, a loud crash was heard from behind. Turning around, the attacking Hong family strongman was blocked by Sunange. The gray light fiercely contended against the starlight-like glow. The Hong family strongman pressed his long knife forward with great force, while Su Nange slowly retreated. "I won't allow you to bully my Lyn Chen," Su Nange shouted, her face full of pride. But at that moment, her pride was nothing but a joke in the eyes of the Hong family strongman. "Humans and demons cannot coexist. You are the daughter of the Beast King. Killing you today would be a great achievement," the Hong family strongman said coldly, pressing down harder with his long knife. Feeling the sudden increase in pressure, Su Nange retreated even further. Anyone could see that Su Nange was not a match for the Hong family strongman. At this moment, she could only make futile resistance. Lyn Chen stared at Su Nange, though he did not understand why she, as a demon, was so determined to protect him. But as long as she stood up for him, Lyn Chen would not allow Su Nange to die. "Nange, you go first, I won't die," Lyn Chen said. Upon hearing this, Su Nange was momentarily stunned. You called me what?" Su Nange's gaze went blank, murmuring. But this moment of distraction gave the Hong family strongman an opportunity. The Hong family strongman's long knife came crashing down, a brilliant blade light slicing through, instantly breaking Su Nange's gray glow. And with that strike, it instantly landed on Su Nange's body. Bang! Su Nange was sent flying, her frail figure crashing heavily into more than a dozen large trees before finally coming to a stop. "Nange!" Lyn Chen's eyes turned slightly red. He didn't particularly like Su Nange, he only had a bit of fondness for her. After all, living together with someone inevitably creates feelings. Not to mention, Su Nange was a beauty. She was willing to fight for him, and for that alone, she shouldn't die. "Humph, you'll go down to accompany her." The voice of the Hong family expert was cold, and in an instant, he raised his knife and charged at Lyn Chen. Just when everyone thought Lyn Chen was doomed, a roar erupted from his mouth. "Damn it, die for me!" Lyn Chen no longer hesitated and instantly crushed the Earth Fiend talisman. In an instant, the area within a few miles around Lyn Chen turned pitch black. This darkness was akin to the approach of dusk, but a terrifying power continuously filled the space. "What's going on?" The 7 prodigies looked at the suddenly darkened sky, all with bewildered expressions. This lingering fear felt so uncomfortable. Lu Yuting's face was extremely pale. Boom! Just as the Hong family expert was about to reach Lyn Chen, a terrifying earth fiend erupted from beneath his feet. Sensing danger, the Hong family expert wasted no time and hurriedly left the spot. The earth fiend erupted, and the terrifying power seemed to want to devour everything here. What kind of ability is this? The Hong family expert's face changed drastically as he stared intently at the earth fiend erupting around him. Just as he had dodged the earth fiend, another one was about to erupt beneath his feet. Looking over at Lyn Chen, however, he seemed completely unharmed, because around him, there was a layer of purple runes swirling, and it was these runes that protected Lyn Chen from the dangers of the earth fiend. Not far away, Su Nange also had a similar layer of purple runes around her. What kind of technique is this? Su Nange struggled to rise from the ground, her hand pressed against her abdomen, blood continuously oozing from the wound on her lower belly. She took out a large pile of elixirs from her pocket and stuffed them into her mouth, which finally made the wound on her abdomen disappear. Her face was pale, and as she looked at the sudden changes around her, she was completely bewildered. This seemed to be Lyn Chen's technique. "If you want to kill me, you have to get past this first," Lyn Chen shouted at the Hong family expert. Then, without looking back, he hurriedly took Su Nange, who was not far away, and fled the scene. Under the Earth Fiend talisman, the 7 prodigies were thrown into a panic. Although the Earth Fiend had not yet posed a threat to them, given their strength, if they were affected, they would instantly meet a tragic end. Moreover, at this moment, they had all lost their ability to act. "We can only crush the tokens given by our family elders." A few of them could only resort to breaking their life-saving trump cards. Without a doubt, once they crushed this item, their elders would have to rush from the depths of the beast wilderness. But they could not counter the current scene. The Hong family expert hurriedly approached the 7 and, with a wave of his hand, a starlight enveloped them, quickly taking them away from the area. But the earth fiend was too dense, and the range within 3 kilometers was completely sealed off, making escape impossible. "Damn it, what kind of ability is this?" The Hong family expert's face was extremely grim. Everything was thrown into chaos because of Lyn Chen's bizarre technique. He was still here, but the other family experts were all rushing to this place. "Lyn Chen, you should die." In the uppermost layer of the beast wilderness, the earth was cracking, and the entire land was a site of devastation. In this battle, countless rocks were shattered, and the ground was littered with the corpses of demonic beasts. In the sky, 7 different colored shadows stood in opposition to the Beast King. The Beast King's subordinates, some dead, some injured, faced with a battle that was already a crushing defeat, and having made all necessary preparations, the Beast King had no chance of victory. Beast King, today is your day of death. A powerful figure from the Zheng family held a long sword, exuding a formidable aura, his black hair swirling like a sword god. The others stood in different positions, their terrifying auras swirling, affecting the surrounding space. The Beast King's massive body was now covered in wounds, and the dense black mist around him had been partially dispersed. His subordinates suffered heavy casualties. There was no doubt that the Beast King would be defeated in this battle. Su Wei coldly watched the Beast King, his murky eyes devoid of any emotion. The conflict between humans and demons was inherent, despite the Beast King having made no moves over the years. It was still a demon. If it weren't for the tenacity of the human race, the land would have long been eroded by these demons and the abyss. Moreover, the beast wilderness was sealed because of the abyss. Otherwise, the Beast King would have likely been influenced by the abyss and begun to devour the surrounding cities. Now, the Beast King was finally going to die. Human race, this king has never invaded your territory. The Beast King knelt on one knee, his massive form resembling a mountain, and when he spoke, his voice resonated like a great bell. Are you begging for mercy? A middle-aged man in a white fur coat spoke. You and I are of different races, killing you is only right. Another person said coldly, carrying a long bow on his back, golden wings behind him radiating layers of light. The others said nothing, but their murderous gazes had already said it all. The Beast King took a deep breath, a hint of dimness in his brown eyes, but when he raised his head, the dimness instantly vanished, replaced by a hint of excitement. In that case, come. As a level 70 great demon, even if I self-destruct, you human race will not fare any better. Even if it costs me my life, I will make you pay a heavy price. With that, the Beast King struck again. The ground shook, and the few remaining subordinates beneath him joined in his attack. Noisy thing. The man in the white fur coat gripped a horse-slaying knife, azure light swirling on the blade. A terrifying aura gathered, and just as he was about to strike, a sudden sensation arose in his heart. Not just him, but the other powerful figures who had come from the capital also felt it. Su Wei sensed something was off and couldn't help but glance at the others. Who dares to harm the descendants of the Zheng family? A powerful figure from the Zheng family suddenly shouted, his eyes turning red. And my Lyn family's descendants. It seems that the descendants of our 7 great families are in great danger. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the others changed instantly. Even Su Wei's expression slightly shifted. How could this be? They are with Hong Chang. Who else in the beast wilderness could threaten Hong Chang? Someone spoke up. A powerful figure from the Li family. The Li family member's eyes showed a mix of shock and worry. No, I must go back to save my family's descendants. As soon as he finished speaking, the Li family member's body instantly left the spot. Everyone, if you all leave, what will happen here? Su Wei quickly asked as he saw them preparing to depart. Su Si. The matters of the beast wilderness are minor. The safety of our family's descendants is paramount, replied the Zhang family member. If they all die here, we will gain nothing. With that, they all left. Seeing this scene, the Beast King, who had originally sounded the horn to prepare for another attack, suddenly halted. King, it seems there is a problem on the human side. A winged beast spoke human words, saying, it must be so, otherwise, they wouldn't let us go so easily. The Beast King nodded, his gaze falling on Su Wei, who had not yet left, and on the president of the Stone City Martial Association. Only you two are left. With most of the human combatants gone, the remaining 2 would definitely not be able to stop them. Su Si, what should we do now? The president of the Stone City Martial Association looked at Su Wei and asked. We should leave too. Su Wei said. Their juniors must have encountered some trouble, even Hong Chang couldn't handle it. Let's go take a look. The president of the Stone City Martial Association nodded in agreement. Then, the 2 of them also left the place. Su Wei's brows slowly furrowed, feeling a bit puzzled. The 7 were protected by Hong Chang. How could they trigger their life-saving trump cards? Moreover, he had not noticed Lyn Chen shattering the token. This meant that this danger had nothing to do with Lyn Chen. No, that girl next to Lyn Chen is not ordinary, aside from being the Beast King's daughter. I can't think of any other background. Su Wei murmured to himself. The reason he left the token with Lyn Chen was to prepare for any eventuality. Now, Lyn Chen was fine, while it was the juniors of the 7 families who were in trouble. At this moment, deep within the beast wilderness, beneath an unfathomable chasm, countless black mists surged forth, darkening the entire sky, with not a single ray of sunlight able to penetrate. And in this abyss, a middle-aged man was walking beneath the crack. This man was none other than Officer Lu. That thing is right beneath this crack. The living creature guarding it has yet to be seen. However, I can already sense its presence. With the bell brought by the family, trapping it shouldn't be a problem. Officer Lu walked slowly beneath the crack, the surrounding black mist swirling around him but not touching his body. Just then, Officer Lu suddenly stopped. Immediately, his face turned extremely grim. How is this possible? Officer Lu also received a sensation, coming from Lu Yuding. He never expected that even with Hong Chang's watch, Lu Yuding would still be in danger. Is it Lyn Chen? No, that can't be. It can't be him. Officer Lu shook his head. Lyn Chen could not possibly injure Lu Yuding to the point of using her life-saving trump card. There was only one possibility. She encountered something even Hong Chang couldn't avoid. After a brief moment of contemplation, Officer Lu decided to continue forward. Since Lu Yuding had shattered her life-saving trump card, it must also mean that the others around her had done the same. And now, Officer Lu wanted to leave. It was no longer possible. Entering this place had already consumed one use of the bell's power. If he tried again, he couldn't guarantee how long he could trap that guy. At this moment, in the lower levels of the beast wilderness, 7 powerful beings abandoned their pursuit of the Beast King and were all heading towards Lyn Chen. The Earth Fiend talisman sealed off all areas within a 3-kilometer radius, with countless Earth Fiends spewing forth from beneath the ground. A terrifying aura spread continuously, as if from hell, capable of devouring everything. Hong Chang, along with Lu Yuding and the others, kept moving within this 3-kilometer area, trying every possible way to escape. But Hong Chang's attacks on the Earth Fiend talisman had no effect whatsoever. Damn it! Hong Chang felt an overwhelming sense of urgency, and his curiosity about Lyn Chen's background grew even stronger. No matter what his current identity was, he was definitely not just an orphan. Such a terrifying formation could only come from an 80-level formation master or a 90-level sorcerer. With such a background, even the 7 great families had to think twice. And now, what matters is not Lyn Chen's identity, but how to escape from here. The Earth Shy is becoming increasingly intense, and he can only hide and seek refuge, otherwise, he will inevitably face the baptism of the Earth Sha. The 7 outstanding individuals hiding behind Hong Chang have pale faces at this moment. No one expected that Lyn Chen had such means. At this time, Lyn Chen had already taken Su Nange and escaped from the center of the Earthsha Talisman. Supreme Earthsha Talisman, 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Less than 3 minutes left? Lyn Chen's heart tightened as he glanced back at the 3-kilometer area sealed by the Earthsha Talisman. Although the Earthsha spews in all directions, it does not cover the entire area in one go. This means that with the strength of that Hong family expert, if he is careful to avoid the Earthsha, he won't die. Moreover, once the 3 minutes pass, he will have a chance to breathe. Yet, Lyn Chen would still be unable to escape the fate of death. Lyn Chen took out the silver token given to him by Senior Su from his bosom. Now, his only way to survive was to crush this item. Unconsciously, Lyn Chen's gaze turned to Su Nange beside him. Su Nange's delicate face was pale, her long dress had few tears, but the glimpses of her figure added much charm to her. What's wrong? Su Nange's clear eyes gazed into Lyn Chen's. As their eyes met, Lyn Chen suddenly smiled. It's nothing. After a moment of hesitation, Lyn Chen chose to crush the silver token in his hand. Now, he had no choice. Regardless of Su Nange's identity or whether he had any connection to the demon race, she had saved his life. Lyn Chen did not consider himself a good person, but he had a conscience. The moment the silver token was crushed, a beam of radiant light shot straight into the sky. This massive beam, carrying immense power, formed an energy shield around Lyn Chen, isolating everyone else within a 50-meter radius. Su Nange stared wide-eyed, feeling extremely confused, and was immediately repelled by the light. Ha! At the moment the beam dispersed, Su Wei, who was rushing over, immediately sensed it. He crushed it. It seems the girl next to Lyn Chen has acted. Su Wei's eyes held a hint of killing intent. and his pace quickened. Ah! The president of the martial association beside him was instantly bewildered. Why did Su Si suddenly become so anxious? The other strong individuals were also rushing madly. Lyn Chen, outside the light. Su Nange became anxious. Her stunning face showed signs of worry, and without any hesitation, she raised her arm and punched the energy shield. The energy shield rippled but showed no signs of damage. No matter how Su Nange attacked the energy shield, it had no effect. No, I don't want to leave you. Lyn Chen. Tears welled up in Su Nange's clear eyes, and her heart grew increasingly anxious. Seeing her like this, Lyn Chen's heart was deeply moved. An indescribable feeling spread within him in an instant. This feeling was something Lyn Chen had experienced in his previous life. In this life, he was orphaned, having grown up in an orphanage. Now, he had once again encountered someone who could care for him like this. Nange, Lyn Chen murmured, then smiled slightly as he approached the edge of the energy shield. Lyn Chen. Su Nange kept pounding on the energy shield, tears streaming down her cheeks. Then, Lyn Chen stepped out of the energy shield and tightly embraced her. Lyn Chen. You. Su Nange was taken aback, feeling the warmth in her arms, and the next moment, she also tightly embraced Lyn Chen. As Lyn Chen stepped out, the layer of defense instantly dissipated. At the same time, the 3-minute time limit had arrived. The effect of the Earth Fiend talisman was waning, and the surging Earth Fiend vanished into thin air. Hong Chang felt the life-threatening sensation fade away, and a hint of excitement immediately appeared on his weathered face. At the same time, an unprecedented killing intent erupted in his eyes. Lyn Chen. Hong Chang looked at the place where the light had just burst forth, set down Lu Yuting and the others, and stepped forward, instantly heading in that direction. Lyn Chen tightly embraced Su Nange, not because he wanted to hold on, but because she was holding on too tightly. Nange, it's time to let go, Lyn Chen hurriedly said, as the 3-minute period of ineffectiveness had passed, and the Hong family expert was likely already aware of the light and was coming this way. Lyn Chen, I want to kiss you. Su Nange blinked her big eyes, looking at Lyn Chen. Next time. Upon hearing this, Su Nange reluctantly released Lyn Chen. Just then, a terrifying killing intent suddenly enveloped Lyn Chen. The hairs on Lyn Chen's body stood on end as he looked up at the sky. He saw Hong Chang gripping a long knife. Without any hesitation, a blade of light like a star suddenly tore through the heavens and earth, heading straight for Lyn Chen. Before the blade reached him, Lyn Chen already felt the threat of death. His muscles trembled, and even his bones shook. Su Nange stood in front of Lyn Chen, ready to block this strike for him. Roar! In this critical moment, a dragon's roar suddenly pierced the air. Immediately after, a true dragon engulfed in flames instantly swallowed Hong Chang's strike. Su Wei! Hong Chang shouted lowly, knowing who had arrived. Lyn Chen's face lit up with joy. He looked up and saw two figures stepping through the air not far away. One of them was indeed the arriving Su Wei. On the other side, 6 different streams of light were also heading towards Lu Yuting and the others. They all came. Seeing this scene, the joy on Lyn Chen's face diminished significantly. Hong Chang, you are truly seeking death. Su Wei's gaze was icy. He is the pride of Song City, a guaranteed student, and not only that, you dare to lay hands on a fellow clansman. Do you know the consequences of slaughtering your own kin and killing future stars? Su Wei's voice rang like a bell, a powerful aura continuously swirling around him, clearly indicating that he was genuinely angry, especially upon seeing Hong Chang make a move against Lyn Chen. Su Wei, you, the guaranteed student of Song City, really have some guts, actually marrying into the demon clan. Why do you think I should not act against him? Hong Chang coldly replied, showing no fear of Su Wei. He had leverage in his hands. Even if he acted against Lyn Chen, what did it matter? Upon hearing this, Su Wei immediately guessed something. A heaviness settled in his heart, and his expression grew increasingly grim. This matter requires investigation. We need to take Lyn Chen back. It cannot be decided by your mere words. But Su Wei, coming from the Longyu army and having served as a martial officer in Song City for many years, naturally knew how to use the right words to temporarily protect Lyn Chen. Hearing this, Hong Chang continued, Then Su Wei, if I act against him, I am not committing any wrongdoing, right? If you protect him, be careful that you might lose yourself as well. I don't believe that a demon clan member in Song City is something you, as a martial officer, are unaware of. Hong Chang narrowed his eyes, looking at Su Wei. his inner fury not causing him to lose his rationality. His sharp words seem to aim to pin Su Wei down. Whether she is from the demon clan cannot be determined by your word alone. Su Wei said lightly, I want to know what made you certain that this person is from the demon clan. Moreover, without any investigation, you dare to act against Lyn Chen indiscriminately. Su Wei's words were like needles, piercing so deeply that Hong Chang didn't know how to respond. Do you know that if it turns out this girl is not from the demon clan, and you take action, even the Hong family won't be able to protect you? Upon hearing this, Hong Chang snorted coldly. Then let's wait until this matter is over. I want to see if she is from the demon clan or not. In his heart, he was 100% certain. This girl was definitely from the demon clan. The gray mist she unleashed was identical to that of the Beast King. Moreover, although he couldn't sense any demonic aura or the presence of a martial artist from this girl, just this strange point alone indicated that she was abnormal. Hong Chang's expression remained grim. Even with solid evidence in hand, Lyn Chen was still alive. Once he revealed the truth, Su Wei would surely not let him off. Damn it, hasn't Officer Lu arrived? Hong Chang did not sense Officer Lu among the several auras he had felt earlier. Su Wei said nothing, merely descended from the sky and stood beside Lyn Chen, shielding him behind himself. The president of the Martial Association in Shishir glanced at Hong Chang but ultimately chose to stand beside Su Wei. After all, the other party was from the capital, and in Beizhou, aside from himself, there was only Su Si, this powerful figure. Why did you crush the token and run out? Su Wei looked at Lyn Chen with cold eyes and asked, Hey, Senior Su, isn't it all the same? Lyn Chen chuckled. Not the same. Su Wei's tone was somewhat indifferent, his murky eyes suddenly landing on Su Nange. Under that gaze, Su Nange immediately felt a bit uncomfortable. I ask you, are you the daughter of the Beast King? Su Wei looked at Su Nange and asked, Senior Su, Lyn Chen was about to defend her when Su Wei suddenly grabbed him and pushed him toward the president of the Martial Association in Shishir. You keep an eye on him. The president of the Martial Association had no choice but to hold on to Lyn Chen. Su Nange immediately didn't know how to respond. Tell me the truth, and I can protect you and Lyn Chen. Su Wei said, The Beast King is not my father. Su Nange replied. Upon hearing this, Su Wei's pupils slightly constricted. Not your father? Su Nange nodded. In other words, he is my adoptive father. Upon hearing this, Su Wei fell silent and stepped forward, placing a hand on Su Nange's shoulder. After a moment of perception, Su Wei's brows immediately furrowed. He realized that there was no aura of a martial artist on Su Nange, not even the aura of a demon beast. This made Su Wei even more curious about her identity. You have no demonic aura, can you tell me who your biological father is? Su Wei asked. I don't know. Surprisingly, Su Nange shook her head, her eyes filled with confusion. Senior Su, she has been living at my home for nearly 3 months, and all this time, she has been studying online, Lyn Chen added. Su Wei's gaze scanned Su Nange up and down, then turned to look at Hong Chang not far away. Since Hong Chang was so certain that Su Nange was from the demon clan, and he had also tried to kill Lyn Chen, this matter was certainly not simple. Just as Su Wei was about to ask Lyn Chen what had happened, a furious shout suddenly came from afar. Su Si, you really have trained a good genius. Looking up, he saw the remaining 5 people arriving with their own juniors, their faces filled with barely concealed anger. Let him pay with his life. The 5 shouted in unison. Furious, everyone, even if Lyn Chen has secured a spot for direct admission, you shouldn't target him like this. Su Wei's expression instantly turned cold. He looked at the injuries on the 7 members of the Lu family, and now saw these 5 directing their hostility towards Lyn Chen. Even Su Wei, no matter how foolish, must have understood what had happened. No wonder we received news from our own juniors at the same time. A strong member of the Zhang family, holding a long sword, said coldly, Today, he will undoubtedly die. Our family's juniors almost died at his hands. A strong member of the Lyn family also shouted, his eyes filled with killing intent. The injuries they bore were all inflicted by Lyn Chen. At this moment, everyone was on edge, all pointing their weapons at Lyn Chen. Lyn Chen, tell me, what exactly happened? Su Wei furrowed his brows tightly, his gaze fixed on Lyn Chen as he asked, Senior Su, do you believe me? Lyn Chen replied, Speak. Then, Lyn Chen recounted the events that had transpired. In the sky above, The strong members of the 5 great families changed their expressions upon hearing Lyn Chen say that everything was directed by the Hong family's strong members, including why he had attacked the 7. It was because he was about to die. If it weren't for Su Nang's intervention, Lyn Chen would have already died at the hands of the Hong family's strong members. Hong Chang's face turned extremely ugly, his gaze fixed on Lyn Chen. I attacked you just to force that beast beside you to act. To force the beast beside me to act? Hearing this, Lyn Chen laughed. Then why did you imprison the token on me? Is this also for my protection? I've said what I needed to say. I had murderous intent, but you all must remember, it was you who harmed me first. If I, Lyn Chen, do not die today, I will surely overturn your Lu family and Hong family. Boom! A thunderclap suddenly resonated through the heavens and earth along with Lyn Chen's words. The others were startled, unsure if the weather was about to change or if Lyn Chen's words had drawn the attention of the heavens. Hong Chang stood in the void, arms crossed, snorting coldly. Nonsense, I actually hope you have the ability to live until that time. As he spoke, a cold smile appeared on Hong Chang's face. An orphan, unaware of the vastness of the world. There are countless talents in this world. Do you really think you are that unique prodigy? Lyn Chen remained silent, simply looking calmly at the other party. He had already made his determination clear. This child's temperament is truly terrifying. But how can he possibly get through this current crisis? A strong member of the Zheng family looked at Lyn Chen with indifference, murmuring inwardly, regardless, you have attacked our family's juniors and almost killed them. A strong member of the Lyn family said coldly, just for this, killing you would be no issue. So, my life and death are disregarded, and my fate is to be determined by others' words? No one spoke. After all, Su Wei still stood behind Lyn Chen, no matter whose words were spoken. Lyn Chen had harmed others first, and that could not be denied. Su Si, why don't you explain how you have hidden a beast in Tsang City? Hong Chang spoke, directly shifting the conflict onto the entire Tsang City and Su Wei. The other members also turned their gazes to Su Wei, wanting to see how he would explain this. A young girl, yet possessing power comparable to that of the Beast King. Su Nang looked at the others, feeling helpless and unsure how to explain. Su Wei stood alone, blocking Lyn Chen and Su Nang, facing 6 people by himself. If he is a beast, I willingly hand over Lyn Chen, Su Wei said calmly, but his next words were very concise. But if he is not a beast, then your Hong family must personally come to apologize to Lyn Chen. You attacked him and imprisoned the token on him, clearly aiming for his life. We both know this in our hearts, so there is no need to say more. Hong Chang did not speak, only his gaze fixed on Su Wei. Lyn Chen also remained silent. He did not have complete confidence to prove that Su Nang was not a beast. Su Si, how should we settle our accounts? Said a strong man from the Zheng family. Beside him, Zhang Lingfeng was covered in injuries, his face extremely pale. This tone was hard to swallow not only for the Zheng family strongman but for the others as well. Su Wei looked at the group and said, this matter arose because of the Hong family. Lyn Chen, without distinguishing right from wrong, acted recklessly, injuring the innocent while uncertain of his own survival. On behalf of Lyn Chen, I apologize to you and voluntarily offer something to compensate you. Upon hearing this, Lyn Chen's face was one of disbelief. He could not believe that Senior Su would go this far for him. For a moment, Lyn Chen's heart was once again touched. Senior Su. Lyn Chen looked at Su Wei, his eyes becoming somewhat moist. Su Wei's tall figure stood before Lyn Chen like a great mountain, shielding him from all storms. All right, the strong man from the Zheng family nodded. Since Su Wei had stepped forward and said so, he would no longer pursue the matter. No one had expected that what was meant to be a training expedition for the younger generation in the wilderness would lead to such an incident. Behind this event, the others had already begun to speculate. All of this was likely aimed at targeting Lyn Chen. You all go back first, the battle inside is still waiting for us, said the strong man from the Lyn family, glancing at his own juniors. Upon hearing this, everyone remembered that deep within the beast wilderness, the Beast King was still waiting for them. Now that they saw their juniors were not in life-threatening danger, they felt relieved. However, this important matter still needed to be addressed. They had to kill the Beast King. I suggest you all first kill the Beast King's daughter. Hong Chang's gaze fell on Su Nang. Su Nang immediately became the target of everyone's attention. I am not his biological daughter. Su Nang hurriedly defended herself. At this, everyone was taken aback. This girl was really the Beast King's daughter? Su Si, The strongman from the Zhang family's expression turned cold. The others also looked at Su Wei. They never expected that this girl was indeed the Beast King's daughter, and there was such a dangerous presence beside their juniors. Su Wei also did not expect Su Nange would speak up at this moment. I beg you, do not kill it. It has never harmed the human race. Su Nange's eyes welled with tears, her emotions extremely agitated. If it dies, the entire beast wilderness will be swallowed by the abyss. The crowd fell silent, and just as tensions rose, the entire beast wilderness suddenly trembled. The ground cracked, countless fissures spreading from the depths of the beast wilderness. Su Wei furrowed his brow and quickly lifted Lyn Chen and Su Nange off the ground. Boom! A tremendous sound came from the distance, and they saw the ground suddenly collapse, revealing an endless abyss below. The entire beast wilderness was undergoing a tremendous change. In the distant sky, layers of black mist began to drift in, enveloping the entire area, with dark thunder rolling within, devoid of any vitality. The abyss. Feeling this terrifying aura, the expressions of the strongmen present changed drastically. Lyn Chen was horrified. How could there be an abyss in the beast wilderness? Just as everyone's gaze turned toward the black mist, a silver light shone from there. Immediately after, a figure rapidly approached them. It's Officer Lu, someone exclaimed. As if sensing something, Lu Yuting struggled to lift her head, looking at the figure in the distance. Second uncle. Closer now. This person is none other than Officer Lu. Behind him, the Yuan wheel glimmers in silver, with large snowflakes continuously falling. His clothes are now torn in over a dozen places, revealing numerous wounds, indicating he has sustained significant injuries. Yet, there is no sign of panic on his face. Instead, it carries a hint of excitement. Su Wei looks at the black mist engulfing the area, his expression extremely grave. It's coming again. The vast black mist spreads across the beast wilderness, like a giant ferocious beast, ready to devour everything here. Officer Lu, wrapped in layers of cold ice, steps forward to the crowd and immediately speaks. Everyone, leave the beast wilderness now, depart from Tsang City, and return to the capital. Upon hearing this, no one dares to linger. Officer Lu approaches Lu Yuting, glances at her, and his brow immediately furrows. You've sustained such serious injuries. Let's talk about it later, we can't stay here. The crowd remains silent and quickly leaves the area. Senior Su, watching the departing crowd, Lyn Chen turns his gaze to Su Wei. Return to Tsang City first. After a brief silence, Su Wei speaks. Tsang City. Lyn Chen and the others return to Tsang City. Not just them, all the martial artists who entered the beast wilderness have returned to Tsang City. As for the powerful figures from the capital, they had already returned at the first opportunity after leaving the beast wilderness, without stopping in Tsang City. At this moment, Tsang City has activated a level 1 alert. The sound of alarms echoes throughout Tsang City, and soldiers armed with real guns and nuclear weapons stand atop the massive steel walls. All the martial artists in the city have been gathered together. Not only Tsang City, but all cities close to the beast wilderness have also raised alert lines. Senior Su, has the abyss erupted? In the highest level conference room of the Martial Arts Association, Lyn Chen looks at Su Wei, listening to the sounds of the alert outside, and asks. Yes. Su Wei nods. The emergence of the abyss in the beast wilderness is actually due to the disturbance caused after the treasure was taken from the beast wilderness. Upon hearing this, Lyn Chen's pupils constrict. Senior Su, who took that treasure? The culprit has already fled. Su Wei replies calmly, a hint of seriousness in his murky eyes. Now is not the time to discuss this, since they haven't pursued the matter. That's not too bad. From now on, Lyn Chen, you should not stay by Su Nange's side. Starting tomorrow. No, starting today. I will have someone escort you out of Tsang City to the capital, directly to Ching Bay University. Su Wei states. Senior Su, what about here? Lyn Chen looks at him, but the latter waves his hand. You don't need to worry. With your strength, even if you got involved, what use would it be? Lyn Chen is momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Senior Su is right. Given the current situation, he is merely a 10th level martial artist. What could he possibly do? Now that it has come to this, I should tell you my true identity. Su Wei looks at Lyn Chen, who is frowning, and suddenly smiles. I am the former commander of the Longyu army. This time, the abyss erupted in the beast wilderness, and the great Xiao will certainly not sit idly by. Su Wei says, The silver token I left for you was a treasure given to me by the previous commander of the Longyu army. Now that you have been marked by the token's aura, once you reach the capital, someone from the Longyu army will find you. Upon hearing this, Lyn Chen's face is filled with disbelief. He never expected that Senior Su's identity would be the commander of the Longyu army. Even though he is just a former commander, this status is enough to prove Senior Su's position. Lyn Chen now understands. No wonder those strong individuals greeted Su Qian with respect upon seeing him. With me here, Song City will be safe. Su Wei patted Lyn Chen's shoulder, a warm smile on his face. Also, the matter of Su Nange needs to be dealt with quickly. Su Qian, Nange has nowhere to go now, apart from here. She can't return to the beast wilderness, Lyn Chen said. Then let's investigate her identity thoroughly. Su Wei replied. Follow me. The two left the top floor and arrived at a room on the first floor. Su Nange followed behind them. Inside the room, Su Wei began to check Su Nange's identity. This was the Martial Arts Association, which recorded the identities of almost everyone. Anyone could be investigated, as long as they were documented in the Great Xiao. However, after searching, there was indeed no information about Su Nange. Su Wei's expression immediately turned cold. This, Su Qian, since the Beast King is her adoptive father, her identity is probably a mystery as well. Lyn Chen spoke up. That's right, Su Wei nodded, having forgotten this point. But there are other ways. Su Wei glanced at the central device. This device can detect whether Su Nange is of the demon race. As long as the device shows no reaction, it proves that Su Nange is of the human race. Upon hearing this, Lyn Chen's clear eyes sparkled with anticipation. Go ahead. Lyn Chen looked at Su Nange, who blinked and then walked towards the device. Standing still, Su Nange awaited Su Wei's instructions. You don't need to do anything. Just wait calmly, Su Wei said. Then began the test. The device emitted a glow, enveloping her in a layer of radiant light. After several seconds, the device showed no reaction. Seeing this, a smile immediately appeared on Lyn Chen's face. However, Su Wei's brows furrowed tightly. Not a demon beast, Su Wei murmured to himself. Su Qian. Lyn Chen looked at him. She is not a demon beast. Su Wei shook his head. So, the strong from the Hong family cannot use this matter against me anymore. Lyn Chen chuckled. That's right, Su Wei nodded. Su Nange's face was filled with joy, which meant she was not a demon beast. No, that's not right, she was never a demon beast. Lyn Chen, come out with me for a moment, Su Wei called after glancing at Su Nange. Lyn Chen's gaze fell on Su Nange, who smiled gently at him. Go ahead, I'll wait for you here. Okay. Lyn Chen then followed Su Wei outside. Once outside, Su Wei looked at Lyn Chen calmly. Do you think it's better that she is not a demon beast or that she is human? Of course, she is human, Lyn Chen replied, feeling a bit perplexed by Su Wei's words. Then the problem arises. Su Wei's gaze turned serious. Lyn Chen, have you ever considered that an orphan, abandoned in the beast wilderness, is being watched by the Beast King? Not only that, but she possesses divine power without any traits of a martial artist. You say she is a demon beast. Yet she has no characteristics of the demon race, and even the latest device from the Great Xiao couldn't detect anything. And you say she is human, yet she shows no traits of a martial artist. Even Hong Chang can spar with her. At this point, Su Wei's gaze fell back on Lyn Chen. Do you think her identity is simple? With this, Lyn Chen understood Su Wei's words. Su Qian, you mean you don't want me to take on this mess, right? Lyn Chen asked. Exactly. Seeing that Lyn Chen had figured it out, Su Wei's eyes showed a hint of appreciation as he nodded. In any case, this is simpler than offending the Lu family and the Hong family. Even so, the severity of the situation is likely to far exceed that of the two families. Upon hearing this, Lyn Chen fell silent, but a few seconds later, he laughed. Senior Su, you know that without her, I would have long since died in the beast wilderness. As soon as these words were spoken, Su Wei fell silent. He understood Lyn Chen's meaning. In that case, let her accompany you to the capital. At this moment, all the martial artists inside and outside Song City wore serious expressions. The commoners living in the city were even more anxious. How many years had it been since the alarm of this level had ever sounded? And now, suddenly, it rang out. Didn't that mean war was coming? Inside the Xiao family, the members of the Xiao family were gathered together. The alarm had sounded, which meant the beast wilderness had erupted. Song City could be affected at any moment. Zhao Huayan sat at the head, his gaze filled with deep seriousness. Head of the family, what should we do now? The elders of the Xiao family looked at their leader and asked. The alarm has sounded, there's no escaping it, Zhao Huayan said. And Lyn Chen, who has offended my Xiao family, is still alive. With Su Ci's thoughts, he will definitely want to send him out of the city. At this critical moment, Zhao Huayan was still thinking about how to deal with Lyn Chen. Zhao Chen sat below, his face full of displeasure. He hadn't expected the alarm in Song City to be raised. Father, we really won't. Zhao Chen was a bit scared, and before he could finish, he was shot a glare by Zhao Huayan. Shut up, even if we die, we'll drag Lyn Chen down with us. If the fish dies, the net breaks. This is exactly the time for that. Head of the family, do you mean to use the pretense of leaving the city to surround and kill Lyn Chen? An elder asked. Exactly. Zhao Huayan nodded. Since it has come to this, there's no need to fear what his identity is. Since it was already a matter of life and death, Lyn Chen definitely could not survive. No one in the Zhao family spoke. In the Zheng family, they had already rallied and summoned the family's martial artists, preparing to face the impending war. The head of the Zhang family stood at the front, hands clasped behind his back, looking at Zhongli, who was already in tears. Zhongli, you are the only hope of our Zhang family. This time, no matter what, you must leave. Father. Zhongli looked at his father, his fists tightly clenched. At this moment, the entire Zhang family was ready to face battle. The Zhang family was an ancient martial arts family, and they would never bow their heads in the face of the threat from the demon clan. Living in such a world, war is inevitable. Zhongli's father said calmly. No one knows how that day will come. Parting may be permanent, or it may be brief. Zhongli's father looked at his son. But you must remember, Zhongli, your journey has just begun. Zhongli remained silent, filled with resentment and his own powerlessness. When truly facing life and death, he found himself unable to do anything. Song City did not descend into chaos, just as Zhang Li's father had said. Living in such a world, everyone faced crises. It was just that this day was unknown when it would arrive. Martial Arts Association. Su Wei had already prepared a vehicle and accompanying people for Lyn Chen and Su Nange, but Lyn Chen refused the accompanying people. After all, Su Nange's strength was not weak, and with her there, ordinary martial artists could not protect them. All right. Su Wei nodded and found a driver for Lyn Chen. He looked at Lyn Chen and Su Nange, a hint of a smile on his weathered face. Lyn Chen, parting is quite normal. I hope that when we meet again, you will stand at a different height. War. You and I live in such a world, it is unavoidable. Perhaps our generation won't encounter it, but what about the next? If everyone does their best, this world will be better. Lyn Chen's eyes unexpectedly filled with tears as he looked at Su Wei in front of him. He was an orphan, but he felt a long-lost warmth from the other person. Senior Su. Lyn Chen didn't know what to say, and the tears kept flowing uncontrollably. All right, why is a big man crying? Su Wei laughed heartily, personally reaching out to wipe away Lyn Chen's tears. Even if we may die, you are from Song City. With your talent, your strength in the future will surely not be lower than that of that person. Lyn Chen, I hope that one day, I can see you pacifying the wilderness and sealing the abyss. And I want to see you enter Ching Bay University and step onto the screen. After saying this, Su Wei directly ordered someone to take the two away. At the entrance of the Martial Arts Association in Song City, Su Wei quietly watched Lyn Chen and the others leave, a slight smile on his lips. This farewell may be forever. The car slowly drove out of Song City, heading north. Looking back at the rapidly receding Song City, Lyn Chen's heart was already filled with Su Wei's words. Senior Su. Lyn Chen clenched his fists tightly, and at that moment, a thought slowly took shape deep within him. He wanted to become stronger. At this moment, he understood why he needed to practice martial arts and why he needed to grow stronger. Born in such an era, there was no other way, and Lyn Chen wanted to do everything he could to protect what he wanted to protect. Inside the car, sensing Lyn Chen's emotional shift, Su Nange tightly grasped Lyn Chen's hand. It's okay. Lyn Chen smiled at her. Su Nange nodded, as the vehicle continued to drive at a speed of 180, heading towards the capital. Outside, far from Song City, the sky was dark, and black thunder rolled continuously. Even at such a distance, Lyn Chen could feel the terrifying pressure it brought. This city could not contend with the abyss, and within this city, there was only a strong person like Su Si. From Senior Su's words, Lyn Chen knew that it must have been those 7 powerful figures from the capital who took that treasure. And Lyn Chen now understood that for such powerful beings, a supreme treasure was worth more than the lives of the people in a city. Taking a deep breath, Lyn Chen tried to calm himself. Now that he had left Song City, his heart was still filled with things he needed to do. He wanted to make a name for Song City. During this martial arts examination, he had not forgotten Senior Su's words. Since he had to contend with the Lu and Hong families, he must present an invincible stance and make a name for himself in the martial arts examination. Just then, the driver suddenly spoke. "You too, there is a figure approaching us from behind." Upon hearing this, Lyn Chen immediately looked at the rearview mirror. He saw a streak of light rapidly approaching the vehicle. Seeing the newcomer, Lyn Chen's eyes showed a hint of surprise. But soon, he realized who it was. Someone from the Xiao family. At this critical moment, the Xiao family actually wants to kill me. Lyn Chen's heart turned completely cold. "Nange." Lyn Chen held Su Nange's hand. "It's okay, leave it to me." Su Nange smiled at Lyn Chen, then opened the car door and jumped out. "Lyn Chen, today is your day of death." In the sky, Zhao Huayan quickly approached the vehicle. The intense killing intent was palpable, revealing just how heavy Zhao Huayan's murderous intent towards Lyn Chen was. Now, as the abyss was about to engulf the entire beast wilderness, even Song City had raised its alert level. Zhao Huayan's actions left no escape route for the Xiao family. In his heart, Zhao Huayan believed that this crisis would be the end for Song City. Even if they managed to survive, the Xiao family would suffer heavy losses. But more importantly, the Xiao family's actions had long since created enmity with Lyn Chen. Now that Lyn Chen had left Song City for the capital, it represented a bright future for his career. When Lyn Chen returned after his studies, the Xiao family would still be unable to escape their doomed fate. Therefore, Zhao Huayan would no longer wait, nor would he give Lyn Chen this opportunity. As Zhao Huayan charged forward, Su Nange had already exited the vehicle. In the sky, Zhao Huayan suddenly sensed a tremendous crisis descending before him. "What?" Zhao Huayan looked at the girl ahead, his pupils suddenly constricting, his eyes filled with shock. He never expected that this girl would unleash such powerful strength. He knew her well, she was the girl who had been living in Lyn Chen's house. How could it be? How could she possess such overwhelming power? Zhao Huayan stared at Su Nange, disbelief etched on his face. Su Nange made her move. A wisp of gray mist floated from her palm, transforming into a sword aura that suddenly slashed towards Zhao Huayan. Zhao Huayan was taken aback, the hairs on his body standing on end. This power threatened his life. He hurriedly dodged. The sword aura grazed his arm, blood gushed forth, and his clothes, along with the weapons he had left behind, were torn apart. How could this girl have such power? "I am a level 30 warrior." Zhao Huayan was drenched in sweat, watching as the vehicle sped away, while he was blocked by Su Nange. He couldn't spare a hand to deal with her. He could only let Lyn Chen escape. But now, even if Lyn Chen had fled, he himself was no match for Su Nange. In Su Nange's clear eyes, there was no emotion, only a hint of pure killing intent. The person before her wanted to kill Lyn Chen, making him her enemy. Su Nange never showed mercy to her enemies. This was a lesson taught to her by her adoptive father, the Beast King. Su Nange struck again. This time Zhao Huayan had nowhere to hide, and his thigh was directly severed. Ugh! Zhao Huayan lost his support and fell from the sky. Only level 50 warriors could fly, but Zhao Huayan had achieved this through his awakened abilities. Su Nange could even contend with the strong from the Hong family, let alone someone like Zhao Huayan, who was only level 30. Zhao Huayan stared at Su Nange, knowing he was out of options. Ha ha ha, poor Zhao family, doing so well yet still one step behind. Zhao Huayan laughed bitterly, a hint of despair on his face. From the very beginning, he had never held any hope for an orphan like Lyn Chen to rise, but unexpectedly, Lyn Chen had risen step by step, eventually winning the title of a genius in the capital and securing a spot for direct admission. From that moment on, even if the Xiao family wanted to target Lyn Chen again, they had no means to do so, only a dead end awaited them. Su Nange did not give Zhao Huayan a second chance. With a swift motion, she ended his life. Zhao Huayan was dead. Su Nange turned and continued to chase after Lyn Chen. Before long, Su Nange returned. The car slowly stopped, allowing Su Nange to get in. "Did you take care of it?" Lyn Chen asked as he looked at Su Nange. He was very weak. Su Nange nodded. Lyn Chen smiled. "Thank you. You're welcome." It's what your girlfriend should do, Su Nange replied quietly, shaking her head. Upon hearing this, Lyn Chen was momentarily at a loss for words. In his heart, Su Nange was merely someone he owed gratitude to. He had never really thought much about the romantic aspect. After all, since Su Nange arrived at his home, she had been constantly exposed to the internet, like a primitive person. As for boyfriends and girlfriends, Lyn Chen didn't want to take advantage of her. Moreover, judging by Su's words, Su Nange's background was not weak. The car continued to drive towards the capital. At this moment, the martial artists of Sung City had already gathered together. Su Wei stood in front of the Martial Arts Association, his gaze sweeping over the martial artists before him, his weathered face showing a hint of sternness. Everyone, the safety of Sung City is in our hands. Perhaps some of you may not have high realms, but as martial artists, you still stood up. On behalf of the Longyu army and all the people of Sung City, thank you. After saying this, Su Wei deeply bowed to all the martial artists. The martial artists present looked at this martial arts leader, and their feelings of respect gradually increased. This leader had been in Sung City for 30 years, and those who were observant knew that he had a significant background. Su Si, I am also from Sung City. My wife and children are still here. If I retreat, what will happen to them? A big man carrying a long knife said. Today, even if I die, I will die on the path of killing the demon beasts. If I step back, it will only be my family that dies. The big man continued. That's right. I feel the same. Yes. Other martial artists echoed in agreement. They were born in Sung City, and some had already started families. Their families were still in Sung City. If they left, what would happen to them? In this world, someone had to stand up. Thank you all. Su Wei's face was filled with satisfaction, facing such a scene. He couldn't help but recall his days in the Longyu army. Rest assured, as the martial arts leader, I will do my utmost to protect the entire Sung City, Su Wei said, and then a powerful aura emanated from his body. Even the president of the Martial Arts Association present did not have such a strong aura. The faces of the martial artists present suddenly changed. They did not expect this leader's aura to be so powerful. Perhaps even a level 50 martial artist would not possess such an aura. Su Wei soared into the air, not lingering in place, and directly headed towards the beast wilderness. Everyone, follow me to kill. With Su Wei's shout, the martial artists present all boarded the war chariots and headed towards the direction of the beast wilderness. At this moment, within the beast wilderness, thunder rumbled, pitch black as ink, and the world was shrouded in a vast darkness. Countless demon beasts were affected by this darkness, their eyes turning blood red, filled with extreme ferocity. Roar! Under the roar of a certain demon beast, the entire beast wilderness suddenly trembled. Countless demon beasts rushed towards Sung City, the closest city to the wilderness. On the way to the capital, Lyn Chen and Su Nange sat in the car. Big brother, how much longer until we reach the capital? Lyn Chen asked. At least 3 days, the driver replied. All right, Lyn Chen responded. 3 days? It would take 3 days to reach the capital, and there were only 7 days left until the martial arts examination. As a student with guaranteed admission, Lyn Chen naturally did not need to participate in the martial arts examination, but he wanted to make a name for himself, so he had to participate in the examination. He wanted to defeat all the outstanding talents of the great Xiao and enter Ching Bay University as the first. The martial arts examination is open to all states, except for students with guaranteed admission. All other high school students must participate in the examination to obtain scores, which will be used to select their martial arts universities. The driver, being a member of the Martial Arts Association, was very knowledgeable about the examination. When the martial arts examination begins, everyone from each state must gather in their respective provincial capitals to participate. Those with outstanding scores will be the top of their state in the examination. This is the first ranking, and then they will select their martial arts university based on their scores. As for the second ranking, it requires entering the martial arts university, participating in the freshman competition. It can be said that all the prodigies will enter the martial arts university meant for prodigies, and the spots they compete for are extremely valuable. He said a lot, and Lyn Chen understood it to some extent. So, after I go to the capital, I will participate in the martial arts examination there, Lyn Chen said. That's right. The driver nodded. The martial arts examination in the capital is considered the most challenging. The Great Xiao is divided into 9 provinces. with the capital occupying one province, known as the Central Province, while the others are the North, East, South, West, Ling, Yen, and Yun provinces. Among them, the East, Ling, Yen, and Yun provinces are where prodigies gather the most. As for the rest, you know about the North Province, while the South and West provinces are slightly weaker. The ranking of the 9 provinces is roughly that the North is the weakest, followed by the South, West, East, Yen, Ling, Yun, and the Central Province. Hearing this, Lyn Chen nodded, gaining a deeper understanding. After listening to the driver's words, Lyn Chen realized that he didn't know much about the outside world. It was only after leaving the North Province that he learned these things. By the way, aren't you a recommended student? Do you still need to participate in the martial arts examination? The driver asked. Yes. Lyn Chen did not hide it. I want to prove myself, not just for me, but also for Song City. Ha ha ha, good. The driver laughed heartily, glancing at Lyn Chen through the rearview mirror, as if he could see Lyn Chen's determination. No wonder Susie treats you so well. It seems there really is a reason. Lyn Chen remained silent. He had already left Song City, yet now Song City was facing its greatest crisis. Try to calm your heart a bit. The abyss eruption may not necessarily lead to the destruction of Song City, the driver said lightly. I've been by Susie's side for many years and have heard some rumors. The beast wilderness has not experienced an abyss eruption for 30 years because there is a treasure deep within and a powerful being guarding that treasure. The loss of that treasure does not mean the abyss will erupt immediately. The abyss eruption requires time. In a short period, the abyss will not directly erode the entire beast wilderness, thus controlling all the beasts above to attack Song City. Hearing this, Lyn Chen's eyes regained a glimmer of light. How long will that time be? It's hard to say. The driver shook his head. It could be a few months or maybe half a year. It depends on the intensity of the abyss's arrival here. However, if the abyss erupts in the beast wilderness, the great Xiao will definitely notice and will not ignore it. Will they really not ignore it? Lyn Chen murmured. Just by seeing the 7 powerful figures from the capital come to the beast wilderness, such events occurred. Anyone could guess the reason behind it. The more he thought, the more Lyn Chen felt his mood was quite oppressive. This had completely exceeded his ability to control. Overthinking would only make him more exhausted. Time passed little by little. No one knew what Song City was like now. Only the entire North Province was shaken, with martial artists frequently appearing in the cities of the North Province, all rushing to support Song City. Meanwhile, in the capital, the Lu family. Official Lu returned to the Lu family with Lu Yuting. Yuting, who hurt you like this? Official Lu asked. All the way, he had been treating Lu Yuting's injuries, finally helping her recover. As for the abyss eruption in the beast wilderness, he did not intervene but directly brought her back to the capital. It was only after returning to the capital that he spoke up. It was Lyn Chen. Lu Yuting said. He didn't die. Official Lu narrowed his eyes slightly. He had seen Lyn Chen's figure earlier and knew that Hong Chang had failed, and Lu Yuting must have lost to Lyn Chen again. There's no need to think too much about him. He was just lucky. Lu Shaoguan placed his hand on Lu Yuting's shoulder and gently patted her, saying, as for the girl beside him, Yuting, a prodigy must rise to be called a prodigy, even a monster. Even the 4 monsters from the capital, who fell midway, are only remembered for their talent at certain moments. Only when you completely rise can you prove the title of prodigy. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuting said nothing, but her slightly dim eyes slowly brightened. Lyn Chen hasn't died, that shows his resilience, but the girl beside him won't let him live much longer, Lu Shaoguan said. At these words, Lu Yuting's gaze shifted slightly. Second uncle. She is not a monster, Lu Shaoguan said, and with that single sentence, he turned to leave. Alright, the martial arts exam is approaching, focus on your preparation, and don't worry about Ching Bay University. With that, Lu Shaoguan left, heading deeper into the Lu family estate. Lu Yuting stood in her own courtyard, looking at the wooden stake ahead, and suddenly took a deep breath. That's right, second uncle is right, only a rising prodigy can be called a prodigy. And Lyn Chen, compared to me, is nothing to fear. The long road ahead. Lyn Chen still had to enter Ching Bay University. With her status, she would surely surpass Lyn Chen there, and that would be her time to rise. At that time, she would radiate endless brilliance, welcoming the attention of the masses, and ascend to the throne. As for Lyn Chen, he could only watch her, powerless. As time passed, 3 days quickly went by, and Lyn Chen officially arrived in the capital. Beizhou is not far from the capital. In other states, it would take at least 7 days, or even half a month, to reach. Looking at the vast steel flow ahead, Lyn Chen experienced the capital of the entire Great Xiao for the first time. The only central state. The capital. The capital. As the capital of Great Xiao, it is the only one defined by a city in central state. Even the steel flow outside far exceeds Tsang City. The massive black walls stand tall on the plain, and in the distance beyond those black walls, one can barely see the mountains rising within the city by squinting. One can imagine just how enormous this city is. Before entering the capital, there were at least a dozen checkpoints set up along the road. Almost every 300 meters, there was a checkpoint. Is this the capital? Lyn Chen looked at the passing vehicles, somewhat surprised. The roads outside the capital are very orderly, aside from the withered grass and trees by the roadside. The entire capital is relatively well preserved. The scene before his eyes truly shocked Lyn Chen. A checkpoint every few hundred meters shows just how important the capital's status is. As the capital, it is also the safest place in all of Great Xiao. The driver said, the capital is filled with strong individuals, even level 20 warriors are everywhere. In Tsang City, a level 20 warrior is considered strong, the driver said somewhat self-deprecatingly. Hearing this, Lyn Chen also recognized the power of the capital. The vehicles passed through checkpoint after checkpoint, finally entering the capital after 2 hours. Once inside the capital, Lyn Chen truly realized its strength. The steel city walls alone are 5 layers thick. It wasn't until he completely entered the urban area of the capital that Lyn Chen experienced the city's depth. The entire capital is extremely prosperous. Even the pedestrians on the street carry a hint of the aura of warriors. In this city, only a few are ordinary people. The streets are all promoting the martial arts exam. Strive hard for 100 days, just to achieve good results. There are only 4 days left until the martial arts exam. You should still have some balance, right? The driver asked. Yeah, it's enough. Lyn Chen nodded. Can you take me to the Martial Arts Association in the capital first? Sure. The driver nodded and then took Lyn Chen to the association. The Martial Arts Association in the capital was completely incomparable to the one in Tsang City. Go on. I'm heading back, the driver said as he dropped Lyn Chen off at the entrance of the association. Big brother, are you really going back? Lyn Chen asked. Of course, my task is to escort you to the capital. The driver nodded with a smile. If I arrive on time, I might even get to take down a few monsters. After saying that, the driver waved at Lyn Chen. Go on. Remember to bring glory to Tsang City, and don't worry about things back home. Lyn Chen watched the driver leave. Silent. He felt heavy-hearted, unsure of what to say. Su Nange mimicked him and waved at the driver. Bye-bye. Lyn Chen had his reasons for coming to the Martial Arts Association. His entry had a Divine Archer title, a bow that never missed, a true divine skill. Now, with a balance of 2 million, after buying the bow, he could still enhance his own strength. Perhaps with this 2 million, he could even raise his level. If I spend all 2 million, that would give me 20 points of strength. 20 points of strength would just allow me to break through to level 11. Lyn Chen murmured. This bow was guaranteed to hit every time. He certainly wouldn't settle for something subpar. Not only that, he had to buy arrows himself, and he also needed to get a new weapon case. Looking at the 2 million budget, it seemed like there wouldn't be much left. Entering the Martial Arts Association, Lyn Chen pulled Su Nange along to the weapon sales area. The attendant handed him a tablet and added, Sir, you can choose any weapon from here. Once you place your order, someone will bring the weapon to you, and you can just swipe your card. Hearing this, Lyn Chen nodded. Okay, thank you. Taking the tablet, Lyn Chen began to browse. He couldn't help but exclaim, no wonder it's the capital. The weapon page had over 20 options, and there were all kinds of qualities available. Compared to Tsang City, it was like a world apart. Clicking on the bow and arrow section, Lyn Chen started selecting a bow that suited him. It's a pity it happened so suddenly, otherwise, I could have asked Senior Su to help me choose. Lyn Chen's gaze dimmed a bit as he could only choose for himself. After making his selection, he quickly checked how things were in Tsang City. With such a big incident, the Great Xiao would surely report on it. There couldn't be no news at all. Lyn Chen skipped over the high-grade weapons and began browsing the first-grade weapons. 1,000-foot bow. First-grade weapon. Immense power. No attribute enhancement. Can consume one's own spiritual energy or blood to increase the arrow's might. 1,000-foot bow, priced at 1.32 million. Crimson bow, first-grade weapon, allows ordinary arrows to carry a fire attribute, consuming one's own spiritual energy or blood. Crimson bow, priced at 1.35 million. 1,000-strike bow, first-grade weapon, allows arrows to split into two, consuming one's own spiritual energy or blood, with reduced power. 1,000-strike bow, priced at 1.4 million. After looking through them, Lyn Chen felt that any of the bows would suit him. This left him feeling a bit overwhelmed. Whether it was the 1,000-foot bow, the crimson bow, or the 1,000-strike bow, Lyn Chen wanted to acquire them all. One would increase his strength, perfectly offsetting the debuff from his entry. Another would add fire attributes, corresponding to his innate talent, Infernal Flame. The last one, however, split into two arrows, but with weakened damage, and coupled with his own debuff, the power exerted was even smaller. On the next page, the price of first-grade weapons also began to rise. From 1st to 9th grade weapons, although there were no smaller realms within the same grade, there were still significant differences, just like the absolute Tiger Howl Spear in Liu Yuting's hand, which is one such example. A high-grade weapon was even more powerful than a 1st or 2nd grade weapon. The prices that followed no longer supported Lyn Chen in buying something better. After all, his balance was just over 2 million, and he still needed to save some for his living expenses. In the end, Lyn Chen chose the first 1,000-foot bow. Since it was for transitional use, there was no need to increase the price further. With the ability to enhance power, it just happened to offset part of the debuff from the attributes. 1,000-foot bow purchased +1, balance -1, 32 million. The bow was bought, but he still needed to buy arrows. After all, he was not an archer, had not awakened any unique abilities, and his level had not reached 30, making it impossible for him to convert spiritual energy into weapons to use as arrows. The prices of arrows were distinctly varied, ranging from $10 each to $10,000 each, almost covering the entire spectrum. The higher the price of the arrows, the different the materials used. Lyn Chen bought 20 arrows at $1,000 each to start with. Steel arrows are made from high-quality steel, possessing strong penetrating power, easily breaking through the defenses of 1st and 2nd grade monsters and weapons below 1st grade. Steel arrows, priced at 1,000. With 20 arrows, his balance decreased by another 20,000. This time, he directly spent 134,000. But it wasn't over yet. Lyn Chen still needed to change his weapon box. No, wait. Just as Lyn Chen was about to click on the weapon box interface, he suddenly remembered the ring he was wearing. This was Zhang Li's storage ring. Ah, I forgot to return it to him. Lyn Chen suddenly recalled that the incident had happened so suddenly that he had forgotten to return the other party's storage ring. If there's a chance, I'll return it to him later. Lyn Chen felt a bit helpless and could only use it for now. With the storage ring, Lyn Chen saved money on buying a weapon box. After all, he could take out weapons from the storage ring at any time, which was extremely convenient. Alright, now that I've bought all this, I still need a martial art related to archery. Lyn Chen almost forgot about the martial art for archery. Fortunately, the Martial Arts Association in the capital was comprehensive. There weren't many martial arts for archers, but there were still more than 4 pages. 3rd grade low-level martial art, explosive arrow, integrates spiritual energy into the arrow, allowing it to explode upon release, greatly increasing its power. Explosive arrow, priced at 520,000. 3rd grade low-level martial art, splitting arrow, integrates spiritual energy into the arrow, giving it a splitting characteristic, but the power of the split arrows is determined by the density of the spiritual energy. Splitting arrow, priced at 550,000. 3rd grade low-level martial art, thunder arrow, transforms the arrow into lightning, causing a small area of thunder explosion. Thunder arrow, priced at 700,000. Looking at these martial arts for archers, Lyn Chen chose thunder arrow. Since he was guaranteed to hit, he would not pursue quality but rather focus on critical hits. Paired with explosive damage, perhaps unexpected things would happen. In the end, Lyn Chen spent 204,000 to acquire new equipment. Lyn Chen placed the order, and soon the items he bought were delivered to him. He swiped his card and paid. 204,000 disappeared instantly. Being a martial artist really burns money. Lyn Chen looked at the 204,000 that had instantly vanished from his card, his mouth twitching as he couldn't help but sigh. Moreover, as an unclassed martial artist, he burned even more money. Having spent 204,000 this time, one could only imagine how much more he would need to spend on future weapons. More importantly, he was only at level 10 now. Congratulations to the host for spending 2,400,000 daxia coins, gaining 20. For vitality, congratulations to the host for leveling up. You have gained one opportunity to draw unlimited attributes. Fortunately, with Pledge of the Billion near people in place, Lyn Chen didn't feel much pain in spending this money. Level 11 now. Aiming for first place in the martial arts exam is simple. Lyn Chen grinned. He stored the 1,000-foot bow, arrows, and thunder arrows into his storage ring and left with Sunange. They found a hotel specifically for martial artists and settled in. In the room, Lyn Chen began practicing the thunder arrows. This thunder arrow was only a third-grade low-level martial art, and it was extremely simple to practice. Thunder arrow has just entered the threshold, and the never give up has been triggered. After 10 years of hard practice in basic archery, the Arrow King has finally been achieved. Thunder arrow has entered the beginner stage. Practicing the thunder arrow again, this time adding spiritual energy, infusing it into the arrows. Perhaps there will be unexpected effects. Thunder arrow has entered the minor achievement stage. The thunder arrow had been completed, already showing some scale, and it was quite good, so he continued to practice hard. Thunder arrow has entered the major achievement stage. After reaching major achievement, the thunder arrow did not stop but continued to progress. Never give up was triggered, and the thunder arrow fell into hard practice again. This time, unlike before, it seemed to have completely mastered the technique, unleashing the thunder even more. Thunder arrow has reached its peak, a third-grade low-level martial art. After Lyn Chen broke through to level 10, could almost directly reach the peak. Lyn Chen's mind was filled with memories of the thunder arrow. It was as if he had truly practiced for many years, whether it was drawing the bow or merging spiritual energy. He had mastered it perfectly. In the room, the storage ring in Lyn Chen's hand emitted a faint glow, and then a bow made of unknown materials appeared in his hand. Immediately after, a steel arrow appeared in his hand. Lyn Chen knocked the arrow, pulling the string back fully, feeling the power. A wisp of spiritual energy emerged from his dantian, then flowed into the 1,000-foot bow, causing the entire bow and arrow to emit a faint light. This was amplifying the power of the arrow in his hand. In the next moment, Lyn Chen released the arrow, aiming directly at the wooden stake in front of him. Boom! The arrow shot out, and the explosive force created a sonic boom that echoed throughout the room. At the same time, as it struck the wooden stake, thunder erupted, and several purple lightning bolts struck the stake. This was the thunder arrow. The stake was blown down, but fortunately, it was extremely sturdy and did not suffer much damage. 2,531. The explosive power left Lyn Chen astonished. This arrow still had its power reduced due to debuffs, yet it could still unleash 2,531 pounds of force? Looking at the number on the screen, Lyn Chen was excited. He was now an 11th level martial artist, and this arrow could unleash over 2,500 pounds of force, which was sufficient. Although he had the third-grade martial art and the special ability of the 1,000-foot bow, his arrows, while always hitting their mark, had their damage reduced by 40%. This meant that the power of his arrow was only 1,600 pounds of the original. Now, with the martial art and the 1,000-foot bow, achieving 2,531 pounds of power was simply too strong. Without the reduction, Lyn Chen's arrow would be enough to directly kill a 14th or even 15th level martial artist. Name, Lyn Chen, Vitality, 220, Level 11 Warrior, Occupation, Unemployed Martial Artist, Strength, 29, Martial Arts, Pinnacle Fist, Great Achievement, Basic Sword Technique, Great Achievement, Foshan Leg, Great Achievement, Thunder Forging Palm, Peak, Charging Step, Great Achievement, Qingfeng Sword Technique, Peak, Tiger Walking Fist, Great Achievement, Flame Red Spear Technique, Peak, Breaking 1,000 Armies, Great Achievement, Xuanhua Three-Fist Technique, Great Achievement, Phoenix Feather, Thunder Arrow, Cultivation Method, Flame Red Cultivation Method, 2nd Grade, Weapons, Black Armor, Quality Not Yet Upgraded, Martial Treasures, 1,000 Spears, Bladeless Sword, Supreme 9 Heavens Thunder Spear, Supreme Xiao Sword, 1st Grade 1,000-Foot Bow. Entries, Social Anxiety, Unyielding, Nuclear Kindness, Close to a Billion, Brought by Package, Explosive Damage, Victory Favors the Brave, Overlord, Luck, Divine Archer, current wins, 9, first grade martial treasure fragments * 11. Companion talent fragments * 8, nowadays. Lyn Chen's panel is filled with too many items. Just a little more strength, and I can receive another reward. I can exchange for a first grade martial treasure, but I'm still 2 fragments short for the companion talent. Looking at this, Lyn Chen is doing quite well. After preparing everything, Lyn Chen began to think about how to make a name for himself in the capital. The best way to make a name for oneself is to challenge the schools. Lyn Chen set his sights on the high school where the 7 prodigies of the capital were located. Tomorrow, before the martial arts examination begins, Lyn Chen will defeat these so-called prodigies. As the martial arts examination approached, the entire capital was busy preparing for it. The capital is different from other cities, being the only city that defines a state. In this city, there are countless prodigies. Among them, the 2 top-tier advanced academies are located within the capital. This is a place every warrior aspires to. Any student who graduates from Ching Bay and Jingda advanced academies holds a status far above ordinary warriors. Moreover, the students entering these 2 advanced academies are all top talents from various states. At this critical moment before the martial arts examination, the chaos in the wasteland of Sun City did not stir up much of a ripple. Wasteland chaos is quite normal. Other states have only heard about it but did not pay much attention. There are still 3 days left until the martial arts examination. Early in the morning, Lyn Chen got out of bed, shouldered his weapon box, said goodbye to Sunange, and left. He took a taxi, navigating to the nearest 3rd middle school in the capital. I say, young man, with the martial arts examination coming up, why are you going back to school? The driver glanced at Lyn Chen in the rearview mirror and couldn't help but ask. From where Lyn Chen was heading, the driver assumed he was a student from the 3rd middle school. Nothing, just going to play. Lyn Chen replied. Play? Young man, you can't be in your 2nd year of high school, right? The driver was a bit surprised. All the 3rd-year students have left school to prepare for the martial arts examination. No one is at school. Upon hearing this, Lyn Chen was taken aback. Hiss. It seemed he had forgotten about this. There were only 3 days left until the martial arts examination. No one would be at school. Then, driver, do you know if there are any martial arts schools nearby with more talented individuals? Lyn Chen asked. Naturally, it's Fenghua Martial Arts School and Tianxue Martial Arts School, the driver said. This time for the martial arts examination, the daughter of the Fenghua Martial Arts School's master has a good chance of entering a top-tier academy. She is also recognized as one of the 4 great prodigies in the capital. Upon hearing this, Lyn Chen's expression changed slightly. The 4 great prodigies. He had heard about them from those 7 prodigies of the capital. These 4 prodigies are far more terrifying in strength and talent than they are. It can be said that he was a true prodigy. If he did not fall in the future, he would undoubtedly be a pillar of the great Xiao. Then let's go to the Fenghua Martial Arts School, Lyn Chen said. He was eager to spar with such a prodigy. All right, the driver nodded. About an hour later, the driver brought the car to a stop in front of an 18-story building. A sign in front of the building boldly displayed the 4 characters Fenghua Martial Arts School. Young man, this is the Fenghua Martial Arts School, the driver said. Are you here to practice martial arts? No, not really. Lyn Chen shook his head. Then what are you here for? The martial arts exam is coming up soon. Isn't coming to the martial arts school just for practice? The driver was somewhat surprised. Lyn Chen tidied his short hair with his hand, then took his weapon box from the back seat and got out of the taxi. I'm here to challenge the school. Hearing the driver's question, Lyn Chen smiled faintly. He then walked straight into the Fenghua Martial Arts School. The driver looked at Lyn Chen in disbelief. Challenge the school? What a joke. The Fenghua Martial Arts School was well known throughout the capital, with over 100 branches nationwide. Moreover, the head of the school was an 8th-level master. A high school student was coming to challenge the Fenghua Martial Arts School? The Fenghua Martial Arts School was large, being one of the landmark buildings in the capital, with many martial artists coming and going. Lyn Chen, holding his weapon box, entered the building. Excuse me, sir, I don't know if you have an appointment or if you are a disciple of a certain master or looking for a sparring partner. A woman who looked like a staff member approached and asked as soon as he entered. As the main establishment of the Fenghua Martial Arts School, the service was naturally very attentive. I don't have an appointment. Lyn Chen shook his head. No appointment? Then you must be a disciple of some master. The woman smiled and continued to ask. No, I'm here to challenge the school. Lyn Chen continued to shake his head. Upon hearing this, the woman was momentarily stunned. Challenge the school? After realizing, a smile immediately appeared on her face. Little friend, are you joking? This is the Manhwa martial arts school, not some third-rate school. And at your age, you must be a senior in high school. Even if you are challenging peers, our Manhwa martial arts school has no less than 7 prominent families' talents. The woman found Lyn Chen's intention to challenge the school quite amusing. Here to challenge the school? Ha ha ha, you crack me up. This is the first time I've seen someone come to the Manhwa martial arts school to challenge. Exactly. The nearby martial artists laughed heartily upon hearing Lyn Chen's words about challenging the school. What kind of place was this? The Manhwa martial arts school. Challenge the school? Our Manhwa martial arts school is not a place where just anyone can come. At that moment, a mocking voice rang out from nearby. A young man in a sleek black martial arts uniform walked over. Seeing him, the woman quickly stepped aside and respectfully said, Young Master Su. Young Master Su? He is the brother of Su Qianjin and the son of the head of the Manhwa martial arts school. Hiss, now we have a good show to watch. Many people looked at the young man with a hint of respect on their faces. Turn left when you go out. Take a taxi and get lost. I'll treat your words as if they were just nonsense. Suing coldly glanced at Lyn Chen and waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a stray dog. Coming to challenge the Manhwa martial arts school? Even if one of the 7 prominent families came, they wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. Challenging peers? Your Manhwa martial arts school can send anyone out at will. Lyn Chen said calmly. After all, he was the one coming to challenge the school, no matter how harsh the other party's words were. Lyn Chen wouldn't take it to heart. As soon as the words were spoken, Su Yin's eyes narrowed. Ha ha ha, interesting. It seems you are quite confident in yourself. From your accent, you don't seem to be a local from the capital, you must be from another province. Lyn Chen nodded. Are you going to accept it? What else could I do? Su Yin shot Lyn Chen a glance. This is the Manhwa martial arts school. Even if you called your father to challenge us, we would still accept. But let me be clear. If you end up nearly dying here because of your challenge, I won't take responsibility. Since you want to challenge, you must be prepared to pay a price. Listening to Su Yin's words, Lyn Chen smiled slightly. Sure, I can bear any price. Good. Su Yin nodded, a broad smile on his face. This is really interesting. The martial exam is just around the corner, and yet someone dares to challenge our Manhwa martial arts school. Aren't you afraid of getting hurt and missing the exam? Su Yin was very pleased with Lyn Chen's challenge, because he was facing a fool who had no understanding of what Manhwa martial arts school was. The martial artists present were mostly young, in their teens or early 20s. As one of the landmark institutions in the capital, Manhwa martial arts school had a reputation that echoed across the land. Even some retired mentors from top academies chose to join Manhwa martial arts school as martial masters. At this moment, seeing someone come to challenge the school, many were unusually excited. Did this guy really not know what Manhwa martial arts school was? Even among peers, there were probably very few who dared to challenge here. Remember, within Manhwa martial arts school, there was one of the 4 great prodigies of the capital. Follow me. Su Yin smiled and then led Lyn Chen to a training room on the 3rd floor. The training room was spacious, with a ring in the center and seats all around. Clearly, this room was specifically designed for competitions. Soon, many received the news that someone was challenging the school and rushed to the training room. Someone is challenging the school? On the 18th floor of Manhwa martial arts school, in a large training room, a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious clothing showed little expression upon hearing that an 18-year-old senior was coming to challenge the school. Coming to Manhwa martial arts school to challenge? Especially right before the martial exam begins. That's right, master. A man resembling a steward stood beside him. The visitor doesn't seem friendly. The middle-aged man squinted. Anyone who dared to challenge at this critical moment must have considerable talent. Or perhaps they were just too arrogant, unaware of what Manhwa martial arts school truly was. Master, should we ask Miss to come out? The steward asked cautiously. No need to disturb you. It's not like there aren't any capable people in the school. Besides, isn't Xiao in there? If he can't handle that kid, then we can let you step in. The middle-aged man waved his hand. Such a large martial arts school was not lacking in talents. Alright, I'll go take a look first. Notify you if anything comes up, the steward said. The middle-aged man nodded, and then the steward withdrew. On the third floor of Fenghua Martial Arts School, a crowd had gathered, and the news of Lyn Chen's challenge had spread throughout the entire school. Almost half of the martial masters in the school had rushed over. Wow! Someone really has the guts to challenge. Ha ha ha, this will be fun to watch. I wonder how long this kid can last. This kid has some guts to dare to challenge here. Many martial masters and martial artists looked at Lyn Chen on the stage with great interest. It was rare to see someone come to challenge Fenghua Martial Arts School, and this time, being able to witness it was indeed a rare opportunity. How could they not take a good look? Lyn Chen stood on the arena, with a weapon box beside him. In front of him were many martial artists and masters from the Fenghua Martial Arts School. Among them were several people of the same age as Lyn Chen, the native from another state. Do you know who you are about to face? Suyin said with his hands behind his back, smiling at Lyn Chen. Is it you? Lyn Chen glanced at him. No. Suyin shook his head. My Fenghua Martial Arts School has many outstanding talents, all guided by renowned masters. Any one of them could defeat you. But you, if you lose, don't say that Fenghua Martial Arts School is bullying people. That's not necessary. Lyn Chen replied calmly. Since I came to challenge, I am fully confident. With that, Lyn Chen placed the weapon box directly on the arena. The large weapon box stood there, drawing attention. What kind of profession is this guy? Why is the weapon box so big? I don't know. Could he be a broadsword master? A broadsword master wouldn't need such a large weapon box. This box clearly holds multiple weapons. This guy, could he be a rogue? Looking at Lyn Chen's weapon box, the crowd wore expressions of curiosity. Suyin glanced at Lyn Chen's weapon box and said lightly, since you came to my Fenghua Martial Arts School to challenge, you should state your name, origin, and profession. I don't want my Fenghua Martial Arts School to be challenged by a third-rate martial artist. It would be quite embarrassing. Lyn Chen, I come from Tsang City in the North State, and I am an unranked martial artist. Lyn Chen answered calmly, introducing himself. This was perhaps the most detailed introduction Lyn Chen had given. Tsang City? He's from the North State. There aren't many outstanding talents in the entire North State. I heard there's a talented person named Su Xiaoqing in the provincial capital of the North State, but he's not him. Well, even if Su Xiaoqing is talented and stands shoulder to shoulder with the geniuses of our 7 great families, he wouldn't have the guts to challenge. The crowd felt unfamiliar with the name Lyn Chen. The North State, ranked at the bottom among the 9 states, and he was from Tsang City. There was no doubt that Lyn Chen was not regarded highly by them. The most famous person in the entire North State was still Su Xiaoqing from the provincial capital. Moreover, it was said that Su Xiaoqing was not even a local, but rather a prodigy from a top family. Seeing the crowd's reaction, Lyn Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. Did these people not know that Tsang City had a quota for a guaranteed admission student this time? I remember there's a quota for a guaranteed admission student to Ching Bay University, right in your Tsang City. Suyin looked at Lyn Chen, and upon hearing where he was from, his face filled with smiles, his eyes full of mockery and disdain. The North State was already a trash state, and this person came from the most trashy city in the entire North State. What strength could a martial artist from such a tiny place like Tsang City possess? I heard that the prodigies from the 7 great families all went to your Tsang City. I'm afraid that the quota for the guaranteed admission student has already fallen to someone among them. Su Yin's disdain grew even more. He completely looked down on Lyn Chen. Upon hearing this, Lyn Chen did not say much. There was no point in explaining too much. The only thing that mattered was to defeat them. Enough talking, stop chattering, and make your move, Lyn Chen said lightly, already feeling impatient. Come, which master's disciple will come and meet this kid from the tiny place of Tsang City? Suyin laughed, then stepped down from the arena, calling out. In an instant, someone responded. Su Xiao, let me do it. A young man of similar age to Lyn Chen stepped out from the crowd, carrying a long sword on his back. He is a disciple of a formal master. I heard his level has already reached level 8, with excellent talent. This time, entering a first-class advanced academy is almost a sure thing. Although he can't be considered a genius in the Fenghua Martial Arts School, he is at least someone ranked. If he makes a move, this kid from Tsang City will definitely lose. Let me guess. He will be defeated in 3 moves. A middle-aged man in a neat martial arts uniform stood with his arms crossed, quietly watching the young man step onto the stage. Xiao Liang's talent is quite good, although he has only awakened a purple quality. It's enough to deal with this kid from Tsang City. This man is Zheng Yi, the master of the young man on stage. As a second-level martial master in the Fenghua Martial Arts School, He may not be a strong fighter, but in a place like Song City, he is certainly more powerful than any family there. In front of him, Lyn Chen, who comes from Song City. No matter how terrifying his talent is, someone from such a small place cannot be too strong. Xiao Liang, keep the match within limits, don't be too harsh. Just throw him out later, Zheng Yi reminded him. Zheng sure is still kind-hearted. Su Yin chuckled. But since he came to challenge, he naturally has to bear the corresponding cost. Upon hearing this, Zheng Yi fell silent. He is just a second-level martial master, and his status in the Fenghua martial arts school is not high. Hearing this, Chu Liang nodded, feeling confident facing Lyn Chen. Chu Liang, level 8 martial artist, purple quality, demon slayer sword. After a brief self-introduction, Chu Liang drew the long sword from his back. Demon slayer. Lyn Chen glanced at him from the corner of his eye, then opened his hands towards him. Come on, no weapon? Seeing Lyn Chen unarmed, Chu Liang's eyes showed a hint of surprise, but soon, the surprise in his eyes faded, replaced by disdain. Humph, a martial artist from a small place, how can he be so arrogant? The crowd also felt a sense of insult at Lyn Chen's unarmed combat. This martial artist from a tiny place came to challenge and didn't even use a weapon. He is a free practitioner, capable of practicing various martial arts. Not using a weapon is quite normal. Humph, no matter how strong a martial art is without a weapon, how can it be stronger than a martial artist with equipment? That's true, this kid is simply looking down on others. Most of those speaking were apprentices, while many martial masters quietly watched the upcoming match, eager to see just how strong this challenger really was. After all, he came to challenge, he couldn't lose in the first match. Chu Liang held his long sword, standing on one side of the arena. Lyn Chen placed the weapon box aside and chose not to use it. An 8th-level martial artist was simply too weak in his eyes. Lyn Chen couldn't even muster the desire to fight. Here I come. Chu Liang stepped forward and suddenly charged at Lyn Chen. The shadow of the sword accompanied him, rushing towards Lyn Chen, with illusory sword energy bursting forth. This was Chu Liang's awakened ability, not the release of spiritual energy. Lyn Chen didn't even blink. With a casual strike, he shattered Chu Liang's attack. Boom! A powerful force slammed directly into Chu Liang, sending him flying without any martial arts enhancement. Bang! Chu Liang crashed heavily at the edge of the arena, his martial uniform torn in several places, and his face turned extremely pale. Hiss! Seeing this scene, everyone present couldn't help but gasp. With one move, he directly defeated Chu Liang, who was already an 8th-level martial artist. As Chu Liang's master, Zheng Yi's eyes widened in shock. Not only that, but many martial masters present were also astonished. The power unleashed by this person's palm is comparable to a 10th-level martial artist. That's a bit much, but this person's level is at least 9th. No wonder you dare to challenge the dojo, it seems you have some real strength. Su Yin looked at the instantly defeated Chu Liang, his gaze slightly shifting. With such strength, you already have the caliber of the top talents from the 7 great families. Su Yin marveled inwardly, this person emerged from a small place like Song City, yet possesses such talent, which truly astonished him. In the next match, we can't let anyone from the dojo take action. After clearly assessing Lyn Chen's strength on the stage, Su Yin prepared to take action himself. His strength was on par with the top talents of the 7 families. Since Lyn Chen had such strength, apart from his sister, he was the only one capable of dealing with Lyn Chen. As for the rest, only martial artists older than Lyn Chen would be stronger than him. Lyn Chen's victory over Chu Liang left the Fenghua Martial Arts School in a moment of silence. However, after a brief surprise, the crowd's mood settled down. Chu Liang was not particularly strong within the Fenghua Martial Arts School. Defeat was just defeat. Lyn Chen scanned the crowd and asked lightly, "Who's next?" After defeating Chu Liang, Lyn Chen's core goodness did not increase his power value. Bounty granted him an additional fragment of innate talent. Victory favors the brave brought his win count to 10. This made Lyn Chen feel a bit regretful. Core goodness indeed required fighting martial artists of the same level to increase power value. He was just 1 point short. Today, he should be able to achieve that in the Fenghua Martial Arts School. Who will be the next challenger? It should be Master Feng's disciple. Perhaps this young man has already shown some talent, and those ranked below the top 10 probably won't be his match. Let's see how Su Xiao decides. The crowd looked at Lyn Chen on stage, speculating who their dojo would send next. You really do have some strength, Su Yin said at this moment. I underestimated you. For the next match, let me give you a try. Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone present changed. They did not expect that the second match would be Su Xiao himself taking action. Su Xiao is also a prodigy, with him in action. This match is secured. Of course, Su Xiao has been training beside the dojo master since childhood, just the knowledge in his head surpasses this kid by several streets. Lyn Chen raised his head and looked at Su Yin. What is your realm? 9th level martial artist. Golden quality. Fist master. Su Yin replied calmly. That's enough to deal with you. Upon hearing this, a hint of regret appeared in Lyn Chen's clear eyes. Only 9th level? This statement left many martial artists and apprentices looking surprised and confused. What does this mean? Only 9th level? However, Su Yin did not take Lyn Chen's words to heart. He had already roughly gauged Lyn Chen's specific strength. Within 5 moves, you will undoubtedly lose, Su Yin said lightly, then stepped onto the ring. Lyn Chen crossed his arms, and before the match began, suddenly asked, do you count as the top newcomer in this dojo? Su Yin shook his head. Not really, my sister is the prodigy. Good. Lyn Chen nodded, understanding. As Su Yin took the stage, the atmosphere in the venue reached its peak. As the son of the dojo master, Su Yin was regarded as a promising talent by the entire dojo. Although Su Yin's talent was not as great as his sister's, he inherited part of the dojo master's abilities, making him a top-tier figure in the entire capital. Moreover, Su Yin was also a recommended student at Shanghai University. In terms of strength, Su Yin was completely on par with the top talents of the 7 great families. In terms of talent, Su Yin ranked among the best in the entire capital. From any perspective, Su Yin was far stronger than Lyn Chen before him. But Lyn Chen, who came from Tsung City, defeated Chu Liang with a single move, which indicated that his own talent and realm were certainly not low. In this match, whether it was evenly matched or one-sided, no one knew. Su Yin clasped his fists together and then put on a specially made tiger claw. The tiger claw was black, with strange patterns engraved on it. Su Yin looked at Lyn Chen. I admit your strength. If you were in Beizhou, you might be able to compete with someone named Su Xiaoqing. But here, you've come to the wrong place and the wrong person. There was a hint of disdain in Su Yin's clear eyes. Is that so? Lyn Chen was unconcerned. Su Yin, a martial artist from Fenghua Martial Arts School, a level 9 warrior. Golden quality. Fist master. Su Yin said lightly, then waved his hand at Lyn Chen. Come. The corner of Lyn Chen's mouth lifted slightly as he moved to attack again. However, he did not use any martial treasures and went in barehanded. Seeing this, the onlookers couldn't hide their mockery. This kid really doesn't take Su Xiao seriously. Yeah, and he hasn't even used any martial treasures yet. To be arrogant, one must have the capital. What does this kid have? Su Yin was different from Chu Liang. He was a genuine prodigy. Despite Su Yin's arrogant words, it wasn't just because his father was the schoolmaster, it was also due to his own talent. Even within Fenghua Martial Arts School, many powerful martial artists held Su Yin in high regard. Lyn Chen still chose to fight Su Yin empty-handed. Truly arrogant. Su Yin grinned, stepping forward and unleashing a powerful left punch. The blood and energy within him surged, transforming into layers of blue light that enveloped his left fist. The black tiger claw erupted with immense power, the tremendous impact pressing toward Lyn Chen. Su Yin's speed was incredibly fast, and the force of his punch was overwhelmingly domineering. In the eyes of some lower-ranked apprentices, Su Yin's punch was extremely swift. If it were them, they wouldn't be able to block it at all. Here it comes. A martial artist watched Su Yin's punch with a hint of admiration. As expected of young Master Su, this punch has already reached such a level. If he doesn't have good reflexes, this kid won't be able to dodge this punch. In the same rank, few can evade young Master Su's punch. They can only rely on their movement techniques to escape. Everyone's gaze was focused on Lyn Chen. If he were hit by this punch, defeat was certain. On the stage, facing Su Yin's punch, Lyn Chen suddenly sidestepped, avoiding the blow. The powerful force swept through with a gust of wind, rustling Lyn Chen's clothes. Lyn Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, transforming his left fist into a palm, with thunder rolling in his palm. After a burst of intense electrical sound, he struck. Lyn Chen slammed his palm toward Su Yin's chest. Before it even touched Su Yin, the thunder in his palm exploded, and several bolts of lightning erupted right in front of his chest. Su Yin's pupils suddenly contracted, the hairs on his body standing on end, and a strong sense of danger left him no time to hesitate. He immediately activated his abilities. Su Yin's arms trembled, his blood and energy boiling. and in an instant, golden light burst forth, enveloping his entire body. Bang! The thunder struck Suyin, and even though he activated his abilities, he was still pushed back several steps. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were filled with cold shock. What? This kid not only dodged but even used his palm technique to push young Master Su back? At this moment, some martial artists could no longer sit still, their eyes fixed on Lyn Chen. With this strike, these high-level warriors had already discerned something. As martial artists of Fenghua Martial Arts School, they could naturally see some clues. This kid's strength doesn't seem like that of an ordinary level 9 warrior. A martial artist furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed intently on Lyn Chen. Filled with suspicion, the other martial artists remained silent. They could neither believe nor dare to believe that the Lyn Chen before them could be a level 10 warrior. What the teachers mean? Could it be? An apprentice caught the implication in the martial artist's words, his face a picture of shock. If Lyn Chen truly was a level 10 warrior, then wouldn't Su Xiao be destined to lose? More importantly, he was a level 10 warrior. It should be noted that even Su Qinjin, one of the 4 prodigies in the capital, had not yet reached level 10. The reason prodigies were called prodigies was that they could elevate their realm to the peak of level 9 in just 3 months, and their combat power was unmatched. Within the same realm, few could rival them. But now, this person from a tiny place was not only a genius but also a level 10 warrior. The concept was entirely different. One was born with a silver spoon, while the other was born with a golden spoon. The nature of the two was completely different. Under the golden body, Su Yin's eyes were filled with unprecedented shock. He stared at Lyn Chen, his expression far from the previous ease. In his golden body state, he could almost ensure that no one at the peak of level 9 could touch him. Even so, the consumption in his golden body state was great, but it was also an extremely terrifying means. Yet now, facing himself in such a state, Lyn Chen had actually sent him flying with a single palm strike. Suyin felt a dull pain in his chest, a result of Lyn Chen's blow, and to be able to inflict injury on him in this state, the strength of that existence was naturally self-evident. It had to be level 10. No, it's impossible. Suyin shook his head, his face somewhat pale, and the golden body that had been growing thicker around him slowly dimmed at this moment. That last palm strike not only injured Suyin but also made it difficult for him to control his golden body. Lyn Chen looked at Suyin, who was enveloped in golden light, and smiled slightly. No wonder you're so confident. It turns out you have this shell. Lyn Chen stepped towards Suyin, and at the same time, his left palm gathered thunder once more. Purple lightning filled Lyn Chen's palm. Such dense lightning was not something that could be achieved merely by gathering blood energy. Under Su Yin's incredulous gaze, Lyn Chen struck out, the spiritual energy within him rolling, and the purple lightning suddenly descended upon him. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the powerful lightning instantly tore apart the golden light surrounding Suyin. As the golden light shattered, Lyn Chen kicked him off the stage. Bang! With Su Yin's body crashing heavily to the ground, the entire arena fell silent. Suyin, the son of the Wind and Grace Martial Arts Academy's master, one of the prodigies of the capital, had actually been defeated like this. From the expressions of the crowd, it was clear that Suyin had lost this match in less than a minute. Lyn Chen had completely annihilated Suyin. Numerous apprentices stared at Lyn Chen's figure, unable to utter a word. The martial artists looked at Lyn Chen, who was dressed in casual clothes on the stage, their eyes filled with deep shock. Even if they did not believe in the opponent's realm, the scene unfolding before them had already proven the opponent's strength. The Lyn Chen before them was a level 10 warrior. The host strikes down the opponent. Nuclear goodness cultivation speed increases by 10%. Strength increases by 1. The host completes the package comes. Reward, companion talent fragment *1. Victory favors the brave win count +1. 11. As the system prompted, Lyn Chen slowly raised his head. Below the stage, Suyin had already been helped up. At this moment, his face no longer bore the arrogance and disdain it once had. Instead, it was replaced by shock and fear towards Lyn Chen. In the era of martial arts, the strong were revered. Even though Lyn Chen, standing before them, came from a small place, his talent was terrifyingly formidable. This scene not only had a tremendous impact on Suyin but also deeply shocked everyone present. Lyn Chen's figure stood on the arena like a great mountain, making countless students dare not look him in the eye. It was no joke, they had spent tens of thousands, even over 100,000, to learn martial arts here. Yet, They never expected that even someone who emerged from the weakest northern state would not be a match for him. At this moment, Lyn Chen's strength truly astonished everyone present. Immediately, the steward reported this matter to the master of the dojo. In the room, upon hearing that Lyn Chen had easily defeated his own son Suin, the dojo master's expression suddenly changed. What? The middle-aged man's face showed a hint of shock. His eyes filled with disbelief. He was well aware of his son's talent and strength. Even the top talents from the 7 great families could only have a 50-50 chance against his son. But now, even his own son had been defeated in an instant. Master, this young man is from Tsang City in the northern state. The steward recalled something and said softly, Tsang City in the northern state? The middle-aged man furrowed his brows, quickly recalling, I remember that this time, Ching Bay University granted a quota for a direct admission student to Tsang City, and the 7 great families also sent people there to compete for that quota. Because of this, many people were mocking their family's talents, saying they were inferior yet still going to such a small place to fight for a quota. But this time, the one challenging our dojo is from Tsang City. The middle-aged man clasped his hands behind his back, suddenly remembering someone. I have heard that the beast wilderness is in chaos, and the entire northern state has entered a state of alert. The steward looked at his master, his expression slightly changing. Goodness! He was here to inform the master that the young man was about to succeed in his challenge. If they didn't invite the young lady soon, who among the younger generation of Manhwa martial arts school would be his opponent? Master, right now. The steward hesitated for a moment before speaking. However, before he could finish, the middle-aged man interrupted him. Go call you are out. If possible, try to befriend this young man. Upon hearing this, the steward nodded. Understood, master. On the 3rd floor, Lyn Chen stood on the arena, his face showing little expression. Is there anyone else from Manhwa martial arts school who wants to come? From beginning to end, he had not used his martial treasure, instead facing his opponents with bare hands. At this moment, as he spoke, the previously arrogant crowd lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. For Tsang City to produce someone like you is truly a rare fortune in 100 years. A martial artist looked up at Lyn Chen and said, There is still one person left from Manhwa martial arts school. Suin said calmly, Your strength is indeed terrifying, and I admit I am not your match. But next, it won't be so easy for you to win. Hearing Su Yin's words, everyone in their hearts recalled someone. Su Yuer from Manhwa martial arts school. She was also recognized as one of the 4 great prodigies in the entire capital. These 4 prodigies were all of red quality, and some predicted that all 4 of them would break through to level 10 at the start of the martial arts examination. By then, the entire Great Xiao's martial arts examination would be controlled by these 4. As for the rankings, it would depend on how they decided among themselves. Now, within Manhwa martial arts school, another such existence had emerged. A young level 10 martial artist. I'll wait for him. Lyn Chen grinned and then sat down on the ground. At this moment, Lyn Chen was still challenging the dojo. Meanwhile, within the several great families in the capital, they were preparing for the upcoming martial arts examination, having failed to secure the quota for a direct admission student from Tsang City. As for Lu Yuting, even without the quota for guaranteed admission, she could still rely on the Lu family to enter Ching Bay University for her training. Guaranteed admission students do not need to participate in the martial arts examination and can even enter advanced institutions early for training. In these days leading up to the martial arts examination, everyone was preparing for it. At this critical moment, the beast wilderness of Tsang City erupted into chaos, drawing everyone's attention. Zhang family. Zhang Lengfeng watched the broadcast, a hint of coldness on his face. The beast wilderness has indeed revolted. Lyn Chen has probably already left Tsang City under escort and gone to the provincial capital, or even, to the capital. Lyn Chen, Tsang City. No matter how one looked at it, these 2 words were a source of pain in Zhang Lingfeng's heart. This trip to Tsang City not only dealt a blow to Lu Yuting's temperament but also struck down nearly all the prodigies. No one expected that such a small place would have a presence that could rival the 4 great prodigies of the capital. In fact, the 7 prodigies nearly lost their lives at each other's hands. They could not swallow this anger. Now that Lyn Chen has come to the capital, he will definitely not participate in the martial arts examination. He must have already entered Ching Bay University. Zhang Lingfeng twirled the pencil in his hand, gazing out at the scenery outside the window. Several tall mountains stood in the distance, and among the clouds, It seemed as if a giant snake was writhing, but in the blink of an eye, this phenomenon vanished. Now that you've come to the capital, Lyn Chen, you've offended the 7 great families. We will not let you off so easily. Crack! The pencil in Zhang Lingfeng's hand snapped in two, and he then walked into the training room. Manhwa Martial Arts School. Lyn Chen's challenge continued. After waiting for about half an hour, a graceful figure slowly walked into the room. Seeing the newcomer, the apprentices and martial masters present hurriedly made way. The newcomer was a woman, extremely beautiful, dressed in a sleek black martial outfit, with a single ponytail and bright, intelligent eyes. Is it you who came to challenge my Manhwa Martial Arts School? The woman was none other than Su Yuer, the eldest daughter of the Manhwa Martial Arts School's master. Su Yuer was tall, with a perfect body proportion, and even in a black martial outfit, she looked exceptionally stunning. She carried a long spear on her back and approached the arena. Is it you who came to challenge my Manhwa Martial Arts School? Su Yuer looked at Lyn Chen on the stage, her clear eyes devoid of any emotion. Yes. Lyn Chen nodded. Come on, is this the last person from your Manhwa Martial Arts School to take action? I heard you even defeated my younger brother, who is also a level 10 martial artist. Su Yuer stepped onto the stage, asking with interest. Yes. Lyn Chen nodded again, not saying much. It seems you are the first level 10 martial artist of the same age I will face after my breakthrough. Su Yuer said lightly. I wonder how your strength compares to the other 3. I hope you won't disappoint me. With that, Su Yuer took down her long spear and assumed a stance. I won't. Lyn Chen grinned. Here she comes. As everyone watched Su Yuer arrive, their eyes gradually lit up with hope. Since Lyn Chen came here to challenge and defeated Su Yin, many had lost confidence. But now, seeing Su Yuer's appearance, hope rekindled in their hearts. This was one of the 4 great prodigies of the capital. Moreover, she had broken through to level 10. With her strength, this guy in front of her was bound to lose. Miss Yuer has broken through to level 10, it seems there is no doubt she will win this match. A martial master spoke up, as if a weight had been lifted from his heart. Exactly. Others agreed. You should know that before Su Yuer broke through to level 10, she had already defeated the top talents of the capital with her level 9 prowess, making her way into the ranks of the 4 great prodigies. Her combat power was unparalleled, even before breaking through to level 10. Su Yuer displayed extraordinary strength. Even the president of Ching Bay University stated that given time, Su Yuer would undoubtedly become another war god of the great Xiao. Such high praise was only bestowed upon one person, the current commander of the Longyu army. On stage, Su Yuer said calmly, Su Yuer, level 10 warrior, red quality, demon god. Lyn Chen, red quality, unclassed martial artist. This time, Lyn Chen also stated his profession. As the words unclassed martial artist left his lips, the expressions of those present changed slightly. He is actually an unclassed martial artist? No wonder. It makes sense now that he isn't using a weapon. This profession is quite costly. It's not easy for this kid to come out of Tsung City. Countless people looked at Lyn Chen, even though he had come to challenge them, their attitudes towards him had shifted somewhat. From any perspective, Lyn Chen shouldn't have reached this point. Yet he did. Unclassed martial artist? Su Yuer's gaze narrowed slightly. No wonder every person of red quality has immense potential. You are qualified to spar with me. As her voice fell, Su Yuer suddenly struck. She swung her long spear, unleashing a powerful force that came crashing down. Lyn Chen dodged, and with a loud bang, Su Yuer's spear struck the ground heavily. Then, Su Yuer raised her spear again, purple light enveloping the spear, drawing an arc through the air as it came crashing down towards Lyn Chen's head. This time, Lyn Chen chose not to receive it empty-handed. Instead, he moved his palm and struck the weapon box, pulling out a long spear. It was the 1,000 spears. For this match, Lyn Chen did not choose to use the 9 Heavens Thunder Spear. With Lyn Chen also drawing his weapon, the match officially entered a heated phase. The two exchanged blows, their powerful forces colliding continuously. However, each time they clashed, Su Yuer would take a few steps back, and then Lyn Chen would charge forward. Seeing this scene, a martial artist provided an explanation. This person's strength slightly exceeds that of Miss Yuer. As soon as this was said, someone's expression changed. Does that mean this kid has already stepped into level 10? That's a possibility. A martial artist nodded. After all, in terms of power collisions, Lyn Chen always had the upper hand. The explosive power was not as great as Lyn Chen's, but there was no panic in Su Yuer's eyes. The slight difference in strength was not a shortcoming. Moreover, red quality practitioners rely not only on strength but also on their awakened abilities. Devil transformation, Su Yuer shouted, and suddenly purple light floated from her eyes. Even purple mist emanated from her breath. The spiritual energy within Su Yuer surged like a tide, gathering in her limbs and bones. The purple mist continuously rose within her body, then burst forth from her skin. An evil and powerful force suddenly swept across the entire arena. Lyn Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, retreating to create distance from Su Yuer. Another transformation skill? Watching Su Yuer like this, Lyn Chen felt speechless. Why did every red quality person he encountered have such abilities? He had none of this impressive, flashy capability. Without any hesitation, Lyn Chen directly executed the charge step, instantly closing the distance to Su Yuer, not giving her a chance to transform. So you want to transform? Ha! Lyn Chen thrust his spear. The spear shot out like a dragon, blood and energy flowing from the spearhead, carrying terrifying power forward. Do you want to interrupt me? Ridiculous. Seeing this scene, Su Yuer's gaze slightly sharpened, and the corners of her mouth curled up. She suddenly clenched her palm, and the surrounding purple mist instantly transformed into a layer of energy, directly blocking Lyn Chen. So, invincible during transformation. Ha! Lyn Chen was taken aback, feeling the resistance coming from the gun's muzzle. The next moment, he also gave up the attack and retreated. Lyn Chen was somewhat speechless. Did this guy have invincibility frames during transformation? Watching the layer of purple mist return to Su Yuer's body, and seeing her surrounded by a faint purple glow, Lyn Chen knew that she had successfully transformed. Su Yuer's originally clear eyes had now turned deep purple, and the long spear in her hand was enveloped in a layer of purple light. Lyn Chen picked up his spear, simultaneously channeling his spiritual energy to activate his martial arts, breaking the 1,000 armies. A thin layer of blood energy immediately enveloped him. At this point, both of them unleashed their martial arts and abilities, engaging in battle once more. Su Yuer stepped forward, her speed doubled compared to before, and in just a few breaths, she was already in front of Lyn Chen. Lyn Chen thrust his spear, and she suddenly swung her long spear. Their attacks collided, resulting in a stalemate. Miss Yuer in her transformed state can only match his strength? Witnessing this scene, a martial artist felt shocked again. On the arena, Su Yuer, now in a demonic state, was far stronger in both offense and defense than her previous self. The demonic state was a power that came with her initial awakening. This ability laid the foundation for all her achievements today. Lyn Chen, facing her, seemed to possess some special ability as well. After all, Lyn Chen was also of red quality, although he was an unclassed martial artist. With that person's outstanding achievements, very few strong individuals would look down on the unclassed martial artist profession. Moreover, the awakened profession of a martial artist only represented their own potential. In the history of the great Xiao, there had been a few blue and purple quality martial artists who achieved level 70. Su Yuer exhaled purple mist, and her pair of strange, enchanting eyes constantly radiated a chilling aura. She swung her long spear, moving her arms, and with a slide of her hands, she gripped the spear's shaft, as if wielding a giant axe, and smashed it down towards Lyn Chen. The purple mist surged, and the long spear seemed to transform into a battle blade, suddenly crashing down, the immense force compressing the air, causing countless observing disciples to feel a sense of suffocation. Just by watching, one could sense how powerful the force unleashed was. Lyn Chen did not dodge. Instead, he swung the spear in his hand. The thin blood energy gradually turned blood red as Lyn Chen moved, and then he seemed to transform into a ferocious beast, thrusting his spear. Bang! The two attacks collided, and the powerful force created an invisible wave at the moment of impact. Both of them were pushed back, and then, without any hesitation, they charged at each other again. The overlord state brought by breaking the 1,000 armies continuously enhanced Lyn Chen's combat power as he fought. Moreover, Lyn Chen had the boost of 30 points of strength. Not only that, but his level was already 11, and he even had the enhancement of 2 major attributes. Lyn Chen's spear came crashing down, his arms pressing down tightly, and the fierce, domineering power instantly exploded in front of Su Yuer. Feeling this terrifying force, Su Yuer in her demonic state showed a hint of shock in her strange purple eyes. Demonic battle armor. Su Yuer lightly bit her red lip, knowing she could no longer hide. With a low shout, The purple mist around her instantly transformed into a layer of purple radiance, which then turned into armor, encasing her body. This, demonic battle armor? This is the new ability Miss Yuer gained after breaking through level 10. I never expected that this kid could force Miss Yuer to such an extent. Countless martial artists showed shocked expressions upon witnessing this. He actually forced out my sister's trump card. Su Yin's brows furrowed tightly, clearly startled by Lyn Chen at this moment. What on earth has this guy been eating to grow up? A person who emerged from a small place could actually fight his own sister to this degree, and it even seemed he had some energy to spare. At this moment, Lyn Chen gave everyone the impression of being unfathomable. From beginning to end, his face wore a relaxed expression. Whether facing the first challenger, Chu Liang, or Su Yin, or even the current Su Yuer, it seemed that no matter who stepped onto the stage, they could not affect him or exert any pressure. It should be noted that Su Yuer was recognized as one of the 4 prodigies. In this generation, the entire capital's prodigies consisted of only these 4, which speaks volumes about their talent. Yet now, facing one of the 4 prodigies, Su Yuer, this person's face not only showed no expression but even carried a hint of ease in his eyes. How confident must one be to have such an attitude? The armor was donned on Su Yuer, and Lyn Chen could sense her aura rising again, already pressing close to his level 11. But Lyn Chen remained unperturbed. Social anxiety has maximized the enhancement for the host. Unyielding, the opponent faced by the host has entered their second form, granting the host a 50% increase in strength and speed. With the enhancement of these 2 attributes, Lyn Chen's strength and speed surged once more. Bang! Lyn Chen stepped forward, his entire being resembling a small cannonball, suddenly charging towards Su Yuer. The speed displayed caused a hint of surprise to appear in Su Yuer's eyes again, but after unleashing her level 10 abilities, Su Yuer's confidence was infinitely amplified. You won't be my match now. Su Yuer gripped her long spear tightly, a layer of purple energy enveloping it, instantly transforming the spear into a demonic weapon. Su Yuer swung the spear, the demonic energy rippling out, and the spear seemed to grow enormous in mid-air, becoming several zhang in size. Lyn Chen raised his long gun, the tip pointing, and that thin blood energy instantly thickened several times, resembling a blood-red spearhead, crashing against the long spear. Boom! The powerful force exploded, scattering the demonic energy on the spear, causing Su Yuer to quickly retreat due to the immense power. Lyn Chen seized the opportunity and charged again. The spear technique he mastered was the most powerful, despite being a 4th-grade martial art, but after all, it was produced by the system. Su Yuer steadied herself and met Lyn Chen once more. This guy has even forced out Miss Yuer's second ability, and he is still in this state. A martial artist spoke, completely shocked by Lyn Chen's strength. Look, Miss Yuer won't be defeated so easily. Indeed, with this demonic armor, ordinary attacks cannot easily break through, not to mention that the enhancement far exceeds that of other martial artists. Another martial artist added. No one dared to think of the worst-case scenario, that is, Su Yuer losing. The door to the room on the 3rd floor slowly opened, and a middle-aged man walked in. Standing on the platform, the middle-aged man's murky gaze fixed on Lyn Chen and Su Yuer in the arena. The butler followed closely behind the middle-aged man, also watching the arena. This kid really has some skill. Emerging from Tsong City, he has managed to reach this point. The butler's eyes held a hint of admiration. This isn't just some skill, it's extraordinary talent. The middle-aged man said. This match won't last long, the winner will soon be decided. The butler looked up at the middle-aged man. Master, who do you think will win? You tell me, who do you hope will win? The middle-aged man countered. Master, naturally, I hope the young lady wins. After all, she is the face of our Fenghua martial arts school. The butler replied. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man fell silent, quietly watching the two on the stage. As the other remained unresponsive, the butler seemed to guess the answer, a hint of disappointment creeping into his murky eyes. Bang! At that moment, a dull sound suddenly echoed from the stage. Everyone's gaze was instantly drawn to it. Dust rose from the arena. Under that sound, a figure was sent flying out. Swish! All eyes turned sharply towards the stage. They saw a dazzling purple figure tracing an arc in the air, crashing heavily onto the edge of the platform. The magical armor on her body shattered, particularly noticeable at her chest, revealing the black martial outfit underneath. Witnessing this scene, everyone present jumped to their feet in shock. No one could believe that Su Yuer, one of the 4 prodigies and the eldest daughter of the Fenghuo martial arts school's master, had been defeated by an outsider. Moreover, this outsider was not even from a place like Lingzhou, but merely hailing from a small region in Beizhou. The impact of all this was immense and utterly unbelievable. Cough, cough. Suyuer lay on the ground, too weak. As her magical armor slowly faded away, the purple spiritual energy transformed into nourishment, helping to restore her body a little. On the other side, Lyn Chen held his spear, his energy dissipating, standing still as he quietly watched Suyuer. "Do you want to continue?" Lyn Chen asked, gripping his spear. Suyuer stood up from the ground, tightly clutching her long spear to support herself. Her black martial outfit was still relatively intact, but her delicate face was somewhat pale, clearly a result of overexerting her spiritual energy. Suyuer shook her head, continuing the match was meaningless. She had already lost. She looked at Lyn Chen, whose eyes had regained their clarity, filled with unprecedented astonishment and disbelief. "Why don't you use your second state?" Suyuer asked. She couldn't believe that her second form, which could easily overpower even an 11th level warrior, had failed against him. A casual strike could unleash a force of 2,600 pounds. Yet, under such enhancement, she still lost to Lyn Chen. This was something she couldn't comprehend. Since her awakening, Suyuer had never been defeated. Even when facing the other 3 prodigies, she had only managed to draw. But now, facing this person named Lyn Chen, she hadn't even seen his true strength. Indeed, after this encounter, she could feel that he had definitely not used all his power. The confidence she had built over the past 3 months had not been shattered by this defeat. Suyuer had a father who ran a martial arts school, who had taught her from a young age that there are always greater talents beyond oneself. Even if she was invincible in the world, she must maintain the heart of a learner. Huff, taking a deep breath, Suyuer slowly exhaled. Why are you so powerful?" Suyuer asked again. With her words, everyone present understood. This match was a loss for Suyuer. The eyes of countless students dimmed, as if the belief they had always followed had collapsed. Many martial artists felt a blockage in their hearts, but more than that, they were curious about Lyn Chen. At this moment, this young man who had come from Tsung City made them even more intrigued. How did he achieve such strength today? Similarly, the question that Suyuer asked was what they all wanted to know. The middle-aged man stood with his hands behind his back, his murky eyes revealing little emotion. "Master, you guessed right." The steward sighed. The middle-aged man chuckled. "Only someone like him is worthy of my daughter." Upon hearing this, the steward was taken aback. "Ha?" The steward looked puzzled. The middle-aged man did not continue speaking. On the stage, listening to Suyuer, Lyn Chen put away his spear, crossed his arms, and fell into deep thought. After about 30 seconds, Lyn Chen spoke. "Perhaps, I have put in more talent and sweat." This statement stunned everyone present. They had expected Lyn Chen to boast, but instead, he was so pretentious. "This kid is too full of himself." A martial artist's forehead bulged with veins as he clenched his fists tightly. "No way. I apply to teach this kid a lesson." Many apprentices were dumbfounded. They had thought of many things to say but never expected this guy to respond like that. "I only see talent and sweat, but I don't see." Suyuer took a deep breath, suppressing her anger. "You are strong and have your reasons. I won't get angry." "Not angry." "Ha!" Suyuer exhaled again, too lazy to argue with Lyn Chen, and said lightly, "Since you came to challenge, you succeeded. Among the younger generation of Fenghuo Martial Arts School, I am the strongest." Hearing this, Lyn Chen nodded. "Thank you." Everyone's faces turned green. This kid is really polite. He came to challenge and won, yet he still thanks us. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Remember my origin, I come from Tsung City. Lyn Chen stored his spear in the weapon box, closed it, and prepared to leave. Everyone deeply remembered the name Tsung City. No matter where this was, after today, it might spread throughout the martial artist circle of the capital. As one of the top 3 martial arts schools in the Great Xiao, Fenghuo Martial Arts School's status was self-evident. Yet this young man from Tsung City had successfully challenged them. "Wait." At that moment, a calm voice called out to Lyn Chen. Hearing this familiar tone, someone looked in the direction of the voice and saw the middle-aged man standing at the door. "Master." Upon seeing the newcomer, the martial artists and apprentices present all cupped their hands in respect. "Father." Suing did not expect his father to come. "Dad." Su Yuer's face showed little expression. Lyn Chen stopped and looked at him. I knew I couldn't leave unscathed. Lyn Chen shook his head. Since he had come to challenge, he was mentally prepared. His reputation had already spread, and no matter what, he could accept it. Senior, may I ask what brings you here? Lyn Chen inquired. I am Su Shangfeng, the middle-aged man replied calmly. I don't know you. Lyn Chen shook his head, but the name sounds somewhat familiar. Su Shangfeng's mouth twitched slightly. The people present also felt it was unbelievable. This kid really came from a small place. He didn't even know Su Shangfeng, one of the top 10 martial saints of the great Xiao. I am the master of Manhwa Martial Arts School. You come to challenge my school and don't even know the master's name? Su Shangfeng frowned slightly and glared at Lyn Chen. Since you don't know me, you should at least know this person. Who? Lyn Chen looked at him and asked. Su Wei. As soon as the name Su Wei was mentioned, Lyn Chen's pupils suddenly constricted. You are surnamed Su, Lyn Chen murmured, staring intently at the master of the Manhwa Martial Arts School before him. That's right. You should have guessed my relationship with Su Wei, Su Shangfeng said, a hint of a smile suddenly appearing on his otherwise expressionless face. Come with me. Yuer, you come too. Su Yuer nodded. The expressions of those present watching Lyn Chen follow the master out grew increasingly rich. Well, this kid dared to challenge the school and ended up at his own home? Tisk tsk. What a good show. Don't think too much about it. This guy's name will echo throughout the capital tomorrow. Yeah, and with the martial arts exam in 2 days, suddenly having such a presence pop up, the whole exam will probably be in an uproar. The martial artists present were all talking. The apprentices looked at Lyn Chen's departing figure with a mix of envy and respect. To the martial artists, Lyn Chen was a prodigy, but lacking in strength. They might not hold him in too much regard. But for these apprentices, it was different. Most of them were preparing for the martial arts exam the day after tomorrow, and facing such a presence made even breathing feel difficult. Following Su Shangfeng into a room, before they even stepped inside, Su Shangfeng called out to his daughter, Yuer, wait outside for a moment. Miss, just wait a bit, the butler said. All right. Su Yuer nodded. Lyn Chen, come in with me, Su Shangfeng said, leading Lyn Chen into the room. As soon as they left, Su Yuer curiously asked, Feng Bo, who is Lyn Chen? Why did Dad take him in as soon as he mentioned Uncle Wei? Miss, I'm not sure about that. The butler shook his head, genuinely unaware of the situation. Okay. Su Yuer felt a bit helpless and didn't press further. Inside the room, Lyn Chen looked around at the displays and the series of trophies, first place in the National Martial Artist Competition, city-level competitions, and medals for successfully clearing certain top-tier secret realms, all laid out there. Everything here testified to the man's strength and his status in the capital. Su Shangfeng sat on the sofa and gestured for Lyn Chen to sit down as well. Lyn Chen didn't stand on ceremony and took a seat opposite him. Since you know Su Wei, you don't know who I am? Su Shangfeng asked, looking at Lyn Chen. Lyn Chen shook his head. He truly didn't know who the man before him was. If not for the fact that he was referred to as the master by those in the school, Lyn Chen wouldn't have known his identity. It seems that after he left the Su family, he really did cut off all ties with them, Su Shangfeng said, suddenly feeling a bit emotional. No, if he really wanted to sever ties with the Su family, how could he come to me? Does Senior Su have something to discuss with you? Lyn Chen asked. Naturally, it's to protect you, Su Shangfeng said, then shot Lyn Chen a glance. I really didn't expect that the one challenging my martial arts school would be that brat he brought out. Hey, Lyn Chen scratched the back of his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Well, you coming to challenge the school is good, at least it allowed me to see your strength, Su Shangfeng said. He wasn't lying. You are worth my Manhwa martial arts school investing resources to train you. Upon hearing this, Lyn Chen was taken aback. He hadn't expected that after leaving Song City, Senior Su had already paved a path for him. For a moment, Lyn Chen felt even more grateful to Su Wei. Senior, do you know how Senior Su is doing now? Lyn Chen asked. Communication between Song City and the outside world has been cut off, Su Shangfeng replied. Currently, no one knows how Song City is doing, but some martial artists have already arrived there. The Abyss has not activated the blockade field, so Song City should still be safe for now. Upon hearing this, Lyn Chen's heart remained uneasy. It was just a temporary calm. Kid, this is the signing fee for my Manhwa martial arts school. Su Shangfeng pushed a bank card towards Lyn Chen. With this card, from now on, you are a member of my Manhwa martial arts school. No matter what your reputation is, you will carry the shadow of my Manhwa martial arts school outside. I see your talent. If you don't fall, my Manhwa martial arts school will definitely rise to a higher level under your influence. Su Shangfeng spoke these words lightly. In the vast Daxia, only 4 prodigies had emerged this year, and Lyn Chen was able to defeat one of them. His innate talent needed no further mention. He would undoubtedly surpass these 4 prodigies. In the future, Lyn Chen's status would definitely not be low. Accepting Lyn Chen was also a great thing for Manhwa martial arts school. Looking at the bank card on the table, Lyn Chen chose to accept it. Alright, there's one more thing. Su Shangfeng looked at Lyn Chen, who had taken the bank card. With a slight smile, Lyn Chen felt an uneasy premonition. You are qualified to become Yuer's husband. Tidy up and prepare for your engagement. Su Shangfeng said. As expected, the moment those words left his mouth, Lyn Chen spat out the water he had just sipped. Put. Lyn Chen blinked, looking at Su Shangfeng, whose face had darkened, feeling a bit dazed. Master Su, you're not joking, are you? Marriage is a big deal. Your daughter is so outstanding. And with my background, I'm not worthy of her. Lyn Chen hurriedly declined. Master Su, why don't you ask your daughter, and you can reconsider me? Seeing Lyn Chen's refusal, Su Shangfeng's brows furrowed slightly. Are you rejecting this? Or do you think my daughter is not good enough for you? Su Shangfeng's murky eyes fixed intently on Lyn Chen. Master Su, you know that marriage is a serious matter. Lyn Chen said, sweating. So, enough. Su Shangfeng waved his hand, no longer wanting to discuss this topic. Anyway, this is Su Wei's intention, not mine. I just appreciate your talent, regardless of family background. A rejection is a rejection. Once someone like Su Shangfeng said such words, it meant he recognized Lyn Chen as a suitable husband for Yuer. Unfortunately, the other party had declined. In fact, Su Shangfeng did not expect Lyn Chen to refuse. Thank you for your understanding, Master Su. Lyn Chen nodded slightly. Discussing marriage was still too early for him. Moreover, Lyn Chen closed his eyes slightly, not wanting to think further. Yuer is also a student at Ching Bay University. Since you have become a member of Manhwa martial arts school, you two can help each other out. Su Shangfeng said lightly. I have no intention of matchmaking. Life at a prestigious university is not as simple as you think. I understand, Master Su. That's good. Su Shangfeng nodded. By the way, the admission token you left at Sung City for Ching Bay University is now with you, right? Yes. Lyn Chen did not hide it. Then do you still want to participate in the martial arts exam? Su Shangfeng asked. I want to participate. Lyn Chen nodded. The martial arts exam is about entering high-level secret realms and gaining points by slaying demon beasts. The higher the points, the higher the ranking. Su Shangfeng said lightly. After the martial arts exam, there will first be a provincial ranking, followed by the integration of scores, and then the national ranking. With your strength, entering the top 3 is not a problem. Upon hearing this, Lyn Chen blinked. Master Su, only the top 3? Yes. Su Shangfeng nodded. But that's not entirely accurate. Within the martial examination, cooperation is possible, and it's likely that the remaining 3 prodigies have already formed alliances. So, the rankings are hard to say. Alright then, Lyn Chen responded with a sound, indicating he understood a bit more. What I mentioned, you don't need to think about it anymore starting today. At this moment, Su Shangfeng said. Upon hearing this, Lyn Chen immediately understood what the other party was referring to. Get lost. Su Shangfeng waved his hand, signaling Lyn Chen to leave. Then, Master Su, I'm off. Lyn Chen packed away his bank card and then left the place. As he pushed open the door, the butler smiled and nodded at Lyn Chen. Take care, young friend. Lyn Chen replied politely. Su Yuer looked at Lyn Chen a bit longer before walking into the room. Dad, you called for me. Sit. Su Yuer sat on the sofa, and the latter asked. How much of Lyn Chen's strength do you think he hasn't used? At least 50%. Su Yuer thought for a moment before answering. Su Shangfeng's gaze suddenly changed. The shock in his murky eyes was palpable. Facing his daughter, who was at full power, this guy still had at least 50% of his strength in reserve? Dad, from start to finish, he has never shown me his second ability. Su Yuer said. Moreover, without using any professional abilities. In a pure strength contest, I'm not his match. Lyn Chen's realm is at least peak level 11. Upon hearing this, Su Shangfeng's expression also changed. He was truly shocked. Only 3 months had passed, and even his daughter, ranked among the 4 prodigies, had just barely broken through to level 10. This was already terrifying talent, to achieve such a level in just 3 months. Among the most prestigious individuals in the current Great Xiao, at their age, they had only achieved this level of accomplishment. Yet Lyn Chen far surpassed them. Even the current leader of the Longyu army had not reached peak level 11 at this age. This kid. The shock in Su Shangfeng's eyes lingered for a long time. No wonder he dared to confront the prodigies of the 7 great families and defy Hong Chang of the Hong family. Su Yuer looked up, incredulously at her father. Dad, you mean Lyn Chen has fought against the prodigies of the 7 great families? Su Shangfeng did not hide it and told Su Yuer everything that had happened in Song City. These were all things Su Wei had informed him of, otherwise, Su Shangfeng wouldn't have sought to ally with Lyn Chen. Listening to her father's words, the earlier part was fine, but the latter part left Su Yuer in shock. He has consecutively defeated the prodigies of the entire North State, even repeatedly thwarting the prodigies of the 7 great families. No wonder he dared to come and challenge. Now, Su Yuer understood why Lyn Chen had such courage. Yuer, what do you think of him? Suddenly, Su Shangfeng asked. I haven't interacted with him. Su Yuer shook her head. She only knew that Lyn Chen was an undeniable top prodigy. He entered Ching Bay University with you, and he has offended the Lu family and the Hong family. He probably has also offended the other major families one by one. Su Shangfeng said lightly. One of the families within the Fenghua martial arts school. But if the 7 great families join forces, it's hard to say. Yuer, now that you are with him, if the little legitimate daughter of the Lu family causes trouble, remember to stand up for him. Upon hearing this, Su Yuer was somewhat confused. Dad, such an inconsequential person. He is not an inconsequential person. Before she could finish, Su Shangfeng interrupted her. He is someone your Uncle Wei brought out, in the entire Su family. Apart from your third uncle, he has the best relationship with me, now that his life and death are unknown, and I've been entrusted with the descendants he valued. I naturally have to take care of him, Su Shangfeng said lightly. Moreover, with his talent, rising to prominence is just a matter of time. Being on good terms with him will naturally bring you great benefits. Alright, Dad. Su Yuer nodded, understanding. Su Shangfeng responded. Dad, about today's matter. Su Yuer looked at him again. First, keep the news under wraps, just tell the outside world that someone came to challenge and won. Su Shangfeng said, just don't reveal who won. Okay. Su Yuer nodded. Growing up under her father's influence, she didn't care much about the outcome with Lyn Chen. Although her mindset had shifted slightly, it didn't affect her overall demeanor. Lyn Chen left Fenghua Martial Arts School with a bank card and returned to the hotel. At that moment, news had already spread throughout the entire capital. As soon as Lyn Chen left, the news of his challenge was out. In no time, the martial artist community in the capital was in an uproar. As one of the top 3 martial arts schools in the Great Xiao, Fenghua Martial Arts School rarely had challengers. In fact, it had been decades since anyone had dared to challenge them. Yet now, Fenghua Martial Arts School had been challenged. This news caused a huge stir. The strong in the capital could guess that the challenger was definitely not a great master but a young martial artist. After all, the head of Fenghua Martial Arts School was one of the top 10 martial saints of the time. Who would have the audacity to challenge them? Soon, the news of Su Yuer, one of the 4 prodigies, being defeated also spread rapidly throughout the Great Xiao. This confirmed the strong speculation that a young martial artist had come to challenge. Yet this still shocked countless martial artists. It should be noted that Su Yuer, as one of the 4 prodigies, was widely recognized throughout the capital. Moreover, among the vast Great Xiao, the talents and strengths of the 4 of them were indeed worthy of the title of prodigies. But now, one of the 4 prodigies, Su Yuer, had been defeated. Just how terrifying was the talent of this challenger? Fenghua Martial Arts School did not disclose who the challenger was, but perhaps he would make an appearance in the upcoming martial arts examination. However, with only 2 days left until the martial arts examination, this news made countless participants feel anxious. There were only 2 days left until the martial arts examination. Back at the hotel, Lyn Chen first registered online for the martial arts examination. becoming part of the participants in the capital of Zhangzhou. The content of the martial arts examination was quite simple: enter a large secret realm to hunt demon beasts and earn points. It is worth mentioning that for the first 20 minutes after entering the secret realm, those who entered could not fight in the inner area. Only after 20 minutes could the martial artists engage in combat within the inner area. However, in the outer area of the secret realm, they could attack at any time. The main format of the martial arts examination was still to hunt demon beasts for points as a measure of performance. Many martial artists participated in the examination, and the score lines for various universities were not low. In the hotel, Lyn Chen looked at Su Nange beside him and suddenly had an idea. After the martial arts examination, he would definitely enter Ching Bay University. But Su Nange could only stay here and would not enter Ching Bay University. Lyn Chen still did not know her identity. If he rashly let her participate in the martial arts examination. Do you have an ID card? Lyn Chen asked. No. Su Nange shook her head. After so many days online, she had long understood what modern society was like. I wonder if students from Ching Bay University can bring someone in. Lyn Chen rubbed his chin, realizing he would have to wait until after the martial arts examination to ask someone from Ching Bay University. Otherwise, Lyn Chen would have to find a place to stay near Ching Bay University. After finishing the martial arts exam registration, Lyn Chen returned to his room and began drawing entries. Infinite entry drawing in progress. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Turning the Tide. Turning the Tide, at the moment the host is on the brink of death. Bodily injuries recover. Spiritual energy is fully replenished, and strength is increased by 50%. Speed is increased by 50%. Note, this entry cannot be integrated into martial arts. Seeing this entry, Lyn Chen's eyes lit up. Ha, is this a resurrection skill? Lyn Chen's face broke into a wide smile. Among the remaining 10 entries, there was nothing like this life-saving entry. With this entry, it could be said that within the same realm, Lyn Chen could act recklessly. After all, if he encountered a high-level martial artist, he wouldn't have enough lives to spare. There are only 2 days left until the martial arts exam. Since it's about hunting monsters to gain points, I should prepare more arrows. Lyn Chen glanced at the arrows lying in his storage ring. With Divine Archer in play, Lyn Chen wasn't worried about hitting his target, he was just afraid he wouldn't have enough arrows. Just in time. I can also check how much the Manhwa Martial Arts School is paying me for the contract. Lyn Chen picked up his phone, and a message suddenly appeared before him. Shandong Bank, Manhwa Martial Arts School has transferred 50,000,000 yuan to you. 50 million? Lyn Chen was shocked. The signing fee was actually this much? 50 million in signing fees, converted into vitality. That's a full 500 points of vitality. What does 500 points of vitality mean? It means Lyn Chen can reach level 20 in one step. After level 10, every 20 points of vitality equals 1 level. 500 points of vitality just happens to fall within the range of a level 20 martial artist. After level 20, it requires 2000 points of vitality to reach level 30. The higher the level of the martial artist, the more vitality is needed. But this also represents a gradual increase in one's strength. After level 40, martial artists can walk in the air. In the entire Tsang City, there isn't a single level 40 martial artist. Still a long way to go. Lyn Chen's excited eyes slowly dimmed, then returned to calm. To become stronger, one must take it step by step. Currently, the crisis facing Tsang City might require Lyn Chen to reach level 70 before he could have the strength to fight. The path to becoming stronger still needs to be taken slowly. After securing this 50 million, Lyn Chen began shopping for steel arrows online again. This time, he directly bought 100. He spent 100,000 Daxia coins. Host has spent 100,000 Daxia coins, gaining 1 point of vitality. The next morning, Lyn Chen received the steel arrows sent by the Martial Arts Association. He stored them all in his storage ring, and as the martial arts exam approached, Lyn Chen packed his belongings. Now, he was all set, just waiting for the exam to arrive. As the date of the martial arts exam drew closer, there was only 1 day left until it began. The news of Lyn Chen challenging the Manhwa Martial Arts School had already spread throughout the capital. Countless forces were secretly investigating who had gone to Manhwa Martial Arts School to challenge them, but without exception, no one knew the inside story. Some speculated whether it could be one of the 4 prodigies. After all, the 4 prodigies had never truly fought, no one had revealed their trump cards. Could it be that one of these 4 prodigies went to Manhwa martial arts school to challenge Su Yuer for a solo match and, after winning, didn't disclose it to outsiders? Such speculation was not uncommon. However, as the investigation continued, it turned out that the challenger was not one of the other 3 prodigies but a martial artist from another state. This news was quite shocking. Countless forces were speculating about which state's prodigy it could be. At this critical moment, coming to Manhwa martial arts school to challenge them was simply too obvious an intention. Moreover, this person was also going to participate in the martial arts exam. Isn't this just wanting to make a stunning debut? However, since this person is going to participate in the martial arts examination, everyone will know who is so terrifying once the examination begins. Time flew by, and the day of the martial arts examination arrived. Lyn Chen was the same as usual, wearing casual clothes bought from a street vendor, with a large weapon box on his back. After saying goodbye to Sunange, he left the place. In front of a vast mountain in the capital, a large expanse of land lay bare, covered with green stone slabs, as large as 3 or 4 football fields. In the sky, a diamond-shaped crystal emitted light, standing in the void. The open space was filled with students coming to participate in the martial arts examination, as well as many personnel in martial arts association uniforms. The 7 great families of the capital, along with many prodigies from various forces, and local people were all gathered here. I'm really looking forward to it. I wonder how many of the 4 great prodigies will come to participate in the martial arts examination. Tisk tsk, that guy kicked the door of the Manhwa martial arts school and even won. Where on earth did he come from? So terrifying. A prodigy of such talent has actually emerged from another state. It's truly unbelievable. Countless people were discussing the recent incident of kicking the door at the Manhwa martial arts school. This matter had stirred up quite a buzz, and as the martial arts examination began, everyone gathered to talk about it. I think they will come, after all. They all have guaranteed spots from the top universities. It would be unreasonable not to meet with prodigies of their own level. Exactly. Lyn Chen, dressed in slightly worn casual clothes, arrived at the square. Finally here. Not too late. There were many people at the martial arts examination site, at least several thousand. These people included not only high school seniors from the capital but also some apprentices from martial arts schools. In this world, not everyone stays in school to learn about martial arts. Some choose to enter martial arts schools directly to train until they are 18, then participate in the examination. These individuals are generally a bit stronger than those who come from school, having been influenced by martial masters since childhood. Of course, they are only slightly stronger, as even in the capital and other states, not everyone can enter top martial arts schools like Manhwa Martial Arts School for training. The teachers in schools are also martial artists. Everyone starts from the same point. The real dividing line is when they awaken their potential. Lyn Chen stood in the vast square, and people continued to arrive one after another. The sun overhead was not very bright, just rising around 7 in the morning. It's the people from the 7 great families. What's so surprising? It's normal for the 7 great families to come to the martial arts examination. No, wait, why are they all here? I heard the 7 great families went to Beizhou a month ago to compete for guaranteed spots at Ching Bay University. Looking at it now, it seems no one got the guaranteed spots. How could that be? Many people were unusually surprised by this. Beizhou, being the weakest of the 9 states, has never had strong martial artists, except for this year's Su Xiaoqing, who is somewhat on par with the prodigies of the 7 great families. I heard Su Xiaoqing from Beizhou is very strong. Could it be that he got the guaranteed spot? It's possible. Then this Su Xiaoqing is indeed powerful. On the other side, the arrival of the prodigies from the 7 great families also attracted a lot of attention. Among the crowd, Lyn Chen turned around and glanced at the 7 people. Tsk, their recovery is quite fast. These 7 were indeed from prominent families. In the Beast Wilderness, Lyn Chen had severely injured them, yet in such a short time, they had recovered vigorously. The 7 great families were led by the Lu family. Lu Yuting naturally took the lead among the 7. Bringing the other 6 to the square. Sister Yuting, who do you think that person who kicked the door at Manhwa Martial Arts School is? The pride of the Hong family asked. I'm not sure. Lu Yuting shook her head. In my opinion, this person must be a prodigy from some state, who has been hidden away until today, when he finally shows his face. Mou said seriously. Get lost, get lost. The pride of the Fong family shot Mou a glance and scolded. Who doesn't know this? Why does he have to say it? after the martial arts exam is over, that Lyn Chen will come to the capital. Zhang Longfeng said, mentioning Lyn Chen. The smiles on the faces of the group immediately turned cold. With his guaranteed admission, he's probably already in the capital. Entering Ching Bay University, another prodigy spoke up. The grudge from the beast wilderness must be avenged. One prodigy clenched his fists tightly. Angry. Lyn Chen. These two words, along with this person, had already been deeply etched in the minds of the seven. It's no exaggeration to say that they desperately wanted to take revenge on Lyn Chen, but they had to rely on their families behind them. They didn't dare to face Lyn Chen directly, because they had already been overshadowed. As long as he's in the capital for a day, it will be easy to deal with him, a prodigy said, his words icy. There's plenty of time ahead. Exactly. There's plenty of time ahead. Lu Yuting had remained silent, her clear eyes very indifferent. Lyn Chen was just one person. Compared to the Lu family, he was nothing, no matter how talented he was. A prodigy must survive to the end to be called a prodigy. At that moment, Lu Yuting's peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure. Sister Yuting. What's wrong? Mou asked. It's nothing, just that someone's figure looks a bit like Lyn Chen. Lu Yuting said. Sister Yuting, you're under a bit of pressure. Zhang Longfeng shook his head. Lyn Chen is a guaranteed admission student. He won't participate in the martial arts exam. He's a smart person, he wouldn't waste time participating in the martial arts exam. The others also remained silent. That's true. Lu Yuting nodded. This made sense. After the arrival of the prodigies from the 7 great families of the capital, the subsequent arrival of 3 more people shocked everyone present. Heavens, the 4 great prodigies really came. As soon as this was said, countless gazes turned to the outskirts of the square. 3 figures were walking towards them, and they were indeed the 4 great prodigies recognized in the capital. As for who was missing from the 4, it was Su Yuer. Even they 3 have come? Zhang Lengfeng looked at the 3 figures, a hint of surprise in his eyes. I forgot. That challenger also has to participate in the martial arts exam. Mou said. It's not surprising that they came. Goodness. The pressure just got bigger. With them here, we're destined not to be first or second. The pride of the Feng family looked helpless. The strength of these 4 great prodigies was terrifying. They were originally all guaranteed admission students and didn't need to participate in the martial arts exam. Now, because of that guy, all 4 had to come and participate. I guess they want to test that person's skills, one prodigy said. That's for sure, their talents are terrifying. And even with this halo, they want to see just how strong the one who defeated the daughter of the Fenghua Martial Arts Academy is. Anyway, he's someone we can't defeat. Joking aside, the strength of the 4 great prodigies was something they, as the direct descendants of the 7 great families, were very clear about. Being able to defeat one of the 4 great prodigies, Su Yuer, would be enough to prove just how terrifying that person's strength was. By the way, I almost forgot about that guy. This made the group feel even more troubled. In the martial arts exam, although they couldn't attack each other for the first 20 minutes, they could after that. What are you afraid of? Now that Sister Yuting has broken through to level 10, the 7 of us joining forces against one of the 4 great prodigies might not be a problem at all. Zhang Longfeng said. Maintaining our rankings is definitely not an issue. That's true. Wu Kao replied. There were no rules against teaming up. After all, the goal was to hunt demon beasts to earn points. Moreover, not everyone possessed such terrifying talent. Otherwise, the great Xiao wouldn't have to struggle so hard against the abyss and the wasteland. Are these the remaining 3 prodigies? Lyn Chen looked at the 3 individuals, his eyes showing little emotion. He was eager to see if there were any first-tier demon beasts in the secret realm of the martial exam. If there were, he could earn power points and victories to gain rewards. After all, the rewards provided by the system were Lyn Chen's main battlefield. After about 2 more points, a middle-aged man in uniform from the Martial Association spoke up. Is everyone here? The rules of the martial exam are simple. Hunt demon beasts to earn points. No fighting among your own kind outside the arena for 20 minutes. If caught, your results will be cancelled, and you will be disqualified from the martial exam. The middle-aged man stood on a tall platform and spoke calmly. His voice was deep and clearly reached everyone's ears. In this high-level secret realm, all the demon beasts in the outer area are below first tier, and in the inner area, all are first-tier demon beasts. This martial exam does not restrict teaming up, but after 20 minutes, there are no restrictions on combat. The time limit for the martial exam is 90 minutes. After 90 minutes, the secret realm will transport all living beings inside back outside. Before the martial exam begins, each of you will receive a wristband. Once activated, it means your martial exam has ended early. The wristband's function is to transport you out of the secret realm, away from immediate danger, and to record your points. For every demon beast below first tier you kill, you will earn 20 points recorded in your wristband. Each first tier demon beast will earn you 60 points. After the middle-aged man finished explaining the important points, he instructed his subordinates to start distributing the wristbands. Lyn Chen also received a wristband, a black electronic device, which he put on. Alright, here, I wish everyone a satisfactory result, the middle-aged man said before the massive diamond above began to emit a glow. The large radiance quickly enveloped the vast square. Then, a door appeared in the center of the square. Go in. The crowd began to move orderly towards the door. It has begun. Lu Yuding and the 7 of them quickly walked in. One by one, people entered the secret realm, and at the end of the line, Lyn Chen also stepped inside. As his vision went dark and then brightened again, Lyn Chen found himself in another world. This place was not much different from the outside, surrounded entirely by mountains and forests. There were also many people around Lyn Chen. It seems to be random, Lyn Chen observed, noticing that they were not gathered in the thousands, murmuring to himself, defeating your own kind does not earn points. Staying in the outer area is just a waste of time. Immediately, Lyn Chen decided to head towards the inner area. Hey, brother, are you alone? Why don't we team up? At that moment, a man in martial attire approached Lyn Chen and asked, no need. Lyn Chen shook his head, declining. For him, teaming up would only waste time and require looking after teammates. Brother, it's quite dangerous here. It's better to have someone to rely on. The man saw Lyn Chen refuse again and spoke once more. Did you not find anyone before the martial arts exam? Lyn Chen stopped and asked. No. The man shook his head. Oh. Lyn Chen no longer looked at him and turned to walk towards the inner area. Alright then. Seeing Lyn Chen refuse again, the man did not press further and continued to ask others. At that moment, outside the secret realm, in a room on the square, several screens stood there, prominently displaying the students participating in the martial arts exam within the secret realm. Inside the room sat the principals of various schools from the capital, as well as members of the Martial Arts Association. Some members of the 7 great families were present, along with elders from the 4 great prodigies. Everyone gathered in the room, watching the movements of their respective family juniors on the screens. As for others, they were hardly worth their attention. Master Yu, even your family's Yu Longhai has come to participate in the martial arts exam this time. A powerful figure spoke, a smile on his face. Don't tease me. Isn't the young master of your sacred martial arts academy also here? Ha ha ha. 3 of the 4 great prodigies have come. Their purpose here is to find that guy who defeated Su Yuer. The 3 of them huddled together and spoke. The 3 were, of course, the strong figures behind the 4 great prodigies families. Their juniors all had guaranteed spots to the top martial arts university, and now they came to the martial arts exam just to find that person. Speaking of which, it was quite unexpected for the Fenghua Martial Arts Academy to be challenged. A middle-aged man in martial attire spoke. Let's wait and see how strong this person really is. Someone with such talent surely won't stay in the outer area. At that moment, through the screens, it could be seen that the 3 great prodigies did not linger in the outer area for long and headed towards the inner area. For them, they did not want to waste time on these low-tier demon beasts. Killing 3 low-tier demon beasts would only yield points for 1 first-tier demon beast. The distance from the outer area to the inner area in the secret realm was not far. At full speed, it only took a little over 10 minutes to reach the inner area. Lyn Chen had already arrived in the inner area. Roar! As soon as he stepped into the inner area, a beastly roar echoed in his ears. Looking up, he saw a wolf demon howling at him. From its aura, this demon beast had just stepped into the first tier. A pair of blood-red eyes lit up in the thicket, and then the ground trembled slightly as the demon beast charged at Lyn Chen. Lyn Chen took out his 1,000-foot bow, knocked an arrow, and drew it in one smooth motion. The spiritual energy within him surged, merging into the arrow. In the next moment, Lyn Chen suddenly released the bowstring. This powerful shot erupted with terrifying force, and the steel arrow shot towards the wolf demon like a beam of light. Boom! Accompanied by an explosion, the arrow struck the wolf demon's body and instantly exploded. The immense power severely injured the wolf demon before him. So effective. Lyn Chen's face lit up with joy as he took down a first-tier demon beast with a single arrow. Lyn Chen threw a punch, directly killing the wolf demon that was on the verge of death. Host killed a first-tier wolf demon. Core goodness gained 1 point of strength. Host completed the bounty hunter task, obtaining 1 fragment of innate talent. Victory favors the brave. Win count +1, 11. After killing the wolf demon and seeing the system's notification, Lyn Chen's lips curled up slightly. Good. Killing a first-tier demon beast was indeed effective. At first, Lyn Chen just wanted to test it out. Now seeing that the demon beasts here could also increase his attributes, Lyn Chen completely let go. In 90 minutes, I wonder how many demon beasts I can slay, Lyn Chen murmured, then dove into the inner area, beginning his hunt. He didn't need to worry about his spiritual energy and physical strength. As long as his spiritual energy was exhausted, he could let the demon beast beat him into a near-death state. In a place like this, as long as he had even a trace of power left, he wouldn't die. Lyn Chen was just relying on the level 11 extracted entries to wreak havoc. Roar! A heart-wrenching roar echoed through the primitive jungle. The ground shook, and ancient trees were knocked down by the massive body of the demon beast, its crimson eyes flickering as it fled deeper into the forest. This demon beast was a rhinoceros, and at this moment, there was a large, gruesome wound on its back, bleeding profusely. The demon beast was frantically escaping, while behind it, a terrifying power was gathering. Escape? Can you really escape? Lyn Chen drew his bow and nocked an arrow, releasing it in one fluid motion. The moment he let go of the bowstring, a sonic boom erupted. Boom! The arrow shot out instantly, moving so fast that in the blink of an eye, it pierced directly into the jungle, striking the pitch-black body. With a loud explosion, the massive body of the rhinoceros demon beast crashed to the ground, breathless, as a beam of light floated into Lyn Chen's wristband. His points were credited again. Holding the 1,000-foot bow, Lyn Chen stepped on the rhinoceros's corpse. This is already the 4th one. Lyn Chen looked ahead at the thicket. This area could be considered deep within the inner zone, and all the demon beasts that appeared were below the 1st rank. However, Lyn Chen had yet to encounter a demon beast of the 1st rank that could match a 13th level warrior. Perhaps the demon beasts here were only comparable to the lowest 1st rank beasts, akin to 10th level warriors. In less than 10 minutes, Lyn Chen's power value had increased by 4 points, and he had also gained 4 more fragments of his innate talent. The last time he tried, 10 fragments couldn't fuse, but now he was just 3 beasts away from gathering 20 fragments to attempt fusion again. As for his victories, he had reached 15. The martial arts examination had allowed Lyn Chen to earn a fortune, fame and profit. It couldn't be better. Continue. Lyn Chen headed deeper into the inner zone again. He had only made 4 moves, and the demon beasts were not yet at the point of evading him. Meanwhile, on a massive silver screen in the outside world, the current rankings of the martial arts examination participants were displayed. In first place was Lu Yuting. The remaining rankings included the prodigies from the 6 major families, all of whom were on the list. The 3 great prodigies were ranked behind them. Their goal was to head straight for the inner zone. Therefore, their travel time had widened the gap between them and the others. The 3 great prodigies aren't in a hurry to hunt demon beasts. After all, they have guaranteed spots. They came to this martial arts examination just to find that person. A martial artist looked at the rankings on the screen and spoke. Indeed, but judging by the current ranking, that person seems to have not made a move yet. A martial artist nodded, feeling somewhat puzzled. At that moment, the martial artist who had just spoken suddenly furrowed his brows. What's wrong? Look at that Lyn Chen. His ranking has jumped directly to 3rd. His points are increasing by 60 each time. As soon as this was said, many people around who were watching the screen were drawn to it. What? Is there such a thing? Swish! Countless gazes converged on the screen, and in less than a few minutes, this Lyn Chen's points had increased by another 60. His ranking had now directly soared to 1st place. The original 1st place, Lu Yuting, only had 240 points, but now, the 1st place, Lyn Chen, had 300 points, increasing by 60 points each time. This guy is only hunting 1st-ranked demon beasts. As someone exclaimed in shock, the expressions of countless people in the audience turned utterly astonished. This guy was actually hunting 1st-ranked demon beasts? Moreover, he is not one of the 3 great prodigies. Here he is, this person named Lyn Chen, the one who defeated Su Yuer. There's no mistake. The one who hunted a first-tier demon beast and challenged the Fenghua martial arts school is him. Finally found him. At this moment, Lyn Chen's name spread like a tide. His feat of hunting a first-tier demon beast had already circulated throughout the square. In the room, the strong members of the 7 great families changed their expressions slightly upon hearing the name Lyn Chen. 300 points already. At this rate, he's either hunting first-tier demon beasts or slaughtering those below first tier. One of the seniors among the 3 great prodigies spoke, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Whether it's hunting first-tier demon beasts or those below, this kid's speed far exceeds that of others, and his strength is naturally self-evident. Another strong figure said lightly, I wonder where this Lyn Chen comes from. This talent is indeed terrifying, but this world occasionally gives birth to a top prodigy, he's just now showing his face. Another person seemed to take it in stride. I really look forward to seeing what the scene will be like when this kid faces off against the other 3. The focus returned to the secret realm. After Lyn Chen killed another demon beast, he successfully secured the first place. However, he was unaware of this, he only wanted to find another demon beast to kill. It took him 3 minutes to kill one demon beast, not because that was his limit, but because it took him 3 minutes to find one. This archery martial art consumes a bit too much spiritual energy. Lyn Chen felt the significant reduction of spiritual energy within him and couldn't help but murmur. If he encountered 3 or 4 more demon beasts, he would likely exhaust all his spiritual energy. However, he was not worried, and from this, he understood the limit of his spiritual energy. He continued to search. Lyn Chen delved deeper into the inner area and soon arrived at a cliff. Although it was called a cliff, below was a lake, and the cliff was not very high, only about 30 meters. In the lake, a massive shadow lay quietly beneath the water. Above the lake, 3 demon beasts were lying in different positions. For demon beasts, this makes it easy for me to find. Lyn Chen's lips curled slightly, and then he took out his Wufeng sword, temporarily stowing away the Qianqi Bao, and leaped down from the cliff. Holding the sword backward, he suddenly plunged it into the wall beside him, using this ability to land steadily. Afterward, Lyn Chen put away the Wufeng sword and took out the Qianqi Bao again. He drew the bow and knocked an arrow, aiming at the demon beast in front of him. Then, he circulated his spiritual energy, gathering it into the arrow, the light of the arrow intensifying as its powerful force surged. Boom! In the next moment, Lyn Chen released the bowstring, and the terrifying arrow erupted forth instantly, accompanied by a loud explosion. The demon beast that was still sleeping was abruptly awakened, and it was blasted back several meters. Roar! This loud bang directly startled the other 2 demon beasts. The demon beasts growled, their red eyes fixed on Lyn Chen, and then they all pounced toward him. Come on! Lyn Chen took out another arrow, aimed at the 2 demon beasts, and shot again. At this moment, not far from Lyn Chen, 3 figures were approaching through the forest. I heard from the elders at home that there's a hidden demon king in this martial arts examination, right in the lake ahead. Killing it will earn us a reward of 200 points. 200 points is not a small amount. One of them said lightly. That's just the points for one demon king, there are still 3 demon beasts there, which would amount to about 180 points. The leader said, there are other demon beasts around, and this demon king can also test our current strength. Indeed, points are secondary, the main thing is to improve our strength, said the other sword-bearing man slowly. As recognized prodigies, they were not particularly interested in the martial arts examination. If it weren't for the person who defeated Su Yuer, they wouldn't have participated in the martial arts exam. Compared to entering a top-tier academy for training, participating in the martial arts exam would only waste their time. I really look forward to seeing just how strong that guy is, especially since even Su Yuer isn't his match. One of them laughed. He wore a white robe, held a feather fan in his hand, and had long black hair cascading over his shoulders, giving him an exceptionally refined appearance. Like a scholar. Perhaps Su Yuer didn't bring out all her strength, that's also possible, the others said. He wore a black martial outfit, with a large long knife strapped to his back, and his clear eyes shone with sharpness. No more nonsense, in any case, when I meet that guy, I intend to make him pay, the sword-bearing man said coldly, his eyes carrying a hint of chill, seemingly harboring resentment towards the one who defeated Su Yuer. Ha ha ha, Li Xiao, it seems you really like Su Yuer. The man in white laughed heartily upon hearing this. The knife-bearing man couldn't help but glance at him a few more times. The 3 of them all came from extraordinary backgrounds. The man in white was named Shou Yi, from the ancient martial arts family of Xiao in the capital. This family was different from the 7 great families. The Xiao family had always lived in seclusion, with an incredibly deep foundation. Among the current top 10 martial saints, one was from the Xiao family, and the other disciples were also family members, all of whom were extremely strong. The knife-bearing man was named Yu Longhai. His name sounded a bit old-fashioned, but he came from the largest trading association in the Great Xia, the Jiulong Palace. Its foundation was self-evident. One could say he was one of the richest young masters in the Great Xia. As for the remaining sword-bearing man, he was named Li Xiao. Li Xiao was the young master of the Xingqi Martial Arts Academy, one of the 3 major martial arts schools, with terrifying talent and a solid foundation. None of these 3 had an ordinary background. They were all born with a silver spoon in their mouths, endowed with countless resources from birth. However, reaching their current level at such a young age was not something that could be achieved solely through abundant resources. They could be considered true prodigies. Every year, dozens of red-quality martial artists would emerge in the Great Xia, but those who stood out among them were, without exception, the best of the best. Li Xiao said nothing, only the 3 of them knew about his feelings for Su Yuer. Like is like, I won't say anything else. Not long after, Li Xiao spoke. As for that person, when the time comes, I will personally take action to deal with him. You too, don't interfere. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi and Yu Longhai laughed heartily. We won't interfere. We won't interfere. As prodigies, the 3 had no rivals among their peers. Thus, they appreciated each other, and their relationship was quite good. However, one thing was that the 3 of them, along with Su Yuer, did not apply to the same university but instead dispersed, each entering different top martial arts universities. I wonder which university this person will choose after the martial arts exam, Xiao Yi said slowly, fanning himself. That's unclear, but whichever one he chooses, it won't be a big deal. Yu Longhai replied. After the martial arts exam, the state competition will soon follow. Once the state competition is over, the top talents from each state will compete for the national ranking of the younger generation in the Great Xia. At that time, we will surely meet. As the 3 chatted, they headed towards the lake. As they got closer, Li Xiao, the sword-bearer, suddenly stopped in his tracks. Seeing Li Xiao stop, the other 2 instantly became alert, their auras spreading out simultaneously to deal with any unnecessary trouble. What's going on? Yu Longhai opened his mouth to ask, while his hand had already grasped the knife handle, ready to strike at any moment. Xiao Yi's clothes fluttered slowly, and beneath his feet, a layer of spiritual energy rippled out. There's a commotion coming from the south. It seems quite significant. I'm afraid we're not the only ones here. Someone might have acted first, Li Zhao informed the 2. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi and Yu Longhai exchanged glances. Then let's hurry over. With that, the 3 suddenly left their original spot, not daring to linger, and rushed towards the source of the noise. Their concern was not whether the people there could handle the demon beasts, but rather that someone might steal their points. At this moment, Lyn Chen was engaged in a fierce battle with 3 demon beasts. He was continuously retreating at high speed, yet his hands did not stop for a moment, drawing the bow and knocking arrows. He executed the motions seamlessly. Several arrows, carrying terrifying power, skimmed the ground, leaving long traces before crashing into the bodies of the 3 demon beasts. After a few arrows struck, Lyn Chen's face visibly paled. He had consumed more than half of his spiritual energy, nearly depleted, but the 3 demon beasts were also in poor condition. The 3 demon beasts appeared to be heavily injured, almost in the same state as Lyn Chen. Whoosh! After this round of explosions, the 3 demon beasts halted in place, no longer daring to strike easily. Lyn Chen seized the opportunity to catch his breath. Looking at the 3 demon beasts before him, each bearing various injuries, he noted that these wounds were all caused by his arrows. Hey, it seems you 3 wretched creatures are in trouble. Lyn Chen grinned, then shouldered his 1,000-foot bow. A glimmer flashed from the storage ring on his hand, and a long spear crackling with thunder appeared in his grasp. Glancing down at the giant snake slowly revealing its crimson eyes from the lake, Lyn Chen smiled. Don't rush, you're next. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lyn Chen executed a burst step, leaving several black afterimages in place, and instantly appeared before the 3 demon beasts. Boom! Lyn Chen thrust the spear forward, and terrifying thunder erupted from the spear, crashing into one of the demon beasts. Bang! The immense force directly engulfed that demon beast. It should be noted that while Lyn Chen's arrows had reduced damage, his other attacks did not. With a 30-point power boost, plus his level 11 status, and the enhancement from social anxiety, Lyn Chen's strength had already reached the peak of level 12, even approaching level 13. This thrust directly killed one demon beast. At the same time that this demon beast fell, Lyn Chen fired again, targeting the other demon beasts. Just then, the giant snake underwater finally ceased its observation and suddenly struck. Hiss! The massive snake head emerged from the water, followed by a water column crashing down onto Lyn Chen. Simultaneously, the three demon beasts arrived at the lake's edge and witnessed this scene. Hiss! Yulanhai gasped as he watched Lyn Chen being blasted away by the water column unleashed from the giant snake's mouth. This water snake is nearly level 12 and belongs to the ice attribute. The power of this water column is extremely formidable, Li Xiao remarked, observing the giant snake beneath the water. If it were the three of us without our weapons, we would likely be gravely injured just trying to withstand it. Then that person is in trouble, Xiao said slowly, fanning himself as he looked at Lyn Chen, who had been blasted away by the water column. This person is very strong. He has killed one of the three demon beasts and heavily injured the other two. Li Xiao's gaze shifted to the remaining demon beasts, his eyes filled with shock. Did he do all of this? Xiao also noticed this point at that moment. This guy can't be the one we're looking for, can he? Yu Longhai said. His strength is just too formidable. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Don't be nervous, with some other means, one can achieve this, Li Xiao replied calmly. I hope he isn't dead. First, let's deal with the demon beast, then we'll kill this giant snake in front of us, Xiao said, looking at the massive serpent on the water's surface. Alright, Yu Longhai nodded. The water snake stopped its breathing, seemingly sensing that someone was approaching. It turned its head, its pair of crimson eyes gazing at the three of them. A long forked tongue flicked out from its mouth, and the water snake's eyes were fierce as it suddenly lunged out of the water, twisting its massive body towards the three. Xiao spiritual energy surged beneath his feet, causing his long hair and pristine clothes to slowly rise. Yu Longhai drew the broad knife from his back, a blood-red glow enveloping him. Li Xiao unsheathed his long sword, ready to confront the enemy. The two remaining demon beasts also slowly turned their bodies to look at the three. At that moment, a calm voice came from the nearby grass. I said, I'm not dead yet, buddy. Hearing this, the three of them immediately turned their gazes in that direction. Not dead? From the sound of it, he seems lively. I knew this guy wouldn't die so easily. It's good he's alive. He can only be defeated by my hands. The three spoke in different tones. The water snake also halted, turning its head towards the direction where Lyn Chen had just been blasted away. In the grass, Lyn Chen twisted his neck, casually brushing off the weeds on his body, and then emerged holding the Nine Heavens Thunder Spear. Turning the tide has been triggered, the host's injuries are healed. Spiritual energy is replenished. Strength increased by 50%. Speed increased by 50%. With the activation of the entry, Lyn Chen's state returned to an even higher peak than before. Sensing Lyn Chen's aura suddenly restored, the water snake's large crimson eyes revealed confusion. What's going on with this human? He just took a hit from my water column, and now he's full of life again. Li Xiao and the others fixed their gazes tightly on Lyn Chen. The two demon beasts no longer dared to focus on Li Xiao and the others, instead directing all their attention to Lyn Chen. Lyn Chen took down the 1,000-foot bow from his back and then retrieved a steel arrow, drawing the bow and knocking the arrow. Terrifying power continuously gathered, and then Lyn Chen released the bowstring. Boom! The arrow shot out explosively, instantly striking one of the demon beasts. With a loud roar, Li Xiao and the others were startled. That demon beast was completely stunned. This scene left Li Xiao and the others dumbfounded. This guy actually killed a first-tier demon beast with a single arrow? If we hadn't come, would he have soloed this place? Xiao spoke, feeling surprisingly little desire to take action. Let's watch, Yu Longhai said, gripping his broad knife as he looked at Lyn Chen, who was drawing the bow again. Li Xiao said nothing, just staring intently at Lyn Chen. Lyn Chen was ready, shooting an arrow that didn't take long to prepare. This arrow shot out with powerful force, heading straight for the still-living demon beast. At that moment, the water snake let out a roar, and a torrent of water suddenly erupted from its mouth, blocking Lyn Chen's arrow. Bang! The two collided, instantly creating a wave, splashing water everywhere. Lyn Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Looks like you're not so simple after all. Lyn Chen directly put away the 1,000-foot bow and switched to close combat. Stepping forward, the Nine Heavens thunder spear in his hand erupted with terrifying thunder, the purple lightning transforming into a dragon, roaring towards the water snake. The water snake's menacing eyes reflected the figure of the thunder dragon, and then it took a deep breath before opening its massive, blood-filled mouth, unleashing a powerful jet of water. Boom! Lyn Chen seized the opportunity and lunged forward, positioning himself beneath the water snake. As the saying goes, a snake's weak point is at 7 inches, and facing this enormous water snake, the old adage held true. With a thrust of his spear, the sharp blade of the Nine Heavens thunder spear sliced through the water snake's massive scales, blood gushing forth, causing the water snake to halt its attack. With the thunder dragon unimpeded, it crashed into the snake's body in the next instant. Bang! The water snake's enormous form was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the water's surface. Lyn Chen looked at the beast ahead and immediately hurled the Nine Heavens thunder spear in his hand. Boom! Lightning tore through the heavens, and the Nine Heavens thunder spear instantly pierced the beast's body. Then, Lyn Chen pulled the spear from the beast's corpse and turned to charge at the water snake in the water. Seeing Lyn Chen's ferocity, Li Xiao and the others were left dumbfounded. This guy was simply monstrous. Li Xiao, what did you just say would happen if we were hit by the water snake's attack? Xiao asked, but his gaze remained fixed on Lyn Chen, not daring to look away. If unarmed, you'd probably be seriously injured, Li Xiao replied. And if armed, you'd still be injured. After all, this secret realm restricts weapons, and only high-quality weapons can be brought in, Li Xiao answered again. In any case, if it were us, we wouldn't be like him. Freak. The words freak slipped from Yu Longhai's lips, a rare utterance. Meanwhile, as Lyn Chen battled the water snake, the three great freaks stood by watching. This scene had already been witnessed by the powerful figures behind the three great freaks and many martial masters outside. Everyone was incredulous. This kid named Lyn Chen was incredibly fierce. At first, they didn't realize he was single-handedly fighting three beasts. But now, as their focus shifted to the three great freaks, they clearly saw Lyn Chen battling 4 beasts alone. Moreover, he had completely killed 3 of them without a scratch, even having the strength to face the last beast. A middle-aged man in a uniform from the Martial Arts Association stared intently at Lyn Chen on the screen, his breathing quickening. From now on, investigate this Lyn Chen, where he comes from and his identity. I want the clearest information. Inside the secret realm, Lyn Chen leaped high, the Nine Heavens thunder spear in his hand erupting with a thunderous roar. An unstoppable force. Boom! Thunder rumbled down from the heavens, shaking the entire lake surface, and the world instantly turned pitch black. Even if it was just for a moment, the force unleashed caused all the water in the lake to explode upwards. Countless splashes erupted, and the water snake let out a roar, its mouth spitting cold light, its crimson eyes filled with unprecedented killing intent. Lyn Chen swept out with his spear to block the attack, and a thin layer of blood energy surged around him. 4th grade martial arts, breaking 1,000 armies. The spear Lyn Chen wielded had reached a level of mastery, and he fully utilized the spear's advantages. Before long, aside from the thin layer of blood energy, a faint white light began to emanate from Lyn Chen's body. This is, Li Xiao and the others watching were immediately shocked by this scene. This person used both a bow and a spear, and his awakened profession was already clear. A non-class martial master, probably of red grade, Xiao said, his gaze slightly tightening. A non-class martial master. This guy's awakened profession is actually a non-class martial master, Yu Longhai said lightly. That milky white aura around him is likely the ability of a non-class martial master. The master of 100 weapons, Li Xiao said. No wonder the more we watch him, the stronger he seems. Xiao understood that the current commander of the Longyu army was also a martial artist without an official title. Moreover, the awakened ability was that of a master of 100 weapons. However, the former was far inferior to the latter's milky white aura. The path he walks is the same as that of the one who came before him. It's no wonder he can awaken as a master of 100 weapons. Yu Longhai also came to understand. He's very strong. The 3 of us together probably wouldn't be his match. Just then, Li Xiao suddenly spoke. Upon hearing this, Xiao and Yu Longhai's pupils constricted sharply. If someone else had said this, they probably wouldn't have believed it. But the one who said it was Li Xiao. Li Xiao's awakened innate talent was the 5 senses. His 5 senses were amplified, allowing him to perceive any danger with extreme sensitivity. His own perception magnified several times. Because of this, before they even arrived here. Li Xiao had sensed the battle in this place, but at this moment, he felt an extremely terrifying sense of oppression emanating from Lyn Chen. Lyn Chen was of the same age as them, yet the aura he exuded was incredibly dangerous. He's very dangerous, Li Xiao said. Beads of cold sweat slowly trickling down his forehead, large droplets rolling down his cheeks. His reaction was enough to prove just how terrifying Lyn Chen was. The water snake hissed, its voice extremely shrill, as Lyn Chen's spear continuously struck against it. The water snake's body was covered in scars, blood flowing uncontrollably. The entire surface of the lake was stained crimson, yet Lyn Chen's attack showed no signs of stopping. Die! Lyn Chen leaped high, the Nine Heavens Thunder Spear instantly descending towards the water snake's massive head. Put! The spear's blade was razor-sharp, directly piercing into the water snake's head, and a terrifying thunder erupted from within. Bang! Accompanied by the splattering of flesh, the water snake's life came to an end. The massive body of the water snake crashed heavily onto the water's surface, completely dead. Lyn Chen held the Nine Heavens Thunder Spear and stepped down from the water snake's corpse. Li Xiao and the others watched as Lyn Chen effortlessly dealt with this boss-level water snake, feeling utterly stunned. You guys are late. If you had come a bit earlier, I might have let you have it, Lyn Chen said. May I ask, brother, are you the one challenging the Fenghua martial arts school? Xiao straightened his expression and asked. Yu Longhai and Li Xiao's gazes were also fixed tightly on him. Lyn Chen nodded, not hiding it. The reason he wanted to participate in the martial arts examination was naturally to make a name for himself, to bring fame to Tsang City and to himself. Only by truly achieving something unprecedented would the Luan Hong families dare not openly target him. Moreover, with Su Nange here, he could also have a say. Indeed, Xiao gently fanned himself with a feather fan, unable to suppress a sigh. I didn't expect that our first meeting would leave us so shocked. Hearing the tone of the other party, Lyn Chen blinked. You are the three great prodigies? That's right. Yu Longhai nodded. We originally came to the secret realm to find the prodigy who defeated Su Yuer, but we didn't expect your strength to be so formidable. Truly, comparing people can be infuriating. Li Xiao remained silent. Lyn Chen's strength far exceeded their expectations. They were already considered invincible at this stage. Almost the entire Great Xia acknowledged them as prodigies. Yet now, the person before them was pressing down on them so hard they could hardly breathe. May I ask, which family do you hail from? Yu Longhai sheathed his broad knife and asked with cupped hands. No, I'm an orphan. Lyn Chen shook his head. I left Tsang City to come to the capital to participate in the martial arts examination. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions on the three faces immediately froze. Leaving Tsang City? All three of them came from top-tier families and naturally knew what Tsang City was. Tsang City is a city in the northern state, where not even a level 40 martial artist could be found. And even a trading association like the Nine Dragons Palace was unwilling to set up there. After learning about Lyn Chen's background, their reactions were quite dramatic. A person emerging from such a small place actually achieved something so terrifying? Meanwhile, outside, many martial artists present were shocked by what Lyn Chen said on the screen. Yu Longhai's elder, with hands behind his back, had a look of deep astonishment in his murky eyes. Incredible, truly incredible. Coming from Tsang City, I remember that Tsang City is now completely sealed off. Li Xiao's elder spoke up. It is sealed off, but according to current intelligence, Tsang City still seems to be safe and sound. Xiao Yi's elder said lightly. For this child to emerge from such a small place and achieve this step today, his talent is truly terrifying. Ha ha ha, I remember. Decades ago, there was someone just like him. Yu Longhai's elder laughed heartily. Mentioning that person, everyone present fell silent. Their eyes filled with profound shock. Even the profession is the same. The commander of Long Yujun, decades ago, also relied on himself to reach an unprecedented step. The strongest in the current Great Xia. Even those overseas are far weaker than him. Decades have passed, and now our Great Xia is about to give birth to someone who can stand shoulder to shoulder with that person. A middle-aged man in uniform from the Martial Association looked at Lyn Chen's figure and said lightly. The moment Lyn Chen appeared, he truly left a tremendous impact. At this moment, his name had already echoed throughout the entire square. Ranked first in the martial examination, with a score of 680 points. Such a score had not been achieved by anyone participating in the martial examination in recent years. It should be noted that in recent years, The highest score maintained by anyone was only around 500 points, and that was achieved within 90 minutes. But now, the time for the martial examination had not even passed halfway. Who could tell what his score would reach once the 90 minutes were fully up? Lyn Chen. The Lu family members looked at Lyn Chen, who was ranked first, with a hint of coldness in their eyes. Not just him, but the Hong family members felt the same way. This person's name had already been remembered by the 7 great families. It was this person who almost killed their family's younger generation. I didn't expect that he left Song City but didn't go directly to Ching Bay University. Instead, he came to participate in the martial examination. A member of the Hong family said, looking at Lyn Chen's name on the screen. At this moment, in the outside world, on such a significant day for the martial examination, countless people were paying attention to it. Every household, as well as various electronic devices, were displaying the current ranking of scores. Oh, the first place is actually a stranger? Who is Lyn Chen? Are we getting another prodigy in the capital? Such an unfamiliar name, I've never heard of this person before. Countless people showed puzzled expressions upon seeing the name Lyn Chen at the top of the rankings. This person's score reached 680 points, completely surpassing the second and third places. Yet, within the capital, no one had ever heard of this person. Inside the Fenghua Martial Arts School, Su Shangfeng sat in his office, looking at Lyn Chen's current ranking on the screen, and couldn't help but smile a little more. Good kid, it's only been a short time, and you've already reached 680 points. As the head of the Fenghua Martial Arts School, he did not go to the square to follow the martial examination closely. After all, his daughter did not participate in the martial examination and went directly to Ching Bay University. And as a father, he was too lazy to watch this martial examination. Su Wei is right, you either don't participate in the martial examination, or you do it to make a stunning impression. Su Shangfeng murmured, if news can still reach Song City now, Su Wei would be proud of you. Inside the Lu family, the usually composed Chief Lu was furious for the first time. The room was filled with broken items, the table was shattered, and the computer exploded. Even the glass had turned to powder, allowing the cold wind to blow into the room. Damn it! Damn it! Chief Lu's face was twisted in rage. After receiving the news that Lyn Chen had ranked first with a score of 680 points, he could no longer remain calm. He never expected that someone emerging from such a small place could achieve this. He had thought that this person's talent was merely on par with the 4 great prodigies and not to be feared. But now it seemed that Lyn Chen was far from simple. The person who had gone to challenge the Fenghua Martial Arts School a few days ago must have been him. I should have thought of it earlier. Su Wei comes from the Su family, and Su Shangfeng of the Fenghua Martial Arts School is also from the Su family. Chief Lu clenched his fists tightly, a hint of coldness in his eyes. This bastard has shattered Yuding's Dao heart twice in a row, letting my Lu family's plans be prolonged. This bastard is unforgivable. After venting his anger, Chief Lu slowly calmed down after an unknown amount of time. Forget it, as long as he is still in the capital, it will be easy to target him. Once he is dead, Yuding's Dao heart will recover, and the plan can proceed. The Hong family, the Feng family, the Lin family, and the remaining 3 families. After seeing Lyn Chen's ranking, the few who had gone to Song City together all changed their expressions. They never expected that this kid from Song City would achieve this. Ranking first in the martial arts exam was a certainty. Inside the secret realm, Lyn Chen looked at the 3 people in front of him, and upon realizing their identities, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. Are you 3 going to make a move? As soon as he said this, Li Xiao immediately gripped his sword but did not strike. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not bully the young and poor. Li Xiao stared intently at Lyn Chen, his flushed face revealing everything. Xiao Yi and Yu Longhai also showed no intention of attacking Lyn Chen. The outcome had already been stated earlier. Why should they seek trouble again? We are very curious about which university your brother is attending. Xiao Yi asked. I am a recommended student of Ching Bay University. Lyn Chen replied casually, then took out the token bearing the emblem of Ching Bay University. Upon seeing the token, the 3 immediately understood. Then what's the point of you participating in the martial arts exam? Yu Longhai asked, puzzled. Since he was a recommended student, why not go directly to Ching Bay University instead of coming here? And you? Lyn Chen countered. This question directly caught the 3 off guard. They couldn't just say they came for him, could they? We are just wandering around, Xiao Yi said with an awkward smile. Oh, then I won't disturb you, Lyn Chen replied. turning to walk deeper into the inner area. Watching Lyn Chen's figure, the three suddenly realized something. Are you going deeper? Yes. Lyn Chen nodded. I came to participate in the martial arts exam, and it's not just to achieve first place. Oh, Yu Longhai raised an eyebrow. I came for my city and for myself, Lyn Chen said, looking at the three with a calm expression. The three fell into a tacit silence, not saying a word. Lyn Chen couldn't be bothered with them and left directly. What a joke. Beating people is nowhere near as fast as killing monsters. This guy, so strong, and his reasons are so absurd. Yu Longhai couldn't help but shake his head, watching Lyn Chen's retreating figure, and suddenly smiled. I say, Li Xiao, are you still seeking revenge for Suiware? This is a good opportunity. Not seeking revenge for now. Li Xiao shook his head, then shot a glance at Yu Longhai. The three of us together are no match for him. I go to take revenge, isn't that just asking for trouble? Ha ha ha. Yu Longhai and Xiao laughed heartily. Speaking of which, although we are recognized as the four great prodigies of the great Xiao, it seems that Lyn Chen's appearance has made us realize that there are indeed people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens. Xiao said lightly. What? Are you afraid there will be more guys like him appearing? Yu Longhai asked. Not really. Xiao shook his head. Yu Longhai didn't ask further. This guy's background was mysterious. Only known to be from a hidden family, the Xiao family. The Xiao family had always been low-key, and what was known about them was not much. As the son of the president of the top-tier business association, the Nine Dragons Palace, Yu Longhai knew more than most, but when it came to news about the Xiao family, he knew very little. Xiao said this for a reason. The time for the martial arts examination had already passed more than half. Throughout the large secret realm, everyone was hunting demon beasts, striving to earn more points to enter better martial arts universities. As time slowly passed, participants in the martial arts examination were gradually being eliminated. Not everyone was a genius, not everyone had Lyn Chen's bug-like attributes. Many, after exhausting their strength, lost the ability to fight the demon beasts and could only press their wristbands to leave the secret realm early. Moreover, 20 minutes had already passed on the outskirts, and competitions could begin. Just based on this, some had already been defeated by their own kin and left the secret realm. At this moment, on the edge of the inner and outer realms of the secret realm, several figures were fiercely battling demon beasts. Cold air filled the area, turning into frost that bombarded the bodies of the demon beasts. Lu Yuting held a long spear, charging at the demon beast before her. Zhang Lingfeng and the others blocked other demon beasts for her. Bang! Lu Yuting's spear shot out like a dragon, with her level 10 strength. Killing these demon beasts that were not even level 10 was simply effortless. After smoothly dispatching the demon beast in front of her, Mou shook her hair and couldn't help but ask, Sister Yuting, should we go take a look in the inner realm? No, Lu Yuting refused. The inner realm was somewhat more dangerous than the outer realm. Not to mention she had just broken through to level 10. Even the three great prodigies wouldn't dare to say they could stay in the inner realm for too long without a team. Moreover, Lu Yuting was the only one at level 10, Mou and the others had not reached that stage. Entering the inner realm while needing to take care of them would be counterproductive. The inner realm isn't suitable for us, Zhang Lingfeng said lightly. He raised his head, looking at the vast mountain range ahead. That was the inner realm, where first-tier demon beasts roamed, and it was said that there were demon kings comparable to human level 12 or 13 beasts. They themselves were not even a match for first-tier demon beasts, let alone what to do if they encountered a demon king. I wonder what my ranking is now, Lu Yuting said lightly, a bit curious. Definitely in the top 4, the prodigy from the Hong family said. Although the three great prodigies are strong, they are facing first-tier demon beasts, which are not as challenging as the ones we are killing that are not even first-tier. Sister Yuting, you are definitely in the top 4. That's enough, Lu Yuting murmured softly. There are still 20 minutes left, let's quickly kill more demon beasts. After a brief rest, the 7 of them began hunting demon beasts again. Meanwhile, deep in the inner realm, it had already been pierced through by Lyn Chen. The entire mountain range trembled with sounds. Host kills a first-tier wolf demon. Nuclear goodness gains 1 point of strength. Host completes the package comes. Hunting demon beast task. Gains armor powder *1. Victory favors the brave win count +1, 25. Boom! Accompanied by Lyn Chen's scorching sword strike, the tiger demon beneath him was instantly killed. Awesome! That's 25 consecutive wins already. Lyn Chen's face was filled with smiles as he looked at the rewards from the 3 entries, his mouth nearly stretching to the sky. Since entering this place, his core goodness with only 30 points of strength had now directly increased by 14 points. Core goodness could receive rewards twice. Moreover, the fragments of the accompanying innate talent had also been collected, starting to provide armor powder. Furthermore, Victory Favors the Brave had also reached 25 wins. Lyn Chen was undoubtedly excited. Calculating the time, there were less than 20 minutes left until the end of the secret realm. If he gave it his all, Lyn Chen was sure he could kill 5 more monsters, bringing his win count to 30. The rewards for the previous 21 consecutive wins had been so rich. Now, he couldn't even imagine the rewards for these 25 wins. There's still some time. Let's continue. Lyn Chen sheathed his Xiao sword and climbed the mountain again. Roar! The entire inner area was filled with the roars of monsters. The beast roars echoed through the heavens and earth, causing the entire mountain range to tremble. The remaining warriors were all drawn to the scene, looking up at the mountains ahead. Ha! What's going on? It's the inner area, those monsters are roaring. What happened? Why are so many monsters roaring? Countless warriors were unclear about what was happening in the inner area. Meanwhile, the 3 prodigies, Xiao and his companions, who remained in the inner area hunting monsters, knew exactly what was happening. Is this guy trying to kill all the monsters in the entire mountain range? Xiao looked up towards the depths of the mountains, listening to the roars coming from deep within, his face filled with embarrassment. Yu Longhai wiped the blood from his blade, his face showing deep shock. He's simply a superhuman. Xiao remained silent, tightly clenching his fists. They had said that 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west. But now, the combat power this guy displayed was truly frightening. The 3 of them considered themselves to be the best of the best, having reached level 10 in just 3 months, surpassing 99% of their peers. Yet in this person's eyes, they seemed like mere rookies. By the way, how did he do it? Isn't there a limit to spiritual energy? Xiao was curious about this. A level 10 warrior could already use spiritual energy to replace blood energy. In the future realms, blood energy was merely a number representing one's level. What truly mattered was spiritual energy. Yet now, Lyn Chen, who was only at level 10, had been slaughtering monsters for over an hour without stopping. You forgot. He awakened the ability of the Master of 100 Weapons. Yu Longhai said, the Master of 100 Weapons can continuously increase their strength during battle. In other words, even if he doesn't use spiritual energy, the power he unleashes is still stronger than ours. You are a feather fan master, just a sorcerer, and spiritual energy naturally has its limits. And I am a thunder blade master, although I am stronger than you in terms of power. I still need spiritual energy to replenish myself. As for Xiao, there's no need to say, as a sword immortal, his upper limit far exceeds ours, but his low level doesn't show much. Upon hearing this, Xiao fell silent. Xiao remained equally quiet. In any case, once this martial examination ends, this person's reputation will surely resonate throughout the entire Great Xia. Yu Longhai looked deep into the mountains, his clear eyes seemingly catching sight of Lyn Chen's figure. Meanwhile, outside, Lyn Chen's current score had already caused a huge uproar. At this moment, the entire outside world had exploded, creating a sensation. On the massive screen, Lyn Chen ranked first in the martial examination scores, with a total of 1,380 points, firmly nailing his rank in place. Even the combined scores of the second and third places were far less than the points Lyn Chen had earned alone. Ranked first, Lyn Chen, points 1,380. Ranked second, Xiao, points 520. Ranked third, Yu Longhai, points 480. Ranked fourth. On the ranking list, the top 4 were the figures of the 3 great prodigies, followed by Lu Yuding and a few others. However, Lyn Chen, who ranked first, had already shocked countless people. 1,380 points. How on earth did this guy manage that? In the square, many martial artists watched the scene, their hearts already stirred up like a storm. This string of numbers was simply too dazzling. Up to now, in the entire Great Xia, there had never been a year in the martial arts examination where someone scored over 1,000 points. Even the current commander of the Longyu army only managed to score just over 800 points back then, and that was already unprecedented. But now, this score of over 800 had been surpassed, and it had directly broken 1,000. Is he really from Tsang City? A middle-aged man in a uniform from the Martial Arts Association stared intently at the screen, where Lyn Chen was still battling the beasts, his heart racing. This scene was truly shocking. This is what a prodigy is. Yulonghai's elder was speechless for a long time, only able to utter these 6 words. At this moment, the entire capital city was shaken. Lyn Chen's score was simply too dazzling. Countless people and forces were investigating the identity of this person. Lyn Chen was not a public figure, but it was quite simple to uncover his identity. Soon, information about the first place in the martial arts examination ranking list emerged. He was an orphan from Tsang City in Beizhou, grew up in an orphanage, left the orphanage at the age of 10 to attend Tsang City Primary School, and continued until high school when he awakened his profession. While in Tsang City, he received a guaranteed admission spot from Ching Bay University, and was taken by a martial artist from Tsang City to challenge the top talents in other cities in Beizhou, without a single defeat. Now, this orphan had made a stunning rise in the capital. As Lyn Chen's identity was investigated, countless people were shocked by his background. An orphan, emerging from such a small place as Tsang City, achieving such accomplishments today. This story truly left many people in awe. Everyone understood that after today, this person's name would resonate throughout the great Xiao. At Ching Bay University, in a standalone exclusive training room. This is why I handed the guaranteed admission spot to Tsang City, so it wouldn't fall into the hands of the Lu family, but instead went to a young brat. And then, someone who achieved such results? A middle-aged man in a white martial uniform looked at the screen, where the current martial arts examination results were being reported, with a hint of indifference in his eyes. This man was a mentor at Ching Bay University, with formidable strength. He had given his guaranteed admission spot to Tsang City, specifically for the Lu family to obtain, but he never expected such a huge mistake to occur. The guaranteed admission spot was not taken by the Lu family, but by a local from Tsang City. In fact, this guaranteed admission spot was originally predetermined for the Lu family, but no one would have thought that such an existence would emerge from such a small place. Lu Jian, oh Lu Jian, you really left me with a huge problem. The middle-aged man sighed lightly. This child had such talent, and the guaranteed admission spot was meant for his own student. But who could have predicted that a problem would arise in this plan? At that moment, a powerful aura suddenly descended outside the man's training room. The middle-aged man stood up and walked out. Outside, a middle-aged man in a uniform was standing there. Lu Jian, this is the guaranteed admission spot I gave to your Lu family. The middle-aged man looked at the visitor and said, the person who arrived was none other than Officer Lu. At this moment, Officer Lu's face was icy, and his eyes held a chill. Throughout his journey, he had heard no less than 10 pieces of news about Lyn Chen. When the time comes, you don't need to recommend Lyn Chen anymore. Just place him in the freshman department of Ching Bay University, Officer Lu said, as he had come this time to resolve this matter for the other party. Place him in the freshman department? Hearing Officer Lu's words, the middle-aged man couldn't help but chuckle. If he causes trouble, how am I supposed to explain that? It was known that this person displayed talents sufficient to choose other top-tier universities. In fact, other top-tier universities were likely already considering what resources to offer to attract him. And with the guaranteed admission quota from Ching Bay University, if he entered there, he would be the first to welcome him. If he simply tossed the ladder to the freshman department, the president of Ching Bay University would surely swallow him whole. Then don't teach him, Officer Lu said. As long as he is at Ching Bay University for a day, my Lu family has ways to deal with him. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man was left speechless. Goodness, this really meant leaving this mess for him to handle. I say, Lu Jian, once this kid finishes the martial arts exam, he will undoubtedly be the center of attention and receive full support from the great Xiao. Your Lu family actually dares to deal with this kid at such a critical moment? The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow and said, you don't need to ask too much about that. Officer Lu replied coldly. Focus on your theology, my Lu family will provide you with assistance. When the time comes, you won't be left out either. Hearing this, the middle-aged man smiled lightly. Alright then. Officer Lu withdrew his gaze and turned to leave. Just as the middle-aged man had thought, the other top martial arts universities had already erupted in chaos. 10 minutes. I want 10 minutes. Bring out all the resources you can. The early bird catches the worm. I'll head to the square to wait for him. Any conditions are negotiable. Damn it. As long as this kid is willing to enter my Shanhua University, I will promise him my daughter. My Lingyi Martial University is willing to offer a holy level comprehension stone for this kid to use, as long as he can enter my Lingyi Martial University. He will be a core student. It exploded. It truly exploded. The top martial arts universities of the entire Great Xiao were in an uproar. Upon learning of Lyn Chen's current points, all the strong were unable to sit still. Even the military had people stepping forward to the square in the capital, preparing to recruit Lyn Chen into the army. In an instant, countless strong individuals flocked to the capital. At this moment, inside the Fenghua Martial Arts Hall, Su Shangfeng's smile was almost overflowing. He was incredibly happy. Now that Lyn Chen had signed a contract with his Fenghua Martial Arts Hall, no matter what, he was nominally considered a signed member of Fenghua Martial Arts Hall. These guys trying to recruit Lyn Chen would have to ask if Fenghua Martial Arts Hall was willing. Of course, Su Shangfeng would not restrict Lyn Chen's direction. In the depths of the secret realm, Lyn Chen was surrounded by a layer of milky white aura, and the weapon in his hand was shining brightly, with the power emanating from his body causing the surrounding weeds to bend away. Beneath Lyn Chen's feet lay the corpses of several demon beasts, their blood flowing all over the ground. This 100 weapons master is surprisingly strong. Lyn Chen felt the power radiating from within him and his comprehension of the spear. Greatly astonished, while surprised and happy, Lyn Chen also wore a smile. It seems that any profession of red quality is not that simple. When he awakened this ability at level 10, Lyn Chen had thought that this 100 weapons master was just a useless skill. But now, it was clear that this was not the case at all. Even though he didn't possess the transformation abilities of other red quality martial artists, this master of 100 weapons could increase his proficiency with weapons and enhance his strength during battle, which was already enough. Lyn Chen calculated that if he hadn't broken through to level 11, then the power he had unleashed now was comparable to that of level 11. However, he was unclear about the subsequent development of this master of 100 weapons. He understood in his heart that this master of 100 weapons must have more to offer. I will definitely take first place in the martial arts examination this time, then. I might not even need to enter Ching Bay University for training. But the commander of the Longyu army shares the same profession as me. I wonder if he has awakened this ability. If he has awakened this ability, then I will definitely have to go to Ching Bay University. Lyn Chen murmured softly. There are only 5 minutes left until the martial arts examination ends. Glancing at the time, Lyn Chen's smile grew even more pronounced. This time participating in the martial arts examination not only raised his power level to 50 points, allowing him to claim 3 rewards, but he also completed the fragments of his innate talent and gathered enough materials to upgrade his weapon, the black armor. Moreover, the victory favors the brave winning streak had reached 32 matches. This was a number that was astonishing. With 32 victories, Lyn Chen was eagerly anticipating what kind of rewards he would receive. Alright, there aren't any more monsters nearby to kill. Then, let's leave. Lyn Chen grinned and immediately pressed the button on his wristband. At that moment, outside the secret realm in the square, countless people were stunned. Just now, several powerful auras had descended upon the square. And now, there were even strong individuals crossing the void in the sky, heading this way. Everyone present was shocked. They all understood very well who these strong individuals had come for. Whoosh! More and more candidates were emerging from the secret realm. With 5 minutes left until the martial arts examination ended, most chose to leave the secret realm. In the square, the prodigies of the 7 great families had already left the secret realm. Lu Yuding and the others felt several powerful auras in the square and were astonished. Why are so many strong individuals suddenly here? Mou looked up at the figures in the sky that had yet to descend, unable to help but speak out. The others also wore expressions of varying degrees of shock. These strong individuals were few and far between in the Great Xia, each a formidable presence. Even the Longyu army had sent a commander. Moreover, top figures from the premier martial arts academies of Great Xia had also been mobilized. It could be said that this place had almost gathered the top combat power of Great Xia. In the void, there were even faint silhouettes standing there. Who are these strong individuals here for? At this moment, this was the common thought in the hearts of the 7. It seems a top-tier prodigy has been born. Zhang Lingfeng murmured. Today was the martial arts examination, and these top strong individuals had come for that top prodigy. The 3 great prodigies were well known, but it was not to the extent that they would gather most of the top strong individuals of Great Xia. It should be noted that these strong individuals held high positions and were even guarding certain wild lands on a defensive line to prevent riots. But now, such strong individuals had all come here. This was enough to show just how terrifying the talent of that top prodigy was. If they aren't here for the 3 great prodigies, then it must be for the one who defeated one of the 4 great prodigies, Lu Yuting said lightly, immediately guessing something. Whoosh! As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the others changed dramatically. This, in fact, even if Lu Yuting hadn't said it, they had already roughly guessed it in their hearts. The 4 great prodigies had long been taken in by several top universities. These powerful figures could not possibly have come for them. Now, there was only one thing that could be clearly stated. Old Lu, I didn't expect you to come as well. Your Lu family has always kept a low profile. Why are you making an appearance today? An old man stood in the void, looking at the elder in an ancient robe standing with his hands behind his back, laughing heartily. Just came to see that prodigy, the elder called Old Lu replied. At this moment, the several powerful figures heard the name Lu and all turned to look at the elder in the ancient robe. Is he the head of the Lu family? One of the hidden families? I didn't expect him to come today as well. Tisk tsk, are there really not enough powerful figures here? Countless martial masters spoke up. Li Su, your Shanghai University has already recruited enough prodigies this year. This prodigy should rightfully be given to our Nanhai Martial University. At that moment, a shout came from a certain part of the square. Everyone turned sharply to see the vice president of Shanghai University shouting at the vice president of Nanhai Martial University. The crowd was once again shocked. Both of these men were level 80 strong, considered prominent figures in the Great Xiao. Moreover, both were vice presidents of top martial arts universities, holding significant power. Yet here they were, arguing over a single person. Damn you! Isn't it enough that your Shanghai University recruited Li Xiao? Does our Nanda have a prodigy like this? The vice president of Nanhai Martial University directly cursed, showing no respect. What the hell did you say? Do you want to spar with me? The vice president of Shanghai University, known for his bad temper, rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight. Alright, if I win, you better withdraw. The vice president of Nanhai Martial University nodded. Then forget it, I'll let you off this time. Hearing this, the vice president of Shanghai University waved his hand. Ha ha ha. The vice president of Ching Bay University laughed heartily. The other vice presidents of top martial arts universities also chuckled at this. The scene had already left countless people shocked and horrified. At the same time, they felt extremely excited and understood. It seemed they were about to witness a scene not seen in the Great Xiao for 100 years. Everyone, it seems all the seniors are here. At that moment, a hearty laugh came from the sky. Many powerful figures present looked up, only to see Su Shangfeng, the head of the Fenghua Martial Arts School, stepping through the air and cupping his hands towards those strong figures. So it's the head of Fenghua Martial Arts School. Upon seeing the newcomer, someone nodded in acknowledgement. As one of the top 3 martial arts schools in the Great Xiao, Su Shangfeng, as the head, was naturally known to countless strong figures. Moreover, Su Shangfeng was also one of the top 10 martial saints. Brother Shangfeng, it seems you can't hold back either, a middle-aged man said, looking at Su Shangfeng. I have no intention of competing, I'm just here to take a look. Su Shangfeng waved his hand with a smile. TSK, stop pretending, everyone knows the purpose of your visit, a rough-looking middle-aged man said, smacking his lips. Ha ha ha, Brother Wu is mistaken. Su Shangfeng laughed heartily. Upon hearing this, the latter immediately stopped looking at him, only sneering inwardly. They were almost ready to strip off their clothes. What was there to pretend about being innocent? The elder from the Lu family, along with the elder from earlier and the top strong figures present, all glanced at Su Shangfeng. As the head of Fenghua Martial Arts School, his purpose for coming here was crystal clear. Everyone knew why they were here. The middle-aged man in uniform from the Beijing Martial Arts Association looked at so many powerful figures present and couldn't help but smile wryly. I really didn't expect that a martial arts examination would bring out so many strong figures. Ha ha ha, indeed. Li Xiao, Yu Longhai, and the 3 strong figures behind Xiao also smiled helplessly. They had all seen the top powerhouses behind their respective forces. Yu Longhai's father was dressed in luxurious attire, exuding nobility, standing on a giant golden sword, with a golden ring rotating behind him. Li Xiao's father was much more low-key, quietly standing in a certain spot in the void, waiting for something. Xiao Yi's father leaned against a tree near the square mountain. There are too many strong ones, What kind of existence could attract so many powerful figures? Zhang Lengfeng and the others were filled with anticipation, wondering who it could be. It's about to come out, now. Only 4 people remain inside the secret realm. Someone from the Martial Association spoke up. At this moment, as the time for the martial examination passed, only 1 minute remained until the end. Below the secret stone, it was already empty. However, there were still a few people inside the secret realm who had not yet emerged. Just then, a ray of light shot out from within the secret stone, and 3 figures slowly appeared beneath it. These 3 were none other than Li Xiao and his companions. We were so close to killing that beast. Damn it! Yu Longhai lamented, still regretting that they had almost killed the monster when he looked up and saw so many powerhouses, cursing out loud. What the hell is going on? Why are there so many strong ones here? Xiao Yi, holding a feather fan, was originally a civilized person, but upon sensing the terrifying auras around, he was utterly shocked. I'm afraid they came for that brother. Li Xiao sighed. Damn! Yu Longhai was deeply shocked, unable to articulate his thoughts. His astonishment could only be expressed with a curse. The strong here were likely beings that ordinary people would never encounter in their lifetime, and now they all appeared in this place. At this moment, countless powerful gazes were fixed on the area beneath the secret stone. The countdown for the end of the martial examination had already begun. As everyone stared, a ray of light suddenly fell behind Li Xiao and the others. Whoosh! In an instant, all eyes present turned to that direction. Lu Yuting and her 7 companions also looked towards the light, not daring to look away. They all wanted to see who had such great ability to attract so many strong figures. The light descended quickly, revealing a young man in casual clothes, stained with blood from a ritual, who soon appeared before everyone. So many people. Lyn Chen rubbed his eyes, surprised to see so many before him. Among them, he also spotted the absent Guanshu, Su Shangfeng. What? When Lu Yuting and her 7 companions saw that countless people were waiting for Lyn Chen, it was as if thunder rumbled in their minds, leaving them momentarily blank. None of the 7 had expected that the many powerhouses wanted to recruit him, the person they hated the most. No, it must be fake. These big shots definitely aren't looking for Lyn Chen. Lu Yuting shook her head repeatedly, unable to believe what was happening before her. Zhang Lengfeng and the others felt the same way. When they saw Lyn Chen emerge, the vice president of Manhwa University was the first to rush over. Kid, come to Manhwa University, I can offer you half of our resources. Before the vice president of Manhwa University could reach Lyn Chen, a bolt of lightning nearly struck him. The powerful and piercing thunderclap resonated in everyone's eardrums, nearly causing weaker martial artists to faint. To their astonishment, the one who struck was the vice president of Nanhai Martial University. Old man, are you trying to steal my person? The vice president of Nanhai Martial University shouted angrily. How dare you strike me, you bastard! The vice president of Manhwa University retorted. Lyn Chen, my Nanhai Martial University is backed by the South Sea. With countless resources, we can provide all the powerful monster cores needed for late-stage martial artists. The vice president of Nanhai Martial University ignored the other party and spoke to Lyn Chen. Our Lingyi Martial University can also provide countless resources to cultivate you, and we can even recommend you to the Imperial Guard. The vice president of Lingyi Martial University also made his move. Our Nanchuan Martial University is just as capable, and we can double their offer. Lyn Chen, our Xingqi Martial Hall can protect your growth to the strongest level, and the Deputy Hall Master will personally protect you. The resources of our Xingqi Martial Hall are all at your disposal. The Master of Xingqi Martial Hall also spoke up. Li Xiao's expression darkened, even as the son of the Master. He had never received such treatment. Ha ha ha. Yu Longhai laughed heartily, patting Li Xiao on the shoulder. Our Jiulong Palace can do the same. Jiulong Palace has countless resources, and compared to these top martial universities, we have even more, and we can provide you with any quality martial treasures you desire. Just after Yu Longhai finished laughing, his expression immediately darkened. My Imperial Guard, my Lu family, the Xiao family. At this moment, the scene descended into chaos. Countless top figures were arguing like a market, all vying for Lyn Chen. Meanwhile, Lyn Chen, the center of attention, looked completely bewildered. But soon, he began to understand what was happening. A smile gradually appeared on his handsome face. This was all brought about by his own strength. Enough! Everyone is competing so fiercely. Why not first listen to which place Lyn Chen would like to enter for training? At that moment, the commander of the Longyu army, who had been silent, finally spoke. The scene instantly quieted down, and countless gazes converged on this new star. As the commander's words fell, the venue became silent. All eyes were on Lyn Chen, watching how he would choose, no matter which academy he chose, or even if he stayed in a certain martial hall for training, he would receive top-tier resources. Naturally, Lyn Chen would choose the academy that suited him best. The vice president of Ching Bay University remained silent. After learning about Lyn Chen's identity and background, he deduced that this young man must have a guaranteed admission quota for Ching Bay University. However, given the impressive performance in the martial arts examination, almost all top martial arts universities in the Great Xiao could be considered. Therefore, his guaranteed admission quota for Ching Bay University was no longer appealing. Faced with the competition from various forces, Lyn Chen did not respond immediately. However, he already had an answer in his heart. Senior Su once said that after entering Ching Bay University, there would be an opportunity to recommend me to the current commander of the Longyu army, who is also someone who awakened as a non-occupation martial artist like me. And the path I walk is the same as that great being, which is the path of 100 weapons. So, raising his head, Lyn Chen looked at the many strong figures present and slowly spoke. Everyone was exceptionally excited and eager to know which force Lyn Chen would ultimately choose. Everyone, I still have a guaranteed admission quota for Ching Bay University, so, Lyn Chen said. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone understood Lyn Chen's choice. Ching Bay University. Foolish, Lyn Chen. Why not choose Manhwa University? We have many beautiful students, and I might even be able to introduce you to one or two. Why don't you think it over again? The vice president of Manhwa University looked helpless. Upon hearing this, many people's expressions darkened. The vice president of Nanhai Martial University shot a glare at him. This guy even brought up the beautiful students. Upon hearing that Lyn Chen chose Ching Bay University, the vice president's face immediately filled with smiles. This time, Ching Bay University had struck gold. Not only had they gained one of the 4 prodigies, Su Yuer, but now they had another prodigy joining as well. Ha ha ha, everyone, I apologize. The vice president of Ching Bay University beamed with joy, as if he had just won a great victory, waving to the crowd. The other vice presidents from top martial arts universities looked grim, wishing they could devour Ching Bay University right then and there. Young friend Lyn Chen's choice of Ching Bay University is indeed wise. After all, that person also hails from Ching Bay University, and once he enters, the school can recommend Lyn Chen. The master of the Xingqi Martial Arts Hall said, showing no surprise at the outcome. Young friend Lyn Chen, would you be willing to join my Zhoulong Palace and become a heavenly level member? At this moment, Yu Longhai's father spoke up. As long as you agree to carry the name of my Zhoulong Palace, countless resources will be at your disposal. Businessmen really are profit-driven. The master of Xingqi Martial Arts Hall shot a glare at him. Young friend Lyn Chen, we are the same. The Lu family, the Xiao family, and other forces from the Yulin army also began to court Lyn Chen from this point onward. Soon, the atmosphere in the hall became lively again. Ha ha ha. Seeing everyone's expressions, Su Shangfeng couldn't help but laugh. Su Shangfeng, what are you laughing at? The master of Xingqi Martial Arts Hall looked at Su Shangfeng. Master Su, could it be that your Fenghua Martial Arts Hall has nothing to offer to win over young friend Lin? An elder from the Lu family chuckled. Looking at him, that's not the case. Su Shangfeng shook his head. Oh, the master of Xingqi Martial Arts Hall narrowed his eyes slightly. Su Shangfeng, I remember when you arrived earlier, you had no intention of competing with us for young friend Lin. Upon hearing this, Su Shangfeng nodded. Indeed. At this, everyone felt relieved. As one of the top 3 martial arts halls in the Great Xia, and with his daughter Su Yuer being exceptionally beautiful, they still couldn't compare in certain aspects, because he is already a member of my Fenghua Martial Arts Hall. Su Shangfeng's next words left them dumbfounded. Everyone looked bewildered. What? I've met Master Su. Lyn Chen cupped his hands towards Su Shangfeng. Ha ha ha, Lyn Chen, let's not be so polite. Su Shangfeng laughed heartily. Su Shangfeng, your move is really ruthless. The master of Xingqi Martial Arts Hall glared at Su Shangfeng. The others looked at Lyn Chen, falling silent. The leader of the Longyu army glanced at Lyn Chen, pausing slightly on him before retracting his gaze. Lu Yuding and the others were already stunned. How could they target Lyn Chen now? What had happened today truly shocked them. So many powerful figures had come just to compete for Lyn Chen. Young friend Lyn Chen, if you ever need anything in the future, feel free to approach my Lu family, the elder from the Lu family said before leaving. Everyone understood this was an olive branch being extended to Lyn Chen, although it wasn't a direct invitation. It was a way to establish a connection with him. This was also reasonable. If Lyn Chen did not fall, he would eventually become a powerful figure like the commander of the Longyu army. Lyn Chen listened to the elder's words and nodded slightly. Thank you, senior. He understood that everything happening today was due to his talent, and he had indeed made a name for himself in the great Xiao. Song City had also come into the spotlight because of him. I hope this incident can bring benefits to the current Song City. Lyn Chen sighed softly, as he now most wanted to show his achievements to Senior Su. With the martial arts examination coming to a close, and today's events, Lyn Chen had now appeared in the public eye. News about Lyn Chen and where he was born had already caused a stir throughout the great Xiao. Stepping out of the bustling city of Song from the northern state, Lyn Chen has now proven his talent and successfully brought Song into the public eye. Brother Lyn, see you at the next state competition. Yu Longhai waved goodbye to Lyn Chen. Oh, Lyn Chen responded with a simple acknowledgement. Ha ha, I can't wait for the state competition. I'll see you at the freshman competition in 3 months. Brother, Xiao laughed heartily at Lyn Chen. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, do not bully the young and poor, Li Xiao said to Lyn Chen, offering only this phrase. The crowd fell silent. Li Xiao's father darkened his expression even more. Ha ha ha, Su Shangfeng laughed heartily at the scene. I believe everyone has seen the results of this martial arts examination. Congratulations to Lyn Chen for winning first place with a score of 2,000 points. A middle-aged man in a uniform from the Martial Arts Association announced. With that, the martial arts examination came to an end. The sky quietly darkened. In a splendid room at the Fenghuo Martial Arts School, the vice president of Ching Bay University looked at Lyn Chen, his aged face adorned with a kind smile. Young friend Lyn Chen, if you have any requests, feel free to speak. Senior, could you bring someone into the university? Lyn Chen asked. The vice president of Ching Bay University did not respond verbally but instead pushed a golden badge in front of Lyn Chen. The golden badge depicted a dancing dragon and phoenix, looking quite prestigious. This item is the badge of a core student at Ching Bay University. From now on, it belongs to you, the vice president said slowly. Core students can bring family members into the academy and have a standalone villa, along with a dedicated training room and martial arts practice room. Additionally, core students have rights comparable to a Class F figure in every city. Core students can also choose not to participate in various activities organized by the school and can freely select courses from any mentor. Core students can access the 4th level of the treasure vault at Ching Bay University and can choose one item for free on their first visit. Moreover, this badge contains a unique formation from Ching Bay University. In case of a crisis, if you crush the badge, a formation that can withstand attacks from a level 70 martial artist will envelop you, and the nearest strong person from Ching Bay University will be notified and come to your rescue. The vice president of Ching Bay University listed all the benefits of the core student badge in one breath. Upon hearing this, Lyn Chen's expression changed slightly. Is it really that powerful? Of course, the vice president nodded. After all, your talent is evident. Thank you, senior. Lyn Chen expressed his gratitude. Ah, no need to be so formal, just call me Zhang Lao. The elder waved his hand. Alright, Zhang Lao. Lyn Chen nodded and smiled. Young friend Lyn Chen, every top martial arts academy is quite similar. Once you enter, it depends on how you proceed. Zhang Lao continued. Currently, there are 18 wastelands within the Great Xia territory, and 8 of them have gradually been pacified, including 2 near the capital city. For martial artists, only by hunting demon beasts and truly fighting in the wild can one enhance their strength. Therefore, after entering a high-level academy, most students, aside from training, will go to the wastelands to hunt demon beasts, or they will enter secret realms to battle demon beasts. Lyn Chen nodded, indicating he understood. Zhang Lao, what is the current situation in Song City? Su Shangfeng asked from the side. Master Su, if you are unaware of the situation, how could I possibly know? Zhang Lao replied. Currently, Song City is shrouded in black mist, and no one knows what has happened there. But in the major cities of the north, there are martial artists mobilizing. Even the Longyu army has dispatched branches to go there. Currently, Song City should still be safe. Upon hearing this, Lyn Chen finally relaxed his anxious heart. Historically, when abyssal demons attack a city, they do not let the black mist envelop it, but rather initiate a full-scale outbreak directly, Master Zhang said slowly. However, this time the situation in Song City is different. It seems that the Great Xiao side has already prepared strong individuals to go and see what is really happening. Master Zhang, he is at Ching Bay University and probably doesn't know much about the situation in Song City. I hope Master Zhang can inform him if there are any changes over there, Su Shangfeng said. Of course. Master Zhang nodded. Thank you, Master Zhang, and thank you, Master Su. Lyn Chen expressed his gratitude to both of them. It's nothing. Master Zhang waved his hand. But your current focus should be on your cultivation. Only by becoming stronger can you change the current situation in Song City. Lyn Chen said nothing, but his desire to grow stronger weighed even more heavily on him. He had taken the first step, the next ones would not be difficult. Young friend Lyn Chen, I may have guessed your reason for choosing to enter Ching Bay University. Master Zhang suddenly smiled, looking at Lyn Chen, but you need not worry, with your talent, it won't be difficult to be introduced to Commander Lyn. Moreover, with Commander Lin's love for talent, I believe he would be willing to meet you. You both come from the same source, both are unranked martial artists. However, the war is pressing now, and the front line cannot do without him. Once the situation calms down a bit, he can return to the capital to find you. Upon hearing this, Lyn Chen thanked him again. Thank you, Master Zhang. His purpose for coming to Ching Bay University was precisely to have Commander Long Yu guide him. Alright, as for the admission matter, it depends on when you go. Master Zhang stood up, signaling the end of today's conversation. At that time, just take the badge, and someone will guide you. As for your mentor over there, you can choose to go or not. This mentor naturally referred to the one who grants the recommendation quota. In every top martial arts university, powerful and prestigious mentors can obtain a quota for a recommended student. Anyone who receives a recommendation from a certain mentor will become that mentor's student. But Lyn Chen did not need that. He was a top prodigy, and the privileges he possessed were naturally different. I'll see you off. Su Shangfeng stood up, and Lyn Chen accompanied him to send off Master Zhang. At the entrance of Manhwa Martial Arts School, Su Shangfeng stood with his hands behind his back, watching Master Zhang's departing figure, and said lightly, "You, an orphan, where did you get family?" Su Shangfeng was quite puzzled. This guy Su Wei did not mention that this kid brought a family member. Could it be a girlfriend? Hearing this, Lyn Chen's face darkened immediately, with several black lines appearing on his forehead. Master Su, I am an orphan, does that mean I can't have someone like me by my side? Oh, I see. Su Shangfeng nodded. No wonder. Su Shangfeng smiled at Lyn Chen. You kid, with the talent you are showing now, I fear the Lu family and the Hong family won't dare to target you anymore. Isn't that what I want? Lyn Chen replied. Ha ha ha, that's true. You, an orphan, breaking through the poverty is really not easy. Su Shangfeng smiled again. Alright, it's getting late. You should hurry back and prepare to start a new life at Ching Bay University. Alright, then I'm off. Master Su. Lyn Chen waved at him and then left Manhwa Martial Arts School. Go on. Su Shangfeng watched Lyn Chen leave Manhwa Martial Arts School. This kid. Su Shangfeng watched Lyn Chen's departing figure and couldn't help but shake his head. If Su Wei can survive this battle, the Su family will probably bow their heads and let Su Wei return to the family. After all, his blood flows with the Su family's lineage. He is, after all, an existence at level 80. Inside the hotel, Lyn Chen was packing with Su Nange. Tomorrow morning, Lyn Chen would report to Ching Bay University. I'm not taking this, my little bear. I really like this little bear, I want to take it. The latest model of the banana phone, Banana 18, I want to bring it. And this, the lace pajamas, I really like wearing this. Su Nange kept rummaging through the clothes on the floor and the scattered electronic devices. Lyn Chen squatted beside her, looking speechless. He had already filled 2 large suitcases. Is this what it looks like when a girl has money? All these clothes were bought with Lyn Chen's money. Although compared to the cold 30 million lying in his bank account, these items didn't even amount to a fraction. Lyn Chen still underestimated a girl's spending power. However, the corners of Lyn Chen's mouth slightly lifted, revealing a smile. In this way, Su Nange had thoroughly familiarized herself with human society, saving him quite a bit of trouble. You don't need to take so much, you can buy more later. Lyn Chen watched as Su Nange tried to stuff dozens of different skirts into her suitcase and quickly stopped her. Okay. Su Nange pouted. Since Lyn Chen won't let me take it, then I won't. Su Nange selected a few skirts she liked and placed them in a third suitcase. Lyn Chen had nothing much to pack, just the casual clothes he was wearing and a large weapon box. Aside from that, he had nothing else. Lyn Chen, following you won't cause you any trouble, right? Su Nange sat on the floor, her round, pitch-black eyes looking at Lyn Chen. It won't. Lyn Chen shook his head. Su Nange smiled, looking very happy. Did you remember what I told you? To be safe, Lyn Chen asked again. I remembered. Su Nange nodded. Good. Then let me ask you, what is your identity now? An orphan, just out of the orphanage in Song City. And what is our relationship? Boyfriend and girlfriend. Su Nange answered without thinking, but before she could finish, Lyn Chen interrupted her with a hand gesture. No, we are friends. Lyn Chen waved his finger, reminding her. Okay. Su Nange's smile faded at a visible speed, her lips pouting, looking a bit wronged. Nange, if two people live together, it means they are either friends or in a romantic relationship. Lyn Chen said word by word. You don't understand me, and I don't understand you either. You will eventually meet someone you like, not just because I treat you well. You choose me. When a real relationship appears between us, letting go will be a difficult parting. Upon hearing this, Su Nange's dark eyes showed a hint of confusion. So, you don't like me, right? She spoke very directly. Lyn Chen didn't answer, he simply picked up the suitcase beside her and stored it in his storage ring. Get some rest, we leave early tomorrow. Lyn Chen stood up and returned to his room. Watching Lyn Chen's room, Su Nange was lost in thought, feeling inexplicably down, a sense of discomfort spreading in her heart. The next morning, Lyn Chen and Su Nange boarded a special car heading to Ching Bay University. Ching Bay University was not located in the city of Shangjing, but it was still within the confines of high walls. Ching Bay University was established in a mountainous area. As the private car drove onto the highway, it headed towards the mountains. Before long, the car stopped at the foot of the mountain. Lyn Chen and Su Nange still had to walk up the mountain, as Ching Bay University was built halfway up. In front of them was a well-constructed stone path that led deep into the mountains. After walking for a while, Lyn Chen finally saw the entrance of Ching Bay University. At first glance, it was truly eye-catching. He had thought that a university built in the mountains would be ancient and quaint, like the immortal sects in novels. However, it was not the case. Ching Bay University was entirely a modern building, just situated halfway up the mountain. This scene was unexpectedly jarring. Lyn Chen took Su Nange's hand and walked into Ching Bay University. At the entrance, a middle-aged man was already waiting for Lyn Chen. Lyn Chen, my young friend, you've arrived, the middle-aged man said, quickly approaching to greet him. Senior, Lyn Chen called out, even though he did not know the man before him. The middle-aged man wore a black shirt, with golden dragon and phoenix patterns embroidered on the sleeves, exuding an air of sophistication. On the left side of his chest, he wore a silver badge engraved with the words Ching Bay. Let me introduce myself. I am a third-level mentor at Ching Bay University, named Wu Di. The quota for your direct admission was given by me. Wu Di said with a smile, his expression kind. He had a friendly appearance, clearly someone who enjoyed taking care of his juniors. So that's how it is, Lyn Chen realized, taking out the admission token. Follow me. Zhan Lao has already told me that you are a core student and no longer need my guidance. Wu Di said. I specialize in formations and am a formation master. If you are interested, Lyn Chen, you can come and learn a thing or two from me. Alright, then I will trouble mentor Wu when the time comes. Lyn Chen nodded slightly. Not a trouble at all. Let's go, Wu Di said, leading Lyn Chen into Ching Bay University. As a top martial arts academy, the students who could stay here were all exceptional talents. 1 in 10,000. The entire school had fewer than 1,000 students. However, Ching Bay University was vast, and along the way, Wu Di informed Lyn Chen about the entire campus. Ching Bay University doesn't have many courses, most of the time. Mentors guide their students in cultivation. Wu Di explained slowly. Most students, within 3 to 5 months of enrollment, will start participating in trials and taking on tasks. Graduates after 4 years generally go to major cities to hold positions in martial arts associations, join the military, or become mentors in other martial arts schools. Of course, Some students choose to stay at Ching Bay University to participate in mentor assessments. Just like me. At this point, Wu Di chuckled proudly. I have stayed at Ching Bay University for 20 years, and most of the formations here are created by me. Hearing this, Lyn Chen was a bit shocked. Mentor Wu is so impressive. Ha ha ha, it's only after a long time that one gains such abilities. Wu Di waved his hand. Alright, we've arrived. As they spoke, they reached their destination. A standalone villa. The villa was located about a kilometer away from the campus, almost detached from it. At a glance, there were dozens of standalone villas built halfway up the mountain. Lyn Chen, my young friend, there are currently 10 available here. From high to low, you can choose anyone, Wu Di said. Lyn Chen wasn't particularly interested in this, so he casually picked one, and Wu Di handed him the key. The villa contained the items that the vice president of Ching Bay University had mentioned. After choosing this standalone villa, the next step was to take Lyn Chen to the treasure pavilion to select an item. The treasure pavilion is divided into 5 levels. The lower 3 levels contain weapons and treasures ranging from 1st to 5th grade, as well as corresponding martial arts techniques. The upper 2 levels start at 6th grade and go up to 9th grade. The same applies to martial arts techniques, Wu Di explained to Lyn Chen. On your first visit, you can choose weapons or treasures starting from 6th grade? This surprised Lyn Chen. That's right, Wu Di nodded. The treasure pavilion is located in the center of Ching Bay University, housed in an ancient palace, with the words treasure pavilion inscribed in ancient script. The vast treasure pavilion has 5 levels and is guarded by an elderly man. Inside the pavilion, Wu Di led Lyn Chen directly to the 4th level, and after presenting Lyn Chen's identity as a core student, they smoothly ascended. The 4th level of the treasure pavilion displayed a dazzling array of weapons and treasures. These weapons and treasures were placed in exclusive cabinets, emanating a peculiar luster. In another cabinet, martial arts techniques were displayed. Looking at the room full of treasures, Lyn Chen's first thought was that it was extravagant. Even a single item here could sell for over 100 million in the outside world, and yet there were dozens of them here. This is the foundation of a top-tier martial arts university. And this was just the 4th level, one could only imagine the 5th level. Young friend Lyn Chen, you choose first, I won't disturb you, Wu Di said. Once you've made your choice, let me know which one it is, and I will retrieve it for you. Okay, Lyn Chen nodded. As he looked at the room full of weapons and treasures, he immediately gave up. The reason he gave up was due to a mismatch in realm. 6th grade treasures and weapons, while powerful, could not unleash most of their potential due to his own level being only 11th. The latter was slightly better, but he had heard that 6th grade weapons already carried a portion of abilities, which Lyn Chen currently could not utilize. Therefore, he directly gave up on the treasures and weapons. The remaining martial arts techniques were Lyn Chen's choice. If I had known, I would have claimed my consecutive victory reward first. After arriving here, Lyn Chen remembered that he hadn't collected his consecutive victory reward. Perhaps one of the martial arts techniques here was included in that reward. Forget it, I'll make up for my shortcomings. My current martial arts technique is only 2nd grade, so I'll choose this one. Lyn Chen quickly made his decision. He approached the martial arts technique area. 6th grade breathing technique, 5 elements technique. All things are born and never cease, cultivating the 5 attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. 6th grade breathing technique, red sun thunder decision. 6th grade breathing technique, 9 sovereigns earth fire. 6th grade breathing technique, earth refining heart decision. The 6th grade breathing techniques were overwhelming. Reaching this level of breathing technique had already transcended a portion of martial artists' realm, truly entering a state of sublimation. After much thought, Lyn Chen ultimately chose the red sun thunder decision, because according to his current direction, it was likely fire and thunder, and this red sun thunder decision perfectly satisfied these 2 points. Instructor Wu, I've made my choice. Lyn Chen informed Wu Di of his selection. Wu Di nodded. Upon learning that Lyn Chen had chosen the red sun thunder decision, Wu Di's expression slightly changed. Young friend Lyn Chen, you truly have terrifying talent. Instructor Wu, is the red sun thunder decision difficult to cultivate? Lyn Chen asked. Naturally, Wu Di nodded. Half a year ago, a second-year prodigy came to this 4th level to select a martial arts technique, and the first one he focused on was the red sun thunder decision. But after 3 months of cultivation, he made no progress at all, and after communicating with the school, he returned the Red Sun Thunder decision. Then, he exchanged it for another 6th grade martial arts technique to cultivate. Long before, others had also chosen this Red Sun Thunder decision, but without exception, none succeeded in their cultivation. Wu Di looked at Lyn Chen and, after careful consideration, reminded him, "Lyn Chen, my young friend, why not choose another one? Master Wu, if I can't cultivate it, I can always return it, right? If it doesn't work, I'll just give it a try." Lyn Chen replied with a smile. "That's true, you are a core student, so you have that right." Wu Di nodded. After selecting the cultivation method, Wu Di took Lyn Chen around the campus. It was still not the opening day of Ching Bay University, but the older students on campus couldn't help but glance at Lyn Chen. His deeds had already spread throughout the great Xiao, and the students of Ching Bay University knew that Lyn Chen was the top scorer in the martial arts exam, a figure sought after by many powerful individuals, so they were naturally aware of him. "He looks very ordinary, but he's actually anything but ordinary. I really want to spar with him and see who's stronger." "Xiao Yu, put away that starry-eyed look of yours." Many girls were attracted by Lyn Chen's appearance. It must be said that since Lyn Chen awakened, he had indeed become much more handsome. His face was chiseled, strikingly handsome, with fair skin, and he stood over 1.8 meters tall, exuding a complete male god vibe. Even though he was dressed in very ordinary casual clothes, it couldn't hide his charm. "Lyn Chen, my young friend, there are often tasks issued on campus, you can go to the task office to collect them," Wu Di reminded him. "Completing tasks can earn you credits, and credits can be exchanged for martial treasures, martial tools, cultivation methods, and also allow you to enter exclusive secret realms for training." "Okay, thank you, Master Wu." Lyn Chen nodded and expressed his gratitude. "Then I won't keep you any longer," Wu Di said. "In a month, Ching Bay University will officially start. At that time, during the freshman orientation, I will need you to make an appearance." "Alright, Master Wu. Take care, Master Wu." After seeing Wu Di off, Lyn Chen returned to the standalone villa. Su Nange looked at Lyn Chen with wide eyes. "You're back?" "I'm back. If others ask about you, remember not to say too much," Lyn Chen said. Su Nange nodded, leaning against the window, looking at the scenery outside and the nearby campus of Ching Bay University. "Is this what they call campus life online?" Su Nange asked, full of curiosity. "Yeah, it looks pretty good," Lyn Chen replied, standing by the window with her, looking outside. Suddenly, Su Nange turned her head, her round, pitch-black eyes looking at Lyn Chen. "Are you going to start your own campus life and have a sweet romance?" Life at Ching Bay University was a bit rough. Time passed quickly, only 2 days had gone by. During these 2 days, Lyn Chen had not gone out but stayed in the standalone villa. In the training room, Lyn Chen sat on a large device, surrounded by abundant spiritual energy, overwhelming and everywhere. He had been cultivating for about 2 days. He could feel that his vitality was increasing rapidly. Apart from the attributes that could enhance his cultivation speed, the most intuitive benefit he felt was from this device. "This is the treatment of a core student. I might break through to level 20 in less than a year," Lyn Chen murmured. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, clasped his hands together, turned off the device, and stepped down. The large device went dark again. Lyn Chen went to the martial arts room and took out the 6th level breathing technique, the Red Sun Thunder decision. The difficulty of cultivating the breathing technique lies within oneself. Even a 9th level breathing technique depends on one's innate talent, Lyn Chen said. When those prodigies first began practicing the breathing techniques, they chose the 2nd or even 3rd level breathing methods to adapt in advance. Only then would they select the higher level breathing techniques. The higher level breathing methods not only brought an increase in strength but also enhanced the speed of cultivation and other key aspects. The book Qi Yang Thunder Decision, which mentor Wu Di spoke of as extremely difficult to cultivate, did not concern Lyn Chen. With the trait of unwilling to lose, there was nothing that could intimidate him. As Lyn Chen began to delve into the Qi Yang Thunder Decision, the unwilling to lose trait also began to trigger. The 6th level breathing method of Qi Yang Thunder Decision is being cultivated. Unwilling to lose has been triggered, and intense cultivation has begun. 3 years of harsh winter, 3 years of gentle spring, 6 years have passed, and the Qi Yang Thunder Decision has reached a minor success. In an instant, Lyn Chen felt a change in his body. It was as if he had truly practiced the Qi Yang Thunder Decision for 6 years. Then, The red flame breathing technique he had originally practiced was directly replaced. Thunder rumbled within him, flames roared, and the intertwining of thunder and fire caused Lyn Chen's body to display two different colors. Thunder light swept over his left side, while flames danced on his right. Within Lyn Chen's dantian, thunder and fire rolled, a scorching and domineering power continuously gathering within him. Hiss! With the Qi-Yang Thunder decision reaching minor success, Lyn Chen couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Is this the power of the 6th level breathing method? Just like this, Lyn Chen already felt his transformation. At this moment, his strength had undoubtedly increased by more than double. Moreover, he was more adept at utilizing the abilities of both thunder and fire attributes. The other martial arts cultivated by the host felt pressure from the Qi-Yang Thunder decision and began to strive for improvement. At that moment, the system's voice rang out again. 4th grade lower level martial arts Chuangbu has reached its peak. 2nd grade lower level Qing Foam Sword technique has reached the extraordinary realm. 2nd grade lower level Tiger Walking Fist has reached the extraordinary realm. 3rd grade lower level Yen Chi Spear technique has reached the extraordinary realm. 4th grade martial arts Breaking Thousand Armies has reached its peak. 4th grade martial arts Xuanhua 3 Fist technique has reached. In an instant, almost all of Lyn Chen's martial arts had stepped into their peaks. Moreover, martial arts below the 3rd grade had directly reached the extraordinary realm, cultivated to perfection. This change once again elevated Lyn Chen's strength. His understanding of sword techniques, fist techniques, and spear techniques became even more profound. Lyn Chen slowly opened his eyes, and in an instant, a brilliant sword light erupted from his gaze. He spread his hands, and an invisible sword energy gathered in his palms. Reaching the pinnacle of martial arts has greatly benefited me, Lyn Chen said, his face filled with excited joy. His strength had increased once more, making Lyn Chen exceedingly happy. It was not until nightfall that Lyn Chen finally walked out of the training room. After a series of tests, his strength had fully erupted, almost comparable to a 13th level martial artist. If combined with the social anxiety boost, he might even have the strength to contend with a 14th level martial artist. Such combat power was truly unparalleled among the entire new student cohort. Lyn Chen, someone is looking for you, Su Nange called out from the living room, crossing her legs and listening to the knocking sound outside. Coming, Lyn Chen replied as he opened the door. Standing outside was an exceptionally beautiful woman. It's you, Lyn Chen said, recognizing her as Su Yuer. Is it convenient? Su Yuer asked, glancing into the living room. As a martial artist, she naturally heard Su Nange's voice earlier. Convenient. Come in. Lyn Chen stepped aside, allowing Su Yuer to enter. Seeing a stranger enter, Su Nange's originally bright eyes immediately dimmed. She put her long legs down, hugged her knees, and buried her small face into her legs while watching a romantic drama on TV. Miss Yuer, is there something you need from me? Lyn Chen asked. I heard from my father that you came to Ching Bay University a few days ago, so I came to take a look, Su Yuer replied. Additionally, my father asked me to inform you about the situation of warriors after level 10. Is Master Su treating me like a fool? Lyn Chen rolled his eyes, feeling somewhat speechless. My father said that when you left Sung City, Uncle Su didn't tell you the subsequent news, so he asked me to come and tell you, Su Yuer said, not paying much attention. Alright then. Lyn Chen felt a bit helpless. It wasn't wrong for him to call himself a fool. He really didn't understand the situation of warriors after level 10. Moreover, when he was in his 3rd year of high school, he only knew that warriors after level 10 cultivated spiritual energy, not blood energy. Blood energy was merely a representative name. Warriors after level 10 cultivate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This spiritual energy is different from blood energy. It is not produced by one's own cultivation. Instead, within this vast world, anything has the potential to give birth to spiritual energy for people to cultivate. Su Yuer quickly began to explain to Lyn Chen. Level 10 warriors need to start absorbing spiritual energy to advance themselves. Since you are living here, you must have come into contact with cultivation devices these past few days. You should have felt the acceleration in your strength, right? Lyn Chen nodded. That was indeed correct. This is very normal because you have just started to come into contact with spiritual energy, combined with your talent, and the devices provided by Qing University are currently the best. Su Yuer continued. In just 3 months, you will be able to break through to level 20. Upon hearing this, Lyn Chen's expression changed slightly. So fast? Su Yu affirmed. Because the spiritual energy in our bodies requires an adaptation phase. After this phase passes, it will slow down, and at that time, we will need to rely on things that contain the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to enhance our own realm more quickly. For example, spiritual stones. In the living room, as Su Yu mentioned this, she opened her hand, and a palm-sized spiritual stone appeared on the table. The spiritual stone emitted a glow, possessing an inexplicable allure that made Lyn Chen unable to resist the urge to pick it up. I know about spiritual stones. Lyn Chen managed to suppress this thought and nodded. Spiritual stones were the key to opening secret realms. He hadn't expected that spiritual stones would also contain spiritual energy. Speaking of which, you should understand our future cultivation methods. Spiritual energy not only enhances our physical qualities but also brings various powerful abilities. Su Yu continued. After level 10, every 10 levels, a warrior will awaken a new ability. As the level increases, this ability may either advance based on the original ability or give birth to a new ability. Just like my demon god. The name of my entire red profession is Demon Spear God. The awakening of abilities twice is essentially an advancement of one ability. According to the historical awakening degree of abilities among warriors in the Great Xiao, someone like me will mostly only advance on the original ability until I reach the threshold of level 80, at which point I can awaken a new ability. Su Yu explained, sharing her situation with Lyn Chen. I see. Lyn Chen suddenly understood. He really didn't know about this. Moreover, since he arrived, he had only awakened once. That was the leader of 100 weapons, and nothing else. So it seems that finding a mentor of the same profession to teach me would be the best option. Lyn Chen said. That is natural. Su Yu nodded. I came to Ching Bay also because there is a level 3 mentor who has also awakened the Demon Spear God profession. Same. Lyn Chen replied with an Alright, it's time to mention the last point. Su Yu adjusted her expression and continued. A level 10 warrior can easily release spiritual energy. A level 20 warrior can control spiritual energy freely, able to manipulate and transform objects. A level 30 warrior can turn spiritual energy into armor, enveloping themselves. A level 40 warrior has an immense amount of spiritual energy, capable of achieving flight. A level 50 warrior has already transcended the realm of ordinary warriors, with abilities that can cause large-scale explosions. As for level 60, 70, 80, and even 90 warriors, they have reached the pinnacle of the Great Xiao. At Ching Bay University, all level 3 instructors are within the range of level 60 to 70, while level 2 instructors are within level 50. Upon hearing this, Lyn Chen gained an understanding of Ching Bay University. A top martial arts university has so many strong individuals. How many strong warriors must there be in the Great Xiao altogether? Lyn Chen, since school hasn't started yet, are you interested in taking a trip to the Howling Wasteland to complete a task? Su Yu asked. The prelude was over, it was time for the main event. Miss Su, are you joking? With your extraordinary talent, do you really need to team up with me for a task? Lyn Chen replied. It seems you've really been cooped up in your room these past few days. Su Yu sighed and explained to Lyn Chen the rules regarding tasks at Ching Bay University. The tasks issued by Ching Bay University have a 9-star ranking system, with the first 2 stars corresponding to the realm of level 10 warriors. The higher the star level, the greater the danger and the requirements for personal strength. Of course, a higher star level also means more substantial rewards. The task I've taken on is a 2-star mission, which involves going to the Howling Wasteland to slay a vengeful beast and bring back some samples. At this point, Su Yu looked at Lyn Chen. The difficulty of the task isn't low, it would be hard for me to handle it alone. Hearing this, Lyn Chen stroked his chin. Can I be the one to slay the beast? As for the reward, just give me a little. No problem. Su Yu nodded, relieved that Lyn Chen had agreed. This task would be difficult for her to handle alone, otherwise, she wouldn't have sought Lyn Chen out. Alright, when do we go? Lyn Chen asked. The day after tomorrow. I need to prepare, entering the wasteland is no small matter. Su Yu replied. Okay, just call me when it's time. Sure. Su Yu left. As soon as she was gone, the expression on Su Nange's face spoke volumes about the current situation. Lyn Chen looked at Su Nange with a hint of speechlessness. This girl, could she really be seeing him as her real boyfriend? Lyn Chen couldn't say much. She hadn't interacted with other males yet, and he didn't want to start a sweet romance with her. Now was not the time for love, becoming stronger was what truly mattered. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and soon it was the time the two had agreed upon. Su Yuer found Lyn Chen, and the two set off directly for the Howling Wasteland. The Howling Wasteland is located 300 kilometers outside of the capital. As a wasteland that has been pacified, the Howling Wasteland itself isn't too dangerous, Su Yuer patiently explained to Lyn Chen, knowing he was from another state. But since it's still a wasteland, it's better to be cautious. There were also many bounty hunters and warriors looking to make money in the Howling Wasteland. In this era, the most profitable way to earn money is to hunt beasts outside the city. Although the monetary value of a beast isn't much, it far exceeds what an ordinary person could earn in a month of work. However, hunting beasts comes with dangers, and those dangers often require treatment and other considerations. In this era, everyone is on edge, all wanting to become stronger. Only those truly born with a silver spoon in their mouths would not expend effort over everything. About 3 hours later, the two finally arrived at the Wailing Wasteland. What greeted their eyes was a vast expanse of scorched brown earth. At the entrance of the Wailing Wasteland, there was a camp established. Most of the people in the camp were either martial artists or merchants coming to the capital. As a wasteland that had already been pacified, the Wailing Wasteland did not have many great demons, and it was soon to become a stronghold for humanity. The entrance to the wasteland is just behind the camp. Let's go, Su Yuer said, leading Lyn Chen over. As they entered the camp, the passing martial artists merely glanced at them and then returned to their own tasks. The two crossed the camp and entered the Wailing Wasteland. According to the information, the wrathful beasts are located in the upper layers of the wasteland, so we need to go deeper. Okay. Listening to Su Yuer, Lyn Chen nodded. She was a local, and since Lyn Chen was unfamiliar with the area, he needed Su Yuer to guide him throughout. The wrathful beasts, is it said that they are influenced by the abyss? The Wailing Wasteland, the entire area, was a scorched brown, with dead trees and withered wood nearby, all bearing sharp thorns, and many dry bones lay scattered about. Extremely eerie. The deeper they ventured into the Wailing Wasteland, the more Lyn Chen could feel the difference from the Beast Wasteland. In the depths of the Wailing Wasteland, wisps of visible black mist floated in the air, mingling with the atmosphere. As Lyn Chen and Su Yuer walked through the Wailing Wasteland, the latter nodded at Lyn Chen's words. That's right. Abyssal demons have different abilities, some are difficult to kill, and some abyssal demons feed on human negative emotions to grow stronger. Su Yuer explained. The Wailing Wasteland was once ruled by a wailing wolf demon king, but after the abyss descended, it was affected by wrath and lost its mind. As a wasteland relatively close to the capital, it was naturally cleared. The Academy has been researching the abilities of wrath, so they need samples of wrathful beasts for study. Upon hearing this, Lyn Chen nodded. I see. The Wailing Wasteland was much livelier than the Beast Wasteland. Along the way, they could see pairs of martial artists searching for traces of demons. Before long, the two finally reached their destination, the upper layer of the Wailing Wasteland, where the wrathful beasts appear. The black mist will be thick, follow the black mist, and we can find it. Okay. Lyn Chen nodded, following behind Su Yuer. Big brother, look at those two guys over there. On a nearby hill, 5 or 6 strong men were gathered together, and suddenly one of them spotted Lyn Chen and Su Yuer, quickly calling out, "What's wrong?" The leading strong man frowned slightly, then his gaze fell on Lyn Chen and Su Yuer. Big brother, we haven't had meat for many days, since these two dare to come here. They must be the younger generation of some family. Why don't we? The younger brother rubbed his hands excitedly, a wicked grin on his face. Before he could finish, the others already understood the implication. All right. After some thought, the leading strong man nodded. All 6 of them were at level 12, more than capable of dealing with ordinary first-tier demons. However, there were not many first-tier demons in the Wailing Wasteland, as several well-known demon hunting teams had nearly wiped out the demons in this area. They did not dare to venture too deep recklessly, regardless of whether they are from some family. If they dare to come here, they must be prepared to die. The burly man at the forefront said coldly, his gaze fixed tightly on the storage rings worn by Su Yuer and Lyn Chen. With storage rings, these two must have something on them. Brothers, let's go. In an instant, 6 men marched towards Lyn Chen and Su Yuer. At this moment, Lyn Chen and Su Yuer had entered a dense area, and the black mist before them grew thicker. It's just ahead. Su Yuer's eyes sparkled with excitement, her breathing quickening. Lyn Chen appeared calm. carrying his weapon box and walking beside her. Just as they passed a thicket, a dangerous aura suddenly erupted from ahead. Suyue reacted swiftly, her internal energy surging, and a layer of purple mist erupted from her body, instantly transforming into armor that enveloped her. Bang! A beam of light shot forth from the front, directly striking Suyue. She was sent flying, crashing into an ancient tree before finally stopping. The suddenness of the scene left Lyn Chen momentarily stunned, but he quickly drew his long spear from the weapon box. Suyue, however, was unharmed. Her manifested ability provided her with defense comparable to a level 12 warrior. This blow had not inflicted significant damage on her. Two figures emerged from the thicket ahead, behind Lyn Chen and Suyue. Four more figures appeared. In an instant, the two were surrounded. You took a hit and are completely unscathed. A burly man in front, empty-handed, looked at Suyue, who had just stood up after being knocked back, his face filled with shock. Her defense is also at level 12, these two are not simple. The leading burly man recognized this at a glance. Although his level was low, it didn't mean he was a fool. Having been in the martial arts circle for over a decade, he understood a thing or two. Act quickly, these two might have strong backing. With a command from the leading burly man, the other five sprang into action. Looks like we've been robbed. Lyn Chen smiled slightly as he watched the approaching men. In an instant, his level 11 aura suddenly erupted. A thin layer of blood energy swept out from his body, enveloping him. The nine heavens thunder spear emitted purple lightning, rolling across the ground as Lyn Chen stood like a war god, poised for action. An 18-year-old student, acting like a big shot. A burly man snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with killing intent as he swung his broad knife, suddenly charging at Lyn Chen. The broad knife in the man's hand radiated light, and the blade's energy erupted, the powerful force slicing through an ancient tree at the waist. Lyn Chen swept out with his spear, his arm driving the long spear, unleashing a thunderous roar that shook the earth with overwhelming momentum. Faced with the power Lyn Chen unleashed, the burly man's expression changed instantly. He hurriedly retreated, not daring to clash with Lyn Chen's attack head-on. Boom! The thunder crashed down, sending the man tumbling backward. The others watched this scene, their pupils contracting sharply. This rookie's explosive power actually forced second brother back? Could this guy be one of the four prodigies? Who cares? Since we've already attacked, there's no turning back. Kill him! The leading burly man shouted coldly, steadying the others' nerves, and then charged towards Suyue first. You go first. Suyue turned her head, already gripping her weapon. Just as she prepared to counterattack, she heard Lyn Chen's words. The next moment, Suyue saw a flash of lightning dart past her eyes. It was Lyn Chen charging forward. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Lyn Chen collided with the leader of the 6 men. Thunder rolled and splashed around. Gunshots fired one after another, causing the leading big man to hesitate to confront directly. How can you unleash such powerful strength? The leading big man was astonished. He himself was at the 13th level, yet he never expected that the guy before him could unleash power comparable to his own. Still have the mood to talk? Lyn Chen frowned slightly, seemingly a bit dissatisfied. Then, his attacks became even more ferocious than before. In this territory, Lyn Chen finally realized he was wrong. He was gravely mistaken. At this moment, with the support of a social anxiety and the awakening of his ability, the 100 weapons, the power he unleashed was comparable to a 14th level warrior. The strength Lyn Chen displayed was naturally beyond the capability of his opponent at the 13th level to withstand. Boom! Lyn Chen thrust out with his spear, and terrifying thunder instantly pierced through the spearhead, striking the big man's chest. The lightning exploded, and the big man's body was suddenly sent flying, crashing heavily into a tree. A crack appeared in the armor on his chest, and his face turned extremely pale. Cough cough. The big man coughed lightly, spitting out a mouthful of bright red blood. Boss! Boss! Seeing this scene, the other 5 were stunned and hurried over to help the leading big man. How can this guy be so strong? The leading big man stared intently at Lyn Chen, his eyes filled with unprecedented disbelief. Even Suyue was shocked by Lyn Chen at this moment. If she had been in Lyn Chen's place, she would have been completely unable to withstand that spear. This guy. Suyue fixed her gaze on Lyn Chen, realizing that in just a few days, he had become even stronger. Even she, one of the 4 great prodigies, felt a hint of invisible pressure. Does such a prodigy really exist? Quick! Focus all fire on him. temporarily give up on that woman. The leading big man pushed aside those around him and pointed at Lyn Chen, shouting angrily, "He's very strong, at least a 14th level warrior. With the 6 of us together, he will undoubtedly die." As soon as he finished speaking, the 6 of them charged at Lyn Chen. "Hey, if one person isn't enough, are we going to start a group fight?" Lyn Chen grinned, showing his big teeth with a cheerful expression. "Lyn Chen, I'm coming to help you." Su Yuer, holding her weapon, ran over, ready to fight alongside Lyn Chen against the 6. "No need." Lyn Chen waved his hand to refuse. Facing an opponent of the same level, Lyn Chen was practically invincible. They couldn't kill him. Instead, if they injured him, it would only allow him to revive fully. Just right to face these 6. Lyn Chen could also test his current combat power. Lyn Chen put away the 9 Heavens Thunder Spear and then took out the 1,000-foot bow. A bow? Seeing Lyn Chen take out the bow, the 6 were momentarily stunned, clearly not realizing that this person before them was still an unclassed martial artist. Su Yuer was also startled by Lyn Chen's action. With 6 people attacking, they would inevitably have to engage in close combat. Lyn Chen actually took out a bow? Go! As Lyn Chen's voice fell, he immediately used the charge step, instantly creating distance between himself and the 6. Su Yuer was momentarily taken aback but reacted quickly, immediately catching up to Lyn Chen. "Is this what you mean by fighting alone?" Su Yuer asked. "Hey, you'll understand soon." Lyn Chen chuckled, then drew back the 1,000-foot bow, leaning back as the steel arrows gathered spiritual energy, instantly shooting towards the leading big man. The big man swung his sword, slicing the arrow in mid-air, but at the same time, the arrow exploded, obstructing the steps of several people. An unclassed martial artist is really troublesome. Just as the big man felt annoyed by this, Lyn Chen drew his bow again and shot out several more arrows. A few arrows shot precisely towards 3 of the 6 people. The 3 reacted quickly, slicing the arrows in half, but the shockwave from the explosion did not affect them, it merely hindered their steps. "Scatter!" The leading man barked coldly, and the 6 dispersed. "Humph, now I want to see how your arrows can hit us," the man sneered, believing that their group formation had given Lyn Chen an opportunity. But now that they were separated, Lyn Chen would no longer be able to affect them with his arrows. After all, they were all martial artists of the same level. Even if there was a slight difference in rank, Lyn Chen couldn't possibly be that terrifying with his archery skills. Seeing them split up, a smirk appeared on Lyn Chen's lips. This guy can't possibly think that separating would render them useless. "Hey, his arrows are tracking." Whoosh! Lyn Chen drew his bow again, shooting 3 arrows simultaneously towards 3 different targets. "Humph, do you think arrows are that easy to hit?" One of them scoffed, preparing to dodge. However, he soon realized that the arrows were heading straight for him, and there was no way to evade. "What a joke!" Lyn Chen chuckled, then slung his 1,000-foot bow over his shoulder and retrieved the 9 Heavens Thunder Spear from his storage ring. He halted his body and then lunged forward in a single step towards the opponent. The man was still dealing with the arrows and had no way to respond to Lyn Chen, who was about to reach him. Lyn Chen thrust the spear forward, his arm driving the spearhead, and the swirling white and red energy around him instantly unleashed terrifying power. Zing! Accompanied by a thunderous roar, Lyn Chen's spear pierced through the man's body. As a line of blood trickled down, the man's pupils turned white, and he collapsed to the ground. Dead! Boom! 2 explosions rang in Lyn Chen's ears. The arrows had arrived. In less than 3 seconds, Lyn Chen had eliminated a martial artist who was 1 rank higher than him. The remaining 5 stared at this scene, their eyes filled with unprecedented killing intent, fixated on Lyn Chen. Lyn Chen did not engage with the other 5, he once again created distance and drew his bow. This scene left Su Yuer dumbfounded. She had never imagined that Lyn Chen would be so decisive in his actions. She thought he would spare their lives, merely incapacitating them. But unexpectedly, Lyn Chen had killed in 1 strike. This left Su Yuer, who had never taken a life, in a state of shock. Her father had once told her that mercy towards enemies is cruelty towards oneself. But witnessing someone being killed right before her eyes, even this top-tier prodigy found it hard to maintain her composure. However, Su Yuer quickly adjusted. After a brief moment of distraction, she regained her focus. She charged towards one of the opponents, and despite the 2-rank difference, her awakened profession and breathing technique were more than enough. Challenging a higher rank was completely within her capabilities. Bang! Su Yuer's knife fell swiftly, easily taking down one opponent. severing his arm and slicing a gash in his abdomen. Meanwhile, Lyn Chen transformed into a war god, directly engaging in battle. In less than a minute, the remaining 5 had dwindled to just 2. The leading man clutched his chest, no longer harboring any thoughts of attacking Lyn Chen. This guy truly instilled fear in him. Are you really just an 18-year-old kid? The leading man gasped heavily, looking at Lyn Chen and voicing the question that lingered in his heart. I just turned 18 this year. A shadow suddenly leaped high from the ground, leaving a brilliant arc in the air. In the next moment, a surge of lightning pierced through the man's chest, and the purple lightning instantly shattered his internal organs. A strong smell of meat wafted from the burly man, and under his incredulous gaze, he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Lyn Chen retracted the 9 Heavens Thunder gun, and the bone-chilling lightning directly killed the burly man. With the leader dead, the remaining few who were still alive immediately scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing madly from the scene. Seeing someone trying to escape, Lyn Chen was the first to object. What a joke! This was an invisible victory ground. How could he let them run away? Lyn Chen drew his bow and nocked an arrow, the spiritual energy within him swirling like a dragon, wildly coursing through the arrow. The arrow shone brilliantly, and a terrifying power surged forth. In the next moment, a critical hit. Boom! The 2 fleeing individuals were instantly pierced through by the arrow, dead beyond recovery. Core goodness increased by 1 power point. Roadblock completed has finished the task. An obtained item martial arts fragment *1. Victory favors the brave has increased the victory count by 136. Not in vain. Lyn Chen grinned, feeling comfortable. You've become so strong. Suyuer wiped the blood from her weapon and approached Lyn Chen, looking at him in disbelief. As if we've known each other for a long time. Lyn Chen glanced at her and then said, let's go. Suyuer fell silent, wondering why Lyn Chen suddenly seemed so indifferent. After dealing with the few roadblockers, Suyuer and Lyn Chen continued deeper into the heart of the area. As the surrounding black mist thickened, it transformed into wisps of fog before an ancient forest. In the center of the black mist stood a hideous beast. The beast looked extremely strange. Unlike any ordinary animal variant, its limbs were long, and at the second segment of its bones, there was a sharp backward-facing spine standing tall. The beast's body was only over 4 meters long, not particularly large among first-tier beasts. However, its ferocious face was terrifying to behold. The beast's most notable feature was its pitch-black eyes, with even the breath it exhaled appearing black. The greatest characteristic of a wrathful beast is its rage, which allows it to unleash power far beyond its own. Suyuer reminded as they approached. Understood, Lyn Chen replied. He was very clear and understood well. After all, a person in a state of rage would naturally exert their full strength. But remember our agreement, Lyn Chen said, looking at Suyuer. Suyuer nodded. Then, the 2 of them took action. Lyn Chen was the first to charge forward, taking a quick step to stand before the wrathful beast, thrusting the 9 Heavens Thunder gun with a thunderous stab, lightning piercing through and spreading out like a spider web from all directions. The wrathful beast suddenly raised its head, exhaling black mist, its massive claws lifted high before crashing down. Its sharp claws were like razor blades, wielding immense power as they struck directly at Lyn Chen's face. Boom! The thunder struck, colliding with the wrathful beast's claws, forcing the latter back. Lyn Chen leaped high, gripping the body of the 9 Heavens Thunder gun, and then swung it down like a hammer, crashing down with a thunderous roar. The rumbling thunder sounded like a surging beast, emitting a series of roars. As Lyn Chen continuously infused his spiritual energy into it, the 9 Heavens Thunder gun erupted with bone-chilling thunder. Boom! The overwhelming thunder swept across the ground, and the wrathful beast braced itself. Suddenly exerting force, the ground beneath it cracked open, and countless rocks flew up to shield it from the blow. Break the 1,000 armies! Lyn Chen descended, then began to sweep the long gun, resembling a god of spears, his movements grand and imposing. For a moment, Lyn Chen single-handedly pressed the wrathful beast down. On the other side, Suyuer was enveloped in a purple aura, holding a long spear. She flicked her wrist, and purple flames immediately erupted from the spear, creating an unsettling sight. Suyuer thrust the spear forward, but instead of injuring the wrathful beast, it felt as if she had struck stone, causing fragments to rain down on the beast's thigh. The stone shards, resembling snowflakes, revealed the true flesh and blood of the wrathful beast beneath. There's actually an extra layer of armor. Lyn Chen observed the scene and launched another attack on the beast. This wrathful beast is at least a level 14. You hold it down, and I'll break its armor. As Suyuer charged towards the beast, she said, then you can finish it off. Alright. Lyn Chen nodded, and the two began to surround the wrathful beast. Although Suyuer was only at level 10, her innate talent was terrifying, coupled with top-tier breathing techniques and the powerful martial arts she could currently learn. Along with the uniqueness of her abilities, breaking the armor was not a problem at all. Meanwhile, with Lyn Chen's distraction, Suyuer's attacks were fully effective. Before long, large chunks of stone fell from the beast, exposing its original flesh and blood. Lyn Chen thrust his spear, and purple lightning erupted explosively on the beast's thigh, the immense force shattering its intact skin. Bang! The intense pain ignited the beast's ferocity. Roar! The wrathful beast let out a roar, compressing the black energy around it into a force that, along with its roar, unleashed a powerful pressure, sending Lyn Chen and Suyuer flying. The two barely stabilized themselves, but the wrathful beast was already charging at Lyn Chen. Alright, let's see if you're tougher or if my bug sword is tougher. Lyn Chen, instead of being startled, felt exhilarated as he put away the Nine Heavens Thunder Spear and drew the Xiao sword. As the Xiao sword appeared, the surrounding black energy was immediately ignited. Phoenix Feather. Lyn Chen thrust the sword, his internal energy swirling, and countless golden swords emerged around him, as if materializing from the void. The golden sword light seemed to crush the black energy, and numerous golden sword auras converged, transforming into a phoenix. Feeling the immense power radiating from this strike, Suyuer's expression changed again. Her heart, however, was once more in turmoil. Puchi! Lyn Chen's sword pierced through the body of the wrathful beast, and countless golden swords instantly shattered its internal organs. Whoosh! He seemed to transform into a beam of golden light, passing straight through the beast's body. Accompanied by the sound of collapsing behind him, the wrathful beast was cleaved in two, crashing heavily to the ground. Die! The wrathful beast was dead, and the surrounding black energy, having lost its host, began to dissipate. Suyuer hurried to the front of the beast, removed a piece of flesh tainted with black energy, and placed it into a specially made container. After completing this, she stood up. Thank you. Suyuer expressed her gratitude to Lyn Chen. No need to thank me. If anything like this happens again, just call me. Lyn Chen put away the Xiao sword and waved his finger at her. Okay. Suyuer nodded. After killing the wrathful beast, their mission was considered complete. Ching Bay University. Lyn Chen, there's only a month left until school starts, and I've already learned from my father about your relationship with the Lu family, Suyuer said within the school. So, what has Master Su decided? Lyn Chen asked. To be honest, he was no longer concerned about the Lu family's targeting of him. Senior Su had once said that once he displayed extraordinary talent and entered the sight of the entire Great Xia, even a powerful family like the Lu family would not dare to easily target him. Because the Lu family was not yet powerful enough to cover the sky with one hand, he said to be more careful when you go out in the future. Suyuer said, I can also help you with some things at school. Alright. Lyn Chen nodded. Then I'll trouble you in the future. The Lu family did not dare to target him, but Lu Yuding knew he was weak and would probably let some people make things difficult for him. However, with Suyuer's words now, Lyn Chen had saved himself quite a bit of trouble. By the way, are you being recommended under someone named Wu Di? Suyuer suddenly remembered something and couldn't help but ask. Yes, Lyn Chen replied. Is there something strange about it? Then you should be careful of him. Suyuer reminded. I heard from my father that although this person is a third-level mentor, his level has not met the standard, and he has been staying in the academy for some reasons. Moreover, he is actually recommending Lu Yuding, not you. The recommendation spot for the student in Sung City was originally prepared for her, but I didn't expect someone like you to appear. Upon hearing this, Lyn Chen touched his nose, considering it noted. So, if someone at Ching Bay University wants to target me, should I find him first? Lyn Chen asked. Ha? Suyuer was about to nod, then looked at Lyn Chen with a doubtful expression. Aren't I here? Suyuer rolled her eyes at Lyn Chen, implying that he completely didn't believe in her. Oh, right, I forgot. Sorry about that. Lyn Chen scratched his head and chuckled. You little monster. After seeing your strength, I finally understand that the saying there are people beyond people, and skies beyond skies is true. Suyuer looked Lyn Chen up and down, and after seeing his strength today, She became even more interested in the background of this person. What kind of environment could produce such a prodigy? Can you tell me how you did it? Suyuer was very curious. Sure, since you asked, I'll tell you. Lyn Chen replied seriously. Unremitting effort combined with talent will allow you to reach my level. Little Su, one day, when you reach my age, you'll understand. Looking at Lyn Chen's serious expression, Suyuer immediately rolled her eyes, especially after hearing his last sentence. She almost scolded him. Fortunately, she maintained her composure. What do you mean when you reach my age? Aren't we the same age? Let's go. I'll go submit the task, and the credits I earn will be transferred to your card. Suyuer couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Lyn Chen and directly returned to her residence. Lyn Chen shrugged. He wasn't wrong. It was all due to unremitting effort that he achieved what he had today. This mentor Wu Di studies formations. Powerful formation masters are generally very rare, and that's how he can stay at Qing University. After Suyuer left, Lyn Chen pinched his chin and began to recall Wu Di's words. Does he have something going on with Lu Yuding? After thinking for a long time, such a sentence suddenly popped into Lyn Chen's mind. Back at the villa, Lyn Chen greeted Su Nange and then returned to the training room. Currently, he had not yet claimed his rewards, so he could set them aside for now. He thought about saving the rewards for consecutive wins until he reached 40 matches before claiming them. After reaching the 10th level of martial arts, the vital energy transforms into spiritual energy. Lyn Chen sat cross-legged on the device, his dantian crazily absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy to nourish himself. With several enhancement attributes boosting him, his cultivation speed increased rapidly. Vital energy is the foundation of a martial artist. A strong physical body relies on vital energy. Vital energy transforms into spiritual energy, which continues to nourish the physical body. The martial artist's realm is divided by levels, but in a true sense, every 10 levels represents a tier. According to Suyuer, a level 20 martial artist can release spiritual energy and manipulate objects. The martial arts currently in use only unleash power through the enhancement of spiritual energy. At this rate of cultivation, I might break through to level 20 in less than 3 months. Lyn Chen continued to practice diligently. Time flew by, and half a month had passed. Life at Ching Bay University during this time was quite rough. Throughout these 2 weeks, Lyn Chen had been focused on his training. Congratulations, host's level has increased. You have gained one opportunity to draw from the infinite entries, reached the peak of level 13. In the training room, Lyn Chen felt the changes within himself and murmured softly. In just half a month, he had directly advanced from level 11 to the peak of level 13. This was an incredibly exaggerated number. Perhaps the 4 great prodigies were only around level 11 now. Yet Lyn Chen had broken through 2 levels in a row. I gained 2 opportunities to draw entries. Let's see what good entries I can get this time. Lyn Chen rubbed his hands excitedly. System, draw an entry. Drawing from infinite entries. Congratulations, host. You have obtained stand up. Stand up after the host kills a martial artist or a demon beast. Shouting stand up allows you to control the opponent's soul, bringing them back to life as your most loyal subordinate. The revived soul retains only 70% of their strength from life and can perceive their past memories. Note, this entry cannot be integrated into martial arts. This first entry left Lyn Chen stunned. Stand up? There's actually such an entry? Lyn Chen's shock turned into excitement, and he couldn't contain the smile on his face. Ha ha ha, what a score! Next one. Drawing from infinite entries. Congratulations, host, you have obtained. Congratulations, host, you have obtained do not eat beef. Do not eat beef. When negotiating with a certain person or force, you can flip the table and turn hostile on the spot to receive a random reward. Note, this entry cannot be integrated into martial arts. Ha! Lyn Chen stared wide-eyed at the panel displaying this level 13 entry, completely dumbfounded. What kind of bizarre entry was this? Alright, so this is how we're playing. Lyn Chen felt a bit speechless, but the system had given him entries that were not very useful and somewhat lackluster. Forget it, I'll claim the rewards for my power points first. His power points had reached 70. This part was still due to hunting demon beasts in the secret realm. He could claim rewards 3 times. Claim. Every 10 power points allowed for 1 reward. And Lyn Chen claimed 3 rewards at once. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Transcendent Sword Formation *1. Indestructible Golden Soul *1. Great Tao Slay Heaven *1. 3 items whose purposes were unknown were distributed into Lyn Chen's storage ring. Moreover, explanations about the 3 items naturally arose in his mind. Transcendent sword formation, as the name suggests, is a small-scale sword formation that can be activated once, constructed from countless sword blades, capable of inflicting fatal damage on martial artists below level 40. Indestructible Golden Soul, when used, significantly increases one's strength and recovery ability for flesh and blood, lasting 3 minutes. Great Tao Slay Heaven, as the name implies, is an extremely domineering talisman skill. When used, the heavenly path will descend a lightning punishment to strike the enemy, restricting martial artists below level 40, ensuring a one-hit kill. Lyn Chen understood. All 3 items were one-time use. The Transcendent Sword Formation and Great Tao Slay Heaven can serve as trump cards. Lyn Chen pinched his chin. These 2 were very useful to him. After all, his realm was only at the peak of level 13, and against stronger martial artists, he was completely outmatched. Moreover, the Undying Golden Soul had little significance for his current realm and the opponents he faced. However, existence is reasonable, and it would still be useful in the future. Let me take another look at what this accompanying innate talent will be. Lyn Chen fused the gathered fragments of innate talent. As far as he knew, there were several types of accompanying innate talents. Aside from the infernal flame he had awakened, which was somewhat lackluster, the other accompanying innate talents were quite good. He wondered what this time's accompanying innate talent would be. Ding! Accompanying innate talent fusion complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Transparent World. Transparent World? Lyn Chen frowned slightly, but as the accompanying innate talent fused, he quickly understood its function. The so-called Transparent World allowed one to clearly see the opponent's entire meridian system and the flow of their vital energy. Even the opponent's weaknesses and movements would appear to slow down before his eyes, enhancing his own reaction ability. It turned out to be Transparent World. This is good. Lyn Chen smiled broadly. As far as he knew, very few people awakened such accompanying innate talents. Every martial artist who awakened the Transparent World was a prodigy. At least among the 4 great prodigies, Lyn Chen had never heard of anyone awakening the Transparent World. With this, I can see how robust the vital energy of those hidden martial artists is, allowing me to gauge their strength. Lyn Chen clenched his fist. This significantly boosted his power. It's only been half a month, and there's still half a month until the new student orientation. Lyn Chen lay in the training room. It was still early, so he decided to start practicing again. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. During this time, Lyn Chen's realm directly broke through to level 15. He gained 2 more opportunities to draw attributes. However, Lyn Chen did not draw attributes this time because the new student orientation was starting, and he was called to represent. The day before, the vice principal personally came to Lyn Chen's residence and earnestly told him that at the new student assembly the next morning, he wanted him to share how he had risen from Song City to his current height. Lyn Chen readily agreed, assuring him that he would share his experiences. Satisfied with Lyn Chen's promise, the vice principal left contentedly. The next morning, the new student assembly began as scheduled. In front of a rockery at Ching Bay University, a large square was filled with hundreds of new faces, all freshmen. Lu Yuting was among them, not particularly noticeable. Su Yuer stood at the front, taking the lead. As for Lyn Chen, being the main character, he naturally made his entrance last. After skipping the vice principal's impassioned speech, it was finally time for the highlight of the new student assembly. Dear students, I believe that during this past month, you have heard about Lyn Chen's achievements, the vice principal said, hands behind his back. Let us welcome this dark horse with the loudest applause. To tell everyone how he has reached this point today. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Among the freshmen, many admired Lyn Chen. Just from his performance in the martial arts examination, countless people looked up to this existence, who was even more extraordinary than a prodigy. Soon, Lyn Chen walked out from behind the stage. He was still wearing the familiar cheap casual clothes bought from a store on the street, with long black hair cascading over his shoulders. Despite his ordinary attire, his looks were strikingly handsome, making his outfit stand out. As soon as Lyn Chen appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of countless girls present. So handsome, Lyn Chen. Alright, he is now my idol. Ah, so handsome. Lu Yuting looked at Lyn Chen, her eyes extremely indifferent. Su Yuer crossed her arms, watching Lyn Chen on stage, seemingly guessing something, and couldn't help but shake her head. She probably already guessed what Lyn Chen was about to say. I want to thank the vice principal for giving me this opportunity. Lyn Chen cleared his throat, and the vice principal standing beside him wore a cheerful smile, eagerly anticipating Lyn Chen's next performance. Since everyone wants to know how I got to where I am today, then I won't hide it from you all. Lyn Chen looked at the crowd and said seriously, I come from a humble background, and I owe my progress to my own talent and hard work. That's it. As soon as he finished speaking, the expressions on the faces of the once excited crowd shifted from excitement to surprise, and then to astonishment. The vice principal's smile also abruptly stopped, staring blankly at Lyn Chen. You were asked to share your experiences, and you ended it with just that? Watching Lyn Chen step off the stage, the vice principal didn't even know how to call him back. Helpless, he could only step forward to smooth things over for Lyn Chen. The freshman orientation concluded successfully. As a core student, Lyn Chen didn't have any specific classes to attend, and after a month at Ching Bay University, he found it quite boring. Training is really dull. During this month, Lyn Chen had spent all his time in the training room. Now that the semester had officially started, he was about to attend his first class of the day. Let's go listen to the Sword Master's class first. Lyn Chen was already familiar with the place and quickly arrived at the class of a level 3 mentor, a sword master. Returning to campus, Lyn Chen felt somewhat out of place. There were very few students in the level 3 mentors class, and the classroom was not a traditional one but a large training room. The total number of people in the classroom didn't exceed 30. Lyn Chen? He is the Lyn Chen who ranked first in the martial arts exam. He doesn't look that impressive. Hey, don't say that. Many people recognized Lyn Chen upon seeing the new face. Lyn Chen, you're here for Master Long's class too? A sweet-looking girl sitting next to Lyn Chen looked at him excitedly. Who are you? Let me introduce myself. My name is Wei Yingying, a professional sword master, level 10, and also a freshman. Wei Yingying introduced herself to Lyn Chen. Level 10? Lyn Chen was somewhat surprised. No wonder this was a top martial arts academy like Ching Bay University. A freshman already at level 9. Such a prestigious martial arts university certainly doesn't accept waste. All the students are exceptional talents. Moreover, being able to attend a level 3 mentors class likely meant she was a recommended student. Lyn Chen, unranked martial artist. Lyn Chen was quite polite. I heard you defeated Li Xiao in the secret realm. Is that true? Wei Yingying looked at Lyn Chen with wide eyes, curiously asking. No. Lyn Chen shook his head. Alright then. Wei Yingying looked disappointed. Ignoring the girl beside him, Lyn Chen sat in place and began to daydream. Not long after, a middle-aged man in martial attire walked into the room. He carried a long sword on his back, and his whole demeanor was like a sword about to be drawn, exuding a powerful sharpness. Just a glance made one feel as if they were staring at a blade. Master Long. Hello, Master Long. Upon seeing the newcomer, the few students present stood up to greet him respectfully. Long Yu slightly nodded in response. He walked to the center, his murky gaze sweeping over the people present, pausing briefly on Lyn Chen before moving on. Today is all about new students, so there's no need to start practical training. First, listen to my lecture, Long Yu said. The entire classroom had fewer than 30 people. Everyone sat in a circle, looking at Long Yu, who stood in the center. The sword path is unique. In this flourishing martial arts world, where martial professions emerge endlessly, the sword path remains the sharpest existence. Long Yu began his explanation. First, you must understand why you draw your sword and why you wield it. As a swordsman, you are a professional, and you must also be clear about your own purpose. Only with a clear mind can you achieve the state of unity between man and sword. Just these two simple sentences held profound meaning. You are all exceptional talents and should have heard from some strong individual or a family elder about the 3 realms, momentum, intent, and heart. Upon mentioning these 3 realms, Lyn Chen raised his head. Momentum, intent, and heart actually refer to your own state, Long Yu said slowly. In fact, it's quite simple to understand. As long as you have an upward heart, that is enough. As soon as these words were spoken, the people present understood a bit more. There's no need to overly concern yourselves with these 3 realms. As your own realm improves, you will come to understand these 3 realms much better. Long Yu concluded before moving on to the next stage. He drew the long sword from behind him, but it was a wooden sword. However, in his hands, this wooden sword felt like a real sword with a sharp edge, exuding a terrifying chill. Long Yu was not particularly tall, only about 1 meter 78, and somewhat slender. He held the wooden sword in one hand, his murky eyes fixed on the humanoid wooden dummy in front of him. This humanoid wooden dummy was specially crafted by Ching Bay University, capable of withstanding immense force. It could be said that even a level 30 martial artist using all their strength would not be able to destroy this dummy. Next, I will not use any spiritual energy and will strike the dummy. At that time, you should pay attention to my breathing, Long Yu said, and everyone's gaze was fixed on him. The classroom was extremely quiet, and as Long Yu raised his hand, the palm gripping the wooden sword suddenly fell. Bang! A seemingly invisible sword energy erupted suddenly, crashing into the wooden dummy. The humanoid wooden dummy swayed violently, and the sound it made caused the entire classroom to tremble slightly. The faces of those present changed dramatically. Just using a wooden sword can unleash such sword energy? Lyn Chen was also taken aback. His eyes, which had been gray, turned clear. Just now, he had used the ability of the transparent world to see Long Yu's movements clearly. The other party had not used any spiritual energy at all. It was solely through his control of the sword that he achieved this. Otherwise, that sword energy would not have been formless. Is this what a level 60 martial artist is like? Truly terrifying. Lyn Chen clicked his tongue, a smile suddenly appearing on his face. The transparent world was indeed useful. When Long Yu executed that sword strike, almost all the muscles in his body converged in the arm that swung the sword. It was purely through his control of the sword and the force he exerted that he achieved this. It was hard to believe. If he had used spiritual energy, would the wooden sword in his hand have exploded on the spot? If I were to execute this sword strike at my level, I could unleash at least the power of a level 16 martial artist. And this is without using any spiritual energy. Lyn Chen learned. Did you see it clearly? After the sword fell, Long Yu stopped his movements and turned to look at the people present. Why yes, it was okay. I saw it clearly. I didn't see it too clearly. Many people responded, and their answers were somewhat vague. Undoubtedly, without the transparent world, they could not discern anything from this single strike. Long Yu was not disappointed with their responses. After all, they were merely exceptional talents, not monsters. Use all the muscles in your body. Concentrate your entire consciousness into this sword. Only then can you achieve that one strike. At this moment, Lyn Chen spoke up. As soon as these words were spoken, Long Yu's gaze narrowed slightly. No wonder he is a top genius. The others looked at Lyn Chen with disbelief. Wei Yingying also felt it was somewhat incredible. Lyn Chen actually saw through Mentor Long's movements? It can't be a fluke, right? Some were skeptical. Even if Lyn Chen's talent was terrifying, it couldn't be that far beyond theirs. At this time, however, Long Yu spoke. What he said is correct. Did you all take note? The people present could only feel admiration for Lyn Chen's extraordinary understanding. Those who had previously doubted Lyn Chen now wore expressions full of respect. This was the gap between a prodigy and a top genius. It was as if they were learning middle school knowledge, while the teacher was teaching high school material. Everyone should have been confused, but someone of the same age as you managed to solve the problem. Hiss. Truly, terrifying, impressive. No wonder you're first in the martial arts exam. Wei Yingying gave Lyn Chen a thumbs up. Lyn Chen was able to see through the opponent's movements thanks to his clear understanding of the world, which led to his insights. This class was not short. Mentor Long Yu, being a level 3 mentor, explained a lot about swordsmanship, greatly enhancing the new students' understanding. As soon as class ended, Wei Yingying eagerly approached Lyn Chen again. Lyn Chen, do you know about the rankings at Qing University? No, I don't. Lyn Chen shook his head. Qing University has a ranking list called the Prodigy list, and those on the list are all renowned prodigies of Qing University. The Prodigy list is divided into 3 stages. The top 10 are third-year students, the top 20 are second-year students, and the last 30 are our freshmen. Currently, the 21st on the list is you. Wei Yingying winked at Lyn Chen. As the first in the martial arts exam, Lyn Chen, despite not showcasing his strength in front of these freshmen, was still ranked 21st, the highest among first-year students. Is there any reward for being on the list? Lyn Chen suddenly turned around and asked. He wasn't concerned about the ranking. What he cared about was resources. As for the rewards, I'm not sure. Wei Yingying shook her head. Alright. Lyn Chen didn't bother to ask more about it. Within Ching Bay University, the realm difference between first-year freshmen and second-year students was about 10 levels. Of course, this was the gap between prodigies. Just like Su Yuer, A genius with such talent could raise her level to 20 within half a year. Lyn Chen still had over 20 million dasha coins in his pocket. If he spent it all, his realm would also rise to level 17. Moreover, he still had rewards to claim, otherwise, he might very well step into level 20 in one go. I still need 4 more victories. Where should I find someone? Lyn Chen rubbed his chin. In such a large Ching Bay University, he couldn't just take the initiative to challenge others. Could he? With his strength, it was likely that very few would want to fight him. Lyn Chen, can I spar with you? At that moment, Wei Yingying's clear eyes looked over, filled with anticipation. Spar with me? Lyn Chen grinned. Well, it was like someone bringing a pillow when he was sleepy. Just a friendly exchange. Wei Yingying said, "You're level 11, I definitely can't be your opponent." Alright. Lyn Chen nodded in agreement. Just go easy on me. Lyn Chen, please don't be too harsh. Wei Yingying reminded him. Of course, we're schoolmates, how could I beat you up? Lyn Chen smiled broadly. As the words fell, the two of them moved to the center of the classroom. Some people who had not yet left immediately guessed what was happening when they saw the two. TSK, challenging Lyn Chen. This girl has some guts. She definitely isn't Lyn Chen's match. That's for sure. Wei Yingying was dressed in casual clothes, but underneath, she wore a layer of armor tightly fitted to her body. She extended her hand, and a slender silver sword appeared in her grasp. Lyn Chen did not use his own weapon. Brother Lyn Chen, I'm coming. Wei Yingying took a deep breath and charged at Lyn Chen with her sword drawn. She swung the slender sword, and waves of intangible sword energy surged around her, slashing towards Lyn Chen. Lyn Chen stepped forward, and a fierce wind erupted, enveloping Wei Yingying with a pressure as heavy as a mountain. With just a single move, everyone present felt an invisible weight pressing down on them. Stunned and shocked, Wei Yingying's body was sent flying backward. Bang! Fortunately, the ground was not solid, and Wei Yingying fell heavily, but her armor absorbed most of the impact, sparing her from serious injury. With just that one strike, the 9th level Wei Yingying was defeated. Hiss! Someone couldn't help but gasp. Was this what a prodigy was like? A 9th level warrior couldn't even withstand a single move from Lyn Chen. So terrifying. Lyn Chen retracted his hand, glanced at the prompt before him, and smiled slightly. Victory favors the brave has increased by 1 win, 37. Perhaps it was because he hadn't been too harsh. He did not receive the rewards of core goodness and bounty, but at least the win count for victory favors the brave had increased. That was what Lyn Chen wanted. Wow, so strong. Wei Yingying, who had gotten up from the ground, now had a slightly pale face, and her clear eyes were filled with shock. Just one strike had made her fully realize the gap between herself and a true prodigy. If Lyn Chen wanted to kill her, one move would probably be enough. Work hard in your training, and you will reach my level one day, Lyn Chen said with a faint smile at Wei Yingying. Wei Yingying nodded, not dwelling too much on the matter. After all, she just wanted to feel the difference between herself and a prodigy. As a talented individual, she naturally had her own pride. But now, she accepted it. Everyone, is there anyone else who wants to give it a try? Lyn Chen stood in the center, turned his head, and looked around, asking, Forget it. What a joke. Who wants to embarrass themselves? I don't want to fall flat on my face. The people present were not willing to accept this. It was a complete one-sided crushing. If they were to fight, it would be utterly humiliating. The people present were all talented individuals from various states and cities, but when the talented gather, they seem mediocre among countless prodigies. There are those with even more terrifying talents, and Lyn Chen was one of those people. No one else stepped up, and Lyn Chen was not too disappointed. Goodbye. Lyn Chen pushed the door and left the classroom. It seems that during this time, it will be hard to accumulate my wins to 40. Lyn Chen couldn't help but sigh. If it weren't for entering the secret realm, or going out to hunt monsters, there would be few peers in Ching Bay University who could match him, and those second-year students were all above level 18, making Lyn Chen no match for them either. Forget it, 37 wins is 37 wins. Lyn Chen didn't pursue those last 3 consecutive wins and prepared to claim the rewards for his winning streak. Back at his residence, Lyn Chen sat cross-legged on the bed and began to claim his rewards. Victory favors the brave has a consecutive win count of 37. Does the host choose to claim the reward? Claim. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a tricolor Spirit Lotus *1 and a 5th rank martial art. Thunder control technique. Lyn Chen, what? That's it? Looking at the two items lying in the storage ring, Lyn Chen was completely dumbfounded. The reward for 37 consecutive victories was actually less than the reward for the previous 20 consecutive victories? Huff. Lyn Chen took a deep breath to calm his emotions. It seemed he had too many expectations, leading to a mismatch in anticipation and leaving him somewhat disappointed. The tricolor spirit lotus, an invaluable item, is rumored to be a rare treasure born from the heavens and earth. When consumed by a martial artist, it will nurture a vast amount of spiritual energy within them, opening up their internal caverns and constructing a spiritual bridge. Upon reading the description of the tricolor spirit lotus, Lyn Chen was taken aback. So powerful. The remaining 5th rank martial art, thunder control technique, was even more formidable. Mastering thunder, controlling lightning, splitting the heavens and earth, and at its peak, it could even summon a thunder tribulation, unleashing a torrent of lightning, as expected of a system product. Although the rewards were few, they were all genuine top-tier items. Looking at it this way, the reward for 37 consecutive victories didn't seem so terrible after all. However, Lyn Chen felt a bit greedy. Tricolor spirit lotus, eat. Lyn Chen never hesitated to consume anything that could make him stronger, and he directly swallowed the tricolor spirit lotus. The tricolor spirit lotus was a flower with 5 petals, each displaying 3 different colors and radiating a strange glow. Lyn Chen swallowed the tricolor spirit lotus in one bite, and the moment it entered his mouth, it transformed into a vast amount of spiritual energy, rushing madly into his body. It was like a great wave crashing, wildly pounding at his dantian, merging into his limbs and bones. In an instant, Lyn Chen's aura surged explosively. He quickly activated his breathing technique to adjust himself, continuously absorbing the overwhelming spiritual energy. Level 15 peak. Level 16. In the blink of an eye, with the support of this immense spiritual energy, Lyn Chen broke through to level 16, but he didn't stop there. The 6th level breathing technique was already powerful enough to fully support Lyn Chen in absorbing this spiritual energy. After breaking through level 16, Lyn Chen's realm continued to rise. Level 17. Level 17 peak. After a few hours, the sky gradually darkened. Lyn Chen's realm had directly broken through from level 15 to level 20. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled sound from within his body, it was as if a shackle had been released, and Lyn Chen's realm soared to level 20. Within Lyn Chen's body, his dantian expanded more than twice its original size. What was once a small stream had now transformed into a rather sizable small lake. Not only that, but Lyn Chen's limbs and bones also radiated a strange light, and a spiritual bridge slowly began to take shape. However, it was still illusory. As his level increased, this spiritual bridge would become more solid. Congratulations to the host for advancing to level 20, gaining the ability, Transforming Spirit with Martial Arts. Transforming Spirit with Martial Arts? Lyn Chen was momentarily stunned. Then a memory that felt almost innate appeared in his mind. Transforming Spirit with Martial Arts, as the name suggests, allows spiritual energy to take the form of certain weapons, hovering around oneself. These weapons could not only be used but could also be thrown as ranged weapons. However, the intricacies of this ability would only become clear as Lyn Chen's level increased. Now that he had broken through to level 20, he had a clearer understanding of this second ability, Master of All Weapons. It meant that while continuously learning new weapons and engaging in combat with different weapons, his milky white aura would grow stronger, enhancing not only his strength and speed but also allowing him to enter another state, similar to a dominant body. No wonder they say that red-quality unclassed martial artists are powerful. It turns out that the higher the level, the stronger the awakened abilities of unclassed martial artists become. Lyn Chen smacked his lips, recalling Su Yuer's words. Given their situation, almost every time they advanced 10 levels, it was merely an enhancement of their abilities. However, Lyn Chen could awaken new abilities each time he reached this 10-level threshold. Now I have a chance to draw 7 attributes at once. After breaking through to level 20, Lyn Chen still had 7 chances to draw attributes in total. With no immediate intention to draw attributes, Lyn Chen first practiced the new 5th grade martial art, Unyielding Triggered, the Thunder Control Technique. As one of the finest martial arts of the lightning attribute, its complete cultivation results in a power that rivals top 6th grade martial arts. Thus the difficulty of cultivation is immense. The Thunder Control Technique, controlling thunder with spirit, transforming the body into thunder, has already surpassed the scope of some 5th grade martial arts. After 5 years of hard training, the thunder control technique barely reached the entry level. Congratulations to the host for reaching the entry level of the thunder control technique. After reaching the entry level, the host gained a vague concept of controlling thunder, able to control it with spirit, but it was still somewhat unstable. After 15 years of hard training, the thunder control technique finally reached minor success. At this point, the unyielding attribute stopped. Lyn Chen felt the changes within himself and his understanding of the thunder control technique. A smile reappeared on his face. Indeed powerful. This thunder control technique was simply surpassing the phoenix feather he had learned before. Both being 5th grade martial arts, Lyn Chen could feel an unprecedented strength from the thunder control technique. Even at minor success, Lyn Chen could control thunder with spirit, achieving large-scale AoE damage. Not only that, he could also summon lightning, allowing himself to briefly levitate, though it consumed a great deal of spiritual energy. Moreover, in stormy weather, the power of the thunder control technique would receive an unprecedented boost, even allowing him to directly summon heavenly thunder. He himself could ignore thunder techniques, having 99 immunity to all lightning attribute attacks. Now, Lyn Chen was indeed going further and further in the realm of thunder techniques. The rewards from the system are all lightning attributes, so it seems my next breathing technique should be determined. Lyn Chen murmured. The next breathing technique would undoubtedly be related to the lightning attribute. In the martial arts training room, Lyn Chen spread his hands, and a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared in his palm, the spiritual energy within him rolling, all transforming into this bolt of lightning. Lyn Chen suddenly clenched his fist, directly crushing the lightning, and the powerful thunder exploded in an instant, turning into countless electric arcs scattered around. Then, Lyn Chen slightly closed his eyes, feeling the direction of the lightning within him. In the next moment, a terrifying bolt of lightning instantly descended upon his body, transforming into a thunder armor. The powerful force made the ground tremble slightly, and Lyn Chen wore a broad smile. So cool! Putting away his divine powers, Lyn Chen was about to take a good sleep. After all, he had been cultivating all night. At that moment, he received a message from Su Yuer. Someone wants to challenge me? An upperclassman? Looking at the message from Su Yuer, a smile appeared on Lyn Chen's face. Just in time. I can try out my newly learned martial arts. In the martial arts hall, in a room with a ring set up, a young man in martial attire sat in a chair. Surrounding him were others, among whom the most eye-catching was Lu Yuting. Yuting, Brother Long will get this back for you. Wei Long confidently patted his chest and said to Lu Yuting, "Thank you, Brother Long." Lu Yuting nodded slightly, her clear eyes flashing with a cold light. What if Lyn Chen displayed powerful talent? She still had to target him. Would he lower himself to seek out the academy strong to reason with her? In her heart, based on her understanding of Lyn Chen, he was not that kind of person. This silent grievance, Lyn Chen could only remember in his heart. Then, a year later, she would take her revenge. Lyn Chen is only level 11, while I have already broken through to level 19. It won't be long before I reach level 20. Wei Long said. A genius? Humph. With the gap in levels, even if he is a top genius, it won't matter. 19 beating 11, let alone anything else. Wei Long could crush Lyn Chen with one hand. Wei Shige, there's no need to be too harsh, just give him a little lesson. Lu Yuting reminded. Yuting shimmy, I understand. Wei Long nodded. The reason he stood up for Lu Yuting was not only because of the Lu family's backing but also due to her brother's status. His brother was a leading figure at Ching Bay University. Lyn Chen was also a top prodigy. While he talked big, he wouldn't dare to seriously hurt Lyn Chen. Otherwise, if the school came looking for trouble, it wouldn't be a small matter. Now, we just wait for Lyn Chen to arrive. Just as Lyn Chen left the villa, he ran into Su Yuer. What? Are you here to watch me teach him a lesson? Lyn Chen asked. Not really. Su Yuer shook her head, running while sending messages, finally spotting Lyn Chen as he stepped out. I'm here to tell you not to go. Su Yuer revealed her purpose. The person dealing with you is named Wei Long, a sophomore. His level was 18 a month ago, and now he has probably broken through to 19. But it doesn't matter, whether it's 18 or 19. Dealing with you is a piece of cake. You don't need to go, I will handle this. Su Yuer remembered her father's words and had anticipated this scene. So, she had already devised a countermeasure. How will you handle it? Lyn Chen became interested and asked. That's not something I need to tell you, I can definitely handle it. Su Yuer shook her head. With her identity and background, if she couldn't handle such a simple matter, her father wouldn't have reminded her to take care of Lyn Chen. Alright, Lyn Chen sighed, and the latter said, then let's go back. Not going back. Ha? Suyuer was confused. Ha? Woman. When has a man like me needed a woman to uphold my dignity? Lyn Chen said seriously, I am not someone who relies on others. After saying that, Lyn Chen directly bypassed Suyuer and headed towards the martial arts hall. Seeing Lyn Chen insist on going, Suyuer was momentarily at a loss and could only follow helplessly. With me here, and Lyn Chen's identity, Wei Long definitely won't go too far. Besides, even if he loses to an upperclassman, it wouldn't be embarrassing. Suyuer murmured softly, quickly catching up to Lyn Chen. Since that was the case, Suyuer decided not to persuade Lyn Chen anymore. As her father said, people can't understand what others teach them, one lesson is enough. Moreover, Suyuer also wanted to see what it would be like for Lyn Chen to face a setback. Inside the martial arts hall, as news spread, many people had already gathered there. Who in the entire Ching Bay University didn't know about the top prodigy Lyn Chen? Even some upperclassmen were paying attention to Lyn Chen. After all, while they might not focus on Lyn Chen, the genius rankings had been keeping an eye on him. As the 21st ranked among all the new students in this realm, Lyn Chen naturally attracted attention. Not only that, but Wei Long, who challenged Lyn Chen, was ranked 20th. Anyone who could make the rankings was undoubtedly a focus of attention, even if he was at the bottom of the sophomore rankings. It was enough to demonstrate his talent. I heard Lyn Chen's level is 11. I estimate that a month later, he will have only broken through to level 12. Whether it's level 12 or 11, even if he were level 15, he still wouldn't be a match for Wei Shige. Yeah, Wei Shige's realm is 19, he is just one step away from entering level 20. Many people were discussing the match between the two. But without a doubt, the outcome was predetermined. No freshman could defeat a senior just starting out. After all, the vast difference in their realms couldn't be compensated for by mere talent. Although there had been instances in the history of Ching Bay University where freshmen had defeated seniors, those freshmen had been enrolled for at least a year. That event remained an unshakable shock in the current Ching Bay University. If Lyn Chen, as a prodigy, were to lose, it would be hard for him to save face. Ha ha ha, maybe Lyn Chen won't even dare to show up. Outside the martial arts hall, Lyn Chen and Suyuer looked at the tightly closed door, remaining silent. After a brief hesitation, Lyn Chen spoke, is the martial arts hall always closed? No, Suyuer shook her head. Then what is this door made of? Lyn Chen asked. Solid wood. I've heard it's been soaked in a special potion, even a level 30 martial artist can't kick it down. Suyuer replied. Lyn Chen nodded. Just as Suyuer was about to push open the large door, Lyn Chen suddenly lifted his leg. Lu Yuding and Wei Long sat in the audience, waiting for Lyn Chen's arrival. As Lyn Chen's figure was still absent, Wei Long couldn't help but say, Lyn Chen wouldn't dare to come, would he? Don't worry, Wei Shige, with Lyn Chen's personality, he will come, Lu Yuding replied confidently. Wei Long nodded. Now that the door of the martial arts hall is closed, the one who opens it will definitely be Lyn Chen. Bang! At that moment, the tightly shut door of the martial arts hall was suddenly kicked open with great force. The loud noise immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Fortunately, the door was sturdy enough not to be broken. What the hell? Violent demolition. It's Lyn Chen. In front of the door, two figures stood against a beam of light, their shadows elongated. Lyn Chen stood at the entrance, his clear gaze sweeping over everyone present. I said, what does it mean to keep the door closed? Aren't you here to challenge me? Lyn Chen's arrogant posture and words left everyone astonished. As they regained their composure, they looked at Lyn Chen in shock. They never expected Lyn Chen would choose to enter the martial arts hall in such a manner. You came? Wei Long stood up from his seat, looking at Lyn Chen, who indeed looked much like his photo. Lu Yuding looked at Lyn Chen coldly, her clear eyes devoid of any emotion. Are you the one challenging me? Lyn Chen raised his head, casually glancing at the tall Wei Long. Junior Lyn, it's better to be low-key, Wei Long said coldly, clearly displeased with Lyn Chen's way of barging in. If I wouldn't dare to come in like this, why should you? That's because you don't dare, Lyn Chen replied indifferently. Junior Lyn, I admire your courage. Since you dare to come here, it also means you're prepared to be defeated. Wei Long put his hands in his pockets, tilting his head back to look at Lyn Chen. Lyn Chen didn't respond and walked straight toward the arena. So much nonsense. Lyn Chen placed his weapon case down and said lightly, "Hurry up. Stop dawdling." Seeing Lyn Chen so eager, a sly smile appeared on Lu Yuting's face, just as she expected. No matter how much of a prodigy Lyn Chen was, he could be easily provoked with just a few words. Today, Lyn Chen would surely suffer humiliation in front of countless people. Suyuer saw Lyn Chen take the initiative to step into the arena and said nothing. "Very well, you have guts." Wei Long grinned, clearly pleased with Lyn Chen's actions. Earlier, he was afraid that Lyn Chen would come here and did not dare to confront him. But now, he realized he had worried for nothing, because Lyn Chen was far too arrogant. "Lyn Jr., you are too arrogant." Stepping onto the arena, Wei Long cast a cold glance at Lyn Chen and said lightly, "I am your senior, and this match is just to gauge your true level, you prodigy. So, how about we keep it to a friendly exchange?" Upon hearing this, Lyn Chen rolled his eyes at him. "Senior, you really talk too much." At this, a flicker of anger flashed in Wei Long's eyes. This kid was simply too presumptuous. After all, he was the other party's senior. No matter how much of a prodigy Lyn Chen was, didn't he understand the importance of respecting one's elders? "Alright, you're quite something." Wei Long repeated the word alright twice, but his expression revealed his current mood. Lu Yuting watched the scene from below the stage with great interest. The purpose of this match was for the senior to test the strength of this freshman, Lyn Chen. But who could have known that this was actually Lu Yuting's opportunity to take revenge on Lyn Chen? Meanwhile, in the principal's office, in the exclusive training room of the Vice Principal Zhang suddenly received a message from a certain instructor. What? Wei Long from the Wei family actually challenged Lyn Chen? Lyn Chen accepted? Upon learning that Lyn Chen had been challenged by a sophomore, Vice Principal Zhang hurriedly walked out of the training room. "Vice Principal, what should we do now? Should we stop them? I heard that this matter seems to have been instigated by the young lady of the Lu family. Who got Wei Long to?" The instructor looked at the Vice Principal and asked, "What do you think?" Vice Principal Zhang shot him a glare. Lyn Chen must not have any accidents. Wei Long was a level 19 martial artist, while Lyn Chen was only a level 11 martial artist. Vice Principal Zhang had heard of Wei Long. He was a genius of the Wei family and was known for being heavy-handed. If he injured Lyn Chen's foundation, not even 100 Wei Longs could compensate for it. Where are they now? Have they started? Vice Principal Zhang asked anxiously. "It should be starting soon," the instructor hurriedly replied. "Right in the martial arts hall." Vice Principal Zhang nodded, then rushed out of the principal's office towards the martial arts hall. At that moment, in the martial arts hall, Lyn Chen and Wei Long stood on the arena. Wei Long was on the verge of anger. He never expected that this freshman, due to his talent, would be so arrogant. "Lyn Jr., when you're lying here later, don't forget what your senior told you." Wei Long clenched his fists, then took a quick step forward, a red glow manifesting around him, though it was not overwhelming. Wei Long did not use his weapon. Lyn Chen was just a level 11 martial artist. In front of a level 19 martial artist like him, even using just his fists would be enough to make Lyn Chen lose his teeth. "Lyn Jr., you need to understand now that talent is just talent. In the face of true strength, all talent must take a back seat." Wei Long's punch was a display of his full realm, with immense power converging in this punch, the resulting gust of wind putting considerable pressure on many of the freshmen present. Wei Long is provoked by Lyn Chen's words. This won't end well. Suyuer saw Wei Long's aggressive move and immediately realized that this guy would definitely not go easy on Lyn Chen. "Stop him!" Just as Suyuer was about to shout to stop him, looking at the charging Wei Long, Lyn Chen merely smiled. In the next moment, his figure vanished from the spot. Before anyone could react, a shadow appeared right in front of Wei Long. As Wei Long was taken aback, he recognized who was before him. At the same time, a fist was gradually enlarging in front of his eyes. On his fist, purple lightning coiled like a slender snake, and the immense pressure made Wei Long feel an unprecedented threat. The hairs on his body stood on end, and cold sweat streamed down his forehead. At that moment, facing Lyn Chen was like confronting a lion that had just been startled awake. The overwhelming sense of oppression made Wei Long's breath catch in his throat. How is this possible? Under Wei Long's incredulous gaze, Lyn Chen's fist struck his chest. Boom! The purple lightning erupted on his chest in an instant, powerful arcs of electricity crashing against him like a tidal wave. That force made Wei Long's scalp tingle. and his skin was scorched black from the electricity. Bang! He fell to the ground with a thud, frothing at the mouth, his eyes rolling back as he fainted. The sudden occurrence of this scene left the place in dead silence. Everyone's mouths dropped open, their eyes filled with disbelief, utterly unable to accept the sight before them. Lu Yuting stood frozen, her gaze vacant, unable to calm down for a long time. Su Yuer also opened her mouth, unable to believe what she was witnessing. Just then, a powerful pressure suddenly descended upon the entire martial arts hall, accompanied by an aged voice. It came, "You reckless fool, who allowed you to bully the newcomers?" The powerful aura enveloped the martial arts hall, pressing down on everyone like a mountain. In the midst of their confusion, the old voice instantly brought them back to their senses. They saw Master Zhang in a Taoist robe descend from the roof of the hall, his perception instantly released. On the stage, Lyn Chen felt an invisible force sweep over him, crashing against him like a tide. It felt terrible, as if he were being scrutinized. Master Zhang immediately scanned the person who had been sent flying, thinking it was Lyn Chen, but when he landed on the stage, he saw Lyn Chen standing there unharmed, while the one who had been knocked away was Wei Long. Vice Principal? Master Zhang's arrival shocked Lu Yuting greatly. Su Yuer's gaze shifted. She hadn't expected that this duel would even attract the Vice Principal. Seeing his anxious demeanor, if something were to happen to Lyn Chen today, Wei Long's career at Ching Bay University would be completely over. Vice Principal? Oh my, even the Vice Principal is here? The people present looked at Master Zhang, speechless in shock. Old Zhang? Lyn Chen blinked at Master Zhang, surprised at his arrival. Lyn Chen, you're fine. Wait, how did the one who was defeated become Wei Long? Master Zhang looked at Lyn Chen, who was unscathed, completely bewildered. There were only the two of them on the stage, and under his previous perception, the two had already engaged in battle, with a force nearly at level 20 erupting on the stage. Otherwise, he wouldn't have rushed down from the ceiling so anxiously. Was that power just now unleashed by you? Master Zhang looked at Lyn Chen in shock. At this moment, it was the only explanation. Yes, Lyn Chen nodded. He hadn't expected that even the Vice Principal would come for just a duel. Seeing Lyn Chen nod, Master Zhang was utterly stunned. Just a month ago, he was an 11th level martial artist, and today he had advanced to level 20 and defeated the sophomore Wei Long. What kind of concept was this? At this moment, everyone present finally came to their senses. Lyn Chen had actually defeated senior Wei Long. In the Tianjiao gang, the apparent difference between the two seemed to be just one rank, but if broken down, it essentially corresponded to 3 different rankings for 3 different grades. The gap between Lyn Chen and Wei Long was a full 8 levels. Yet now, Lyn Chen had defeated Wei Long, a level 19 warrior, with a single punch, meaning Lyn Chen's strength had already surpassed Wei Long. Su Yuer, coming back to her senses, gaped in disbelief, her stunning face filled with incredulity. Goodness, how did this guy improve so quickly? Lu Yuting was completely dumbfounded. Ahem. Wei Long, lying on the ground, struggled to get up, his hand pressed against his chest. His clothes were tattered, and his skin was charred black. The pain in his chest did not allow him to forget the terror of that punch. He looked at Lyn Chen, his eyes already filled with fear, unable to muster any thoughts of fighting back. That punch from Lyn Chen had definitely not been delivered with full force. Otherwise, that punch could have shattered his inner armor and directly crushed his organs. Incredible. Zhang Fuji was even more shocked by Lyn Chen's rapid improvement, and the smile on his aged face grew wider. Such rapid advancement indicated that Lyn Chen's talent was even more terrifying. As a level 75 powerhouse, Zhang Fuji naturally understood that a level 10 warrior who had just broken through was quite sensitive to the spiritual energy in the world. This was a watershed moment, capable of testing one's talent and determining how far one could go on the path of martial arts. And now it seemed that, in less than 100 years, Lyn Chen would reach the height he currently occupied. Ha ha ha, truly a blessing for our Qingbei. Zhang Fuji beamed with confidence about the upcoming martial arts competition among various universities. Lyn Chen, I came in a hurry, but I have good news to share with you, Zhang Fuji said with a smile. A new secret realm is about to open, filled with abundant spiritual treasures. Our school has only 5 spots, and you will go with those few senior students. Okay. Lyn Chen nodded in agreement. The expressions of the crowd changed. A newly opened secret realm? A newly opened secret realm was a completely undeveloped treasure trove, filled with countless treasures. Even just taking a stroll inside would yield significant rewards. What? He gets this opportunity? Wei Long was dumbfounded. He was well aware of the significance of this newly opened secret realm. A year ago, the senior students had already begun competing for spots in this secret realm. Inside the new secret realm, anything was possible. There had already been a senior student who entered a newly opened secret realm and jumped from level 23 to level 25 in a single step. Such an improvement had drawn countless envious gazes. Yet now, Lyn Chen, right in front of him, had effortlessly obtained a spot? And no, wait, I remember the spots were already chosen. Wei Long frowned slightly, but after all, this was the vice principal, he dared not say anything. Goodness. Su Yuer's pupils constricted slightly, not expecting Lyn Chen to so easily gain an opportunity to enter the new secret realm. Was this the treatment of a prodigy? The crowd finally witnessed it. The opportunity for the new secret realm was given just like that. Lu Yuding fixed her gaze on Lyn Chen, a smile suddenly spreading across her lips. She had long learned from her brother about the 5 chosen spots for this new secret realm, and now with Lyn Chen as a variable, one person would surely be kicked out. And at that time, that person would definitely be unwilling and would absolutely seek out Lyn Chen. It was important to know that those who could obtain spots were all prodigies from Ching Bay University, and each of them would not be below level 25. By then, Lyn Chen would surely be confronted. What if Lyn Chen could fight? Could he really break through to level 25 within this month? Zhang Lao, is there nothing else? Upon hearing the news, Lyn Chen rubbed his hands together, hoping to extract a bit more benefit from the other party. Take it, take it. Zhang Fuzi, with his straightforward nature, waved his hand, and a pill suddenly fell into Lyn Chen's palm. The pill radiated a spiritual light, and a vast aura of spiritual energy instantly filled the entire martial arts hall. Even the onlookers were acutely aware that the grade of this pill was definitely not low. At the same time, they couldn't help but envy Lyn Chen. Was this the treatment reserved for top prodigies? Thank you, Elder Zhang. Lyn Chen chuckled and pocketed the pill. Alright, since you're fine, I should take my leave. If you need anything later, just come find me, Zhang Fuzi said, waving his hand. Lyn Chen was already a top prodigy, giving him something like this was nothing significant. It was known that other top martial arts universities would go so far as to offer up half their resources just to recruit him. Sure, take care, Lyn Chen said with a smile as he saw Zhang Fuzi off. Inside the martial arts hall, with Zhang Fuzi's departure, everything quickly returned to its original state. Let's go, Lyn Chen said, and after obtaining the pill, he left with Su Yuer. As the crowd watched Lyn Chen leave, they all understood very well that from this day forward, Lyn Chen's name would likely echo throughout Ching Bay University. Just after enrolling, Lyn Chen had defeated the senior Wei Long, directly claiming the 20th spot on the genius ranking. Lyn Chen, no wonder you dared to come. Su Yuer realized at that moment why Lyn Chen had the courage to face the challenge. It turned out that in just 1 month, his realm had already reached level 19. Gifted. I suppose that's what they mean. Lyn Chen sighed. Alas, a poor child must grow up fast. I'm still an orphan, if I don't work hard. How can I compare to you prodigies? Upon hearing this, Su Yuer shot him a glance. A pure top prodigy, she couldn't believe that if he had been born into a family like hers, he would have reached an even greater height by now. By the way, you should be a bit more cautious lately, Su Yuer reminded him. Just looking at Lyn Chen, it was likely that the new secret realm spots had already been decided. Oh, Lyn Chen looked at her. The candidates for the new secret realm that Elder Zhang mentioned have actually already been chosen. You've replaced someone above, and that person definitely won't be willing to let you enter the new secret realm just like that, Su Yuer said calmly. Although the spots for the secret realm were reserved for the capable, it was only reasonable for the school to grant a spot to a top prodigy like Lyn Chen. However, being suddenly replaced by a new student would not sit well with anyone. Moreover, those who could obtain a spot were all exceptional talents. What are the realms of those 5? Lyn Chen asked. Starting from level 25, capped at level 30, Su Yuer replied. However, the secret realm will open in about 3 months, likely after the intercollegiate martial arts competition. With your talent and Elder Zhang's strong support, you should be able to catch up to them in these 3 months, she added. Hearing this, Lyn Chen nodded. Alright, I understand. He had already learned about the realms of those 5. Next, it was time to break through his own realm. He still had 30 million in his account if he spent it all. he would have 300 points of vitality. 300 points of vitality would be enough for him to break through from level 20 to level 25. After level 20, every 40 points of vitality would equal 1 level. That would put him just a bit over level 27. However, with the addition of this pill, taking it should also be sufficient for him to break through a level. Alright, I'll head back first. If there's nothing urgent in the next few days, don't disturb me, Lyn Chen said, leaving those words behind as he departed. This guy. Suyuer shook her head. It seems that I still need to work hard enough. Before the appearance of that guy Lyn Chen, Suyuer felt quite good about herself and usually worked hard. But now, she had to work even harder than before. Upon returning to her residence, Lyn Chen directly opened the Martial Arts Association's shopping mall. Well then, let's start shopping. The highest level of fist techniques is only at the 4th tier now, and the leg techniques need to keep up. Lyn Chen pinched his chin and began to select martial arts. His sword and gun skills were about the same. His fist techniques were decent, but his leg techniques were the weakest. Since he was a full-time martial artist, he naturally couldn't neglect his leg techniques. Swift Wind Lightning Strike, 4th tier superior, priced at 29 million. Wind Mountain Lion Roar Leg, 4th tier superior, priced at 29 million. Martial Dao Ultimate Leg, 4th tier superior, priced at 29 million. The 4th tier leg techniques were basically priced in the millions, and the superior 4th tier leg techniques were around 30 million. This suited Lyn Chen perfectly. He spent 30 million in one go, which was simply exhilarating. With the remaining 1 million, he could buy some arrows. Swift Wind Lightning Strike is not just a simple leg technique, it can also rely on thunder to speed up. Swift wind means using spirit to control the wind, increasing one's running speed. Lyn Chen immediately decided on this martial art. This was it. He placed the order and then used the remaining 1 million Great Xia coins to buy a bunch of explosive arrows. These explosive arrows weren't too expensive, priced at 5,000 each, and he directly bought 200. The next morning, a specialist from the Martial Arts Association delivered the items. I must say, their efficiency is truly impressive. After storing the items in his storage ring, Lyn Chen temporarily did not practice the 4th tier superior Swift Wind Lightning Strike. Host spent 30 million Great Xia coins, gained 300 points of vitality. Congratulations, host, level up. Congratulations, host, level up. As the system's voice continued to ring out, Lyn Chen's level rose 7 levels in that moment. Is this the power of money? Awesome. Feeling his body grow stronger, although his muscles didn't look overly developed, a tremendous change had occurred within Lyn Chen. His limbs and bones were infused with powerful strength, and his spiritual energy was more abundant. Level 27, just a little more to reach level 28, and those 5 people at level 30 are the highest. Once they break through levels 1 and 2, they will be about done. Lyn Chen murmured, then took out the elixir given by old Zhang. This elixir contained extremely strong spiritual energy, and as soon as he took it out, the entire room was filled with spiritual energy. Just this alone was enough to show the power of this elixir. This old man gave me something good. Lyn Chen hadn't examined the elixir closely before, but just smelling it made his dantian stir with excitement. Without hesitation, Lyn Chen directly put the elixir into his mouth. The moment the elixir entered his body, it was as if soil had entered a river, and the vast spiritual energy merged into Lyn Chen's body. His dantian seemed to have been equipped with an engine, crazily absorbing this spiritual energy. Having already reached level 20, he was now about to break through again. So refreshing. Lyn Chen grinned, not daring to be careless, and hurriedly absorbed the endless spiritual energy. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and 5 days went by. On the 6th day, accompanied by a muffled sound from the training room, Lyn Chen's realm officially reached level 30. The spiritual energy contained in this elixir had directly allowed Lyn Chen to rise 3 levels in a row. Feeling clear and refreshed, after breaking through, Lyn Chen's mind was filled with just 4 big words. Refreshing. The spiritual energy within him was vast as a river, and the bridge constructed in his dantian became even more brilliant, extending forward for over 100 feet. Lyn Chen exerted himself and could feel the terrifying power hidden beneath what seemed like ordinary muscles at this moment. Congratulations, host, on leveling up. You have obtained 1 opportunity to draw unlimited entries. Ding! Detected that the host has 17 opportunities to draw unlimited entries. The system is upgrading. Upgrade complete. The The host can now choose to convert the chances of drawing entries, 5 or 10 times into 1. And the drawn entry will definitely be of the highest quality. Wow! It can be played like this? Lyn Chen blinked and glanced at the entries he currently possessed. 13 entries were quite a lot. He had originally worried that having too many entries would be overwhelming. And entries like not eating beef were indeed of little use. Now that the system offered such a choice, rather than exhausting all 17 chances to draw entries, it would be better to convert the drawing chances directly and aim for a better entry. Lyn Chen immediately chose to convert the remaining 17 chances to draw entries into 2. One was a fusion of 5 chances, and the other was 10 chances. This way, he only needed to draw 4 times. Congratulations, host, on successful fusion. Starting to draw entries. Congratulations, host, you have obtained advantage is mine. Advantage is mine. The more enemies there are, the stronger you become, and the greater the enhancement you receive. Initial enhancement 50%, maximum 300%. Good. This entry was not useless, it significantly increased Lyn Chen's ability to challenge beyond his level. Continuing to draw entries. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Golden Soul. Golden Soul, for every person or beast defeated, your physical body will receive a permanent enhancement. Current physical enhancement 0. Golden Soul comes from the means of an ancient powerhouse. It is said that when the physical enhancement reaches 3000%, one can even manifest their body to be hundreds of feet tall, with every move capable of shaking the heavens and the earth. The enhancement brought by this second entry was clearly a result of the fusion of drawing entries. Goodness, could this be a divine ability? Lyn Chen smacked his lips. This entry was impressive. The drawing continued. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1000 speed. 1000 speed increases your speed by 30%. And for every consumption of 100,000 Great Xiao coins, speed increases by 2%, with no upper limit. 1000 speed is essentially 10,000 speed. When speed reaches a certain peak, it can surpass the speed of light, crossing the river of time. As the entries fused, Lyn Chen immediately felt the changes within himself. I'm about to become a long-distance running champion. Keep drawing. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Divine Weapon. Divine Weapon, after using a martial treasure. The grade of the martial treasure will be upgraded by 1 level, only effective for 1 use. Good, good, good. Looking at this entry, Lyn Chen repeated 3 times how good it was. This entry was truly impressive. The highest grade of martial treasures was the 9th grade, and as far as he knew, there seemed to be only one 9th grade martial treasure in the entire Great Xiao. No, in the whole Blue Star, 9th grade martial treasures could probably be counted on one hand. Even 8th grade martial treasures were rare. There might not be many in a large country. If he had an 8th grade martial treasure now, he could directly upgrade it to a 9th grade martial treasure. The ability to freely increase a level was enough to show how terrifying this entry was. For a moment, Lyn Chen couldn't even tell which entry was drawn after the fusion of chances. After all, the entries to come were increasingly outrageous. It really is related to luck. Lyn Chen felt a bit embarrassed. Now, focusing on making money is enough to support my growth. I just don't know how long I can use the 9 Heavens Thunder Gun and the Xiao sword in my hands. Lyn Chen's level had indeed risen, but along with the changes, there were also weapons and treasures. It seems that my speed of breakthrough is too fast, and it's not necessarily a good thing. After all, for a martial artist, what matters are the realm, weapons, treasures, and martial arts. Just having a realm, even among the same level, can create a significant gap. Having broken through to level 30, my new ability should be coming. Congratulations, host, your realm has broken through to level 30. New ability acquired, Weapon Transformation. Weapon Transformation, based on your own realm perception. You can summon all weapons within a radius of 3 miles, controlling them at will with your thoughts. Note, this ability, when used against high-realm martial artists, will greatly increase the difficulty of summoning their treasures. Weapon Transformation. Lyn Chen slightly closed his eyes, his mind sensing, as soon as the aura of level 30 was released, all the treasures within a 3-mile radius instantly felt his perception. In just a moment, Lyn Chen noticed that the treasures within this radius were all resonating faintly. In a villa, a young man suddenly opened his eyes and quickly drew a long sword from his storage ring. What? The long sword in his hand was now emitting a faint glow, the entire blade trembling slightly, hovering in the air as if controlled by someone. The young man hurriedly grasped the sword, but in an instant, He sensed that someone was summoning his treasure. Is this even possible? The young man was shocked. This was Ching Bay University, and it was in the core area several kilometers away from the campus. Could it be that some third-level mentor was using some terrifying supernatural power? This was the only thought in the young man's mind. But soon, the long sword in his hand calmed down and returned to his grasp. The young man regained control of his treasure. I can't believe this is happening. The young man sighed lightly. No wonder it's Ching Bay University. Back at his residence, Lyn Chen withdrew his perception. Within this 3-mile radius, only one long sword was under his control. And indeed, as the system said, he had just felt the faint rejection from the sword's owner. Fortunately, the other party's realm was not high. If it had been a high realm existence, Lyn Chen would have been completely unable to control their treasure. However, this move is quite brilliant. Lyn Chen grinned. His current profession was becoming increasingly impressive. Controlling countless weapons simultaneously would create a truly shocking scene. At this moment, Lyn Chen finally realized why the commander of the Longyu army in Daxia was so powerful and terrifying. He also understood why a red-quality unranked martial artist displayed increasingly terrifying power as their realm rose. Lyn Chen, are you still training? A crisp, slightly fatigued voice came from outside the training room. What's wrong? Lyn Chen raised his head and walked out of the training room. Outside, Su Nange looked haggard, her stunning face showing signs of paleness, and her eyes lacked some clarity. Seeing her like this, Lyn Chen's heart tightened, and he hurried over. What happened to you? I'm fine. Su Nange shook her head, pushed Lyn Chen's hand away, and sat on the sofa. I was just thinking about what our relationship really is. Su Nange, barefoot, with her legs together, rested her head on her thighs. Her voice was very soft, and by the end, it even carried a hint of trembling. Lyn Chen was taken aback. He didn't expect her to ask this. Goodness, this was a tough question for Lyn Chen. It was like a woman suddenly confessing to you and then asking, if I and your mom fell into the water, who would you save first? Of course, he would choose to save her, because he was an orphan. He didn't have a mother. Lyn Chen hadn't expected Su Nange to be so insistent about their relationship. After a long silence, Lyn Chen still didn't answer. I understand. Su Nange seemed unwilling to wait for Lyn Chen's response. She raised her head, tears glistening in her eyes, and gently rubbed them with her delicate little hands, letting out a light laugh. If we haven't done anything, we're just friends. Put. The water Lyn Chen had just swallowed was spat out. This girl, Lyn Chen, do you not want me anymore? Su Nange asked. After finishing this sentence, she seemed to muster her courage, her clear eyes fixed intently on Lyn Chen. I can leave. You don't have to trouble yourself. With that, Su Nange stood up, ready to leave the villa. Lyn Chen grabbed her arm. Don't go. Su Nange froze, and a smile immediately appeared on her flawless, beautiful face. You still like me, right? Lyn Chen nodded without any hesitation. Okay, I love you. Su Nange smiled, a joyful smile like a crescent moon, beautiful beyond words. Lyn Chen was momentarily stunned. You don't have to say anything. Su Nange stepped forward, placing her finger against Lyn Chen's lips, and softly said, if you like someone, you can tell over time. So, I like you. I hope you like me too. But I don't want you to say it just because you want to keep me for a moment. With that, Su Nange smiled and returned to her room. Thank you for taking care of me these past few months. From now on, I will still take care of you as usual. Lyn Chen watched her departing figure, feeling a bit complicated. This girl, she was just a naive one before. How did she suddenly become so skilled in matters of the heart? Back in her room, Su Nange's previously great mood collapsed in an instant. She tightly grasped the blanket, forcing herself not to cry. Everything just now was an act, merely to make Lyn Chen want to keep her. She also wanted to hear Lyn Chen say he liked her, but with so many beautiful women around him, Su Nange knew her own identity was unclear. She was destined to only watch Lyn Chen. Not causing him trouble was already a great thing. Lyn Chen left the residence to take on a task. His current level was sufficient. It was time to take on some tasks to earn some money. As far as he knew, academic credits could be exchanged for Daxia coins at a certain ratio. Lyn Chen now had only one goal, to spend. There are still 2 months until the new secret realm opens. In these 2 months, with my current abilities, earning $1 million shouldn't be a problem. After not going out for a few days, Lyn Chen felt as if the world outside had changed when he stepped out. It felt like months had passed. Have you heard? That top genius Lyn Chen from our school actually has a demon woman by his side. What? This can't be true. This news came from the little daughter of the Lu family. It must be true. People outside were discussing this matter. When it reached Lyn Chen's ears, he was taken aback. This Lu Yuting is really asking for trouble. Just as one wave settled, another rose. Lyn Chen immediately felt anger rising. Under the investigation of Senior Su Nange was not a demon but a human. It was just unclear why she had been brought into the beast wilderness and became the daughter of the beast king. Now, Lyn Chen did not expect Lu Yuting to use this matter to stir up trouble. For a moment, Lyn Chen's face showed a hint of anger. Passers-by who saw Lyn Chen instinctively avoided him, quickly shutting their mouths. This guy is right here, who would dare to gossip? A few days ago, the incident of Lyn Chen beating Wei Long had also spread like wildfire. A freshman defeating an upperclassman was a huge deal. Not only that, but the vice principal personally intervening made Lyn Chen's status rise even further. Who in the entire Ching Bay University would dare to provoke Lyn Chen? While many were unaware of the feud between Lyn Chen and the Lu family, they knew the Lu family was powerful, and targeting Lyn Chen had nothing to do with them. Bang! Lyn Chen casually grabbed a freshman. The latter was terrified. Lyn Chen, what's wrong? The person was sweating profusely, hurriedly asking. I ask you, do you know where Lu Yuting is right now? Lyn Chen asked indifferently. Sister Yuting is currently in the martial arts room, sparring with someone. The person quickly replied. Which martial arts room? Qingfeng building, but I don't know which specific room. Alright, thanks. Upon hearing this, Lyn Chen released the person and headed straight for Qingfeng building. Watching Lyn Chen's departing figure, passers-by clicked their tongues. He's going to find the little daughter of the Lu family. Tisk tsk. Aside from Lyn Chen, who else has the ability to do this? Indeed, not to mention Lyn Chen, just the identity of the little daughter of the Lu family alone makes it so that no one in Ching Bay University would dare to provoke her. At this moment, in the martial arts room, Lu Yuting had just defeated an opponent of the same level and was sitting there, recuperating. Sister Yuting, do you think the school will really take this matter seriously if we make it public? One of Lu Yuting's subordinates asked. What? Do you think that a human prodigy mixing with the remnants of the demon race wouldn't attract the school's attention? Lu Yuting said indifferently. Or do you think Lyn Chen's influence isn't significant enough? These two statements left her subordinate speechless. Just wait. The school will intervene soon, and then the Martial Arts Association will come in for questioning Lyn Chen. Lu Yuting's lips curled up slightly, looking quite pleased with herself. Lyn Chen was still a bit inexperienced in dealing with her. A person with a handle on them could never rise. When the Martial Arts Association intervened, coupled with the Lu family's support, Lyn Chen would surely be doomed. It should be known that in the Great Xiao, even if you had terrifying talent, consorting with the demon race was a grave sin. The Great Xiao could never tolerate such a thing. This meant that Lyn Chen was bound to be finished. Lu Yuting sat in the classroom, surrounded by a dozen people. She was just an ordinary student, and she couldn't miss a single class. Compared to those who were directly admitted, like Lyn Chen, core students didn't have to attend classes at all. This meant they had much more time than other students. Sister Yuting, in my opinion, Lyn Chen's talent is indeed terrifying, but looking at the Great Xiao, he probably isn't the most outstanding. One subordinate spoke up. Lu Yuting nodded slightly. As the little daughter of the Lu family, she knew more than others. She had heard that a new student had come to Manhwa University, one even more terrifying than top prodigies like Li Xiao. This news had shaken the entire Lingzhou, and it even reached here. That new student displayed overwhelming strength upon entering, defeating Li Xiao and even ranking first among the new students at Manhwa University, as well as being the first prodigy in 100 years. Especially since the other party's realm was even higher than Lyn Chen's when he enrolled. Therefore, from this perspective, Lyn Chen's talent was just so. Just as Lu Yuting was feeling pleased that Lyn Chen was about to be taken away by the Martial Arts Association. Bang! A loud bang echoed, and the door of the martial arts room was kicked open. The sudden noise startled everyone inside the martial arts room. Who is it? Damn! Who dares to break in like this? How bold! Many people, upon regaining their senses, were filled with anger. The sudden scare ignited their tempers a bit. Lyn Chen, dressed in casual attire, stood before the kicked-down door, his clear eyes sweeping across the entire training room, finally locking onto a spot deep within. You're the one spreading rumors, aren't you? Lyn Chen slowly walked towards Lu Yuting. Lyn Chen, what are you going to do? Lu Yuting, coming back to her senses at Lyn Chen's sudden arrival, immediately stood up and glared at him coldly. What am I going to do? You'll know very soon. Lyn Chen's gaze carried a hint of coldness. Lyn Chen, this is the training room, not a place for you to act recklessly. One of Lu Yuting's lackeys stood up from the ground, pointing a finger at Lyn Chen, but in the next second, a gust of wind suddenly rose, and the man felt a powerful pressure enveloping him. In an instant, his body was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Seeing Lyn Chen dare to strike, Lu Yuting took a deep breath and sneered. Lyn Chen, you're finished. You're colluding with the demon race and attacking people outside the martial arts hall. I will report this to the instructor. As soon as these words were spoken, Lyn Chen laughed. That's not a reason for you to spread rumors about me. With that, Lyn Chen grabbed Lu Yuting. Lu Yuting was taken aback, a chill immediately spreading through her body. But before she could fully activate her abilities, a terrifying pressure enveloped her entire being. In just a moment, Lu Yuting lost control of her body. The next second, she felt her shoulder being gripped tightly like a vice, a wave of pain crashing over her, and then she was violently thrown away. Bang! Lu Yuting's body slammed heavily onto the ground, her pristine clothes tearing. But that was not the end. Lyn Chen showed no signs of stopping. He exerted a bit of force with his hand and directly crushed Lu Yuting's arm. Ah! Lu Yuting screamed in pain, cold sweat covering her body, the sound of her left arm breaking clear and heart-wrenching pain instantly spreading throughout her. The others were dumbfounded, never expecting Lyn Chen to act this way. Not only did he hit someone, but he also crushed the arm of the Lu family's young lady. If I hear anything about Su Nange from you again, just wait to die, Lyn Chen said indifferently, his pitch-black eyes devoid of any emotion. These words sent a chill down Lu Yuting's spine, and she dared not speak. She firmly believed that if she really said such things again, Lyn Chen would truly kill her. After teaching Lu Yuting a lesson, Lyn Chen turned and left. Watching Lyn Chen's retreating figure, the crowd hurried to Lu Yuting's side. Lu Yuting took a pill from her storage ring and swallowed it, the pain in her left arm immediately lessening significantly. She stared fiercely at Lyn Chen's departing figure, her eyes filled with murderous intent. You bastard! Just wait, this is the last time you'll lay a hand on me. After today, Lyn Chen must die. At this moment, in the vice principal's office, listening to the news from his subordinate, Master Zhang wore a serious expression. Master Zhang, this is what happened. The vice principal's secretary recounted the events. Hearing this, Master Zhang asked, can the Lu family really guarantee this is true? Well, Master Zhang, it's been about 3 days since this incident broke out, and aside from the Lu family's official, even Hong Chang from the Hong family has confirmed it. Moreover, the other 5 major families can also corroborate it, the secretary replied. Upon hearing this, Master Zhang's brows furrowed tightly, a hint of shock in his murky gaze. He never expected that Lyn Chen, this top-tier prodigy, would actually bring a demon race member into Ching Bay University. As the vice principal, he was Lyn Chen, whom he personally recommended, and he also agreed to Lyn Chen's request. However, without his confirmation, he did not listen to the testimonies of others. Long before, he had already investigated matters concerning Lyn Chen. The 7 great families that went to the capital had all traveled to Tsang City and entered the Beast Wilderness. It was at this time that the Beast Wilderness erupted, reportedly because Chief Lu took out the treasure that sealed the abyss, leading to a series of events. Now that the 7 great families were testifying simultaneously, in the eyes of Master Zhang, Lyn Chen must have a significant relationship with them. Where is Lyn Chen now? Master Zhang turned around and asked. Old Zhang, Lyn Chen should be in the training room in the freshman area. The secretary replied. I will go find Lyn Chen now, and take that woman beside him for a test, Master Zhang said as he stood up. If the instruments really detect something, then Lyn Chen will be temporarily confined within the academy. Upon hearing this, the secretary was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. All right, old Zhang. With that, Master Zhang left the spot and headed towards the freshman area. Meanwhile, this matter had already spread within the martial association of the capital due to the joint fermentation of the 7 great families. As the headquarters of the martial association for the entire Great Xiao, this issue concerning Lyn Chen was instantly given high importance. The top genius of the human race is colluding with the remnants of the demon race. This is a serious matter. If this issue ferments throughout the Great Xiao, no one will be able to protect Lyn Chen. A middle-aged man in a black suit at the Martial Association headquarters immediately ordered, "I will bring Lyn Chen back now for evidence collection and investigation." At Ching Bay University, Lyn Chen had just left the training room when he was stopped by the arriving Master Zhang. Old Zhang? Looking at Master Zhang in front of him, Lyn Chen was very clear about the purpose of his visit. However, he was not worried. "You seem quite unconcerned about this matter." Master Zhang observed Lyn Chen's calm demeanor, feeling a bit more confident. No matter how one looked at it, Lyn Chen did not seem like a fool. Old Zhang. Let me ask you, if the test does not show that the girl is from the demon race, what kind of punishment would the Lu family face for such a highly influential rumor? Lyn Chen chuckled and asked. Punishment. Master Zhang murmured. This question was difficult for him to answer. The Lu family, as one of the 7 great families in the capital, held significant power, and among these 7 families, the Lu family was subtly ranked first. Punishing a force of this level would be extremely difficult. Moreover, even if the girl was proven innocent, the Lu family's intentions were for the sake of the Great Xiao. Just this point alone meant that the Lu family could not be punished. Lyn Chen, you might be disappointed, Master Zhang said helplessly, having to speak the truth. Upon hearing this, Lyn Chen smiled. Then forget it. However, his smile was somewhat cold. He should have anticipated this, and given his lack of relations with the Lu and Hong families, it could be said that they wished for his downfall more than the other 5 families. The enmity had long been established. Lyn Chen only needed to deal with the current crisis. When he truly had the strength to overturn these 2 families, he would undoubtedly strike with thunderous force. Although I don't understand what grievances you have with the Lu family, rest assured, as long as you are at Ching Bay, the Lu family absolutely dares not touch you, Master Zhang said solemnly. This was the only assurance he could give Lyn Chen. Of course, there is one more thing, that woman must be innocent. I understand. Thank you, old Zhang. Lyn Chen slightly cupped his hands in respect. This matter, with the fermentation from the Lu and Hong families, would inevitably cause a huge uproar. Lyn Chen was innocent, which was good, but if Su Nange was truly a demon beast, then Lyn Chen's life would be over. Let's go. First take me to find her. Then we can proceed with the test, said Master Zhang. Alright, Lyn Chen nodded. Before long, Lyn Chen brought Su Nange out. Su Nange looked surprised, but upon hearing Lyn Chen's words, a hint of gloom appeared in her clear eyes. Had she caused trouble for Lyn Chen again? Master Zhang examined Su Nange, who was the same age as Lyn Chen, gazing at her stunning face. Then he extended his aura and swept over her body. How strange. Just a glance made Master Zhang's brow furrow slightly. Lyn Chen noticed the same expression on his face as he had seen on the elder Su before, and he was taken aback. What could it be that elicited such a reaction from them? One thing he was certain of was that Su Nange was definitely not of the demon race. Let's go, Master Zhang said, leading Lyn Chen and Su Nange to the testing building. Ching Bay University had everything, and a testing station was just a small matter. Normally, they should have taken Su Nange to the Martial Association for testing. However, Master Zhang wanted to protect Lyn Chen, so he couldn't take him directly. Upon entering the testing room, the procedure was the same as before, with Su Nange standing on the testing platform. As time passed, the testing platform ultimately yielded no results. No results meant that Su Nange was of the human race. Seeing this news, the gravity on Master Zhang's aged face lessened, finally revealing a smile. Good. Very good. Su Nange being human meant that the Lu family had lied, and Lyn Chen was innocent in this matter. Standing beside Lyn Chen, Su Nange tightly grasped his hand. Lyn Chen was taken aback and instinctively tightened his grip on her hand. Feeling a sense of reassurance, Su Nange's tense expression finally relaxed. Just then, several powerful auras were approaching in this direction. Master Zhang seemed to sense it and immediately soared into the sky. Master Zhang. The newcomers were a middle-aged man who had rushed over from the Martial Association headquarters. Director Wu, I didn't expect you to come in person, Master Zhang said, looking at him calmly. This matter came up suddenly, and the other 7 families have already applied pressure. If I didn't come sooner, it wouldn't do, the middle-aged man replied. Master Zhang, it seems you are conducting a test. Yes, indeed, Master Zhang nodded. I was just about to inform you, since you're here. You can take another look. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man nodded. The 2 then landed on the ground. The accompanying personnel from the Martial Association also came to their side. Lyn, my young friend, we've troubled you, Master Zhang said to Lyn Chen. Nange, go ahead. Su Nange nodded and stepped back onto the testing platform. The middle-aged man watched the testing platform intently, fearing any unusual movement. It was known that if it turned out she was of the demon race, it would mean losing a top talent of the human race. But soon, the testing platform showed no abnormalities. Finally, the middle-aged man's tightly furrowed brow relaxed, and a smile appeared on his face. Fortunately, a blessing in disguise. I will inform the 7 families of this result, the middle-aged man said. Hearing this, Master Zhang nodded. This matter hasn't spread yet, has it? Not yet. I've kept it under wraps. The middle-aged man shook his head. As the director of the Martial Association headquarters, he held great power, and even the status of the 7 families couldn't compare to his. After learning this news, he immediately sealed it off. But that was only for this period. However, that was enough. The detection platform showed no signs of activity, which meant that the people around Lyn Chen were not of the demon race. I trouble you, young friend Lyn Chen. The middle-aged man looked Lyn Chen up and down, and a hint of shock appeared in his murky eyes. Young friend Lyn Chen, what level are you at now? Level 30, Lyn Chen replied. Upon hearing this, the previously cheerful Master Zhang was instantly frozen in place. The middle-aged man was also taken aback. What? After a brief moment of shock, Master Zhang stared at Lyn Chen, unable to believe his answer. It had only been a few days, and he had already broken through again? Goodness, did the old man mistakenly give him the wrong pill? Did he accidentally give him a 7th grade pill instead of a 3rd grade one? The middle-aged man beside him was so shocked he couldn't find his voice. He truly didn't know what to say. In such a short time, this young man's level had actually reached 30. It was truly unprecedented. Lyn Chen and Su Nange left the detection building. As for the 7 great families, the director of the Martial Arts Association headquarters would handle it. Naturally, the issue at the academy would be resolved by Master Zhang, the vice principal. Within a day, news about whether there were demons around Lyn Chen spread throughout Ching Bay University. The answer was no. Everyone around Lyn Chen had been tested and was not of the demon race. This matter could be verified by the director of the Martial Arts Association headquarters. Moreover, Master Zhang emphasized that if anyone still doubted, they could come to the vice principal's office to find him, and he was willing to wager 100 years of clarity against their disbelief. Once this was said, all the students at Ching Bay University quieted down. It was no joke. If the vice principal said so, who would still doubt that the people around Lyn Chen were demons? Inside the Lu family, Officer Lu sat in his room, waiting for news from the Martial Arts Association. Officer Lu, there's news. At that moment, a voice came from outside the door. Speak. Officer Lu's finger slid slightly, and the door opened. An elderly man half kneeling outside began to speak. Reporting to Officer Lu, Director Wu said that the woman next to Lyn Chen has been tested and is not of the demon race. He also hopes that the 7 great families will not use this matter to create trouble. After receiving this news, Officer Lu did not feel too disappointed. Given Su Wei's character, who was still uncertain if he was alive or dead, he would have already taken that woman for testing. If she were truly of the demon race, she probably wouldn't have been able to stay with Lyn Chen until now. She would have been killed by Su Wei. This matter was merely a reminder to Lyn Chen. I understand. By the way, pass this news to the hidden families. Yes, Officer Lu. Officer Lu waved his hand, and after the old man left, a hint of cunning appeared in his starry eyes. Lyn Chen. Oh Lyn Chen, the plot has just begun. Do you really think that woman is so simple? At Ching Bay University, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Everything remained the same, and news about Lyn Chen had completely vanished during these days. No one was discussing whether the woman next to Lyn Chen was of the demon race anymore. Not only that, but even more shocking news emerged. Lyn Chen had kicked down the door of the training room and disabled Lu Yuting's left arm on the spot. Once this incident broke out, it immediately stirred quite a few senior students. It should be noted that Lu Yuting was the little legitimate daughter of the Lu family. Moreover, Lu Yuting's brother was a leading figure among the third-year students this year. His level had already broken through to 35. In just 3 years, breaking through 10 levels a year, such talent was terrifying. Today, the second place on the honor roll was her brother. Now that Lyn Chen had disabled the left arm of the Lu family's little legitimate daughter, Even if he had terrifying talent, he would undoubtedly face retaliation. In a certain exclusive training room, a handsome young man dressed in white slowly opened his eyes. I can't believe this. The young man was Lu Feng, the brother of Lu Yuding. At just 21 years old, he had already reached the 33rd level of cultivation. He was hailed as the most outstanding prodigy the Lu family had produced in 30 years. He lived up to the family's expectations, breaking through to the 33rd level in just 3 years, and was a well-known figure in several top martial arts academies. Now, however, his younger sister, a leading figure in her 3rd year, had her left arm crippled by someone. Lu Feng's expression was extremely dark, his fists clenched tightly. Ever since Lyn Chen arrived at Ching Bay University, he had learned about the grievances between Lyn and the Lu family from his uncle, Lu Shaoguan. He had intended to teach this scoundrel a lesson later, but he never expected this person to be so arrogant as to publicly cripple his sister's arm. Lyn Chen is also one of the 5 slots for the newly opened secret realm. I was planning to teach you a good lesson there. Lu Feng's eyes were icy, filled with a hint of murderous intent. Now, you've crippled my sister's arm, so just wait. At the same time, a person named Zhang Wei also challenged Lyn Chen throughout Ching Bay University. This news sent the students of Ching Bay University into a frenzy. The freshmen might not know, but the upperclassmen were well aware of who he was. Zhang Wei was ranked 15th on the talented list and was the lowest ranked among the 5 slots for the newly opened secret realm. I just emerged from seclusion, and after a year of hard work, I finally earned this slot, only to be inexplicably replaced? Upon learning that his slot had been taken by a new student, Zhang Wei's anger was off the charts. In the training room, Zhang Wei's muscles were exceptionally developed, and he was very tall. His face was now filled with intense anger, and his eyes carried an unprecedented coldness. He didn't come from a particularly good background. The Zhang family was only ranked low in the capital, but relying on his talent, he entered Ching Bay University and climbed to the 15th position on the talented list. He never expected that after all his hard work, he would be replaced by a newcomer to Ching Bay University. He had hoped to enter the secret realm, try his luck, and see if he could obtain some good treasures to break through to the 33rd level within a year. This hard-earned slot was suddenly taken by a new student? Who could tolerate that? As soon as he emerged from seclusion, Zhang Wei immediately challenged Lyn Chen and even posted the news on the campus forum. This instantly caused a huge uproar. Zhang Wei just emerged from seclusion and immediately challenged Lyn Chen? Zhang is ranked 15th on the list. Does Lyn Chen dare to accept? Whether he dares or not, anyone would find it unacceptable to have their slot taken. Countless people were discussing this matter, finding it quite normal for Zhang Wei to challenge Lyn Chen right after emerging from seclusion. After all, who could accept such a thing? Su Yuer also received the news immediately. Sorry, Lyn Chen, I can't help you with this. Su Yuer shook her head helplessly. Taking someone else's slot was inherently disgraceful. Moreover, with Lyn Chen's abilities, it was impossible for him to achieve any good results in that new secret realm. I should persuade Lyn Chen to back down. Now, Su Yuer only had this one option. Zhang Wei's cultivation level was likely around the 25th level. With Lyn Chen's strength, could he really defeat Wei Long and break through to the 25th level in such a short time? With a gap of 4 to 5 levels, how could Lyn Chen make up for it? Therefore, it was indeed the right decision to have Lyn Chen refuse. There are still a few days until the new secret realm opens, and with Lyn Chen's speed of breakthroughs, he should be able to catch up. So this time, refusing the challenge is not shameful. After all, there is a difference in realms. Who would lose face over that? Zhang Wei's challenge has already spread throughout Ching Bay University. At this moment, countless people are eager to see if Lyn Chen dares to confront him. Although Lyn Chen previously defeated Wei Long, who was ranked 21st, causing quite a stir. Facing the 25th level Zhang Wei, Lyn Chen would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. However, since there is still some time before the new secret realm opens, if Lyn Chen works hard, he will surely be able to catch up to Zhang Wei. The question is, will Lyn Chen refuse this time? This is something everyone is uncertain about. In front of the martial arts hall, a larger arena room, the place is already packed with spectators, both new and old students present. Everyone is waiting eagerly to see if Lyn Chen will show up. I hope we don't leave empty-handed today. What are you saying? I think Lyn Chen will most likely come, but he definitely won't dare to fight him. TSK. Brother Wei is still a bit too anxious. Lyn Chen is a core student, with a high status. If Brother Wei could just wait a bit, it would be easier to talk. Everyone already knows Lyn Chen's status at Ching Bay University. There are only 7 core students in the entire university. Each of these 7 core students possesses terrifying talent, and their realms are not low either. Lyn Chen, as a new student, has been at Ching Bay University for less than 3 months and has already achieved such results, proving his talent. Even if Lyn Chen refuses this match against Zhang Wei, no one would look down on him. After all, this is a difference in realms. Who would casually speak ill of that? It's like an 80-level powerhouse challenging a 60-level powerhouse to a duel. If the 60-level powerhouse refuses, they would be scolded instead. Such reasoning does not exist at Ching Bay University. I almost forgot about that. After receiving the news, Lyn Chen chose to accept the challenge directly. When the vice president offered him the spot, Lyn Chen also thought of this point. He is just a new student. Suddenly taking someone else's spot, anyone would be unhappy about that. However, Lyn Chen is definitely going to accept the challenge. A fair duel. If I win, this spot will be rightfully mine, and it will save people from gossiping. The entire Ching Bay University is discussing this matter, and Lyn Chen has learned that the person is currently waiting for him at the martial arts hall's arena. Will Lyn Chen go? In a certain training room, Su Yuer raised her head, stopping her training. She hadn't contacted Lyn Chen yet and decided to go to the martial arts hall to take a look. At this moment, inside the martial arts hall, everyone is waiting for Lyn Chen. On the arena, Zhang Wei, dressed in a black martial arts uniform, stands tall, his clothes perfectly stretched by his muscles. There is no smile on his face, only anger, reflecting his current mood. When he arrives, I will definitely not go easy on him. Zhang Wei clenched his fists tightly. He had already learned about Lyn Chen's identity from the older students. Although he knows that Lyn Chen achieved first place in the martial arts exam and entered Ching Bay University as a recommended student and core member, Zhang Wei still will not back down. In this matter, he absolutely will not yield. Brother Wei, Lyn Chen is someone that Elder Zhang has high hopes for. You must hold back. An older student reminded him. The vice president values him, and there was also the scene from the last match between Lyn Chen and Wei Long. If Zhang Wei dares to truly use force against Lyn Chen, the vice president would be the first to not let Lyn Chen off the hook. Hearing this, Zhang Wei's anger intensified. A waste who took away his spot, and now he has the vice president as his backing. Now, Zhang Wei can deeply feel the balance of power. I hope the vice president doesn't come. Zhang Wei muttered quietly. If he doesn't vent his anger over this matter, he might be left with a lingering inner demon. At this moment, Master Zhang had already received the news. However, he was not worried, because Lyn Chen's level had already reached that standard, not to mention Zhang Wei. Even if the other few came, they would not be Lyn Chen's match. About 10 minutes passed, and a young man dressed in casual clothes walked into the martial arts hall. If I can defeat you, then this spot is mine, and you will surely accept it willingly, Lyn Chen said as soon as he entered the room. Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze turned sharply towards him. They did not expect Lyn Chen to arrive. And with such words, Zhang Wei stared intently at Lyn Chen. Although he had never seen him before, he could tell from his words that he was the person he was looking for. Looking at the slender Lyn Chen, Zhang Wei suppressed the anger in his heart and coldly said, "That is only natural. I just don't want the spot I worked so hard to obtain to be taken away by a waste." Upon hearing this, Lyn Chen grinned. Alright then. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Wei was about to wait for Lyn Chen to step onto the stage. But at that moment, Lyn Chen's body suddenly left the original spot. In the blink of an eye, an electric arc appeared on the stage, and a powerful pressure instantly enveloped the entire arena. Immediately after, the electric arc manifested Lyn Chen's figure, and at the same time, his fist had already struck out. Looking at the gradually enlarging fist before him, Zhang Wei, who was not prepared, felt his pupils suddenly constrict. Bang! In the next moment, Lyn Chen's fist crashed into Zhang Wei's chest, the tremendous force sending him flying backward. The powerful impact instantly twisted Zhang Wei's face, and the intense pain in his chest made him break out in a cold sweat all over. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled sound, Zhang Wei's body heavily fell to the ground beneath the stage. This scene happened far too quickly. It didn't even take 30 seconds. The entire venue was now silent as death. Hiss! Someone inhaled sharply, and soon everyone in the room displayed an unprecedented look of shock. Level 25 Zhang Wei was defeated in an instant by a freshman? Lyn Chen shook his wrist, his handsome face showing little expression. Now this spot is mine, right? What? Su Yuer, who had just arrived, looked at the flying Zhang Wei, completely stunned, as if turned to stone. Her worldview was once again shattered. What was happening? Was she seeing things? Lyn Chen had sent level 25 Zhang Wei flying? Ha! Su Yuer took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. This was truly shocking. Cough. Cough. Zhang Wei was now dazed. He struggled to get up from the ground, feeling the pain in his chest, realizing that everything was real. How could this be? You're just a freshman. Zhang Wei's worldview collapsed, and his mental state shattered at that moment. What a joke. A freshman had taken him down directly. It's over. Lyn Chen clapped his hands and then left amidst the countless shocked and bewildered gazes in the room. The news of Lyn Chen defeating Zhang Wei quickly spread throughout Ching Bay University. This once again left everyone in shock. In such a short time, Lyn Chen's level had actually risen to 25. It had only been a little over a month. What the hell was this godly speed of breakthrough? Golden Soul, the host defeats one person, and the body gains a 10% enhancement. In an instant, Lyn Chen felt that his flesh had become a bit sturdier than before, more resistant to blows. Lyn Chen's speed of breakthrough is truly too fast. In the training room, Lu Feng's brows furrowed slightly, but then he seemed to think of something. For such a top-tier prodigy, it's normal for the school to secretly provide some resources. A breakthrough in realm so quickly must mean that his own foundation is not stable. During this period, Lyn Chen will definitely not break through again. Instead, he should focus on stabilizing his realm. As a prodigy himself, Lu Feng understood that breaking through too quickly was not necessarily a good thing. Moreover, after a martial artist breaks through to the 10th level, it's as if a valve has been opened. The speed of breakthroughs reflects one's innate talent. Lyn Chen had already proven his talent, but he needed to stabilize his realm. A martial artist must progress step by step. To Lu Feng, Lyn Chen's reckless behavior of consuming countless resources to elevate his realm was simply a waste of his talent. Not worth worrying about. After a brief contemplation, Lu Feng reached this conclusion. Compared to his current self, Lyn Chen was definitely not worth his concern. At the entrance of the martial arts hall, Su Yuer was puzzled. Lyn Chen's rapid breakthrough in realm, didn't he need to stabilize it? Lyn Chen, breaking through like this isn't a good thing. After a long while, Su Yuer called out to Lyn Chen, who was about to leave. Your realm needs to be stabilized. Only by being grounded can you go further on the path of martial arts. Su Yuer reminded him. That's true. Lyn Chen nodded in agreement. A rapid breakthrough in realm was indeed not a good thing. After all, one must eat a meal bite by bite. How could one become fat in a single step? However, how should Lyn Chen put it? The vitality gained from spending dasha coins and the elevated realm felt just like years of hard training. There was no need to worry about stabilizing his realm. Miss Su, I know what I'm doing, let's not discuss this for now. Lyn Chen waved his hand, as she was there, and he had other questions to ask her. Go ahead. How much dasha coin can I exchange for 1 credit point? Lyn Chen asked. You want to exchange for dasha coins? Su Yuer blinked, then said, 1 credit point is equivalent to 100,000 dasha coins. The task office at Ching Bay has a mechanism for earning credit points. The last 2-star task I completed earned a total of 4 credit points. Then please help me exchange that for dasha coins. Lyn Chen said. Okay. Su Yuer nodded, although she didn't know what Lyn Chen needed the money for. Since he said so, she wouldn't ask. Immediately, 200,000 dasha coins were transferred to Lyn Chen's card. That's great. With 200,000 credited, a smile appeared on Lyn Chen's face. 200,000 dasha coins equated to 2 points of vitality. Although it seemed small, wouldn't it add up over time? Goodbye. I'm off to take a task to earn credit points. Lyn Chen waved and directly bid farewell to Su Yuer. At the task office, Lyn Chen accepted a 4-star task. Go to Yutua town and pursue the fugitive Xiao. Bring back the fugitive's token to complete this task. Task reward, 8 credit points, 1 spirit gathering pill. After accepting the task, Lyn Chen did not leave Ching Bay University immediately. Instead, he asked Su Yuer about the location of Yutua town. As soon as she heard Lyn Chen was going to Yutua town, Su Yuer immediately understood what he intended to do. Lyn Chen, Xiao's realm is probably around level 30, you must be careful. Xiao is also a fugitive being hunted by the Martial Association, and he is a formation master. Su Yuer said, then sent the location information to Lyn Chen's phone. I already know this information, the rest will depend on you. Alright, thank you. Lyn Chen expressed his gratitude and then left Ching Bay University. Lyn Chen did not take a taxi but instead ran directly on foot. With the rapid enhancement of his speed and the leg technique Swift Wind and Lightning, Lyn Chen's velocity was comparable to that of a small vehicle at full speed. Whoosh! An arc of electricity zipped across the road, suddenly heading towards Yutua Town. Yutua Town was located on the outskirts of the capital and was not under high walls. It was also situated at the edge of a wasteland, which had long been pacified, allowing Yutua Town to remain there without moving into the capital. Because of this, the fugitive was able to escape into Yutua Town, evading the pursuit of the Martial Association. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye, and it was only at midnight that Lyn Chen arrived in Yutua Town. Huff! Lyn Chen exhaled a breath of turbid air, feeling the nearly depleted spiritual energy within him, and couldn't help but feel a bit fatigued. This was the first time he had consumed most of his spiritual energy. When can I get a skill to replenish my spiritual energy? Lyn Chen shook his head and then walked into Yutua Town. Yutua Town was not very large, just a small town, but it had everything one could need. It seemed that after the invasion of the demon race ceased, things had improved here. Lyn Chen casually found a place to rest, and after recovering his spiritual energy overnight, he began searching for that person the next morning. With the transparent world ability, it was incredibly easy for Lyn Chen to determine if someone was a level 30 martial artist. Beneath his white eyes, Lyn Chen clearly saw the meridians of every person on the street. Only a few individuals still had a flow of vital energy, but their realms were weak, barely reaching the level of a dozen martial artists. Just as Lyn Chen was looking at a stall on the street, he was surprised by the vital energy of one person. This person's vital energy was exceptionally strong, and the meridians within him were incredibly resilient, with a significant amount of spiritual energy rolling in his dantian. However, this person's appearance did not match that of the individual from the school's mission. Looks like it's him. Lyn Chen grinned, his white eyes returning to their original state as he casually approached the man. This person must have used a disguise technique. At that moment, Jia Shen was sitting at the stall, eating. The reason he had fled to Yutua Town was to use the nearby wasteland to escape the confines of the capital. As long as he left the capital and headed towards the South Sea, someone would immediately come to his aid. They say the capital of the Great Xiao is as solid as a fortress, but I didn't expect to obtain what I wanted so easily. Jia Shen happily slurped his noodles. He had a formation on him that concealed his appearance, and the Martial Association had been chasing him for so long without discovering him. Once he entered the wasteland, he would be completely safe. Slap! At that moment, a large hand landed on his shoulder. Brother, are you tired from running lately? The sudden voice startled Jia Shen. The hand that was about to bring noodles to his mouth froze in midair. He suddenly snapped back to reality, and his entire being awakened like a wild beast. The aura of a level 30 martial artist erupted from him in an instant, sending the small stall flying. Passers-by were startled and turned to look. Lyn Chen, standing in front of Jia Shen, wore a smile and remained motionless, as if unaffected. At that moment, several people hidden in the shadows were immediately alerted. We found the fugitive Jia Shen. Hurry and notify the captain. These individuals were undercover agents of the Martial Association, and their realms were only at a dozen levels. Seeing Jia Shen explode in anger, they panicked. Looking at the young man beside Jia Shen, the leading undercover agent quickly shouted, "Young man, run! He is a Class C fugitive and a level 30 martial artist." Upon hearing this, Jia Shen realized he had been exposed and was shocked that the Martial Association's undercover agents were so close to him. The crowd around immediately panicked upon hearing about the fugitive, scattering in all directions. "Kid, this is your own doing," Jia Shen erupted, a layer of purple light enveloping his palm, sharp as a blade, radiating an unprecedented killing intent, heading straight for Lyn Chen's face. He was at level 30, while this kid in front of him was at most around level 20. Lyn Chen grinned. "You've got quite the temper, my friend." He swiftly grabbed Jia Shen's incoming hand strike, his wrist as strong as a thick iron clamp, instantly controlling Jia Shen's arm. What? Jia Shen was taken aback, but the next moment, he felt a burning sensation at his tightly gripped wrist. Red flames ignited on Lyn Chen's palm, the heat intense. In shock, Jia Shen pulled out a talisman from his pocket and crushed it on the spot. Boom! Sensing the anomaly, Lyn Chen immediately released his grip and retreated. A violent explosion erupted at the spot, turning the stall into dust. Looking again, there was no trace of Jiaxun. Has he escaped? But do you think you can get away? Lyn Chen squinted, watching the dust from the explosion, then chased after the direction Jiaxun had fled. Kid. A few plainclothes officers wanted to stop Lyn Chen upon seeing him chase after Jiaxun, but after witnessing the earlier scene, shock appeared on their faces. Where did this kid come from? He should be from Ching Bay University. I remember this task was assigned to Ching Bay University and the Imperial Capital University. One of them replied. So strong, another prodigy, able to withstand a level 30 warrior like that. Let's not talk about that, we should hurry and chase after him. The captain is on his way, and we can't let him escape today. They nodded and also pursued Lyn Chen. Deep in Yutua town, Jiaxun was fleeing like a madman. Sweat beaded on his forehead. He never expected that this seemingly weak young man could unleash level 30 power. Feeling the burning sensation in his arm, Jiaxun's face turned extremely ugly. Damn it! What kind of flame is this? Jiaxun had tried many times, but no matter what he used, he couldn't extinguish the flame. Fortunately, it was only a little. If it were any more, his arm would be burned through. But even this little bit was excruciating, as if his bones were being gnawed at. Unconsciously, Jiaxun recalled a certain innate talent. Which academy's prodigy is this? Damn it! Remembering Lyn Chen's youthful appearance, he was filled with rage. Luckily, he had prepared in advance. Having set up 3 formations, 2 of the formations had already been used, one for spatial movement and the other for explosion. Otherwise, a single explosion wouldn't have allowed Jiaxun to escape this far. But the spatial movement only covered a few hundred meters. As long as I can escape to the wilderness, I'm good. Jiaxun ran frantically, not daring to slack off for a moment. Just then, he suddenly sensed an extremely dangerous aura behind him. You run pretty fast. At the same time, Jiaxun heard a voice coming from behind. He turned around sharply and saw that the damn figure had somehow caught up. The speed was much faster than his. In less than a minute, he would be caught. Damn it! Damn it! What kind of prodigy is this? Jiaxun panicked. Even facing the small team leader from the Martial Arts Association had never made him feel this humiliated. Lyn Chen wore a smile, unhurriedly taking out a 1,000-foot bow from his storage ring. With the 1,000-foot bow in hand, Lyn Chen then knocked an arrow. The bowstring was drawn taut, and a terrifying power gathered within the arrow like a rising tide. Sensing the extremely dangerous aura, Jiaxun quickened his pace. It was right in front of him. Right in front of him, ahead lay a vast expanse of scorched brown plains. At that moment, Lyn Chen released his grip. Boom! An arrow shot forth suddenly, its speed surpassing that of sound, causing the ground to crack under the invisible force, fissures spreading to either side of the arrow. The terrifying power, before even reaching Jiaxun, made the hairs on his body stand on end. Without a second thought, Jiaxun reached out into the void, and a long spear appeared in his hand. He halted. Sweeping the spear back violently, the arrow exploded, forcing him back a few steps. So it was just a scare tactic. Jiaxun sneered, realizing the arrow was more for show than substance. Gripping the spear, a weapon forged from gathered spiritual energy, it was inferior to ordinary magical treasures. Lyn Chen also came to a stop. With the 1,000-foot bow on his back, Lyn Chen focused his mind, and with a rumble of thunder, the 9 heavens thunder spear appeared in his hand. You shouldn't run, Lyn Chen said with a faint smile. Submitting to fate is your ultimate destiny. You're the one seeking death, Jiaxun declared, stepping forward to attack Lyn Chen. His body enveloped in swirling spiritual energy that transformed into substantial armor. Lyn Chen thrust the spear, purple lightning bursting forth, the power unleashed unprecedented due to his elevated realm. The energy within him surged, countless strands of spiritual energy morphing into thunder, erupting outward. Roar! The thunder intertwined in the air, forming a terrifying thunder dragon that roared, shaking the heavens and earth. Boom! In the next moment, the thunder dragon crashed into Jiaxun, the immense force instantly shattering his armor. The spiritual energy armor, formed from his own energy, couldn't withstand even a moment. Beneath the thunder dragon, Lyn Chen resembled a thunder god, wielding the 9 heavens thunder spear as he advanced toward Jiaxun. Jiaxun's body slammed heavily to the ground, intense pain coursing through his fists. The spiritual energy within him became chaotic due to the armor's destruction. Jiaxun had just stepped into the 30th level. having only half a year to stabilize his realm. The armor, guided by his dantian, was now shattered, leaving his face pale. But Jiaxin knew he had no chance to catch his breath, as this guy, who looked like a college student, was charging at him again. "You forced my hand," Jiaxin shouted as he ran, pulling out his last talisman, his eyes revealing an unprecedented killing intent. This talisman was a killing formation he had painstakingly crafted, originally intended for that squad leader. But now, he had been driven to a dead end by this guy before him. If he didn't use this trump card, he would be finished. Lyn Chen charged forward, arcs of electricity swirling around him, the thunder dragon roaring above as it approached Jiaxin. "Damn it, this is your own doing." At that moment, Jiaxin suddenly stopped, channeling his spiritual energy, and then hurled the talisman at Lyn Chen. The instant the talisman flew out, the seemingly lifeless talisman suddenly began to revive. It glowed, the patterns on it coming to life, erupting in an instant. Boom! When the talisman exploded, a small formation enveloped Lyn Chen in an instant. The formation unfolded, countless spiritual swords hovering around it, a murderous aura filling the entire sword array. Lyn Chen stood at the center of the formation, halting his movements. "Come, let me see the level of your formation." Lyn Chen squinted, warily observing the sword formation that enveloped him. A streak of sword energy shot out from the left, carrying a powerful sword intent, charging towards Lyn Chen. With a twist of his wrist, he redirected the spearhead, swinging his arm as the spear shot out like a dragon, directly shattering the incoming sword energy. Immediately after, 1, 2, 3 streaks of sword energy came rushing towards Lyn Chen. He thrust the spear repeatedly, slashing, stabbing, and parrying to block all the sword energy. "You think this sword formation can be easily broken?" Jiaxin chuckled ominously, watching Lyn Chen within the formation. He formed hand seals, beginning to activate the formation. "Go!" In an instant, the entire sword formation responded, countless streaks of sword energy slicing through the air, all aimed at Lyn Chen. As the sword energy approached from all directions, Lyn Chen grinned. He circulated the energy within his dantian, an endless stream of spiritual energy merging into his limbs and bones. Red Sun Thunder Technique. With a low shout from Lyn Chen, a terrifying thunderbolt instantly enveloped his body, and countless purple dark thunders appeared out of thin air. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, Lyn Chen transformed into a thunder god, and with this strike, he shattered countless sword energies. Seeing this scene, Jiaxin's pupils suddenly constricted. "Damn! Who is this guy?" Jiaxin's eyes were filled with disbelief. This was the ability of a breathing technique. He was certain, but such a powerful breathing technique must be at least 5th tier. It is known that for an ordinary person, obtaining a 4th tier breathing technique is already extremely difficult. For someone like Jiaxin, a 5th tier breathing technique is the pinnacle. Yet now, this young man before him was practicing a 6th tier breathing technique. At that moment, a crack suddenly appeared in the formation before Jiaxin. Bang! It was Lyn Chen attacking the formation. A fissure appeared, followed by a second crack. As Lyn Chen's attacks landed, the small sword formation before him collapsed with a thunderous crash. Boom! At the moment the sword formation shattered, Jiaxin's face turned incredibly pale. Without the support of the formation, he was already at the end of his rope. Die! The young figure within the sword formation, enveloped in thunder, instantly appeared before Jiaxin. "Please, spare me. I know what you want." Thud! Jiaxin fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head in supplication to Lyn Chen. "I promise I didn't tell them about that information. Please let me go." Hearing this, Lyn Chen's gaze held a hint of a smile. "Sorry, my mission is to kill you." No! Jiaxin's pupils suddenly constricted. That information about the god. Before he could finish, Lyn Chen's spear had already pierced through his body. Put! Accompanied by a spray of blood, Jiaxin's left chest was directly impaled by Lyn Chen's spear. With his eyes turning pale, watching Jiaxin's aura dissipate, Lyn Chen finally withdrew the spear. Mission accomplished. Lyn Chen crouched down and took the storage ring from Jiaxin. As for Jiaxin's words, Lyn Chen paid them no mind. "God? Ha!" Lyn Chen laughed. People would say anything to save their lives. Meanwhile, a figure was rushing towards them. This person was the captain of the small team. After receiving news from his team members, he hurried over from not far away. Especially after learning that a college student was holding the enemy at bay, he became even more anxious. This mission had only been issued to Ching Bay University and the Imperial Capital University. Others were unaware of Jiashen's methods, but he was all too familiar with them. The opponent had a small sword formation, which ordinary level 30 warriors could not withstand at all. If he were to be controlled by that sword formation, along with other methods, there was no telling what problems could arise. Faster. Damn it, move faster. The nearly 30-year-old squad leader finally arrived at the edge of Yutua town. Captain, you're here. What came into view were a few of his team members, along with the body of Jiashen lying not far away. Dead? The squad leader was taken aback, not expecting that Jiashen, whom he had been chasing for half a month, was now dead. Captain, it was him who killed him. One of them pointed at Lyn Chen, who was standing in front of Jiashen's body. Strange. No, he is Lyn Chen, the top scorer of the martial arts exam? The squad leader looked at Lyn Chen's appearance. At first, he felt a bit unfamiliar, but the next second he snapped back to reality. His face was filled with shock, and he couldn't even speak. Lyn Chen also noticed the few people and calmly took out the token symbolizing a core student from his storage ring. Everyone, I am a core student from Ching Bay University, and my task is to kill this guy. Seeing the token in Lyn Chen's hand, the others were suddenly shaken, feeling an inexplicable tension. They were all too familiar with this token. A core student from Ching Bay University. So it's a core student from Ching Bay. I am Su Tian, the captain of the 147th Squad of the Martial Arts Association in the capital. Su Tian quickly introduced himself, and at nearly 30, he also cupped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Lyn Chen. Thank you for taking care of this person, Su Tian said. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. Wait a moment, sir. Su Tian hurriedly called out to Lyn Chen. What is it? Lyn Chen glanced at him. Sir, could you please hand over Jiashen's storage ring to me? Su Tian said. The Martial Arts Association is pursuing Jiashen because he stole some confidential information. Upon hearing this, Lyn Chen's pupils slightly contracted. According to what the other party said, Lyn Chen took off the storage ring and handed it over. Thank you, sir. I will inform Ching Bay about the task. Su Tian nodded and thanked Lyn Chen. No trouble at all. Lyn Chen said no more and turned to leave. Lyn Chen did not expect that there would really be confidential information inside. To avoid drawing trouble to himself, Lyn Chen also did not plan to keep anything from Jiashen's storage ring. After all, it's better to avoid trouble than to invite it. Watching Lyn Chen leave, Su Tian immediately called the headquarters of the Martial Arts Association. Back at Ching Bay University, Lyn Chen successfully completed the task. The 4-star task was completed. 8 credits were credited, plus that spirit-gathering pill. Moreover, after killing Jiashen, Lyn Chen's golden soul increased his physical enhancement by another 10%. That's already a 20% physical enhancement. If I don't encounter someone a level or 2 higher than me, I really can't find out where my current limit is. Lyn Chen stroked his chin, thinking that with the upcoming opening of the new secret realm, it would be hard for anyone to pose a threat to him with his strength. However, since it was a system-generated entry, Lyn Chen didn't need to pay too much attention to it. As long as he killed enough people and enough monsters, his physical enhancement would grow stronger. I wonder how Xang City is doing now. Lyn Chen looked in the direction of Xang City, his face showing no expression at all. It had been over a month since the events in Xang City, yet there was not a single piece of news. Master Su once said that as long as there was any news from Xang City, he would inform me. Lyn Chen recalled this statement, still feeling quite skeptical. Anyone would know that Senior Su had entrusted him to Master Su. Aside from good news about Xang City, he would definitely not tell him anything else. Lyn Chen was very clear about this. Now I am only level 30, but facing the dangers of the wild outbreak, breaking through level 60 would also be difficult to handle. The road ahead is still long. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lyn Chen collected his thoughts. The events in Xang City are currently beyond his control. He can only rely on his own influence to affect the situation. Just as he did in the martial arts examination, Xang City has now caught the attention of powerful forces from various states. At this moment, far away in the capital city of Beizhou, Xang City appears shrouded in a vast black mist, stretching for hundreds of kilometers. Within the black mist, piercing cries occasionally echo. A sense of fear seems to envelop this expanse, and anything that enters it loses its sanity. Outside this black mist, a middle-aged man in uniform stands in the void, gazing intently at the Xang City now engulfed by the abyss. What does this abyssal demon intend to do? To go so far as to seal off the entire Song City with such great power? The middle-aged man stands with his hands clasped behind his back, a look of caution etched on his brow. Currently, the major war zones and powerful forces from various states are all watching Song City. However, this information has been sealed off and cannot be leaked. In the eyes of outsiders, the current Song City has seen the involvement of many strong individuals, and it is only a matter of time before they confront the abyssal blockade. But the middle-aged man knows very well that what is happening in Song City far exceeds their imagination. The entire Song City has been sealed by the abyss, no low-level living beings can approach it. Otherwise, they would be tainted by the abyssal aura and lose their reason. Yet, the people inside Song City can send out brief messages to the outside world. These messages are fleeting. Once they are more than 100 meters away from the black mist, they become impossible to capture. One particular point is worth pondering: there is not a single death in Song City. Moreover, the beasts and the awakened abyssal demons within show no signs of disturbance. Commander Lee, a message from the commander. At that moment, a voice came from not far away. The middle-aged man turned around to see a subordinate rushing over and respectfully landing beside him. Speak, Commander Lee. The commander's message is very clear. If there is no movement from the abyss in another month, please bring the 9th tier treasure. No matter what, we must break the blockade and rescue the people of Song City, the subordinate said. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man nodded. Good. By the way, Commander Lee, there is one more thing. The subordinate recalled something and said again. The commander also mentioned that after this matter is resolved, please stay in the capital for a month. The middle-aged man frowned slightly. Was he such a free man? The current Lingzhou could only be considered relatively peaceful. Within a month, there would be no disturbances in the wasteland he governed, which is why he came here. But that place still needed a strong presence. What did the commander want to stay in the capital for? I don't know, Commander Lee. The commander said that the burial grounds of Lingzhou would not have any incidents in the coming months, so you can rest assured. The subordinate replied. All right, I understand. The middle-aged man nodded. Since it was the commander's decision, he would not ask further. As for why he needed to go to the capital, he probably had an inkling. Commander Lee, I have some matters to attend to, so I will head back first. You go ahead. Be careful on the way. It seems the commander has already learned of the news and is eager to meet this person, the middle-aged man said lightly. Same surname Lyn, and all are red quality unranked martial artists. TSK. Although the middle-aged man was older, his curiosity had not waned, especially regarding the commander. Alright, let me see how this abyssal demon will respond in a month. The middle-aged man collected his thoughts, sitting cross-legged in the void, the surrounding space faintly rippling. Within Ching Bay University, time passed, and half a month had gone by. For half a month, Lyn Chen paused his cultivation and began to continuously take on tasks. In just 15 short days, he had accumulated 50 credits. This pace was already quite fast. 50 credits, still not enough. Looking at the 50 credits, Lyn Chen felt it was still a bit lacking. After all, that was only 5 million dasha coins, which translated to just 50 points of vitality. After level 30, every 100 points of vitality equated to 1 level, so one could imagine how much the cultivation speed would slow down. The vitality required to advance 1 level was equivalent to jumping directly from level 1 to level 10 as a martial artist. However, the improvements gained were also substantial. Lyn Chen's ordinary punch now had a force of 7,500 pounds, coupled with his 5th grade martial arts and 6th tier breathing technique. The strength he had gained far exceeded just that 7,500 pounds. The standard of a martial artist, aside from their realm, also depended on the level of their breathing techniques and martial arts. Therefore, Lyn Chen could definitely be considered a standout among level 30 martial artists. There's only about a month left until the new secret realm opens. Lyn Chen's gaze shifted. He was now at level 30, and earning money couldn't rely solely on school tasks. In this grand world, what attracted martial artists the most were treasures. Once the new secret realm opened, Lyn Chen could sell the rewards he obtained inside. This way, the money he earned would be far more substantial than what he made from daily tasks. What can 50 credits be exchanged for? With some free time, Lyn Chen opened the campus forum. Treasure Pavilion, 4th grade lower level martial arts, requires 50 credits to exchange. 3rd grade martial treasure, requires 50 credits to exchange. Lyn Chen could clearly see that 50 credits were enough to exchange for a 4th grade lower level martial art, along with other items. Even the training room's practice time could be exchanged. Forget it, I'll just exchange for money, money feels more secure. Lyn Chen waved his hand, deciding to convert his credits into cash. Over the past few months, the Lu family and the Hong family had been relatively quiet. Lyn Chen had not received any further targeting from them, nor did he know what schemes these two families were concocting. However, knowing their nature, Lyn Chen was certain they would not let him off so easily. With the opening of the new secret realm approaching, various martial arts competitions among universities were about to begin. Freshmen from major universities were striving hard to improve their realms, aiming for good results in the competitions. For those talented students without a background, the martial arts competition was undoubtedly the best opportunity for a turnaround. As long as they performed well in the martial arts examination, the school's resources would be plentiful. Notably, there was Lyn Chen. He was the biggest dark horse. Any of his current achievements would be enough to overturn any top-tier martial arts academy. The students of Ching Bay University were eagerly anticipating how other universities would react once Lyn Chen showcased his strength in the freshman martial arts competition. Lyn Chen never worried about such matters. After accepting another task, he left Ching Bay. 4-star task: enter the upper layer of the Howling Wilderness and rescue a martial association team located in the southeastern direction of the mountains. Task reward, 10 credits. Please note, this task coexists with the Imperial Capital University. If you encounter students from Imperial Capital University, do not hold back. This time, there were no additional rewards, likely because the credits had offset them. Re-entering the Howling Wilderness. Lyn Chen was no stranger to this place. In previous tasks, he had dealt with the Howling Wilderness. Now, as he entered again, he no longer needed the guide Suyuer. Inside the Howling Wilderness, with Lyn Chen's speed of traveling 100 miles a day, he quickly reached the upper layer of the Howling Wilderness. What came into view was a range of mountains that had been largely destroyed, and that martial arts team was trapped somewhere within these mountains. Lyn Chen dashed forward like lightning, heading southeast towards the mountains. At that moment, in front of a cave, the surroundings were overgrown with weeds, and not even light could penetrate. In front of the cave was a clear open space. In that open area, 7 or 8 ferocious beasts were gathered, their blood-red eyes fixed intently on the cave's entrance. Inside the cave, 5 individuals dressed in martial arts uniforms stood, each gripping their weapons, nervously watching the outside. These beasts have surrounded us for 7 days now. Our healing potions are gone, and Xiao Yu's injuries will only worsen. One of them cursed. They were the trapped martial arts team, originally sent to the Howling Wasteland to collect samples. Unexpectedly, they encountered a 3rd-tier beast. Their captain was merely a level 28 martial artist, and despite their combined efforts, they were forced to retreat under the relentless assault of the beast, ultimately fleeing into this cave. To their surprise, the beast seemed to possess a degree of intelligence, choosing to wait outside rather than attack, luring other humans to come. Damn it, the team captain clenched his fists, wishing he could rush out and fight those beasts to the death. But upon glancing at the team member lying on the ground, whose thigh injury had turned dark, he could only suppress his anger. The 3rd-tier beast was lurking somewhere outside, waiting for them to emerge. Together, the 5 of them were no match for that beast. Rustle! Just then, a sound suddenly came from the grass outside the cave. Is someone coming? Damn it! Hearing the noise, the captain's expression darkened further. The beast's purpose in keeping them here was to attract others. Now, hearing the commotion outside, the captain's mood plummeted. Roar! It's over. The captain sighed inwardly, just from the sound of the martial artist outside. He knew the person had come alone. How could one person possibly contend with the 2nd and 1st-tier beasts guarding them? The captain stared intently at the cave entrance, uncertain of the situation outside. Soon, a series of roars erupted, accompanied by the sounds of battle between the beasts and the martial artist, and the chaotic noise quickly subsided. The remaining members of the team all looked towards the cave entrance, their expressions tense. Everyone inside, come out. I'm a student from Ching University, and I've taken on your mission. The beasts are all dead now. At that moment, a youthful voice rang out from outside the cave. Hearing this, the faces of the 6 present changed. A student from Ching Bay University? Just one person managed to eliminate all the beasts here. Great! It can't be a junior from Ching University, can it? It's very possible, Someone who dares to take on this mission is definitely not an ordinary student. The faces of the group lit up with joy, but only the captain remained serious. The third-tier beast is not here. The captain shook his head. Forget it, let's go out. There's strength in numbers. With this gentleman here, we are not without a chance against that third-tier beast. Outside the cave, Lyn Chen pulled out the Xiao sword embedded in the beast's skull, his physical body receiving another enhancement. After continuously slaying 7 beasts, his physical enhancement had increased by 70%. Golden Soul, current physical enhancement 170%. Core Goodness, current strength increased by 90. Victory favors the brave, current victories 19. Lyn Chen's physical enhancement had risen to 170%, and he could distinctly feel the power of his own body. Moreover, over the past month, the victories of victory favors the brave had reached 19. Putting away the panel, Lyn Chen looked at the few people walking out of the cave and said lightly, "Are there any other demon beasts nearby? Since I'm here, let's deal with them all at once." The group arrived outside the cave. The squad leader looked at the demon beast corpses scattered all around and then glanced at Lyn Chen in front of him, completely astonished. Not just him, but the rest of the team were equally shocked. Lyn Chen looked far too young. He didn't seem like an upperclassman at all, he was clearly a freshman. Yet despite his youthful appearance, the aura he exuded and the killing intent he radiated were anything but that of a newcomer. Who is this prodigy? Could he be one of the 4 great prodigies? Someone speculated. How is that possible? The martial arts exam was only 2 months ago. Even the 4 great prodigies couldn't possibly break through to level 30 in such a short time. Another countered immediately. As soon as he spoke, he was quickly rebutted by the others. Everyone, let's keep it down. The squad leader quickly admonished them. The others immediately fell silent. Regardless, they had been saved. Thank you, sir. May I ask, which year are you in at Ching Bay University? The squad leader stepped forward, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect, appearing extremely polite. Students from top martial arts academies carried an aura with them. No matter which student it was, their future status would undoubtedly far exceed theirs. Therefore, politeness was essential. Lyn Chen said nothing but took out his token. Upon seeing the core student token in Lyn Chen's hand, the group trembled again. A core student from Ching Bay University. Ha ha, that's great. Excited smiles immediately appeared on their faces. A core student from Ching Bay University. So it's a core student. I was rude. The squad leader's expression became even more respectful. Core students were impactful no matter which state they were in. Not to mention this squad leader. Even the president of a martial association in his city would be courteous upon seeing this core student token. It's fine. Follow me. I'll take you away from here first. Lyn Chen shook his head, his gaze sweeping over the group. Noticing the injured girl at the back, he casually took out a healing pill and tossed it over. Take this first, it'll be a while before we get back. Thank you, sir, the girl said gratefully as she took the pill. Lyn Chen was about to lead the group away when suddenly, a burst of laughter came from ahead. Kid, you look unfamiliar, you must be from Ching Bay University, right? Coming towards them were 5 young martial artists, each dressed differently. Seeing how young they were, Lyn Chen quickly guessed their identity. From the Imperial Capital University? Lyn Chen asked. The 6 from the Martial Association felt completely at ease upon seeing the students from the Imperial Capital University arrive. What else could it be? The young man at the front glanced at the people behind Lyn Chen and grinned. Alright, your task is over, now hand them over to us. Saying this, the young man reached out his hand towards Lyn Chen. Lyn Chen remained unmoved, recalling the notes in the mission and suddenly understanding their meaning. No wonder there was a reminder to not go easy on students from the Imperial Capital University. Now he understood. Kid, you have 2 choices. 1. Either hand over the people and leave now. 2. We'll beat you to a pulp and take them ourselves. The young man at the front threatened as he noticed Lyn Chen's silence. He had seen the demon beast corpses behind Lyn Chen but didn't pay them any mind. The small team from the Martial Association wasn't without combat power, and with the presence of this Ching Bay University student, they felt confident enough to act. The other students from the Imperial Capital University also watched Lyn Chen with great interest. The rivalry between Ching Bay University and Imperial Capital University had always been intense, both being top martial arts universities located in the capital. They not only failed to get along but also constantly compared themselves to each other. As a result, whenever students from the 2 universities met, It often led to conflict. Swish! Just as the young man's words fell, an arc of electricity suddenly leaped before him. The young man's pupils constricted sharply, and feeling the pressure rushing toward him, his scalp tingled. Bang! In the next moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, followed by a powerful force crashing into his body. A massive fist loomed larger before him and suddenly smashed into his chest. Poof! The young man's chest caved in, his upper body bending forward as he crashed heavily to the ground. This sudden scene left the students from Imperial Capital University and a few from the Martial Arts Association momentarily stunned. In the spot where the young man had stood, Lyn Chen retracted his fist, arcs of electricity dancing in his eyes, and coldly scanned the other students from Imperial Capital University. Why waste so many words? Seeing Lyn Chen take action, the other students from Imperial Capital University rushed toward him, looking for death. You're all alone, how can you be our opponent? Humph. Today we'll teach this Ching Bay student a lesson. The other four surrounded him, their realms erupting, all around the 25 to 26 level. The young man who had been sent flying by Lyn Chen was at the 27 level. Upon seeing everyone take action, the team leader from the Martial Arts Association's expression changed immediately. How did it suddenly escalate to this? Everyone, let's talk this out. It's better to leave here first. The team leader hurriedly tried to mediate. That beast over there is a third-tier monster. With our strength, we only have a slim chance of defeating it. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the four from Imperial Capital University changed as well. The young man who had just gotten up from the ground looked even more serious. There was actually a third-tier monster here? The group immediately lost their desire to fight. With their strength, they could barely handle a third-tier monster together. And now, bang! But Lyn Chen before them showed no mercy. Without further ado, he threw a punch, and purple lightning erupted, crackling as the ground beneath him trembled slightly. Another student from Imperial Capital University was sent flying, crashing heavily to the distance. Brother, the others wanted to dissuade Lyn Chen. After all, there was a grudge between the two universities, but they should be focusing on the monster right now. I'm targeting you. Lyn Chen simply stated 6 words nonchalantly. He still remembered what the mission said, to hit the students of Imperial Capital University without holding back. Boom! Accompanied by a rumble of thunder from the sky, Lyn Chen was enveloped in lightning, as if he were in a sea of thunder. The terrifying pressure instantly changed the expressions of the other three, who stared at Lyn Chen with unprecedented shock. In the next moment, a bolt of lightning engulfed them, sending their bodies flying. After sending the 5 students from Imperial Capital University flying with varying degrees of injury, Lyn Chen finally stopped. Roar! At that moment, a domineering beast roar echoed from afar. The roar was immense, shaking the very ground. Everyone present, except for Lyn Chen, changed their expressions drastically. The third-tier monster was coming. Roar! The beast's roar reverberated through the heavens and earth, causing the surrounding mountains to tremble, countless leaves to fall, and flocks of birds to scatter in panic. Listening to the continuous sounds coming from the front and the overwhelming pressure surrounding them, the faces of the few people in front of the cave changed dramatically. They all knew that the third-tier demon beast had arrived. Damn it! Damn it! The expressions of several students from the Imperial Capital University turned extremely grim, never expecting that this mission would involve a third-tier demon beast. The intelligence was completely inaccurate. Damn it! One person cursed, their body trembling uncontrollably. As students of the Imperial Capital University, they were undoubtedly among the best of the best. However, even though they faced a third-tier demon beast, they were no match for it. Yet, given their levels, escaping shouldn't be a problem. But now, at this critical moment, they found themselves unable to rise against this unfamiliar face from Ching Bay University. Humph, you've gotten us all killed. Let's see how you plan to deal with this demon beast. A girl from the Imperial Capital University glared fiercely at Lyn Chen, her eyes filled with murderous intent, as if she wanted to swallow him whole. The expressions of the others were equally grim. The team leader of the Martial Arts Association was already in a state of panic. With their numbers, if they had the 5 students from the Imperial Capital University combined, they might have been able to try their luck against the third-tier demon beast. But now, these 12 capable fighters had lost 5 to this core student from Ching Bay University, and the 6 of them had long been drained of their spiritual energy, with one member injured. Although they knew Lyn Chen was a core student from Ching Bay University, he was too young, even as a core student, At the age of 18, he had only just entered Ching Bay University. What level could he possibly be? Lyn Chen's gaze showed no emotional fluctuations. So what if he had injured 5 from the Imperial Capital University? He alone could handle the third-tier demon beast before him. Lyn Chen was no fool. At this moment, as the third-tier demon beast approached, a rhinoceros-like demon beast slowly made its way toward them from a distance. It was massive, at least 7 or 8 meters long, covered in a layer of pitch-black armor that shone with an inky luster under the sunlight. Its enormous horns were incredibly sharp, capable of easily shattering a boulder. Third-tier demon beast, black-armored rhinoceros. The 5 from the Imperial Capital University were not unfamiliar with this creature. The black-armored rhinoceros was known for its defensive capabilities. It had terrifying defense, and among demon beasts of the same tier, only the Tiger King could inflict any damage on it. Moreover, the horns of the black-armored rhinoceros were exceptionally hard, able to easily pierce through a boulder, rendering ordinary attacks ineffective. Upon seeing the black-armored rhinoceros, the faces of the group turned pale. If it were any other demon beast, they might have been able to inflict some damage and fight back. But the black-armored rhinoceros before them was such that even a 33rd level warrior would be unable to harm it without using a treasure of tier 3 or above. But among them, who had a 33rd level warrior? The strongest among the 5 from the Imperial Capital University was only at level 28. Captain, the black-armored rhinoceros seems to have gotten stronger. Yeah, the 6 from the Martial Arts Association, seasoned veterans who often ventured into the wilderness, naturally recognized the black-armored rhinoceros before them. Moreover, it was this very black-armored rhinoceros that had been hunting them down. The team leader finally understood why the black-armored rhinoceros had stopped pursuing them a few days ago. It had gone to break through. The black-armored rhinoceros used the luster of its scales to gauge the corresponding human realm. The stronger the luster of the scales, the higher the realm of the black-armored rhinoceros. The black-armored rhinoceros before us has probably reached the level of a 33rd level human warrior, the team leader said. At this moment, a sense of despair enveloped everyone's hearts. A 33rd level black-armored rhinoceros would require at least a 35th level human warrior to deal with it. Roar! The black-armored rhinoceros let out a deafening roar that shook everyone to their core. In the next moment, the ground trembled, and the massive body of the black-armored rhinoceros suddenly charged towards the crowd. Just as everyone was at a loss, a purple light shot towards the black-armored rhinoceros in an instant. Amidst the crackling electricity, the crowd heard the sound of thunder. In the next moment, the black-armored rhinoceros that was rushing towards them was abruptly halted. Bang! In front of the black-armored rhinoceros, Lyn Chen gripped the 9 Heavens thunder gun tightly, and with one thrust, he pierced the rhinoceros's body. Electric light erupted, and countless thunders roared around him. Lyn Chen had actually stopped the black-armored rhinoceros with a single shot. This scene caused the faces of the 5 from the Imperial Capital University to change dramatically, their hearts shaken. The guy from Ching Bay University had actually managed to halt the black-armored rhinoceros with his own strength? The team leader of the Martial Arts Association was so shocked he couldn't even speak. Lyn Chen's arms gripped the gun tightly, his immense power directly countering the black-armored rhinoceros before him. The rhinoceros attempted to charge, but found that the power emanating from this human prevented it from advancing even a step. Roar! The black-armored rhinoceros let out a low growl, then raised its massive foot and smashed it down towards Lyn Chen. As the foot, resembling a giant rock, descended, Lyn Chen's body suddenly pulled away from it. Bang! The ground trembled and began to crack, while Lyn Chen charged again, surrounded by electric light, and thrust his gun forward, piercing through the rhinoceros's scales. The black-armored rhinoceros became enraged. Lyn Chen abandoned the long gun and switched to attacking with his fists. Seeing this, everyone was left dumbfounded. He directly discarded his weapon? But what happened next was something they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Lyn Chen threw a punch, his fist wrapped in terrifying thunder, resembling a ferocious beast opening its bloody maw to bite down. The thunder exploded, shaking the ground, and the crowd was met with a sound comparable to a thunderstorm, instantly feeling their eardrums vibrate and their heads spin. Boom! With just the explosion of a single punch, the massive body of the black-armored rhinoceros was heavily knocked back several meters. Thunder control. Lyn Chen looked at the black-armored rhinoceros ahead, his eyes swirling with lightning, his whole body surging with thunder, as if he had transformed into a thunder god. He opened his palm and gently slid it through the air. causing the surrounding lightning to instantly transform into a thunder spear. Then, he hurled it forward. The thunder spear, as if equipped with navigation, crashed down onto the body of the black-armored rhinoceros. The powerful force shook the rhinoceros again. Some of its scales fell off, clearly causing significant damage. The black-armored rhinoceros was known for its defensive power, relying on its black scales. Once the scales fell off, it meant the end for the rhinoceros. Upon witnessing this, the crowd was deeply shocked by Lyn Chen's terrifying strength. The thunder control Lyn Chen was demonstrating was unprecedentedly powerful. This was a 5th-grade martial art, without the divisions of upper, middle, and lower levels. Even if it was only at the minor achievement level, the power it unleashed in Lyn Chen's hands was extraordinarily strong. This was also due to Lyn Chen practicing the 6th-grade breathing technique, the Red Sun Thunder technique. The thunder he commanded was incredibly powerful. As the scales of the black-armored rhinoceros fell, Lyn Chen raised his head, his clear eyes now glowing white. He could see the internal state of the black-armored rhinoceros clearly. Indeed, all the weaknesses of the rhinoceros are in the horn on its head. Lyn Chen saw everything clearly and understood the current state of the black-armored rhinoceros and its most vulnerable spot. Under the transparent world, the body of the black-armored rhinoceros had 2 distinct red areas. One was its head, and the other was the spot where Lyn Chen had just shattered its scales. Knowing the opponent's weakness, Lyn Chen began his attack once more. He opened his hand, and the Xiao sword appeared in his grasp. The sword in Lyn Chen's hand emitted an unparalleled golden radiance, which, under the blazing sun, was even more dazzling than the sun itself. This layer of golden light transformed into countless sword energies, swirling around him, as if it had turned into a phoenix. Then, with a thought, Lyn Chen activated his innate ability, Nether Flame, instantly igniting a layer of blood-red flames on these golden sword energies. What kind of martial arts is this? Just looking at it and the power it exudes, it's definitely not a 4th-grade martial art. The 5 members from the Imperial Capital University stared at Lyn Chen, their eyes filled with shock. At this moment, watching Lyn Chen's martial arts display, a thick layer of gloom enveloped their hearts. Although this move was not aimed at them, it still made them feel the chasm-like gap between them. This guy before them was definitely not an ordinary student from Ching Bay University. Damn, we've kicked a steel plate this time. One person cursed, his expression extremely grim. Steel plate? I think it's more like a steel sheet. Another person scoffed, feeling even more fear towards Lyn Chen. This strength was simply terrifying. He could easily stand shoulder to shoulder with the 5 from Imperial Capital University. It's impossible. If he were a core student, why have we never seen him before? The young man leading the Imperial Capital University team stared intently at Lyn Chen, voicing his doubts. By now, they could roughly guess Lyn Chen's identity. He was definitely a core student. But Ching Bay University only had 6 core students, and they were all familiar with those 6. Yet this person before them was none of those 6 core students. A newly promoted core student from Ching Bay University. Such thoughts suddenly emerged in their minds. They even imagined him to be the one who topped the martial arts examination, the unparalleled genius of the past century. Lyn Chen, but that seemed unlikely. No matter how talented Lyn Chen was, he was just a freshman, having entered Ching Bay for only 2 months. In less than 2 months, to elevate his realm by at least 30 levels was completely impossible. Just as they were discussing, Lyn Chen also reached a conclusion. Under the phoenix feathers, Lyn Chen directly attacked the opponent's weak point. The black-armored rhinoceros was completely unable to withstand it. The powerful golden sword energy instantly broke through its defenses, and the burning nether flame clung to its body, making it impossible to rid itself of the flames. Bang! The massive horn of the black-armored rhinoceros crashed down, its body now covered in wounds, and it no longer possessed the strength it had when it first appeared. The 6 members of the Martial Arts Association were so shocked they couldn't even speak. They had heard of the powerful students with special identities in these top martial arts universities, but they never expected them to be this strong. This core student from Ching Bay University had truly opened their eyes. As Lyn Chen continued to strike down with his sword, his attacks were not solely aimed at the weak point of the black-armored rhinoceros. Instead, he was experimenting to see if the supreme weapon in his hand could still exert powerful strength at this stage. But evidently, every sword strike on the black-armored rhinoceros's black scales only left a shallow mark. To completely shatter a piece of black scale required time. Having obtained the answer he wanted, Lyn Chen suddenly surged, sheathing the Xiao sword and then drawing out the Jotian Thunder Spear. The Xiao sword was merely a secondary weapon, while the Jotian Thunder Spear was his true main weapon. A thunderous roar erupted, and Lyn Chen pierced through the head of the black-armored rhinoceros with a single thrust. Bang! The black-armored rhinoceros rolled its eyes back and died instantly. After the battle ended, it took everyone a while to recover from their shock. Looking at the lifeless black-armored rhinoceros before them, they knew this was not a dream. Lyn Chen shook off the blood from the spear and then put it away. The 5 members of the Imperial Capital University trembled as they saw Lyn Chen walking towards them, their panic evident in their eyes. If Lyn Chen wanted to kill them, it would be incredibly easy. Let's go. Lyn Chen ignored the 5 from Imperial Capital University and instead focused on the 6 from the Martial Arts Association. The group nodded and hurried to Lyn Chen's side. It wasn't until Lyn Chen left with the 6 from the Martial Arts Association that the 5 from Imperial Capital University finally regained their composure. So terrifying. We must report this to our mentors when we return. The young man at the forefront said. The new secret realm is about to open, and he will definitely participate. At that time, someone else remarked. We have to believe in ourselves. I don't believe this guy is invincible. A girl in the group shook her head, doubting that Lyn Chen could achieve outstanding results. That's right. Although he is strong, our Imperial Capital University is not without its own strong players. The others agreed. Despite Lyn Chen's displayed strength, it was only against them. To the 5 from Imperial Capital University, Lyn Chen was merely on the same level as them, successfully leading the 6 from the Martial Arts Association out of the Wailing Wasteland. The team leader expressed immense respect towards Lyn Chen. Thank you, sir. I didn't expect you to be so young and yet so powerful. This area is already safe. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. Lyn Chen nodded, not intending to stay longer. May I ask your name, sir? The team leader inquired. My name is Lyn Chen. After leaving his name, Lyn Chen's figure vanished from the spot. Lyn Mu, the team leader of the Martial Arts Association, was left dumbfounded upon learning Lyn Chen's name. Captain, is this Lyn Chen the new core student from Ching Bay University? It seems there are no prominent families with the surname Lyn in the capital. The others were somewhat puzzled. Only the team leader, who knew Lyn Chen's identity, felt as if struck by lightning. Under the confused gazes of his teammates, he slowly said, he is not from a prominent family, he is the first in this year's martial arts examination. A freshman from Ching Bay University. Ching Bay University. Lyn Chen smiled broadly as he earned another 10 credits. So money is this easy to make. No wonder they say high-level martial artists are never short of money. In just about a day's time, Lyn Chen had earned 1 million daxia coins. Not only that, but the demon core of the black-armored rhinoceros was also worth a lot. It was estimated to be worth another 1 to 2 million. As night fell, Lyn Chen returned to his dormitory after completing his tasks. Su Nange had already prepared dinner, waiting for Lyn Chen's return. The routine life allowed Lyn Chen to experience the feeling of coming home. He had been busy earning credits and completing tasks everywhere. Being an adult is just a bit tiring. Lyn Chen shook his head. Lyn Chen, do you believe there are gods in this world? At that moment, Su Nange asked. Gods? Lyn Chen blinked. In his understanding, there were indeed legends about deities. The daxia of this world was vastly different from the daxia of his previous life. Here, the legends about gods were quite rare, one could say non-existent. Moreover, even the dynasties had significant gaps. Although practicing martial arts was already absurd in his previous life, it was quite normal here. However, regarding the existence of gods, Lyn Chen still found it hard to believe that there were deities in this world. With the capabilities of this world, discovering anything about gods would be too easy, unless someone claimed to be a god themselves. I don't believe it. Lyn Chen shook his head in response. Alright, it seems my brain just isn't working well enough. Su Nange pouted. Lyn Chen was somewhat puzzled. I've been reading too much lately, and I have some things I want to write down. Su Nangu expressed her thoughts. I see that those who write books can earn a few hundred yuan in a month, so I thought I could supplement the household expenses since I'm just idling around anyway. Moreover, I'm very interested in myths and legends. Mentioning myths, Su Nangu became quite excited. So, I fantasize about becoming a deity and saving the world. Upon hearing this, Lyn Chen couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Then I will definitely be a supporter of your book. Lyn Chen went along with her. Then remember to give me a tip when the time comes. and I'll use the tip money to cook you some ribs. Su Nan-gu chuckled. Alright. The two enjoyed their dinner happily. In the room, Lyn Chen pondered over the battle he had with the three-tiered black-armored rhinoceros in the Howling Wasteland today. He had almost figured out the limits of the weapon treasures he currently possessed. With his current level of 30, the top-grade 9 Heavens Thunder Spear and the Xiao sword were unable to penetrate the high defense of the black-armored rhinoceros. However, they should be stronger than ordinary 3-tier weapon treasures. I wonder if that unused divine weapon entry of mine can upgrade the top-grade weapon treasures. Lyn Chen rubbed his chin, but after thinking it over, he abandoned the idea. Even if the top grade could be upgraded, its initial quality was only the best among the first tier. Unless the system provided him with another entry that could upgrade weapon treasures. The next morning, Su Yuer found Lyn Chen. What do you need me for? Lyn Chen asked. It's about Song City. Su Yuer replied. Hearing the name Song City, Lyn Chen immediately perked up. Does Senior Su have news about Song City? Tell me. Okay. Su Yuer quickly informed Lyn Chen about the plan that the Great Xiao had for Song City. Upon hearing that in another month, the Great Xiao would directly rescue Song City. Lyn Chen's face didn't show much emotion. One thing was certain now, Senior Su was not dead, and Song City was safe and sound. I just hoped Song City can remain like this for the next month. Lyn Chen said. If possible, I hope no one in Song City dies. Don't worry, there are strong individuals stationed there. As soon as there are any movements from the abyss, they will act immediately, Su Yuer assured. At first, regarding the matter of Song City, her father didn't want to tell Lyn Chen, but after she informed her father of Lyn Chen's current realm, he allowed her to speak. Initially, he was worried that Lyn Chen would become obsessed with Song City and investigate it, which might affect the upcoming new student competition. However, after learning about Lyn Chen's realm, Su Shangfeng had nothing to worry about. He then told Lyn Chen, after all, Song City had already reached this point, whether it survived or perished, Lyn Chen would know in the future. It was just a matter of the degree of impact. Even if it affected him now, in the upcoming new student competition, he could still win even if he only exerted 10% of his strength. Thank you for telling me, Lyn Chen said to Su Yuer. You're welcome, Su Yuer replied with a nod. Do you want to know about the new student competition? Go ahead, Lyn Chen said directly, allowing her to speak. Although with his realm, he was already invincible among his peers, it was still better to be low-key. Su Yuer cleared her throat, organized her thoughts, and then said, the new student competition involves all the martial arts academies in the Great Xiao. The new student competition is very important, no less than the martial arts examination. As you know, the dividing line for martial artists is after level 10. This stage truly values a martial artist's talent. The more outstanding participants in the new student competition, the more resources they can obtain, such as priority access to secret realms, and they can also receive teachings from powerful beings. It can be said that the top 100 of the new student competition are almost the talents that the Great Xiao will focus on cultivating for the next few decades. Upon hearing this, Lyn Chen nodded. What about the other prodigies? You already know about the 4 great prodigies, Su Yuer said. However, Great Xiao has a profound foundation, with a population of over 100 million, and the prodigies born are not limited to just the 4 of us. In the current top martial arts universities, there are individuals whose talents are not inferior to ours, and some even surpass us. At this point, Su Yuer paused. One is the top scorer of the Lingzhou martial arts exam, who has entered Lingfu Martial University and has already sparred with Li Xiao in Lingzhou, and Li Xiao couldn't last 10 moves. Another one is in Nanhai Martial University, where there is a person with extremely terrifying strength, and their awakened ability is also very rare. Although they haven't defeated any of the 4 great prodigies, their displayed combat power has already surpassed that of the 4 hidden dragons and crouching tigers, Lyn Chen said. Indeed, Su Yuer nodded. My father said this is a sign of a great era, a time when you have the opportunity to surpass the era of Commander Long Yujun. By the way, is Commander Long Yujun really that terrifying? Lyn Chen asked, somewhat puzzled. Both Su Qian and Su Guanju, as well as the strong figures in the world, showed such respect for Commander Long Yujun. Your information is limited. You only know that Commander Long Yujun is the commander of the Long Yu army, so you only understand the weight of that. Su Yuer said, although I don't know much about this person, one phrase can summarize his current strength. Oh, the the number one in martial arts from ancient times to the present. As the opening of the new secret realm approached, just a month after this matter concluded, the new student competition would take place. All major universities had already begun selecting participants for the competition. At Ching Bay University, on this day, all new students were required to participate in a competition. The top 5 from this competition would undergo a month of focused training to prepare for the new student competition. Lyn Chen, as a core student, you shouldn't need to participate in the school's assessment, said Wu Di, a level 3 mentor, as he found Lyn Chen. Although Lyn Chen did not have a dedicated mentor, the vice president still assigned Wu Di to handle this matter. Focusing all your efforts on the upcoming opening of the new secret realm is your main priority, Wu Di said. As a level 3 mentor, Wu Di's talent needed no further explanation. He saw further. The new student competition posed no challenge for Lyn Chen at all. The only thing to pay attention to was the opening of the new secret realm. The last time he defeated Zhang Wei had already spread throughout Ching Bay University. Many mentors were greatly shocked by Lyn Chen's talent. At the same time, they were well aware of just how terrifying this new student named Lyn Chen was in terms of martial arts talent. Wu Di pushed up his black-framed glasses and smiled at Lyn Chen. You are truly the most powerful prodigy I have ever seen in my life. In less than 2 months since Lyn Chen entered Ching Bay University, his achievements had already shaken the foundation of the university that had stood for hundreds of years. Even the former commander Long Yujun had not reached Lyn Chen's level. One can imagine just how terrifying Lyn Chen's talent was. No wonder Officer Lu values this child so much. Wu Di murmured to himself. Even he wanted to study what Lyn Chen possessed. It was truly astonishing. No wonder Officer Lu wanted to eliminate him. Once this child grows, the Lu family will surely be doomed. Well, thank you, Mentor Wu, Lyn Chen said, slightly cupping his hands in gratitude. No problem. Wu Di shook his head. It was just a small matter. Then, Mentor Wu, theoretically, I can still participate in the assessment, right? Lyn Chen asked with some anticipation. Given your current strength, you probably cannot. Wu Di let out a bitter smile and said. Upon hearing this, the excitement on Lyn Chen's face immediately diminished. Well, it seemed he had been explicitly prohibited from participating in this assessment. This meant fewer consecutive victories, less power value, and a delay in the arrival of gold souls. If I had known, I wouldn't have broken through so quickly. Lyn Chen sighed. Wu Di couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. This guy really wanted to blow up these level 10 fish at over 20 levels. Although Lyn Chen couldn't participate, he could still go and watch. 10 days later, the academy's assessment officially began. Lyn Chen temporarily set aside his tasks. The new students gathered in the square, and a second-level mentor stepped forward to explain the rules of the assessment. Lyn Chen sat in a corner, having nothing to do these past few days. As the assessment began, for martial artists below level 10, fighting really didn't hold much significance. Perhaps it was due to Lyn Chen's improved realm that he felt it lacked interest. The most noteworthy participant in this assessment was undoubtedly Su Yuer. As one of the 4 prodigies, no one had forgotten her identity. However, because Lyn Chen was simply too dazzling, this top prodigy didn't receive much attention. Now, in the assessment, Su Yuer showcased her talent to the fullest. In just 2 months, her realm had risen to level 17, almost crushing all the new students. There was no doubt that Su Yuer would take first place in this assessment. As for second place, it was a young man named Xiao. He emerged as a dark horse, reaching level 15. Lu Yuting, though an ordinary student, had impressive talent and secured third place. This assessment clearly revealed the gap between the prodigies, especially Lyn Chen, while others advanced 7 levels in 2 months. What about him? His cultivation speed was like riding a rocket. Now, within the entire Ching Bay University, both new students and second-year students avoided discussing Lyn Chen, not daring to provoke him. Although the third-year students had realms similar to Lyn Chen's, they were all engrossed in their cultivation or out on missions. Notably, none of the remaining 6 core students sought out Lyn Chen. Each of the core students at Ching Bay University had a high realm and terrifying talent. It was only natural for Lyn Chen to become a core student. At his rate of advancement, he would likely catch up to the first core student in less than half a year. After the assessment ended, Lyn Chen left the square. There really wasn't much to see. Only 10 days remained until the new secret realm opened. Lyn Chen also needed to start learning about this new secret realm. After all, coming from Tsung City, He considered himself inexperienced and only knew the basics of what a secret realm was. This was his first encounter with a newly opened secret realm. The secret realms he had known before were all artificially synthesized. Therefore, Lyn Chen directly sought out Su Yuer, the know-it-all. The new secret realm can be considered a relic, a product of the world, Su Yuer said lightly. Inside the new secret realm, there are a large number of spiritual objects and demon beasts roaming. The opening times of secret realms vary. There are secret realms all over Daxia. However, these secret realms have long been excavated and hold little value. The new secret realm is in a state of about to open. Once it opens, everything inside will be available. Simply put, the old secret realm is 99% developed and has no value left. The new secret realm is 0% developed, and everything inside awaits new martial artists to explore. Upon hearing this, Lyn Chen nodded. I understand. In this newly opened secret realm, the strongest demon beasts are at most mid-level 3. Su Yuer continued. You probably don't even know the names of those entering the new secret realm from Ching University right now. That's right, Lyn Chen replied. He really didn't know, nor had he ever cared about such news. Among these 4 people, there's one name you should be interested in, Su Yuer said lightly. That would be Lu Yuling's brother, Lu Feng. Her brother is going too. Lyn Chen was taken aback for a moment, but it didn't matter. Her brother Lu Feng is the leading figure among this year's third-year students. Su Yuer continued. His level is 33, very strong, with a golden quality soul ice absolute spear. I see. Lyn Chen nodded. Upon learning that Lu Yuling's brother was at level 33, Lyn Chen thought about selling the items he had accumulated over the past few days. The difference between level 30 and 33, he believed, wasn't too significant. Therefore, he aimed to break through to level 35 in the remaining 10 days. Moreover, he needed to exchange for a few weapons. After understanding who would be going to the new secret realm, before leaving, Lyn Chen handed his storage ring to Su Yuer. What's this? Su Yuer was taken aback. Help me sell the things inside, and I'll give you a little cut later, Lyn Chen said, when asking someone for help. How could he not take advantage? Okay. Su Yuer nodded and began to check the items in the storage ring. Upon seeing them, she was immediately astonished. The items in the storage ring dazzled her. Various inner cores of third-tier monsters, as well as some low-tier weapons and even martial arts. Soon, Su Yuer understood how Lyn Chen had acquired these items. Some of these can be accepted by the Manhwa martial arts school. Su Yuer put away the storage ring and said, the money will be transferred to your card the day after tomorrow. Alright, thank you. Lyn Chen smiled and expressed his gratitude. Su Yuer turned and left. As soon as she was gone, Lyn Chen began to calculate. He currently had 100 credits, which converted to 10 million Daxia coins. That equated to 100 points of vitality. If he sold everything in his storage ring, he might only gather around 8 million Daxia coins. That was merely 180 points of vitality. After level 30, each level required 100 points of vitality to advance. Fortunately, Lyn Chen had been focused on tasks and cultivation these past few days. His level was about to break through to 31. With this money, reaching the peak of 32 was guaranteed. As for the remaining funds, Lyn Chen planned to ask old Zhang for some. After all, he was a core student, and asking for money to buy equipment seemed reasonable. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Su Yuer transferred the money to Lyn Chen's card as promised. Exactly 8 million. Not only that, but Su Yuer also conveyed a message to Lyn Chen. If he needed any weapons, he could just ask her. As a contracted warrior of the Manhwa martial arts school, and with Lyn Chen being such a top-tier prodigy, the school could at least provide suitable weapons in martial arts until Lyn Chen reached level 60. Upon hearing this news, Lyn Chen was overjoyed. He had indeed made a good impression on the Manhwa martial arts school. Immediately, Lyn Chen told Su Yuer that he didn't want anything else, just the money. Upon hearing this, Su Yuer communicated with her father, and ultimately, 50 million Daxia coins landed in Lyn Chen's card. As expected of one of the 3 major martial arts schools in Daxia, they have money. Lyn Chen, holding 68 million in his card, began to spend. 68 million Daxia coins was indeed a considerable sum. In terms of weapons, Lyn Chen directly chose to skip the 4th-tier weapons and looked at the 5th-tier ones instead. 5th-tier weapons were already approaching a price of 10 million. Weapons were different from martial arts. 4th-tier martial arts did not reach a price of 10 million, but weapons could. Moreover, The higher the tier of the weapon, the more expensive it became. Even 6th tier weapons were hard to buy with money and were often traded for other items. 4th grade lower level weapon treasure. Red Dragon Spear. Forged from absolute stone. Influenced by dragon essence. Carries a trace of dragon pressure. Capable of exerting a certain suppression on low-level demon beasts. 4th grade lower level weapon treasure. Thunderfire Spear. 4th grade lower level weapon treasure. Wind Spear. 4th grade lower level weapon treasure. Demon Blade. 4th grade lower level weapon treasure. Red Wood. After Lyn Chen glanced over the spears, he shifted his gaze to the swords. To be honest, the 68 million great Xiao coins he had seen before felt quite substantial, but once he opened the shop, Lyn Chen realized that being a non-class martial artist truly burned money. He needed to buy 3 weapon treasures, and their quality couldn't be too low. The cheapest 4th grade lower level weapon treasure cost 13 million great Xiao coins. The 4th grade middle level weapon treasure was even 16 million great Xiao coins. The 4th grade upper level weapon treasure reached as high as 20 million. Lyn Chen finally felt what it meant to burn money. He had previously been pleased with earning $1 million a day. Moreover, it wasn't even $1 million a day. If he had to earn money himself to exchange for equipment, he wondered how long it would take to save up. Not only that, this was just at level 30. Landlord. Lyn Chen directly chose 3 4th grade upper level weapon treasures. 1 heavenly red extreme spear, 1 killing dragon sword, and 1 dust brush bow. The total for the 3 4th grade upper level weapon treasures amounted to a whopping 60 million great Xiao coins. After successfully placing the order, Lyn Chen's 68 million great Xiao coins instantly dwindled to 8 million. Host has spent 60 million great Xiao coins, gaining 600 points of vitality. Congratulations, host level has increased. Congratulations, host level has increased. Congratulations. With 600 points of vitality credited, Lyn Chen's level jumped 6 levels. The number of extracted attributes also increased by 6 times. Lyn Chen directly fused the 5 times extraction into one. Alright, lottery draw. Host is drawing from infinite attributes. Congratulations, host has obtained favorable timing, favorable terrain, and harmonious people. Favorable timing, favorable terrain, and harmonious people. At every moment, it will slowly restore the consumed spiritual energy. When in a secret realm or wilderness, this attribute's ability will be enhanced. Slowly restore spiritual energy? Lyn Chen pondered, then mobilized all the spiritual energy in his body and struck towards the wooden stake. Thunder erupted, and the palm strike, which gathered a vast amount of spiritual energy, directly sent the wooden stake tumbling. As this palm struck out, the surrounding spiritual energy slowly flowed into his body. Feeling the consumed spiritual energy within him gradually recovering, Lyn Chen gained an understanding of the recovery speed of this attribute. That is, under unspecified conditions, the speed of spiritual energy recovery is not fast. As for how much the recovery speed would increase in a secret realm or wilderness, he would have to try it personally to know. Forget it, I won't demand too much. Lyn Chen no longer insisted on how fast the spiritual energy recovery should be. With multiple attributes enhancing him, he was already in an invincible state. Under the same realm, basically no one could pose a threat to him. Moreover, with turning the tide in play, if the recovery speed of this attribute wasn't fast, its significance would be diminished. Alright, there's one last chance to draw an attribute. Lyn Chen began to draw the final attribute, drawing from infinite attributes. Congratulations, host has obtained War Correspondent. War Correspondent, participate in medium to large-scale wars, gaining 1000% cultivation speed for 3 days. Lyn Chen. 6. Lyn Chen extended his hand and gave a thumbs up. This attribute was indeed impressive. As expected, attributes drawn without fusing extraction times wouldn't be too good. Now, just waiting for the weapon treasures to be delivered. After finishing the attribute draw, Lyn Chen waited quietly for the weapon treasures to arrive. The Red Sky Sword and the 9 Heavens Thunder Spear could not exert too strong an effect in the realms to come, which made Lyn Chen feel a bit of a headache. How about selling them? When he mentioned auctioning these 2 exceptional weapons, Lyn Chen felt a pang of reluctance. After all, they had been with him for such a long time and had played a significant role. Let's hold on to them for now. Lyn Chen put away the 9 Heavens Thunder Spear and the Red Sky Sword. If these 2 treasures were put up for auction, they could probably fetch a price in the hundreds of millions. Just think about it, which warrior of the same level would be a match for a 10th level warrior wielding such weapons? The next morning, the weapons Lyn Chen had purchased were delivered. The Tianqi Extreme Spear looked very ancient, its entire body presenting a deep black color. Under the sunlight, it appeared as if coated with a layer of black lacquer, emanating a dark luster. The spearhead was silvery white, and the blade was extremely sharp. Holding it in his hand, Lyn Chen felt the spiritual energy within him surge, and in an instant, the entire spear trembled slightly, followed by a layer of runes emerging from the end of the spear's handle. The runes seemed to come alive, radiating a golden glow, and soon covered the entire spear. The higher the grade of the weapon, the greater the requirement for the warrior's realm. Lyn Chen held the Tianqi Extreme Spear, feeling the power emanating from it, and a smile appeared on his face. This Tianqi Extreme Spear was indeed impressive, worthy of being a 4th-grade upper-tier weapon. The other one was the Xiao long sword. Originally, Lyn Chen had intended to buy the Red Dragon Spear, but it was of too low a grade, so he gave up. However, he still found the Xiao long sword among the long swords. The Xiao long sword, it is said, was wielded by someone who, at level 50, killed a dragon species, thus absorbing the essence of that dragon. Therefore, this sword was named after the concept of Xia, evil, and complemented by the dragon. The Xia long sword could also suppress demon beasts and utilize spiritual energy to its fullest, even summoning the phantom of that Xia long. However, if one were to do so, the consumption of spiritual energy would be immense. With this thought, Lyn Chen began to gather all his spiritual energy into the Xia long sword. The energy surged like a floodgate opening, and the Xia long sword ravenously devoured the spiritual energy from Lyn Chen's body. Feeling the rapid depletion of his energy, Lyn Chen quickly stopped. No wonder the Xia long sword has such power yet is sold so cheaply. Lyn Chen finally understood why a sword with such capabilities was only priced at 10 million. At his current realm, he would likely be drained in an instant. Moreover, he had no idea how powerful the Xia long was. If he drained his own energy and the Xia long's power was insufficient, wouldn't that be like lifting a rock to hit his own foot? The last weapon was the dust brush bow. The name of this bow was quite interesting, and its potential was terrifying. The dust brush bow, unlike the one Lyn Chen had bought before, was truly powerful. As a 4th-grade upper-tier weapon, once the bowstring was fully drawn, it could unleash a tremendous force, as if a divine power had descended. It had explosive area damage. This was also why Lyn Chen bought it. In the future, killing demon beasts one by one would be far too slow. Area damage was much more practical. After placing these 3 weapons in the weapon box, Lyn Chen set it aside. There were still 8 days until the new secret realm opened. A wave of quick money is about to come. Lyn Chen rubbed his hands together excitedly. This trip to the secret realm would not only allow him to slay enough demon beasts but also earn wealth. It was simply a double harvest. Too delightful. With his level 36, he could walk through the entire secret realm with ease. Lu Yuting's brother, Lu Feng, would surely target him. Since that was the case, Lyn Chen saw no need to indulge him. At this moment, in a training room, Lu Feng sat in front of his bed, slowly opening his eyes. Only 8 days remain until the new secret realm opens. Lu Feng calculated the time, a cold smile appearing on his handsome face. Lyn Chen, we will meet soon. Just wait. He was eager to see Lyn Chen. He had heard about this Lyn Chen no less than 100 times. From the moment this person enrolled until now, Lu Feng had heard too many stories about Lyn Chen. He was looking forward to the moment of collision with this dark horse. His uncle had also told him not to let Lyn Chen slip away in the new secret realm. Without his uncle's warning, Lu Feng, by nature, would seek revenge for his sister. Just the fact that Lyn Chen had crippled his sister's arm was unbearable for Lu Feng. If it weren't for the preparations for the opening of the new secret realm these days, he would have already made his move. In recent days, various universities had been preparing for the upcoming opening of the new secret realm. This was a crucial matter before the freshman competition. The opening of the new secret realm was vital for every senior in each university. Every university placed great importance on this new secret realm opening. At Ching Bay University, Master Zhang sat in his office, organizing the documents on his desk. The location of this new secret realm opening is actually in Lingzhou? Master Zhang raised his eyebrows slightly as he looked at the location of the new secret realm opening. That's right, Zhang Lao. The secretary nodded. The new secret realm only shows fluctuations in the few days before it opens, which is why we just received the news. No problem. Hasn't Daxia been doing this for many years? Master Zhang waved his hand. Let them prepare, I will personally lead the team this time. Upon hearing this, the secretary was taken aback but quickly understood the reason. Alright, Zhang Lao. The secretary left, and soon a message reached Lyn Chen's ears. We're setting off so soon? Aren't there still 8 days left? Lyn Chen blinked, surprised that they were leaving a full 8 days early for the new secret realm. That's right, Lyn Chen, my young friend. The new secret realm is in Lingzhou, so we need to go early, the secretary replied. Lyn Chen nodded. Alright then. He had nothing to pack, picked up his weapon box, said goodbye to Sunange, and followed the secretary out. In the square, the 5 people heading to the new secret realm were already prepared, except for Lyn Chen. The other 4 were seniors, all of whom had names on the talented list. The other 4 looked at Lyn Chen as one of them said lightly, "What a dark horse, it's my first time going to the new secret realm with a freshman." "Me too. I just hope you don't hold us back," another person said coldly, glancing at Lyn Chen. Lyn Chen smiled slightly, looking at the few of them without saying anything. Ahead, Master Zhang stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the seniors before him, his murky eyes showing some displeasure. Keep your words to a minimum. This time, the Imperial Capital University seems to have taken some medicine, sending 2 students to Lingzhou to participate in this new secret realm. When the time comes, try to avoid them as much as possible. On a plane, swiftly leaving the skies of the capital and heading towards Lingzhou, this plane was the exclusive vehicle of Ching Bay University. Inside the plane were Lyn Chen and the other 4, along with the vice president and the secretary. Lyn Chen leaned by the window. The interior of the plane was spacious, and the 5 were seated in different positions. Before departure, Zhang Lao had introduced him to the other 4 participants in the new secret realm opening. One of them, Lyn Chen already knew, was Lu Feng. The other 3 were all ranked relatively high on the talented list. They were Wu Xiaohua, a junior following the second-level mentor Dao Xiao, Ji Xiaoyu, who studied spell techniques under a second-level mentor, and Zhang Jin, a dual-weapon master. The 3 of them were all old students from Ching Bay University, their levels ranging from around 27 to 30. Aside from Lu Feng, among these 3, the sorcerer Ji Xiaoyu was the strongest. Old Zhang. Won't this action by the Imperial Capital University violate the regulations? The prolonged silence was broken by Zhang Jin's voice. Zhang Jin wore a black leather jacket, with a pair of halberds strapped to his back, his face sharp and his eyes bright and intelligent. Regulations? I'm not quite sure what they're up to at Imperial Capital University, Master Zhang said lightly. A new secret realm just over level 30, and they send 2 representatives. Mentioning this matter, a hint of confusion appeared in Master Zhang's eyes. Despite the poor relationship between Ching Bay University and Imperial Capital University, he was eager to understand what could prompt such actions from Imperial Capital University. It had originally been agreed that each side would send only 1 representative, but now, Imperial Capital University had sent 2 directly. Given the poor relationship between the 2, Ching Bay University would certainly not gain as much in that secret realm. Moreover, if they were discovered targeting them, the benefits would be even worse. Once we arrive, I'll personally ask that Li Houbo what he thinks. Master Zhang snorted coldly. It was already agreed upon by both sides. Now, Imperial Capital University had broken this rule. What the hell did that mean? Imperial Capital University actually sent 2 representatives this time? Lu Feng crossed his legs, sitting there with his eyes slightly narrowed. He felt a hint of pressure. The 5 representatives from Imperial Capital University were no less powerful than the core students of Ching Bay University. Lu Feng was naturally one of the core students. One-on-one, he was not afraid of them at all. But in a one-on-two situation, it was a different story. Lu Feng considered himself a prodigy, but the 5 from Imperial Capital University were no pushovers either. With 2 coming directly this time, Lu Feng needed to think of a strategy. Let's not say much more. In the new secret realm, try to avoid the students from Imperial Capital University, Master Zhang said calmly. Although we have our grievances, we must also think about our interests and not seek trouble with them. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Also, be cautious of the other university students, Master Zhang reminded. After all, this time the new secret realm was open, and they were not the only top martial arts university involved. Other top martial arts universities would also send people. Everyone was aware of this. Being able to compete for this spot from Ching Bay University, they naturally understood the stakes. As time passed, the other few closed their eyes to rest. Lyn Chen also closed his eyes for a nap, and when he opened them, they had arrived. As for knowing who else from the top martial arts universities would come, Lyn Chen was not uninterested, but once they arrived, someone would naturally inform them. As long as there were no level 38 martial artists, Lyn Chen was confident he could remain invincible. However, the highest level of martial artists in this secret realm would only be around level 30. It was unlikely that level 38 martial artists would come. In the blink of an eye, 5 hours had passed. The plane finally arrived in Lingzhou. Despite the flourishing martial arts and high-level martial artists being able to fly, they still retained the traditional mode of travel. However, this method was not safe. After the outbreak in the wilderness, all flying creatures and beasts had become demon beasts, constantly affecting the skies. Fortunately, with a strong figure like Master Zhang present, nothing unexpected happened. Lyn Chen slowly opened his eyes and looked out the window. Seeing the scenery of Lingzhou, the vast Lingzhou was covered by the wilderness, presenting a brownish hue, while in the depths, areas not affected by the wilderness were cultivated, showing a patch of greenery. Their destination this time was Yen City in Lingzhou. It was Lyn Chen's first time in Lingzhou. The plane slowly descended, and a special vehicle was already waiting for them. As they entered the city, Yen City was quite large. Along the way, with the introduction from Vice Principal Zhang, Lyn Chen learned some information about Yen City. Within Yen City, there was a martial arts university, which was considered first-rate but not top-tier. However, in the coming days, participants from various martial arts universities across the Great Xiao would gradually arrive here. Vice Principal Zhang advised Lyn Chen to refrain from making a move, as the other martial arts universities were unaware of Lyn Chen's background. Being unknown would put him in an advantageous position within the new secret realm. Lyn Chen nodded, understanding the implication. Yes, he definitely wouldn't make a move. Hitting someone here was no different from hitting someone in the secret realm. Soon, they arrived at the Martial Arts University in Yen City. This university was called Yanjin Martial University, and a small campus had been set up a few days prior by the Yen City Martial Arts Association as a temporary residence for various martial arts universities. As students from Ching Bay University, the 7 of them received a warm welcome upon their arrival. Each top-tier martial arts university was incomparable to a first-rate martial arts university, but the gap wasn't that significant. So young, so handsome, is that Lu Feng, the leader from Ching Bay University? The legitimate son of the Lu family. Lu Feng. I heard he's one of the candidates expected to achieve the best results in this new secret realm. The male and female students passing by all cast their eyes up and down Lu Feng. As a junior at Ching Bay University and a leading figure of this generation, Lu Feng was well known among the top martial arts universities and even first-rate universities. Lu Feng held his head high, relishing the feeling of being the center of attention, as if he were the protagonist who must be adored. Lyn Chen followed closely behind the group, not feeling too out of place. Due to the martial arts examination in the capital, the freshmen of Yanjin Martial University recognized Lyn Chen. Hey, is that Lyn Chen? No way. How could Lyn Chen, as a freshman, participate in this new secret realm opening? Hiss, it really is Lyn Chen. As this was said, even the older students were drawn to look. When they saw Lyn Chen among the group from Ching Bay University, their expressions suddenly changed. What a joke! The entry quota for this new secret realm opening starts at level 25 at least, and Lyn Chen actually came along? I think it's because of his talent that Ching Bay University wants him to gain some resources inside. This is nonsense. They clearly want the others to take care of him. Otherwise, with his level, he would be the weakest presence in this new secret realm. Listening to the voices around him, Lyn Chen didn't pay much attention. Gold would always shine, he would show his brilliance later. Vice Principal Zhang led the 5 to their accommodation. A villa spacious enough for 5 people. Good news! The Vice Principal of Yanjin Martial University just found me and said that we from Ching Bay are the first group to arrive. Vice Principal Zhang called the 5 together in the living room and spoke lightly. So, the Vice Principal of Yanjin Martial University wants to take this opportunity to hold an exchange meeting. Old Zhang. Is there such a thing? Zhang Jin raised his head and said, Old Zhang. What do you think? Wu Xiaohua asked. Vice Principal Zhang replied calmly. It's just an exchange, winning the competition is enough. Just don't reveal too many of your cards. The others nodded. Lyn Chen, young friend, and Lu Feng, You two should not participate in this exchange meeting, Vice Principal Zhang said. Given your strengths, you are both core students, and it wouldn't be appropriate to make a move. Don't worry about Yanjin Martial University, I'm here. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng smiled and nodded. Then we'll listen to old Zhang. Lyn Chen felt a bit regretful, he couldn't make a move. Alright, you all tidy up a bit. The news about the exchange with Ching Bay University quickly spread throughout Yanjin Wuda. The students of Yanjin Wuda were exceptionally excited, gathering in the large square. In front, 5 representatives from Ching Bay University stood there, quietly waiting for the participants from Yanjin Wuda who were attending the new Secret Realm opening. This time, Lyn Chen and Lu Feng were not allowed to participate. As core students of Ching Bay University, their talent and strength naturally surpassed those of the students from Yanjin Wuda. Many people recognized this, but it was a recognition of the latter. After all, in their eyes, Lyn Chen was just a freshman. What right did a freshman have to participate in the opening of the new Secret Realm? As for why the vice president of Ching Bay University did not allow core students to take action, it was already clear. It was to protect Lyn Chen, to prevent him from losing in the competition here and being talked about after entering the new Secret Realm. If it weren't for Master Zhang being present, the students of Yanjin Wuda would have already started discussing Lyn Chen. However, the occasional disdainful glances from these people towards Lyn Chen were easily noticeable. Junior Lyn Chen, I believe we are not strangers, Lu Feng said with a smile. Not strangers? Lyn Chen shook his head. Given all that had happened with the Lu family, as Lu Yuting's brother, how could the other party not know him? I look forward to meeting you in the new Secret Realm, Lu Feng said with a smile. I hope you won't hold the whole team back then. Why don't we try it out now? Lyn Chen squinted and said. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng immediately looked at Lyn Chen. After a moment of surprise, Lu Feng laughed heartily. Let's save it for the Secret Realm. Lyn Chen was someone he liked very much right now. Lu Feng enjoyed this kind of audacious person. He was looking forward to the moment he would trample Lyn Chen. Curious if Lyn Chen would still have this expression then. The reason he wasn't making a move now was also to give face to Vice President Zhang. He understood very well why Lyn Chen wasn't allowed to take action. The exchange quickly began. Master Zhang sat in a chair, alongside the Vice President of Yanjin Wuda. The Vice President of Yanjin Wuda wore a smile, his gaze falling on his own students, and then said, Master Zhang, your intention to support Lyn Chen seems a bit premature. What do you mean? Master Zhang asked. The weakest demon beasts in the new Secret Realm start at level 20, and even deeper inside, there are peak mid-stage third-tier demon beasts. The Vice President of Yanjin Wuda said lightly. Is it worth sending a freshman who has just been in school for less than half a year? Let him decide his own fate. Master Zhang chuckled, not saying much more. Was he supposed to tell the other party what realm Lyn Chen was currently in? In fact, when he first allocated the spot to Lyn Chen, he had this plan. But his intention was for Lyn Chen to enter the Secret Realm to cultivate. The spiritual energy in the Secret Realm far exceeded that of the outside world. However, after learning about Lyn Chen's realm, this thought was dispelled. The outside world might not know. But did he, as the Vice President, not know? Upon hearing this, the Vice President of Yanjin Wuda no longer said anything. After all, it was the other party's own decision. Master Zhang, I heard that 2 students from the Imperial Capital University have come this time. Could it be because of Ching Bay? He suddenly recalled something and couldn't help but ask. I don't know. Master Zhang shook his head. I still want to ask him. Alright, the latter nodded and stopped pursuing the question. At this moment, on stage, Zhang Jin had also determined the outcome against the students of Yanjin Wuda. Zhang Jin won. Top martial arts universities are indeed top-notch. The Vice President of Yanjin Martial University couldn't help but exclaim. The gap between geniuses is indeed so vast. On the stage, Zhang Jin defeated the student from Yanjin Martial University in just 7 moves. Such a disparity also allowed the other party to see the standards of the top tier and elite. Master Zhang said nothing. At that moment, some students in the audience began to cheer. Principal Zhang, why not have a match with us new students? One person suggested. I also want to see what kind of strength the Prodigy who scored over 1,000 points in the martial arts exam truly possesses. Yeah, since we're here, it's rare to have this opportunity. Once this was said, most of the new students present echoed in agreement. The Vice President of Yanjin Martial University looked somewhat troubled, glancing at Master Zhang beside him. Sure, Master Zhang nodded. Seeing that the other principal had nodded, the vice president of Yanjin Martial University had no further objections. Alright, please come up to the stage, Lyn Chen. With that, Lyn Chen stepped onto the stage. He had intended to stand on the stage anyway, otherwise, what was the point of coming here? After waiting for several days, he couldn't complete any tasks, so it was better to take this opportunity to accumulate some power points and physical strength. Additionally, the victory favors the brave. Win count was about to reach 21. As Lyn Chen took the stage, the students from Yanjin Martial University were quite excited. Who will go first? I'll go. Just as everyone was discussing, a figure suddenly leaped high from the ground and directly onto the ring. It's Brother Du. Brother Du is the top scorer from the martial arts exam in Yanjin City. With him here, we can surely gauge Lyn Chen's strength. I wonder who is stronger between the two. Everyone was filled with anticipation. As new students, they all wanted to see if Lyn Chen had the strength to match. Chapter 155, Instant Defeat. What's there to say? On the stage, Lyn Chen stood with his hands behind his back, a large weapon box resting beside him. He smiled as he faced the young man in martial attire. Lyn Chen, I wonder if you are truly as powerful as they say in the capital. Du Chen said coldly, a hint of severity on his face. You'll find out if you try. Lyn Chen replied lightly. Hearing this, Du Chen snorted coldly. If you lose, it would be quite embarrassing. Lyn Chen was somewhat speechless. Was there really so much nonsense to say before a fight? The vice president of Yanjin Martial University looked at the two on stage and spoke. Old Zhang, how many moves do you think Lyn Chen needs to defeat our Du Chen? Upon hearing this, Master Zhang was somewhat surprised. Isn't Du Chen from your university? Why do you look down on him so much? Old Zhang is joking. It's not that I look down on him, but I have self-awareness. The vice president of Yanjin Martial University chuckled. Do you want to hear the truth? Master Zhang teased. Of course, if you don't say, it's no matter, the vice president replied. There's nothing that can't be said. Master Zhang shook his head. If he goes all out, one move is enough. As soon as these words were spoken, the smile on the vice president's face instantly vanished. One move. At this moment, the atmosphere in the audience had reached an exceptionally heated level. The top new student from Ching Bay University was facing the top new student from Yanjin Martial University. This was the first clash between prodigies from a top martial arts university and a first-class martial arts university. Although there was still some time before the new student competition, it wouldn't hurt to see how their strengths compared now. Lu Feng and the others were not interested in this battle between new students. In other words, knowing Lyn Chen's strength made this match rather dull. Regardless, Lyn Chen would undoubtedly be the one to win. Lyn Chen, I heard you are also an unranked martial artist. I am too, Du Chen said, a hint of cunning in his clear eyes. But the path I walk is the same as that of the current commander of the Longyu army. Both are the route of the king of 100 soldiers. After saying this, Du Chen waved his hand, and a weapon box suddenly flew out from the storage ring on his hand. The weapon box crashed to the ground, and Du Chen slapped the top of the box with his palm. In the next moment, the weapon box opened up to both sides, resembling a peacock spreading its tail. What came into view were 6 different weapons. At this moment, seeing this, Master Shang's murky eyes showed a hint of surprise. He is also a non-positioned martial artist. That's right, old Zhang, nodded the vice president of Yanjin Martial University, but in terms of quality, he is not as good as Lyn Chen. Upon hearing this, Master Zhang nodded. Perhaps after witnessing Lyn Chen, seeing these non-positioned martial artists made him feel they were all extraordinary. The former commander of the Longyu army was like this, and now Lyn Chen was even more so. Seeing that Du Chen in front of him was also a non-positioned martial artist, a ripple finally appeared in Lyn Chen's calm eyes. He did not expect to encounter someone in the same profession here. Moreover, it was someone he would face off against. Lyn Chen, you can show your prowess in front of others, and I, Du Chen, can too. As soon as the words fell, Du Chen immediately grasped a long sword inside. The sword body shimmered with fluorescence, and as Du Chen waved his hand, a sharp sword energy suddenly shot towards Lyn Chen. Lyn Chen threw a punch, and before the sword energy could approach him, it was crushed by the pressure created by this punch. Seeing this scene, the expressions of everyone present changed slightly. To think that just a punch could directly block Du Chen's sword energy? Even some second-year students couldn't do that. Du Chen's gaze slightly darkened, surprised in his heart, but the next second, he charged towards Lyn Chen again. Taking a step forward, Du Chen turned his wrist, holding the sword hilt backward, and stabbed straight at Lyn Chen. His speed was extremely fast, clearly having practiced some kind of movement technique to achieve such speed, but in Lyn Chen's eyes, his speed was simply too slow. Lyn Chen didn't even need to activate Transparent World to clearly see every move of his opponent. Lyn Chen's body moved, and he instantly left his original position. He was so fast that even the naked eye could hardly see him. The students of Yenjin Martial University were momentarily stunned, not expecting Lyn Chen's speed to be so much faster than Du Chen's. The vice president of Yenjin Martial University, who was watching the battle, also had a drastic change in expression. He achieved this solely based on his own speed, not through movement techniques. At this moment, he finally understood why old Zhang said that if Lyn Chen used his full strength, Du Chen would be defeated in one move. Just from this glance, he could see it. What? Du Chen, rushing in, was also stunned, looking at Lyn Chen, who had instantly left his original position, not knowing what to do. But the next second brought a shocking turn of events that made Du Chen's scalp tingle. He felt a bolt of electricity suddenly explode in front of him, the immense power instantly causing all the hair on his body to stand on end, and without any hesitation, his body instinctively wanted to flee. But he couldn't leave. No, he simply didn't have the reaction speed. In other words, this person in front of him was just too fast. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted right in front of Du Chen's chest. The terrifying pressure had not yet landed on him, and it directly sent him flying. Bang! Accompanied by a heavy muffled sound, a bolt of lightning exploded on the arena, startling everyone. In the next second, everyone saw Du Chen crash to the ground far away, unable to get up from the fight. Hiss! The occurrence of this scene left everyone present in shock. All of them stood with their mouths agape, unable to believe what they were seeing on stage with Lyn Chen. What just happened? With just one move, Lyn Chen had defeated their pride. Du Chen, among the newcomers, he had defeated the top scorer of the Yen City martial arts exam? The immense sense of disparity made the new students feel a weight pressing down on them. They had thought that the gap between Du Chen and Lyn Chen was not that significant, but now it seemed that was far from the truth. The principal of the first high school looked at Lyn Chen, his face filled with smiles. The first match. At this moment, the entire venue was as silent as death, unable to utter a word. Even some of the older students from Yenjin Martial University stood with their mouths wide open, in disbelief. Only a few students from Ching Bay University seemed unfazed by the scene before them. Teacher Zhang stroked his beard, quite pleased with the spectacle. The vice principal of Yenjin Martial University was left speechless. On the stage, Lyn Chen stood there, retracting his explosive fist, the lightning dissipating, and his pair of bright, intelligent eyes became calm. Next time we fight, just throw a punch. Can we skip all the unnecessary chatter?